I never expected that rescuing a female teacher who was assaulted by the director out of kindness would end with me being expelled. That director arrogantly said the principal was his relative and told me to be smarter in the future. After beating them up in anger, I drunkenly bought drinks under the streetlight, and when I woke up, I had traveled to a parallel space and was bound to an omnipotent system, gaining the top abilities of a soul singer. Chapter 1, Parallel Space. Under the dim streetlight, Xiaomo's tired body was slightly curled up, leaning against the lamppost, looking quite desolate. Scattered empty bottles lay on the ground, and the strong smell of alcohol was somewhat pungent. Xiaomo was just fired today, and the reason for the dismissal was quite absurd. As an elementary school PE teacher, Xiaomo's daily life was uneventful and generally very ordinary. If it weren't for what happened today, Xiaomo would probably have continued living quietly. When Xiaomo went to the director's office to deliver some materials, the office door was slightly ajar. Without thinking much, Xiaomo discovered a shocking secret: the director was coercing a female teacher, attempting to assault her. In this situation, Xiaomo almost instinctively rushed in. A well-trained physical education teacher versus a gluttonous director, there was no need to imagine the outcome. The matter caused a commotion, and the principal came upon hearing the news. Xiaomo, who originally thought the issue was settled, was completely mistaken. Under the principal's questioning, the female teacher did not admit to being assaulted at all. The matter was left unresolved. As a physical education teacher, Xiaomo had no so-called evidence. What else could be done? And the incident where Xiaomo beat up the director also had consequences. He was rightfully fired. But that was not the main point. When Xiaomo was leaving, the director said something that completely infuriated him: "The principal and I are relatives. Kid, you better keep your eyes open from now on." Because he was beaten, the extremely upset director originally wanted to vent, but he didn't realize that doing so only further ignited Xiaomo's anger. Xiaomo immediately fought back fiercely, not even sparing the principal. What does Xiaomo, all alone and having lost his job, have to be afraid of? Soon after, Xiaomo directly left the school. As for whether the two reported to the police or not, Xiaomo no longer cared. Barely standing up, Xiaomo staggered as he picked up the bottle of alcohol in his hand. He lifted his head to look at the dark sky. Xiaomo's face was cold, but the anger in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. Gulp! After taking a big gulp of wine, waves of dizziness made him half sit on the ground, and he seemed to lose the ability to think, slowly falling into a deep sleep. Ding! Condition triggered, the omnipotent system is activating, binding in progress. A faint voice sounded by his ear. Where am I? Before his eyes was a snow-white ceiling, and a slightly pungent smell of medicine filled the air. Xiao sat up, and Xiaomo immediately felt a sharp pain in his head, unable to help but frown. Xiaomo also observed the surrounding environment. Where am I? In a hospital. Who brought me here, and how did I get injured? At this moment, Xiaomo also recalled the scene that happened earlier. It seemed that he had fallen asleep under a streetlight. The omnipotent system binding was successful, randomly granting the host an ability. A voice with a slightly metallic texture sounded beside Xiaomo's ear. Who? Almost instinctively, Xiaomo shouted out, but only moments later, Xiaomo frowned again. This voice, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. After a brief moment of thought, Xiaomo's expression suddenly became strange. This voice was clearly heard before losing consciousness. An omnipotent system? Xiaomo wondered with some confusion. Could it be that I, like in the novels, have turned misfortune into a blessing? As a modern person, if you haven't read this kind of fantasy novel, you're out of the loop. Although Xiaomo is an ordinary person to the extreme, he is quite familiar with such things. What exactly is going on? Xiaomo also asked tentatively. Because the host's anger triggered the binding condition of the omnipotent system. Hearing someone respond to him again, Xiaomo became increasingly certain that he had hit the jackpot, and his heart immediately filled with excitement. This so-called omnipotent system looked very simple at first glance. What does omnipotent mean? It means knowing everything. Thinking of this, it was hard not to be excited. After all, the previous Xiaomo had no advantages at all, and if the system's name was to be believed, wouldn't he have no shortcomings in the future? However, the excitement lasted only a few breaths before Xiaomo asked with some surprise, but what is this situation I'm in now? This is another parallel space, or you could say the host has traveled through. As for that wound, the fusion system needs the host's blood. Does fusion really need such a big wound? Xiaomo couldn't help but complain in her heart. After sorting out her thoughts, Xiaomo still felt a slight regret, but only for a moment before that regret was cast aside. Starting my new life here, I won't let something like that happen again. Random ability granted successfully. Host, please investigate on your own. Host, please complete the tasks issued by the system as soon as possible to earn more abilities until you become an omnipotent being. Check. Just as Xiaomo had this idea at the end of summer, a virtual light screen suddenly appeared before him, with lines of text clearly displayed in front of Xiaomo. Host, Xiaomo. Physical fitness, 1 the average standard of a normal person, including strength, speed, and various other aspects. Charm, 5 easier to gain others' favor. Ability, soul singer top level ability. Once possessed, the host is born for music. The singing can reach deep into a person's heart, stirring the soul and increasing charm by 5. Seeing this, Sia Mo was instantly stunned, especially by the soul singer ability. This was way too broken, right? It's worth noting that in his previous life, Sia Mo was completely clueless about singing, or you could say he was tone deaf. And just from the description alone, there was no need to study further to know how insanely powerful it was. Chapter 2, The Goal of a Good Voice. And this soul singer ability could even increase this so-called charm value. According to Sia Mo's estimation, if he sang a few more love songs, wouldn't those beauties actively throw themselves into his arms? The excitement lasted only for a moment, and Sia Mo also calmed down. The task section opened, and a task was now released. The host must become a famous singer within 1 month. Task reward, a spot on the Running Man reality show. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Running Man? Sia Mo was immediately stunned, then asked, but this is no longer the world I originally came from, and there is also this reality show? Of course, this so-called parallel space has many things similar to the space the host was previously in, but more things need to be explored by the host themselves. The system gave a brief explanation. Sia Mo nodded slightly, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Participating in Running Man was something Sia Mo had never dared to imagine before. Thinking of Baby and the other beautiful guests, a fire of excitement rose uncontrollably in Sia Mo's heart. However, the system was quite considerate. At least the ward Sia Mo was currently in was independent, and the facilities inside were very complete. The headache also eased somewhat. Casually picking up the remote by the bedside, Sia Mo turned on the TV mounted on the wall. Since he had come here and wanted to understand this so-called parallel space, the best way was to watch the news. And to complete that task, entertainment news was of course the first choice. The press conference for the new film Chaotic Love by the new generation pop diva Yang Mi was held in Beijing. Director XX announced the remake of the martial arts classic Snow Mountain Swordsman, which is currently in urgent preparation. The predicted cast includes popular young actor Zhong Hanliang and mainland's rising goddess Jing Tian. A series of news reports left Sia Mo completely stunned. The people hadn't changed, this Sia Mo was very sure of, but these so-called movies or songs had never happened in the future. Even if Sia Mo had no particular strengths, anyone would clearly know these things. Could it be that all those blockbuster movies from my previous dimension aren't here? Sia Mo, talking to herself, suddenly brightened up. If that is the case, then if I can rely on those things from my memory, I could get rich overnight. In just a moment, Sia Mo made up her mind without any hesitation. Having already experienced rebirth and time travel, this kind of thing was nothing at all. The recently much talked about Good Voice auditions will be held soon at 3 p.m. This time, more than 10,000 people from all over the country are participating in the auditions. Whoever stands out among them can advance to the next round of mentor selection. What? Good Voice? Sia Mo was immediately drawn in, and then a thought appeared in her mind. This task wants me to become a famous singer, and isn't Good Voice the best platform for that? Shama had also watched The Voice of the Past Life, which was very good and had extremely high ratings. Almost everyone who ranked in it had already become a decent singer, which was a shortcut for Shama. After struggling in society for these past few years, Shama had long seen through it all. Even with the talent of a soulful singer, if he followed the normal path, he probably still wouldn't be able to make it. Connections, unspoken rules, and various factors made this industry a chaotic mix. This afternoon at 3 o'clock. Shama quickly glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed the time as 2:40. Swish. Damn, isn't this a rip-off? Sia Mo didn't have time to get up, quickly jumped out of bed, and rushed outside in a hurry. Sia Mo must participate in this audition, otherwise, hoping to find another good opportunity is nothing but wishful thinking. Even if there is one, it probably won't have a bigger influence than The Voice. After pushing open the door, Sia Mo quickly identified the direction and started running swiftly. What are you doing? Hurry back to the ward, your injury hasn't healed yet. At this moment, a shapely nurse also shouted anxiously after seeing Sia Mo. But Sia Mo couldn't care about these things now. Instead, he moved even faster, with a thick bandage wrapped around his head, looking quite eye-catching. Damn, finally caught up, phew. Looking at the huge crowd in front of him, Sia Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The hospital wasn't too far from the audition site, otherwise, he might really have missed it this time. After leaving the hospital, Sia Mo struggled a lot to get a taxi, but just as he was about to get off, the driver's expression and words left Sia Mo feeling extremely helpless. Young man, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't just wander around. I won't charge you this time. But right now, Sia Mo was indeed penniless, so this indirectly helped him out. Hey, brother, you're really pushing yourself too hard. Just as he joined the group, a young man standing in front of Sia Mo said in surprise. Yeah, brother, you don't really think we can get through the auditions, do you? There are so many people here, it's not that easy. And the people ahead obviously noticed Sia Mo as well. In response, Xiaomo slightly shook his head and said, "It's just an audition, I'm definitely going to pass." After hearing this, the two of them both helplessly shook their heads. Everyone who came to participate in the competition was confident when they arrived, but after seeing this situation, many started to lose their nerve. However, seeing Xiaomo's confident expression, the two didn't continue arguing and instead started chatting casually with Xiaomo, since waiting in line was quite boring after all. Xiaomo also gathered a lot of information from the conversation. This time, the promotion for the voice took several months, and with the addition of 4 heavyweight mentors, it attracted so many people. Who doesn't want to become famous overnight? Who doesn't want to get rich instantly? Chapter 3. Can I finish singing it? As they chatted idly, the line gradually moved forward. After all, the organizers had been promoting for 3 months and had long anticipated such a large crowd. Xiaomo estimated that it wouldn't be long before it was his turn. And perhaps because of the excitement, the wound on his head didn't hurt as much anymore. What left Xiaomo helpless was that, since he had been reborn and traveled through time, why did this wound still exist? "Brother, what song have you prepared?" The person in front also returned to the main topic and said, "I prepared a song composed by the mentor himself. As long as it's sung well, there might be a chance to earn some extra points. After all, the observers in the auditions need to be close to the mentor." Hearing this, Xiaomo nodded slightly and then said, "The song I prepared is original." "Ah, original?" The other person looked surprised. "So brother, you have this kind of talent. No wonder you're so confident. Luckily, I'm ahead of you, otherwise, I wouldn't have had any chance at all." Although the words were flattering, Xiaomo could tell that the other person wasn't too concerned. After all, there are plenty of original songs out there. Some people just throw something together and call it original, so it's nothing unusual anymore. However, Xiaomo didn't take it seriously. Time passed little by little. According to Xiaomo's estimation, it had been almost an hour before it was finally his turn. After all, his schedule had been tight earlier, so he hadn't arrived early. As he entered the venue, Xiaomo looked up and saw 8 judges sitting side by side, while all the seats in the venue were still empty. After all, it was just the preliminary round, and there was no need for an audience yet. "It looks like you have a head injury, right?" One of the middle-aged bald men was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaomo. Xiaomo nodded and replied, "I accidentally got hit by something earlier." Even injured, you still came to compete. Your spirit is commendable." The bald man seems to have some feelings for Xiaomo. After all, those 5 charm points didn't come for nothing. But charm points aren't, after all, the number is still a bit low, so they can only have a subtle effect at specific times. Alright, stop arguing with him and let him start quickly, there are many people waiting behind. Nearby, a woman who looked a bit harsh also said sharply, "Haven't you seen people like this, Lao Wan? It's nothing more than trying to gain sympathy. It's a common sight, just seeking attention. What achievements can that bring?" I look at the young man and it doesn't seem like. The previous one was still saying that his wife was sick, and before that, there was one who said his parents were both dead. Who was worse off than him? So what happened? The harsh woman directly cut off old Huang's words, showing no mercy at all. Seeming somewhat wary of this harsh woman, the bald man, old Huang, didn't continue speaking and looked at Xiaomo helplessly. "Can we start now?" Although Xiaomo felt unhappy inside, he still asked calmly. Whether we start or not, it's the same. I won't let someone like you pass." The harsh woman seemed even more fired up, looking at Xiaomo with a very unfriendly gaze, then sneered and said, "This is the Supreme Hall of the Musicians, not a place for people like you. Now get out." "What did you say?" Xiaomo's face immediately darkened. Although Xiaomo was ordinary and had no advantages, there was one thing he always remembered: a man must not be cowardly. "Didn't you hear me?" The harsh woman spoke again. "I told you to get out. I'm Lu Ling, and my father is one of the investors this time. Lu Ling, you have no right to do this." At this moment, old Huang beside her also shouted out angrily. It was clear that although he was somewhat afraid of Lu Ling, he still would not back down on such a matter of principle. The others who heard the two of them talking all fell silent, as if none of them wanted to get involved. Fine, I'll give you this face, but I also hope you can bear the consequences." Lu Ling's expression grew even uglier, and she said coldly, "Let's start now. I want to see how he will get through." This Lu Ling was fairly good looking, but had a harsh expression. At this moment, in her anger, she looked somewhat fierce. After giving her a cold glance, Xiaomo's thoughts quickly shifted, and some past memories swirled in his mind, filling him with a bitter feeling. Then he began to sing. "So many people walk forward, yet remain stuck in the same place. So many people live, yet seem as if they are dead." Just these 2 lines silenced the entire venue instantly. Even the sharp-tongued Lu Ling showed a huge change, looking at Xiaomo in disbelief. That kind of singing seemed to elevate her completely. Although unwilling to admit it, this was definitely the most beautiful voice she had ever heard, bar none. During the a cappella, the magnetic voice seems to captivate the soul, making people unable to stop listening, forgetting all their troubles, completely immersed in the music without thinking about anything else. So many people love, yet seem to be separated. So many people smile, yet their eyes are full of tears. Who knows where we should go? Who understands what life has become through change? Should I find an excuse to keep surviving, or spread my wings and keep my anger alive? How should I exist? As the last sentence was sung, tears uncontrollably flowed down the faces of the three women on the judges' panel. Another woman, Lu Ling, did not show such emotion, possibly because her supervisor disapproved of Xia Mo, but her eyes were still slightly reddened. The remaining men closed their eyes, their faces full of ecstasy. This song simply does not exist within this space, and yet its existence precisely sings about the life before the end of summer, which might be the best explanation for him. After all, it's an open audition. Not only must it be a cappella, but only about one segment can be sung, so that all contestants can be finished within the allotted time. Why you, what is your name? Lao Huang opened his eyes and looked at Xia Mo with an excited expression. Xia Mo. Shama, this song is so beautiful. I wonder if you can finish singing it. Old Huang looked at Shama expectantly. Although the other judges didn't say anything, the eager expressions on their faces couldn't be hidden. It wasn't just the song itself, but more importantly, Shama's heavenly voice that could stir the soul. Chapter 4, Being Undermined. At this moment, Lu Ling had completely calmed down, sitting there with a gloomy face, because she noticed that all the surrounding judges had undergone a huge change. No way. I've already said it. Lu Ling's face grew increasingly grim. If he really passes, with this kid's ability, he might actually achieve it. No, he definitely can get a good ranking. If this matter gets exposed, Thinking of this, Lu Ling dared not think any further. She couldn't bear that outcome. It must be known that this season of The Voice is under the banner of fairness and justice. If anyone finds out, not to mention that her father is just one of the investors, even the station director might be in serious trouble. All of this drove Lu Ling crazy, and the only way to resolve this was to ensure that this kid does not pass the auditions. Lu Ling's gaze swept over the judges beside her once again. Half of them had some connection with her, although it was all because of her father's influence, but that no longer mattered. It seemed that seeing Lu Ling's look, a hint of regret flashed in the eyes of several judges, but they still nodded slightly. After all, this is the audition site. Apart from the few judges, no one knows the situation here. No audience means nothing will be leaked out, and they were also happy to do Lu Ling a favor. Nodding, Xia Mo did not refuse either, then spoke again. So many times of glory, yet feeling humiliated. So many times of ecstasy, yet enduring great pain. So many moments of happiness, yet my heart feels like it's being cut with a knife. The elegant singing drifts through the venue, that soul-stirring feeling returning once again. Whose voice is this? Damn, could this be the guy behind me? In a corner outside the venue, the young man who had been arguing with Xia Mo earlier stood there, looking dazed. Originally, he hadn't passed the audition and was planning to leave here as soon as possible, but because of a sudden need, he went to the restroom and was delayed for a while. On his way back, passing by here, he discovered this unexpected situation. I actually know such a brother, no way, I have to quickly record this. If he becomes famous later, I'll become famous too. Thinking this, the young man quickly took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll upload this online tonight and get famous first. Meanwhile, Xia Mo's song had already ended, and he quietly waited. Old Huan looked full of emotion and said, I don't even know what to say anymore. You will definitely be the brightest new star in the music world, and the most dazzling at that moment. I swear. Old Huang's voice was trembling, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Looking at the surrounding judges, Lao Huang also spoke up. With a voice like this, I think there is nothing more to say, right? I approve, how about you? This is hilarious, what is so good about this kind of song? Lu Ling sneered and said, I vote no. Bang! Lao Huang angrily slammed the table, then stood up and shouted at Lu Ling, don't push me, or I'll report this to the station chief. Lu Ling was even more disdainful about this, but a thought crossed her mind, report it to the station chief? Would he believe you alone, or would he believe all of us? It seems that old Huang's position might be replaced by someone appointed by my father. Thinking of this, Lu Ling once again gave the others a meaningful look. I also choose no. Me too. No. Seeing this scene, Xia Mo's gaze towards Lu Ling was also filled with coldness. This woman came up just to pick a fight, but given the current situation, Xia Mo also understood that more than half of the people had chosen no, which meant that this time his audition had failed. It seemed he could only choose other ways to complete the task. Xia Mo thought helplessly, but when it came to Lu Ling, Xia Mo would never let it go easily. After struggling for so many years, Xia Mo was not afraid of trouble. If she wanted to bully him, she should be prepared for him to take her down. You all. Old Huang pointed at several people, angrily unable to speak, and finally could only sigh, looking at Xia Mo with apologetic eyes. This kind of matter was no longer something he could control alone. I think we will meet again in the future. After giving Lu Ling a cold glance, Xiao turned and walked outside. What a joke, just you. Lu Ling looked smug and said, with your status, you're destined to be a grassroots forever. You still want to compete with me? We're simply not on the same level. Soon, Xiao also turned and left the venue, while faint laughter from Lu Ling could still be heard inside, sounding exceptionally proud. System, is there no better way? After coming out, Xiao decided to ask the system. The system will only provide tasks to the host and explain certain matters. It will not intervene to help the host. The transactions for completing tasks are also fair. Hearing this, Xiao was also unsettled. However, having been dismissed so many times before, Xiao had endured it all. This small setback, or rather something that hardly counts as a setback, was still a problem? With the talent of a soul singer, wouldn't he singing anywhere still astonish everyone? Becoming famous seemed quite simple. But Xiao did not remain silent. If you choose not to help, you should at least give me some money, right? Otherwise, where am I supposed to live? This is impossible. Hearing this, Xiao was also completely dumbfounded. Then suddenly a bright idea flashed through his mind, and he said, since I was reborn and crossed over, why do I still have this wound? You must give me some compensation for this, and I also have some cash on me from that world, all of which must be returned to me. Chapter 5, Crazy Spread. Xiao was also forced into a corner and had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. After the words fell, he waited for quite a while before the system's voice slowly sounded. This compensation is indeed necessary. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 yuan. The prompt sound also rang randomly. Hearing this, Xiao smiled slightly, feeling much more relaxed instantly. This probably also included the money she had before, as well as compensation for the injury. With the money in hand, Xiao no longer hesitated and directly left the audition venue, heading towards a nearby hotel. Damn, I didn't expect to uncover such a big secret. The young man named Wang Chuan was the one who had secretly recorded Xiao singing earlier. However, at this moment, he was in his small rented room, staring at his phone, somewhat dazed. Because he was also deeply captivated by Xiao's singing, he turned off the recording function immediately. As a result, the recording also captured the conversation between Lao Huang and Lu Ling, which instantly excited him. As a poor person, why did he participate in The Voice? Of course, it was to become famous. Sitting in front of his shabby computer, glancing at his phone, Wang Chuan bit his lip slightly. If this gets uploaded online, how many people would actually believe it? Wang Chuan was not an idiot. A single recording alone didn't seem to prove anything. For a moment, he was torn and conflicted. Opening his Weibo, Wang Chuan uploaded the recording to his computer and randomly started editing. The conversation between Lu Ling and others at the end of the recording was cut off by Wang Chuan, only preserving the incomplete version of Xiao's singing. Brother, although you got blackened, I guess I helped you out a bit. Using you, I can also get some attention. But for the stuff after that, I really can't help anymore, Wang Chuan muttered to himself. Although he wanted to become famous, he was also clear about how murky society was. He wasn't Xiao, who had such impressive singing skills. If he exposed everything, he would probably be the one who ended up in trouble. Before long, having finished everything, Wang Chuan lightly clicked the mouse, and the video quickly uploaded to Tencent Weibo. After that, Wang Chuan went about his business as usual. He knew very well that even if Xiao could become famous, it wouldn't happen in just a few days. After all, he didn't have many friends on Weibo, and no matter how amazing the song was, spreading it would still take a lot of time. But some things were simply beyond what Wang Chuan, this poor guy, could have anticipated. Isn't Wang Chuan the one who went to participate in The Voice? Could this really be him singing? A bad friend of Wang Chuan, upon seeing the audio update on Weibo, was also taken aback. Although it definitely wouldn't sound good, he thought, why not use this to disgust Wang Chuan a bit, then spread it around and make him pay up once. Thinking this, he couldn't help but get excited and immediately clicked play. Then a somewhat unclear singing voice came through, just one line, and he was completely stunned. After a minute, the song ended, and he slowly came back to himself. This damn is so beautiful. He couldn't describe the feeling. Not knowing much about music, he only knew he wanted to listen to it again. Once, twice, until after repeatedly playing it for an hour, he finally stopped, still wanting more, feeling a bit regretful. This recording clearly started midway, and the quality wasn't very good, but it still had such an intoxicating power. What if he heard it live? He shared it, adding a caption, a voice that's impossible to resist. He almost did it instinctively, and after finishing all this, he couldn't help but listen to it again. It's like the butterfly effect. Once someone experiences this kind of thing, combined with that eye-catching title and driven by strong curiosity, this song spreads rapidly like a virus. In just a few hours, everyone who heard the song was captivated, and sharing it was simply within their ability, while the titles became increasingly exaggerated. Something like willing to die after hearing this song. Also, after my wife heard it, she wanted to divorce me. Damn singer, don't let me find out who you are. But you really sing damn well. Young man, I want to hear the full version. Whoever has it, I'll marry them. What spreads fastest in this society? Of course, it's the internet. Some people even directly uploaded the recording to Cry Dog Music. At first, the number of people listening online grew very slowly, but as time went on, it skyrocketed like a rocket. However, a large part of this was already aware of the song on Weibo, and although the song was insanely good, the attribution was blank. This not only made many fans speculate about which legendary singer performed this song, or whether it was a hidden amateur musician. People are just like that. The more unknown something is, the stronger the curiosity to find out becomes. With reposts on Weibo and uploads on various platforms, this incomplete piece spread rapidly. After Crying Dog, it was Crying Me on music players like Tencent Music. A few hours later, it was already midnight, yet this craze showed no signs of stopping. Hey, hurry up and get up to listen to a song. Damn, are you sick or what? What the hell time is it already? Stop talking nonsense, get up quickly. I'm going to let you listen to a song. I guarantee if you don't listen today you'll regret it big time. Seriously. If you're lying to me, you're dead meat. Such things happen in various corners, and this night was completely ignited because of the existence of this song by Xiaomo. Meanwhile, Xiaomo was already playing chess with the Duke of Zhou. Chapter 6, Turning Fortune. President, this is the news that came in last night. In an exceptionally luxurious office, a middle-aged man with a very dignified appearance took the documents handed over by his subordinate. Just a glance, and his eyes immediately flashed with a sharp light. Then, with a slap on the table, he angrily said, "Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter last night?" The female secretary, frightened, was dumbfounded for a moment, but still timidly said, "I was afraid of disturbing the president, rest." Hearing this, the middle-aged man snorted coldly but did not continue speaking. If someone could see that document at this moment, they would definitely see a clear line of large characters. A mysterious song's popularity skyrocketed overnight, topping the charts on major platforms. Especially on CryDog Music Box, the number of plays has completely shattered the original top spot, ranking first. After a brief moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man quickly opened the computer on his desk, searched for the song, and immediately played it. The late summer melody drifted softly, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were completely immersed. The realistic lyrics sung line by line brought a glimmer of moisture to the corner of the middle-aged man's eyes. It was a true reflection of his own life. He had started from scratch, and this song plunged him into memories. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said, "This song was just released yesterday, and yesterday was the audition for The Voice. There must be some connection between the two." After a slight pause, he continued, "Go notify the sales department. No matter what methods they use, they must find this person for me as soon as possible. Use connections to inquire with insiders from The Voice. After all, we are one of the investors in this event. Understood?" This, even in the female secretary's eyes, a trace of admiration flickered. Observing carefully and being able to consider various possibilities is not something an ordinary person can do. Yet the female secretary still hesitated and asked, "President, isn't it a bit of an overreaction to go to such lengths to find one person? As long as we spread the news, that person will probably come on their own." "Nonsense. Do as I say. Based on my years of experience, the company's resurgence completely depends on this person." In his mind, he silently thought, with this kind of sound quality, it could leap to the top of the charts overnight. If I fully support him, how popular could he become? I must act first. Those two companies also sponsor The Voice if they discover him first. As the president of a large company, his vision was always unique. Yes. Although the female secretary verbally agreed, it was clear that she didn't take it seriously in her heart. Immediately, the female secretary tactfully left the place, leaving the middle-aged man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside and murmuring to himself, "I'm afraid your two families will go crazy too, huh? Let us see who is faster. This is my only chance to outdo you." If there were reporters here, they would probably instantly recognize Mr. Xiao Su, the CEO of Crying Dog Technology. Sleeping really was comfortable. Xiaomo leisurely stretched and then jumped out of bed. After getting the money, Xiaomo didn't neglect herself and found a nice hotel to enjoy a good time. "Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished." Fake. A cold notification sound rang out, and Xiaomo was stunned for a moment, then asked somewhat surprised, "What is going on? Or is it fake?" Because someone uploaded the hostess music online causing a sensation, and since the song wasn't credited. At this point, the system also seemed a bit unable to tell. Uploaded online? Xiaomo clearly remembered that when she participated in the auditions, there was no such thing as audio or video recording. It wasn't an official competition, and if the auditions had such a big setup, the organizers probably wouldn't have enough money no matter how much they had. However, this still made Xiaomo somewhat pleasantly surprised. Although she didn't know who this person was, it was obviously a huge benefit to her. Now, all she needed to do was make sure everyone knew that this song was sung by her. With that in mind, Xiaomo opened her computer and started searching. Sure enough, the top spot on the search rankings was her song, and the song title had been aptly named Existence, as the lyrics conveyed the meaning very well. After listening briefly, Xiaomo's brows furrowed. Inside were only incomplete songs, and the quality was very poor. Because Lu Ling had sabotaged it, Xiaomo hadn't even passed the audition. Even if he went out now and told people about it, probably no one would believe him. Although he could re-record the song and upload it online, without professional equipment, the quality likely wouldn't be much better. Moreover, this was not what Xiaomo wanted. He would never easily let Lu Ling off the hook. Since that was the case, waiting for her to come to him was the best approach. For a moment, Xiaomo fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in Wang Chuan's rented apartment, Wang Chuan, still asleep, was awakened by a piercing phone ring. Damn! Not letting people sleep early in the morning? Hey, get up quickly! Do you even know how much of a sensation the song you uploaded yesterday has caused? Oh my god! You better go online and check it out. Kugo Music Box has already issued a statement. Hearing this, Wang Chuan was instantly jolted awake. Without hesitation, he threw off the covers, jumped out of bed, and rushed to the computer. This time, I'm definitely going to blow up. On the computer screen, Kugo Music Box had already undergone huge changes. The song that was originally recommended on the homepage had now been replaced by a block of text. Having hurriedly finished reading, Wang Chuan was instantly stunned, then a gleam of wild joy flashed in his eyes. What was said above was very simple: to find the singer of this song. And seemingly to encourage people even more, a reward was already offered below, either money or a managerial position at Kugo Technology. If this isn't a turn of luck, then what is? Wang Chuan stared blankly at the computer screen. Chapter 7, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Hello? Is this Crydog Company? I know the specific information about that singer. At the front desk of Crydog Company, a stunningly beautiful young woman furrowed her brows slightly but still responded, please go ahead and tell us the details. Throughout the entire morning, she didn't know how many calls she had received, and without exception, all claimed to know the singer's identity. At first, Xiaomei was somewhat hopeful, but after verification, all were fabricated. There were even more outrageous claims. Some said the singer was themselves, others said the singer didn't exist at all and that the voice was synthesized, and some even said the singer was a celestial deity. All these statements tested Xiaomei's patience to the limit. And the person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't notice the beauteous and different tone, still excitedly said, this person is a contestant from the Good Voice auditions, but what? Xiaomei raised her delicate eyebrows, showing a bit of interest. After all, this sounded somewhat credible. But he seemed to have offended someone and didn't pass the auditions. What did you say? Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, tell me everything you know. At this moment, Xiaomei subconsciously believed that this news was probably true. The person opposite was obviously taken aback by Xiaomei's sudden commanding tone. After a pause, they continued, I only know his name is Xiaomo because he offended the judges. In the office, Xiaosu was quietly waiting, when suddenly the office door was pushed open with a bang. Frowning as he looked over, Xiaosu felt a surge of anger, but when he saw who had come in, his expression instantly softened. A stunningly beautiful girl dressed in a uniform appeared before him. Are you used to staying down there? Xiaosu also asked softly. Perhaps only at this moment would this decisive CEO show such a side. Father, let's not talk about that for now. I have obtained information about that singer, and according to my thoughts, this time it might really be true. Oh? Tell me about it. At this moment, Xiaomo was also leaving the hotel, and at the same time, the phone in Xiaomo's hand began to ring. This phone was provided by the system when he first traveled through. It was originally with him. After all, it's impossible to be without a phone in this society. Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, Xiaomo was momentarily stunned. No one should know my number. Wait, when I filled out the information for the audition yesterday, I think I wrote my number down. Hello? Hi. Is this Mr. Xia? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm the judge from yesterday. My name is Huang Shang, but you can also call me Old Huang. Hearing this, Xiaomo finally reacted. He had a good impression of Old Huang. After all, he was the only one who had spoken up for him. So it's you. Is there something you need? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xiaomo's mouth. Surely something had happened that he didn't know about, otherwise, Old Huang definitely wouldn't have called him. It's already good enough if you can speak up for yourself. Do you really expect the other party to work hard for you? Wake up, young man. As soon as Xiaomo finished speaking, Lao Huang fell silent for a moment, then cleared his throat and continued, Mr. Xia, the situation is like this. Yesterday's incident was completely a misunderstanding. We have decided to let you pass the auditions and go directly into the main competition. What do you think? A misunderstanding? Xiaomo asked in return. Mr. Xia should also understand what happened yesterday. Lao Huang gave a bitter smile and then said, please don't make things difficult for me. Nodding, Xiaomo also knew that this matter was not Old Huang's responsibility, and then said lightly, you were the ones who didn't let me pass before, and now you are letting me pass. This is a bit. How about this, Mr. Xia, you come to our place first, the same place as yesterday. We can meet and talk again, how about that? Old Huang asked tentatively. Alright, then it's settled. Xia Mo hung up the phone directly. It seemed that things were indeed as he had thought. After a brief reflection, Xia Mo once again headed towards the venue. Finally got it done. On the other side, Lao Huang also let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thinking about the call he just received from the director, he was quite flattered, but the director's tone made Lao Huang feel a chill in his heart. It was only when he learned that this was entirely because of Xia Mo that Lao Huang was completely stunned. Originally, he thought yesterday's matter was over, and that a genius singer might not rise anytime soon. Unexpectedly, there was a twist and turn. Lao Huang didn't know the specific reasons behind it, but he only knew that this might also be an opportunity for himself. When he came here again, Xia Mo found that Lao Huang was already waiting at the door. Seeing Xia Mo, he greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Xia, let's go inside and talk. We still need to complete your information. After all, this final competition is no ordinary event." Since he had come this far, Xia Mo naturally wanted to continue participating. He nodded, and the two of them walked inside. This is the TV station, and the venue from yesterday was just one of its buildings. Led by Lao Huang, the two of them got into the elevator. Xia Mo remained silent the whole time, while Lao Huang seemed slightly nervous and didn't take the initiative to speak, only constantly forcing a smile, which made Xia Mo find it somewhat amusing. Before long, the elevator stopped, and as the doors opened, the two people who came face to face caused Xia Mo's gaze to turn cold. One was a slightly overweight man, and the other, softly giggling, was Lu Ling wearing a black long dress. Chapter 8, Lu Ling's Backer. Deputy Director, you must keep your promise. Lu Ling looked at the chubby man beside her with a coquettish expression. Okay, I will definitely keep it. The man's eyes kept scanning Lu Ling's fiery figure, as if completely captivated. Xia Mo heard their conversation clearly. Obviously, Lu Ling's influence was considerable. She was not only the daughter of an investor but also knew how to leverage her advantages to accomplish more. As they spoke, the two of them also headed toward the elevator. Looking up slightly, Lu Ling saw Xia Mo and old Huang inside the elevator. Mr. Huang, what are you doing here? Is this the place you're supposed to be? Lu Ling's gaze swept over Xia Mo beside him, a hint of subtle apprehension flashing in her eyes. Then she said coldly, "And this person isn't even from our TV station, right? Take him away from here quickly. Also, you won't be part of our TV station much longer. Enjoy your last moments well." Without mentioning the audition from yesterday, Lu Ling was no child. As long as old Huang was removed, wouldn't the others still follow her orders? This matter would then be completely resolved without any future troubles. "Lu Ling, do you know what you're saying?" Upon hearing this, old Huang's face turned pale and then flushed repeatedly. "What did you say? Didn't you hear clearly?" Lu Ling sneered, then immediately grabbed the arm of the man beside her again and said coquettishly, "Deputy Director." I understand." The man also nodded with a pretended air of authority, then looked at Xia Mo and the others and said, "Huang Shang, it seems you have completely disregarded the rules of the station. This is the office of the higher-ups. Is this a place you can come to? Also, regarding your recent hosting of the auditions, from what I know, it hasn't been going well, and it seems you might have shown favoritism. Just these 2 points are enough for me to fire you. Deputy Director Lee." Unexpectedly, at this moment Huang Shang was not flustered at all. Instead, he looked defiant, emphasizing the word deputy heavily, which immediately made the deputy director's expression turn unpleasant. "There's no problem with firing me, but it has to be ordered by the station chief." Seeing this scene, not to mention deputy station chiefly, even Lu Ling standing nearby was stunned. Usually, old Huang wouldn't dare to provoke him, let alone a deputy station chief who had even more real power. Lu Ling's thoughts raced, and after glancing at Xia Mo beside him, a bad premonition suddenly arose. Could yesterday's incident have been exposed? That's impossible. They definitely wouldn't dare, and even if old Huang spoke out, who would believe him? There's simply no evidence. Thinking this, Lu Ling felt somewhat relieved for the moment. "Mr. Huang, do you know who you are talking to?" "I do, Deputy Director Lee. By the way, I also need to tell you something. This Mr. Xia was one of those selected in yesterday's open audition, and he is also a member of the station." The man glanced at Xia Mo and abruptly cut off Mr. Huang's words. "So what? Come to my office now. It looks like we need to have a serious talk about work." After saying that, the man turned around casually and walked toward his office. Lu Ling gave the two a sharp look before quickly following them. "Mr. Xia, we don't need to pay attention to them. The station chief will be back soon. Let us go wait first, shall we?" Old Huang said with a slightly inquiring tone. Xia Mo shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Since the deputy station chief invited us, we might as well go take a look." Since Xia Mo said so, old Huang felt somewhat helpless. Although this matter had already reached the station chief, and he was tough, he still didn't dare to completely offend the deputy station chief. Otherwise, unless the deputy station chief stepped down, there would always be opportunities for trouble. After all, the station chief couldn't pay attention to him all the time. Mr. Xia, this Lu Ling and deputy station chief Li's relationship. Hearing this, Xia Mo also walked straight over there without responding, and old Huang shook his head helplessly, then muttered to himself, well, the director already knows about his situation, so he doesn't need to be afraid anymore. It looks like Lu Ling and that old guy Li Quanlin are going to be in trouble. Lu Ling, what exactly is going on here? Li Quanlin, who was ahead, also asked in a low voice. A shadow of gloom flashed in Lu Ling's eyes, but she didn't show it and said, that person did indeed participate in the open audition yesterday, but his skills weren't impressive. I guess he has some connection with Huang Shang. Humph. Is that so? Li Quanlin was somewhat puzzled, but it's nothing much, just an open audition. It won't cause too much trouble. Besides, it seems Lu Ling has some conflict with the other party. Let us help her out, then this way. Yu Guan glanced at the snow-white skin and a deep cleavage revealed by Lu Ling's chest, and Li Quanlin couldn't help but swallow hard. Soon, the four of them arrived at Li Chuanlin's office. Huang Shang, I think things are already very clear. You should pack up and leave soon. Li Quanlin looked at Lu Ling beside him, and after receiving her approving glance, he continued, as for this person, entering here without permission, I suspect he has some unspeakable secret. Miss Lu, please call security, and if necessary, call the police. If this really happens, I'm afraid there's no need to think about Xiaomo's fate anymore, and Li Quanlin is also being very considerate. This clearly means he wants Lu Ling to make the decision herself. Since they want to deal with this kid, getting him into the police station is obviously the best option. Then they can manipulate him however they want. Chapter 9, The Director's Invitation. Lu Ling's originally sullen face now became excited, and the look she gave Xia Mo was full of mockery. I told you yesterday, we're not even on the same level. Today, you're in my hands. As she spoke, Lu Ling approached Xia Mo. Looking at the handsome Xia Mo in front of her, Lu Ling felt a bit of regret. Her voice was so soft that only she and Xia Mo could hear. It's a bit of a pity, singing so well, but it's useless. In this world, only power can make everything happen, just like now, where I call all the shots. Is that so? Then I want to see for myself. Xia Mo also responded quietly. Although he didn't know exactly how this so-called director arranged things, Xia Mo was very clear that inviting him back definitely wouldn't allow any mistakes. Security. A sharp look flashed between the brows, and Lu Ling also shouted loudly towards the outside. After all, this is where the higher-ups are located, so it's not surprising that there is security protection. In just a moment, two burly young men dressed in security uniforms directly walked in. Kick this kid out, keep an eye on him, and have the police take him away. Hearing Lu Ling's words, the two security guards also turned their gaze to Li Quanlin, who was sitting in the main seat. When he nodded, the two of them then walked towards Xia Mo. What do you want to do? At this moment, Lao Huang shouted loudly, saying, Li Quanlin, I'm telling you, Mr. Xia is the person the station chief wants to find. Wait. Hearing Lao Huang's words, Li Quanlin was first furious, then stunned, and quickly said, What did you say? The station chief wants to find him? How come I didn't know? The two security guards also stopped here and quietly stood aside. Seeing this, Lao Huang spoke again, Mr. Xia is the one the station chief asked me to bring over. Li Quanlin was also silently cursing in his heart. He was unaware of this matter, and if he had known, he probably wouldn't have acted this way. If there was anyone he feared most in this TV station, it would definitely be director Zhang Wanyan. Deputy Director Li, do you still remember the song Existence that went viral overnight yesterday? Old Huang sneered coldly and then spoke. You mean? Upon hearing this, Li Quanlin's gaze instinctively locked onto Xia Mo, then he said slowly and deliberately, this song was sung by him? Old Huang quickly nodded, feeling extremely pleased inside. It was rare to see the usually aloof Li Quanlin show such an expression, and it was genuinely satisfying. This is impossible. That song could not have been leaked. Impossible. Hearing this, Lu Ling was also dumbfounded, but now no matter what, she wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, she originally thought there was no loophole at all, yet it ended up like this. At this moment, Li Quanlin also saw the somewhat distraught Lu Ling and immediately understood, damn, luckily nothing too serious happened, otherwise wouldn't this woman have been dragged down with it? As the deputy director, Li Quanlin was no fool. He clearly understood that if the young man in front of him was truly the performer of that song, such a person was absolutely not someone to offend. Not to mention Lu Ling, even if there were great temptations, he wouldn't accept them. Moreover, he knew Lu Ling's temperament while this woman was prone to causing trouble, but since nothing serious had happened before, he hadn't paid much attention. At that moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside, appearing to be about 50 or 60 years old, but with a ruddy complexion and a very spirited demeanor. Director. And as soon as the old man entered, his identity could be inferred from this form of address. Nodding, the old man directly walked over to Xia Mo's side, extended his hand and said, You must be Mr. Xia, I am Zhang Wanyan, the director of Zhujiang TV station. Hello, Director Zhang. After the two shook hands, Zhang Wanyan finally spoke, The reason we invited Mr. Xia here this time is also to prove something to him, that song exists. It was indeed me who sang it. That's good to hear. It seems the old friend's guess was right. Zhang Wanyan nodded as well, but what he said left people feeling quite confused. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, seeing Zhang Wanyan shake hands with Xiao, felt a chill run through her heart. However, she was not yet too panicked. There was no real evidence in this matter, and even if she lost her job here, it wouldn't matter much since her father is an investor. Still, she was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Also, she is willing to use her charm. Approaching Li Quanlin has another purpose. Her father's business has already fallen into crisis, and the huge buzz generated by this season of The Voice has created advertising benefits that are now immeasurable. As long as The Voice airs, their family business will undergo a tremendous transformation. Forget about the crisis, even multiplying their assets several times over would be no problem. And this spot, to put it bluntly, was a favor from the Lu family to Li Quanlin, combined with Lu Ling's beauty scheme, which successfully secured it. Zhang Wanyan also spoke apologetically. I already know about what happened yesterday. The unfair treatment Mr. Xia received. I will give Mr. Xia an explanation. Additionally, I hope Mr. Xia can put the past behind and continue to participate in The Voice. It would be our loss if such a talented singer did not appear on The Voice. In a word, the apology has been clearly expressed, and from the perspective of the station chief, it can be considered quite sincere. After all, although Xiao sings well, she is not yet well known. Station Chief Shang, you are too polite. Since the chief says so, I certainly agree. As for Zhang Wanyan, Xiao still has a good impression of him, and she indeed needs a platform like Good Voice. Chapter 10, The CEO's Beautiful Daughter. That's good. Zhang Wanyan also felt much more at ease, and the look he gave Xiao was full of goodwill. Since Mr. Xia is no longer concerned about this matter, I can rest assured. However, this issue still needs to be explained to Mr. Xia. After saying this, Zhang Wanyan looked at Li Quanlin and Lu Ling, and the two of them looked ashen. Director Zhang, I think there might be some misunderstanding here? Lu Ling stammered somewhat. She was confident in seducing Li Quanlin, the deputy director, but had no confidence in dealing with Zhang Wanyan, because this director was always strict and impartial, had strong backing, and within the TV station, what he said went, no one dared to oppose him. Zhang Wanyan also sneered slightly and said, "Stop playing these childish tricks. To be honest with you, what happened yesterday was unfortunately recorded, and regarding your father's sponsorship of The Voice, I think it can be completely cancelled." He then turned to Li Quanlin beside him and said again, "And you, old Li, don't think I don't know what little schemes you're up to behind the scenes. It's just that I don't want to ruin our years of friendship, but obviously, you no longer care about that face." Director. Li Quanlin immediately panicked. Enough. Zhang Wanyan shouted sharply, cutting off Li Quanlin's words, then looked at Xiao and said, "Mr. Xia, this matter is now very clear. Lu Ling will no longer be part of our TV station, and she must pay the price for everything she did to you. Of course, it's up to you, Mr. Xia, to decide how to handle it. This matter could be either big or small, because just now Lu Ling was planning to take Xiao to the police station. The nature of the situation has already changed. Now that the station chief is standing on Xiao's side, he can completely use the same tactics against them. No. Please. Lu Ling was completely stunned, and her eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Xiao, saying, Mr. Xia, it was my mistake to look down on you. I beg you to show mercy this once. Putting aside whether Lu Ling might be charged with any crime, now that the opportunity to sponsor The Voice is gone, her family's company is about to go bankrupt. What could be more serious than that? For someone who was used to a life of luxury, this was even harder to accept. Seeing Lu Ling's panicked face, Xiao sneered slightly and said calmly, "First of all, let me make it clear, I am not a big shot. I am just a very ordinary person, so I don't have any mercy to offer." And old Huang beside him couldn't help but complain in his heart upon hearing this, making such a big fuss over just one song. Are you still an ordinary person? But honestly, he would definitely become a superstar, unparalleled. Bang! Xiao's words seemed to have completely sentenced Lu Ling to death. As if losing all strength, Lu Ling fell straight to the ground, then lunged forward quickly, grabbing Xiao's thigh and whispering, "As long as you let me go, whatever you want to do is fine." In this posture, Lu Ling's former glory was completely exposed, fully falling into Xiao's eyes. With a slight frown, Xiao also took a step back and said, "Director Zhang, let's just handle this matter in the usual way." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanyan nodded and looked at Xiao with even greater respect. He then said, "Mr. Xia, someone will take care of this here. Now, let's go to my office. Someone wants to meet you." Someone wants to meet me? Although Xiao was somewhat puzzled, he did not refuse. Everything that happened today was too sudden, and surely something had occurred. It was already quite impressive that Xiao remained so calm throughout. Lu Ling stared blankly at the departing figure of Xiao, her heart filled with an indescribable mix of regret and guilt. Inside the director's office, Xiao sat on the sofa, while opposite him sat a man and a woman. "Mr. Xia, hello, I am the president of Crying Dog Company, my name is Xiao Su," the man spoke first. Hearing this, Xiaomo was momentarily stunned, then looked at Xiaosu seriously, instantly understanding that this matter was definitely closely related to him. It seemed that Xiaosu had figured out what Xiaomo was thinking. As he spoke again, this matter is quite a coincidence. Xiaosu briefly told Xiaomo what he knew, and only then did Xiaomo suddenly understand. At the same time, he felt that fate was indeed hard to grasp. If he hadn't quibbled with that person yesterday, probably none of this would have happened today. However, Xiaomo's gaze involuntarily shifted somewhat, because the girl sitting next to Xiaosu was too stunning. Her shoulder-length hair flowed down, her features were somewhat delicate, yet flawless. Her skin was as white and smooth as jade, and her figure was exceptionally tall. Although she was just sitting there, her long, slender legs were clearly noticeable, and the black stockings on those legs made it even easier for one's imagination to run wild. A black uniform suit wrapped around a perfect body, bulging at the chest, possibly due to the size being too large. Through the gaps between the buttons, the white shirt inside could be seen, adding an extra layer of allure that made one want to take a closer look. This is the young lady Xiao Mei, and it was she who answered the phone. As the CEO, Xiaosu's insight was far beyond that of ordinary people. The glance from Xiaomo naturally did not escape his notice. Hearing Xiaosu's words, Xiaomo felt a bit embarrassed but still looked at this stunning girl and said, "I see, then I really have to thank you." This person's gaze, although like that of other men, it seemed quite pure. Chapter 11, She is Your Assistant. Her looks surpass those of celebrities, and being the daughter of a CEO only adds to it. The combination creates an irresistible allure that is unimaginable. Many men would likely be unable to resist, going to great lengths to get close to her, because if they succeed, not only would they have a beautiful wife, but they could also save decades of struggle. Xiaomei's thoughts flashed by quickly, and she immediately put on a professional smile and said, "Mr. Xia, you're too kind." Hearing this, Xiaomo didn't think much of it. As an ordinary person, Xiaomo was already used to it and had no particular feelings about Xiaomei's attitude. "Mr. Xia is not very old, about the same age as my little daughter, so I took the liberty of calling you Little Xia." Xiaosu was also quite helpless with his precious daughter and could only take over the topic. "Of course, I wonder what President Xiao wants to see me about." Hearing Xiaomo's words, a flicker of expectation passed through Xiaosu's eyes. He raised the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and then said, "The purpose of my visit this time is to invite you to join my CryDog company." "Join CryDog company?" Xiaomo was also taken aback. "That's right, I've heard your song existence. Your potential is something I've never seen before, and my judgment won't be wrong." After a pause, Xiaosu said again, "If you join our Crying Dog company, I will help you to the fullest extent." These words were already very clear, and Xiaomo was also very aware of this. However, Xiaomo originally planned to start his own company after becoming famous, but now it seems things are not that easy. Seeing Xiaomo silent, Xiaosu did not speak, just quietly waited. However, the beauty beside him, Xiao Mei, did not have such patience. She gently pushed her father, and when Xiaosu looked over, Xiao Mei's expression said it all. "This kid is just too ungrateful. Such a good opportunity is nowhere else to be found." Shaking his head helplessly, Xiaosu gently patted Xiao Mei. The young girl's cherry lips immediately pouted slightly, clearly very displeased. After a moment, Xiaomo finally looked up and met Xiaosu's gaze, saying, "I can agree, but I will still leave in the future. I need to make that clear in advance." Here, Xiaosu was also slightly stunned, and has long been looking at the end of some. Xiaomei has immediately stood up, the perfect body completely displayed, and because of the action is too fierce, a light fragrance has also come to the face. All this seems to be very good, but Xiaomei's words are diametrically opposed. This person is also too unaware of enough. Do not know want to enter our company's people, but there are a lot of people, and this time the company selected singers to open up new paths. I do not know how many famous singers want to come in. Well, don't say it. Xiaosu Diameter interrupted his daughter's words, also stood up, and then spun out his hand, said, "Xia, I agree with your opinion, but I hope that your time in the company can be a little longer." After thinking for a while, Xiaomo knows that if he wants to go it alone, he needs a lot of things, although there is a system that can be exchanged, but that's only after completing the task. The time needed for this is indeed unknown. There is little hesitation. Xiaomo was also stretching out his hand to shake hands with Xiaosu. "Mr. Xiao, happy cooperation. There is no need to be so exaggerated. In the future, just call me uncle." Xiaosu also said with a smile, "As for the contract, I will let Xiaomei get a good point to you, after she is your assistant in the company." "Dad. Well, things have been decided." Xiaosu directly ignored Xiaomei, but once again said, "Xiaoxia, if there is time, this afternoon you will come to the company a trip. The song exists complete recording, now online is in the flesh. Search you. If you do not appear as soon as possible, who knows, these fans will not go crazy?" As the president of the Xiaosu was a rare joke, but the end of the summer is also nodded, so not allowed to complete this task, but there is still a pseudo, must be completed as soon as possible. "Well, I still have things to do. I left first. There are things." Xiaoxiu asked Xiaomei. "Good." After saying that, Xiaosu also walked out towards the outside with a diameter, leaving only a pair of young people staring at each other. And after Xiaosu left, Xiaomao also began to carefully observe Xiaomei. Indeed gorgeous to unrivaled, will not be worse than those female stars. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Xia Indi's admiring eyes, Xiaomei immediately became a little angry. The beginning of the time is okay, thinks Xia Indi may not be the same as other people, but waiting for a series of things to happen, Xiaomei found that, indeed, as they think is not the same, but it is so that she is even more difficult to accept. Hearing this, Xiaomei also shook his head. This kind of $1,000 lady doesn't seem to get along very well, but Xiaomei didn't care, said, "Your father let me have something to ask you. I want to know when we will go to the company?" "Humph. Don't think that my father said all this how so and so, I haven't agreed yet." Xiaomei also frowned slightly, said, "This young lady still has things. You can go to the company by yourself in the afternoon, but you'd better not chew the cud with my father, or there will be your good looks." After saying that, Xiaomei viciously glared at the end of the summer, but although it is vicious, but how to look at that beautiful face cannot be seen ruthless, to a stream of naivety, let a person intoxicated, then Xiaomei with a fragrant wind, turned around and left the office. Forget it, no matter how to say her father's people are not bad, pampered Xiaomei also murmured. Chapter 12 Baby? Mayor, this person you are talking about is quite interesting Inside an elegant cafe, on the seats near the corners, sat two wonderful young girls. Well, baby, you say the same thing, this damn kid. The young girl looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and my dad even asked me to be his personal assistant. Don't I know you well enough? The young girl who was called Baby also had a smile on her face. You are just unbalanced in your heart. I happen to have time in the afternoon. I will accompany you to go over and take a look. How about it? This is my good girlfriend. Well, if you have the opportunity, must let this kid look good. This is the Crying Dog Company? Looking at the luxurious building in front of her, Xiaomu also stopped in her footsteps. After Xiaomei left, Xiaomu also searched the information about the Crying Dog Company, and that world is different. Here's the music platform is very hot, and the Crying Dog Company is one of the more powerful, and can fight with it is only the pain in the news and crimey company. Without hesitation, Summer's End walked in with a diameter. Sir, I don't know what you have to do. Inside the bar, the sweet-looking receptionist opened her mouth and asked. Nodded his head, Xia End is also said, my name is Xia End, is to find Xiaomei. So it's Mr. Xia Miss Xiao will already only have me. The receptionist also pointed to the elevator not far away and said, Mr. Xia, please go to the recording studio on the 4th floor, Miss Xiao is already waiting for you there. In accordance with the receptionist's instructions, Summer End is also on the elevator to the 4th floor. In the middle of the end of the summer is also all the time in the observation. After all, if there are no accidents, their own after a period of time will have to work here. All the way over, most of the rooms on the 4th floor are placed inside the photography and recording tools. There are a lot of people began to work, do not know the specific location of the end of Xia, can only slowly look for it. What Xiaomu doesn't know is that in a surveillance room, two beautiful girls are watching his every move. Mayor, I think it's about time, he looks good. Baby, you're the one who's my BFF, okay? If Xiaomei was here, she would definitely recognize this young girl called Mayor. It was Xiaomei who had just become her assistant today. Xiaomei continued with a face of excitement, and I didn't do anything too much, just let him look for more. Obviously, for that matter, Xiaomei is still a little depressed. This is also considered to take advantage of the opportunity to take a small revenge, but for the order given by Xiao Su, Xiaomei or dare not go against. She understands her own father. This thing he is so attached, absolutely will not be for no reason. This place is so big, I don't know when I have to find it. Xiaomei's eyebrows were also slightly wrinkled. Obviously, Xiaomei had been clear that this was feared to be that Miss Xiaomei was giving herself a hard time. But the end of this person and an advantage is that we'll try to figure out the heart of others. This is also so many years, the end of the summer crawling and rolling to get out of the experience, although not to say that 100 times 100 times 100 times 100 times 100 times, at least 10 times 8 times or quasi, but also Xiaomei some of this pampered young girl, it is even more easy. Slightly thinking about it, Xiaomei is also not looking for it, but the diameter toward the end of the corridor. Baby, why isn't he looking for it? Inside the monitoring room, Xiaomei, who was looking at the screen with some excitement, suddenly froze. Mayor, I'm afraid you can't tease him anymore, he seems to already know the recording studio you chose. How is it possible? Of course it is possible. Who let you choose the most inside the room, but his reaction is still very fast. Well. Diameter pushed open the door, Xiaomei leisurely walked in. Inside the recording studio there was a cold-faced teenage girl standing, this time was looking at Xiaomei with an unfriendly face. This young girl is of course Xiaomei. Just after being dismantled by Summer End's trick, she also came here one step ahead, seemingly not wanting to lose face in general. Casually picked up the hands of the document, Xiaomei handed to the end of the summer, said faintly, you look at it, if there is no problem then sign it. After receiving it, Xiaomu also looked at it, and then signed his name in diameter. Overall Xiaoma's senses to Xiao Su is good, and Xiaomo also see the other party is very sincere, otherwise he will not be so easy to agree. This is the sheet music of the existence, if there is no problem, it's good to start now. There is no excessive conversation, but this is also exactly what Xiaomei thought. Xiaomei, this woman, although very beautiful, but obviously not very cold to himself, Xiaomei also did not think that he had any king of the air. The tiger's body shook, the beautiful woman threw herself into the arms, that is just kidding. By the way, if you don't board a face, it is still very beautiful, in addition you are my assistant, don't make it seem like my boss in general. When walking past Xiaomei, Xiaomu also said leisurely, "You. Put." And Xiaomei's exasperated voice sounded at the same time. There was a slight spurt of laughter, but despite that, it sounded like there was not a single trace of revulsion, and the voice was also very sweet. Eyebrows wrinkled, the end of the summer's gaze is also looked to the direction of the voice came, a black curtain covered, but cannot see the situation inside. Afterglow looked at the side of the furious abnormal Xiaomei. Xiaomei still found the wrong place. Xiaomei's gaze is a little less natural, always sweeping over there from time to time, coupled with the situation just now. Xiaomei where will still not be clear. But after all, he just signed a contract, in addition to the inside of someone and will not be how. The end of the summer also did not grow, the diameter of the headset, the ears suddenly quiet up, and the end of the summer's heart seems to not have a ripple exceptionally calm. 13 chapters of the task is completed. Along with Xiaomei cold face gestures, summer end is also slowly open. And the sea election is completely different. In this silent environment, there is only that leisurely ringing music with the end of that with magnetic voice, a moment to hear the people as if electrocuted general. A sentence of the lyrics slowly sung, Xiaomei pretty face above the frost completely dissipated, half squinting eyes looking at the end of the summer, quietly enjoying this kid. The original full version is actually so good. It seems that Xiaomei no matter what identity, in the end she is a young girl who is only in her 20s only. She also has the plot that normal people should have, such as worship. Just at the moment just now, Xiaomei found herself completely attracted by Xiaomei. This has nothing to do with just simply fell into the song. Perhaps it does not take long, Xiaomei will become a fanatic stargazer. Now is just a beginning. And behind the curtain, a stunningly beautiful looking young girl was also quietly enjoying herself. The small melon face is covered with a mesmerized expression, perfect features so that people cannot even pick the slightest flaw, a head of black long hair diameter scattered in the back of the head, appearing unusually valiant. A casual dress is not the slightest reduction of her charm, but let her more than a point of playfulness and cute. If at this time the end of the summer lifted the curtain, I am afraid that the jaw will fall on the ground, because this girl is not someone else, is precisely the girl is no one else, but Angle Baby. But at this time this star baby and Xiaomei is completely the same state. By the end of Xia's song completely impressed. After a long time, the song ended in Xiaomei's sentence how should I exist. After the music ended, inside the recording studio was still quiet. Gently removing the headphones, Xia Indi saw Xiaomei's state, and also slightly smiled. This chick at this time closed her eyebrows tightly, with a contented expression on her face. That kind of look just don't mention how seductive it is, and this scene also made Xia Indi very accomplished. Diameter walked over, Xiaomei came to the front of Xiaomei, opened his mouth and said, "What else do you need me to do next?" Being awakened by the sudden sound, Xiaomei also subconsciously exclaimed out, and then she discovered Xiaomei who suddenly appeared in front of her, looking at herself with a smile. Stomp! Stepping on the high heels of the small delicate feet, subconsciously back toward the back, almost an instant, Xiaomei's even emerged on a layer of red color. Xiaomei's heart was also flustered, but still opened his mouth and said, "Still need to take a few pictures. It is always necessary to let the fans recognize the good, so that the following publicity." Seeing Xiaomei's appearance, Xiaomei also felt funny, but still nodded. The next shooting problem is next door, but the end of Xia is a little depressed. This and singing is completely different, just a few photos, just change clothes and makeup will spend a lot of time, and also have to make a variety of facial expressions. This point is not very good at the end of Xia is not very good at the end of everything. After all, it been more than 4 o'clock. Finally done. Feel the body above the fatigue. Summer end is also helpless said, "There is no thing if, I can now leave right? And can, these days if there is something then I will call you at any time to inform you." At this time Xiaomei has long since lost the idea of revenge, but to more like a serious assistant. After nodding, Xiaomei turned around and walked towards the outside. "I said Mayor, I realized that I had become a fan of this kid in your mouth. This song is too good." And at this time Baby also came to Xiaomei's side. I say Baby, I called you over but I asked you to come and help me, are you defecting now?" While saying that, Xiaomei's small hand has also explored the past, was sneak attacked by the baby instantly cannot resist, but to the personality of Princess Baby of course will not admit defeat, she directly chose to fight back, a moment of the two women's petulant laughter, and the clothes are also a little bit not to contend with, inadvertently you can see that a trace of the scenery. But here only no one can enjoy this treatment. A long time later, Baby only said again, "But I found a secret, it seems that Mayor you to him. Do not talk nonsense." Xiaomei as if it was a cat that had its tail stepped on, jumped up in diameter and said, "How is it possible? This kid is only singing a little better. I see Baby you are it, and you have been single, I am now his assistant it, want to be introduced to you first to recognize? Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished, rewarded with 200 omnipotence points and a spot on the Runner Brothers reality show." Just after returning to the hotel, Summer End heard the system's beep. Summer End instantly brightened up. Obviously this task was completed, and also proved that his song seemed to have been uploaded to the Crying Dog music platform, and it still came with a full version of his own photoshopped song. 200 omnipotence points? It didn't sound like a lot. I wonder what all could be exchanged? But what Summer's End was most concerned about right now was this omnipotence points. A soul singer could make himself an overnight success. If he redeemed more in the future, he could really become an all-round heavenly king, and not just in the entertainment field. After removing the abilities that were temporarily unusable, the remaining ones were the ones that the system thought would help the host the most right now. The system's voice also sounded at the same time. The host is the most important thing is in the Runner Brothers reality show, to complete a variety of tasks, which there are also hidden tasks, so it is recommended that the host to consider this aspect to consider. Chapter 14 Completely on Fire. Hearing this, Summer's End also understood that there was no need to say more about how fiery the previous life's running brothers really was. In association with a variety of activities, finger pressure plate and swimming, making paper boats, all of this is actually linked to a comparison, that is, the body, although there is certainly technology, but these can be slowly exercised. Think of the previous to see the running brothers, finger pressure plate on the damage caused by these people. The end of the summer is a little shudder. And at the same time, an illusory redemption menu appeared in front of Summer End. Super strong genetic potion, can enhance physical ability by 1 point, requires 200 omnipotence points. Level 1 chef voucher, allows the host to obtain the craft of a level 1 chef, requires 100 omnipotence points. Swimmer, has the ability of an amateur swimmer, requires 100 omnipotence points. Talking about love, a more low-level means of ventriloquism, can slightly increase the charm value, requires 200 omnipotence points. A series of things to let the end of Xia suddenly some dazzling, not much time before the end of Xia sorted out clearly. I have to say that this is the most fancy by the end of Xia. I'm afraid that is two, one is the gene potion, one is to talk about love. As for the chef and swimming, these two, although there is a certain usefulness, but according to the current point of view is obviously not much to enhance, and increase a little in the body. It means that all aspects of the ability of the end of the summer to exceed the ordinary people twice, to know that the tearing battle, not only needs skills, more or power, no power, and what to take in the big black cow and Kim Jong-guk to fight. And the other talk about love, this in the end of the summer also seems to be a very bullseye skill. The profile does not seem to be good, but it is required 200 points. This can be simple? Maybe it was just because the increase didn't seem like much to the system, but to Summer End, it was a huge boost. A few moments later, Summer's End also made a decision. No matter what, charisma, for the time being, with the Soul Singer's 5 points of support, there is not too much of a problem. What I need now is to strengthen my physical ability as soon as possible. Since he had already made a decision, Xia Duo also did not hesitate. The 200 omnipotence points that had just arrived instantly disappeared, but in Xia Duo's hand there was an extra test tube, and the greenish liquid inside shook slightly, as if it was full of life. The most talented singer, an enigmatic man, remember the song that exists? We have found him, want to get to know him? The homepage of the Crying Dogs platform was changed long ago. Hello? Wi-Fi quickly opened the Crying Dog music box. What's wrong with you? Old lady is having a beauty treatment. The one who sang Existence has appeared. The full version has just been uploaded. What the hell are you talking about? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Duong. Right after that, there was the sound of hanging up the phone. It's so good. I'm serious, I'll be his brainwashed fan from now on, and if you look at his photos, I didn't realize that people are actually so handsome too. No. I was his brainwashed fan before. I finally heard the full version. Summer's End. I love you. I'm going to have children for you. This kind of scene almost in a short period of time is crazy. No matter calm or crazy, all the fans almost all choose a single song cycle. For a moment, the number of people online on the Crying Dog music platform increased geometrically, and almost inside a short period of time, it surpassed the two large companies that had originally been suppressing Crying Dog, Painful News, and Crying Dog. Dad. This is crazy. In a mansion, Xiaosu and Xiaomei were sitting side by side in front of the computer, looking at the computer that the crazy rise almost did not have any stopping momentum of the numbers. Xiaomei's mouth was a little stuttering. Xiaosu's eyes are also a trace of amazement, but more really happy. He played the right move. Through the relationship with Zhang Wanyan's many years of friends, their first contact to the end of the summer, if a little later. I'm afraid I don't know what the result is. The two families can't possibly let themselves eat alone. I'm afraid that before this, they are also in the frantic search for it. Today just got the news that another reality show is going to be recorded. This time let's Xiaomu go to participate in it. Ha? But doesn't he still have to continue to participate in The Voice? Xiaomei was also stunned. Xiaosu waved his hand and said, there is no need to worry. After this song appeared, the benefits that The Voice can bring him are definitely not as much as this reality show, which will invite numerous stars to participate. This way, that is indeed the case, can definitely increase his popularity as soon as possible. After all, simply relying on the song will not work. This is also more favorable to our company. Xiaosu looked at his daughter with satisfaction. In recent years Xiaosu has been trying to take other paths, getting his own records and making movies is one of them. He needs to keep trying, and obviously now Xiaomu has become a person who can help him solve part of the problem. And another environment elegant apartment, baby is half lying on the sofa, not far away from the stereo out of the moving song. It is the existence of the summer end of the song. Half squinting eyes of the baby looked at as more of a noble and elegant, really good to listen to it, but will soon be busy. Expect that this program will be very interesting. All of this, the end of Xia did not care. This is just a song only. Their memories of those popular songs are numerous, as long as the end of Xia want to at any time can get out several records. At this time, Xia Mao's excitement was entirely because of his own body. Feeling the power in his body, the corners of Xia Mao's mouth also curved up a trace of arc. Host, Summer End. Physical ability, to the average standard of a normal person, including strength, speed, and so on in all aspects. Charisma, 5 easier to gain favor with other people. Ability, soul singer top level ability. With this ability, the host is born for music. The song can go straight to people's hearts and tickle their souls. Increase charisma value by 5. Chapter 15 Befriending the Brotherhood. It didn't occur to me that the rewards the system was talking about were actually given out like this. The next day, Xia Mao received a phone call from his assistant Xiao Mei, and the content was simple and clear. It was for Xia Mao to travel to Hangzhou 3 days later to participate in the Running Brothers reality show. However, Xiao Mei's attitude towards herself, although it didn't sound like there was much change, but Xia Mode still felt that this woman had changed a lot. But this didn't matter to Xia Mode right now, because Xia Mode's entire body was already excited. Baby is Xiao Mei's very favorite type. Now participate in the Runner Brothers, he has every chance to be able to go further. And inside the hotel, Xia Mo also investigated a large number of news about this world. It is very soothing, this world, although there is the person of the Yellow Godfather, but in Baby is not half a cent of the relationship. Sure enough, it is a parallel space. The place is the same, or so beautiful. 2 days later, Summer's End's people had arrived in Hangzhou. Now the identity of the end of Xia has been completely different. After becoming the artist of the Crying Dog Company, like attending this kind of activities are accompanied by a special team, and the end of Xia's team is also arranged by Xiao Su. The assistant is still his baby daughter Xiao Mei. As for some other personnel are all in one place, which makes the end of Xia enjoy the treatment of being served. With Xiao Mei's arrangement, a lot of things don't need Xia Mu to worry about. Until he came to the hotel arranged by the crew, Xiao Mei talked to Xia Mu. Tomorrow night we'll start recording. I can't help you with these things, but you'd better work harder in the activities, so it's good for you and the company. I know. Xia Mo also shook his head, said, there is no need to be so right, so beautiful a woman and I so serious for what? Humph. Xiao Mei cold snored after the diameter turned to leave, but no one noticed is that Xiao Mei exposed snow-white neck has some redness. Hi. You are Xia Mei, right? I've seen your pictures, that song of yours is too good. At this time, just to close the door of the room, Xiaomu was suddenly shouted at. Lifting his eyes to look, Xiaomu instantly found a man standing at the mouth of the next room looking at himself with a face. Chen Chi-chu? For this look, no matter what world Xiaomei will not forget, completely natural. Ha, it looks like I'm still very well known. Chen Chi-chi is also a face of cheap smile, then said, just I want to go out, and I go with me, we go out for a drink, Deng Charlie Chen they are in it. Here, Xiaomei also nodded, is worried how to go and these people contacted the opportunity to take the initiative to send the door, and this is only a newcomer in their own. On the Runner Brothers very like Xiaomei of course clear, these people's character is very good. And Chen Chi-chi went downstairs, the two people walked towards the restaurant on the first floor in a diameter. Summer End, when will the album come out? With your talent there must be no problem, when? Hey, can let me listen to it first or something? Of course there is no problem. While the two were walking, Chen Chi-chi was also talking to Xia Mo constantly. Chen Chi-chi, why are you just coming? I've been waiting for you for half a day. The two people had just entered the restaurant, a loud voice pierced through. Xiao Mao also looked up. The seat near the corner already had two people sitting on it. It was Deng Chao and Li Chen. And at this time Deng Chao and Li Chen also ideated to Xiao Mo, although just a photo, but Xiao Mo also belongs to the kind of people who will not easily forget after a glance. The two people also rushed to welcome up. Hello, Xiao Mao, I am Deng Chao, nice to meet you. Deng Chao extended his hand in diameter. Hello, but there's no need to be so polite, right? We are going to fight side by side in the future. Summer's End also smiled slightly. Spinning around and shaking hands with Li Chen once again, the two people also smiled at each other. The first impression was very good. After all, Summer End was originally a very easygoing person. For people sitting around together, ordered a few bottles of beer leisurely drink up. This time of the year Hangzhou is still very hot. For people while enjoying the refreshing, while chatting about the day, slowly the topic is also more up. In the role of alcohol, a few people have no reserve at all, hooking up with a brother and brother up. When the next morning, the end of the head is still a little dizzy when he got up. Yesterday a few people more and more addictive, and finally the end of the three people have taken turns to pour. In this aspect of the amount of alcohol in the end of the summer is still very confident. After simply eating a breakfast, Summer End did not find the other three people, obviously not yet slowed down. The recording was not going to start until the evening, so Xiaomu who had nothing to do had to stay in the room and rest. Mayor, I knew you would come to accompany me. In the middle of the mall, two beautiful women with large sunglasses whispered in low voices. Xiao Mei also shook her head helplessly and said, baby, I can't help it. Who let my father let me become that kid's assistant? It can only be so. These days are going to be busy to death for me. He. Baby also laughed delicately and said, don't complain. I do remember that you like Summer's End song very much. Still talking about me. I don't know who has already changed all the ringtones to exist. Xiaomei also retaliated unwillingly. But all of this Xiaomei is still in the dark, he simply does not know that Baby has already met him and also completely become his song fan, otherwise I am afraid that Xiaomei has already been excited to the point of not being able to help himself. 16 chapters of the initiative to talk to the baby. That night, Xiaomei also followed the crew to the first shooting location, Leifeng Pagoda. The West Lake at night is beautifully illuminated by the lights, and the temperature is slightly lower at night, with a slight coolness that makes people relaxed and happy. Such a wonderful night scene should be windy, but 3 haggard-faced men were taking turns at Summer's End. Summer End, I didn't think you were so drinkable. My maiden called me to check on me, I didn't answer, this time I really have to die. Deng Chao said. And the sight of Li Chen also nodded deeply, said, yesterday I so want to vomit 3 times. No, it is 4 times is right. What do those of you count? Chen Shiqi said in a loud voice, I slept yesterday holding the toilet. My waist ah. Hearing this, Xiaomei is also to spray out, come to participate in this program is really not wrong, see on TV can never experience that kind of personal experience brought happiness, at least now Xiaomei is very cool, these 3 unlucky people will not be so happy. It doesn't matter, a moment after the shooting is over, we are drinking a little, through a little on the good. Summer's End said as a matter of course. I don't want to. The 3 people said almost in unison, very much a force of the same enemy. But this time there is no time for the 3 people chat, in the arrangement of the film crew, everyone is also separate, this appearance or make a very grand, need a lot of people's cooperation, but fortunately the clothing before have been fixed. And just now, the end of summer is also to see the tyrannical and rent blue this pair of treasure blue brothers, that height. Indeed, it made people hurt their balls, and it was easy to ignore their existence in the crowd. Xiaomei has also found another problem, is that there is no Zhang Kai this person here, although I do not know why, but Xiaomei also understands that it should be his own position to take his place. Starting the movie. With the director's order, the recording also started precisely. Deng Chao had already been ready, and followed by Shaolin Temple Baoqiang who revealed a section of martial arts, and the water pistol sharpshooter Chen Shiqi, followed by Li Chen and others, but the most amazing thing for Xiaomei is still Baby, a black leather jacket, which shows her perfect body completely. And that black color also fit her very well, giving a cold and noble feeling. I have to say, this kind of appearance is also quite special, and Xiaomei was also arranged to make an appearance, that is, the Prince of Love songs, a few beautiful women cooperated with each other, but it made Xiaomei have a brand new experience. Next, a group of 7 people also came to the middle of the hall, ready to receive the task. In the middle of the hall, Deng Chao also touched Xiao Mao at this time, said, I say Xiao Mao, you see your eyes are straight, but baby is really beautiful ah. Said here Tang Chao also smiled sultrily. Yesterday's matter your mother has not packed you, if this matter then she knows. Stop. Summer End, don't say it, I haven't said anything. Hearing this, Deng Chao instantly became honest. Well, comrades, our mission is about to begin. Tang Chao also said to a group of people. This should be a very happy thing, but because now 7 people are holding wine cups in their hands, and although it is a cocktail inside, but Tang Chao's face is obviously a little bit unattractive, yesterday's incident is still fresh in his mind. Brother Chao, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel that your legs are a bit soft? Shaolin Baoqiang on the side also said jokingly. And Zulan is worthy of being a very tacit understanding with Baoqiang, also said with a flirtatious face, Brother Chao, your legs are really soft? In response, Tung Chao glared back viciously and said, well, this wine will not be drunk, let's open this thing to see, what is it in the end? After Tang Chao said, a few people also did not object. But let the end of summer surprised is, this time Baby is also stood to his side, accompanied by a fragrant wind, Baby's sweet voice is also at the same time ringing, your that first existence is really very good to listen to. The first time I heard of it, it was a very good song. Summer End is also stunned, then said, that has really flattered it. Hearing this, Baby also smiled, the smile is very sweet, you do not know how hot your song? The first time I heard it I already liked it, I'm your fan now. Boy. It's best if you say you like me. Summer's End couldn't help but spit in her heart as well. Oi. I say you two should stop chatting and quickly come and check this out. The mission, you're right. Little Mamoru. Chen Shiqi once again played his side, that kind of expression made Xiao Mao couldn't help but raise a trace of evil chill, but this was after all a live broadcast. After hearing that, Baby's face also involuntarily had more than a trace of redness, but after all, it was still an actor's origin, and it was very well covered up by her. Summer End slightly shook his head, to these things Summer End has long been familiar with, after everyone has read the task card above the prompt, Ma Crisp and Do Xiao also participated as a guest, so that the atmosphere has become more lively. The grouping is also the director group arrangement, the end of Xia, Baby and Chen Shiqi a group, Ma Crisp Deng Chao Li Chen, the rest of the Balan brothers and Do Xiao is a group, which is not much change. Simply explain the matters of tomorrow, the director announced that it can be dissolved. After returning to the hotel, Deng Chao Li Chen and Chen Shiqi, 3 men who had been afraid of the fight by the end of the summer, a smoke ran back to their own rooms, not the slightest want to meet with the end of the summer of the meaning, and Baoqiang and Zulan still do not understand the end of the summer of the scary, has been yelling that there is time for everyone to drink wine. As for baby, after all, only just met, and only her a woman, so the diameter back to the room. After exchanging feelings with the Balan brothers for a while, only then did Xiaomei sort of relax. Why do I always feel that baby has seen me? Could this be an illusion? 17 chapters holding hands. The next day, Xiaomei was woken up by the crew at 5 o'clock, because at 6 o'clock, they had to arrive at the Westlake Cultural Square on time, so it could be said that the recording had already begun by now. After changing into the blue teen uniforms, Summer's End came downstairs with a diameter. We have to hurry up, they are all ready to leave as well. Just after going downstairs, Xia Indi discovered that Baby and Chen Chi were already there waiting for themselves, and the one who was talking was also Baby. Perhaps because she got up too early, Baby was still in a state of veiled face, which also gave her a different feeling, more pure. Xia Mo also nodded. Then the three people walked out of the outside in diameter and sat on the car prepared by the crew. Now starting, these 9 people have long been divided into 3 groups, and each other also more than a hint of gunpowder flavor. In the car, Xia Mo and Chen Chi did in the front, while Baby was sitting in the back, although Xia Mo also wanted to go to the back, but after all, it has just begun, anxiousness is not a good thing. What do you guys think you will encounter in a while? Chen Chi drove the car while saying, this time the crew didn't reveal anything at all. In this regard, Baby is also a face of doubt. Xia Mo slightly smiled. These schedules are very clear, said, probably just some entertainment activities, but certainly not so simple is it? Cut. Baby also cannot help but cut a little, but that kind of naive expression is still exceptionally attractive. We must know that Baby is an exceptionally cheerful character of the girl. 3 people are also have a ride without a chat. Early in the morning on the road above does not appear to be congested. Very quickly a group of people came to the destination, and the end of the summer 3 people's car is also the last to arrive. From the car has clearly seen the other 6 people have been quickly towards another joint to run to. I rely on. Pid dat it? Chen Chi couldn't help but spit out a bit when he saw this, then he looked at his waist and was speechless. End of summer, let's hurry over there, we can't fall behind them. Let Chen Chi slowly chase after them. Well, Baby also said in a hurry. Said, not waiting for the 2 people to reply, quickly ran. Summer End is also helplessly shook his head. Even if the first to, so what, the first round they cannot pass. However, Summer End still quickly chased after them. Whoosh. In a blink of an eye Summer End disappeared in front of Chen Chi. Xia Mao. Are you Bolt? Chen Chi said with a dumbfounded face. And at this time, Summer End has long since caught up with Baby, but it seems that because of running too fast, Baby's breathing has been a little short of breath, and next to Summer End is also a little enjoyable. Baby every step, the bundled up hair will sway left and right, a light fragrance constantly wafted over. Baby, don't need to be in too much of a hurry, I guess they also need to wait for us before they can start. Generally running, Summer's End also spoke out. No. Can't. We must catch up. They. Baby talking are a little intermittent. I pull you. Summer's End diameter stretched out his hand. Seeing this scene, Baby also froze, eyes flashed a trace of a not-so-natural demeanor. Summer End is also some regret. When he was about to take back his hand, he suddenly felt a soft and smooth, greasy little hand appeared in his palm. Xiaomei did not go to look at Baby, the corner of the mouth flooded a trace of art, hand slightly force, the small hand firmly hold, then ran towards the front. Baby's face at this time is also a little red. This is a recording program, even if I am his fan. Forget it, just this once, well, the next time will not be an exception. The heart is still constantly sitting in the struggle, but Baby this next time not to make an exception seems to be a bit far-fetched. This time are there, in the future will only become more and more in-depth, and the end of the summer will not let the opportunity to be lost for nothing. With the help of Summer's End, the speed of the 2 people also increased a lot. A few moments later, the 2 people also followed the people in front to reach the destination. Wow. Xia Mao, what are you guys doing? At this time, Deng Chao then looked at the 2 people as if he had seen something that was hard for him to accept. Swish. When Baby saw Deng Chao's expression, he also subconsciously drew back his hand, and then he fiercely glared at Deng Chao. Brother Chao just wanted to run faster. Li Chen, on the other hand, was smarter and didn't say anything because he had already seen Xiaomo's eyes with a murderous aura. The square dance grandmothers also appeared in front of the crowd immediately afterward. Before seeing on TV, Xiaomei hadn't felt how, but when they were in their presence, they understood how spectacular this scene really was. But the song that was played wasn't Little Apple, but a song that Xiaomei hadn't heard before. It sounds just average, and Deng Chao, Li Chen and others are also high, which makes Xiaomei have a new idea. It looks like Little Apple, this divine song, can become my patent. And at this time Chen Chi is also late, but fortunately, because of the relationship between Xiaomei and Baby, he did not consume too much physical strength. Xiaomei slightly estimated, a moment if calculated. I'm afraid that their own side of the first round can be completed within 90 seconds of the White Snake Shiatsu board relay. Not a moment's effort. The music, the Amazons are also quick to take out the finger pressure plate began to set up, but at this time in addition to the end of the summer has not yet known what this is the case. This is. What is it going to be? Bao Qiang is also a face of dumbfounded, has been blinded by this sudden thing. I know. This is the finger pressure plate. Ma Crisp also droned delicately. Ha? Should it be so exaggerated? Can we wear socks? Deng Chao quickly shouted. In response to this, Xiaomo was laughing, now surprised. What is the use? When stepping on the time you will know what is called, the sour and cool, simply cannot stop. 18 chapters of the painful shiatsu board. Immediately after, the staff handed over the task card. Xiaomu took it in her hands and observed it with baby. As for Chen Chi had long since ceased to be within Xiaomu's consideration. Relay mode? It looks like it's hard. Baby also said softly, but because the distance between the two people is very close, blowing like orchids, Summer's End can only be so described. Nodding his head, Summer's End also said, looking at what's written above, the second stick should be the most suitable for you, baby. Well, I also feel so. Baby also smiled with a tacit understanding, and then looked to the side of Chen Chi, said, then how do you two distribute his waist? Slightly think about it. The end of Xia thought about it. The third stick words back Big Mom walk, although it looks scary, but our straight line, grit your teeth and stick to it, and the first stick not only to jump centaur, but also to jump rope. There is also a super strong finger pressure plate on top of the steps. I'm afraid that Chen Chi is very difficult to stick to it. Thinking of this, Xia Mo also said, I'll be the first baton, Chen Chi will be the last baton, I'll go back and accelerate as soon as possible, we'll try to finish it in the first time. Baby also nodded, and Chen Chi also flirted with a flirtatious toss of her hair, saying, the last baton is given to me, a genius, Xia Mo, you are really very good, hee hee. After the iconic series of long laughs, Chen Chi diameter was ignored by the two of them at Summer's End. Hey, Baoxiang, and you did not find Xia Mo and Baby seem to have some. Not far away, the Balan brothers were also leisurely wandering around, seemingly not worried at all, while Zulan was also aware of the situation on Summer's End side. Baoxiang shook his head somewhat dully and said, I don't feel how it is. Do Xiao next to him also shook his head along with him without knowing what was going on. Zulan. Okay, you've all read the task cards, assign yourselves the order, it must be completed within 90 seconds, the first team to complete it will get the first clue, now start. As the director's team broadcasted, Deng Chao's group was ready, while the Balan brothers were still pulling hate. Zulan shouted, Brother Chao, don't panic, there's still us if it hurts. Don't trust yourself, Brother Chao. Waiting here, Deng Chao also cried and laughed, but still turned his head to look at Xiaomao, which also made Xiaomao froze, and then Deng Chao also intentionally pretended to be cool and said, drinking, I'm not your rival, but I have to win this one, yeah. This kind of weird stuff made Xiaomei also laughed and said, Brother Chao, do you want to go drink after recording the program? Deng Chao, who was preparing to be active, when he heard this his feet were immediately soft, while looking at Xiaomu with some grudges. And at this time, although the time is relatively early, but the surrounding has gathered a lot of audience. Yeah. That person. It's Xiaomu, too handsome. God, ah. With a burst of screams, a few teenage girls made a nymphomaniac shape and kept shouting, which was unusually loud and made the members of the Brotherhood instantly attracted to it. The charm of the end of summer is really big. Chen Chi was somewhat speechless. The baby is also smiling and looking at Xiaomo. This Xiaomo did not have any expression. There is to time thick skin is also a necessary course, not to mention that so many women like themselves, and there is that man is not willing to. 3, 2, 1, start. As the whistle sounded, Deng Chao also rushed out in diameter, yeah. Almost the moment he ran, his facial expression was hideous, and that feeling could not be described in words at all. Look at Brother Chao, this expression is too painful. Chen Chi didn't forget to make up for it. Xiaomei also glanced at Chen Chi before saying quietly, you go up there and you'll know what it means to be in pain. And baby, to the two people's conversation is also some guffaw, beautiful big eyes inside some worry, finger is also slightly hard, looks slightly pale, obviously is worried about this matter. Baby, your second stick word should not have any problem, remember to keep the frequency on it. Summerand also spoke out. Baby nodded, Summerand's words still had some effect, at the very least it looked like she was already quite relaxed. With a genius like me here, we will definitely pass in one go. Chen Chi also said in a loud voice. Xiaomao rolled her eyes and said, you'd better mind your own problems, just don't drag us down when the time comes. Chen Chi had a bitter look on his face, while baby was also snickering on the side. After briefly studying the tactics, the three people's eyes also returned to the field again. This time Deng Chao had already gone up the steps and started jumping rope. His expression was still soulful, at the very least, in the view of Xiaomu, the degree of conversion of this expression of Deng Chao was already unrivaled. However, Deng Chao still gritted his teeth and insisted, and then quickly handed over the baton to Ma Crisp. Finally to Li Chen, the big black cow still played a huge power. When the fat big mom appeared on top of the track, almost everyone burst out laughing. End of summer, I'm going to run the first baton. At this time, Chen Chi simply shrugged it off, obviously he was worried about that old back of his. But was it useful? Summeran directly ignored it, and after Li Chen bit into the onion ring, the time had also exceeded by a few tens of seconds. The next group of Balan brothers plus Do Xiao looks like all men, seems to stand to advantage, but in addition to Baocheng has a base of martial arts and is very fast, the others will not be able to do it, especially Do Xiao. The first stick wasted a lot of time, in addition to the Zulan finally jumped on the bar, the height that makes people helpless, the time used is even longer than Deng Chao's group. We're here, but you have to work hard. If you really pass the first round, I'll treat you to dinner, Baby said as she walked towards the second batten's position, while looking at Xiamo. Chapter 19 Hidden Moves. Ah. Can you take me one ah? Chen Chi also weakly asked at this time. But the only thing that responded to him was just a blank stare from Baby, to which Summer's End also nodded and said, then it's a deal, but dinner is still my treat. Become a Crying Dog Company's artists, that one song existence has brought huge profits to the company, as the president of the Xiaosu, and how could it be bitter Xiamu it, now Xiamu not too big not small is also considered a rich person. Baby also smiled and nodded, but what they didn't know was that the eyes of the other two teams had already been placed on their side, especially Deng Chao and the Baolan brothers. The lewd meaning inside those eyes was quite obvious. Diameter took off his shoes and socks, and Summer's End tried to gently jump a few times. Hiss! An indescribable tingling sensation instantly attacked, with the slightest hint of pain, as if the nerves of the whole body were about to tighten together. Still really desperate my current physical ability is fully double than you guys, actually still so unbearable. Xiamo still admired the dedication of Deng Chao and the others. Xia Mao. Cheer up. Baby, who has already come to the second batten position, also shouted at this time. Summer's End, go for it. Summer's End, go for it. Seems to be driven up by the Baby general. Around the female audience also began to follow the crazy shouted up. That kind of scene is quite a kind of concert feeling. For a moment, this scene instantly became lively. Xiamu also waved his hand in the audience greetings, but this does not matter, these female fans scream even louder. Don't shout first, wait for us to pass the first time, everyone is coming. Summer's End also had no choice but to respond loudly. It seems that the idol gave a reply, these fans are still very excited, and also all did what Summer End said. The originally noisy environment instantly became quiet. 3, 2, 1. Start. With the sound of the whistle, Summer's End also flew out. As expected, the feeling of running was even more intense, but Summer's speed still did not slow down. Come on. Cheer up. The only person in the field is Baby, who is constantly shouting, but now no one has to pay attention to this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Because the end of the summer's speed is too fast, before there is Deng Chao and Do Xiaoxiao as a reference, in comparison, and the end of the summer is not even a grade. A blink of an eye, the end of the summer has come to the place of jumping centaurs, there is no pause, the diameter of the leap over, and jumped up to the height of the very high, every landing, let a person's heart cannot help but worry, after all, the higher the jump, fall down when the feeling of the more pain. The end of summer is also some depressed, this is completely no way of things, their physical ability to improve, in addition to the current full speed sprint, stab, cannot be very good control, want to jump low can also, but that need to let the speed slow down, this is not the end of the summer can be accepted things. And Lu Xiang's hurdles are a match, between the lightning and fire, Xiaomei diameter ran to the stairs above. The finger pressure plate here is completely different, the top of the convex, up more big, gritted his teeth Xiaomei continued to rush up. Wow! Summer End, you are too handsome, fast off. Our baby goddess at this time also completely forgot what reserve is, has long been shocked by the end of Xia, shouted out the words have long been not through the brain to think of what to say. But this kind of baby is also completely genuine, without that kind of pretense, I'm afraid this is her most attractive place. Quickly jumped up the steps, Xiaomei also quickly picked up the underground rope, this time because the speed is too fast, Xiaomei felt that his feet had been a little numb. Swish! Summer End's hands and feet completed the most perfect coordination, the speed of the jump was so fast that the rope was almost invisible. 1, 23. 4, 20. As baby counted quickly, Summer's End completed his movements, and then whirled around and picked up the baton again, running towards baby. Quickly Summer's End, in faster. Quickly. Babyface anxious look at the end of Xia, obviously her enthusiasm has been driven up by the end of Xia, completely immersed in the game, but this shouted words, how to listen to the people who have a heart to misunderstand, even if it is the end of Xia heard, feet are also a soft, goddess baby, we shouted when we cannot pay attention to the wording? 3 steps and 2 steps, the end of the summer is also ran to the side of the baby, impatient baby diameter outstretched small hand grabbed the baton in the hands of the end of the summer, but there is always in the middle of the time to touch. Soft feeling again came, Summer End is also feel the heart a swing, subconsciously stretched out a small finger, and baby soft palm gently scratched a bit. And at this moment, baby the whole person is also completely frozen, a current-like feeling flow changed her whole body, at this time, the pain brought by the finger pressure plate as if all disappeared in general, about 2 seconds later, baby only reacted. Just now that scene, the end of Xia did very stealthy, no one found it all, and these 2 seconds in the eyes of others, there is only one scene, is that baby grabbed the end of Xia's hand. Has not been loosened. Wow. Baby. Don't grab it, you have to hurry Chen Shi-chi was also somewhat powerless to spit at this time, half kneeling on the ground with a look of hatred. Swish a moment, baby's face was reddish, viciously white after the end of summer a glance, then whirled and quickly ran. Ah! Belonging to the goddess of the screams then resounded. Xiaomu also leisurely watched the scene, just although it is subconscious Sogo do, but see out baby obviously do not have the meaning of anger. 20 chapters of the bitter Chen Chi-chi. Before the two groups of people in this link, both used the same kind of way, exactly what Xiaomu told baby before. After all, two more people had already demonstrated it, and one of them, Bao Chang, was very fast with this way, which was inseparably related to one's body's flexibility and coordination, and baby clearly had a high level of talent at this point. The goddess screamed and kept running on top of the shiatsu board. Those snow-white toes were slightly twisted. Obviously that kind of pain is more difficult for women to accept. But fortunately, the second baton didn't need to run for a very long time, and in a moment's time, baby also arrived at the arch. Baby, cheers! Already finished. The end of the summer end is also leisurely. See goddess to participate in this kind of game is also very interesting. At least baby constantly twisting the body will always let a person some strange association. Go for it. Cheer up. After all, it is baby. Just a moment, a large number of people began to shout, which also includes Deng Xiaobalan brothers and others, and just now in Xiaomei running, but there is no such treatment, to which Xiaomei also cannot help but pan a blank stare. It seems that because of Xiaoma's reason, baby and Chen Shixi's eyes are different. After all, Xiaomo is too fast. They also have that kind of urgency in their hearts. Baby's resistance is very strong, at least in Xiaoma's opinion. Baby's speed is only a little worse than Bao Shang, to be much faster than Ma Chong. Xiaomei heart is also estimated, just ran the first stick, use up the time in about 20 seconds, and the regulation time is 90 seconds. According to baby's speed 40 seconds is enough to pass the remaining 30 seconds, unless Chen Shichi really is a pig, or else will not make a mistake. Leaving the original place, summer end is also towards the direction of baby running. This time baby has passed the small arch, in front of only 3 jumping rails exist. Baby, there is no need to rush, take your time, there is enough time. The face is still very serious, even say some small confused baby heard the words of Xiaomo, the face suddenly relaxed some. The afterglow is also looked at Xiaomo, which contains a trace of shyness and anger, obviously just happened, baby did not forget. Summer end also pretended not to see. This kind of time to pretend to be confused is the best way. Learning from Ma Crisp's posture from before, baby also kept turning around, and quickly crossed the 3 jumping hurdles, handing the baton over to Chen Shichi's hands. Temporary task release, complete the task within the specified time in the first round, rewarded with 30 omnipotence points. Hearing this, Summer's End was also stunned, and then his heart was a little depressed. This task is really temporary. The beginning does not say, it has to be said at this time. 30 omnipotence points is already quite a lot. Summer's End is also a bright spot. Yeah! This time to get the baton Chen Shichi is also hilarious. Open mouth shouted loudly. At the same time the body is also a rapid start. Chen Shichi this looks is very cheap, in addition to that kind of pain to make his expression constantly changing, as if in some sitcom general, let a person cannot help but laugh. However, not yet waiting for Chen Shichi to run out much farther, a fat AMA is also once again blocking the road. Chen Shichi turned his head with a face of dumbfounded and looked at the end of Xia and baby 2 people, a face of misery phase. What are you still frozen? Xia Indi instantly felt the forehead veins jumping. If not passed, do not say dinner, I will find you drink for a week in a row. Too ruthless, right? Chen Shichi's face instantly changed drastically, and then with a sharp turn, he shouted at the fat ama, come on. This scene, if changed to another environment, will be a scene. The picture is too beautiful not dare to think. This task, summer end is imperative, if you cannot complete, not to mention a week of drinking, as long as the future to see Chen Shichi, summer end does not drink him to hold the toilet sleep strange. From the back, that fat ama's size obviously exceeds Chen Shichi's by quite a bit, but also hard enough for him. Step by step, the devil's pace. It could be a good description of Chen Shichi's situation at the moment. Every step he took he needed to shout out. This scene also made the surrounding audience instantly laugh, knowing that Chen Shichi was originally a harmonic star, and being funny was also his vocation. Steady, don't be in a hurry. Baby and Xiaomu 2 people are also accompanied by the side. See Chen Shichi's painful appearance. Baby is also hastily said, this is related to their group can be the first to get the clues of the key. Summer's End was also followed by saying, there is still plenty of time. 2 people's words are still very useful. Chen Shichi gritted his teeth and insisted, with the passage of time still came to the last step. Quickly put down the fat AMA, Chen Shichi did not have the slightest hesitation, and jumped up in diameter. With his height certainly does not need to be the same as Zulan, very easily grabbed the bar, seems to be the end of summer and baby stimulated Chen Shichi, a probe, a hit, onion rings were ruthlessly bitten in his mouth. This also means that the 3 people's relay race has been completed, and the side of the Balan brothers and Deng Chao and others have long been dumbfounded. After all, this series of relay, the end of Xiao's group of people have overplayed, especially Xiao's end, which can no longer be explained by overplaying. Especially Deng Chao and Do Xiaoxiao, these 2 people are the same as Xiao Mao, how long the first stick takes, and that kind of pain they know better than anyone else. Li Chen, why do I feel that Xiao Mate's body is even better than yours? Deng Chao said quietly, but how inside the tone of voice or a little bit of a faint feeling of grudge. They must have passed it once, this is too fast, let's study how to go over, otherwise it will be bad if we don't have clues. Li Chen simply ignored Deng Chao's grudge. Congratulations to the blue team for passing, time. 82 seconds. Chapter 21 Clues in hand. This 82 seconds was a very fast time. The other two teams in the first round had exceeded the required time by dozens of seconds. This kind of gap was really big. Oh my god, they really passed. Deng Chao shook his head with a helpless face and said, this Xiaomu is too inhuman, even if drinking is so powerful, this kind of physical activity is also so bull. Next to him, Li Chen also nodded his head with a deep understanding, the same he also had a deep understanding. Zulan also eyes bright, this finger pressure plate pain but made him a little crazy, at this time also opened his mouth to ask, since they have passed, we admit defeat, is it possible to continue to carry on? When these words came out, the eyes of the two teams all looked toward the director not far away, this finger pressure plate has indeed become the pain in their hearts and bodies above. The blue team could go to the next mission location, the other two teams continued the second round until they passed. But obviously, the director didn't let them off so easily. Aha! See, Arimato Genius did pass in the first round. Chen Chi-Chi on the side shouted somewhat loudly and arrogantly. Well, don't bull, if it wasn't for the end of summer we would have had to go to the next round. Baby also said without mercy, hurry up and go, but we have to be ahead all the time. After saying that, Baby also gave Xiaomo a look, Xiaomo is also a slight smile, looks like Baby has temporarily forget the things just now, Xiaomo also happy to be so. The two people are also towards the direction of the parking lot ran and was struck by the Chen Chi-Chi is also a face of bitterness to follow up, at this time he cannot help but mutter in a small voice, what with what, how to look at the end of the summer and Baby two people have a tacit understanding, put me in this genius in the end of the world. But this is only a moment, a few seconds later, Chen Chi-Chi is also once again issued a signature laugh, well. Heh, hugging the thigh is not bad. This cheap scene although not by the end of the summer and Baby to see, but this is the recording site, I do not know the national audience to see after what will be thought. Three people a small run to the parking lot, here already have staff waiting. After opening the password box handed over from the other side, the three people also obtained the first clue. In the 12 zodiac signs, the order of the snake. The first one to get a clue was often shallow and easy to understand, the second one would require a bit of thinking to understand, and it was even easier to fall into a misunderstanding, while the third one didn't have any more clues. Well, the clues are already known, let's hurry up and get going. Baby also said with a leaping face. However, after saying that, Baby still subconsciously glanced at Summer's End, completely ignoring Chen Chi-Chi, to which Summer's End also nodded. Three people sat in the car, before the time to come as Chen Chi-Chi drive the car, this time of course rightfully still him, the only change is Xiaoma's position, before Xiaomo sat in the passenger seat, and this time Xiaomo was also cheeky to the back seat. Just get on the car, the original has not yet subsided from the excitement of the Baby is also quiet, because Xiaomo is sitting on her side. Even if she is already familiar with it, but she has just been scratched by Xiaomo, and now she is sitting in a row, although there is still a distance in between, but Baby subconsciously has some panic in her heart, she is not a small child, she has not tried on emotional things, and she has also seen how other people are like. This kind of small action, already can completely show that the other party is interested in their own, of course, Baby also understand, but she cannot think of why it will be so fast, could this be the so-called love at first sight? Well, let's rush to the next stop of the Vantage Hotel first. Summer's End also opened her mouth and said. Hearing Xiaomo's words, Chen Chi-Chi's gaze was suddenly a little different, Vantage Point Hotel, heh. If it is more than eating, I can top 6 of them alone. Don't talk about this. This is not an appetizer king competition. Xiaomei also rolled his eyes and said, it is better to study the following plan. Plan? We don't know what will happen next, how can we plan? At this time, Baby also interjected. Cheerful character, destined Baby will not be silent for too long, and the idea in her heart is also very simple. From the beginning in the recording studio inside eavesdropping on the end of the summer singing, she found that she does not have any antipathy to this man, and even with a hint of admiration, or else just now the matter will not be easily unveiled. You guys think, we're going to the Vantage Point Hotel, what kind of program can we have here? Summer's End was also slowly luring the two people. Eat. Chen Chi-Chi still responded with a flirtatious face. This also makes the end of the summer is very helpless, this cheap man also claimed to be a genius but the end of the summer does not explain for Chen Chi-Chi, but also to explain the situation for the princess Baby, paused for a moment, the end of the summer is also continue to say, and eat has a relationship is right there, but certainly not more than who eats, a moment we remember to observe more on the right, be careful to fall into the director's team's traps. This is true, just by the finger pressure plate made my feet are still painful, if you get some hidden clues, it is really easy to overlook. Baby is also thought deeply nodded. After all, the situation of the three people in the car has been recorded, Summer's End has no way to explain, remind a little can be, when the time comes to remember it yourself. After fixing everything, the man Chen Chi-Chi also opened the music radio station. Who knows where to go? Just after opening it, the song belonging to Summer's End came out from it. Is there any mistake? Chen Chi immediately shouted out loudly, "Isn't this the Running Brothers? Prepare for summer's end song. Is this a concert?" Puffing. Listening to Chen Chi said interesting, baby also cannot help but laugh out, but in the heart is thinking, exists? It seems to have heard dozens of times. Or say hundreds of times. Or maybe it has been in a single song cycle these days? Chapter 22 The Treacherous Directing Team. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 30 omnipotence points. At this time, the system's beep also sounded, to which Summer's End was a little excited. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Baby and Chen Chi has been completely engrossed in their own songs. Xia Emo is also leisurely in the system talk up. This kind of task is still there, it is best to get out a few more. The last exchange of that super strong gene enhancer has already let the end of summer tasted the sweetness. This physical ability to double all aspects, this is in this world is simply impossible to happen things. Random tasks could only appear at certain times, but as long as the host kept getting ahead in Running Man, the number of times the tasks appeared would also become frequent. The system also gave an explanation. After hearing this, Xiaoma's eyes also flashed a trace of essence. Originally to participate in this Running Man, Xiaomo just wanted to fix Princess Baby and also to enhance the popularity, but now it looks like it must be a little bit of a struggle. Now this time, Hangzhou's road conditions have been slightly congested. The three people traveled for about half an hour or so before arriving at the mission location. Dimension View. Hotel, should be here. Chen Chi this time is also the car parked on the side. After the three people got off the car, Xiaomao also saw a building. The four big words of the Vantage Point Hotel were in the most conspicuous place. It's really a tycoon hotel, but I also have to say that this Running Man crew is really generous. I say Chen Chi, you cannot forget the words of the end of the summer, don't see the food will forget everything. Baby this time is also a small voice muttered. In response, Chen Chi also flirtatiously raised his eyebrows and said, "This is of course, I'm a genius, of course I won't be mesmerized by food, but baby, how do I always feel that you and Xiaomu?" Ha! Shut up! Chen Chi's face with a cheap smile made baby's heart also a little flustered, and hurriedly chided. Hearing this, Xiaomo also gave Chen Chi an appreciative look. At this time Xiaomo can't interject into it, or else if baby is annoyed, he himself will be at a disadvantage, but there is Chen Chi as a special factor here, it's also good for himself. Sure enough, after seeing Xiaomu's appreciative eyes, Chen Chibi's cheap smile became even more pronounced, and his eyebrows were also raised as if to say, "See what I did well, right?" The cruise receptionists were already waiting here, and Xiaomo and the other three walked into the hotel with a diameter. The blue team needed to wait for the other two teams before they could proceed to the next segment. In the middle of the hotel's lobby, the cruise personnel also stopped the three people. "Looks like there must be something fishy up there, otherwise why don't they let us go up?" Baby also whispered with a mysterious face. The three people also came to the side of the sofa. For baby words, Summer End is also whispered, "Remember what I said can be, the other wait and see what happens." The two people also nodded, signaling that they knew. Then the three people leisurely rested. After all, they woke up at around 5 in the morning. In addition to the physical activities that they had just carried out, after this sitting down, tiredness also swept over. But fortunately, seems to be because of the end of summer this team once through the reason. The other two pairs are also stimulated, did not wait too long. The two teams are also successively came here, and the three people in the cruise arrangements is also the first to take the elevator to the top floor. Several beautiful waitresses were already waiting here. A lot of Miss Manners and very beautiful. Baby is also a little excited to say. But this seems to be really useful again, at least Chen Chi's eyes began to sneak a glance up, but more hidden is it. Three people went to their seats and sat down. The end of summer also turned his head to look at the huge cloth behind him. The corner of his mouth also spread a trace of curvature, a moment of beautiful waitresses, and then served. In addition to the sudden appearance of the swimming pool, this series of things, if not known in advance, I am afraid that no one can remember the order of all the dishes. Finally catching up, I say Summer's End, your speed is also too fast, right? Li Chen, who was sitting in the position next to Xiaomu and the others, also said with a helpless face. Li Chen had a kind of naive feeling, but this made people feel friendly and easier to approach. "We are the last group, after all, you guys have run first, there is always experience after watching." This kind of answer from Xiaomei is not any fault, indeed it is also true. After absorbing the experience of the first two groups, baby's speed is obviously a lot faster. In addition to the threat of Xiaomei, Chen Chi is also a lot faster, otherwise Xiaomei is even faster. I'm afraid that it is not so easy to pass. And at this time, the last Balan brothers and Do Shao are also seated and ready. Alright, all three groups have arrived, what's next? We've prepared a mealtime for everyone. Upon hearing the words of the director team, several people's eyes instantly lit up, especially Zulan, even more exaggerated face shouted, "Oh my god, finally dining time, I have not eaten breakfast," but also constantly jumping. For Zulan this is too much resentment, because until the end, the director group did not lower the bar. This is Zulan heart forever pain. Okay, then please invite our beautiful waiter to serve the food. Just received a crowd of beautiful women at this time is also carrying a tray walked up. A cheongsam makes them look graceful, in conjunction with a sweet smile. It is indeed very easy to attract people's eyes, at least in the end of the summer under the observation of a few people men are more or less attracted to the past, even if it is the side of the Chen Shichi is also the same. Summers sat in the middle, this time also slightly touched two people with his arm. When two people looked over, Summers also handed over a look. Two people instantly understood in seconds. 23 Chapter New Selective Task. Chen Shichi had just detached herself from the beauty's allure, and was still a little dizzy, but Baby wouldn't be so, and after getting tips from Summer's end, Baby also began to pay attention to all kinds of details. The beautiful waitress came in front of the three people's table, and immediately began to take down the dishes placed on it from the top of the tray. Xiaoma's eyes just scanned for a while, and roughly remembered the order of the dishes, while Baby obviously has not realized this. After all, this is too much of a different way, but she is still looking at the dishes, but Xiaomo is from her eyes saw a trace of. In this regard Xiaomo was also a little helpless, but it was also because of this that Baby appeared even more adorable. Finally want to eat, don't worry Xiaoyan, I already know what to compare, is not a short time I'll eat them all? Don't worry guys, this time we're going to be number one again. Chen Chi also said with an expectant face. Eat, just know how to eat. Summerand also couldn't help but spit out, this Chen Shichi's idea was too strange. The beautiful waitress also seemed to see the two people muttering something, this time is also to Xiaomu's sweet smile, watery big eyes as if it can talk. This scene also fell in the eyes of Baby, do not know how. Baby suddenly feels some discomfort in the heart. Immediately Diameter turned his head to look at the end of the summer, and at this time the end of the summer seems to have a premonition in general, and the Baby came to a confrontation. The eyes are also very tender. Seeing this scene, Baby is also laughed, very has a subtle flirtatious, charming flavor. Looks like reminding them is also useless, still have to rely on myself. Summerend was also a little helpless, but what just happened is what made Summerend a little depressed. Fortunately, his eyes have been paying attention to Baby, otherwise this could not to cultivate a good feeling. I'm afraid it will be greatly reduced. This time to maintain the relationship is the most important, and both sides of the bond is also the most fragile, accidentally broken. Baoqiang, wow. Looks so appetizing ah. Zulan, hurry up and get started, I can't wait a bit. Li Chen, hey. Beauty, can we get another plate of this dongpa pork? This food effort, a group of people have been a little messed up, this is still those TV stars? They are just a bunch of weirdos, but this program is also designed to show the real side of the stars. Well, before we start eating. Without waiting for a few people to move the chopsticks, the director's team also spoke again, there is also a task to be released. What is it? Hearing this, the originally excited crowd also instantly stiffened, while Baby and Chen Shishi also glanced at the end of the summer. Baby was like a child who had gotten some secret, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, while Chen Shishi instead raised his eyebrows in a signature manner. What is it? You then quickly say ah. Captain Deng Chao was also a bit unable to hold back at this time. Wow! The next moment, the huge cloth behind several people also instantly slid down. This loud sound also made all the people turn back, including Xiaomei also. A huge swimming pool appeared in front of everyone, and the nearest place, neatly placed 6 spring chairs. Phew, Baby gently patted his chest and said, what is this going to do? Scared me. Yeah, what the hell is this? Are we still allowed to eat? Zulan's eyes were already emitting a ghostly green light, as if the next moment he would directly transform into a wolf and tear these crew members who were preventing him from eating into pieces. What does this have to do with eating? Deng Chao also stood up and asked out with some doubt. Summerend was also snickering in his heart, these people had been completely dumbfounded. Summerend also spoke leisurely, it's not for us to sit on this and eat, is it? A joke is just a sentence. Summerand is also in order to make the atmosphere more high. The program is recording. Summerand must be involved in it, so as to have a sense of existence, so that more people like themselves. Just such a small words only, not far away. Baosheng actually some believe it, gave a Summerand, you smart look after, reach out to want to go to break the plate of spring pancakes. See the meaning of really want to sit on the top of the spring chair to eat the intention. How did I not say is eating while jumping? Summerand heart is also some bad taste thought. But fortunately the director group did not let Bao Xiang make such a strange thing, but also explained the situation, this way. Each group of you draw 2 people to sit on the chair. What? Is this going to pop out? Chen Chi is also a face of panic, after all, his old waist. This time, he is afraid that he will not be able to get up. This pool is 1 meter 6 deep and shallow, completely sufficient. The director team also said again. What? 1 meter 6 ah? Zulan's face instantly turned into an embarrassed look and immediately shouted, I'm not even 1 meter 6, this is not a joke? Baoqiang, we too are not short. Really not short. Puffing. Baby instantly laughed and sprayed, the body is also constantly trembling, but because of this action also let the distance between her and the end of the summer closer. The end of the summer can clearly smell a wisp of elegant aroma. After a short period of laughter, the 3 people are also discussed. Chen Chi that waist problem is definitely cannot go, only Xiaomo and Baby 2 people. Diameter sat on the top, Summerand is also and Baby looked at each other. Chen Chi, in the end you have no grasp. Baby is also some depressed said. The end of the summer is also followed by said, a moment there is any situation, remember to listen to me, or you know. And answered Xiame and baby only a grudging eyes, which also let the two people is very speechless, but Xiame to this time is also more concerned about, because the system again issued a task. Choose the task, 1 and baby into the water together and assist baby in the water, successful reward omnipotence points 20 points, baby favorability increase 5. 2. One-time success, get 50 omnipotence points. Chapter 24 The Problem of Good Sense. But this wasn't what surprised Summer's End the most, it was the information posted below the system. Favorability score opened, object baby, current favorability 40 is a fan of yours, use love songs to impress her, maybe this way the favorability will be raised to a bursting point. This is the most valued thing of the end of the summer, as the name suggests, this good sense does not need more explanation, and the good sense of how much, but also allows the end of the summer to grasp each other's heart, this is completely in cheating, good sense is not enough, you go to courtship, which is undoubtedly in the suicide, and the good sense is enough, and you did not pay attention to the, then it will also hurt the other party's heart. The end of summer is also distracted in the study of this new appearance of goodwill, the system has given a more pertinent explanation. Good sense 130 is the most basic, 30 points of good sense has been considered a good friendship. And goodwill 40-60 is another standard, do not look down on that area of 10 points of goodwill, has been enough to let the other side have feelings, sublimated to another level. You have to know that this is the real world, and not the ancient kind of what the man and woman, Allah shocked the world and crying God, good sense to reach 70100, that can be said to be able to go to death for each other, so the end of the summer is now a little bit of excitement. In accordance with the system, the end of the summer compared, most of the current lovers' good sense is only in the 40-60 between only, reach 60 points basically can be said to be confession will be successful. As for the next level, then only need to slowly cultivate, day by day will continue to improve. This selective task is really depressing, there is a give and take, the end of the summer is not hesitant people, the diameter of the first choice, 5 points of baby's good feelings for the current summer is the most important. Obviously Shama's words, for Chen Chi has played a certain role. Summer's End also turned to look at baby, since he chose the first task, then he had to fall in the water to be able to do it, otherwise how can he complete it? Baby, let's not put too much pressure on Chen Chi, doesn't he always say he's a genius? There should be no problem. Sitting on the spring chair, Xiaomu also leisurely chatted with baby. Baby also laughed in a low voice and said in a whirlwind, you still really believe but I don't want to fall. Okay, now you 3 groups of people come up to get your mission cards. The two people's conversation also fell into the ears of Chen Chi, but had this time need to go to get the task card, or else here the end of Xia said he was a genius, do not know how to fool around. Chen Chi, Ma Crisp, and Do Xiao returned to their seats again after getting back the mission card, but after they opened it and looked at it, their faces instantly became a miserable green. Holy! Is this a pitfall? Chen Chi jumped up at once. While Ma Crisp on the side had a bitter smile on his face, Do Xiao looked back at the Balan brothers, the look was already obvious, you brothers fend for yourselves, going to take a shower is not bad. Chen Chi, quickly tell us, what exactly is the mission? Seeing the appearance of the 3 people, baby was also a little worried and asked in a hurry. Let me clip the dishes in the order that the waiter serves them. If it's wrong. You know. Chen Chi said with a face. At this time, baby is also a flowery face, quickly looked to the side of the Summer End, with a hint of expectation said, Summer End do you remember? Our baby goddess actually began to cute, this is the program recording to now for the first time, and the object is precisely the end of Xia. This scene let the surrounding several men all look flabbergasted, baby not only beautiful but also will be pampered, I'm afraid that a man will be attracted to the past, and as the protagonist of the end of the summer is even more difficult to resist, so that the charm of the baby is too big. Slightly shook his head, Summer End is also responded, this is also too strong, although I know that there must be catnip, but this meaning is already very obvious. After hearing this, baby also sighed, then once again looked viciously at Chen Chi, obviously in the middle of a threat. In order to that 5 points of goodwill, Xiama also had to disobey, and Xiama also need to exercise, as a man, cannot be led by the nose by a woman, even if it is baby cannot, at the very least, Xiama to say what is what can be, so enhance the goodwill appears to be imminent. Good, then we start now, the blue team is the first to arrive, then start with the blue team first. Oh. Air. He. Chen Chi also dryly laughed, carefully glanced at the end of Xia and baby 2 people after picking up a spring pancake, holding Chopstick's hand, obviously can be seen already trembling. That. Brother Mao, what should the first one clip? Puffing. After hearing Chen Chi's address to Xiaomo, everyone including the director's team burst out laughing, knowing that Chen Chi was older than Xiaomo, but this also let people know that this was now tense to the extreme in his heart. In response, Xiaomao was also ahead of black lines, but still forcefully replied, don't have too much pressure, try it first. It seems that Xiaomu's words on Chen Chi played a role, his face instantly looked a lot better, picked up the chopsticks diameter clamped up the lotus root slices, really before Xiaomu's words still played a role, he still has a little bit of impression, the first is not wrong. However, this second let Xiaomao egg pain, diameter clip a few shrimp on the top. Apparently he has begun to like to eat what, put what. The third is dongpa meat. See here, Xiaomao has been unable to look straight. The other groups of people are also leisurely looking at this side, not to them, they are happy to watch the fun. Deng Chao is also pulling the hate from time to time, said, Shen Chi Chi, it's time to add chili oil. No, I feel it should be savory. Li Chen's serious look makes people even more helpless. 25 chapters of that moment of amazement. But fortunately, the Balan brothers seem to still be struggling with the 1m6 issue and didn't get involved. Ha! After another burst of cheap laughs, Shin Chi also took care of a spring pancake, holding it in his hands with a face of intoxication, turned his head to look at the end of the summer and baby, said, that I started oh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on the body. With Chun Chi taking a bite, Xia Mao was also ready. 1 second, 2 seconds, just when everyone thought that Chen Chi was right, the spring chair suddenly vacated. Ah! Goddess baby's scream finally appeared. A huge force, so that baby and Summer End quickly flew toward the back, fluttering sound, 2 people diameter fell into the water. Early has been prepared for the Summer End just fell into the water, the body immediately flipped over, and did not suffer much, and in the water of the Summer End is also always pay attention to the side of the baby. At this time the baby goddess just fell into the water, pretty face with a trace of shock above, and hands are also constantly waving. This is completely subconscious action. The end of the summer is also a slight smile, and then also is to explore over the body. Flustered baby suddenly found that a pair of strong arms to hold their own. Without thinking, baby quickly grabbed the other side, and then stabilized the figure. After standing steady, baby is also instantly out of the water. To baby's height, 1m6 is obviously not too big a problem. And baby out of the water, is also shocked, colorful to all, that instant beauty is enough to burst. Small hand quickly wiped the water droplets on the face. Baby is also turned to look at the side. When found the side of the person holding their own is exactly the end of the summer, baby's face is also a trace of shyness. Looks like she seems to think of just in the water, the end of the summer to hold her things. Out of the water, the end of the summer is also loosened the arm, but still supporting baby. At this time after a water, Deng Chao also cannot help but shouted, the end of the summer ah, you are a hero to save the beauty ah. Bull, it should be the god of wine to save the beauty. Li Chen also did not forget to make up on the side. In response, Xiaomu also played the characteristics of thick skin, not caring, said, there is this kind of opportunity, of course, to grasp it. Oh. After Xiaomao's words were said, almost everyone started to coo, but it made the atmosphere more active. Even including Chen Chi this has also joined the ranks of the coaxing, a face of obscene smile he seems not at all embarrassed just to do things, but a face of inviting credit looking at the end of the summer, as if to say, I'm in to help you, you should how to thank me? And the crowd's coaxing also let baby some can't bear it, gently struggled away from Xiaomu's arm after, elegantly swim toward the shore. Xiaomu also did not care about this baby character although cheerful, but there are also thin skin times. Congratulations to the host, task completed, gained 20 omnipotence points, baby favorability increased by 5, currently 45 confession success rate 60. Hearing the system's beeps, Summer End's heart was also a little excited. The success rate of 60 is not low, after all, chasing a girl does not have 100% certainty, but with the system Xiaomu has this confidence. After thinking about it, Xiaomu will not be in a hurry to confess, there is still a 40% chance of not succeeding. In the other hand, if the confession is unsuccessful, the second time is always going to be affected by some, and to do the best, Xiaomu has its own ambitions, such as a good sense of 70 or more. It is not likely that baby will take the initiative to come to a woman chasing a man to throw himself into the arms of a play, that is the most exciting. After the 2 people climbed onto the shore, the crew also handed over towels and other items. After the physical ability has been strengthened, the end of Xia's body immunity has also risen a lot. This situation is simply impossible to get sick. After a simple wipe, baby and Summer and 2 people are also once again sat on top of the spring chair. Shen Chi. If you are wrong next time, I will definitely want you to look good. Looking at a face of cheap smile Chen Chi, baby is also gritted teeth said, after all, it is the morning, fell into the pool inside or some small chill. In this regard, Shen Chi is also a face of bitterness look at Xiaomu, want to let Xiaomu to help him speak. In this regard, Xiaomu is also open to say, the next time listen to my command, I'll let you clip what, or else you will jump down on your own. Little end. He, I absolutely listen to you. Shen Chi gave Xiaomao a reassuring look, but that look how windy, flirty. And at this time is also Ting Chao in their group, and Shen Chi is different. Ma crisp this chick seems to be completely unimpressed, holding spring pancakes, chopsticks in hand constantly moving, a face of anxiety. Ma crisp, don't be anxious, take your time, it's okay. Deng Chao also comforted at this time. Thinking of the scene just now when this group of people were up in arms, Xiaomei also laughed and said, Brother Chao, the weather is too hot, you also go down to cool off, you will absolutely like it. Ahem, how can it be? Deng Chao first had a dry laugh and then said, our group will definitely pass it once. Do Xiao, did you memorize the order of Chen Chi just now? Yes, Do Xiao, you are remembering Ma crisps this time, then we will synthesize it. On the other side, the Balan brothers are also constantly passing on the Do Xiao tips, which is completely playing with fire, and Summer's End is also very helpless about it. Both sides are wrong, after synthesizing. This TM could be right? However, under Deng Chao's words, Ma Crisp is also a lot of ease. Chopsticks finally moved. The first choice is still lotus root slices, which is actually not difficult. After all, they have been looking forward to the food for a long time before. The first on the dish will of course more or less have a certain impression. Chapter 26, a song triggered an incident. But the second one, I don't know if it's because Ma Crisp is a woman who was more careful, but she actually pinched towards the dongpa pork. In this regard, Xiaomei is also not much of an opinion. A total of 7 order it, the second right and how. Because of the addition of the end of Xia, some small details seem to have undergone a relatively large change. As expected, not out of the end of Xia expected, the third horse crispy clamped the shrimp. This result has been doomed. Who's whispering? Love me never change. Xia Mo mood is also exceptionally comfortable. Participate in this program and the progress between and baby, let Xia Mo so many years of depression swept away. Almost subconsciously, Xia Indi sang in a low voice, and under the ability of the soul singer, the song instantly attracted everyone's attention. Summer's End. What kind of song is this? Too good to listen to. Baby, who was beside Summer's End, was also the first to react at this time, and randomly Baby subconsciously mimicked it. Love me never changes. The song is a great example of how to make the most of your time and money. The first time I've ever seen this, I've seen it in my life. This time the uproar group once again opened fire. Baby immediately after the imitation of this sentence was nothing important on the important in the lyrics above, the two people a person to come a sentence. The crowd also understand that this is completely subconscious behavior, but the entertainment is the main, of course, they will not let go of this opportunity. But this is also indirectly to help the end of the summer. Ah. You gang of people, goddess Baby finally went berserk. In this regard, Xiaomo also completely froze. This is just a subconscious behavior, to know that this is Hangzhou, and so close to the West Lake, this classic of the previous life, almost everyone knows, but Xiaomo forgot, inside this world, this song has not been interviewed yet. Well. Deng Chao also came out in a hurry and said, Xiaomo, what is this song? Can you finish singing it? The earliest time to know Xiaomu, Deng Zhao is know that one exists, he also very like to listen to, but he also understand the singing world, rely on a song can always read people almost does not exist, just Xiaomu's one line of singing also let him instantly fall into it. After Deng Chao's words, Li Chen Bao Lan brothers and others also put their eyes on Xiaomao, even the director's team not far away did the same. This is a recording program, okay? Summer End Heart exceptionally helpless, but at this time can only respond, this song is I just original out, Hangzhou here is too beautiful, cannot help it. Do you still want people to live? Yes, so simple to get out, small end of the end you are not a person Xiaomu's explanation also let these people riot again. Xiaomu also can only so explain, is it to say that he is crossing over? These songs that haven't appeared before are Summer End's greatest asset. Although this world does not have this song, but the White Snake legend does exist, but it is a novel, and the novel said, there is no White Lady legend to make so fantastic, just a very simple story, which is to let the end of the summer has a hint of inspiration, and want to create an entertainment empire in the future, film and television this piece is indispensable. Okay, don't continue, Ma Crisp continue the mission. Not far away from the director's team at this time and time to stop, this director obviously also seen a big scene, face although there is reluctance, but still know the priorities. Cut. The crowd was instantly a little depressed, the recording of the program they also know, and did not say anything more. And Ma Crisp at this time is also completely stupid, droll, said Deng Chao. After listening to Summer's End song, I don't seem to remember anything. Deng Chao and Li Chen's expression instantly looked good, and then they swiped their gazes to Xia Mao in unison. Xia Mao, you're doing this on purpose, you're definitely doing this on purpose. With regard to the two people's duties, Xia Indi could only shrug helplessly, but it looked like this effect was really good. Baby is also on the side of the sneaky smile, as if a small fox general, not only beautiful but also cute, gave Xiaomo an appreciative look after. Baby is also softly said, but there is no sound to come out. However, this does not seem to be a problem for Xiaomu. Baby's mouth is obviously saying, after the program recording, she wants to be the first to listen. In response, Summer's End also gave a slight nod, and seeing this, Baby was satisfied before she turned her head away and continued to observe Ma Crisp's movements. Most of the gazes at this time were stuck on Ma Crisp, and no one cared too much about the covert movements between Summer's End and Baby at all. The third has already clamped the wrong, Ma Crisp how hard it cannot. Very quickly Ma Crisp has also rolled up the spring pancake, a face of confidence, said, alright, I estimate that it should not be wrong, you guys absolutely fall not down. Well. We believe you. Deng Chao and Li Chen looked at each other and said with some breathlessness, how to look at them is mostly perfunctory. After saying that, the two people's bodies were also tense, ready for sudden situations. After all, this was different from the next round, the result could only be known after all the clips were finished, which didn't give much time to prepare. After Ma Crisp took the first bite, the spring chair directly bounced the two people out with almost no pause. You tricked. In the sky, Deng Chao also shouted angrily, how that voice sounded a bit ghostly. Just now, although Xiaomei and Baby were bounced out, but there was still time to buffer. Deng Chao two people simply did not expect this time actually so fast. Waiting for the two people to fall into the water, Xiaomei only saw the director talking to himself. Let you guys have preparation is strange. This director is also an oddball. Xiaomei Hard is also have some preparation. Don't later in the program in the gutter, or be careful. 27 chapters all fall into the water. After a while, the two people are also depressed again sat on top of the spring chair. And at this time the next group is also started, but obviously can be seen, Dojo's face are a little green, because he simply do not have any impression. That. I started. Trembling hands began to quickly clip the food. Seeing this scene, Bao Chang and Zhu Lan also looked at each other, all ready to fly out. This Do Xiao is obviously bluffing well. Very quickly, he also fixed the spring pancake. I am so nervous. But this has been ignored by Zhu Lan. Leisurely Zhu Lan at this time is also a V-shaped gesture. This fall into the water posture is indeed exceptionally soulful. With Du Xiao biting down the first bite after, the Baolan brothers also flew out instantly. Okay, the first round is over, the following starts the second round. The director team waited for the three groups of people to be ready again before they began to say, this time is different from the previous round, as long as you clip the wrong dish, it will directly pop out. The director said, this time is different from the last round. A crowd of people also completely dumbfounded. This obviously need to slowly try to come, wrong one will have to fall into the water again, especially Baolan brothers. Look at Dojo's gaze already with a faint murderous aura, to know the beginning of the second round, but their group was the first to come first. Bao Qiang. Zulan, why don't we switch places? The other side of the Summer N and Baby are also laughing unusually happy. This Dojo's expression is if they are going to cry out in general. Summer End, or else in a while you go to try to see, Baby at this time is also whispered, big deal I jumped down twice well. Selling cute, pampered and now female, Xiaomo to Baby this 100 years which character is also exceptionally like, so as not to feel boring, Xiaomo slightly shook his head, smiled and said, rest assured, this time there is absolutely no problem, there are their first two groups to try, if, to us here I have a full grasp of the situation. Yay! Great! Baby's eyes were cool, she didn't want to fall into the water again, and the eyes that looked at Xiaomei also had more than a hint of light. On the other hand, Dojo's words obviously did not play a role, because the Zulan brothers are also did not remember, Hugo is the same, in addition to originally the two of them like to play tricks, this opportunity of course will not give up. Lotus root slices, carrots. After Do Xiao warily clamped the lotus root slices, he once again reached for the carrots, but this time there was no sign at all, and the two brothers once again became the shortest flyers. End of summer, have you already memorized it? When it came to Deng Chao's group, Deng Chao also said with Xiaomao, just now I heard you talk, you tell us to forget it, the clue we share together, I will also treat your group to a big meal, how about it? Brother Chao, your bribe is also too obvious, this cannot be promised, as for the big meal you still have to invite. For Deng Chao's statement, of course, Xiaomo will not agree. Recording program, Xiaomo also play a sense of humor, since the entertainment of course do not be so serious, words above the casual some is also good. In response, Deng Chao also skimmed his mouth, a face that you are not enough brother. Ma crisp this chick have to say, this nerve is still big, at least it doesn't seem to have too much pressure, the second don't pork is still the right choice, but the third one is not so lucky. Deng Chao and Li Chen are also stepping in the dust of the Baolan brothers. Little end. Are you sure you really grasp it again right? Chen Chi inquired with a hint of flavor. You are still a genius, Xiaomu said that there is certainty of course there is certainty, you just listen to him on it. The side of the Baby at this time is also grabbed the response. At once, Chen Chi's face was bitter, this is completely independent of him Diameter clamped up the lotus root slices and don't meat, this is just now our Ma crisp has been tested, absolutely no problem, and to the third time, Chen Chi is also back to look at the end of the summer. This is playing tricks. Juggling Zulan also shouted in anger. Don't be anxious, Xiao Mao doesn't always remember everything, the next group will be ours, we can definitely memorize it. Bao Chang also said comfortingly. Bean sprouts. Shrimp. After a quick recollection, Xiao Mao spoke out. Almost without thinking, Chen Chi also followed Xiao Mao's words and quickly clamped them consecutively, and the spring chair showed no signs of moving at all. Ha! With another signature smile, Chen Shichuhui's gaze swept over the other two groups, which also made Li Chen's forehead veins jump. This was indeed too. Chili oil. Carrots, pickles. This so-called memory flying cake was a complete joke here in Xiaomu. After choosing the right one in the previous two items, Chen Chi was even more obedient to Xiaomu and kept pinning them in the order, and the other two groups looked at Xiaomu and Baby with bated breath and very much expected that all of a sudden they could just fly out. This was obviously going to disappoint them, and after Chen Chi was all done, they were still sitting peacefully. Xiaomu, you are too handsome. At this time, Baby also directly jumped down. The original towel wrapped around his body was also casually thrown away, obviously already excited to the extreme. Could it be that he remembered the order in which the waiter served the food? This has no possibility. The big black cow is still full of question marks at this time. Congratulations to the blue team for being the first to pass. The director's team also gave an accurate result, and then the spring chair once again let out a sound, and the other two groups of people once again came into a free fall. Brothers, I'm sorry for you guys, I'm coming. Seeing the Balan brothers fall into the water again, Do Xiao also jumped directly, showing the brotherhood of righteousness. I'm coming too. Ma Crisp is also not willing to lag behind. This series of water also let the scene reach to high tide. At this time the end of the summer is also found behind seems to be someone rushing towards himself. Subconsciously the end of the summer on a side, followed by a figure breaking less than, fell directly into the pool. Little end. You. Gulp. Chapter 28 Goodbye Diving Shoes. This is already no need to think, it must be the Chun Chi Chi one. Has not waited for Xiaomo to answer, side once again rushed over a petite silhouette. See here Xiaoma's mouth is also flooded with a trace of curvature. The only people left on this are themselves and Baby. How much strength could Baby's slender figure have? Even if Xia Endi let her push, she wouldn't have succeeded, but that would be too unintelligent. Pretending to be unaware, Summeran did not move, and when Baby came to her side Summeran's body moved slightly. Stretch out the hands of the Baby, feel the palm of the handsome slip off, then the whole person diameter rushed to the summer end of the arms. Borrow this force. Summer end is also half embracing the Baby toward the pool fell. Puffing. With a huge splash flying up, the two people are also temporarily lost. At this time, the other people had already adjusted their posture, and they all saw this scene, which also made Deng Chao and the others' eyes glaze over. That. Tatsu, I didn't see wrong, just now seems to be the end of Xia holding Baby fell down? Deng Chao shook off the water droplets on his hair and asked with a face of disbelief. Li Chen also nodded, dumbfounded, said, You didn't see much, it seems to be such a look. And when Xiaomei and Baby stood up again, the two of them were greeted with even more ambiguous gazes. That is what the eyes of the Baby first stunned, then looked at the side of the summer end. Some indistinct said, Not what you think, I want to push the summer end, but we understand, understand. Did not wait for Baby finished, in the Chin Chi Chi under the lead, almost in unison said, this time to show the tacit understanding of the brotherhood. See here, Baby heart is also some depressed, can only ruthlessly white end of the summer a glance, but that really does not have the slightest meaning of anger, but more like a couple in the general pampering. Okay, this time we have to hurry up and set off. An hour later, the three squads are also each on their own car. The driver has been changed to the end of the summer, while Baby is sitting in the passenger side, Chin Chi Chi is in the back. Just inside the memory fly cake, Chin Chi Chi's back injury is also bitter again attack, now looks breathless. This is to let Baby is very depressed. After all, this is a group of 3 people to participate in the program, less a person, although it is had, but also can play a certain role is. The program group 2 are more thoughtful. After the end of the last session, a few people are also enjoying a hearty lunch, and took a shower before starting the next round of the program. By the way, Baby, it's better to look at our clues first. Summer's End also said softly while driving the car. Nodded, Baby directly opened the password box, took out the task cue card, and softly read, This day after drinking Shanhuang wine by Sujin turned into a snake? After all, Baby did not live in the mainland all these years. In addition to this, White Snake biography is only a novel, not arranged into a serial. It is not so household name. The general public just knows Su Xian and White Sujin love. Holy! What kind of clue is this? Chen Chi Chi in the back was also saying with an exaggerated face, but he looked comfortable now. The back seat was so big he was already half lying down. Shut up you! Baby is also nonchalant exit, and then looked at the end of the summer, some anticipation, said, The end of the summer. You guess what this expression is? The meaning of our last clue already know what it is. Nodded, Summer End is also leisurely said, This all the clues point to is certainly the number, and White Sujin and the day of Xianghuang wine should be the Dragon Boat Festival. Dragon Boat Festival? In that case. Baby also said thoughtfully. She was also a smart woman, except that with Summer's End, she didn't need to waste her brain cells that much anymore, and it was less work. And, it should be 5, the first one is 6, we are still 2 numbers short below, we can open that password box that hides the treasure, come on. Cheer up. Hearing Shama's words, Baby also shook her small fist with an excited face, under Shama's leadership, leading 2 consecutive sessions, making Baby even more excited for the following session. After driving for about 20 minutes or so, the car also arrived at the designated location by the West Lake. This time also belongs to the afternoon. This time of Hangzhou was even hotter. Just get off a hot wind came. 3 people are also in accordance with the direction of the signage jogging up. After all, to grasp the time to figure out, behind the 2 groups, but then came. Diameter ran through a corridor, came to a water platform. 9 pairs of diving shoes are placed there. What is this situation? Are we going into the water again? This is the West Lake, my old waste, Chen Chi Chi was instantly bitter when he saw this. The end of the summer is also helplessly shook his head, said, You panic what? Look at the situation and said, and cannot let you go down to the West Lake inside to catch fish. The end of the summer is right, Chen Chi Chi, you just look at us again, take a first back on the good. Baby is also a delicate laugh. It was obvious to see that Baby was very happy right now, her eyes looking at the surrounding scenery from time to time. At this time, the back of the two teams are also arrived. The three groups again converge together. End of summer, got any clues? Let's study them together. Deng Chao also said to Xiao Mao with a sinister smile on his face. Their yellow team in the first round and the second round are the second place, corresponding to all got a clue. Compared to them, the red team is a bit bitter. Balan brothers and Do Xiao that call a miserable, a code box have not seen. Brother Chao, if you guys get first place in this round, I'll exchange one with you guys. 29 chapters End of summer to save people. Deng Chao grudgingly glanced at the end of the summer after a glance, said unhappily, have you this pervert in? How can we get first? How did I not and you a group of it? Chao, how can you be like this? Isn't it good to be in a group with me? Li Chen also came to the side with a complimentary shot. Oh. You know what I call this? I call this lying down to win. Chen Chi also interjected, said with a cheap smile on his face, but what is this? Do you want to play spring chair in the Westlake? Hearing Chen Chi's words, a few people's faces are not too good to see, to really so, then the joke is big. Xiaomu shook his head, and then pointed to an area in the center of the lake not far away, and said, look there. A few people also followed the direction that Summer N pointed and looked over. Above the water, a platform had clearly appeared, because it hadn't risen yet, so for the time being they didn't see it. Good, then I will say the following. The third mission, it will be completed in the middle of this West Lake. That baby goddess is also slightly small, screamed a little, said, again to go into the water. Obviously the previous spring chair impressed her deeply, cannot want to try once again. At the same time, the ping-pong table in the center of the lake was also slowly rising, causing everyone's idea. Seeing this scene, the crowd's mood was slightly lighter, which proved that there must be a way to carry out, not to swim over. This idea is genuinely good yet. Summers and leisurely talked to Baby. Baby. The director team is also time to intervene. There are several items above. Who first to the ping-pong ball case, who can have the right to pick first, and that thing is also your groups of squads need to use the items. Just after saying that, Deng Chao and Li Chen looked at each other after a glance, put their eyes in unison on the end of the summer, obviously already put the end of the summer as the biggest threat. As for the Treasure Blue brothers, forget it, on that height they simply do not put in the eyes. Do Xiao is also completely ignored. Chao, do you want us to stop Shama? This time Li Chen also whispered. Deng Chao, somewhat surprised after a glance at Li Chen, then also as a whispered response, said, sounds like a good but the end of the summer is also a fierce See what happens in a moment. I will go first, you stop him. The two people's cutting whispers were not heard by anyone, and by this time the crowd had already changed their shoes in turn. Good, since there are no more problems, then start. With the order of the director's team, the crowd also looks like a race, quickly rushed out. Summer's End did not run to the front at the first time. This competition said that you can choose. In fact, those items are similar, or rely on the ping-pong skill to be able to do so. Li Chen and Baoqiang is a horse first, one is a big black cow, one is Shaolin Baoqiang. A moment is also difficult to distinguish. But Summer's End knew that something special was about to happen, and it did. Li Chen's robust body almost blocked a large portion of Bao Chang's line of sight, and the next moment, Li Chen also turned to the side to avoid the handrail in front of him. This sudden scene, for Bao Chang cannot be so lucky. Caught off guard, he hit the diameter, the whole body of a front flip toward the lake inside smashed in, flop. Seeing this scene, not to mention the brotherhood of people, even the director's team were dumbfounded. This is a very dangerous situation. Bao Chang. Deng Chao also shouted out after seeing this, and Xiao Mao also followed and rushed up. Even if Xiao Mao has the intention to pull Bao Chang before it is impossible, the conspiracy between Deng Chao and Li Chen has already begun. Deng Chao, if anything, blocked in front of Xiao Mao, otherwise with Xiao Mao's speed, absolutely can drag Bao Chang between the fall. Fortunately, the lake here is not deep, about 1 meter 4 or so, to say how to calculate from. Look at Bao Chang, that 1 meter 6 height can be estimated, and very accurate. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. Baby is also the diameter of the end of the summer to the side. Back to Chen Chi shouted, you go first, do not lag behind too much. Hearing this, Chen Chi was also stunned, then dumbfounded, and looked down at his waist before rushing towards his destination with a bitter face, but that speed can already be compared to that of an elementary school student. Summer's End also reached out and grabbed Bao Chang's hand, and with a slight force, Bao Chang was lifted up. This also made Deng Chao, who originally wanted to give a hand on the side, instantly widened his eyes, because now it looked as if Xiao Mo was carrying a child. The expression on his face didn't change at all, and it was completely effortless like that. Xiao Mo, how much strength do you have in the end? Deng Chao looked at the camera with a surprised face, with envy and jealousy and disbelief inside his voice. After pulling Bao Chang out, Xiao Mao also said leisurely, Brother Chao, wanna know how much strength I have? Is very easy, you jump down, I am pulling you once you will know. Xiao Mao's words instantly made Deng Chao's head turn into a rattle drum, while Baby was snickering on the side. Baby's eyes swept to Xiao Mei, always unconsciously pause for a moment. In the end he still have how many secrets it. Baby is not clear. When a woman has a strong sense of curiosity about a man, she is already not far from falling. She is still very young, without the slightest experience, simply do not know what is really in her heart, and she does not have the same judgment of favorability as Xiao Mo. Chapter 30, All Dumbfounded. After rescuing Bao Chang, the group of people also ran towards their destination. Fortunately, Bao Chang did not suffer any injuries. In addition to the original clothes were also prepared by the director's team. The weather is also relatively hot, but it does not constitute any impact. The first time I saw the man, I was in the middle of the night. Ha! Little Mordor, I got this, do you see it's awesome? Just came to the center of the water, Chen Chi holding a handful of water scoops in her hand with a happy face. This thing you sure can play ping pong, baby is not a bit of face to Chen Chi left. That. When I came here, there is only this left. Chen Chi also said with a bitter face. Fortunately, it is still possible to use a ping pong paddle. You need to play a few games first, after splitting the winners and losers, before deciding exactly how to use this prop. For ping pong, Summer End is not very good at ping pong. Winning a ping pong match rewards 50 all-purpose points. And at the same time, the system is also once again released the task. With the previous two, Xiaomei is not too surprised, and also found the system's law. A link inside should have a task. The task is randomized. Appear what are not good to say. This round, Summer End also did not intend how. As long as you can get the clues can be guessed, this round should be the easiest. The first place, second place is possible. However, once this task appeared, Summer's End was definitely not going to give up. 50 omnipotence points was already considered a lot. However, another problem has arisen. Ping pong Xiaomu has played, but only limited to the skin. First, to rely on this to get the first is undoubtedly a fool's errand. System, can this table tennis skill be exchanged? Of course it can be. Obtaining world-class table tennis skills requires 500 conquest points, national level. Stop. Xia Mo instantly had a black line. What was the use of wanting world-class for himself? Was he going to compete in the Olympics? As long as he can take care of the current problem, Xia Duo also asked again, as long as he can deal with this current situation. Amateur level table tennis technique, the strongest under professional level, requires omnipotence points 30. Seeing that introduction at the back, Summer End couldn't help but want to spit out in his heart, amateur is amateur, but also the strongest? This system wasn't engaging in a sales pitch, was it? But Xia Mo also did not hesitate. Diameter chose to exchange. Unsuccessful 50 omnipotence points will be gone, and if you win, even if you exchange this, you can get 20 points. Almost instantly, Summer's End suddenly felt that the racket in his hand was not so unfamiliar, and swung very smoothly. End of summer. This you cannot baby. Very Summer End a left and a right standing, some worried asked. Baby, have you ever seen when I can't? Babies, this question is also easy to let a person want to get into the wrong, and for the end of Xia, no matter what time, the man can't say no. Hearing Xiama's so bottomless words, baby also nodded and whirled around to look at the opposite side of the room. Baochang and Doushao have been ready, and Zulan is standing behind the two. At this time, or a calm face to look at this side, said calm rather than relaxed. After all, now Xiamo and baby is a mix of men and women. Baby can be said to not have a big role, the goddess, although good, but also is not omnipotent. Baochang, you cannot because Xiamo helped you, on mercy, we are a clue or not. Behind him, Zulan also spoke out at this time, then looked at Xiaomao, revealing a lewd smile, saying, Xiaomao, I am known as the #1 expert in table tennis Hong Kong and Macau. In response, Baoqiang was firmly nodded, while Xiaomao was somewhat speechless. Or Zulan, you come. That. Or forget it. Zulan's answer made the yellow team on the side instantly laugh. Dou Xiaoxiao did know the timing, taking advantage of this time to send the ball directly over, but obviously not someone with much experience. The ball bounced very high, slowly and leisurely in the direction of the end of Xia. Other people are all a-face to see a good show look. This time who will not think Xiaomu can still hold the whole field. The racket in Xiaomu's hand is also a fast swing. By virtue of the physical strength of the advantage, the speed is very fast. In addition to the technology that has been blended, the ball was ruthlessly counterattacked back. Boom! With a sound, the ball rebounded to the top of the ball case in front of the two people. Baoqiang and Dou Xiaoxiao had not yet reacted. The ball once again flew out with the help of force. Dunking. Very standard posture. Gently put down the arm that is still raised. The end of Xia is also found that suddenly there is no movement around. Slightly puzzled to look around, the end of Xia suddenly found that a crowd of people at this time seemed to be looking at monsters like looking at themselves. Deng Chao, a pair of eyes wide open, that looked to be more thrilling. Li Chen is also the same. Ma Crisp is constantly patting the Hun before, swirling a trace of waves, but it is very appealing to the eyeballs, and Xiaomei's side of the baby is slightly open small mouth, lovely to the extreme. What's wrong? Xiaomao's words made everyone reflect as well, and after seeing Xiaomao's puzzled expression, Deng Chao instantly shouted out, Xiaomao, I just want to ask, what else is there that you don't know how to do? In response, Xiaomo also reflected, to know that their own exchange is only the amateur level, if the national level. They must not go directly to jump West Lake Baby's gaze towards Xiaomao was even softer, and at the same time, the system's voice also sounded. Baby's favorability towards the host has risen, and is currently 50%. This also works? Xiaomo was immediately a bit dumbfounded, the last time, but only after completing a task to increase 5 points. This time actually can also achieve the same effect? In fact, Xiaomei is not clear. After the goodwill reached 40, the other party's attention will basically focus on their own body. If you do something to make the other party feel happy or worship heart, goodwill naturally can be increased, and vice versa will also fall. 31 Chapters 1 can teach you. Summer End at this time has completely ignored Ting Chao's meaning. After baby's favorability rises, the gaze towards himself is even softer, and occasionally will also reveal a hint of delicate, shy meaning. Snap. Summer End also stretched out her hands towards baby, while Goddess Baby of course understood, and with a joyful face, she gave Summer End a high five. Oh, buy cake. For Xiaoma's action, Deng Chao once again played his quirky specialty. Perhaps can't say so, this English is really very difficult for him, this pronunciation. Let's Xiao is also a little Hanran. Brother Chao, that English pronunciation of yours is too good, not to be convinced. Summer End also responded with a smile. Ha! A group of people also laughed, which also let Deng Chao obviously some embarrassment. Look at the eyes of Xiaomu also with a trace of depression, but Deng Chao is also a good old man, jokingly said, you guys nonsense, originally should be so pronounced only right, and now we should be together to deal with Xiaomu is, don't target me. Come on, if you want a challenge, just come over. Summer End waved his racket and said with a smile. Deng Chao's method of gathering people is really good, but the key here is can anyone beat Xiaomu? After all, the most powerful technique in this amateur group is not for nothing. And what happened next is easy to learn. The red team in the end of Summer and Baby under the joint hands did not get a point. Deng Chao Li Chen and Ma Crisp's combination is slightly better, but also hated, seems to be driven by the end of the summer in general. Baby is also a lone play, full of goddesses, also let the opposite side is also a little difficult to fight. At the end of the game, Shin Chi Chi again miserably wet, not because of anything else just because he is too good at pulling the hate, with a cheap smile. Now you understand what is called lie to win? Ha! Waiting for him is the face of the water of the West Lake. Hee, once again this to get a clue, we are really great. Inside the car, the two people also set off towards the next location, Baby said with some excitement. Shen Chi-Chi because of waist injury in addition to wet again, was brought to the hotel by the crew to rest. A moment to the task location collection, after all, is a recording program. This situation can only be overcome. The brothers group although grouping confrontation, but this feeling is excellent, are very concerned about Chen Chi-Chi's situation, even if the end of summer is also the same. A short contact, so that the end of Xia is also to realize the strong friendship in this. Hearing Baby's words, Xia Mo also nodded and said, this time the clue is a dollar bill, and the icon on it is the three pools reflecting the moon, which I'm afraid is here to confuse us. 1 and 3 are remembered well. Baby also nodded, a face of admiration at the end of the summer, rare now only 2 people in the car. Baby also seems to be more relaxed, accompanied by the end of the summer sitting in the passenger seat. Baby is also excited humming, who is? In the ear. Said. To hear, Baby is also stopped, said, Summer End, I can't remember, but this song is too good, you sing to me now? I but want to be the first to hear it. Although there is a video camera in the car, but for Baby does not seem to care, it is very sincere said, not at all cover up the meaning of the thoughts in the heart. The corners of Xiaomu's mouth is also revealed a smile, Baby just that sentence but there is a suspicion of running tone. See the end of the summer some immodest smile, Baby also seems to think of what, suddenly pretty face or red, immediately underhand is almost unthinking the diameter of the probe over, in the end of the summer arm above the ruthless twisted a bit, only after the indignation of said, quickly sing la. Tease can be, do not overdo it, this is the end of the heart of the judgment standard. Then the end of the summer is also open to say, Baby, this song is written for female singers, I sing is not very suitable. Baby was also stunned, and then his eyes flashed an inexplicable light. Who was it written for? This song has only just been created. Xiaomei also did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed, continued, as for who to hand over, I have not yet decided. Hearing Xiaoma's words, Baby muttered in a small voice and said, it must be given to Mayor. The voice was very small, and Xiaomu did not hear clearly. Baby, what are you saying? Ah. Nothing. Baby also reflected, and immediately stopped talking, but the expression on his face was obviously a little different, and the excitement seemed to have suddenly disappeared as well. Baby? This time Baby did not know how, and did not choose to answer. Xiaomei Heart is also smiled, continue to say, this song I want to let you sing, what do you say? Ah. Baby is also a reaction, and still very big reaction, a pair of big beautiful eyes dead staring at Summer End, a face of disbelief said, what did you say? To sing for me? To know Baby debut also have a period of time, but for singing this aspect she really not good at. Xiaomei nodded rightfully, said, I am serious, you think about it? That. The first time I saw her, I was very happy to see that she had a good time. Don't it, Baby some careful look, let a person can't help but want to pity you or find other people, my singing. Believe me, this thing of singing skill can be practiced. Summer's End is also directly interrupted Baby's words, said, I can teach you, when the time comes, I will notify you, you cannot refuse. Baby is not a wriggling person, the words of the end of the summer are said to this point, she can only nod, the mood is obviously much better. After a short period of silence, she began to hum in a low voice again, seems to want to quickly improve the singing skills. Chapter 32, the final session. Baby, I'm afraid this last session won't be that simple. After traveling for a period of time, Summer's End was also chatting leisurely with Baby. At this time the sky outside was already late. Just now a group of Brotherhood had also gathered together to have dinner. Baby also nodded, then said, should be right, the previous rounds they have let you pressure afraid. Just now I heard Brother Chow and a few of them said, this round must not let you lead it. In response, what else could Summer End do but smile bitterly? This round, others don't know, but can Xiaomei not know? This time it wasn't a duel between their three groups, but rather they were going to work together to deal with that ability person, Kim Jong-kook, but that didn't exclude other things from happening. With Summer End joining in, no matter which way it was, she was much stronger than the previous Zhengkai, and it was only normal for changes to occur. As the two kept chatting, the final location this time also arrived within the stipulated time. The China Academy of Fine Arts was right in front of them. Xiaomo and Baby exchanged a glance, and a puzzled look flashed across Baby's face. Summer End looked at this stylized, somewhat chic teaching building in front of him, and also opened his mouth and said, let's go, Baby, let's go over and take a look at it first. This building looks to be even more bizarre than what was seen on TV before. It is not the same as normal at all. Just from the outside you can know the internal situation. It is very easy to get lost. I am afraid that this directing team also searched for a very long time before they found such a location that fits. The crew is also the same time to reach. At this time Chen Shichi, this is also when two people converge together. Small end. This time I also want to lie to win. Your waist doesn't hurt anymore, right? Xiaomei rolled his eyes and said, believe it or not I can let you lie down all the time. When he heard this sentence, Chen Shichibi was suddenly bitter. He found that Xiao Ma was not simply a great drinker. It seems that nothing can be difficult to get him in general. This kind of situation, Baby are happy to see, perhaps because there is Xiao Ma's participation. Summer End also led the two people to follow the direction of the cue card. The diameter came to a high platform above, but because of the special effects made here has been filled with smoke, looks a little weird atmosphere. And in the above there is a high platform, a huge box draped in red cloth quietly placed there, obviously which is the so-called final treasure. The program group is still very generous, at least inside the thing is true. The three people again upward, came to the box after. Summer End is also tugged open the red cloth, a slightly antique-looking box appeared in front of the three people, and the top is pasted with a message. To 4-digit password, Baby also said to himself. Summer's End also nodded and said, we already have 3, and it's not far from the last one. And at this time, the other two teams also rushed over. The originally very wide platform was also slightly congested at this time, and a group of people were also constantly communicating. This time the end of summer, let's have a duel. Bao Chang shouted in his serious manner. That's right, our Baolan brothers will definitely not lose again, we must obtain a clue. Zhu Lan also followed suit. Hearing this, the crowd also burst out laughing again. This Baolan brothers' name was also born, but it must be said that in these several links, they all came last. Of course there is no clue. Now their biggest challenge is to get a clue before the end of the program, otherwise they will be disgraced. Do you want me to give you guys one? Summer's End was also looking at the two people in a slightly flirtatious manner. Well, let's decide the winner in a while. Deng Chao at this time also said with a smile on his face, this missing password to go to the opposite side of the building suitcase inside to get, this is completely spell luck. Summer End, this time you will not win again, my luck has always been very good. Is it? The other day the queen let the people. That day the luck is not good. Tong Chao also hurriedly interrupted the words of Xiao Mu, while constantly making eyes. This Deng Chao is fearful of Niang Niang, and the two are very sweet, but this fear of the interior is not very beautiful, wonderful. Okay, Chao, you still forget to read the next line. Li Chen is also the time to come out to solve the problem, said, if the person who has brought the bell to die the nameplate, it means that it is eliminated, so to say. We and Summer's End don't seem to be opponents. Who is the person with the bell? Deng Chao also shouted, and then he looked at Xiaomu with an angry face, but his eyes were with a hint of laughter, saying, I want to duel with him, not the person with the bell. A bunch of living treasures all want to find Xia Indi to duel, making the staff of the director's team chuckle a little bit, but this is also more able to achieve the desired effect of the program. The director's face always hangs danger. This phase of the program will surely be a big fire. He already has a premonition. Okay, brothers, let's start looking for the password. After the director's voice fell, several men in black also came to the side of the crowd in diameter, and then they pulled their arms towards the opposite building. This scene also made the crowd froze, but under the director's explanation, they didn't have any way out. The purpose of this time was to spread out, and looking for the password box, of course this way is the best. After Baby knew about this situation, she also looked at Summer's End and said mischievously, I'm so scared what to do? As Baby's words finished, a lot of distance had been drawn between Xiaomu and her, and Xiaomu also looked back and said, don't be anxious, I'll go back for you. A very simple words, already explains a lot of problems. At the very least Baby some nervous mood instantly recovered. What is wrong with me? Always want to rely on him. It should be because he is too perfect. Chapter 33 Rendezvous Baby. Not long after, a group of people were also brought to different places by the men in black. At this time, there were only camera crews around Summer's End, and Summer's End was also leisurely, walking towards the upper floors in a diameter. The stairs were also different from the normal ones, there were slopes and steps, and there were also twisted sections in the middle, making people feel very awkward. After coming to the second floor, Summer-End also walked into the room in front and started searching. Not long ago, Summer-End found a hidden password box behind the blackboard, also smiled, diameter open, without any surprise, above a large empty word displayed on it. Summer-End is also a little self-deprecating, it looks like this luck has not exploded. After all, there are so many password boxes inside this building, there are clues just a few only, most of them are empty, and the program is recording, although Xiaomo knows that as long as you take out Kim Jong-gui you can get all the passwords, but also can't be so to do. Looks like I'm having bad luck, huh? Summer-End spread his hands helplessly at the camera and whirled out of the room. After coming to the outer corridor, Summer-End could also see the situation on the opposite side. The building was surrounded on all sides, the stairs went up and down, although it was difficult to walk, but it was really convenient to observe. Not long after, Summer-End also found Li Chen, who was searching, but this is not the person Summer-End wants to find. This situation, find baby, is the most important thing Summer-End should do. As it was the last session, a special mission was triggered. Special mission, within 3 minutes, find baby, mission reward 20 omnipotence points, failure deducts 20 omnipotence points. Summer-End, who was leisurely observing, heard this beep and immediately felt depressed beyond measure. Isn't this a pitfall? This was also the first time that Summer-End had seen this kind of mission that also deducted omnipotence points, but it had never happened before. A mission only gains so much, if easily deducted, then it would be too much to lose. Summer-End at this time is also some regret, just separated when How did not tell baby standing in a conspicuous place to wait for himself. At that moment, Xiaomei is also not stay, turn around and speed up to run towards the opposite direction. If baby is in the classroom at this time, he waited here for 10 minutes may not be able to encounter, of course, cannot sit and wait for death. This sudden action of Xiaomo also let the cameraman froze, before he was still a bit leisurely and wait with Xiaomo, this suddenly had such a big change. Stomp! Summer-End kept running, his speed was very fast, and the cameraman could only barely keep up. The area of the first floor was all very huge, and Summer-End didn't find it in the slightest after running for some distance, and instead bumped into the oncoming Ma Crisp. Aha! Why are you running so fast? Have you found any clues? Ma Crisp first face excitedly looked at the end of Xia, then realized that the end of Xia's hands did not have any items, eyebrows are also weak, then suddenly realized, some alarmed look at the back of the end of Xia said, could you see that bell messenger? In this regard, the end of Xia is also helpless, this Horse Crisp imagination is very rich, stopped, the end of Xia is also asked, Horse Crisp. Have you seen baby? Baby, just now I seem to have seen in the third floor, but this is a moment of effort. Ma Crisp is also subconsciously answered out, but just a moment later, there are some ambiguous look at the end of the summer, said, you guys this is too. This is just separated for a while only Ma Crisp although so say, but still joking component is big, funny entertainment cannot be less, this is also the program group before and everyone said, so the brothers group of people are also some of the mouth. The end of Xia rolled his eyes, ran towards the third floor in diameter, and at the same time the voice also came over, Li Chen is also looking for you. Li Chen is looking for me? Ma Crisp was first a little puzzled, then excited, in this kind of place by himself always feel a little strange, Ma Crisp is no exception. Looked at the watch, already past 2 minutes, at this time the end of Xia also came to the third floor. This is not going to work, it looks like we can only use this trick. Summer-End stopped, and the cameraman, seeing Summer-End stop, almost sat on the ground, constantly gasping for air. Baby! In the corridor, Summer-End also opened her mouth and shouted. Under this empty and unoccupied environment, with the echo traveling out a long way, as long as baby is still on the third floor, then it must be able to be heard. Summer-End, what's wrong? The voice had just fallen, Summer-End's face instantly became excited. Turning around, in the middle of the classroom behind Xia-End, baby's pretty face also poked out, with a trace of doubt and shyness hanging on it. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 20 omnipotence points. The fact that it took a lot of effort to find the right place to get it is a true reflection of the present, and it must be said that there seems to be a huge destiny between Xiaomu and baby in the underworld. After seeing baby, Summer-End was also relieved and said, the mission has started for such a long time, I am afraid that the so-called bell messenger will find you, after all, we only have 2 people now. Baby also did not have the slightest doubt, nodded, the corners of her mouth also surfaced a smile, obviously she thought of what the 2 people who had separated from Xiaomo before said, and looked at Xiaoma's eyes also became even softer. Summer-End, I found so the password box, all empty. 2 people walking side by side, baby is also began to complain up, the end of the summer is also looked at a little after the approval of the nod, baby is really good luck, the hands of the card at least 5, the end of the summer is also said with a smile, take your time, can always find, I get is also empty. You guys actually met together? At this time, not far away, Tung Chao's voice also came over. At this time, sweaty Deng Chao carrying a password box is running over towards this side, quickly hide, I heard the bell. Chapter 34, In the Darkness. The sound of a bell? Who is that person? At this time baby also subconsciously asked, Summer-End. Let's quickly hide. The first words are okay, Deng Cha just want to answer, was baby later words made some speechless, how to say is also I notify you right, baby you take Xiamo hide this is too let me this captain sad. Deng Chao's words also made baby froze, and then he was a bit embarrassed, brother Chao, we are not a team. Although the words are so said, but the meaning of this I'm afraid that everyone understands, and Deng Chao this is to give Xiamo a line of eyes, that contains things let Xiamo see after some chills. Alright, brother Chao, tell us what you know about the situation. Xia Duo also smiled. Tang Chao rolled his eyes and said, what else to say quickly hide and see who this person is deciding. This time Xiamo and baby also did not refuse, this tearing the nameplate battle has just been staged, Xiamo does not want to so soon and Kim Jonghwa on the duel, at the very least, also want to come to a hero to save the beauty, or the last power to save the day to be able to. The three people gathered together, in addition to the cameraman behind them, it seems a little crowded up, Xiamo also frowned, said, brother Chao gang, we still have to separate, otherwise the target is too big, be careful yourself. And, you guys also, I have to hurry to inform Li Chan and Ma Crisp to go. Deng Chao also nodded, and immediately ran in a trot towards another direction. After exchanging a glance with baby, Summer's End also pointed to the classroom on the side and said, let's go there first, be careful not to make too much noise. Baby nodded in understanding, the two greeted the cameraman and came to the room in diameter. This classroom was obviously not in use, it was pitch black inside, fortunately there was the light of the camera, and the long chairs lined up in it were also a good barrier for the crowd. Bell. Not long after they had just hidden themselves, a crisp ringing sound came from far and near, and it looked like it was coming in this very direction. With the help of the dim light, Summer's End was also able to see that baby was a little tense, the two of them were hiding side by side, and it was hard to avoid under this environment, there was also almost no distance between the two of them, their shoulders gently leaning on each other. Turn off the light. With the sound of the bell getting closer and closer, Summer's End also turned her head and said to the cameraman. As the sound fell, the whole area was dark, and in the darkness, Summer's End suddenly found a pair of soft little hands grabbed his arm. After a slight consternation, Summer's End also smiled slightly, but this scene did not have anyone to see. In this kind of extremely nervous situation, baby do something as also can be explained. Good opportunity. Xiame will not give up, stretch out the other hand patted baby's hands, and then obviously can feel baby's force to reduce a lot. Just experienced the soft, and now from the palm of the hand from the faint warmth and smooth as silk touch, all let Xiame's heart a swing, especially in this both sides cannot face each other, other people can also completely ignore the situation, people will always subconsciously make the next move. Summer End's hand did not take away, covering baby's hands, began to small amplitude rubbing up. This one action, let Xiame more can feel that kind of strange, wonderful feeling, more and more let a person have a kind of desire to stop feeling. Compared to Xiamu, the other side of the baby was startled, small hands subconsciously want to retract, but how could Xiamu allow such a thing to happen? With a slight force, baby was not able to do the slightest thing. In the darkness cannot see, but Summer's End can still guess that this time baby is afraid to look at himself again. The sound of the bell came to the door of the classroom suddenly stopped, baby is also some small stiffness, which is more convenient for the action of the end of the summer, from the beginning of the rubbing to the end of the summer has been a little unscrupulous grabbing baby's small hand gently rubbing, pinching, fingers will occasionally gently crossed. This marvelous experience passed very quickly, just after a pause for a while, the sound of the bell once again away. Summer's End also secretly said pity, this kind of opportunity again at present but not very often, retracted the hand at the same time, behind the camera is also in the next light. With the appearance of the light, the two people's eyes also gathered together. Baby's eyes, filled with surprise and annoyance and shyness, looks complicated, while the end of the summer is a lot of calm, as if nothing happened in general, just that scene only two parties know, the end of the summer is not worried about anything, the beginning of love is not ambiguous, is it? At this time, the atmosphere is a bit charming, the end of the summer is also whispered, let's go, we go out. Baby is no response, the diameter stood up, toward the outside to go, the end of the summer is not worried, this girl face tender, even if baby character cheerful, this kind of thing is after all the first intimate contact between the two people. Immediately after, Xiame also followed, after walking out from the dark environment, the mood is obviously different. Listening to the bell just now was heading towards the bottom, should we follow up and take a look? Summer End also proposed. I think it is still important to find the password, after all, there are only two of us. Baby, on the other hand, said with a serious face, and seemed to have returned to normal, but baby obviously pulled away a little bit from Summer's End. I'm afraid that what just happened, still need her to digest a little bit, good sense is enough, but she is too tender, simply do not understand what that feeling is, with the passage of time, slowly will improve a lot, this is the end of summer but very understanding. Bell. Suddenly, the bell rang loudly, even from a distance away from the two people, it was clearly audible. Baby's big eyes instantly widened, looking at Summer's End and said, what happened? Chapter 35, The Misery of the Elimination Battle. It was almost not even necessary to guess, there was only one possibility for this situation, which was that Kim Jong-guk had found his prey. Summer's End was also aware that this hunt and the anti-hunt had already begun. Without answering, Summer's End also came to the outer corridor, from where he could see the situation on the opposite side clearly, and Baby followed. You see, over there. After just scanning for a moment, Summer's End found the target. At the corner of the corridor on the second floor on the opposite side, Ma Crisp was squatting on the ground with a bitter face, while in front of her stood a burly man. Looks down some Sven, but look at that body, you will not think so. A short t-shirt completely cannot cover that kind of body, bulging as if to put the clothes open like, roughly look at it. His arm at least is Ma Crisp's more than 3 times, that some diamond-shaped lines can also be guessed that this in the end will have how much explosive force. That person is Kim Jong-guk. Baby was also stunned, and then some na said. Before participating in this program, the program group had greeted, this is largely the same as Korea's Running Man, and Kim Jong-guk's popularity is not low. It's not surprising that Baby knows. It looks like interesting things are starting now. Summer's End seems to answer, seems to say to himself. Spent 200 all-purpose points, strengthened twice the physical ability, Summer End can be completely in order to deal with this tearing the nameplate link, and obviously in this link, this Kim Jong-guk is definitely the premier existence. In the sight of 2 people, Kim Jong-kook with a hint of helpless coy smile, with a broken and raw Mandarin greeting. Ma Crisp, on the other hand, was all about to cry out in a hurry. With the current distance, there was no way for even Summer's End to try to go to the rescue, the time was simply too late. Ma Crisp, out. Ma Crisp, out. After a short exchange, Ma Crisp is also unable to run away, can only resign themselves to their fate. And at this time the sound that resounded through the entire school building also spread out quickly, and for a moment, the scene was a bit tense. At the same time, everyone else who heard this scene was completely frozen. Deng Chao, how come so fast? Just now wasn't he still on the 3rd floor? Li Chen, horse Chris. Oh man. The Balan brothers, that group is also a little dumbfounded, but also slightly better. After all, it is not their own group of people, but all the people's mentality has changed. The original fanfare to find the password box action, but also become careful. End of summer. He saw us. Kim Jong-kook, who had taken care of Ma Crisp, his gaze also swept across to Sia Mo and Baby, and there was a friendly smile on his face, but there was something weird about how this looked. In response, Summer End nodded and said, there's nothing to it, he's so far away from us. After a pause, Summer's End also turned around and said, take advantage of this time, find a few more password boxes. After all, we already have 3 passwords. After getting it, the mission will be all done. This is completely comforting, Baby. This possibility is close to 0. You know that Kim Jong-kook has already started hunting, and the tip that Zululan found out later is that you have to take out Kim Jong-kook to get all the passwords, or you can say that this is completely a dead end. Okay, then I will go over there, you go over there, and find it in the fastest time possible. Baby also said without thinking. Summer's End then laughed and shook his head, saying, aren't you afraid of meeting Kim Jong-kook? Baby is also a stunned, then some snappy smile. Obviously our baby goddess also have big time, this time actually put the most critical thing forgot. Next, the 2 people also did not separate. From time to time, the end of Xiao will need to go to the outer corridor to observe a little, to determine will not run into Kim Jong-guk before taking Baby to continue to move forward. With the passage of time, this school building inside the code box is also more and more rare. I do not know if it is not the reason of luck, the end of Xiao and Baby did not get any tips, are empty. Do smile, out. Do Xiao, out. Immediately after, the loud voice sounded again, as if declaring death, making people panic. Baby basically has no expression, this time seems to laugh out. This is good to have the end of the summer in the side, otherwise I do not know what will be like. Do Xiao was eliminated just less than 5 minutes past. Baoqian followed, also out of the game. Because of the missing Chen Chi, 8 people team, this time only 5 people left, and the red team only Zulan a person, will soon face the tragedy of being wiped out by the group. After returning to the 2nd floor again, Summer's End and Baby met Li Chen, who was looking for clues. How's it going, are there any clues? Li Chen also asked right to the point. Big Black Bull's forehead was also covered in sweat. This situation seemed to be a challenge for him as well. There was no more arguing between the 3 squads, and now they seemed to be moving in the direction of hugging each other. All the boxes found are empty, see Chow? Summer's End also responded. Just saw it once, but it was separated again. Li Chen also said with a helpless face, this time it looks like we are going to face a bitter battle. This moment are eliminated 3 people. The 2 people also nodded in agreement, but this time the voice sounded again, Zulan, out, Zulan, out. The 3 people looked at each other in dismay. Compared to Li Chen and Baby, Xiaomao knew much more. It looked like Zulan obviously got that clue and took the initiative to go up and find Kim Jong-guk in a one-on-one fight, but it was obvious that there was no way this was possible at all. Zulan's father Jong-guk will definitely teach him a hard lesson, but Xiaomei also understands that that piece of information Zulan will definitely stay, and the moment of the next big battle is coming. Chapter 36, Taking the Initiative. The big black cow at this time is also a face of shock, said, cannot go on like this, we must quickly find the password, or else will not be a total loss? The unknown Baby also nodded with approval. Only Xiaomo understood, this Zulan is completely sending himself to death. This funny talent is not bad, but he and Kim Jongkwa to PK, this is completely heavenly. And, also good, then be careful. Xia Mao also spoke. Immediately, Li Chen and Xia Mao were separated again, while Xia Mao took baby towards the other side. Xia Mao, shouldn't it be this side? Baby also looked at Xia Mao with some doubt, her beautiful eyes full of puzzlement, and said, over there we have just not looked for it? And it seems like Kim Jong-kook is also over there. Laughing, Xia Mao also was not thought, said, of course I know, we this time is to find Kim Jong-hwa. Ah. Baby was also stunned, and then her small hand covered her small mouth, as if she had heard something unbelievable. And at this time, the cameraman also came into the spirit, uninterruptedly filming the two people without any dead angle. Seeing such a cute baby, Xiaomu was also a little lost in thought, a moment before saying again, think about it, since Kim Jong-guk can tear our name tags, then we can also tear his name tag, baby subconsciously said it. Xiaomu also nodded, at the same time as also once again action, the speed is also obviously in the acceleration, and baby is also hastily jogging to catch up, came to the side of Xiaomu, some worried said, the words are like this, but that Kim Jong-hwa is very powerful such a program is said to have always participated in, very experienced. It is true, but we cannot sit and wait for death, so long, the password box has not been found, it can only be so, first go to see the situation. The end of Xia said somewhat helplessly. Indeed is also helpless, two people searched for such a long time, actually a real box have not found, really let a person is very painful, if an Zulan found the same, Xiaomo also do not need to spend so much words. Once again returned to the third floor, quiet, but it is to make people's hearts more uneasy. On Kim Jong-guk's routine, Summer's End is still somewhat familiar with, he tends to look for clues, and then hides a surprise attack, with his strength and speed, this success rate is very amazing, the red team's total annihilation in this is also inseparable from each other. Brothers group after all, the first time to participate in this kind of activity, where there is so much experience, and one-on-one Li Chen will not be Kim Jong-guk's opponent, can only barely resist a little, this ability to the person is really not for nothing. End of summer. Where are we going to find him? Seems to have a trace of blind adoration trust in Xiaomu, at this time the baby also agrees with Xiaomu's idea, asked in a small voice. Hush. Xiaomao hastily put up his finger, this one action also made baby stop at once, his expression was unusually cute, and he looked at Xiaomao with some puzzlement. After the physical enhancement of Xiaomu, all aspects have completely surpassed ordinary people, this is not only the strength and speed above, even the visual sense of hearing has been greatly improved, this quiet environment, as long as there is a little bit of movement, are very easy to be found. Just now, Summer's End also heard a burst of footsteps, the sound is a bit chaotic, obviously not a person can send out. This indicated one thing, that Kim Jong-kook had already faced off with someone else, or else it definitely wouldn't have been like this. After listening carefully again, Summer's End was also able to distinguish the direction. Under baby's uncomprehending gaze, Summer's End directly probed over and took baby's small hand and ran towards the confirmed direction. All of this happened suddenly, baby completely did not react, just subconsciously followed the end of Xia running up. These photographers of the camera mostly stayed in the two people's arms, this is a big selling point occupational disease is nothing more than this. Can't be like this. Baby's little face is also some shy red, just inside that classroom is. Now also. This there are people watching it Good sense arrived at this level, baby on the end of Xia's approach is also a greater degree of tolerance, just a little thin skin, in addition to become an entertainer, has always been instilled in them a thought, that is, gossip entangled in the words, it will be very painful, although there are times when the need to hype, but she does not need to be so. If you know what is in baby's heart, I'm afraid that Summer's End will also be very helpless, the footsteps over there are unusually mixed, obviously has reached a critical moment, Summer's End cannot put baby himself still here, can only be so choose. Feeling the hand of the jade hand seems to have to struggle with the meaning, the end of the summer is also the diameter of the opening said, someone meets Kim Jong-guk, we have to quickly go over. A sentence, also let baby's movements again stiff, and the next moment baby also nodded, with the distance closer, baby also heard the shoes and ground friction produced sharp sound. Speed once again accelerated, after return, the two people also came to an open corridor out, two silhouettes also appeared in the two people's field of vision. The two figures were Kim Jong-guk and Deng Chao, and at this moment, Kim Jong-guk had already surrounded Deng Chao in the corner, and the arms of both sides were firmly grasped together, and it was clearly visible that Deng Chao had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position, and his clothes were all twisted, and a single mistake would cause him to go straight out. Brother Chao? Baby also exclaimed out in shock. Could it be that because of my appearance, the process has changed? Summer's End, on the other hand, had his own doubts in his heart. Chapter 37, You Guys Run Away. In the next moment, baby's face instantly became bitter. As baby's shout fell, a tearing sound also followed. Looking at Deng Chao, who was helplessly shaking his head and smiling bitterly, as well as Kim Jong-kook, who had a friendly smile on the opposite side of the room and was holding a name tag belonging to Deng Chao in his hand, Xia Mo was also completely stunned. Baby's cry of Brother Chao made Deng Chao's attention instantly distracted, this is the moment, Kim Jong-guk also seized the opportunity to strike a blow, this result is no longer necessary to think about. Looking at the end of Xia, baby playfully and adorably spat out a small tongue, obviously very embarrassed. Oh my god, why did baby shout at me at this time? Deng Chao said with a bitter face, and at the same time squatted down. In fact, this can't be completely blamed on baby. At the very least, in the view of Xiaomei, Deng Chao's body has already some slight trembling, especially his arms. This is completely a sign of disengagement. Even without this file, it doesn't take a few minutes, his result is still the same. Right? No. Up. Kim Jong-guk also laughed and said in broken Chinese. Seeing such a friendly scene, Deng Chao also reluctantly stood up, and Kim Jong-guk had a big hug, and then said with a big smile, "Ha leak. Hala ah oil. Put." Originally there was still some small guilt baby, this time but could not help but spray out. Even Xiaomo also had the idea of laughing maniacally. The other party has already used the national language to talk to you, but it looks like Brother Chao is completely ungrateful. Originally impressed by that where lumberjack Xiaomo, at this time, only to realize that in Deng Chao's mouth, all the English language can be called the classic of the classics, the legend of the legend. And Kim Jong-kook was even more stunned. Then he also hugged Deng Chao again, but it is unknown what exactly he commented in his heart about Deng Chao's English sentence. "Baby, you guys run fast and go to Li Chen." At this time, Deng Chao also quickly shouted out, saying, "As long as you tear off his name tag, you can get all the passwords." While shouting, Deng Chao also hugged Kim Jong-kook with force, obviously intending to be delaying the two people. "Deng Chao, out. Deng Chao, OT." The sound rang out continuously, and Kim Jong-kook was somewhat helpless at this. Baby subconsciously glanced at Xiaomu, obviously waiting for Xiaomu to take a decision, to which Xiaomu shook his head and said, "Baby, you go to the side to watch, here to me." "Ah. Summer and you want to?" Baby some stuttering said, but listen to Chao's fine Li Chen in the summer end, did not see my downfall? Waiting to hear the two people's conversation, is also depressed beyond measure, said again, "His power is too big, just now I just insisted on a few times only, listen to me, quickly go." Indeed, in comparison, if you look at the appearance alone, Kim Jong-guk's body is very stout, while Xiaomao is slender, but Xiaomao's strength is all hidden in the muscles. At this time if Xiaomao takes off his shirt, I'm afraid that Deng Chao will not be so worried. After the body has been strengthened, it will show up. Xiaomei's 8-pack abs and the so-called mermaid line are all there, and the shape is unusually perfect, so you can't see it from the outside at all. Deng Chao can delay the time is also so much. The man in black at this time has also pulled Deng Chao down. End of summer, brother can only help you up to this point. Deng Chao had a bitter look on his face, then he smiled and said, "Don't have too much pressure, I will wait for you to come to the rendezvous." And Kim Jong-guk also turned back at this time, seeing the two people who had not yet left was also slightly stunned. "Hello? Hello?" Summer's End also responded while slowly walking up. If there were computerized special effects at this time, I'm afraid that the two people's bodies would instantly burn with flames, and in conjunction with a bit of HHH's entrance music, the atmosphere would instantly be a lot different, and this kind of thing would of course be left to the director's team to do. "Ha! I feel something different from them in you." Kim Jong-kook also spoke at this time, but not in Chinese, but in English. "Is that so? But let's just start, it's not a good thing to make a lady wait." Xiaomo also smiled and glanced at the baby next to him and said, in his previous life, Xiaomei no matter what, on the English of this university can be studied, this kind of communication can still be done, only the tone of voice is slightly a bit hard. Interesting. The position of the two people was instantly close, and Summer N's feet were slightly separated, moving a little bit, and her arms were also stretched out with her palms open. Kim Jong-kook also moved in the same way. There was nothing in him being able to do this, that was experience, but Summer N was different. This posture was the least likely to miss, and it was also the posture that could most easily detect the other party's breakthroughs, which made Kim Jong-kook's seriousness take on a trace of gravity. Baby, on the other hand, was looking at the two people with a nervous face, and most of the time her eyes were focused on Summer N's body. Snap! The two people's hands also came into contact for the first time, and after swinging at each other, they separated. What a beast, no wonder it was an ability. With just one contact, Summer N was a little slightly surprised. With the force coming from the other party, it wasn't much worse than himself. Kim Jong-guk's full strength should be S strands of innate causes plus acquired exercise. If changed to compare attribute points, Summer N guessed that it should be more than 15 but not more than 18. After testing out this, Summer N was also a little more relaxed, and immediately began to take the initiative. With his arm quickly reaching forward, Xiaomao fiercely grabbed towards Kim Jong-guk's shoulder. This sudden strike, and the speed that was the same as the power, made Kim Jong-kook not have much time to react at all, and in the next moment, he was grabbed by the shoulder. So fast. And the power was so great. The moment he was grabbed, a look of shock finally flashed across Kim Jong-kook's face, and his body subconsciously tried to bend down as a way to break free from the other party's grip. Chapter 38 The Dust Settles. The weather right now was already hot, and with the addition of being indoors and playing this kind of sporty game, there was already a large amount of sweat on the surface of his body. This action of Kim Jong-kook also made Xiaomu's hand not grasp steadily and instantly broke away, but the already wet clothes did not escape from it. The strength of the two people was already great. In addition to this kind of coordinated action, the result could be imagined. Tear. In an instant, the black t-shirt was torn apart as if it was a piece of paper. With such a huge force, the destruction was quite thorough. Only half of the sleeves remained on Kim Jong-kook's body, the rest completely fell off, revealing the toned muscles inside. Seeing this scene, Summer's End also stopped moving. Summer's End just wanted to strike, and did not think that he could get it all at once. The occurrence of this scene was also a complete coincidence. Because of Deng Chao's out, this thing coincidentally made Summer's End do it. That piece of clothing was indeed unlucky. Kim Jong-guk also stood up straight, a bitter smile, not to mention the two people who fought against each other. The side of the baby and the cameraman are also completely dumbfounded. This beast Kim Jong-kook actually in the first round, was Xiaomo ripped off the clothes. This is also too attractive to the eye. Sorry, Xiaomu could only helplessly show her hands. In response, Kim Jong-kook could only continue to smile bitterly and said, "It doesn't matter, but your strength is really great." This situation obviously could no longer continue. Temporarily suspended for a moment, someone also went to get clothes for Kim Jong-kook. Need to wait a bit. Xiaomo also returned to the side of the baby. Just came to baby's side, Xiaomo felt his chest more a pair of small hands, and at this time this pair of small hands are pinching pinch. A burst of strange feelings suddenly attacked the whole body. Xiaomo also looked to baby, this time this originator, a face of dumbfounded, as if found what a new continent like. Ahem. Summer's End also dry cough, said, "Baby, what are you doing?" Summer End, I just realized that no wonder your strength is so big. Baby also said with a face of surprise, "Your muscles are so strong, and it is very hand-feeling." While saying that, Baby also pressed again, as if confirming what he said. The fact that Baby can act like this is also related to the fact that she didn't record during this period of time, otherwise she wouldn't be like this. Baby Hearing Xiaomei's words, Baby also subconsciously asked, "What is it?" "If you haven't touched enough, don't stop." Xiaomo also smiled and said. Once this sentence was said, Baby also blushed, then quickly removed his hands, fiercely blanked Xiaomo after a glance, "No longer speak." Xiaomo did not take this to heart. With the passage of time, this kind of thing will only become more and more frequent in the future. Not long after, Kim Jong-kook also changed into new clothes, a uniform belonging to the red team, and once again stood together with Xiaomao, which was somewhat like a PK match between the red and blue teams. In the same spot, the two fought together once again. Testing, striking out. Probably because of what happened last time, it gave Kim Jong-kook a deep understanding of Summer End's speed. His eyes were dead set on Summer End's shoulders, and with the slightest movement, he would slightly retreat as a way to open up the distance between him and Summer End, while his hands were constantly looking for an opportunity to strike a blow that sought to hit. Natsumi. Cheer up. Baby, on the other hand, had already returned to normal, and with Summer's End here, she didn't have too much to worry about, but instead looked like she was watching the fun. Kim Jong-kook seems to have fallen into the wind. Summer's End also found the other party's strategy is looking for their own mistakes. In this regard, Summer's End also has its own approach. Every strike Kim Jong-kook although can avoid, but the space is so big, he can hide until when? Slowly, Xiaomo also surrounded Kim Jong-kook inside the corner. Behind is the wall. Kim Jong-kook already can't retreat. Footsteps slightly forward, the center of Summer's End also moved forward. Seeing this scene, Kim Jong-kook subconsciously leaned back. Snapping, Kim Jong-kook leaned against the wall with a diameter. The corner of his mouth spread a trace of smile. Xiaomo also withdrew his footsteps, and then quickly pounced towards the left side. His hand also grabbed Kim Jong-kook's arm, and struggled to yank it, and under the huge force, Kim Jong-kook was pulled to the point that his body was a little out of balance. In terms of height, Summer's End is much higher than Kim Jong-kook. Relatively speaking, his arm is also much longer. With this opportunity, Summer's End's arm quickly probed into Kim Jong-kook's back. Touching. Feeling the touch coming from the palm of his hand, Summer End also grabbed with force. At the same time, just a little bit later than Xiaomu, Kim Jong-kook's arm also probed over at the same time, obviously also intending to throw his weight around, otherwise he would only be more passive if he dodged like this, and put up a fight. This exciting scene also let Baby cover the cherry, lips nervously waiting for the result. Tear. Prick la. In a turn, two voices rang out almost in no particular order. And the two people were also completely separated at this instant. Kim Jong-kook's originally expressionless face was also covered in a bitter smile at this time, because the name tag belonging to him was in Summer's End's hand, while his own hand only had a blue strip of cloth. Stretching out his hand, Kim Jong-kook also said with a smile, "You're very strong, I hope to have a chance to fight next time." Yay! 1. As if she was a little girl, Baby jumped straight up and then came over to Summer's End's side. "You are also strong, but are you taking revenge?" Haimo pointed at the cloth in Kim Jong-kook's hand and said in a slightly teasing manner, while also shaking Kim Jong-kook's hand and hugging each other. On the other hand, the crowd in the restroom was also waiting a little nervously. "Hello? Brother Chow, you said that Summer's End and Kim Jong-kook were dueling, how come there's no news coming in for so half a day?" Chen Chi-chi was lying on the ground with a face and said in a very leisurely manner. 39 chapters out of the blue. Just after being eliminated and coming back, Tung Chao told the crowd about the scene just now. Ma Crisp and the three of the red team and Chen Chi-chi were unusually surprised after hearing this, knowing that they were all eliminated by Kim Jong-kook. No one was clearer than them about how powerful the other party was, but now Sia Mo actually took the initiative to go to the other party. More let them speechless is, you Sia Mo wanna go to take the initiative to send the nameplate does not matter. Also with the goddess baby, this also let a kind of grudging man some not too happy. Of course this is only a link of entertainment. Deng Chao shook his head and said, yes, I came back for so long, and there is no movement on Li Chen's side. While talking, Tung Chao also stood up and kept going back and forth in the doorway. His character is the kind that can't hide things. You guys see? They are back. At this time, Do Zhao's words also caused the crowd's gazes to shift at once. At the doorway also appeared the figures of Summer's End and 4 others, which also included Li Chen. Chen, what exactly happened? Seeing this scene, Tung Chao also asked in a hurry. The tone of voice is also with a faint expectation. There is no one of their own people were prompted out, then I am afraid. And Li Chen also appeared together. In Deng Chao's opinion it seems that only Li Chen can fight against Kim Jong-guk, which also means whether they can get the first place in the final round or not. Li Chen helplessly spread his hands, and then he turned a little awkwardly and angrily nuzzled his mouth at Summer's End and Baby, the meaning of which was already quite obvious. Ah! Deng Chao's mouth was also open. Kim Jong-guk also turned around at this time, revealing his back that had lost its name tag long ago, and then smiled and said, I really didn't think that this trip to China actually encountered such a strong opponent. Chen Chi-chi and Zulan and Do Xiaoma Crisp immediately face became good looking up, only they understand what Jin Jong-guk said. As for Deng Chao and Baoxiang, that level of English, it's better to save it. To the beginning to the end, Baby has been with a smile looking at this scene, and that smile is obviously from the heart, very innocent, playful standing in the side of the end of the summer, looks unusually harmonious, there is a kind of light warm feeling. Well, Baby you come to open the password box. Above the previous platform, a group of people also returned once again. Xia Indi with Baby and Chen Chi-chi stood in the forefront, handing the password strip in his hand to Baby. Ah! Baby looked at Summer End with a face of disbelief, saying, it's better for you to come. I'm not of much use. At this, Xia Indi also smiled and said, this is not right, without such a beautiful teammate like you, we can't get the victory so easily. Pop, pop, pop. Oh! The applause accompanied by the uproar rang out loudly, and everyone including Kim Jong-kook was looking at the two with a flirtatious face. For others can see the relationship between the two people some small ambiguity, but no one will really go to ask. After all, things between artists and ordinary people are not quite the same. There are times when they cannot help it, and this time it is to be broadcast on the program site. The authenticity of this seems to be even more unconvincing for them. Baby is also blushing and looking at Summer's End for a moment before reaching out and picking it up. 6518. Following the order, Baby also opened the combination box, revealing the treasure inside. Under the light, a jade sculpture was also presented in the realization of the crowd, a white snake carved in a lifelike manner. The show group was somewhat attached to this kind of ultimate reward. After that, Baby also picked up the jade carving, and the three of them returned to the crowd. Very happy that our Zhenghua came to China. Deng Chao's witty humor reappeared. Okay, Chao, shop the slogan. Summer's End also rolled his eyes. Deng Chao also instantly became embarrassed, and after looking at Summer End with some grudges, he raised his fist once again, and the crowd understood. Run! Brothers! With the sound of the slogan, the recording of the first phase of the program ended. The group of brothers who had been busy for a day were also relaxed. According to the director's team, the next installment of the show was recorded a week later, and that was no time to rest in between. The program would choose to air on TV again tomorrow, and in the evening these people would need to do some editing work, while the directing team would need to look at the effects of the programs airing to decide on the next step. At the end of summer, a few of them have to catch a plane early tomorrow morning, so they can only wait until next week to get together again. At this time, Deng Chao and Li Chen also came to Summer End's side. I see that you two are trying to escape the bar? Xiaomu also said with a smile, next time we'll not be so lucky. The three people also patted each other on the shoulder. After the previous gathering, into the recording of the program, the relationship between the brothers group of people is also getting closer and closer, can't see the rustiness at all. After another simple chat, the two people also left the crew with their own team. Xiaomo also scanned and found that Baby seems to have already left, which made Xiaomo a little surprised. At the same time, in the car not far from the crew, Baby and Xiaomei, who had just disappeared, were also talking. Exhausted me, Mayor. Baby said with a pouty face. Is it as exaggerated as you say? By the way, how was this episode? Was it interesting? Of course it's interesting, you don't even know, Summer's End isn't just a singer, he's pretty good at other things too. Cut. I think you are mesmerized by his singing voice, right? Xiaomei also said helplessly. Despite this, a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. Don't believe it even if. Baby is also a small voice muttered, anyway, tomorrow you will know. It's best if you don't have a problem with him. So that I can. Baby, what are you talking about? Ah. Nothing, I have to catch a plane early tomorrow morning, send me back first. 40 chapters before the start of the broadcast of the movement. Compared to the others, Summer's End was much more relaxed. After all, Crying Dog's company was very close to Hangzhou. The next day, Xiaomu also returned to the company, in the recording studio belonging to their own. The Voice is a live program. This is different from the Running Brothers. The site has sent over the exact news. In the middle of the room, Xiaomei, who was wearing a black uniform dress, handed Xiaomei a document with a flat face. After roughly looking at it, Xiaomo also nodded. This time the Good Voice publicity time is really long. To know that this is from the C election has already passed a few days of time, and the document shows that the recording will also be in a period of time later. Roughly estimated, it didn't conflict with Running Man with each other. This point made Xiaomei very satisfied. After waiting for a few moments, Xiaomei has once again said, in addition I want to tell you, this time inside the Voice, if there is no need, or do not use original songs. Do you think you can still write a song that is as classic as that one that exists? Xiaomei saw Xiaomei's somewhat puzzled eyes, and said somewhat depressed, first of all, not to mention whether you can or can't, even if it's okay it will take time, right? In addition, this time the 4 mentors are said to be very strict. For the interests of the company you better think about it, in addition to advise you a word of advice, or choose their songs better. In response, Xiaomu's face was also flat. This point I know what I should do. Humph. Xiaomei clearly felt that Xiaomo clearly had a perfunctory meaning. How could this satisfy this big miss of Crying Dog Company? After a cold snort, Xiaomei also continued, I have told you, how to do is your thing, although my father fancy you, but do not forget, our Crying Dog Company is not only you an artist. After saying that, Xiaomei also turned around and walked towards the door. Xiaomei shook her head slightly. It wasn't that Xiaomei didn't have a temper, but it was just that Xiaomei didn't care to argue with women. And sometimes wouldn't it be better to speak with facts? There was also the fact that the relationship between himself and Xiaomei was indeed a bit delicate. As his assistant she would have been reluctant. The same as a beautiful woman. The end of the summer suddenly felt that this Xiaomei and baby between there are too many gaps. Immediately Xiaomei is also not thinking about this matter, seriously planning up. After all, if on The Voice, they have to prepare a few songs, a song is certainly not enough. Xiaomei's idea is very simple. And at this time, Xiaomei outside the door dialed baby's phone. Hello? May, what's wrong? I just arrived in Hong Kong and you miss me? The sweet voice belonging to baby came from the other end of the phone. After hearing baby's voice, Xiaomei's face also became a lot softer, but still with a complaining tone. She said, Baby, you don't even know how arrogant that damn brat is. I kindly reminded him of his good intentions, but he didn't appreciate it at all. How come? Summer's End is very good Baby was first stunned, then also responded, but how to listen to will feel baby words and that a hint of faint firmness. I knew you would say that. Xiaomei also said somewhat helplessly. Well, Mayor. You need to change the way you talk. It was 8 p.m., the prime time of the TV program. Director, it's about to go on air, aren't you nervous at all? The program team belonging to the Running Brothers is also gathered at this time. The good or bad of a program depends on the ratings of the first broadcast, coupled with the synchronized live broadcast of the network, as well as the comments and reactions of the netizens. These are the most important. The director's face was also a bit excited at this time. There is no need to rush, I am very confident. Come on, 20 pitches. What the hell? This Timo on the upper road is making me a dog. The premiere of Runner Brothers is coming up, and you've always wanted to see Summers in the flesh, haven't you? What? I'll vote right now. Timo's dad, you win. In the internet cafe, similar situations are constantly happening, while at home it's even hotter. Honey, what are you doing grabbing my remote control? Real Madrid is already 3-1, don't Go to hell, I want to watch Run for the Hills, I want to watch my End of Summer. What? Isn't it on tomorrow? It's me who remembered the wrong day. Go to Real Madrid. Wife changed the channel quickly. On campus, many young girls who skipped their nightly study halls are eagerly awaiting the show. I'm looking forward to seeing Summer's End. Yeah, so happy. I'm afraid that this situation is also not imagined by everyone. The publicity of Running Man is a few notches below if compared to The Voice. But the people who participated can be big names, and the most mysterious of them is Xiaomu. The existence of a song so that the end of the summer has been some of the flavor of a household name. This network popular society, if a good song is not known, is a strange thing. A pass 10 pass 100. The speed of this propagation is into a collection of times the growth of awe. But because the song appeared for a short time, there is no MV on the network, only a photo of Xiaomu, which greatly aroused the curiosity of Xiaomu's fans. Once the curiosity of people rise, there is no way to stop down. And got to the end of Xiao participated in such a reality show. These fans do not crazy strange, or that all this is fate, a ring to a ring. 41 chapters overnight, fire throughout the country. Time passes in an instant. The moment 8 o'clock arrives, Runner Brothers also opened the premiere. At this time, Xiaomo and a group of brothers, although in different places, but as long as there is time, will choose to watch a little. After all, it is the program they participate in. Xiaomo was no exception. Sitting by the computer, Xiaomo also leisurely watched. After the special effects and a series of hilarious scenes that the program group had come up with, the corners of Xiaomo's mouth also rose in an arc. Because it belonged to the live webcast, many netizens were able to comment one after another, and the number of times that the screen was swiped had completely exploded, and before this comment was even read, it had already been topped to who knows where. Wow! Brother Chow, don't look at the pretty girl, be careful of Nyang Yang. Shut up Lao Miang is here to see the end of Xia. Wow! Summer's End is even more handsome in real life. Summer's End, Summer's End. The barrage of comments was dazzling, and as the program slowly progressed, some people began to notice problems. Have you guys noticed that there's something wrong with the way Xia Mo looks at baby? Ugh. What are you talking about? Obviously it's baby looking at our Shamu's eyes, that's not right. All kinds of mocking messages were also instantly bombarded in turn, and Xia Mo was also somewhat speechless, but it had to be said that in the middle of the program, certain small tacit understanding between Xia Mo and baby, when paired with that kind of faint ambiguous atmosphere, could indeed be clearly seen. The program group seems to take this as the head of the AO. Every time there is a highlight between Xiaomei and baby, either on Xiaomei's face or on baby's face, added two groups of redness. Rub, this director is also too unscrupulous. Looking at the screen, his own lovely appearance, Xiaomei is also full of black lines. This kind of Xia Mao is very cute. Inside a high-class apartment in Hong Kong, baby was also watching. Probably because at home, baby at this time is very leisurely, a cute pajamas show a different side, and a pair of snow white and glossy jade feet are also hanging in the air, constantly kicking and stamping, so that people have a huge visual impact. This scene was not seen by anyone at all, otherwise I'm afraid there would be an unknown number of otaku who would go crazy over this. Bell looked at the cell phone, baby is also helplessly shook his head, immediately picked up, said, "My child, and what happened?" "Baby you, this is what is the situation." Xiaomei's somewhat anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Baby is a little confused. "How do you and the end of the summer so ambiguous, obscene it?" Xiaomei's voice paused for a moment before continuing to say, "This is on you and a certain impact, do you really?" Hearing the words of his girlfriend, baby's face is also slightly red, but still said with a smile, "What's wrong, May? Is not you jealous Ghost will be jealous for her." Xiaomei did not have a good temperament, said, "The networker spread crazy, I guess tomorrow you two things must be on the front page of the headlines." Xiaomei is right, this kind of thing in the eyes of many netizens, that is definitely a big thing. This baby has not expressed any opinion, and she likes that kind of feeling, especially to see the netizens say how they in the end of the summer how. Her heart not only does not have the slightest sense of disgust, on the contrary, there is a trace of her own did not find the joy of stealing. Director, this data, too scary. The staff of the crew, looking at the screen above the ratings and click-through rates that are still growing wildly, the whole person has already stuttered a bit in their speech. At this time no one noticed the director, his hands have also been slightly trembling. To get out of the run brothers, this program is also risking a lot of dedication. If the results are not good, he is afraid that he will also have to step down, and now it looks like he seems to rise in value. End of summer. It's all because of him, this is the part one didn't care for the most, it looks like it must be going down in this area. As a director his vision cannot be said to be not poisonous, a glance to see through the truth. With the passage of time, the program is also played, but the netizens seem to have not from that enthusiasm inside the small retreat, constantly discussing, of course, many of them are related to the end of the summer, one is in baby in the end what is the relationship between, this is a point of view. The other is that Xiaomu led the blue team to 4 wins in 4 battles, as if the all-powerful Superman general, which also let the netizens with heart to Xiaomu made a title, all-powerful heavenly king. The meaning is already very obvious, whether it is the finger pressure board or memory, or table tennis, this is to say that there are national professional table tennis players on the spot to give the answer. Xiaomu's level is already close to the level of professional athletes. And the final clip of Xia Mao singling out the beast Kim Jong-guk also staggered many netizens. This night, the running bar brothers were completely on fire, or rather, Summer's End was on fire, and the crowd of the brothers group also took advantage of this win to once again raise a notch, and at the very least, their paychecks in the future were going to be a lot higher, which I'm afraid the crowd didn't anticipate. The next day, Xiaomei was sitting inside the office, somewhat puzzled, while Xiaomei on the opposite side was sitting there with a frosty face. "What's the matter with calling me over so early in the morning?" Summer End's sleepiness had not been completely dispersed. Xiaomei, on the other hand, casually picked up the newspaper on top of the table and immediately remained in front of the end of Xia, said, "Still ask me, you see it yourself." Xiaoma's eyes also swept over. The headline of today's entertainment newspaper was also very eye-catching. A new reality show program, Run Bar Brothers, hit a new high in ratings, in which the relationship between Xiaomo and baby is even more confusing. 42 chapters want to shoot MV. Seeing the comments of the netizens, the corner of Xiaoma's mouth also spread a trace of arc. Seems to be sensing that Xiaomo is happy in general. Xiaomei's expression is also more icy. "What the hell do you think? Don't you know what effect this has on you? What impact? You." Xiaomei was also furious over it. To be honest, Xiaomei also do not know how in the end, see that news she suddenly issued a nameless fire, no reason at all, this time the front page headlines, although some gossip meaning in it, but the netizens commented on most of the good side. It can be said that with the help of this matter, Summer's End's popularity is also surging again, which in turn is a good thing. Anyway, you're having a negative impact on the company by doing this. Xiaomei also stood up after saying that the next installment of the program. You look at it. In this regard, the eyes of the end of the summer is also a cold. This woman is too unreasonable, once tolerated even if, again and again and again. Think of this, the end of the summer is also faintly said. Remember the contract seems to have said, I have my own choice of the right to freedom, this matter you have no right to interfere, there is no matter if I leave first. See Xiaomu get up and walk towards the outside. Xiaomei is also with angry tone shouted, you give me back. How could Xiaomu pay attention to her at this time? Diameter walked out. Inside the large office only left Xiaomei a person, looking at the door. Xiaomei eyes are flashing crystal, this asshole, is not obedient to me once will die? In the end, Xiaomei is not clear, she is just jealous for this matter. Time passes very quickly, 3 days of time passes in a blink of an eye. Within these 3 days Xiaomei also received a call from the crew. Because the first phase of the program was too hot, the heat didn't diminish at all in 3 days, the director's team has decided to start filming early, and the time is set for 2 days later. Now that I have my popularity, with this opportunity, it seems like I should be doing something about it. Inside the recording studio belonging to Summer End was also secretly thinking. A hit song doesn't mean anything, at the very least it can't make those music industry moguls agree. Summer End is very clear about this, the talent is there, and there are so many popular songs inside his head that he can use to his heart's content. Thinking about this, Summer End also said to do it. But the songs prepared this time, Summer End didn't intend to just record them, it was time to exit the country to shoot a music video, so that it would be more in line with the trend of his future development. System, I want to redeem the talent of the acting department, how many omnipotence points do I need? Performing life, completely integrating into the plot, the most perfect state, requires 1000 omnipotence points, charisma plus 5. Hearing the system's words, Summer End was also stunned, 1000 points, he now only had a mere 100 omnipotence points, when would he want to redeem this talent of interpreting life? This is also enough to make people greedy, this is obviously on the same level as the Soul Singer. The first phase of the Running Man program is over, the host is able to get a portion of the omnipotence points. This time the system also spoke out again. HM? What about the points? Because all aspects need to be taken into account, the ratings are also one of them, the system needs to comprehensively assess the host's score before it can be issued, and after the second installment, there is no need. After a pause, the system also said again, the result of this time can already be predicted. According to the system's evaluation, the host can obtain 200 omnipotence points this time. 200 points? If this was placed in the beginning, Xiaomu would be a little excited, but this is undoubtedly just a drop in the bucket for the exchange of the interpretation of life. Suggested that the host can exchange the primary talent of the acting department to deal with MV and other difficulty is not too high. Film and television is already enough, and later can be upgraded on top of the foundation, and will not waste too many omnipotence points. At this time, Xiaomu was a lot more relaxed, to know that just rely on the song but cannot, movies and TV dramas these things Xiaomu will never give up, to do of course to do the best, otherwise have this omnipotent system, is not it a waste of time? Hello, baby? Summer End why so leisurely, have time to call me. Hearing baby's beautiful voice, Xiaomu's mood immediately became better, said, it's like this, the new song I'm preparing needs to record a music video. You want me to help? I can speak first, the male lead is not handsome I do not want, and do not give money I will not go off. Baby slightly mischievous said. Laughing, Xiaomu also responded, of course, the male lead is guaranteed to be handsome, as for the money. I'd like to invite you to dinner, okay? The main character is you, baby deliberately pretended to be surprised, said, this I have to think about it. Well, I know you will not refuse. The end of the summer is also not in the skin, said, the day after tomorrow, the second phase will start, we meet in the specific discussion, your side does not have much of a problem, right? Who says I won't refuse? Baby said again with flirtation, if we are still in a group in the next period, you can still take me to lie to win, I will consider it. The next phase we still in a group, if you can still take me to lie to win, I will consider it. After hearing this, Xiaomu also shook his head helplessly, baby can also be a loyal LOL players, on this game, Xiaomu also very much like, lie to win on lie to win it. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomu thought about it, just before calling baby, Xiaomu had already completed the primary exchange of the interpretation of life, spent 200 omnipotent points, just arrived at the omnipotent points again exhausted, but this is all worth it. Shooting a music video with baby, then of course you have to choose a love song. In that case, it was this one. After thinking for a while, Summer's End's eyes also lit up. Chapter 43 Traveling to Wurzhen. The next day, Xiaomu also found Xiaomei, this young girl was spiteful, but she was still very dedicated to her work. Seeing Xiaomei come to the office, Xiaomei's beautiful eyes also flashed a trace of joy, but still said with a somewhat cold and hard tone, what's the matter? I have written a song and need to shoot a music video. Xiaomei was also stunned, then also organized his emotions, said, so fast? You have to know because you became famous because of the existence of this song, but it is also easy to plant a hard heel on this. According to Normal, Xiaomei said there is no mistake. If the future songs cannot reach the height of the existence, then what will the fans think? This is also for the reason that Xiaomei has not been urging Xiaomei to continue singing. This needs time to slowly accumulate. I understand. Summer End also nodded and said, but I am very sure. This way. After Xiaomei looked deeply at Xiaomao, she said, that's good, I will help you get everything as soon as possible. Recently the company's artists are getting more and more, it's just the right time to give them a chance. There is no need for this, I have already found the male and female protagonists, you only need to help me contact the director cameraman. After a pause, Summer End added again, this song is about love. What did you say? Xiaomei was also a bit surprised, and then said again, who are they? Don't you know how important the first MV is to yourself? Xiaomei's tone is not good, but still for the sake of Xiaomu good, this Xiaomu is also careful to explain a little, said, I know of course, the male lead is me, the female lead then I found the baby. For their own this bosom friend, Xiaomei is now more and more no way, from the previous without saying anything, to now no Xiaomu after, Xiaomei found baby seems to hide too many things, they do not know at all. Don't fool around, you have talent above singing this point I admit, but in this aspect of acting, do you have any experience? I have confidence, this matter is so. Xiaomei does not want to go on, when the MV comes out everything will be clear. This also caused Xiaomei once again angry up, but does not seem to have much effect, for the Summer End of this person, Xiaosu is very dependent on, this request will certainly be passed, Xiaomei opposition is also useless. A day later, Xiaomo also came to Wuzhen, the shooting location for the second installment. I have to say that the crew is good at choosing places, this kind of Jiangnan Watertown will really make people feel happy. When Xiaomu came to the crew arranged good in, Deng Chao and other people have already arrived in full, after all, only Xiaomu is the closest to here, and because of the need to get the new song thing, also pinched the time to arrive. Summer's End. You're late. This time is in the evening, a group of people have already been sitting around together, the table above all kinds of special dishes have already been prepared. It looks like I came at the right time. Summer's End also smiled. This issue of Chen Chi-Chi because of other reasons did not rush over, the brotherhood of people are also one less, but the crew is still very heartfelt, because of the program's hot, this issue is a lot of effort. At least in the sight of Xiaomo there are 4 beautiful women, baby natural needless to say, there is a with a hint of exotic beauty, Xiaomo is also a glance out, the new generation of goddess Guli Naza, as well as Tang Yexayan, Zhenlan Xayan, in addition to natural as that is not Xiaomo is not attributed to the ranks of the beauty of the whole inside sister. At this time the eyes of the crowd are also gathered to the body of the end of the summer, Li Chen also said with a big smile, the end of the summer, hurry up to do down, to eat. Li Chen, what are you messing with? Deng Chao immediately became angry and said, what if Xiaomao drinks with us in a while? That. Chao, is Xiaomu very good at drinking? At this time, the beautiful eyes of Gulina Zha on the side also inquired with a trace of doubt. More than formidable. That is quite powerful. Thinking of the scene he personally experienced earlier, Tung Chao's face suddenly became a bit bitter. Summer End also smiled and sat down, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, the men and women each sat together, only baby's side left his seat. Just to do down, Xiaomei saw the Treasure Blue brothers threw over the eyes, that means in saying, how to thank us off? Unmoving Xiaomo also slightly nodded, signaling that he knows before sitting down in diameter, because after all, unlike the hotel, the place here is not so spacious, which also caused, the distance between Xiaomo and baby is very close, I'm afraid to clip the food when both sides of the arm will touch each other. Why did you just come over? I've been here since noon. Baby also whispered and exchanged with Xiaomei. The 50 good cents, in addition to the recording of the first phase of the program, made baby not at all jealous. Do you think I'm easy? Summer End also rolled her eyes helplessly and said, I am preparing a new song, and the song I promised to give you is also ready. Eh? Really? Baby also brightened up, and then said, that I have to practice a little bit recently, or else I will be disgraced it. The end of summer. Baby, you two don't show love as soon as you come. Zulan this time is also the idea of the two people, a face of jealousy, said, my fans have been asking me this question recently. Really hurt the brain 44 chapters of the director to open a small stove. Yes, there are also many people ask me it. Really worthy of being a brother, this Zulan just finished speaking, Baoxiong came to match up. A few of this issue's special guests weren't too familiar with this matter, and this time of course, a huge curiosity arose. Baby is also a beautiful eye, said, you too. The two of you is not want to die? Long been used to baby sometimes will be a little spoof, everyone also did not care, Treasure Blue Brothers is a face of obscene smile. After all are young people, not to mention the brothers group of people have been familiar with, these today just came to the beauty is not a moment's time, into the group, a moment of everyone laughing and joking, very happy, maybe because of tomorrow morning to record the reason, the director group but did not give the crowd to prepare the wine, which also makes the end of the summer end want to pour them the idea of the end of nothing. And because of the Balan brothers conversation, baby is also not alone in Xiaomo chat. Not long after, dinner was also eaten, and it was also time for the director to appear. Well, since everyone has already eaten, let me first talk about tomorrow. The crowd was also interested at this time. After all, from the point of view of this equipped situation, 5 men and 5 women, this is definitely a problem. As you can see, tomorrow needs to be grouped, a man and a woman, a total of 5 groups. Hearing this, several people also looked at each other. The 4 men's gazes all looked at Xia Mao, obviously still having palpitations about the performance of Xia Mao in the last period. The right to choose is in your hands, choose your own teammates. If there is no opinion, I will help you assign is also possible. The director also said again. I'll team up with Summer and. Almost the voice just fell, Baby's voice on the diameter of the ring, completely seamless and Baby a serious face with an anxious look, simply lovely to the explosion. Baby, this shout also made everyone freeze, and then they all revealed a meaningful smile. And in response to this, Xia Mao also smiled. Baby, this look is indeed genuine, without so much pretense. Xia Mao is very fond of this point. Naza, we're good as a group. Okay, brother Chow. Not to mention the group of Baby and Xia Mao, Deng Chao, and the others also started a free group. Among them, Deng Chao and Guli Naza have known each other for some time, while Li Chen and Holding Sister did the same, knowing each other better, so that the cooperation is also more tacit understanding. The remaining 2 women were also paired with the Balan brothers. Then go back to their respective rooms to rest. Tomorrow morning 6 o'clock start. The director also nodded and said. In response, the brothers' group of people and a few beautiful women are also a face of bitterness. In this society nowadays, this age 6 o'clock up can be said to be few and far between, especially for them, these women, sleep deprivation, that the mood will be a lot worse, right? Shame on you. When the people get up, Baby is also whispered in summer and said, I'll blame you, tomorrow must let me lie to win, otherwise. Don't even think about the MV. Of course, don't you know that with you in my group, I'm never full of power? Summer's End also responded with a smile. Baby's face was also slightly reddened, and she muttered in a small voice, slick talker. After saying that, Baby also left the hall with a few other women. Early the next morning, still sleeping, Summer End was woken up by the crew. After simply packing up, Summer End came to the open space outside the inn. At this time, a group of people were all sleepy-eyed, and didn't seem to be in a very good state of mind. This time our appearance is a bit special. The director looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, this time your 5 teams, or rather 5 couples, will appear in the form of a short movie. A short movie? That's right. The director also nodded and said, now you guys follow the staff over there, they will arrange it down, I'll be responsible for the group of Summer's End and Baby. Director. You are too biased, right? Deng Chao also shouted deliberately. If you want, I can also be in charge of your group. The director also responded with a smile and said, the responsibility of their group is not light, if they don't shoot well, they have to start over. Ah. Forget it, it's better to leave it to them. Deng Chao hurriedly waved his hand, and his face was also hung with a look of fear. The crowd's usual work is very busy. Could it be that to participate in this program, they are holding a relaxed mentality to come over, and now they also have to get these things, is who will have resistance? Oh. God, I feel like I'm going crazy. Baby, who got up early in the morning, also said with some exaggeration when she heard these words. Because the time is too early, Baby is completely veiled out of the camera. This natural beauty with the beautiful scenery of Wuhan looks exceptionally harmonious. Xia Mo also said with a smile, what are you afraid of? It should be that I'm afraid of it, right? Ha! Right, you don't seem to have any experience in performing Louboutin pas cher. Baby's expression instantly became happy, said, let me teach you, but it is to teach the fee. 2 people talking stalls, other people are also under the leadership of the crew have left. There are only 2 people left here, Xiaomu Baby, in addition to the director led by the film crew. Summer, don't be nervous, the lines are very short, and just need to play on the spot on it. The director is also softly relieved. The reason why to be responsible for the end of this group, the director is also after careful consideration. The first so far 2 people accounted for a large proportion of this point of view is now in the ascendant. He must be grasped, especially between the end of the summer and the ambiguity between the baby. 45 chapters let a person surprised by the talent. For the 2 people's words, Xiaomei also smiled without saying anything. It looked like they didn't seem too optimistic about themselves. Under the leadership of the director's team, a group of people also came to another location, a small open space, willow, with the river next to it. It is some poetic meaning. In a ready room, the 2 people also changed their costumes. After coming out, the end of the summer looked at the good clothing Baby, eyes suddenly bright, a light pink dress let Baby more than a wave of soft breath, slightly thin shoulders, let a person cannot help but want to go over to embrace in the arms. Summer end of the clothing does let the end of the summer some egg pain, a national time robes, said it is very fit, but the most critical thing is, because of the weather, the crowd is wearing most of the shorts, this robe to wear after walking, the end of the summer legs are also hidden. Xiao Mao's body is very slender, although it looks a little alternative, but it does not appear to be abrupt, and the shoes and robes underneath are obviously not matched. The director's team had already prepared the props, and there were a few hamburgers and coke on top of the table. On the way here, the end of summer and Baby 2 people are also read this so-called script, very short. Baby is a salesman, and the end of summer is to borrow the opportunity to buy hamburgers to pick up all the water into the channel. It does not seem very difficult, the main thing is not to laugh on the scene can be. Well, it's so early today, let's try it out first, there's still plenty of time. The director clapped his hands, and immediately the cameraman on the side came to the position that was formulated, and baby also came to the position that was formulated in a diameter after he would only say a word to Xiamo. The director nodded at the end of Xia, at the same time gave the end of Xia a look of encouragement, shouted, "Start!" With the director's order, Xiamo is also fast into the state, everything in front of them seems to forget, Xiaomo's eyes only not far away from the baby, has already brought himself completely into the plot. Interpretation of life talent is not called for nothing, according to the system, interpretation of life if upgraded to the highest level, then within this space, there is no one compared to themselves. The breeze is gentle, and the end of Xia is also leisurely walking towards the baby, and everything seems so harmonious and natural. Good. Continue, don't stop. The director who was observing also had a light in his eyes when he saw this. Diameter came to the front of the baby, this time the baby is organizing the hamburger on top of the table, Summerand is also whispered, "Hello." Under the arrangement of the director's team, this time, Xiaoma has to speak Cantonese, but fortunately, this point baby is more skillful, in addition to the lines are not a lot, Xiaoma is also easy to memorize. Mr. What to order, baby also raised his head, his eyes are very clear. I want Han. Hamburger. Xiaome's expression with the language pause, as well as baby's response, are changing, completely without a trace of artifice within. As if it was treating a customer in general, baby handed the hamburger to Xiaome, with a businesslike smile and said, "Do you need anything else?" Slightly think about it, the end of summer is also opened, can. And see Summer ends so intermittent appearance, baby is also with a trace of helpless appearance, flirtatious. Charming to the extreme said, "Cola." The small hand is also from the side picked up a cup of cola handed to the Summer end, "Your cola." After casually result, the two people also looked at each other and smiled, baby was a little embarrassed and lowered her head. "Girl." Summer's end also said with a hint of coyness, "A few days off work ah?" After a slight pause, Summer end is also a serious face said, "I have a car, I send you." "You have a car ah?" Baby raised his head, smiled and said, "That go ah." Card. With the two strolling away, the director stopped this shoot in diameter. Perfect. The director looked at Xiaomu with a face of disbelief and said, "Xiaomu, are you sure you haven't acted in any roles before? And are you really not a graduate of a film and television academy?" Once the director's words came out, baby's eyes also looked towards Xiaomu, for the process just now, baby but completely in the eyes, Xiaomu but there is not too much flaws, can be completely counted as a qualified actor. And thinking of the scene just now, baby's heart also immediately sprang up a thought, although just shooting a short movie. But this feeling is really very good. Really. A thin layer of paper is just a thin layer of paper, a poke will be broken, and everything that is happening now will make it easier and easier to break this layer of paper. Maybe I have some talent in this area. Summer's end, who had no way to explain herself, had no choice but to respond in such a way. These words, on the other hand, made both the director and the cameraman unable to help but roll their eyes. Since the last issue, they had found out that there seemed to be nothing that could be difficult to get to Xiaomu. This was completely an all-around entertainment genius and it wasn't without humor. The director was also getting more and more sober. The previous decision to invite Xiaomu, there were a lot of people who didn't agree at that time. Alright, there's plenty of time, do you guys want to take a break and continue filming the next segment? The director was also much more relaxed and said with a smile. After exchanging a glance with baby, Xiaomu also smiled and said, "Continue, the current state is very good. Just a look, can guess each other's meaning, this kind of marvelous sense of tacit understanding is a little mysterious, Xiaomu is a little happy in it." Chapter 46, Am I Fat? Having solved the first clip so easily, everyone's mindset was also relaxed. Two people are also changed to another scene. The director group has prepared a good old-fashioned bicycle, to which baby is smiling at the end of the summer said, "The end of the summer. Will you be able to ride it?" "I am very good at it." "Of course I will, it seems good to experience it once." The two people also chatted from time to time, after all, there is no other person from the Brotherhood here, if there are only two people, they are still very relaxed. Well, you all know the plot of the second segment, just follow the method of the last time. The director also spoke. At the same time the film crew is also all ready, with the director's order, Xiaomo is also riding on the bicycle, while baby is good behavior sitting at the back, because the hem of the long skirt is too long, baby's one hand to gently tug, the other hand is gently holding Xiaomo's waist. With the end of Xia force, the car is also moving, and so the two people into the camera, baby only with a light smile said, "You call this car? In Hong Kong this is called a bicycle. In my hometown of Wuzhen they collectively call it a car." The car was very stable, and Summer's end didn't have a trace of panic. A serious words, so that baby suddenly petulant laughter, a face of helplessness said, "That you drive not tired ah. Driving of course will be very tired ah." Summer end also said with a smile, "But with you, you won't feel tired." Tai. Baby's face instantly turned red, because this was not a scripted line at all, and what Xiaomo said made baby's heart thump, and her heartbeat accelerated in this instant. Very good, this is the kind of effect I want, continue not to stop." The director kept muttering to himself. The director didn't feel angry at all about this change of lines by Sia Mo, because in his opinion, this kind of dialogue will be more hot, to achieve the effect of his tone. Because it is in the shooting, baby also rather have no time to care about other things, continued to say, then I sink or not off? The end of the summer to modify the lines, so that baby is also into the self-editing session inside. The car slightly shook a little bit, the end of the summer is also said with a smile, there is a little bit of. After a pause, summer's end also said again, but I can still hum, but it's best not to eat too much. Put. Baby also laughed out chirpily. With the end of the last shot, summer's end also stopped. This section of the conversation is relatively small, after all, this is just an appearance, the key is still a little while the 5 teams battle. Very good, now you can take a break, after the other teams finish, we'll gather at the assembly. The director also shouted at the 2 people. Nodding his head, summer's end also came to the side of the river, baby also but followed closely. Humph. Actually took the initiative to change the lines. Baby frowned after the cute little nose, said, fortunately this girl is witty, but the end of Xia. Am I really that fat? In this regard, Xia Mo is also helpless. It seems that women have always been very concerned about their own weight, baby is obviously no exception, but no matter from that aspect, baby's body and fat can't touch the side, slim and slender, especially the pair of jade legs, it is a perfect and flawless existence. Of course not. At this time, this kind of problem even if it is a joke cannot be admitted. The end of the summer is also spread his hands and said, to say fat, I am more than you think it, and baby your body is already very perfect. Xiaomo words, also let baby's face a happy, a look you very good at talking expression, after the baby is also said again, right, I see you are very experienced no wonder want to shoot MV it. Where is it, it's just nature playing, right, after the recording of this program, do you have time? That time is just right for filming. Hearing Xiaomu's words, baby was also stunned, and immediately said, after the end of this installment, don't you still have to participate in the main competition of The Voice? Aha. How do you know that? Summer End was also a bit puzzled. Well. Baby as if said missed something in general, small hand covered their mouth some embarrassed look at Xiaomu, then Beauty Eyes turn, said, of course is to see the news said. In this regard, Xiaomao also understood in his heart, there must be something that he did not know. It seems that do not want to dwell on this topic, baby is also quickly said, you still think about how to deal with brother Chao and Li Chen them, I'm afraid they will join forces against you if you can't win, MV thing I will not agree to it. Believe me, remember what I said? I'm full of power with you on my team. Baby also spat lightly. Talking and laughing, looking at the beautiful environment, time passes very quickly, not a moment's effort, the staff is also over to call the 2 people, to go to the next location to gather. Outside an ancient doorway, a group of people also gathered together again. The directing team's order is 2x2 pair. From a distance across this doorway, the beautiful name is Time Travel Love. Of course, this still need post-production, plus all the special effects to have the effect. A group of people are also in accordance with the arrangements of the director's team marching in order, and then the camera switch finally came to the main event. 10 people are also unified to change into their respective team uniforms. Above the open space outside the doorway, the director was also once again ready to release the mission. Chapter 47, Height is not a problem. Summer and Baby is the 3rd group to come to the meeting place, and at this time the last group of Baochang group is also the last to arrive. After seeing Baochang, Xiaomao also had an urge to laugh maniacally. Because to record a short film, so or simply painted a bit of makeup, but Baochang is different, hair do not know by which makeup artist to make stand up, in the sunlight will also emit bursts of bright light. Baochang. What kind of hairstyle is that one of yours? Deng Chao was the first one who didn't hold back and almost spewed out laughing. Xiaomao and Baby also stood in the crowd and snickered. Baby whispered, Xiaomao, look at this kind of Baochang is still a little handsome. Indeed, but it looks like Baochang's height is now more than Zulan's ox. Xiaomu also humorously said. At this time, Baochang also came to the crowd, a face of some coy smile, so that Deng Chao could not help but once again flirted with said, but Baochang today is really very handsome Or brother Chao, you again vision Does not seem to hear out the general. Baochang is also a smiley look at the crowd, and then also opened his mouth to say, the end of the summer, how do you feel like today? Obviously Baochang seems to be very satisfied with his own hairstyle. For Baochang's question, Xiaomu also nodded, said, yes, is very handsome, better than Zulan. The end of summer. Not with you like this, how can I not be better than Baby? Zulan looked at Xiaomao with a grudging face, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. And the smile on Baochang's face was even more prosperous, obviously agreeing very much with Xiaomao's words, or maybe his heart was unusually happy. How can it be compared? Xiaomo said with a smile, look at Baochang after getting this hairstyle, this height is obviously more than you. Ha ha. Yes, it is indeed higher than me, but height is not a problem, I am a standard figure. Zulan instantly burst out laughing after hearing this, even if this topic has him in it, he doesn't care at all. If this time Baochang's face can be expressed in a secondary form, then the image of an awkward grey wolf will be very vivid, Baochang's eyes looking at the end of the summer with a hint of sadness in the sultry eyes, giving people the feeling of even more hilarious. Okay, welcome to 2014, you have just traveled through an era. The director also interrupted the crowd's teasing at this time, and said, "In the process of crossing over, you have lost all memories of love." A speech also let the crowd's expression became slightly serious, no more flirting and playful. The director is also pointing to the front of the crowd, said, "Do you see this muddy water in front of you? What kind of water?" Baby is also slightly wrinkled eyebrows, looking at the dark liquid inside, some surprised said. A slight smile, "The end of the summer," is also said softly, "Is it forgetful water?" Baby's eyes are also a bright, immediately said, "May really be but the end of the summer you named the kung fu is good." In this regard, the end of the summer is also can only accept this statement. To know this parallel space does not forget the water of this classic song, and Huazai is real. The end of the summer is also not clear. They actually sing all the songs, the status but not much change. This is a vat of sewage polluted by the world's false love. If you can find the mysterious water that has been passed down from generation to generation in this village and pour it into this muddy pool, then this muddy pool will become the pure water of true love. The director also summarized the last sentence. Oh. The crowd also seems to understand, as if they all understand, but Summer's End observed the expressions of the others. Bao Chang and Zhu Lan are still a little confused. This Zhu Lan brothers are indeed not for nothing, and Li Chen's face did not change at all, as if he did not hear it in general, and Deng Chao's face is the most odd. Okay, then the first level, play a dice game with the merchants in the bazaar, and the winner has a chance to get a bottle of water. But only one of the 5 bottles is the water of mystery. Cheer up! With a shout from Tong Chao after that, a group of people also headed towards their destination. I don't know who was the first existing to run, which also drove the others to follow the trend. Baby ran while saying to Xiaomu, "Xiaomu, hurry up and run. Don't fall behind." Summer End is also a slight smile, diameter stretch, out of the hand. Seeing this scene, Baby is also subconsciously put the small hand on the palm of Xiaomu, slightly force, soft, smooth small hand was Xiaomu hold tightly. Tatsu. You and hold sister break back, stop Xiaomu and them. This time in front of Deng Chao is also turned back and shouted. Looking at Xiaomu's expression always has a subtle meaning of plotting to succeed. And here Deng Chao words Li Chen, first a stunned, then also said a let Deng Chao almost fell words, said, "Chao, or you come, this kind of thing not good at all." And the sight of the Treasure Blue brothers is a burst of wild laughter. This time Deng Chao and Li Chen is not a group. Li Chen of course, will not give Deng Chao to do the graft, each fighting for their own. Deng Chao's plan is obviously bankrupt. Brother Chao is so sinister. Summer End we quickly run. Baby's words just fell. Xiaomo began to accelerate, but still within the bearable range of Baby, as running, constantly have to turn, over the doorway, the small village inside, are all this kind of road, but also let the speed greatly reduced by a lot. And Summer End's acceleration was also instantly surpassed the front groups and ran behind Deng Chao. Seemingly seeing that this way worked, the other several groups of people also pulled the hands of their female companions and hollered to catch up, while Deng Chao in front of them also kept swinging sideways from left to right, obviously intending to block the road. "Brother Chao, I will retaliate." Xia Mei ran while shouting at Teng Chao. "Revenge is revenge, I'm not as good as hell who goes to hell, want to overtake me, no way." Tong Chao laughed obscenely, that voice was as horrible as it could be. 48 chapters beautiful misunderstanding. Summer and Baby two people are also a face of black line, this time Deng Chao and Chen Chi. This cannot be divided into high and low. Because of this small village inside the road is narrower, 5 teams can only one team through. Xiaomei want to exceed Deng Zhou and Gulinaza. This group will appear unlikely, unless Xiaomei regardless of the diameter of the rush over. A moment of effort, again through a curve, Deng Chao is also back to the head, a face of evil smile shouted, "Hey!" That cheap smile, together with his unrivaled English pronunciation, let a person cannot help but want to kick a few feet hard in his face before the mood will be a little bit comfortable. Chao, As if Baby couldn't take the excitement anymore, he dashed towards the front. I don't know where to come from the strength. Summer End is also driven up. Baby this moment completely broke out. Deng Chao, who still maintains the posture of turning back, did not react in the slightest and realized that the speed of the two people surged, and then his eyes also flashed a trace of panic, and he shouted, "Summer's End. Baby, what are you guys doing?" But who would pay attention to him at this time? Summer's End would of course accompany Baby. The next instant, the end of Xia is also quickly came to the back of the Baby, let go of the Baby's small hand, and then gently pushed the jade back of the Baby, an acceleration, from the middle of the two people through the past. Naza! Stop them! Deng Chao, who quickly turned back his head at this time, also saw the scene that happened. At this time, Baby had already drilled through, while Xiaomei was half a body position behind the two people. Hearing Deng Chao's words, Gulinaza is also subconsciously toward the middle of the squeeze over. This short delay is to let the end of the summer to the middle of the two people, and the result is the end of the summer by Deng Chao and Gulinaza sandwiched in the middle. Inside the short time, there is no time for Xiaomei to think about something. Of course, most of the body's power is shifted towards Deng Chao's side. With one after the other, one miserable, one delicate cry rang out one after another. At this moment, Deng Chao looks more miserable than miserable, although his strength is good, but compared with Xiaomei, it seems a little insignificant. The whole person was directly hit by Xiaomei flew out, and then touched the right side of the wall before stopping. It looks like a terrible mess. At the same time, the end of the summer is also felt along with an elegant fragrance, a soft body rushed to his arms, and it seems to be because of the power is too large, has been a little out of control, almost subconsciously, the end of the summer on the outstretched hand wanna go to help. But under this state of high-speed movement, where is that accurate? Summer end slightly half-turned, the palm of his hand also touched her body in an instant. This is a complete misunderstanding. Although this kind of feeling is good, but now this kind of situation, Xiaoma simply do not have the time to experience. After all, it is all in a split second. God knows this kind of thing will happen. And Gulinaza's delicate cry also came from this, because Xiaoma's half-turn has blocked all the cameras, this scene except the parties involved, there is no one to see. And with the help of Summer's end's palm, Gulina also stabilized her body, and then she quickly took a few steps back. I rely on Summer End, are you a beast you? Actually so big strength. Deng Chao vigorously rubbed his arm and shouted with a depressed face. But when Deng Chao saw the current situation of Xia Mo and Gulinaza, he was also a little puzzled. At this time, both Xia Mo and Gulinaza stopped. Xia Mo stood in front, while Gulinaza stood in the back, but above her pretty face was slowly all red, as if she could drip water. Naza! What's wrong with you? Deng Chao saw his teammate's state seems to be a little bit wrong, and then he looked at the end of the summer and shouted again, the end of the summer. Even a woman you are down to it? This unintentional sentence, so that the face of Gulinaza even more red, completely a word hit but this period of the process, indeed, as Deng Chao said, is underhanded, and Gulinaza at this time is also weakly said, Brother Chao. I'm fine. After saying that, Gulinaza is also looked up at the end of Xia, eyes full of complex feelings, obviously that one played a key role. Summer end of this is also some helpless, can only say that this is a complete misunderstanding, a beautiful misunderstanding, undeniable. Gurina is indeed very beautiful, but also with a hint of exotic wind, love, it is very easy to attract people, but even if the end of the summer is interested in, but also will not be in front of the implementation of the baby again, otherwise the good sense will definitely fall, at least wait to get done after the baby can be it. Baby in the back of a crowd is also stopped. Zulan sneak a look after a big smile, said, Ciao brother, you say you have nothing to block the end of the summer what? Ha! Ciao. I said this point I am not good at, the result is already there, fortunately did not listen to you. Li Chen also chose to make up for it at this time. In this regard, Deng Chao is also a bitter face, blame me? Only baby didn't seem to understand what was going on, to the point where it was a relatively good thing. Well, since there's nothing more going on, continue to depart. The director saw that the farce had ended, and quickly spoke out. A group of people is also once again action. Summer End is also turned around to catch up with the baby to continue to go forward, and Deng Chao converged to the together of the ancient Li Naza, looking at the back of the Summer End slightly out of the mind. In the end he is not intentional? 49 chapters let a person egg pain dice. Not to say that Guli Naza heart of the tangle, once again acted baby is also a face of laughter and Xiaomo said, you see Chao brother that look, laugh at the dead people. Finally revenge. In this regard, Xiaomu also smiled and nodded, baby this point is true nature. The back of the team at this time is also not slow and not tightly followed, there is Deng Chao this forewarned, no one to go in Xiaomu and baby grab position, or cross fly out, that face can be lost big. Zulan in the crowd, this time is also a face of nervousness, said, your sport's so good, this time must cover me you to deal with Xiaomu, baby to me. Hearing Zulan's words, Zhang Xilan by his side was instantly stunned, then said with a bitter smile, okay, no problem, I cover you. I say Zulan, can you have some backbone? Behind the hold sister Xia Yilan at this time also could not help but speak out and said, the bone chi. What kind of backbone do you want? Zulan is a face of disapproval said, you did not see Chao brother? Just for want of backbone. In the end, I don't know whether Zulan is looking for shelter or wants to flirt with Deng Chao again. Several teams of people are so close, the two people's conversation, of course, other people can hear. The front of Deng Chao at this time is full of black lines, but this entertainment atmosphere is very sufficient. With the passage of time, the end of Xia and baby is also a horse first rushed across a small bridge, came to the place designated by the crew. At this time the staff is also handed to the end of summer and baby a dice, the back of the people are also one after another to arrive, the director has also opened his mouth and said, can only be played by one person. Where is the merchant? Baby is a little impatient to ask out. And the director is not panicked, said, there are flag place can play, now start. The words just fell, almost no need for Xiao Mao to say, baby directly grabs Xiao Mao's hand, towards the side of the fast running over. It seems that baby so active or the first time at Summer End is also hastened to follow, this link is not rely on their own strength can be completed, after all, this dice is also a rely on the luck of the things, if the luck is not good, then really let a person helpless. To this link, the 5 teams are also completely spread out, very quickly behind the end of Xia and baby cannot see the other groups of people, only the cameramen closely followed. Summer's End, quick, there. At this time, baby also pointed to a stall on the side and shouted. The 2 people also quickly ran over, the stall was set up by 2 young-looking girls, seeing the 2 people come over also took out the dice in their hands. We can start now, Summer's End, as long as the number of points is bigger than the 2 of us, you will win. Which one of us will go first? We'll go first if we win. Can Summer's End sign an autograph for me? I really like your existence. This time the young girl is also slightly pleading said. Then you guys let water it, as long as let us win, Summer End of the signature casually give. Not waiting for Xiaomu to answer, Baby directly helps Xiaomu to make the decision, but also has so a son of the housekeeper's heir. Xiaomu also smiled and said, Baby can make the decision, let's start quickly. No matter what, these people are the crew has been contacted long ago, but there can still be their own fans inside. How can I say that this is a pleasant thing, and just become a star? Xiaomu cannot be exempted even more. The yellow, colored dice were also still on the ground by the diameter of the two people, constantly rolling over. A 4-point, a 3-point, the dice is also stopped, which adds up to 7 points. After all, it is 2 dice, this point is also considered medium. I'll go first, Baby said, and then threw the dice in her hand. After the bone slippery dice stopped, a point looked so blinding, and Baby at this time the beauty of the eyes is also opened greatly, a face of disbelief, then some frustrated said, looks like this time to lose. It seems that the woman's luck is not always good. The end of the summer is also randomly thrown out the dice in the hand. After rolling a few times, the dice also stopped, 6 points in the above. Baby's face immediately emerged a smile, said, also 7 points at, count us win okay? Looking at the baby with a hint of pleading words, opposite the two girls is also shook his head, and then said with a smile, this cannot be it, but since the tie, we can once again. To Baby's face value in conjunction with that pleading tone, if the opposite side is a man, then, has long been unable to hold back, but the baby at this time is also looking toward the end of the summer. The meaning of the eyes is also very obvious, I don't care with you two. In this regard, Xiaomo felt like he was going to spray, there is such a thing? Actually let himself to use the beautiful man trick? This baby is really big enough at times. Since it's a tie, let's start again, hurry up. Hearing Summer's End's words, the two young girls also hesitated for a moment, and then their movements sped up a little bit, picking up the dice from the ground once again. Ah. I don't play anymore. 5 minutes passed, Baby finally couldn't hold back, a disheveled expression. To the things that happened in 10 minutes, Summer's End also had a black line. Every time the points, either the same as the other party, or not better than the other party, has been stalemated here. Summer End's luck didn't always hold, there were times when Summer End's points were even lower. Who knows at this point what the other groups are like? Summer End is also a little slightly anxious. Host, you can choose to exchange the ability. At this time, the system's voice also sounded leisurely. 50 chapters finally found. After the system said that, Summer End also hesitated for a moment before asking in his heart, I don't have enough omnipotence points right now, how can I exchange them? After the first installment of the program, although Xia Duo got 200 omnipotence points, but after exchanging the primary talent of interpreting life, it went back to liberation overnight, and the remaining 80 points, Xia Duo didn't choose to exchange them. As with the previous skills, the host could choose to redeem the beginner's version. Then tell me about it. The highest level, God of Gambling, required 1000 all points. Hearing the system's words, Xia Duo also rolled his eyes helplessly. Was 1000 points that easy to obtain? Luckily, he was given a soul singer talent at the beginning, otherwise 1000 points he would have to participate in several programs and complete several missions to get. And how many points does the beginner stage of the God of Gamblers require? Experienced gambler requires 50 all-powerful points, slightly some experience, not much of a problem to deal with ordinary people. Seeing the explanation behind, Summer End also had a black line, but it was true that dealing with the current situation, there really wasn't much of a problem. And the so-called God of Gambling, now Xiaomi can only look at the eye, want to create their own empire, then money is certainly indispensable. If there is a God of Gambling talent, Xiaomi as long as to go to Las Vegas once, that money is not a problem at all. Looking at his only remaining 80 omnipotence points, Summer End also gritted his teeth and said, I redeem it. With that, the mission, before all the teams, complete the goal, the mission reward 30 omnipotence points. Immediately after, the system has also released a new round of tasks, which is a lot of comfort to the heart of Xia End. Summer's End. If I don't succeed this time, I will. Baby at this time is also a face of helpless expression. The opposite pair of teenage girls were also looking at Xiaomu with love, although they were Xiaomu's fans, but this matter still had to be done according to the rules. Believe me well, this time it will definitely work. Summer End also smiled. Aha! Seeing Xiaomu with a confident smile, Baby suddenly felt that her heart seemed to be a lot more peaceful, and her restlessness was slowly fading away. Bone slippery. The opponent's dice stopped again, 448 points. Baby also followed suit and threw out the dice, but apparently Goddess Baby's luck was average, only throwing out a 3-point. God. Baby Jade hand covered her forehead. What a win over the opposite side, only the end of the summer threw out 6 points as possible, at least in the Baby seems this time again to fail. After all, it is only a beginner's realm of gamblers, and Summer's End does not dare to guarantee that it will succeed. Previously held in the hands of the dice, this time also became familiar with, Summer End is not in a hurry, fingers gently rubbing the dice, slowly the mind is also smoothed down, fingers dexterous force, the dice as if the elves' general rapid landing, spinning up. Baby is also felt, this time seems to be not quite the same, a pair of beautiful eyes are also tightly locked the dice on the ground. Slowly the speed of the dice weakened, until it stopped, as Baby's eyes became bigger. A striking 6 points appeared in the field of vision. Yay! Baby directly jumped up towards Summer's end. Because the distance between the two people is too close, Baby this action, directly lead to the whole person on the body of the half pounced on the end of the Summer, a moment of aroma, and that soft touch. The end of the Summer clearly felt his arm seems to be something clamped, the feeling of exceptionally beautiful, wonderful. Just a moment, Baby is also natural to let go of Xiamo, for the things that just happened, the young girl does not seem to have the slightest awareness. And the young girl on the opposite side was also good-naturedly handing the box to Xiamu. After quickly opening it, an empty label appeared in front of the two. Oh boy. Baby, who had just been incredibly excited, was also depressed again, at this time. Picked up the pen and paper that the young girl handed over later on, Summer's End also signed his name, and then once again pulled up Baby's small hand and ran towards another direction. After redeeming this skill, if he still couldn't get first place, Summer's End would have nothing to say. A minute later, Summer's End and Baby appeared in another vendor, a victory, the result is once again empty. 2 minutes later, Summer's End once again brought Baby to a relatively hidden store. Ah. Summer's End, are you and Baby together? The big mom who was preparing to throw the dice, saw the two people, Summer End and Baby, almost subconsciously came to such a sentence. Xiaomo was first stunned, then smiled, and said, Auntie, this is not my say, but now first cast the dice, we are in a hurry. The words of Xiaomu also let Baby slightly lowered his head. What does he mean? When he says this? Could it be that I'm the one who said it? This kind of little girl's mind sometimes is indescribable. Did not mention okay, the someone mentioned it, Baby of course will go to think, and will also think more and more chaotic, the more you think more and more. Relying on the gambler's skills, the result is that the big mom lost. After opening the box again, a bottle of pure water came into view. Seeing this, Baby also cleaned up the mood, the face once again appeared dangerous, picked up the note under the bottle, read, take the mysterious water to the pier to gather? Immediately, Summer's End also looked at Baby, once again holding hands, seems to have become a habit. Fortunately, this store was not too far away from the so-called pier, otherwise all the time wasted on the road would have resulted in failure. By the time the two of them, Summer's End and Baby, arrived at the pier, it was still empty. Yay! Still number one. At this time, Baby was completely excited. 51 bets. This so-called first Xiama didn't attach too much importance to it, this time obtaining the mysterious water was just a start, and this first place wouldn't have any benefits. If it wasn't for that mission released by the system, Xiaomao wouldn't be so. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 30 omnipotence points. Oh my god. How come you guys are number one again? This time Li Chen's voice came from not far away. The two people also looked over. Li Chen had a helpless look on his face, while Xia Yilin beside him did the same, obviously very resentful about not getting first. Ha ha. As long as there's Xiamu, will definitely be number one then. Baby, on the other hand, was unusually happy. I say Li Chen, your speed this time is also very fast off. Xiaomao also said with a smile, is it because Xia Yilin gave you strength? Hearing Xiaomao's words, Li Chen's expression was also slightly embarrassed, while Xia Yilin had an exaggerated smile on her face and kept squeezing her eyes at Xiaomao. The meaning was obviously saying that you are right. Ahem. Where is that boat, ah? Li Chen, are you talking about something? Wasn't it me who gave you the power? Hearing Li Chen digress, Xia Yilin also began to roar like a river lion. The combination of the two of them was really odd, but there was some surprising tacit understanding. And in the middle of the two people arguing, Deng Chao's group also got the mysterious water and came to the pier, which was originally empty and instantly became lively. Tatsu. Don't tell me the end of summer they are still in first place. Deng Chao, who was unaware of the situation, hurriedly inquired after seeing the two groups. Li Chen, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly with a you guessed it right look. Ah. Summer's End. After Deng Chao shouted, he rushed towards Xiaomu in diameter, I still have some pain after being hit by you. With a bitter face, Deng Chao came to stop in front of Xiaomu. Chao brother. This is not my fault, can only say it is a mistake. Summer End was also gossiping with Deng Chao. At the same time, a boat was docked above the pier. Xiaomao, the boat is here, let's go up quickly. Baby was the first to realize the situation, immediately pulled Xiaomao's hand and wanted to board the boat. Baby, wait. A boat without a roof came into view, Xiaomu also thought about it, after looking at the sky, Xiaomu also pulled Baby. What's wrong? We are the first The first should be the first to get on the boat. We are waiting, let them go first. The end of the summer is also open mouth said, at the same time gave Baby a look, the tacit understanding between the two people has long been there, Baby although do not know the reason, but still pressed down the heart of the doubt. What's going on? Aren't you guys going to get on the boat? Tang Chao was also slightly stunned, then said with an excited face, you guys don't go on, then we can go on. While saying that, Deng Chao also greeted Guli Naza. Quickly, we go up. And talk this moment of effort, Xia Yilan and Li Chen has long been nonchalant boarded the boat, after all, they are the second place, this boat can obviously do 4 people. Ha ha. End of Xia, enough brother, I will wait for you in front again. After Deng Chao sat on the boat, he also opened his mouth and shouted with Xia Mu, that expression to be more complacent, a villainous look. Summer and ah. Why don't we get on the boat? Baby beeped her little mouth and said with some sadness. Baby, you look at the sky is a little cloudy, I feel a moment but will want to rain. Summer's End also smiled and explained. Hearing the words of the end of the summer, Baby has also looked at the sky, said, I feel it will not has always been cloudy, there is no such thing as coincidence, they first to the words, we are going to lag behind it. At the time when Baby sighed, the second ship also came from the distance. The time gap is not too long, the crew so arranged is also reasonable. The end of the summer hastily pulled Baby's hand, pointed to the distance, said, Baby you see, the boat is not here? Waiting to see after, Baby only smile, hands for trumpet shape, shouted, Master. Quickly. Hurry up. The feeling with Baby is very relaxed, seems to be infected in the baby. What unhappy things will be dispersed in general. This relaxed feeling is the end of the summer's favorite, there is not too much pressure, people can be completely new. After sitting on the boatman is also slowly swinging the oars to sail away from the pier. And the last boat is different, this boat looks to be much more luxurious, a large roof to cover the space above, while the side is hollowed out decorations, so that people inside can see the outside scenery. More let Xiaomei satisfied is that this boat inside only Baby and their own 2 people. Thinking of what Baby just said, Xiaomei also looked at the baby opposite himself and said, Baby, wanna make a bet? Baby's eyes were also bright, immediately said, Fight what? Xiaomo pointed to the sky, said, Just hit the rain, if a moment to reach the destination before the rain, count me win, on the contrary, count you lose. I'll bet on it. Baby deliberately said with a bold face, What should I do if I lose? Looking at Baby's lovely appearance, Summer End is also said with a smile, Very easy, as long as you promise each other a thing can be. One thing, Baby silently read a bit, said, Good, then so decided, Hey. I am going to win at the end of summer. After all, the scenic area of Wuzhen is not very large, even if it is rowing a moment of effort is enough, so Baby is very sure that he is sure to win. The beautiful eyes are also constantly turning, obviously in the thought of letting the end of summer to do what things good. 52 chapters of the young girl, too ferocious, right? But before Baby could think of anything, there were also more ripples above the water. Oh my god. Baby small, mouth open wide, a face of stunned expression, although this look and the lady do not get on the side, but just will then unconsciously attract people. Summer End to see here, is also satisfied nodded, said, Baby, looks like this bet you seem to lose it. No. Just now I didn't promise, it doesn't count. What made Xiaomo surprised was that Goddess Baby actually played a trick at this time. And Baby seems to see the end of summer some indifferent look, hastily moved the body, more close to the end of summer, a pair of small hands is also explored over, grabbed the arm of the end of summer, slightly shaking up, posing clothes choo-choo can be a person's expression, the end of summer. Not really. The woman's biggest killer mace, pampering, especially or this kind of face value bursting goddess, this power think about all know how, Summer End is also helpless, this feeling is indeed very let a person enjoy. Not counting cannot be. Xiaomo but resolutely cannot be easily defeated by Baby, opened his mouth and said, And you can rest assured, my request cannot be so excessive. Humph. Then, but only can be a small thing, I still have to consider before you can. Baby also let go of Summer End, a face of defeat expression. But her character is so, this time 2 people can already from the boat vaguely see Deng Chaolichen their ship, in addition to the outside rain is getting bigger and bigger. Baby is also a petulant smile, said, Let brother Chao rob our position, but so big rain, their boat will not sink off? Of course not, they should be very cool, the weather is so hot. Summer's End also chose to make up for it. Baby laughed with a flamboyant smile, and at the same time, she also started to comb up her long hair, very mesmerizing, people. Seeing Shama's gaze firmly on herself, Baby also slightly lowered her head, what's there to look at? Of course there is good looking. To this Baby's face is also flashed a trace of redness, but Baby this is also not disgusted, this time unlike before, Baby actually chose to cooperate, Count you will talk it, so romantic ah. Do you know why? Because we used to be true love. The end of Xia also laughed, after all, here is in the recording, always pay attention to a little bit, with the previous episodes there will not be too much of a problem. In the age of hamburgers. Baby was chuckling as she spoke, obviously having some trouble holding it in. A flying kiss was sent straight over, and although there was more acting involved, who knows what was in Baby's heart? Perhaps it was originally so. You know that 50 points of favorability is not just a single value. Wow. Summer's End and Baby so romantic, are you guys a couple? The surrounding tourists in Wuzhen were also gathered in the pavilion to avoid the rain, and they were also screaming after seeing Summer's End. Baby, they are asking if we are a couple. The end of summer is also whispered. Baby blanked Summer End a glance, then whispered, Now you are at my side, you say is not it? True also false also true. This series of dialogues let the boat ambiguous atmosphere higher and higher up. The two people's eyes converge together. In the summer and with love in the eyes, baby instantly defeated. It is this feeling. Baby's heart constantly recited, my heart beats so fast See here, Xiaomei also is not continue, this wine of course to slowly taste to have flavor. Of course it is, what you said is not wrong. Baby also returned to normal again, a smile on his face, casually picked up the wooden box beside him, took out the so-called mysterious water inside, said, their bottles and our bottles are not the same color what does this represent? I feel like it should have something to do with the next link, or maybe it has something to do with some clue. Summer's End also said in a serious manner. Ambiguous this kind of thing once in a while can be, too often, then it is not called ambiguous should be done to flirt, tease. Also do not know what the next link is, this is still raining heavily Baby's voice is also filled with helplessness. The end of the summer is not how, this rain comes and goes quickly, there is no need to worry, but this time the end of the summer but did not say it. Boom! Baby is also casually pulled open the bottle cork, then smelled the water inside, frowned and said, what well? There's no flavor at all, or I'll drink it and try it. If the situation is not right I immediately spit out, in the not point rainwater rinse mouth. Said later, baby is also laughed, obviously this is completely in the joke. And this kind of nonsensical thing doesn't seem to be the first time. Summer's End also smiled and said, fine, since you want to try it, I definitely want to support it. What? Baby's eyebrows widened as she whirled around and pounced towards Xiaomo. A moment has not reacted to the end of the summer suddenly was baby pounced on a square, baby's slender body completely pressed, in the body of the end of the summer, a pair of jade hand is also pinched the end of the summer of the neck, and then shook up, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, you really let me try In case of toxic how to do, this time you should not take over to the right? It looks ferocious, in fact, there is no power at all, and the end of Xia is also in the middle of enjoyment. 53 chapters of the horror of 50 vats. P.S. I do not know what the reason, the book's reward is a bit miserable, I hope you greatly support, we thank you first. The end of summer this time can clearly smell that belongs to the unique aroma of baby. And more exaggerated is, baby almost have to sit on top of the thigh of summer and think we'll know that in the end will be how tempting, human, soft body constantly touching, and baby's hands in fact did not force, that hands without the slightest flaw, summer end can clearly feel the feeling that they bring. I am just following your wishes. Summer's End also said innocently. After all, it is just a joke, baby is also aware of such action is not elegant, whirlwind, let go of Xiaomo, do back to their seat above, a face of arrogance said, that also cannot. How can you let me try it? Randomly two people are also talking and laughing, this time the cameraman has already greeted the two people, after all, this program is not two people, other people have to be interspersed. And baby sitting together looking at the beauty of Wuzhen, when people feel relaxed and happy, this time the sky is also clear, just the kind of gloomy sweep away, the rain of course is also stopped. Yeah, great, the rain finally stopped. Short boat trip is also over, came to the next mission site, just got off the boat baby seems to be a little cheering. Completely different from baby was Deng Chao and others who arrived here first, after seeing Xiaomu, Deng Chao shouted with a bitter face, Xiaomu. Did you know it was going to rain before you let us make that boat? I read less, don't lie to me. Hearing this, Xiaomu also had a head full of black lines, this popular internet phrase, it looks like Deng Chao also learned it. Brother Chao, how can you say that? Xiaomo said with an innocent face, I'm not a fairy, and brother Chao but you took the initiative to grab up. Hearing Xiaomu said so, baby is also in a side laugh spray, pause for a moment Xiaomu is also continued to say, and dynasty brother, you this wet body after is more handsome, huh? Hearing Xiaoma's explanation, Deng Chao is even more depressed, but there is no way, it is true that he wants to arrive ahead, as for the reason of the rain, Deng Chao will not think that Xiaomo knows in advance. Summer End. Chao in your hands seems to never be able to please Li Chen on the side of this time is also said with a smile. The big black cow hair have been wet, but it seems to be a very happy look, is there really any idea about Hold's sister? And Xia Yilin is also a face magical look at Xiaomu, said, no wonder baby wanted you a group, you this luck to burst want an I group How can this be, I don't agree. Not waiting for Xiaomu to answer, baby jumped out directly. I'm sorry, you heard it too. Xiaomei innocently spread his hands and said, and I also like to be in a group with baby. Today's issue of the program was originally centered around the word couple, so some words can also try to let go a little, but different from the crowd is Deng Chao, others can be so acting, but he cannot, who knows whether Nyang Nyang will come to a lion's roar of the river. A few minutes later, Baolan Brothers' two groups also arrived immediately. This time the destination is also considered the edge of the Wuzhen West Fence location, here is no longer the feeling of the water town, but very much like the countryside. Okay, please put your bottles on top of your names. At this time, since the people have arrived, the director also issued instructions. Summer's End also looked at it and then placed the bottles in order with a few people. Everyone saw that the bottles in front of them were all transparent, and everyone couldn't even feel which one was the water of mystery. After the director looked at the crowd, he continued, next I will release a task, which is to provide a clue to everyone. The one who gets the first place can get a first-class clue, and so on, only the top 3 can get the reward of the clue. Ah. Then just now our group was the first one to get the bottle A, baby also said at this time, isn't there any special reward? Xiaomu, who knew it was ineffective, didn't have any hope at all, but took the task card handed over by the director in his hand. Baby, on the other hand, was a little bit upset but still watched it together with Summer's End, after finding the partner of the hour in the flower field, how to carry the female partner back to the starting point. Please look behind you, your female partner is going to hide inside those 50 tanks. What? After you find your female partner, you have to come back here to play a cookie eating game. The director didn't care what the crowd was thinking, and continued to say without any surprise. Subsequently, the crowd is also from the table above the pickup has been prepared cookies. Summer End is also handed a bundle of baby, said with a smile, baby if you are hungry you can eat a little first. A crowd is also a little dumbfounded. Baby is pitifully looking at the end of the summer, said you have to quickly find me I will send out the sound of bugu bugu oh. Believe me. Xiaomo smiled while grabbing baby's hand, both of them were slightly exerting themselves, and seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeats. And the other several groups are also began to separate before the comfort, not much time, the staff is also with the 5 women left the original place, baby on the way out also reluctant to look at the end of Xia, obviously she is again in the cute, but as no one can resist. Summer End. This time will not lose to you again. The remaining 5 men also gathered together, and Deng Chao also clenched his fist and said with a confident face. I feel like I won lose either. Li Chen similarly said the same thing, this time, it's all about luck. Chapter 54, you guys are too treacherous. Don't you guys know? Summer's End also leisurely looked at the 2 people and said, my luck has always been very good. Is that so? Tang Chao, on the other hand, shook his head and said, this time, we must get first place. As the captain of the brother group, Deng Chao said that he was under a lot of pressure. The first phase is needless to say, a first did not get, was completely wrapped up by Xiaomo, now the second phase, and again by Xiaomo took a first, this makes Deng Chao embarrassed The Balan brothers, on the other hand, glanced at each other, and a hint of determination flashed in their eyes. Xiaomo also noticed the movements of the 2 people, and secretly laughed in his heart, this pair of brothers is too much bull, even if they are allied, so what? What is that to you guys? Zulan was also involved at this time, saying, I have to carry a higher than me. It's scary to imagine. The end of Xia also laughed and said, Zulan, you can let Zhang Lanxing carry you it should not be considered a violation of the rules. Yes, you are right, today she is my woman. Zulan said with an arrogant face, even if I let her carry me, she has to agree. Ha! Hearing Zulan's words, Deng Chao a few people really cannot help it, laughed, which also led Zulan a face of depression. A side of Baoqiang Si here is also a little love, but her female companion is indeed to be shorter than Zhang Lanxing. What is in his heart in the end no one knows. A few people also chatted about the world, not a moment's effort, the crew also notified that it was ready and could start. Let's go, we can start now. The Baolan brothers also spoke with an excited face at this time. Summer's End, however, knew that after the start, the 2 of them would be the ones who suffered the most. With this height, carrying a person on their backs to walk such a long distance, just think about it and you would know what the result would be. After walking across a small bridge, several people also began to accelerate. Hurry up, don't let Summer's End get ahead. That's right, let's run faster. A few people also mumbled in whispers, while the speed was also getting faster and faster, quickly overtaking Summer End. The diameter came inside the flower field, running towards the nearest vat. The 4 people also spread out. The reason why they were able to overtake Summer End was also very simple, because Summer End didn't run at all. This is the so-called Kara's chaos, right? Even if Xiaomoe didn't know, just think about it and it would be clear. According to normal thinking, since the directing team had arranged it this way, could they possibly be allowed to be at the very edge of this? That possibility was almost too small. Thinking of the next scene that was going to happen, Summer's End was also looking at a few people with some mischief. This time, Zhu Lan was ahead of the game, first running to a large vat, and with an expectant face, he lifted the large bucket hat covering it. Wow! A scoop of water came to his face, making the originally expectant Zhu Lan instantly froze. With a miserable scream, Zhu Lan also quickly ran away, but his face had completely changed. On the other side, Deng Chao was also treated the same way, but Deng Chao was even more miserable, lifting off while talking. The result is that water not only splashed all over him, but also into the mouth a lot. Seeing this scene, Xiaomo also looked at Deng Chao sympathetically. Brother Chao, good job, I know you are thirsty again. A long time, Deng Chao only slowed down, and at this time Xiaomo was also from Deng Chao's side through, towards the inside, to the outside of these rows of vats. Xiaomo was also deaf. Summer End. Do you know that there is none here? The head shape has long been made into a chicken nest by the water. Deng Chao also asked with a depressed face. Chao, before they left, didn't they leave a code word? Yes. Deng Chao also reflected, and then said loudly, Naza. Where are you? In this regard, the end of Xia is also helpless. Let Deng Chao continue to make this acid simply cannot stop. Here is so chaotic. In addition to a few people constantly lifting the bucket hat, the inside of the young girl and the big mom bombardment can hear the code word is strange. After the 4 people spread out, this range is expanded a lot. The end of summer is also always pay attention to the 4 people's movements, because who cannot say, this director team will not follow the set of cards, and to the 4 people's hatred of their own, I'm afraid that even if they see baby, they will not tell their own. Bugu. Bugu. The end of summer is also a mouthful of vat looking for, mouth is also constantly shouting out before in baby agreed code. This also needs a lot of time, is also no way things, can only a little bit so discharged. Deng Chao, who heard the words of Xiaomei before, also learned smartly at this time, and completely drew the gourd, according to Xiaomei's way to start looking up, while the faces with a hint of a cheap smile, this time, I see you still how to splash me? 2 people this completely alternative way of looking, is also let Zulan notice this. Bao Qiang. Bao Qiang. After trying to lower the volume of his voice, Zulan also started shouting. Hearing Zulan's shout, Bao Chang also walked over with a puzzled look, what's wrong? Immediately, Zulan pointed at Xiaomu and Deng Chao, saying, look at them? Let's do the same or I feel like getting splashed with water. The dopey Baoqiang only reacted at this time, he had been somewhat blinded by the splashing just now. Forcefully patted Zulan's shoulder, Baoqiang said with a face of excitement, really worthy of being a brother, too much fun, but the end of Xia and Chao is too treacherous. Chapter 55, Bitter Deng Chao. Compared to Bao Chang, who has Zulan to remind him, Li Chen, the big black cow, has to be much more pitiful. A mouthful of tanks looking for, every time was miserable splashed, and the big black cow has not yet noticed this side of the situation, still quickly running in the flower field. Naza. With the passage of time, Deng Chao's shouts were finally answered. I'm here. I am here. The voice was obviously a little weak, but it was still audible. Deng Chao's expression almost instantly became ecstatic. After such a long time, everyone had basically searched through half of the vat. Quickly running in the direction where the voice came from, Tang Chao also didn't forget to give a provocative look to Summer's End, who was not far away. It looks like it's time to get a grip. Summer's End was also helpless, her luck really didn't seem to be very good this time. Boo-goo. Bugu. There was no use in being anxious at this time, and Summer's End could only be quiet and slowly look for it. Ha ha. Summer's End, the first place must be ours this time. Tang Chao, who had found Guli Naza, had a smile on his face at this time, and the villain was just like that. Summer's End is really too lazy to spit out, not to mention other things. Let's just say that cookie eating game, Deng Chao dare to play? Nyang Nyang will definitely let him die a miserable death. Just this point, doomed Deng Chao's group and the top 3 have no chance. Seemingly not wanting to delay, Deng Chao, who had slightly mocked, also ran towards the direction he came from with all his strength. This flower field was very large, and the location where the group was now was also in the center. Even to walk back would take some time, not to mention the set conditions. Boo 2. After searching for the 3 vats again, the same voice as Natsuya's also suddenly rang out. In this. Almost without bothering to doubt, Summersweet quickly ran over and then lifted the bucket hat. Phew. Half squatting inside, the baby gently breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Xiaomo, you can be considered to have come, it's too hot in here. Xiaomo did not answer the first time. This time the baby body has been sweating, at least from Xiaomo this angle to see the past, the curve of the exceptionally fascinating people, and this condescending, through the neckline, Xiaomo can be vaguely seen a black lace. Did not wait for Summeren's answer, baby also moved his eyes over, then found that Summeren's gaze is a bit wrong, lowered his head to look at his own state, baby is also ruthless white Summeren a glance. We have to speed up, brother Chao and the others have already converged. Xiaomao's old face was red, but also hastily diverted the topic. Baby was also stunned, then quickly reached out his hand, nonchalantly grabbed Xiaomao, and then stepped out from the tank, then hurry up, can't let brother Chao and the others get ahead. Slightly bent over, baby is also active on the floor, the 2 people instantly close contact together. Hands holding baby's jade leg, Xiaomo also looked at the situation on Deng Chao's side. At this time, Deng Chao has gone out a few dozens of meters. In this flower field, the pit is not so good to walk. In addition to the previous search when the effort spent, it is really a tough challenge. They don't get the first time. As Summer's End's voice fell, the body also quickly rushed out. Yikes. This sudden action also let baby small exclaimed out, subconsciously a pair of jade arm then wrapped around Xiaoma's neck, the whole front body complete stick on Xiaoma's back. Summer End. Slowly, upside down dead me. Just running out a few steps, baby cannot hold back. But now the Summer End does not want to stop, because of the terrain of the reason, running, baby will be up and down, what will happen? A ministry, bit constantly in Summer End of the back of the contact, that thin shirt simply cannot play a role. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with Chao and the others. Summer's End was also planning to gag over. And unexpectedly, baby suddenly lying in the Summer End of the ear whispered, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, bad things. The speed is slower and can catch up with them just the same. Faint aroma came to the surface, in addition to that blame with flirtation, love tone, so that the end of the summer almost cannot help but put down baby directly on the ground to correct her. The voice is very small, so small that only Xiaomo can hear, and these words also make Xiaomo excited. This good sense is indeed a good thing, since baby has already picked up, Xiaomo will not continue. Once there is nothing, if pretend not to know continue, God knows the good sense will not fall? Cough. Summer's End also coughed dryly and said, baby you are very light, it is easy for us to catch up with them. Baby also patted Summer End's shoulder with an expression of you know what you're doing. Slightly slowed down, can only be considered a fast pace, even so, this speed is also faster than the front of the two Deng Chao. Oh my god. How is it so fast? This time has been paying attention to the situation of Deng Chao, turned back to look, face suddenly panicked, and then shouted, unfair ah. Baby are you only 80 pounds? A nonsensical words, so that the end of Xia and baby is also a stunned, but immediately baby petulant laughter, Xia also is laughing in response, Chao brother. In my opinion baby has no weight at all ah. Ah. Deng Chao also bitterly roared, then gritted his teeth and accelerated again, he did not want to easily give up this hard-won advantage. Chapter 56 Summers End You Lied to Me. This sudden force, but let Deng Chao's speed again increased. In response, Xiaomo also smiled and gossiped with baby, baby, don't stimulate brother Chao, you see so continue, brother Chao shall not die of exhaustion ah. Ha ha. Just this is going to be like this. Baby also laughed out loud, looks unusually happy, but the next moment baby's voice is also once again, the end of the summer quickly, Li Chen he also found. After all, baby is in the body of the end of Xia, eyes and ears, the first time to find is also normal. If this kind of physical work who can still be somewhat threatening to Xiao Mao, then I am afraid that it is not Li Chen. To Xiao Mao's estimation, Li Chen's physical fitness value should be around 15, after all, that all of the tendon meat is not a pose. Then hold me well. Baby is also obedient again wrapped around the neck of the Summer End, a pair of jade legs is also tightly affixed to the body of the Summer End, this slightly some crisis moment, baby also forgot the fact that this will be taken advantage of by the Summer End. Accelerated again, Xiaomo with baby is also jogging up, uneven ground also let the two people constantly up and down, as soon as possible so, just more than 10 seconds, Xiaomo and baby two people also came to Deng Chao and Gulinaza's back. Brother Chao. They caught up. After Gulinaza glanced at Xiao Mao with complicated eyes, he also quickly shouted. Ah. Deng Chao was also shocked, how is it possible to be so fast? Ah. In order to be first, Deng Chao was obviously also spelled out, once again roared, but this spelled out to be spelled out, always have to be within the range of their own tolerance can be, obviously Deng Chao has now reached the limit, even in how to yell, the speed is also to maintain in a certain grade above. Astride, the end of Xia is also and Tang Chao side by side together, originally not spacious path above, suddenly crowded up. Xiaomo looks very relaxed, I say brother Chao, do you want me to wait for you for a while? Deng Chao, who had already been panting, rolled his eyes and said, Xiaomo. Good brother, must wait for me ah, where lumberjack. From the TV to hear also do not say anything, now Xiaomo personally hear Deng Chao's this classic line, almost did not laugh sprayed out, the body strength is also almost deflated, you can see this Deng's English power in the end how big. Chao brother. This English of yours is too invincible. This little heart of mine can't bear it. Hearing the end of Xiao's response, baby and Gulinaza two women suddenly burst out laughing, for a moment Deng Chao's face is also black, slowly are embarrassed, that. Anyway, it is that meaning, we are brothers, must wait for me ah. Accelerated speed again, the end of the summer a smoke over Deng Chao, as if the gap between the rabbit and the tortoise general. Ah. Xia Mao, you cheated my feelings. Suddenly seeing Xia Mao appearing in front of him from the side, Deng Chao immediately shouted out, can't be like this. You liar. Brother Chao, I will go to the front and wait for you. Xiaomo also responded with a smile. And at this time behind Xiaomo Gulinaza is also said quietly, brother Chao, to speed up, Li Chen they are behind. It's okay. Xia Yilin is much heavier than you. I don't know hold sister here this sentence can still hold, if really here, even if Nyang Nyang come, I'm afraid that Deng Chao also have to be bad luck. Hee hee. Cheer up. Baby is also a relaxed playful smile. A pair of jade legs is also constantly swinging, as if this is not in the competition, but in the swimming general, because the end of Xiao's physical ability, so that baby will not feel any difficult. On the other hand, the other side of the Zulan and Baochang at this time is looking like crazy, constantly shouting, that look miserable, the alliance between them seems to have no effect at all, the last two professionals. After surpassing Deng Chao, Xiao Mao also slowed down, this kind of terrain constantly spray running, Xiao Mao also consumed a lot of strength. For such a long time, the distance between Deng Chao and Li Chen two people fell more and more small, and the distance between them and the end of Xia is even greater, not at all beyond the possibility. End of summer. I'm a little hungry, hurry up, I'm going to eat cookies. The naturally active baby has obviously been a little bit unable to stay. At this time, the director's figure had already entered the line of sight, and Summer's End also ignored baby's words and leisurely walked over. Came to the bridge, Summer End is also put down the baby, but at this time the girl seems to still have some intention of not yet finish the appearance, some reluctant from the Summer End of the body down, and then the two people are also holding hands toward the director. Director, are we the first ah? Of course not. You guys are the first to get here, so it's time to play the next part. How do you want to eat this cookie? Baby asked with glowing eyes. It takes 2 people to eat this cookie. The director looked at the 2 people, and then continued, 1 person to eat one side, cannot let the cookie broken, the last remaining cookie does not exceed 1 centimeter is considered to pass. Ah. Baby was instantly a little stunned, and then he glanced at Summer's End, which clearly carried a warning in his eyes. Casually picked up a cookie, Summer End is also said, baby but you have to hurry up, otherwise a moment they will catch up. Chapter 57, Being Reversed. Baby also nodded, Diameter came to the front of Summer End, 2 people face to face. Double eye staring, Baby obviously revealed a delicate, shy, although very light, but still let the attentive Xiaomei found. Slightly squatting, Summer End is also to explore the head, Baby's body is still tall, but in Summer End comparison words are not enough to see. Baby also cooperated and bit the cookie. Good, start. With the director's order, the 2 people also acted. Click. Click. Tiny sounds kept coming, the long cookie was also shrinking, in Xiaoma's line of sight, the distance with Baby was getting closer and closer, that glowing skin was also in front of his eyes, so close that there was no way to shift his gaze. And such a good opportunity, Xiaomei will give up? The skin is moist and rich in elasticity, sex, without the slightest flaw, the most attracted Xiaomu's eyes is not this, but Baby's red lips. At this time, Baby's red lips constantly surging, especially this close visual impact is even stronger. A few breaths later, that let a person cannot forget the scene disappeared, because the distance is too close, Xiaomei can only see Baby's beautiful eyes and high bridge of the nose, and Baby's eyes now also the same. At this time the Baby is also slowed down the speed, there is not much can be judged by the standard, can only use to feel it. Finally arrived. Hurry up, they're already eating cookies. Hurry up, it should not be too late. Just as the 2 people were fully focused, not far away, Deng Chao and Li Chen's voices came over. At this time, no matter who saw the 2 people, Summer's End and Baby, I'm afraid they would think so. After all, without the pressure of competition, the speed of this elimination of cookies is indeed too slow, and who can guarantee a one-time success? Baby's eyes also flashed a trace of anxiety, almost subconsciously speed up the speed, clicking sound constantly resounded. Before Xiaomei could react, he suddenly felt a soft with fragrance touching him, the feeling was exceptionally beautiful, wonderful, leaving Xiaomei with no way to describe it at all. What made Xiaomu feel regretful was that before he could experience it in detail, that feeling also disappeared in an instant. This scene happened too suddenly, and wait for Baby back away, the corner of the mouth still retains a small cut of the cookies of the Summer End, but in the eyes flashed a trace of consternation, lean. The laborer was actually reversed? To know this good opportunity, originally Xiaomo but did not intend to let go, who knows that this under the wrong circumstances actually appeared such a thing. Instant contact, and instantly separated, this with rubbing touch, so that the 2 people's lips are still a little numb itch, that kind of electric feeling instantly flow into the whole body. Casually took down a small section of cookies, Summer End is also handed to the director. Just now that scene, indeed too fast, and just a slight touch, many people present did not notice. Baby was also red in the face, standing beside Xiaomu, a pair of small hands seemed to be a bit overwhelmed in general, also did not dare to look at Xiaomu. The director did not notice this, casually results in the cookies in Xiaomu's hands, picked up a ruler and meticulously measured up. Congratulations to the host, Baby's favorability towards the host has increased by 5, and currently stands at 55 points. The beep also randomly sounded, Xiaomei froze again, what happened was too bull, not to mention that he was counterattacked, but he could actually increase his favorability? This is not how it works, right? In the end of the script is not so depicted, the afterglow scan the Baby has been eased over, the end of the summer is also began to secretly plan up, this scene must be defined back. Well, it's done. Phew. After a series of breathing sounds, Deng Chao and Li Chen 4 people also arrived here. Baby, should we? So fast Deng Chao said in his next breath, wait for me Baby, on the other hand, did not have a good temperament white Deng Chao a glance, if not just him and Li Chen words, Baby thought to himself that absolutely will not be in a hurry, if not in a hurry, it will not happen like that, the girl at this time the heart is very contradictory, that. But my. Well. Chao, let's start too. Li Chen, on the other hand, did not think that much, and said with an anxious face. Less than 1 centimeter, pass. Before Deng Chao replied, the director announced the result, and then he looked at the 2 people, Deng Chao and Li Chen, and said, because someone passed this round, you have to have a new round. Not only Deng Chao and Li Chen, even Gu Li Naza and Xia Yilan were dumbfounded at this time. Seeing a few people's bitter expressions, Baby also laughed out loud with excitement once again, character determines everything, she doesn't seem to have too many worries in her heart yet. Brother Chao, do you want to rest with us for a while? Just got Baby those things of the end of summer, at this time the mood is soothing. The end of summer. What about the promised brother? What about the promised wait for me? Deng Chao covered his forehead and looked at Summer's End with a pained face. At this kind of time, of course, Xia Indi chose to ignore it, Deng Chao's grudging eyes made people's egg pain incomparable. After the two people passed this round, also under the leadership of the crew, came to the side of the pavilion, said the pavilion, in fact, but is simply built out, this time the sun has come out, some fire, spicy. And next to the table above, a few bottles of chilled cocktails let two people's eyes light up. 58 chapters pitiful clues. Summer's End and Baby also accelerated their movements, and sat on top of the reclining chairs inside with a diameter. Boom! Then after opening two bottles of cocktails, the two people also leisurely enjoyed it. Summer's End. First place in this treatment, too much, addictive. Baby, a comfortable expression, holding a cocktail of her, at this time as a face of disapproval, looked at the other side, waiting in the sun. Dang Chao and Li Chen and others, said, huh? Brother Chao and Li Chen, they are too miserable. In this regard, Xiaomo is also helpless. Visually this baby seems to have not put out much effort, right? But got the kiss that is not considered a kiss, to the point that it is also acceptable. God. Director, why do they still have this treatment? The two people over here are enjoying themselves. Deng Chao, of course, they also saw it. The already battered Deng Chao also kneeled on the ground at this time, hands holding his head. That look is as exaggerated as it can be. Chao brother. You can also have this treatment if you get the first place. Summer's End also did not forget to make up for it. For Xiao Mao's words, Deng Chao was viciously glaring for a while, and said word by word, since I have known you, I have never gotten first place. Li Chen also nodded with approval, the two miserable men's miserable appearance, so that the three women also laughed and fluttered, but hold sister, that smile also let Xiaomo feel a burst of evil chills. After waiting for a few more minutes, after Xiaomo and Baby a bottle of ice-cold cocktail drink down, Zulan and Bao Chang just barely rushed back, forehead above covered with sweat, and see Balan brother, so Deng Chao and Li Chen and other people heart is also considered to be some small comfort. Brother Chao, what are you guys doing? Tired me out, hurry up for the next session. Hearing the words of Bao Chang, Deng Chao also shook his head helplessly, and then pointed to the end of Xia and Baby in the pergola and said, see them, they are enjoying themselves there, and we. There is still another round to come. If you give Deng Chao with some music, in the flow of a few tears, it is simply the existence of more than sinus E. God. Director, don't let me have another round. I'm going to have a heat stroke. Zulan also had a shocked look on his face. Zulan, here is ice cream. Oh. Baby also laughed loudly, and also took out a piece of ice cream in his hand, and took a bite with a face full of intoxication. This scene also made Xiaomu think of what just happened. That little mouth was indeed tantalizing. And Zulan, as a face of drollery, shouted, baby, don't all eat, leave a bite for me. In response, Xiaomao was also helpless and opened her mouth to say, Zulan, if you are afraid of heatstroke, it is not without a solution. What? Summer's End, do you want to give me your position? Thank you so much. Ah. Ha ha. Obviously, Zulan's skill at climbing up the pole was very good. Summer's End is also ahead of Black Lions, shook his head, said, you misunderstand, Zulan, if you were hot, that vat inside so many big mothers and sisters, you can find them to cool you down. Ah, that water is very cool. Right-o. When you say that I remember, it is indeed very cool. After muttering to himself, Zulan also opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaomo and said, good, let's do it. Anyway, if we can't get the first place, we can't get heatstroke. Zulan's quirkiness made people laugh again, and then the four groups of them set off again. Baby laid there leisurely, chatting with Xiaomao from time to time, or else looking at the other four groups' performance with a look of amusement, seeming to forget all the things that happened before. With the passage of time, the second places also appeared. It is Li Chen's group. Bitter Deng Chao, today's luck is actually very good, are the first to find Gulana Za, but he did not dare to play the game of eating cookies. This mother is watching it. Deng Chao has basically given up this link, and Zulan that group to get the third have to say a little, to the back, Zhanglan Xin counterparts, back Zulan walk a distance. The results of the match had been split, and the time for the two to enjoy themselves was over. One first place, rewarded with 20 omnipotence points. This time, the system did not release a task, but directly gave a reward, which made Summer End a little surprised, but 20 omnipotence points is still very good. After all, this kind of activity session will have a lot of them in the future. It looks like the system also counted the previous search for the mysterious water as well as this session, which is also considered as a compensation reward, right? Once again returned to the platform, a crowd of people once stood. The director also said with a smile, this round of links have ended, so now I will release the third level task, green team up to receive it. Zulan and Zhang Lanxin also walked over excitedly. Oh my god. I'm finally not in last place. Of course, because of Zhang Lanxin. Deng Chao, on the other hand, stood on the side bitterly, looking somewhat grudgingly at the smug Zulan. After receiving the clues that the director took out, the two people also mysteriously studied them. Summer End, what is that one of theirs, seems to know. Oh. Baby on the other hand is constantly on tiptoe, seems to want to steal a glance. Who knows, wait to see our clues, it shouldn't be too difficult. Two people are talking. Zulan and Zhang Lanxin also made a decision not to replace the mysterious water they have. With that, came which group of Li Chen and Xia Yilan? Summer's End was not very impressed with this first round of clues. In the memory, this so-called clues range was too big. Want to rely on the first round to guess it is simply impossible, and Summer's End also knew the ultimate end, when the last round to change to the hand can be. Okay, so the red team comes over to collect the first place clue. Chapter 59 reappears at the pool. Previously, Li Chen and Xia Yilan also kept their water bottles and didn't exchange them, because after Summer's End got first place, this kind of detail still changed slightly. Summer's End and Baby came to the front of the table, and Baby also picked up the clue and read it. One of the 5 mascots of the Olympics, one of the colors. This first place clues are 5 choices, the other 2 clues can be imagined. What the heck? 5 colors to how to choose. Baby is also cannot help but complain. This is not to blame Baby, even if it is the end of the summer is also feel depressed, although they know the results, but the Olympic mascot color end of the summer is not clear. This kind of knowledge is indeed a little off the beaten path. This color in our hands should be there. Summer End also responded, since their 2 groups do not change words, we do not need to change. Anyway, the following link we will be the same to get the first. He. You're right, then we won't change. Xiaoma's words also let Baby smile, and Xiao 2 period are in a team inside. Baby also lie to win 2 period. This is very easy to produce a sense of dependence, and in accordance with the cruise idea, certainly will not always let Xiao and Baby in a group. Are you sure about your choices? Do not need to replace it? The director also asked again. I'm sure. Okay, in that case, let's prepare for the next segment. Let's go now. Surprisingly, all 3 groups didn't change, as if they were confident in the water bottles in their hands. We took a brief break at noon and had lunch before starting the next shooting location. This place still belonged to the scope of Wuzhen, but it was obviously built afterward, and the hotel's decorations as well as all kinds of facilities were all very modern. Because of the previous rankings, this time, Xiaomei and Baby also entered here first, and before they could walk inside, a large swimming pool appeared in the 2 people's sight. This weather is getting hotter and hotter, it looks like you can cool off in a while. Hearing Xiaomu's words, Baby also brightened up and said, yes, it looks like this link must have something to do with water. Smiling at each other, the 2 people also took hands and walked towards the inside. Walking inside was a stone ladder made of stone. The 2 people also walked up according to the crew's instruction flag. Oh my god. Do we have to walk through this? Just came to the top is also open. A huge stacked swimming pool appeared in front of the 2 people, and the previous one is different. This size is completely small, and the most important thing is that the swimming pool is also above the platform and some strange runway. In the time that the 2 people were surprised, several other groups of people also arrived later. Came to the pool beside the open space above. A group of people is also stopped. Zulan directly came a bitter face, said, again in water has something to do with. Zulan, this is Wuzhen Jiangnan Watertown. The end of the summer is also smiling and said, and you just did not also say that you were going to have a heat stroke? Wouldn't this be too good for you? I am going to have a heat stroke, right? But I'm dizzy of water. God, who will save me? On top of the platform, the exact same table as between reappeared, and several people also placed their own mysterious water on it according to their names. With that, the director's team began to release the mission cards. The first to grab the ball on the buoy, the male partner to pass the ball to the female partner is considered successful. Just after reading the task card, Xiaomao realized that Deng Chaoli Chen and the 4 Balan brothers were all coming over towards his side, with their eyes still glancing at the top of the task card in their hands. A few of you are not too bull. Xia Duo helplessly shrugged his shoulders and immediately put the task card in his hand upward and flat, said, our task cards are all the same. Ahem. Xia End, you misunderstood, we are just looking at the scenery. Hearing this explanation of Deng Chao, Xiaomao could not wait to kick him down to the water, but it can also be seen that the unfair treatment before also led a few people some cups of water, especially the most bitter Deng Chao. Good. Then everyone has seen the runway behind you, a total of 5. The director also opened his mouth to explain, the girls stand on the floating platform in front of them, and the boys stand on the floating platform over there, and the boys need to grab the love hearts and hand them over to the girls. That is counted as a win, and the ones who fail will have to accept the ice bucket challenge. Ice water? A few girls are also stunned, only Baby at this time seems to be a little relaxed. Very charming to give the end of the summer a flying kiss, said, the end of the summer. You must not bear to let me be drenched by ice water, right? Teenage girl once again play this kind of pampering kung fu, this kind of similar to a joke, and is a couple special installment. Baby is not afraid of other people to think more. For Baby this kind of SA Jiangwei, summer end is not the first time to see, this is not so easy to refuse. Of course it won't. I am the one who will guard you. Summer end also responded with a smile. Night. Cheer up. Unlike the 2 people, the other 4 groups were all a bit sad. Especially Zhang Lanxin, who had a bitter look on her face at this time. Her big eyes looked at Zulan, who was already a bit dumbfounded, and said, Zulan, just do your best. To know before, the last part of the journey are Zhang Lanxin back Zulan, now Zulan want to go and other people to compete. Zhang Lanxin can have confidence is strange, but she can only say this kind of words to comfort some of him. Wow. Ice bucket challenge. Ah, this should be very enjoyable. Bao Chang, on the other hand, said with a face of excitement. After all, there was still some kung fu in his body, and of course it was different from Zulan. 60 chapters. I'm not convinced. Deng Chao, this is also confident look, before because of eating cookies afraid of Nyang Nyang side of the east, this time is not the same. Chao brother. You but must cheer ah. Gulina Za said while glancing worriedly at Summer's End. Being invited to participate in this program, she also watched the first phase of the program, and she also knows a lot about Xiaoma's power. In addition to the kind of accident that happened before, it makes her mood very complicated. Li Chen, Lama is so pretty, she can't be drenched by ice water, you know? Xia Yilin, on the other hand, gave Li Chen a wink at this time, but how to look at it, she couldn't see where exactly this wink was. Aha! The big black bull also looked grave. If he could be dubbed at this time, it would definitely be a buffalo's cry. After waiting for a few people to communicate, the group also split into two groups and arrived at their respective locations. The 5 women standing on top of the platform on the other side also had different expressions and looked very interesting. Prepare. With the director's order, Summer's End and the others also came to their designated positions, with Zhu Lan on Summer's left and Deng Chao on his right. Cheer up! Cheer up! Several women also shouted out. Summer's End. Xia Mao, I'm cheering for you. But compared to the other girls, Baby was much higher, and actually jumped a little. This is the end of the summer is also enthusiastic response up, learn from Baby's action to do a few, although not very standard, but sloppy acceptable, entertainment oriented, the audience do not want to see in this kind of program, artists are bored of face, easy to funny is the purpose. Seems to be provoked by the Baby in general, a few women also began their own alternative way to cheer. Zhanglan Shinoke, to Zulan with hand gestures in the shape of a heart, and Gulinaja is a Xinjiang dance, that soft neck let people feel a strong foreign wind, love, and Deng Chao's response to let a person laugh and sprayed, the body stiffness he simply cannot learn. That action was like hanging himself, while Li Chen and Xia Yilin shows their so-called big bear dance, constantly shaking the hun. Take your positions. Prepare. The director's voice came, and several people were slightly bent over, looking as if they were a little nervous. But the more so, the longer the wait was. In the afterglow of late summer, Soliulin's body had already leaned forward a little and almost didn't even stand still. It was only a few seconds later that a crisp whistle suddenly sounded. The 5 people also quickly rushed out. This special runway, in addition to the water layer on top of it, was very smooth, the speed could not be too fast at all. Flutter, flutter, flutter. The 5 people running together brought up a measured splash of water, and almost in the blink of an eye, the clothes on their bodies were already almost wet. Scanning the situation beside him, Summer's End also realized that because of the too fast forward rush, the big black bull Li Chen fell down right on top of the runway, and was crawling and swimming at this time. Simply adapting to a few steps, Summer's End also suddenly accelerated the speed. Deng Chao and Zhu Lan just felt a red shadow flash by their side, and Xia Mao disappeared next to the 2 people. Tatsu. Quickly stop Xia Mo. Deng Chao subconsciously shouted out. At this time, Summer End had already led a few people by more than 3 steps, and was about to arrive on top of the floating platform. At this time, Li Chen is very far away from Xiamu, in addition to the fall, also has some heart. Another step, Summer End is also stepped on the floating platform, quickly bend down to pick up the red heart. Ah! You're great, hurry up! Baby, on the other hand, was excitedly jumping up, looking at the one-horse first Xiamo, the kind of joy in her heart had already reached the extreme point. Slightly sideways, Summer End is also observed, he just took the red heart of this time inside, Deng Chao and climbed up. Li Chen will soon reach the floating platform, from their distance is also very close. The floating platform is still a distance away from the location of several women. This distance of the water is also deepened a lot, about 1 meter 5 or so. In the water resistance, the speed must be greatly slowed down. Want to catch up will become possible. It looks like that's the way it's going to be. This game is not around on the end of the end. Summer End does not want to be entangled with them now. Estimated the distance, Summer End is also again accelerated. With the help of the floating platform, Summer's End also helped run a few steps, counting the distance, and when he came to the edge of the platform, Summer's End also jumped up in diameter. The huge force caused Xia Mao's body to immediately fly into the air, and the direction was exactly where Baby was. This sudden scene caused several women to be stunned, while behind them, Li Chen and Deng Chao also came on top of the floating platform and then ran. Flop! A huge water splash rose into the air, and Summer's End also entered the water magnificently. Ah! The rise of the water splash was also accompanied by a burst of screams. Summer End jumped too far. The position of the water is on the edge of a few women. After this water splash rises, a few women who are not spared, including Baby is also the same, not being punished by the ice bucket challenge. First let Summer End of this a deep sea bomb to get wet. Quickly stretching out his arms, Summer's End also put the red heart at Baby's feet. As early as when Summer End jumped up, Baby had already been prepared. At this time, not caring about the situation on the body, Baby also quickly picked up the red heart. Successive sounds of entering the water rang out from behind Xiame, obviously Deng Chao and Li Chen who chased over. Drip! The whistles sounded again, announcing the end of the round. Oh my god! What kind of bounce is this for you, Summer End? How can you jump so far? Li Chen, on the other hand, looked at Summer End with a surprised face. Will I tell you that I didn't dare to use my full strength for fear of crashing on top of the floating platform? Xia Mao was also secretly spitting in her heart. The winner of this round was the red team. I'm not convinced. I ask for another round. This time Deng Chao's unusually depressed voice also sounded. Chapter 61, One More Round, Under Siege. Not only Deng Chao, at this time everyone else was also depressed. Yes. Yes, there should be another round, this round doesn't count. Xia Yilin also shouted at this time. Just the end of the summer that jump, but let a few women lousy, baby is okay, after all, and the end of the summer is a teen, the other 4 women is not, especially Xia Yilin, the face of the makeup has been all spent, if this time she asked himself pretty not pretty, I'm afraid that anyone will be crazy. Mordecai. You are too unkind. Zhang Lanqin also looked at Xia Mo with a melancholy face. At this, Xia Mao was also a bit speechless, only thinking to quickly fix this round, who knew that he had provoked the hostility of his fellow females. Why doesn't it count? Baby on the other hand said with an indignant face. Baby, you can't be like this, give us a chance, okay? Zulan also said with a helpless face. Summer's End and Baby looked at each other, it looked like everyone had this idea, if they insisted on it, it seemed a bit unreasonable. Let's do it this way, if that's the case, then we'll have another round. The director also spoke out at this time. Hearing the director's words, a trace of excitement flashed across the faces of the others, but the director continued, but in order to be fair, if Xiaomu grabbed the love, as long as the protection in the hands of more than 5 seconds in the wind, do you have any objections? This is completely the compensation for Xiame, as long as Xiame held in the arms, not be snatched away, 5 seconds can be 1, or very favorable. The 4 people also looked at each other, and then they also nodded, we agree. Returning to the starting line again, the 5 people were once again ready, and Summer's End also felt a sense of wariness from a few people. On your mark, get ready. After the whistle sounded again, a few people also made a move. To everyone's surprise, 4 people directly pounced towards Summer's End. Oh. What are you guys doing? Summer's End was also stunned, and immediately quickly dashed forward, wanting to avoid the siege of several people. But this run to a total of so big, Summer End how to dodge also always need to run into a few other people, it seems that they have a long time ago have a plan as well, the Summer End of the path is also blocked. Slightly dodged, Summer End is also avoided Pounce Li Chen, forces 2 large Li Chen diameter lying in the runway above, splashed a lot of water. Caught you haha. The end of Summer suddenly felt the arm was embraced, and then the voice belonging to Deng Chao also came at the same time, the end of Summer ah. Don't say I'm not enough of a brother. Hey, I say brother Chao, what is the use of you doing this? Summer End is also helplessly shook his head, said, let other people take it you like cannot get the victory. Who said that, but we have been. Long ago. Deng Chao, who just said here, did find that Zulan and Baoqiang on the side had long since given up on encircling Xiamo at this time, and quickly ran towards the floating platform. Zulan. Baoqiang, you are also liars. At this time, Deng Chao was completely frozen, that expression on his face was as wonderful as it could be. Ha ha. Brother Chao, you see I'm not wrong, right? It is better to let go of me, and everyone will fight for it based on their own strength. Xia Mo also laughed and flirted. And Deng Chao seems to have not reacted to the general, the eyes fell a little stagnant, then went crazy like let go of Xia Mao, rushed towards the floating platform, while also shouted, you two stand still, the red heart is mine, the first is also mine. A few women are also dumbfounded to see such a dramatic scene, and Baby was also a little worried at first, this is completely targeting Xia Mao, but in front of the first, this so-called alliance of 4 is completely unbreakable, or Zulan and Baoqiang are the alliance, and there is no alliance with Deng Chao and Li Chen at all. Without Deng Chao's obstruction, Xia Mao also ran towards the floating platform. By this time, Zulan and Baoqiang had already reached the floating platform. Compared to Zulan and Baoqiang's short legs, Xia Mao's speed was much faster. In 3 steps, almost at the same time with Deng Chao also came to the floating platform, and Li Chen also rushed over from the back, a moment above the floating platform into a mess. Ah! Xiaomu, come on, quickly snatch it over. Baby is also a face of excitement shouted loudly. This is also a head of black line, this baby is completely in a give himself to pull hate ah. If he said he grabbed it, these 4 people will not be crazy ah? As long as the red heart is not in their hands, their alliance is unbreakable. As expected, just after Baby's voice fell, several people's gazes instantly coalesced on Xiaomu's body, and at that moment, the red heart was also held firmly in Baoqiang's arms. What are you guys looking at me for? Summer End also stopped and said with a helpless face, that thing is in Baoqiang's place. In order to not let their female companion get drenched by the ice water, they had gone through a lot of effort. As if to confirm Summer End's words, Baoqiang turned around and jumped into the water while holding Red Heart. Baoqiang. You are too treacherous, aren't we allies? Zulan who saw this was also anxious, and a clammy fall into the water also chased after him. Deng Chao and Li Chen were also not willing to be weak, and then also rushed up. Four people instantly fall into the water. Bao Chang that height doomed him also jump not far. Soon was long hands and legs Deng Chao and Li Chen. Two people caught up. Three people also in the water hugging together. And Zulan cannot insert into the hand. Can only be outside the eyes of the eye watching. Summer's End, on the other hand, slowly slipped into the water and swam towards the three people. At this time, if you want to grab it, it is undoubtedly a tiger's mouth, and now you need a good opportunity to do so. It looks like it can only be so. Summer's End's mind turned rapidly. Chapter 62, a dramatic scene. Summer End also joined the fray, but Summer End's attention was not focused on the red heart. The power used wasn't very great, and the good positions were completely given to Li Chen and Deng Chao, and the purpose of doing so was to consume the opposite side's physical strength. At this time, Bao Chang is bitter, was completely embraced by the big black cow into the arms. That face is twisted into a chrysanthemum, so people cannot help but laugh. Chao brother. Chen, isn't it necessary to deal with Summer's End together? Bao Chang shouted hoarsely, let go of me ah. Bao Chang, as long as you give me the red heart, I will let go of you. Li Chen laughed while using his hand to constantly tug on the red heart in Bao Chang's arms, and Deng Chao was looking for an opportunity, which also left Bao Chang with no way to do anything at all, and only had to constantly twist his body and change directions to avoid the two people. Tatsu is right. The thing is in your hands, I'm not going to tussle with that pervert Summer's End. Deng Chao looked like he was taking it for granted, and his eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Not going up against Summer End, Deng Chao was much more refreshed. This can have nothing to do with me, each according to the means well. Summer End also responded. For a moment, the short chat also came to an end. The water splashes here, four men and a pseudo-man Zulan, in the water constantly twisting. The scene looks that called a spectacular. Ah! I cannot hold on. After a while, Bao Qian also could not help shouting. As soon as the words fell, the red heart in his hand also flew up. The diameter then landed in front of Zulan. There is no way to know whether it was Bao Chang's intention or what. Summer's End, who had been conserving her strength, had been paying attention to the situation, and the moment the scene occurred, Summer's body also moved as if there was nothing to stop the resistance of the water. On the other hand, Zulan, looking at the red heart that suddenly appeared in front of him, first froze, then shouted in ecstasy, I'm the king of picking up the pieces. Ah! Zulan, you're great, hurry up. Zhang Lanxin also jumped up with a face of excitement, but just after the voice fell, Zhang Lanxin's face changed dramatically. Zulan, be careful. What? Zulan, who was still a bit surprised, hadn't reacted for a moment. Suddenly, a red shadow is also from their own in front of crossing, and so Zulan see clearly when, in front of the red heart has long disappeared. Zulan! Quickly stop him. The remaining three people also shouted, just now the scramble to make their strength are exhausted, this time want to rush over also have some heart. Ha ha! Hand it over to me, where are you going at the end of summer? Zulan made a forward lunge. The first time I saw him in the back of my head. A very comical scene appeared, has been observing the situation behind the end of the summer is also dumbfounded at this time, pit dat it? Confident Zulan, under this pounce, really forward a distance, but Enxiamu is still 100,000 miles away, and this force, Zulan whole person is also sunk into the water, and so in the emergence, his headscarf has already disappeared. Messy hair hanging down wet, this amusing scene, so that everyone is dumbfounded, have the urge to laugh wildly can only endure, after all, still have to leave some face. After exploring a step, Summer's End also easily handed the red heart to Baby. Drops. As the whistle sounded, the director's voice also came over, the game is over, the winner is the red team. Xiaomo you're great, love you. Baby was already happy to the extreme at this time, at the very least, in Xiaomo's eyes, she had the possibility of wanting to jump into the water and hug herself. Oh. No, Deng Chao held his head with a face of pain. In addition to Baby, the other four girls almost subconsciously held their heads. Wow! For huge columns of water fell from the sky, the four women were immediately subjected to the radiance, the clothes were soaked in an instant. Ah! Screams are also one after another, to know that although this is summer, but this ice water is not so good to suffer, especially or women. Ahem! That naza. Sorry. Baby is also holding a red heart and wiggling her body recklessly, that's as smug as it gets. Natsumi and Baby could rest. Only after hearing this did Summer's End slowly climb onto the floating platform. Summer End. Definitely not next time. Deng Chao, on the other hand, had a look of conviction. Brother Chao. Are you the Grey Wolf? That. Who is the Grey Wolf? In response to this, Xiaomei also shook his head and walked towards the side in diameter, which wearing clothes to soak in the water is really not a comfortable thing. After a simple wipe, their second round of competition also began. Another long tug of war, four people are all full of energy, looks like a moment and a half gang is not able to distinguish between winners and losers. Summer's End, you're great. The smile on Baby's face, who didn't receive the torture of ice water, continued, for the sake of you being so great, I decided to promise you the MV thing. Wasn't it originally a promise? Xiaomo also responded with a smile, shouldn't we be giving some other rewards? Nonsense. I didn't say yes, I just said yes now. Baby said with a stiff upper lip. Oh so The end of the summer looked at baby, slightly some of the said, before that bet. To this baby is viciously glared at the end of the summer, said, good, this girl is not a trick person, you have what requirements, say it. Although so said, but baby's gaze obviously with a hint of warning, that means let Xiaomo do not put forward too much request. Chapter 63 Summer's End's encouragement is greater than everything. In fact, when it came to the issue of this condition, Xiaomo did not have too many ideas. With the current 55 points of goodwill with baby, want to take that is only a matter of time, might as well take this opportunity to get some other benefits. If that's the case, then the female lead of the MV will be fixed to be you from now on, how's that? Hearing the words of the end of the summer, baby is also froze, immediately with a hint of flirtation said, this cannot, once even, one is I do not have so much time, the second is not you hire me do not need to spend money? This is the first time I heard that there is a joking element within, Xiaomei to also cooperate, baby, then 3 good, how much money do you want? I'm a poor man. Who said you are poor? Baby almost subconsciously said it, May. Aren't you already making money? The company's dividends are not even less, but still come to exploit me as a poor person. After saying that baby's eyes also flashed a trace of fear, almost said omitted. Well, first cannot let this guy know that I and May's relationship, wait for the future to give him a surprise well, but why do I always feel that May seems to him? This sour feeling is jealous? What am I thinking? Summer End was also slightly stunned, just now baby obviously had something to say that he did not say, and now he was a little confused, making people very puzzled. Drops. Just when Xia Endi wanted to inquire, the second round of the match over there also ended. The courageous big black bull won the final victory, while Guli Naza and the other 3 girls were miserable and had to experience the feeling of ice water. After a burst of screaming, it made the atmosphere ignite again. The following to add a round of rematch, and this time the rules are different. The director also said from a distance, this time all 5 groups of people to participate, and the identity of the swap, meaning that this time the person who grabbed the red heart became a girl. What? Dang Chow, several people once again dumbfounded. Among these 5 women, the most advantageous is Xia Yilin and Zhang Lanxin, one is strong, one is a sportsman, while the remaining 3 women including baby, although the body is perfect, but this also destined that they will not have much advantage. Ahem. Baby, it's up to you this time, go for it. At this time, Summer's End is also returning to the team together with baby. Ha ha. Summer's End, this time the first place should not be yours, right? Zhu Lan with a trace of rampant smile, said loudly. That's right, this time also let Summer's End experience that feeling. Li Chen also chimed in. Bao Chang and Deng Chao, on the other hand, looked at their female companions and wisely didn't say anything, because it seemed to them that they also had the same ending as Xia End. Since the rules were agreed upon, the 10 people also spread out and stood in their positions. The end of summer. We're going to have to be of one mind at this time. Deng Chao, who stood beside Xia End, said with a straight face, but this so-called straight face, how to look at it has such a teasing feeling. Xiaomei forced a smile and responded, Brother Chao, are you teasing me? How are we going to be of one mind? Is it possible to go down in women's clothing and PK with them? Deng Chao was also speechless for a moment, he was totally nervous, let Guli Naza experience icy water twice, this time it's his turn, whether this is retribution or not should only be known by himself. Start! Yay! The director's order, 5 women with a gust of screams quickly ran up, that scene is much more spectacular than the end of summer and other people just looked. A pair of jade legs across the beam, too stimulating to the eyeballs. Naza! Cheer up! For Deng Chao's state of mind Xiaomei is not care, because Xiaomei's eyes completely enveloped in the body of baby, seems because of Xiaomei's reason, baby also become unusually dare to fight, at least in this runway, baby did not lag behind, but has a trace of the lead. Almost in no particular order, several people also colleagues came to the floating platform above. Several women immediately messed into a mess, hugging each other together, the scene is quite spectacular, fall, stand up in the fall, and then fell in the water, woeful. Several men watched with great interest, Deng Chao also seems to have no more nervousness at the beginning, obviously can be seen, he seems to be a little happy in the flavor of gloating. Not long ago, a few women are also all in the water battle again, Summer End can only watch, this situation cannot help, but also good, this first place cannot be all wrapped up at, or the audience is afraid to have opinions. And if baby did not win then, the sense of adoration for himself is not even stronger? After arriving in the water, Summer's End and a few others were also lying on the top of the pin platform waiting, although they could not help out, but they always had to give each other moral support. Baby, just try your best. Hearing Shama's words, baby's movements instead became bigger, as if she didn't want to admit defeat, or didn't want to lose to someone else in front of Xiaomo. This kind of persistence came very suddenly, but not so abruptly. The sudden outbreak of baby, let everyone is a little surprised, seems to be completely no sign of general. I am not going to lose. Baby also screamed a bit, and then exerted a force to pull, originally in the hands of Xia Yilin's red heart, was immediately yanked over. Originally has long been not counted in the war group of baby made such a scene, Xia Yilin and other people for a moment is also did not react, and when the red heart from the hands of the disappearance of the time, they only came to their senses. Quickly grab Don't pull me, it's not in my hands anymore. The quick-eyed Xie Yilin wanted to grab not far away from the baby, but at this time a few women had already killed the red eyes and did not distinguish them at all. Chapter 64 All wanted Summer's End's water bottle. Zhang Lanxin, Gulina Zawan pulled Xie Yilin, while the other crossed the center, blocking the route that Xie Yilin wanted to rush over. Pouncing. Pounce. In the midst of the splashing water, baby also quickly rushed over in the direction of Summer's End. Wow. Too fierce, too fierce. Zhu Lan and Bao Chang were constantly commenting. A large number of water splashes constantly hindered baby's realization. At the very least, in Xiaomei's eyes, baby's eyes could only squint slightly. Diameter stretched, out of the hands. Summer's End also caught the baby who rushed over, picked up the red heart in her hand, and spun around and placed it at his side, and then also rolled over and fell into the water, and stood together with the baby. After wiping the water stains on her face with her small hands, baby saw the end of summer that appeared in front of her eyes. Did you get the red heart? At this time, Goddess Baby was still thinking about the red heart, which made Summer End a little surprised. Nodding his head, Xiaomu also smiled and said, "Baby, you are awesome." Almost at the same time he said, Summer End opened his arms and forcefully hugged baby in his arms. The softness of the body, softness mixed with the fluctuation of the water flow, that feeling was very different and also made Summer End enjoy it very much. Prominent embrace, let baby's body instantly stiff. Immediately a pair of small hands is also wrapped around the waist of Xiaomo. This moment, baby chose not to freeze or push away, but to respond. This in the program but never happened. Congratulations to the host. Because of the host's encouragement, baby's favorability towards the host has risen by 5, and is currently at 60. The success rate of confession is 80. Embracing baby's perfect body, the system's beep was also once again giving Xiaomu a big piece of pie. The success rate has been to 80%, which can be said as long as you find a good opportunity, no accidents. It is already the nail in the coffin, but in the end of Xia's ambitions, so that the baby initiative to throw themselves into the arms is the most beautiful, wonderful. Ahem. I say you guys win and win, don't hug, okay? Deng Chao's voice of the middle of the naked is envy and jealousy hate. But it is very useful. After hearing it, baby also loosened his hands, and then he broke away from Xiaomei's embrace, and his face was also a little slightly red, and he fiercely glared at Deng Chao. Baby. Wow. Before Xiaomao could say something, the ice water reappeared. Just finished speaking, a face of bitter Deng Chao was instantly hit. Oh gulp. Serves him right. Summer's End was not going to begrudge the counterattack. Deng Chao is indeed a bit miserable, was talking when the hit of ice water fell from the sky. This result is already predictable. Okay, so the result of this round has appeared, the winning red team. The director also smiled when he saw this scene. This is getting more and more interesting to watch. Originally wanted to take the matter between Xiaomei and baby as a point of view. It looks like they don't even need to do anything on their own. They are very cooperative. The director can already predict that this program will definitely become more and more hot. Chao, you are asking for it. Li Chen looked at the constantly coughing, red-faced Deng Chao, leisurely said, "No to be drenched, not only do not block, but talk. You are very good, that ice water tastes good, right?" Rarely, the big black cow is also out of words to flirt. This is rare. Deng Chao's eyes more ghostly, and the same was made miserable by the ice water. Balon brothers at this time has long been laughing into a ball. Brother Chao, are you looking at me too miserable? At this time, Zhu Lan also spoke out. Zhu Lan's voice just fell. Other people's eyes gathered in the past. This look does not matter, even if the water of the end of the summer and baby at this time is also instantly laugh spray. Under the impact of the ice water, Zulan's head scarf completely wet off and also drooped down, living a second to become a village girl. That picture is too beautiful, let a person dare not look directly, and Deng Chao is also crazy laugh, don't mention how pleased. Come over to collect your clues for this round. As the director's voice fell, a group of people also walked towards the previous location. During this period of time, Xiaomo was once again enjoying himself, and baby, who already had little strength, was dragged by Xiaomo to send her body up. But after all, the goodwill of the two had reached a certain level, and everything seemed to be logical, and at the very least, this chick wouldn't be angry, right, and there was only shyness and astringency. Not much time a crowd is also once stood. Good, so now we have the third place, Baoxiang. The order of this time is the director arranged. The end of this group first has been no doubt, the second is Li Chen which group, and the third, who knows if the director is taking care of Baoxiang. The two people walked up and also used a towel to block the line of sight. The end of Xia is clear. This round of clues is still making people cloudy, although you can ask questions, but that's all on the premise that there is a real mysterious water in the hand, and the real mysterious water is in Deng Chao's group, and this one has not been given a clue at all. We are going to change the water with the end of Xia and theirs. Baoxiang also turned back with a naive smile and said in a serious tone, "This is real for us, so we will leave it to you guys, Shamu. The end of the summer, they change ours is no use, a moment we and change back well." Baby is a little indignant muttered in a small voice. Not long after, Bao Chang, who had a confident smile on his face, also returned, and Li Chen and Xie Yilin, who were in second place, stepped forward. Similarly, they also chose the water that Bao Chang had just exchanged, and it was clear that in their eyes, the most likely to be true was the earliest bottle of take owned by Xia Late. In the end, it was the turn of Xia Mao and Baby. After looking at the mission reminder card, Baby also glanced at Xia Mao, before the two of them shielded themselves from the sight of the others. Favorable. The director only gave such an answer, then it was obvious that the water in his hand now wasn't real, and Summer's End was just there to let Baby know. 65 chapters against the end of the alliance. The director's words also caused Baby's gaze to completely shift to Summer's End's body. To know this kind of thing, Baby still want to rely on Xia Mo, while the director team is giving such an ambiguous answer. This really makes people very egg pain. Summer End. Since it's favorable, then what we have in our hands shouldn't be real. Baby also explained, should we take back the bottle of water that belonged to us before? Of course we should take it back. Xia Indi smiled inscrutably. This kind of thing is completely blind to follow the wind. As long as Xia Indi got it back this time, the next round they will inevitably still want to target that bottle of water. In that case, let them go and grab it. As long as they finally redeem the yellow mystic water, it will be okay. Hee okay, let them grab ours and we'll get it back. Baby also laughed while exchanging the water bottle in her hand with Li Chen and their group. Oh my god. This will never get that bottle until we get first place. Xia Yilin said with a tangled face. And Li Chen nodded with a deep thought and said, it looks like that bottle should be the real one, or else Xiamu wouldn't be so insistent. This kind of thing is only Li Chen and Xia Yilin can discuss the discussion. As for Deng Chao Baoqiang Zulan, completely as the existence of watching the fun, there is no competition. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the crowd was also led by the director's team to gather together to eat. At this time there is no more program recording, everyone is also exceptionally relaxed, joking and laughing, without any divide arising from the competition. That kind of strong friendship is very easy to infect people. After dinner, Xiamu and the rest of the group came to the final battlefield, the Xiaoming Academy in Wuzhen Shijie. According to the order of ranking, Xiamu and Baby were rightfully the first to enter the venue, and the others seemed to be accustomed to this. The same table, the same name, the two people at the end of Xia also placed the mysterious water on top of their names. Okay, so the final round of the competition. The director handed over the task cards. Tear the princess name tag. Defend the princess name tag to the death. As long as the princess name tag is torn off, the couple is out. Baby also read it out softly, and then he looked at Summer End with a smile on his face and said, Summer End, you will guard me, right? Of course. Then try sticking to me. Baby, on the other hand, with a smile on her face, leaned her back in Xiamu's embrace, seemingly not worried at all, and Xiamu also environmentally friendly with both hands up. In the effort, this chick is going to take the initiative to stick it to me, but it is something to look forward to. Since the goodwill increased to 60, the end of the summer found that Baby seems to be more dependent on himself, or more intimate, no matter what things, want to ask their own meaning. This is to let the end of the summer some small excitement. At the same time, the other several groups of people were also brought to different places. Blue Heart. If my name tag is torn, everything will depend on you. Zulan voice inside full of determination, you know today I first saw you, is waiting for this moment, a chance that I can turn the tide. Zulan looked at the side of a melancholy face a head higher than their own Zhang Lanqin, and Zhang Lanqin is also very good to pat Zulan's shoulders, rest assured. Even if you out, I will also insist on it. And after getting the mission card, the two people in the end of summer also got the special clues before. Is our water the water of mystery? Waiting for the two people is the director's denial. Ah. Baby is a face of surprise, then quickly grabbed the hand of Xiaomo, said, this bottle of water is not real, then in the end is which bottle? Patting Baby's small hand, Xiaomu also responded, there is no need to worry, this is not still a round of the competition? You have to trust me. Believe me, 3 words, seems to be the biggest influence on the Baby, no Xiaomu, since Xiaomu seems to have not let him disappointed. After a few minutes of simple rest and recuperation, several groups of people are also divided into different positions, began the final round of the competition. Summer's End. Let's charge straight over and just tear a group when we see one. You don't want to forget their previous moves. Hearing the end of the summer, Baby is also reflected, before the swimming pool, although the so-called resistance to the end of the alliance did not completely successful, single after all, there is a precedent, and now this tear the nameplate link, if the 4 groups of people together to deal with their own, then it will be suffered. We should find a place to hide, and then wait for them to fight almost, in the out. Baby is also thought about said. This is not a bad idea, but Summer's End has also observed before, the space here is not as big as the last phase of the Academy of Fine Arts, want to hide in a place where others cannot be found is too difficult. Summer's End thought about it and said, let's use your method well Baby, let's charge straight through. Baby was first stunned, then her beautiful eyes also lit up and said, I understand. Taking advantage of the 4 groups of people have not yet met to discuss the joint time, seize this opportunity to first eliminate a group of 2 groups of people, so that it will be much easier. The 2 people looked at each other and smiled, the tacit understanding between them was self-evident, and then they also took hands and accelerated forward. Not far away from the direction that the two people at the end of Xiao were moving forward, Bao Chang and Ye Lu were talking in a low voice. Ye Luke. We have to hurry to find Xiao, Zulan, and the others to form the anti-meat anti-Chen alliance. Bao Chang observed with some thievery and said, we need to eliminate Xia Mei and Li Chen first so that we can have an advantage. Brother Bao Chang is right, then let us go quickly. Is can't be delayed. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we meet summer's end in them. Bao Chang also nodded with a deep thought, and then he instantly pulled Ilio. But just at this time, Bao Chang suddenly heard baby's voice, Xiao, it's Bao Chang them. Chapter 66, Zulan will take revenge for me. Just one sentence, before waiting for Xiaomu's response, Bao Chang also tugged at Ye Lu, and wanted to leave. Bao Chang, don't be in a hurry to leave, let's talk. Summeren's voice also came at the same time. After slightly observing the surroundings, Bao Chang's face instantly became bitter, because when he discussed with Ye Lu before, they were hidden inside the corner of a courtyard, and at this time, if they wanted to leave, this route would be too little, and Xiao Mao had already appeared not far away from them. He. Bao Chang said with a naive smile, it's summer's end, I have a suggestion. Bao Chang, do you want to join forces with ours? Hearing baby's words, Bao Chang's face suddenly turned into a flower. Or a chrysanthemum flower, said, baby you are really smart ah. Afterwards, Bao Chang's gaze was also placed on Xiao Mao once again. Xiao Mao, how about we join forces to eliminate Li Chen first, and then finally have a showdown at the end? While communicating with Bao Chang, Xiao Mao also stayed with baby and slowly pressed up. Similarly, Bao Chang also blocked Ilio behind him, and behind the two of them was the wall, which increased the safety factor a little. At this same time, the system's voice also randomly sounded, the ultimate mission is open, the host did not tear off a nameplate, can get 30 omnipotence points of reward. Almost subconsciously, Summeren's body also paused slightly, then a trace of excitement flashed across his face, 30 points for a name tag, this is completely pie in the sky, right? Summeren felt like he was about to be smashed. Joint ah? Good ah. Summerend also responded with a smile. Can't drag too long, otherwise the other group will definitely arrive in time, to do it with some speed, of course before that, lower their alertness, draw closer is more than appropriate. That. Summer's end, don't move, just stand there and talk. Bao Chang this is to extend his hand to signal. This way. Summerend also gave a look to the baby beside him, and then quickly rushed forward, I am afraid that it is not possible. This sudden scene, led originally in hiding behind Bao Chang's Ye Lu instantly screamed out. Bao Chang is very brave, after seeing Xiaomu rushed up, is also stretched, out of hand wanton Xiaomu entanglement, mouth is also shouted, Yili fast run. After all, this link is to tear the princess's nameplate, to protect Ilio, Bao Chang's group still have hope. But is baby a pose? Before the end of summer and baby has already discussed, the end of summer to deal with the boys, while the girls are handed over to baby, of course, if this is within the range of baby's power, obviously Yali is in this, I have to say, the end of the summer two people's luck is very good. Snap. With a slightly somewhat crisp sound, Bao Chang's hands also and his Shama's hands contacted together. Originally some martial arts background of Bao Chang, to not too much fear, but this first round of contact, Bao Chang's face is also a sudden change, summer end. Summer end, have a word, we are going to alliance ah. The great power coming from the arm, let Bao Chang suddenly dumbfounded, he knows that Xiaomu has power, but never experienced, this time finally no, originally wanted to resist a little heart also suddenly disappeared. Bao Chang ah. Can't help it. Summer end is also helpless, this kind of link must have a winner. Both arms quickly probed the past, this Bao Chang petite, small body, Summer end can easily probe the back. Do not. Stop. Bao Chang has been a little incoherent, but shouted out these words as to let the end of summer evil, this Bao Chang in this kind of moment can still humor out, is the legend of cold humor? Phew. While saying that, Bao Chang is also with the strength of Xiaomu's arm, suddenly came a side flip. This scene also made Xiao Mao slightly stunned, is this Bao Chang to be cute? What was the use of a side flip? After quickly releasing, Summer's end also struck again, Bao Chang still did not break free. This situation wants to avoid Xiaoma's arm, there is only one way, the legendary Zulan downfall method. No wonder it is called the Zulan brothers, no teacher, Bao Chang diameter pulling the arm of Xiaomu, the whole body completely lying on the ground, and then is also constantly twisting, want to find a good way to avoid Xiaomu, at the same time, Bao Chang is also loudly shouted, Yili, quickly run, go to find brother Chow them. At this time, Yali would like to listen to Bao Chang's orders, but she has already twisted with baby. Inside these 5 women, only Yeli is the best bully, of course, this is obviously for baby, on the current situation, baby has the upper hand, press Yeli constantly trying to tear off her name tag, and Yeli seems to have been blinded, fight back or a little bit unable to do so. Baby has some experience, although not personally involved in the last period, but also to see can always learn something. Bao Chang, better mind your own business. Seeing the posture of Bao Chang, Xiaomu also bent down and grabbed Bao Chang's shoulders with both hands. Help! Zulan, Chow. Help! 3 words are quite loud, but the name of the person behind is lower and lower. At this time, Bao Chang's posture is changed again, face down, the whole person was turned over by Summer end. Tear. Bao Chang, who had been completely mastered, had absolutely no room for immunity in front of Summer End. Name tag to hand, Xiaomei only let go of Bao Chang, and at this time Bao Chang is sitting on the ground, a face of bitter expression, as confused. The legendary Bao Chang Grey Wolf is nothing more than this. In addition to the clothes messy, that scene is too beautiful. Simply do not dare to look straight. The end of summer. Next time, I will fight with you. A few moments later, Bao Chang also stood up. Zulan will definitely help me take revenge. This cold humor is also let the end of Xia helplessly shook his head. Zulan? I'm afraid that when I see myself, I'll instantly fall to the ground, without even having to make any moves myself. Bao Chang, out. Pakung, out. As the name tags were torn off, the radio also sounded again. Chapter 67, Taking the Initiative. Congratulations to the host, gaining 30 omnipotence points. This omnipotence points came too easily, making Summer's End a little excited as well. Ignoring Bao Chang, who was taken away by the crew, Xiaomo also walked in the direction of Baby and Elio. Two people women are still fighting, clothes are a little wrinkled. Yeli was pressed by Baby in the corner, a dodge and an attack, but this situation, it looks like a moment of time cannot be divided into winners and losers. You should know that the system is only talking about name tags, and does not say boys and girls, so the girl's name tag should also be worth 30 omnipotence points. Beauty, I'm sorry, I can only aggrieve you. Summer End shook his head helplessly. Of course these words were said in the heart, otherwise who knows if Baby would have any other thoughts. Yeli, Bao Chang has already been eliminated, it's useless for you to hold on, it's better to admit defeat. Xia Mao's voice also sounded leisurely. Xia Mao's words had caused the two people's movements to stop. Yeli had already been panting at this time, and it looked like her strength had been exhausted long ago, but she was only holding on strongly, and Xia Mao's words had shattered the last of her confidence. Oh my god. How could I be the first to meet you guys? Yeli also said helplessly. This young girl was soft and supple, she looked weak and didn't talk much, some tiny introvert. Baby also stood up and whirled to pull Yelu up as well. Summer's End smiled and walked over, his hand reaching out for the name tag, saying, "This is also something that can't be helped. Before you guys didn't want to deal with us together? How do you know? This is no longer necessary to guess, as long as a little bit of brains should know to solve the most powerful person, and then in the duel." Rip. It was very easy to tear off the name tag again, and only then did Summer's End let out a slight sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 30 omnipotence points. Omnipotence points once again, otherwise it would have been a waste to let Baby tear it off. Yeli, out. Yeli, out. The consecutive announcements made the atmosphere seem a bit tense. At the same time the three groups spread out in other places also had their own concerns. Chao. Bao Chang and the others were actually eliminated so quickly. Guli Naza looked at Deng Chao on the side with a worried face. It is definitely done by Xia Duo. Deng Chao said with a sure face, we have to find Li Chen quickly, and as long as after tearing off Baby's nameplate, they are even eliminated. This link to protect the princess can indeed be opportunistic, he cannot get Xiaomei, deal with Baby but can. And the end of the summer side also began the next step of action. The next step is to get rid of one group, hurry up and search for the next group. Baby seems to have no care at all about the physical exertion factor of the battle just now, a face of excitement to look at the end of the summer. Slightly shook his head, Xiaomu thought and said, I'm afraid the opportunity is not big. After Baochang they were eliminated, I'm afraid they will converge as soon as possible. But they still have 3 groups, so won't we be in danger? Baby's tone is also hung with a trace of worry. Depends on the situation, now we can only take one step at a time, hopefully our luck will continue to be good. Summer's End also spread his hands helplessly. Whoever out will broadcast it afterward, this has raised a sense of vigilance. The 2 people also left the place and searched slightly more cautiously. Although Summer's End was powerful, he wouldn't think that he could deal with the premise of 6 people and still be able to keep Baby's name tag. For a moment, the entire academy also became quiet. Finally found you, Tatsu. On the other side, the lucky Deng Chao also found Li Chen and Xie Yilin who were also searching. Chao. Was Bao Chang eliminated by Summer's End? Seeing Deng Chao, Li Chen was also a little excited. Teng Chao nodded and said, it should be so, let's alliance. After a pause, Teng Chao seemed to be strengthening his tone in general. If we still spread out, we will be broken by Xiaomo one by one, first eliminate him, then we will compete. Good. Li Chen and Xie Yilin also nodded their heads in agreement, this kind of thing no longer needed to be considered. And Deng Chao was also unexpectedly cultured. Did he break through under the pressure of Summer's End? After the 2 teams announced their alliance, only Xiao Mao's group and Zhu Lan's group, who was still in a solo state, were left. Summer's End, look, they're all there. Inside the shadows of the gazebo, Summer's End and Baby had been waiting for a long time. Nodding his head, Summer's End also said, hide well, you can't let them find out, or you'll be in danger. Because of the distance, Summer End did not hear their conversation, but this thing think about it also know, is nothing more than to discuss how to deal with their own 2. In accordance with the intentions of the end of Xia, originally wanted to eliminate the group of Zulan after the group, and then in Deng Chao Li Chen they do the final showdown, but now it seems to be somewhat unlikely. N. I know. Baby is also signaled, but immediately Baby is a little surprised to ask, Summer End, what are you going to do? In Baby's line of sight, Xiaomu had already left the side. Of course is to go to tear the nameplate. Xiaomu smiled and said, as long as your nameplate is not lost, we will not be considered a failure. Be careful. Very simple 2 words, but it is enough to show the psychology of Baby at this moment. Nodding his head, Summer's End also walked towards the position of the 2 teams. In this situation, Xiaoma would rather have a 1-on-4, but he didn't want Baby to deal with the combination of Gulinaza and Xiailin, because there wasn't any chance of winning. Towards Summer's End came. Xiaomao, who didn't hide his movements, was still discovered by the sharp-eyed Li Chen. Hearing Li Chen's words, Deng Chao immediately turned around with an expression like he was meeting a big enemy. Chapter 68 Deng Chao, out. While Li Chen was clearly ready for battle, slightly bending down, he and Deng Chao formed horns to surround Xiaomu. Lin, you and Naza quickly go to Baby and tear off her understanding. Li Chen also looks relatively calm, leave it to us here. After all, it is a battle between men, women are not very useful, and more importantly, Li Chen's heart is not sure, if you can, of course, it is better to tear off Baby's nameplate. Do not be like this, ah? The end of the summer looked at the 2 people like a great enemy, also helplessly spread his hands. Chao, don't be fooled. Hearing Li Chen's words, Deng Chao also has a bitter look, a grudging look at Li Chen, said, don't worry, I was cheated by him many times, this time, of course, will not believe him. Originally also intended to leave the end of Xia, this time is also not to say further, obviously the other party will not believe in their own, in that case, then use the strength to decide who wins and who loses well. Xia Yilin also took Gulinaza towards the side to run, this Xiaoma was not too worried. The previous distance is still relatively safe, in addition to their own instructions to hide Baby, there will not be too big a problem. Tentatively moved a few steps in the direction of Deng Chao, the other party's action is even more exaggerated, Deng Chao quickly retreated in the opposite direction, and Li Chen is by tacit agreement toward the back of Xiame, obviously intends to front and rear entrapment. 1-on-2 really is still a bit difficult, not to buy a break, I'm afraid it is not possible. Summer End's mind was racing. Only let the other side think that there is an opportunity to take advantage of, they will attack, they have the opportunity to tear the nameplate, otherwise 2 people holding will only fall into a stalemate. At this time the end of the summer is hoping that Zulan is also here, he cannot be considered as a combatant, but it is possible to let yourself fish in troubled waters. Thinking of this, Summer End also suddenly accelerated, ran towards Deng Chao. From testing to suddenly accelerating, it was only a matter of a split second, Deng Chao was stunned, then when he reacted, Xiaomu had already arrived in front of him. Under panic, Deng Chao's hands were also waving rapidly, obviously intending to use this way to block Summer End and wait for Li Chen's support. In response, Summer's End completely ignored it, and with both hands forward, he once again made an accelerated forward lunge. The speed is so fast that Deng Chao can't even react in time, the 2 peoples instantly into a state of wrestling. Xiaome's arm forcefully blocked away Deng Chao's arm, and then immediately grabbed Deng Chao's clothes. Tatsu. Deng Chao, on the other hand, shouted nervously. At the same time, Li Chen also rushed up, his eyes also flashed a bright light, the current Xiaomo completely turned his back to himself, it looks like not the slightest bit of defense, as long as the nameplate is torn off, this alliance is considered a success. The big black cow dared to run a few steps, also rushed over in time. A pair of hands also grabbed towards Xiaome's nameplate, Deng Chao, who saw the scene, his heart was instantly relieved, and his hands also grabbed Xiaome's clothes in reverse, not letting him have a chance to touch his nameplate. Touched. When Li Chen touched Xiaomao's clothes, his face was suddenly happy. Li Chen, who was just about to exert himself, suddenly realized that the original touch coming from his fingers had suddenly disappeared, and Xiaomao's body was getting farther and farther away from his own. This huge sense of incongruity made Li Chen feel a bit uncomfortable, but his good state of mind still made him shout out, Chao! Watch out! Deng Chao, who was already waiting to reap the fruits, was also stunned after hearing this, then he felt a huge force coming, his body was involuntarily tilted, then he felt that the position of the nameplate behind him was grabbed by someone. Not good. Deng Chao also woke up, his body wanted to lie down, this is the inertia of human thinking. Tear and pull. But how could this strain of Deng Chao's catch up with Summer's End's carefully prepared plan? After quickly tearing off Deng Chao's name tag, Summer's End also quickly withdrew a few steps towards one side, and pulled away from Li Chen, who rushed over. Deng Chao! Deng Chao! Oh my god, Summer End, I'll fight you. Deng Chao had a miserable expression on his face and crouched on the ground, barely able to cry. In response, Summer's End also laughed and said, Brother Chao, you're wrong to say that, don't you also want to fix me? Can't you come back next time? You are right, I will definitely come back again. The undefeatable Xiao Chang Chao immediately stood up, then looked at Li Chen, said, Brother, wish you good luck. I will wait for you over there. A sentence almost made people laugh and spray, while Li Chen stood there with an embarrassed face, losing an ally. The situation of the big black cow is also worrying. On the other side, Xiailin and Gulina Za were still searching for baby's traces, and indeed suddenly heard Deng Chao's prompt, and the 2 women's faces suddenly changed greatly. How is it possible? Li Chen and Deng Chao, two people will still lose? Xia Yilin had a dumbfounded look on her face. And Guli Naza also nodded and said, that should be it, end of summer. It's so awesome. This issue of the program, Guli Naza felt that her presence was too low, there was not much of a role at all, and there was also that misunderstanding that had happened with Xia Mao before, which had also kept her preoccupied. Not good, quickly go back. Li Chen by himself is dangerous. Hold sister but has the style of the big brother, this time is also hastily shouted. There are two women waiting for the opportunity to respond, but also not without any opportunity. Xia Yilin is not a general woman, living a vigorous woman. Xia Mu. Come on, I also want to see where the gap between us is. Li Chen bent down again. Nodding his head, Xia Mo and Li Chen are also slowly touching together. Obviously these two programs, the big black cow has been pressed by Xia Mo, the heart is also some small disobedience, not in Kim Jonggwa competition. He simply do not know to put Kim Jonggwa eliminated Xia Mo, that the power is how terrible. 69 chapters of thick skin. After less Deng Chao, Xiaomu's pressure plummeted. Even if he was facing Li Chen, it was the same. Kim Jong-kook with his experience couldn't do it, let alone him. Without any hesitation, Summeran directly chose to take the initiative to attack. Li Chen's arms were also constantly blocking and his body was constantly moving as a way to dodge. With every contact collision, the distance between Summeran and Li Chen got closer and closer, and the next moment, Summeran also grabbed Li Chen's hand. With a forceful tug, the two people were also entangled together in close quarters. Chen, hold on, we're back. Xia Yilin shouted loudly, and the two of them, Guli Naza, also returned to the previous position, and when they saw the scene in front of them, Xia Yilin's voice also stopped. Summer's End and Li Chen were laughing and saying this, while Summer's End was still holding a name tag in her hand. Li Chen, out. Li Chen, out. As if confirming the authenticity of this matter, the radio also sounded once again. Summer's End. You're so powerful. Li Chen shook off his somewhat numb hands and said with a smile, but I will work out this time when I go back. Your strength is already great, I'm not as easy as it looks. And at this time, Xia Yilin and Guli Naza are also dumbfounded. Randomly Li Chen also saw the two people, shouted, you quickly run, go to find Zulan them, although the chance is not very big. For the two women, the end of Xia also did not make any move. First in baby convergence, the rest of the matter is much simpler, a Zulan for Xia's end but not a threat at all. Li Chen's words also made the two girls wake up and turn around to leave the place. Summer's End, that's great, won't we be number one this way? Returning to the previous place, Baby was really still stuck here. For Xiama's word, she did exactly as she was told. According to her active character, after hearing that Deng Chao and Li Chen were out, she actually didn't come over to meet up, which can already tell you everything. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. The end of the summer is also some helpless said, to know in addition to Zulan outsider women, I'm afraid I'm not too good to start off. Che, what about Yili's name tag? That is she did not resist. Do I let them all do not resist? Summer's End is also a bit of a pain in the ass. Do you think Sister Hold will listen? Yes, so. Baby is also nodded. Obviously on Xia Yilin is also more understanding. Immediately Baby is also said with a smile, no matter, have you and certainly will not lose is, and afraid of what, direct tear good, I but remember Zulan have wanted to deal with my idea it, we certainly cannot show weakness. This is a relatively good excuse, the reason why Zulan did so, because in addition to women he cannot get anyone. Let us go and find them, I guess they have already converged together at this time. In the most central location of the academy, the two groups of people also met unexpectedly. At this time the real face of the battle is not bad, Zulan a fierce look, how to see how not much intimidation, at least Xia Mo thinks standing beside him Zhan Lan Xan is a certain threat. Xia Yilin and Guli Naza also stood together, because of the threat of Xia Mao, they unexpectedly did not attack each other, but instead united to everything. This Nyangsuan is not so good to deal with. Naza. Follow the method of dealing with them as stated before. Xia Yilin gave Guli Naza a wink in diameter. Hearing Xia Yilin's words, Guli Naza also blushed, but still nodded. Summer's End and Baby were also a bit puzzled, letting Guli Naza deal with the two of them? Guli Naza's figure was unusually tall, similar to Baby's, but compared to this kind of duel, she definitely wouldn't be Baby's opponent. Okay, we're on. Zululand also yelled out. Zulan, shouldn't we sit down and talk first? Summer's End spread his hands and said, maybe there's a peaceful solution? Hearing Xiama's words, Zulan looked like he was seriously thinking for a while, and said, it makes sense, but it's no use, I want to avenge Baochang, and I'll leave Baby to me to deal with. After saying that, Zulan also looked back to the three girls, but the finger is pointing at Xiamu, said, he left it to you guys. Looks like the other side of this is completely premeditated. Baby pulled the hand of the end of the summer, apparently inquiring. At this time the opposite side of the several people live toward the end of the summer, two people surrounded over. The original play is this calculation. Xiaomei is also understand, the other party's intention is very simple, let the three women to deal with their own, so that their own hands are tied, after all, cannot be too violent to them, and Zulan is not afraid of these, as long as they tear off Baby's nameplate, everything is over. This tactic was completely forcing Summer's End, which in turn made Summer's End a little bit slightly irritated. Baby, go over there. Hearing Summer End's command, Baby also ran towards that side without the slightest hesitation, and there was no hesitation that it was a corner. Immediately following Baby, Summer's End was also retreating towards the back. Not long ago, a group of people are also stopped. The corner of the innermost Baby leaned against the wall, put his name tag firmly blocked, while Baby in front of his open arms of Siamo. And two people 3 steps away position. 4 people keep the so-called orientation are surrounded, obviously is not going to let 2 people from this corner inside out. Oh. Ha. Zulan, a burst of rampant laughter, said, Summer End, today you will lose, quickly get out of the way, let me and Baby duel, or this is more fair. Zulan, you and I duel what ability, and the end of the summer duel ah. The Baby behind Siame, this time is also some depressed said. Why should I duel with Summer End? Zulan is not embarrassed at all, I can't handle him again. 70 chapters of the beauty plan. Zulan's words also made Siamo a little speechless. This goods really dare to say, especially in front of 4 women, but also take the initiative to look for Baby duel. This seems to be no longer a thick skin problem. Don't say that much, I won't let this kind of thing happen. Summer End also replied with a dark face. I knew you were going to say that, I'm going to avenge little Tetsuko. Xia Yilin also had an arrogant face, as if she had some kind of handle, completely restricting Xiamao. And at this time, Xiamao also suddenly realized that Gu Linaza, who was originally standing with the crowd, was also pouncing towards himself at this time. Pounce. Summer End had definitely not seen it wrong. What was going on? In this short moment, Summer End was also a bit short-circuited and did not react for a moment, and then a fragrant wind hit him, and then a soft body hugged him to death. Ha, Naza did a good job. This time Xia Yilin also laughed out loud and said, control him, we will take care of Baby right away. Using Gu Linaza to hold himself? Summer's End also had to admire these few people. Probably they have already discussed before, after all, he is a woman, has a natural advantage over men, in addition to Xia Yilin kind of nonsensical quirks and Zulan cheeky spirit, make such a beauty plan is also acceptable, at least Gulinaza's face value is also very high. Seems to be because the situation is critical, but also seems to be because of Gu Linaza's behavior. Baby instantly rushed out, towards the Gu Linaza's nameplate ruthlessly grabbed the past, the expression on the face is a bit fierce look. At this time the end of the summer is pain and happiness, in front of the Valley Force Naza's embrace, from time to time can touch the important position, and behind the baby's action, is also the same, this before and after the treatment, before, but want to be unable to. Naza. Be careful, Weon. Zululan also instantly rushed up, everyone ignored Summer's End, one of the most threatening and likewise the least threatening ability to women. Guli Naza also even if, at least is a big beauty, take advantage of the advantage is not a disadvantage. Zulan you a small kind also want to pick up the advantage? Seeing Zululan's majestic appearance, Summer's End was instantly unwilling. Stretching out his arm, Guli Naza although in the front, but the end of Xia did not care, not accidentally hurt her on it, and this kind of chaotic scene, simply cannot see what happened, to say to take advantage of is also suitable for themselves. Snap! The quick-eyed Xia Mu immediately grabbed the rushing up Zulan. As if it was like a small potato, Zulan jumped up at once, and shouted with a bitter face, Xia Mu! You let go of me, how can you do this? I want to duel with Baby. Could it be that you are also a woman? Xiamo also couldn't help but retaliate, this bastard is too pitiful. Shama's words also made Zulan froze, then shook his head, what you said is also oh. However, this was only for a moment, Zulan once again shouted, I can just deal with Baby too, don't stop me. Is this still a name tag tearing battle? How did Summer's End feel like she was participating in a sub-nonsense program? Ah. At this time Baby has already and Valley Force Nazar to tear together. Valley Force Nazar also had to let go of Summer End, and Baby reluctantly against up. Two beautiful women's body is almost the same, a moment is also a stalemate. One hand firmly grasped Zululan, Summer End's other hand is also quickly wrapped around Guli Naza's waist. Ah. What is he going to do? Being in Baby wrestling Guli Naza, suddenly felt himself being Siamo embrace, heart suddenly panicked, but this panic has not lasted long. Guli Naza feel a force to attack, the whirlwind of their own body is not have the autonomy toward the back. A photo, the situation is changed again, Baby and Guli Naza in the back of the end of the summer, and the end of the summer stood in front of the two women, hand grasping Zulan. Baby, restricting Naza is enough. Summer's End also opened his mouth and said, as for Zulan, leave it to me. Naza. Don't care about Baby, quickly tear off Summer's End's name tag, we'll win for sure. Zulan, who was firmly grasped in the hands of Xiamu, apparently did not realize anything at this time, still making plans, to which Xiamu was also helpless, you'd better take care of yourself first. As if dealing with a small child is easy, Xiaomao's arm instantly probed into Zulan's back. While Zhang Lanqin and Xie Yilin quickly came up to help, subconsciously pulling on Xiaomao's arm, but how strong can two women be? Tearing and pulling. Zulan seems like a puppet, stupidly stood in place, torn off again. Baoqiang ah. I'm sorry. These base words left Summer's End speechless. Zulan. Out. Zulan. Out. The rest of this is all women, and it's when Summer's End gets a headache next. Summer's End hurry up. I'm holding her down. Unlike Xia Yilin and Zhang Lanxin's loss, Baby shouted with excitement. Without hesitation, Xia An also turned around and realized that Guli Naza, who was already under Baby's control, was looking at herself pitifully. Naza. Sorry. Natsumi's hand is also grabbed the name tag again hard, double kill. Holy. Summer's end, you really got down, Naza, this beauty plan is useless. Xia Yilin was a bit dumbfounded. Summer's end is also helpless, this gully Naza is under Baby's control, there is no resistance at all, why can't he tear it off? And there is also a reward of 30 omnipotence points, Xia Ju will not give up. All of a sudden, the situation has also been clear. Now 2v2, your chances of winning are not very good. Baby, some small shortness of breath, said with a smile on his face. Xia Yilin and Zhang Lanxin also looked at each other. This alliance is completely built on the number of people, now this is only 2 people left, what power? Chapter 71. From now on, you are my brother. In this situation, the two of them had the idea of going their own way, after all, they weren't exactly teammates. Even if they lose, old lady will also fight a little bit. While saying that, Xia Yilin rushed up, and the gaze was obviously Baby. Although Xia Yilin was known as the holding sister, she couldn't hold it in the face of Xiamu. Successive double kills, so that the end of Xia's all-powerful points skyrocketed, and now there are 2 more. The end of Xia, in the spirit of the idea that cannot let go, can only slowly look for opportunities. Yeah. The scene was a mess. This battle between women and screaming seemed like it could never be divided. Zhang Lanxin is a little hesitant, want to join the battle group, but there is some worry next to the end of the summer. To the end of the summer is also spread his hands, said, so well, you do not move, eliminated Xia Yilin, I let you and Baby for the final showdown, I do not interfere, how? Ah. What you said is true. Zhang Lanxin also didn't expect Xiamo to actually say that. Nodded his head, Xiamu also signaled, to which Zhang Lanxin also looked at the 2 people on the ground writhing in a ball. Good, I agree. Blue heart, you mutiny. God. At this time, Xia Yilin's somewhat miserable voice also came out. At this, Zhang Lanxin also snickered, because this kind of thing originally there is no so-called Iron Alliance, not to mention that this so-called alliance is already going to be broken long ago. Lin. You can't blame me for this. Zhang Lanxin also snickered and said, you've heard everything that Xiamo said, I'm more heartfelt, and I'm the one who has to give an explanation to Zulan. Xiamo also smiled and squatted down. This scene also similarly fell in the eyes of Xia Yilin. At this time the whole sister, her face suddenly panicked. Xiamo, what do you want to do? I'm not going to do it to my mom, right? If you are going to do it, you will find a beautiful one. The end of the heart is also cannot help but spit, at the same time has also reached out and grabbed Xia Yilin's nameplate, because in Baby fighting, she simply do not have the means to dodge. This is not counted, I'm just helping you, don't misunderstand. Good job, end of summer. Yay! The next moment Baby also cheered. The next moment Baby is also cheered up, casually pulled up Baby. Summer end is to look to the face is still a grudge, and constantly in Zhang Lanxin complaining Xia Yilin. Well, now there is only one left, I am more honest, wait for her to rest a little bit, you guys started, other people I am afraid they cannot wait it. Xia Yilin, out. Xia Yilin, out. On the other side, the eliminated people were all sitting together with depressed faces, and after hearing the radio sound again, Li Chen also held his head, oh my god. Ellen was also eliminated. Save your breath. The end of summer, this guy does not spare anyone. We were already finished a long time ago. Deng Chao was also a bit speechless. Only Zulan is still holding on, so what if Xiame eliminated me? Blueheart will definitely avenge me, my woman is very strong. In response, a group of people were nothing but speechless. Time passes silently, in a group of people waiting for some boredom, Xia En Baby and Zhang Lanxin just returned to the meeting place. No need to think. It must be that Xia Mo and the others won, wasn't it? The first to be eliminated, Baoxian, couldn't help but be the first to say. Hey, I said Baoxian, the last in is the duel between me and Baby Xiamu did not participate, can not a little suspense? Zhang Lanxin, on the other hand, said with a smile. What? Zulan heard, the diameter jumped up, a face of excitement said, Blue Heart good, you must have killed the baby is it? And Zhang Lanxin also did not answer, and Baby will only a look, then the 2 people are also at the same time turn around. Oh. No, fake. Zulan hands hold head, kneeling on the ground, that expression is too much let a person egg pain, he this turnover did not turn up, again sank down. Baby really is still some strength, in addition to some good luck, just now the duel is also a thrilling victory, summer end, and did not intervene, although less 30 omnipotence points, but this time the harvest has been considered unusually rich. Okay, so the winner this time is the red team. It's the red team again. Can the director let me be the red team next time? Deng Chao has a guilty look on his face. Brother Chao. The one that doesn't have the words of summer's end. It's useless for you to go to the red team. Gulinaza, this teammate of Deng Chao didn't choose to help, but came with a complimentary shot, and at the same time, he also looked at Xiao Mao, thinking about the things that happened in today's day. Gulinaza was also a little confused. The red team that ended up winning would have the right to replace the Mystic Water once. Summer's End and Baby also came to the table. Summer's End casually picked up the yellow water bottle from Deng Chao's group and placed it on top of his name. Summer's End, that bottle of water. Said here. Baby also stopped and did not continue. Oh my god. Xia, and you are really a brother, I swear, from now on you are my brother. This scene, so that everyone is dumbfounded, no one thinks that the bottle of yellow water is real, especially Deng Chao. See the action of Xia Mo, he really thought that it was Xia Mo conscience. This is completely the pie in the sky. Subtly let Deng Chao some incoherent, even let Xia Mo as a big brother words are said. Brother Chao. Are you sure about what you said? Summer End also stopped and turned around to ask. In this regard, Deng Chao does not seem to doubt at all. These are after his super IQ calculations. Yellow water is definitely not true. At that moment Deng Chao is not hesitating. Of course it's true, change it, after that you are my end brother. A crowd of people are also speechless, and Zulan's face is also a bit eager. Do you also want to recognize Xiaomu as a brother? 72 chapters of the bitter world, who can understand? As expected, as Xiaomu thought, Deng Chao's words just fell. Zulan also said with a fawning face, Brother Mao, you are also my brother, please change the water bottle. Zulan. Can you still have some modesty? Deng Chao looked at Zulan with a furious face, a very deep evil look, but without blinking his eyes. Deng Chao smiled even more lewd than Zulan. Brother Mao, but I said it first. The humor component is one aspect, the important thing is that the two resentful men this issue did not get any clues. Zulan okay, while Deng Chao is unusually bitter. In response to this, Xia Mei is also helpless, looked up and signaled the director to change the water bottle end. Then the red team exchanged yellow, color mysterious water. Brother Mao, it's interesting enough. Deng Chao is a face of celebration. He did not consider more this yellow color is true, but from the beginning are no one for the benefit, but Letin did not care too much. The crowd also came to the previous water tank. The first to go up was Zhu Lan and Zhang Lanxin. It seems that because the end of Xia did not change the level of their group, Zhu Lan's face was unusually bitter at this time. Opened the bottle cork and Zhang Lanxin said in a serious manner, if it is not this bottle, then immediately break up. We come together, I stand on this side, you on the other side, okay? Zhang Lanxin is also a face of helplessness. Immediately the two people are also together with the water bottle towards the water tank inside pouring up. Not much time, the whole bottle of mysterious water is also completely integrated into the water tank, but obviously. Change. 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 Zululan kept saying, and Zhang Lanxin also cooperated and said, bad, right? But the sewage is still pitch black and there is no change at all. Oh my god. Is our relationship that dirty? Break up. A bitter-faced Zulan then shouted angrily. Okay, then the following is the red team. This time, the order of going on the stage was not according to the rankings, and Summer's End also walked up with Baby. Looking at the mysterious water in his hand, Baby also asked in a small voice, Summer End, are you sure this bottle is real? Remember the words I always say? Of course I remember. Baby was also stunned, and immediately responded, believe you. The two people looked at each other and smiled, then opened the cork, and jointly poured it towards the inside of the tank. With the sound of clattering water, the two people's eyes, or rather the eyes of all the people present, were all focused on the water tank. Mordokai. No need to look, I haven't thanked you yet. When the program is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Deng Chao then said on the side, but it seemed that he was not so sure in his tone. And as soon as Deng Chao's words fell, the sewage in the water tank began to quietly change. The pitch black color was constantly fading. Changed. You guys look quickly. Nani? Deng Chao instantly jumped up, his hands rubbed his eyes hard, and found that the sewage in front of him had been gradually clarified. Deng Chao shouted, I am less educated, you are definitely lying to me, Xiaomu, you big liar. Chao, you shouted wrong, from day one, I am your brother, don't forget. Xiaomu then shook his head helplessly and said, and the choice is in my hands. Did I say so? Deng Chao was obviously sloppy, wanting to muddle through this matter, but apparently the others were also happy to see him suffer, and almost in unison they shouted, said so. At this time, Zhu Lan also laughed out loud. After all, just now, Deng Chao's godly look was very upsetting to him. Deng Chao was immediately embarrassed, smartly did not speak, obviously still calculating how to get rid of this problem. Want to think of his Hall of Running Man captain, actually became a little brother, or his own initiative, he felt that he was already going crazy. The true love between Summer's End and Baby has already been proven. The director will always be the last to do the summary of the person, but this time the end of the summer is very like him to say this sentence. Subconsciously looked at Baby, but found that the other party is also the same watching himself. The eyes flashed a trace of hidden shyness, very have so a wave of desire to refuse to welcome the meaning of this girl more and more flavor it. No, brother to hold on, this girl took the initiative to say out words, everything will be water to the canal. After a pause, the director also said again, then. Your prizes, inside that water tank. As the words fell, the curious Baby also looked carefully, and Summer's End smiled and probed in to take out an exquisite white locket. Casually opening it, 2 rings were revealed inside. Oh! The others also revealed a look of envy. Run! Brothers! The bitter Deng Chao could only vent out his heart's suffocation only this time. His voice was abnormally loud. Xiaomei also secretly laughed at this more than one little brother in the future. It seems to be not bad. Good, the recording of this period has ended. The next period we are going to South Korea. I hope everyone will gather on time. A group of people also nodded. Their faces were all eager to try this program for the busy all day long. They completely counted as a relaxing experience, and this time, they are going to South Korea again, a free trip abroad. At this time it was also very late. A group of people also said hello to each other, and each in the team left the original place. And the difference is that this time the baby did not leave. Baby, what? Do you want to talk to me at night? Summer's End asked in a slightly flirtatious manner. Baby is a face of naive white. Xiaomo a glance, said, I have an the agent good hello, tomorrow with you back to your side. MV matters are not already prepared? You know I don't have a lot of time. Of course. Xia Hand also smiled, said, but this pair of rings. Give me. Chapter 73 Not Being Favored. Baby reached out of the small hand, a smile on the face looked at the end of the summer. In response, Xiaomu did not agree, shook his head and said, to give you is not impossible, but cannot give you all. No way. I want it all. I don't know why, Baby seems to be a bit insistent today. Usually, she would not have any disagreement with Xiaomo because of this issue. Give me a reason. This sentence is to let Baby's face slightly red. Some vicious look at Xiaomo, said, you in the end give or not? Give, one of us, I'll bring it to you okay. Summer End also laughed, not to say, Diameter picked up a ring, grabbed Baby's small hand, and then also did not hesitate to set up. You. Baby's face became even more flushed. Even if she was good at acting, she couldn't hide it. If at this time Xiaomei was half kneeling down, what was that picture already didn't need to be said, right? And although Baby is shy, but obviously did not want to refuse the meaning, no other action to let Xiaomo to do. This is in the expression of what, Baby at the moment the heart has long been messed up. Originally she had this vision, she wanted all to go to the ring of the reason is actually because of this. If Xiaomo did not give her initiative to put on words, how embarrassing, Baby do not want to see that, who knows Xiaomo also really do it. To know a thing, Baby's good sense to reach 60 points later, on the end of Xia cannot be regarded as a good sense of the problem, has been involved in the level of love, and this time the woman is always suffering, because she does not know whether the end of Xia also have the same feeling for her. The end of the second period, the comprehensive evaluation is full, reward the host with 300 omnipotence points. I hope the host will continue to work hard. It's cheap, 1 for 1 is good. In order to cover up the embarrassment, Baby also said on purpose. Just heard the voice from the system. Xiaoma heard Baby some naive voice. In this regard, Xiaoma also do not reveal, the goddess, although the true nature, but it is not possible to not face it all. It's been a busy day. I want to go back to take a hot bath, tomorrow also for you busy. Think about it all. While saying that, Baby was also walking towards the direction of the inn. Summer's End also followed, don't say that, but you sold yourself to me. I'm the one who didn't. That condition. Just 3 times only, don't get an inch, oh. The next day, Xiaomo also came to the headquarters of Crying Dog Company together with Baby, and Baby's agent, who looks about 40 or so years old, seemed a little less friendly to Xiaomo, and didn't give Xiaomo a cold stare along the way. A big mom, Summer End is this gas, always give Baby some face. Just returned to the company, the end of Xia found Xiaomei, at this time the girl leisurely in the office drinking coffee. If not because of the end of Xia's things, this big lady is afraid of more leisurely. After seeing Xiaomo and Baby come in, Xiaomei also covertly gave Baby a look, but in her eyes was mixed with a hint of laughter. Only then said to Xiaomo, this matter my father has already instructed me, you need to shoot MV personnel and the location have already helped you to choose a good, if there is no problem, you can start in the afternoon. I know, I'll introduce you to. No need, Baby, who does not know? Xiaomei also said with some ambiguity. In this regard, the end of Xia's heart doubts even more, looked at the Baby and looked at Xiaomei, and then associated with the previous words of the Baby said, the end of Xia's mind suddenly had an idea, they absolutely know. Of course, now Xiaomei has no time to think about this problem, and Xiaomei negotiated a little after. A few people also in Xiaomei's leadership drive to the shooting location, before Xiaomei has given the song to Xiaomei. According to the lyrics to find the location, these are an assistant should do things. It was only after about a few minutes that the group of people arrived at the outskirts of the countryside. The crew that Xiaomei had contacted had already arrived long ago, because it was only a few minutes of MV clip, it didn't need too many people. The so-called director was actually under the banner of Crying Dog Company, he didn't look very old, maybe he was training newcomers, and this MV really didn't need to find any big director, so Xiaomei didn't say much. Xiaomo right, my name is Qipeng, the director of your first MV, very honored. The man also walked over and greeted with a friendly face. After shaking hands, Xia Indi also said, when do we start? You guys look at the script first, familiarize yourselves with it and we can start. Xi Peng is also nimble hand over a document to the two people, then said again, MV this kind of thing although the time is very short, but the need for things can be quite a lot, smooth if this afternoon can be engaged in, if not too smooth if. Said here, Chi Peng is also smiled, the meaning is already very obvious, want to end quickly then, depends on the level of the individual. The general singer's MV, many of the protagonists are not the singer himself, after all, there are specialties. In this regard, Xiaomo also did not have the slightest reaction, but let Chi Peng some strange, just received this MV, he is still very happy, but know that the protagonist is Xiaomo, after he will not be happy. Change an experienced actor to, both sides must be a hit and miss, it is very easy to get it done, but this a singer to shoot, Chi Peng feels that he must be today to waste dry saliva, I'm afraid that you have to keep reshooting, this is a director for a director but it is difficult to endure things. He. Summer's end, they don't seem to have much confidence in you. While looking at the script, Baby also snickered. Chapter 74 Walloped Baby. Xiaomo also smiled and responded, what, could it be that baby you don't have confidence in me either? Of course not, I have the most confidence in you, you will definitely surprise them. Baby replied with a face of course. Nodding, the two of them also studied the script. This time, the song prepared by Xiaomei is the first time, this is very suitable for singing to women to listen to the song, looking for Baby to shoot this MV actually also has other meanings in it. Simply read the script, the plot inside said finally, but this can be expressed completely. And after Baby has read it, the face is also some small reddish color, said, Are you on purpose? What's wrong with me? Seeing the end of Xia with innocent eyes, Baby's expression became even more fierce, it's just a music video. Still need? Of course. Xiaomo said with a rightful look, this is what you promised. And these things are not too much, the general MV will have a presence inside, you will not refuse, right? And the response to the end of Xia's only Baby reveals a mouthful of teeth, obviously in the demonstration, Xia's end is also a smile and do not say, my request is not very excessive of course, after all, this is the first time we work together well. These words now cannot say out, Baby has been completely deep in the mire, not out of the summer end has been prepared for the love trap inside. About more than 20 minutes later, Chi Peng is again found two people. Xiaomo, Baby, how's the script? Chi Peng is also a slightly inquisitive tone said, if it is possible, things have been prepared, we can try to shoot a little, and then slightly adjust it. This is still a very deep thing to say, at least on the surface cannot see anything at all. Good, let's try it then. Summer's End also nodded, it was just a music video, it really didn't need to waste much time. Afterward, the two people also arrived at the temporary location that had been set up. After that, Chi Peng also meticulously gave the two people a little bit of technique. Of course, when he said he was giving it to the two people, I'm afraid that he was just saying it to Summer End. After wasting some words, Chi Peng also turned around and nodded to signal the staff, ready. Start. As the camera began to operate, Xiaomei and Baby also entered into the state. The sunlight through the window shines on the body of Xiaomo and Baby who are gazing at each other. Baby did not open her mouth, but just looked at Xiaomo with a gentle face, and the love revealed therein, to a large extent, is completely from the real feelings, right? When you look at me. I did not open my mouth. You have already guessed. Still not sure. Or did not meet your requirements. Am I thinking too much of myself? Or are you hiding too? If I really choose me, I'll find the courage to accept. Unconsciously letting the sight begin to flicker. And the opposite side of the summer end is singing softly. During this period of a minute or so, Chi Peng's eyes have been paying attention to the two people, eyes also from the beginning of the worry into the present surprise, this. Too perfect, even if you were to find over a well-known actor, I'm afraid it wouldn't go so smoothly, right? Whether he is a movie star or a singer Not to mention Chi Peng's shock, his good professional ethics still made him open his mouth and shout, card. According to the script above, after the two people look at each other, this time the song reaches a high tide, it is right to change the location. End of summer. Great, I apologize for my slight, please forgive me. Chi Peng walked over in diameter and said it without the slightest concealment. In this regard, the end of Xia to Chi Peng this person has a trace of good feeling, a person who knows how to use for admitting mistakes, the end of Xia will not in his caddy, this social mix, if this point of temperament or not, there is no way to survive. As long as the success is not good? Laughed, the end of the summer is also said again, go, we change the next location, if this shooting is good, I invite you to dinner. Good Lu. Originally Chi Peng also worried that the other side will say what difficult words, did not think it would be such a scene, slightly froze for a moment, he also said with a happy face. And next to see the scene of Baby is also smiling, look to the end of the summer eyes inside full of pride, that is a kind of born of feeling, seems even if she herself do not know why to be so. Quickly switch to the next attraction, a spacious road above, beside her full of flowers, looks unusually beautiful. Chi Peng also and the two people will only once again after a sound, continue to shoot up. Too much of an inch. Crying Dog Company belongs to the end of Xia's recording studio inside, the end of Xia and Baby is looking at the MV playing in front of them, which has not yet gone through the meticulous corrections, these jobs are Chi Peng their things, the two people only need to gatekeeper can be. In the middle of the screen, Xiaomei was walking with Baby's hand, the expression on his face was not far from the emotion expressed in the lyrics. Oh, the first time I said I love you. Breathing sadly, heart keeps on trembling. Oh, the first time I took your hands. I lost my way and didn't know where to go. That's the reason we love each other. That's the reason to stay together. The next image after the song here, Baby's face is also red. Thinking of this scene just now, Baby's heartbeat is still a little unconsciously accelerated. Baby leaned against the wall, while Xiaomei's arm was pressed to the side. If anyone saw it, they must know that this is the crazy rumors of the so-called wall thud. The identity of the two people is still in the ambiguous, but after this MV broadcast, then the effect is not the same, although agreed to the end of the summer. After all, Baby has its own company and career, she always need to think about it. To know this thing she did not communicate with the company what, completely her private decision things. 75 chapters of the server exploded. Oh, the first time to kiss your deep dimples. Wanted to be sober but washed out. The picture with the lyrics seems unusually perfect, not the slightest sense of incongruity. The feeling of sweet love seems to leap out of the screen, straight to the heart. Oh, the first time you lay on my chest. 24 hours without ever being apart. That was the first time I knew. The sky is the limit. At this time, the picture is also changed again. Loose big bed surface, Baby a face of pleasant lying in the Shamu's chest, the corner of the mouth hanging a trace of happiness smile. Here, the end of the summer is also pressed the pause. The picture suddenly came to an abrupt end. The back already do not need to see, most of them are edited with the previous picture. Slightly smiling, looking at the baby whose face was still a bit flushed, Xiaomei also said, "Do you want to get rid of this picture? Otherwise this will seem to have a shadow on you." "No need, just like this." Baby then directly interrupted Xiaoma's words. Summer and also once again revealed a hint of conspiracy to succeed smile, said, "Really good? I am a woman, I am not afraid. What are you afraid of?" The somewhat confused Baby did not in the slightest see that Xiaomo was completely intentionally luring himself to say it. Then, "Time is not early, we go out to eat?" Xiaomo also knowingly changed the topic. The goal has been reached, then say more. Who knows, Baby will not be annoyed, this degree must be grasped. Gained the advantage is still selling the good. Baby is also a small voice point muttered a sentence, and then stood up, said, "Humph, today must ruthlessly slaughter you a meal." After a slight pause, Baby also looked at the time, then looked up at the end of the summer and said, "Then we have to hurry up, I also have to do the plane to rush back." "So rushed?" The end of the summer is also slightly stunned, then said, "The day after tomorrow I'm going to participate in the rematch of The Voice, I still hope that you can accompany me to go it." Baby Diameter turned toward the outside, "Stinky. Who wants to accompany you to go together?" Until the door time, Baby seems to be afraid of their own words let Summer end misunderstanding, and some far-fetched explanation, that I need to look at the situation, the next period to go to South Korea to shoot, some things always have to be arranged in advance. This chick still seems to be a little tough talking, to which Xiaomu also does not reveal, and then followed up. Early the next morning, a busy night of Chi Peng is also found in the end of the summer, a continuous night of work so that his eyes are covered with blood, but the expression on his face is full of excitement. The end of the summer, the MV has been edited, because our company has a music platform, for the time being you do not need to record, Mr. Xiao means to upload it right away, do you think? Can. Xiaomo also nodded, after all, tomorrow is the rematch of The Voice, this time to upload this MV, but can be publicized, even if Xiaoma's reputation is already great, this kind of thing is still not too much. Chi Peng also nodded his head and signaled, then turned to leave. I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause. Xiaomei was also slightly looking forward to it. I guess Baby will also be the first to see it, right? Quick look, Summer's End's column was updated. Some people who preferred music immediately discovered the change. Because of that first existence, Xiaomo was a popular figure above the music platform, and the number of clicks had been steadily increasing. What? Great, finally a new song is out, I have to hurry and listen to it. Almost just uploaded, it was discovered by the majority of netizens. Oh my god. It's aesthetically pleasing. Oh no, isn't that Baby? Yeah, did you notice that she and Summer's End are so good together? Nonsense, male god with goddess, isn't that the best? Netizens instantly began to brush the screen and the song. I want to cry, my first love. An hour later, inside the president's office of the Crying Dog Company, the beautiful female secretary also walked in a little panicked. What's the matter panicking? Xiao Su's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The female secretary's face immediately became a little apprehensive, but still opened her mouth and said, "President, the platform server can't take it anymore." What? Xiao Su was also stunned, then the corner of his mouth revealed a smile and said, "Immediately add a new server, can't let the users have any dissatisfaction, got it?" Yes, President. Compared to Crying Dog's excitement, the other two music platforms were completely dumbfounded, their numbers instantly reduced to freezing point. This time the fire is no accident, Summer End by a hand after the existence of Fame, the network above in addition to his photo, in addition to him familiar with the program as the Runner Brothers, but the fans of the Eyes of the Summer End is a singer, and now the emergence of this new song MV, how can not let those enthusiastic fans crazy it? A certain brain-damaged female fan, Baby, give Xiaomu back to me. I still have to give him a child. Almost instantly, some other fans jumped out, Xiaomu and Baby are the couple, we should bless them. Yes, this song made me find the feeling of being in love. I want to wallop the goddess too. Bro, be more careful, don't get killed by the goddess. Because the crying dog company once again sent additional servers, only to let the crazy growth of the number of clicks settle down. For a moment, almost all major news sites smelled the business opportunity, began to frantically reproduce the news. For a moment, the entire network completely boiled. 1 hour, 2 hours, just 2 hours of time, the song's clicks are almost equal to the existence. This is how terrible data? Creating momentum to create momentum, this is afraid to say so. To know Xiao Su is the most skillful in this area, there is this result can be explained. 76 chapters crazy audience. Just a day's time, the major websites on the charts, especially to the crying dog, there are partners on the Donyang, the end of the summer of this first time are at the top of the list. And inside this short period of time, it has completely surpassed the number of hits that existed, and the number of times the MV has been played has reached a staggering 10 million times, and you have to know that this is only the first day. I'm afraid you'll have to share a lot of money this time. Inside the spacious automobile, Xiaomei looked at the opposite side of Xiaomu and said in a somewhat sour tone. According to the contract above, Xiao Mao can get 70% of all profits. This is already the highest commission an artist can get. If Xiao Su didn't see Xiao Mao's potential, I'm afraid he wouldn't have done so. Laughing, Xiao Mo also did not care. Just 2 songs cannot explain what, for how much money he can get. Xiao Mo say do not care is also false. Want to create their own entertainment empire. This money is essential. How much can I get? Hear the words of the end of the summer. Xiaomei has also rolled a white eye, said, in accordance with my estimates of several million is certainly there, but now cannot to your hands. We intend to wait for you to come out of the song enough time, all integrated into a record. That time is the time to maximize profits. That's when the profits will be maximized. Also, we have already found a professional team to customize the songs for you. Xiaomei also said with a straight face, relying on your own originality alone, the time it takes to get an album is too long. This first time also for you to go on The Voice to do publicity in advance, if possible, this time must get the first place. Now the 2 people is to head to the recording side of The Voice. The end of Xia is also just not to give baby a phone call, and this chick did not clearly say to come or not come, ambiguous answer, but also let the end of Xia some helpless. As long as there is no accident, the problem should not be too big. Summer End also nodded. After having the talent of soul singer, Summer End was self-confident. After arriving at the scene, Xia Mordecai was also warmly received, and the station manager Zhang Wanyan also came in person. The last time, he almost lost such a good opportunity, so of course, he had to perform well, and Xiaomu was not an audition singer now, but is already a well-known figure. Xia Mao, do you want to be the first one to appear? Backstage, Zhang Wanyan accompanied Xia Mao as he chatted, his face full of smiles. Smiled, Xia Mo also said, Zhang station director do not need to be so polite, if it is not your words, I am afraid that I also do not have today, according to the arrangement of the program group is good. For Zhang Wanyan this person, Xia Mo still has some good feelings. That's good. Zhang Wanyan face smile more, then said, you appear in the order should be in the third, before the 2 people level are good, and you to let the scene to reach a high tide, after all, the first period we also need to be able to shock the audience. After a pause, Zhang Wanyan also got up and said, you first rest, then C will be someone to notify you. I also have some things, first go to deal with it. After Zhang Wanyan left, Xiao Mao also rested for a while. There was not much time left before the program started. Okay, then let's invite our 3rd contestant today to take the stage. Above the stage, Hua Xiao said with a subdued voice, this contestant's identity is extraordinary, his singing voice can deeply touch people's souls, even I myself will be addicted to it. Looking at the audience, Hua Xiao realized that the gazes of the crowd had been attracted to him before continuing. I wonder what song you will bring today? I can't wait. Boom! As Hua Xiao's voice fell, the lights above the stage dimmed. And at this time, Xiaomu also walked up from the backstage with a microphone. Who is it? Yeah, the lights are a little dim. I can't see too clearly. What the hell But I feel that this person's figure seems to be somewhat familiar In the audience, from time to time, the sound of whispering came out. And in a corner, a slender figure with a duck-tongued cap and a large pair of sunglasses hanging on her face whispered, this late summer. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you can find out what's going on in your life. At this time, in the end of the summer under the signal, the music is also slowly played. Just as the melody started, an audience member shouted out, for the first time, he is Summer's End. Summer's End. Oh my god. Summer's End. Summer's End. Summer's End. Within a short period of 3 seconds, the audience was in chaos, the shouts kept ringing out, and the whole stage was almost about to explode. The 4 tutors in the front row, Certain Ning and Certain Huan were also stunned, because they were facing the audience, they couldn't see the situation above the stage, but the audience's reaction was so big that it surprised them. The sound of the accompaniment had already been silenced by the loud shouts, which were accompanied by bursts of screams. Please be quiet. Hua Xiao, who saw that the situation was not good, also came forward in time. However, this did not seem to be of the slightest use, and the shouts continued. In response, Summer's End was also forced to pick up the microphone and speak, please be quiet, let me finish this song. Wow! Summer End's voice seems to have a kind of magic that mesmerizes people. The noise came to an abrupt end, and the entire stage was instantly silent. We must teach him a good lesson in the future. Sinful shadow inside the corner found that some female audience around the face of a flamboyant eyes are about to turn into a heart shape. The tone of voice is also with a hint of acidity. I seem to be a little unreasonable but it has to be this way. 77 chapters means out of the mentors. Summer's End also sang softly. The voice just sounded, the audience under the stage was completely captivated. This is different from what you hear on the internet. The live version tends to mobilize the atmosphere the most. Boom! As soon as the words of the first verse fell, Harlem quickly tapped the button. Boom! Boom! Following closely behind, Certain Ing and Certain Huan also pressed the buttons at the same time, and the three mentors turned almost in no particular order, while the lights of the stage suddenly went off at that moment. Backstage lighting division very know how to pinpoint the people. A moment of the end of Xia's face is clearly displayed in front of all the people, and at this time the three tutors a face of satisfaction, they are all the evergreen tree of the music industry, can let them sow, that strength has been imaginable. Audience while enjoying, there are some people are a little surprised why the other tutor Yang Koan has not yet turned around. But in the end of the summer singing, the audience is not good to make a sound. This is from the heart of respect. Originally the audience above, there are people do not recognize the end of the summer, but this song up, they are also completely captured by the end of the summer's voice. Even those who are the most picky, cannot pick any flaws, the voice ethereal with a hint of magnetism, they swore that they have never heard this heavenly voice, the aftermath of the 3 days never stop, said so. With the passage of time, the song of the end of summer is about to enter the end, and the seat belonging to Yang Koan still did not turn. 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 When Yang Koan didn't turn around, the other three mentors were fine, but the audience in the auditorium was not happy. Boom! Seemingly because of the audience's protests, and also seemingly because the song is about to end, Yang Koan finally pressed the button. At the same time, Summer End of this song is also just finished singing, and Yang Koan turned around for a moment. Originally there is still surprised Summer End is full of black lines. At this time, Yang Koan Yang Erlang, eyes red, full of tears, that looked to be more miserable, and also from time to time sobbing a bit. Think of a strong man this look, who can carry. Yang Koan, what happened to you? A certain Ing who came out from the afterglow of the song asked with a puzzled face. Well. Yang Koan wiped his tears again and said, nothing. It's just that Summer's End song made me think of my own story. It was too touching. Wow. At this time the audience reacted, then all stood up and kept applauding, not to mention letting out good-natured laughter. This guy. Charm really big ah. Xianing was also standing in the crowd, looking at Summer's End on top of the stage. She suddenly felt her heart filled with happiness. Congratulations to the host, baby's favorability has risen, currently 65. Hearing this, Xiaomo suddenly froze. Immediately, almost without thinking, Xiaomo searched the crowd. She's here, where is she? But the audience under the stage was very large. How could it be so easy for so many people to search for baby? Aha! Is she looking for me? I did not tell him that I must come back ah. Xianing saw Xia Mao's gaze and instantly understood. A moment did not find the end of Xia, but also had to put down this matter. After all, there are 4 tutors waiting in front of them, not to mention that one of them cried a lot. The end of summer. I recognize you. Have not waited for the end of the summer to speak first. A certain Ing directly stood up, pointing to the end of the summer. A face of excitement said, your 2 songs I like very much, not to mention that I look at your looks, should be and I am a hometown, come to my team inside it, absolutely will not let you. Stop, that's sister. You are kidding? At this time, the Harlem is also not dry, the same stood up, while a foot is stepping on the top of his own chair, a face of anger. Look at the face to know that he is your hometown? This is also too ridiculous, right? After saying that, Harlem also looked towards Xia Mao and said with a big smile, Xia Mao, come to my team, we are all men, there are a lot of topics that we can communicate. The audience saw the originally somewhat serious mentors fighting over Xia Mu, and also issued laughter from time to time. Summer's End. Your singing skills can't be described, and the voice. I sense guarantee is definitely the most beautiful I have ever heard, wonderful. A certain Huan, on the other hand, said in a serious manner, we can communicate as friends. Shameless. Despicable. Certain Ing and Harlem were almost instantly laced with sinister adjectives by certain Huan, and they also had some small regrets. These words were really well said, how could they not think of it just now? Oh yes, it must be due to too much excitement. Not yet waiting for a certain cheer to continue to say, Yang Koan is once again whimpering, real sniffing tears. The end of summer. I am but too touched. Yang Koan wiped the tears while saying, this year. There are 32 shows. Concerts. You can be sure to come ah. Poof. The other 3 almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. It turned out that the most shameless is still Yang Koan. It is obvious that crying is also canvassing, but a big man crying so sad, they cannot say anything else, they can only say that it is skillful. The 4 tutors are too polite, how to say you are my seniors. Xiame also said with a smile, and from you all, I can learn useful things. Xiama's words let the four people immediately happy. This is listening to the comfort, with Xiama's current reputation is completely not worse than them, and to their point, what do they need? Face, ah. Then Xiamu, who is your choice? At this time, Hua Xiao also walked onto the stage, came to Xiamao's side, and muttered in a low voice, Xiamao, when the program is over in a while, be sure to give me an autograph, my wife likes you a lot. 78 chapters of the first time to see Gao Yuan Yuan. Ha! The audience immediately erupted in an even more pronounced whisper. Although Hua Xiao was whispering, but on top of such a quiet stage, and the influence of the loudspeakers, how is it possible to not be heard? And Hua Xiao also laughed. At this, Xiamei also expressed some helplessness. In the end, what the hell is going on? Are you regulating the atmosphere, or your wife really like me? Of course these words will not be said by Xiamo, but smiled and nodded, said, of course there is no problem. Good, I don't think the audience heard what just happened. Hua Xiao also said cheekily, now let Xiamu make the final choice, our four tutors are getting anxious. As if confirming Hua Xiao's words, the four mentors also stood up at the same time, although their expressions were different, but the meaning expressed was exactly the same, that is, Xiamu, come to my team. In response, Xiamao also shifted his gaze to Yang Kuan. Seeing Xiamao's gaze, the other three people's hearts also thumped. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Summer ends singing level, even they themselves will feel sweaty. Now with the help of the good voice this platform can be the other party's teacher, that say out is not times of face? My choice is Mr. Yang Kuan. Yes. Yang Kuan directly jumped up, his face was full of excitement, but how this face with tear stains made people feel leg pain. The other three people shook their heads helplessly, and a certain Ning also said with a despondent face, Yang Kuan, you are really lucky, why didn't I think of crying? After a pause, a certain Ning is also looking at the end of the summer again said, even if you did not choose my team, but we are still old folks. That sister, but I like your songs very much. Xia Mo also responded with a smile. Hearing this, Na Ying's face also looked much better. It was also the truth, Xia Mo did like each other's songs, of course not in this parallel space, but in his own world before. As for the other two, they maintained their poise and didn't say anything else, only that the gazes they looked at Yang Kuan weren't very friendly anymore. Yang Kuan also came to the top of the stage in a diameter and had a big hug with Summer End. Summer End, you made the right choice. Yang Kuan is also very excited said, because of your participation, I decided to add a few more concerts this year. To this summer's end, in addition to mental sped a little, what else can be said? Before leaving this stage, I have something to say. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kuan, Summer's End also opened his mouth and said. Hearing Xiamo's words, the audience and mentors present were all a bit surprised. I know that you came here today. A trace of a smile also appeared on Xiamo's face and said, that song is likewise dedicated to you. After saying that, Xiamu also turned around and walked towards the backstage, leaving behind the audience and tutors who were looking at each other in disbelief. Did he know? Baby in the corner, on the other hand, was stunned. Of course she knew who Summer End's words were talking about, the song. Thinking of the lyrics inside for the first time, Baby's face couldn't help but blush. Is this confessing to me? And the audience also exploded at this time. This kind of topic is very easy to arouse the curiosity of others. Who is the person that Xiamu said? The end of Xia said this song is dedicated to that person. For the first time. Could it be Baby? The audience under the stage is not short of smart people. From the inside of Xiamu's words, a little bit of clues can think of something. Yes, there is indeed this possibility. Could it be that Baby is at the scene? Let's quickly look for it. This was the opinion of the male fans, while the female fans exploded instantly. Nonsense, Baby had only shot a music video with Summer's End. How could this song be said to be dedicated to her? Yes, maybe this song is dedicated to me. Maybe Xiaomo knows in the dark that I love him so much, that's why he said that. A female fan made a prayer with a flowery face. In the midst of the chaos of the scene, many people were looking at the people around them, and Baby was a little flustered when she saw this scene. She did not think that Xiamu would actually say this. She was not prepared at all in her heart, and the other party's words were ambiguous. In addition to the situation at the moment, she could not be exposed, which also made her have a hint of annoyance towards Xiamu. Wait for the next time we meet and then teach you a lesson. Make me so wretched. Luckily, Baby is still relatively good at this kind of dress up. Pay attention to a little bit, won't happen too big problem. At the same time, Xiamu also came to the backstage. Zhang Wanyan and a tall beauty is waiting for himself. Xiamu, I heard it backstage, your singing talent is unrivaled. You are overpraised. Slightly waved his hand, Zhang Wanyan also pointed to the beauty beside him and said, this is my niece, heard that you are here, insisted that I bring her to meet you. Although the words said slightly blame meaning, but Zhang Wanyan's eyes are full of doting. And Xiaomao's gaze at this time also shifted over. This look Xiaomao immediately froze. Gao Yuan Yuan? Ha! Xiaomu, do you recognize my niece? At this time, Zhang Wanyan was also a bit skeptical. In response, Xiaoju did not choose to answer at first, but carefully looked at the tall, stunningly beautiful young girl in front of him. A head of black long hair slightly curled down, backstage lighting, the skin white as snow, perfect features cannot pick the slightest flaw, and the burst body, but also in that a slightly tight dress, appearing to be the best. And Gao Yuan at this time looked at the end of the summer some aggressive gaze, the head is also slightly lowered a little bit, the end of the summer. How is he like this? Chapter 79 Departure to Korea. Ahem. Zhang Wanyan also felt that the atmosphere seems to be a bit wrong, and hastened to deliberately make a sound, and then also said with a smile, Xiaomoa, this niece of mine has just graduated not long ago, and originally intended to set foot in the entertainment industry, but just did not have any good opportunities. Seems to be introducing Gao Yuan in general. Zhang Wanyan paused for a moment, and then continued, and this niece of mine is the most favorite of your songs, you do not begrudge ah. 2 words, a person who has just made a debut, in addition to liking your songs, these 2 aspects together, it would be hard for people to refuse. This Zhang Wanyan has become the station manager for so many years, it really isn't for nothing. Then it's really an honor. Summer End also said with a smile on her face, to have such a beautiful fan, I couldn't ask for more. Gao Yuan also raised her head at this time, her face slightly blushing. After all, these words still sounded a bit revealing. And Xiaoma's heart is also a little excited. This world is really different from the previous one. It looks like Gao Yuan is completely a newcomer inside the acting circle. Without the Etianshu Dongji thing, she hasn't caught fire yet. Can you give me an autograph at the end of the summer? Gao Yuan also felt generous opening said. The voice is sweet with a hint of coquettishness, charming, in conjunction with the kind of pure smile, it seems difficult for men to choose to refuse. Of course. See, 2 people are also on the stubble. Zhang Wanyan is also a lot of ease. The end of the summer you young people chat, can be more to help garden I'm just this Anise. Zhang director rest assured, I will pay attention to this aspect. In fact, even if Zhang Wanyan did not say, Summer End will also do so. In his previous life, Gao Yuan acted Zhou Jirua, and Yang Tao in Let's Get Married, all interpreted into the wood. In addition to this world seems to put Gao Yuan's age back a lot. So a beautiful star, of course, the end of the summer will not let go. After all, the end of the summer is to create their own entertainment empire. Recruiting stars of this kind of thing is also essential. The most critical point, the end of the summer also do not want to deny, anyone who sees this level of beauty will be moved. The end of the summer is not what the willow. The end of the summer. It doesn't matter, right? Gao Yuan heard Zhang Wanyan's words, but also some not too good, will not delay your time, right? Of course it won't. It was only after about 20 minutes or so that Summer's End left the backstage. And Gao Yuan also was very happy to talk to each other. Xiaomo does not have that kind of star's frame. Chatting is let Gao Yuan relax a lot. The 2 people also left each other's phone numbers and Gao Yuan's appearance, but also let the end of the summer to speed up the speed of their plans. The next day, all the major front page headlines were once again occupied by Summer's End, and the most, or in the elaboration of Summer's End in the voice of the word said. All kinds of guesses keep popping up, but the most of them still think that the person Xiaomu said should be Baby undoubtedly. And more good reporter, called to consult Baby's manager, this is to let the other side annoyed. Looking at the news, Xiaomo also thought of that middle-aged woman with a cold face. Baby every day and such a person together, actually can still be so lively, to really not easy. Looked at the time, the end of Xia is also ready to move, before shooting MV in addition to the good voice thing, the end of Xia's short rest time again. Today we'll set off to South Korea to participate in the next phase of the Running Man brothers. The Running Man crew is also rushing to the city where Xiaomu is located. This period to go to South Korea to shoot, then the meeting place is Seoul Incheon Airport, and these crew members also came to the location of the various members of the brother group, began to shoot in advance. The content of this shoot was quite simple, similar to the small short movie that came out. The weather was rather hot, so Xiaomei also wore a t-shirt and set off. After a few hours of flying, Xiaomu also arrived at the airport, and the director's team was already waiting here. Because everyone is in accordance with this time, early departure, to strive on a flight on the whole team arrived. This time the end of summer is also to see the other members of the brotherhood, and this period of the guest of honor. Wow! The end of summer. Yesterday's The Voice I watched, you sang okay, but I'm stronger. Summer's End suddenly saw one of this issue's guests, a smile on Odie's face as he looked at himself, but that smile just looked a little bit obscene. Summer's End, hello. At this time, the tall Lin Renewal also came up and shook hands with Summer End. I say OD, are you saying that you want to compare yourself with me before you're willing to do so? Xiaomo also responded with a smile, and then he also shook hands with Lin Renewal. As for the words of Wang Likuan, the beauty, to the time simply said a few words. After all, the 2 people are not familiar. God! Why is the treatment all different? Deng Chao at this time again holding his head, pointing to the end of the summer miserable said, singing good even if, every time the first that also forget. But why are they still so enthusiastic about you? It's a horrible thing to do. It's a heinous At this time the weather in Korea is very hot. Xiao Mao looked up at the sky and said, Brother Chao, don't complain, if you were very wronged, it should be snowing in the sky at this time. Ha! A crowd of people also laughed away. The bitter Deng Chao and Summer End never seemed to have the upper hand in the encounter. Well, since the people have all arrived, then let's start the grouping. The director is also the time to join in, then looked at the 9 people present, continued, this time to be divided into 3 groups, and the order of the grouping. Of course, it's up to us to decide. Cut. Summer End is also to take advantage of this opportunity, secretly aiming at Baby, and let Summer End surprised, goddess at the moment the face seems to be a little cold off. Chapter 80, Scream Again and You're Dead. At this time, of course, Baby would find Xiaomei's gaze sweeping towards herself from time to time. This bad man caused me so much trouble last time. This time, I must give him a good look. Thinking about what happened yesterday in the audience, Baby is very depressed, although he covered his face, but that dress is also a bit eye-catching, but fortunately muddled through. Well, then the following will decide the grouping. First is the red team. The director is also some intentionally show off the meaning of the crowd's eyes are all mobilized over, before continuing to say, the red team is OD, Li Chen, and Baoqiang. Oh. Just finished, a crowd of people also began to rise up. 3 men in a group so to say it is not very powerful look. Baby is also said with a delicate smile. Among the 3 men, Li Chen nodded his head, while OD had a bitter look on his face and said in a particularly exaggerated manner, how is it possible? Why I'm not in a group with the end of Xia, I also want a lie to win off. At this time, Li Chen who heard Odie's words patted Odie's shoulder, that means don't worry, I will take you to win, while the side of Baoqiang is a look of who believe expression. Ha ha. It looks like I'm lucky this time, I have a 50 chance to be in a group with Summer's End. Lin update is also more humorous. Deng Chao, on the other hand, looked at the crowd with a sly look and said, you guys are too. Let me down. After a pause, Deng Chao this is looking at the director, shouted, Director, I strongly request, let Xiaomu and Baby and Li Kuan a group. Obviously Deng Chao is bullied by the end of the summer afraid, now began to target on, who does not know what link, to the end of the summer to assign 2 female teammates, always can occupy some advantage of it. In fact, Deng Chao heart of the idea is also a group of the end of the summer, but he did not dare to say, after all, this is too humiliating. Good, then the following is the green team. The director also looked at the remaining 6 people, Deng Chao, Lin Renewal, and Baby. Did not wait for the others to be surprised, Baby first jumped out, and Xiaomei play a little sex is another thing, this is if and Xiaomei is not in a group, Baby is a little depressed. Ha! It's okay, Baby we will take you to victory. Deng Chao then laughed out loud, but that smile looked a bit bitter. Xia End, you and Baby secretly shoot MV thing actually hide from us, too not enough. Deng Chao was looking for a topic by himself, and then Deng Chao also looked at the 2 parties, said with a lewd smile, the picture when you kissed Baby was too beautiful. Nyang Yang don't even let me see Baby's face instantly turned red. Xiaomei also laughed and said, Brother Chao, do you know that you are provoking these days the Nyang Yang is very happy, I see you seem to not be oppressed She dares to oppress me? Tong Chao was a bit condescending, but who can believe this? So here's the orange team, Chen Chi, Li Kuan, and Summer's End. Not giving the crowd a chance to continue to be poor, the director also said again, well, this time the time is a bit tight, we have to start quickly. Parking, the orange team of Summer End, and the green team where Baby is also has reached. And the red team needed to shoot a little bit of the previous highlights. Mama Mordecai. Being on the same team as you just makes me comfortable, Chen Chi, who reproduced her classic smile, was a bit of an egghead. In response to this, Summer End also had a black line, did her own participation take the place of Chen's mom? This is absolutely not okay. Chen Chi, I guarantee that if you call me this way, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Hearing Xiaomu's words, Chen Chi also shut up at once, while next to her, Li Kuan was covering her mouth and snickering. And the other side of the Baby to see this scene, is also opened his mouth to say, Chen Chi, this time you just wait to lose it, have my baby here. Certain people don't dare to win me. Oh. Chen Chi also had a look of understanding and said, could it be that the 2 of you have an ulterior motive? Have you a big head of ghost? Xiaomei was also enlightened at this time, it looks like yesterday seems to have caused a little trouble for Baby, but it doesn't matter, this program has just begun, there is plenty of time to interact with Baby. While talking, the people from the red team also rushed over. Yo! This OD looks very harpy, with the big sunglasses, it is a bit hip. Xiao Kuan you see the strength of our pair. Deng Chao, on the other hand, looked at Li Kuan and said, just don't stay inside that team. Don't. And the end of the summer together should win. Li Kuan's answer is to make Deng Chao a little crazy, days off. Why do they all like to be on the same team with Xiaomu? Well, I admit that I actually like it too. Let you guys see the strength of our team well. At this time, Baoqiang pushed OD, and OD, who understood, jumped out directly. Street dance, that wind, time movements, Summer End also nodded when he saw it, this OD obviously has skills the atmosphere is also mobilized again. What does it count? Look at me. When OD finished, Baby also took a few steps forward. This opportunity appeared very good, of course Summer's End wouldn't miss it, and walked up right after him. Baby, that action would seem a little amateurish, but because of the perfect body, how to look at it will not seem out of place, and Xiaomo is also very cooperative. See, Xiaomo followed out. Baby heart is also a sweet, that resentment is also instantly dissipated with the wind. Chapter 81 Pitiful Tour Guide. And Xiaomo is not very good at this aspect, the same as Baby, completely relying on a body full of strength. Deng Chao of course would not let go of this opportunity to hit Xiaomao and shouted, Xiaomao, your movements are too stiff, much worse than Baby. Xiaomei is not very concerned, as a good entertainment audience, and he is not really dancing ugly. At this time seems to see a few people have performed a bit. Baochang is also some cannot stand it, want to walk out, and Xiaomu see here is also hastened to say, Baochang, your strength I understand, there is no need to show, leave a bit of stamina it. This way said also right. Baochang has a naive face, but how to look at it is a bit regretful. Who can tell us what we are here for today? Ha ha. It's to travel, right? The words just fell. Not far away was also a voice, Anning Haseo. Looking over from the direction where the voice came from, a slightly chubby woman with a red flag appeared in front of the crowd. Ah. Tour guide, it's the tour guide. Welcome to Korea, I'm your tour guide, little ginger, how are you? And just after that, Xiao Jiang also walked into the crowd and said, now it is to give out your bags and passports. Said, small ginger is also everyone's bag are handed over to the hands of the individual, then also said with a smile, because in Korea you do not need a passport well. Now I give you to find the passport. Said, she is also in their own with the bag inside the rummage up, to the end of the summer is helpless, but this program wants to carry out the next step, always needs some reason to be able to, and this program is the most pitiful is that the following will be carried out what, simply will not be informed in advance, all people are being kept in the dark. Ha! Your passports are gone. They were still here. What? The passports are gone? You're looking for it. Xiao Jiang said with a silly expression, really no more, I do not know I had taken. You are our tour guide, and now the passport is suddenly gone, you. Deng Chao, on the other hand, said with some excitement. All of these people are fooled, the end of the summer is also the idea of baby is also so, to know in foreign countries, passport if really lost, then things are really big. I'm looking to find. Bell. At this time, the phone in the hands of Xiaomo also rang. This phone is before the director issued down. A group has the orange team of this is in the hands of Xiaomo. And the other was in the hands of Deng Chao and Bao Chang. The three people's phones rang at the same time. Hello, I'm the secretaries of all of you, I heard that you lost your passports. How do you know we lost our passports, did you take them? The second-rate Bao Chang shouted out without thinking at all. The end of Xia held back not to spurt out with laughter, this Bao Chang is too nonsensical at times. According to reliable intelligence, as long as you go to Guangzhou market, you can get clues about the location of the passport. This previous words were nothing, while this Guangzhou market was spoken in Korean, even Xiaomo did not understand it. After all, Xiaomo knew nothing about Korean, in addition, even if he knew the plot, he would not remember it in that much detail. Plaza West Barn. Invincible Deng Chao once again played his foreign language style, more realistic realm than English. Do you mean to let us go to? Summer's End also cooperated and said, but before he could finish, the words from the opposite side also sounded again, hurry up and arrive at the mission location, look for your passports and go, please set off on your own. Hello? Hello? That side has already shown busy tone, Xiaomu has also retrieved the phone, 9 people are also face to face. And the side of the small ginger at this time has also stood out, said, I guess now you guys should need this thing. While saying that, Xiao Jiang is also holding some cards in the distribution of the crowd. This is the Korean transportation card, you can ride the left and right tools of the universal card, but the number of money inside is limited. Afterwards, Xiao Jiang also pointed to the place not far away, said, you can go there to play, goodbye goodbye. Simply do not give the crowd the opportunity to ask, small ginger said after turning around and left the original place. This is not lost? Chen Shichi looked at Summer End with a bitter face, obviously waiting for Summer End to get an idea. Xiaomao, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Chen Shichi and said, what's the use of talking about this now? Quickly go first, go ask in the good. The words of the end of the summer is also so that the original has been dumbfounded. A few people suddenly have action, as if the end of the summer is the right thing to say. Li Chen and Od and Bao Chang said, first go to see if there is any square what place. Deng Chao this sentence of second-rate Korean, so that Li Chen they are also hit, where to what square, Xiaomo heart is also secretly laugh. At least we feel that now we should unite a little bit, after all, we have not torn the name card, and this is a foreign country, okay? Baby also opened his mouth and said, at the same time flirtatious, charming look at the end of the summer, said, the end of the summer, let's go together. God. Baby, are you still my teammate? Deng Chao was once again dumbfounded. And the sight of the Lin update do not even bother to think about. Deng Chao's heart has dripped blood, a face of certainty said, baby is right, we should in Xiaomu and their common advance and retreat. God-level complimentary knife, Deng Chao immediately want to die hard have, look at Xiaomu's gaze in addition to grief or grief, as if Xiaomu did what heavenly things generally. While talking, a group of people is also towards the place before the small ginger pointed to dare to go. As for the specific things to say it, a little bit of Korean do not understand the heart of the crowd in addition to apprehensive or apprehensive. A crowd is also jogging up, know that the passport is not lost, the mood is also become better. 82 chapters believe in the end of the brother, get eternal life. With this so-called universal card, ride what is much more convenient, but how to communicate with the driver is a big problem. After a small run, a group of people also came to the destination. South Korea is not as crowded as imagined. At the very least, in late summer it seems that there are already a lot of cabs waiting here, very convenient, provided of course. The driver has to know where you are going. First horses Lee Chin Bachung's red team, after having ODs joining, these three men are full of energy, a face of excitement, while the other two groups after all, there are girls, always have to think about it. Go, let's get in the car quickly. Bao Chang opened the car door almost without thinking. And at this time, Li Chen was looking at the end of Xia and the others who were coming from the back, shook his head somewhat helplessly, and said, Bao Chang, are you sure you can find a place? Not sure. In response, Bao Chang nodded very naturally and said, but it's not just to go to some square, as long as you find the biggest square, it's okay. This answer led Li Chen and OD two people a black line, then ignored Bao Chang. Eyes have been locked in the back of a few people, seems to want to look at other people's decision before. At this time, Xiaomao also arrived with Chi Chi and Wang Li Kuan, and then Xiaomao came to the front of a cab, looking like he wanted to go up. More door. Not yet waiting for the end of the summer, what action, an exceptionally charming sound came over, as if it can melt the bones of people in general. Turned back his head, really found a head of black long straight baby goddess came to his front, removed the sunglasses, a pair of beautiful eyes with a hint of pleading looked at the end of the summer, especially that call. Let Xia Endi instantly helpless. End. Look, we do a car okay baby is also leaning on the summer end, a fresh fragrance pouncing nose, although it is so say, but the summer end always feel that baby's tone inside seems to bring a small threat it? The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I'm so happy to see you. This time Deng Chao and Lin update is also rushed over. Deng Chao is also a face of excitement looked at Chen Chi Chi and Wang Li Kuan said, summer end in your side is no use, huh? We have baby, we have beauty plan. Looking at a face of complacency Deng Chao, Chen Chi Chi immediately depressed, then seemed to think of something, put his eyes on the side of Wang Li Kuan. Little Kuan. Summer's end is our group. Rely on you. Wang Li Kuan first froze, and then looked at the end of Xia and baby. The face is also a little less natural, but it seems to be in order to cooperate, but still walked up, did not wait for the two people reacted to the time, but also a face of petite, shy pulled the arm of the end of Xia, and then exerted, the end of Xia, we are going to catch up with the time. I rely on. Are you sure this is not playing with me? Xia End was also slightly flabbergasted. I'm afraid that this scene will make everyone envious of it. The left side of the face value of the burst of baby goddess leaning on their shoulders, the breeze whisked by, a trace of long hair with fragrance can touch the summer end of the skin. On the other hand, the face goddess Wang Li Kuan is with pleading pulling the arm, the small hand to bring a different feeling is also extraordinary. Are you guys sure our two groups can sit in a car? The end of summer is also helplessly asked out. Baby still had a flirtatious expression, but based on Xia Ju's understanding of baby, this girl seemed to be about to reach her limit. Baby is also indifferent to say. Squeeze a little. Hey, it's really good. Deng Chao and Chen Chi-Chi on the side had lewd smiles on their faces. In response, Xia Mo was also helpless, said, how to squeeze a car cannot do 6 people, and are you sure that there is no such thing as overloading in Korea? It is not that Xia Mo does not want this, if you can squeeze down, left baby right Wan Li Kuan, so beautiful, wonderful thing, which man will refuse? Words have just fallen, Chen Chi-Chi and Deng Chao two people scrambled towards the back row of seats to squeeze, and at this time Xia Mo was ahead of Black Line. These two people seem to be crazy, is their own choice of this car and what's special? Or maybe it was because he could bring them good luck. These thoughts if the two people know, they will definitely shout in unison, believe in Brother Mordecai, get eternal life. Brother Chow. This is our car. Xia Mordor, you are too inadequate as a brother. Pointing to the clothes on his body, Xiaomu completely ignored Deng Chao's grudging eyes. The meaning was already obvious, we are not a squad. At that moment, Deng Chao was bitter, and could not wait to yell out, when can he and Xiaomu be divided into a group? And at this time baby is also a helpless face, although the ploy seems to be successful, but this result makes people not too satisfied. The end of the. Baby once again with the meaning of pampering and Xiaomu said, tell me this time where the destination is okay? Baby's pampering skills that really called an absolute, Xiaomo enjoy at the same time as also smiled, originally did not want to hide baby what, but is to get some benefits to be able to, obviously at present this kind of benefit is not enough. Slightly probe his head too, the end of the summer hidden behind baby's ear said, in more than 1 MV, I'll tell you. Tai. Baby's face suddenly red, before that 1 MV has already let her delicate, shy, and there are 2 did not pay it off, this is more external debt to come, this time is kissing the corner of the mouth, than the next time? The whispers between Xiaomo and Baby can't be heard by others, but after seeing Xiaomo speak, Deng Chao and Lin Renewal are looking at Baby with a look of anticipation. Baby, where's the destination? It's too unfair, you guys are using tactics, I protest. At this time, OD's group also abandoned the cab and ran towards the side. Chapter 83 Guangzhang Market. Protest ineffective. Tang Chao shouted out almost instantly and immediately gave Baby a wink, saying, hurry up, let's hurry up and get going. And Lin Renewal also understood, hastily nodded his head, and the two tacitly ran towards the cab next to him. What are you doing to go? I haven't. Before Baby finished, Deng Chao also shouted again, Baby, hurry up and follow, we are going to be too late. Seeing this scene, Goddess Baby is also dumbfounded. Go is not also not, stay is not also not, looking at the front is not very friendly red team. Baby is also puffing white Xiaomei a glance after a quick trot to follow up. In this regard, Xiaomu heart has already smiled blooming. This can only be said to be a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Even Xia's teammates, Wan Likuan and Chen Shiqi all thought that Xia Zand had told Baby about the location, not to mention Deng Chao and Lin Renewal. At this time the excitement in the hearts of the two people was afraid that no one else knew. Xiaomo, although Deng Chao is already your little brother. But I can also be your little brother, tell us the location. Bao Chang, on the other hand, said with a serious face, but how can this seriousness look immodest? The last installment is still fresh in our minds, and Summer's End has so much more than a very old little brother to come. I said I didn't say you guys believe it? Hearing Xiama's ghostly tone, the other 5 people present, 4 men and 1 woman neatly shook their heads, which means you are lying to Hua? In this regard, the end of the summer is also speechless. Diameter opened the door, then shouted, you too quickly on the car, they do not have a beautiful woman, do not pay attention to them. Since this is the case, the end of Xia is also will be wrong, by the way to increase the entertainment effect is also good. Immediately afterward, the reaction of Wang Likuan and Chen Shiqi also got into the car, leaving the red team of 3 people face to face. Bao Qiang. If you are a woman, how good? Li Chen said in a sour tone. And OD seemed to have a face of disapproval. Li Chen, are you sure that Bao Chang could seduce Xiaomu if he were a woman? This word, Bao Chang suddenly turned into a grey wolf in seconds, at face value. Become a woman, I do not know whether it will be indistinguishable from Phoenix, I am afraid that this will need to be verified. And after getting into the car, the driver also looked at the 3 people, and the 2 people's eyes were once again aimed at Xiaomu. Being the center of attention everywhere was too helpless. Summerand also thought for a moment before saying, Hiroso. Market. These first 2 words, which were memorized by Summerand, were in the Korean language that was heard inside the phone call before, although it was a bit stiff to say, it could still be barely understood, while the latter Summerand chose to say in English. Many of the drivers here at the Seoul airport knew some English to a greater or lesser extent, and the simpler vocabulary such as market would not be a problem. Okay. The driver also gave an okay gesture, and then turned his head to start his work. While Wang Likuan and Chen Shiqi were looking at Xiaomu somewhat blankly, English they all knew, Chen Shiqi also had a silly look on his face and asked, doesn't it say it's a plaza? Why is the market? This Korean language is too pitiful, right? Otherwise, what do you think? Mordor. Mordor, how did you know about it? Although we haven't seen it for a period of time, the power of the smile of Chen Shiqi's is not diminished at all. Guess. For Xiaomo's answer, Chen Shiqi was also dumbfounded, while Koan Beauty was snickering, thinking about what just happened. She also seemed to be a bit shy. Compared to Xia Ju and their group aside, Baby's group also encountered something embarrassing. When Deng Chao and Lin Renewal put their eyes on Baby, Baby could only say stiffly, Guangsong Shitsong. And the driver knew it by heart, which was a relief for Baby, while Deng Chao and Lin Renewal were all smiles, looking like they were winning. Dead summer end, stinky summer end. Just now think of those colorful things, caused this girl almost lost. Baby heart is also constantly spit out. And the red team is also the original voice copy, although said a little far-fetched, but always said it. The driver also nodded to indicate, but the specific right or wrong, that cannot be said. Even if Baoqiang wanted to say that the driver should follow the car of Summer's End, he couldn't do it, because no matter whether it was in Korean or English, he couldn't seem to express himself that clearly. Mawa, watch me show off my skills this time, ha. Chen Shiqi's laughter rang out. This time it's not relying on physical strength, it's relying on wisdom. It seems like wisdom. I'm also a big step ahead of you, right? Air. This. Thinking about the last memory flying pancake thing, Summer's End's horrible memory still makes Chen Shiqi a little depressed. And at the same time, the 3 cars also arrived at their destination almost in no particular order. After getting off the car, a group of people looking at the market in front of them are also face excited. Chen Shiqi also seems to find the topic again, and brother, this time you just look at me, then eating I am a hit them 6. After a pause, seems to increase the degree of credibility, she is also again added, this time I will remember to eat the order. You don't have to worry. In response to this, Xiaomo is also almost last spray. This saying seems to last time things still haunt off. The first thing we need to do is to look for any clues. The end of the summer is also a horse first toward the inside to go. At this time, the back of the baby and other people are also see the summer end of their action. Quickly! Follow up, follow up. Deng Chao with an anxious face shouted, "Baby, today rely on you, summer end only you can deal with, so that I can finally taste what the first place is like." Chapter 84, Deng Chao turns into Xiao Chao. Hearing Deng Chao's words, Lin Update is also snickering, while Baby has a helpless expression. I say, Chao brother, can you still have some backbone? What is backbone? Can you eat it? I just want to be first. And Deng Chao's answer is also very powerful. At this time, the end of the summer is with 2 people walked in diameter. The door has also long been a crew in the reception. Under their leadership, a group of people are also walking up to a narrower building. After going upstairs, the space is open and the decoration is somewhat elegant, a restaurant full of Korean flavor. So hungry, so hungry. Chen Chi-chi didn't seem to have anything he liked besides eating. And the red team and the green team also followed at this time. A group of people once again converged together, while Deng Chao shouted to Xiao Mao with an excited face, Xiao Mao, even if we are not on the same team as you, we won't lose, because we have Baby. Brother Chao, you guys are outdated, we have OD, we will definitely win. Baoxian also picks up from the back. Yes, you are right, Baoxian loves you. OD once again played his style of juggling, talking kung fu. A group of people are also all arrived at the top. And when you enter the country, eating here is more similar to Japan, you need to take off your shoes. Just at this time, the end of Xiao also smelled a strange odor. Xiao Chao. Is it you? Ah. Xiao Mo, what did you say? Deng Chao, on the other hand, was astonished, and then he also smelled the odor that made people crazy, quickly covered his nose, and shouted, how is it possible? Not me. This odor emanated very quickly, almost a short time. The crowd covered their noses, looked at each other, that scene instantly exploded. Only OD a person did not cover, but chose to open his mouth. Do not have to look for, it's me. OD. You are pitting your teammates, you know? Li Chen, on the other hand, was helpless with a face of egg pain. While talking, the director is also signaling. The crowd is also quickly seated. Fortunately, the end of the summer this group and OD which group is farther away, or else the end of the summer feel that they are going to die, this power is too big. Position sitting is also more subtle. Shen Chi-chi was squeezed to the side of the stairs, while the center is Wang Li Koan, on the side is Xiaomei, and the green team in the middle, next to Xiaomei's person is Baby. You still talk to me about conditions, just now they all misunderstood. Fortunately I am smart. A group of people are laughing and joking hands. Baby is also whispering in summer and muttered. How can you blame me? It's because they are too self-righteous, okay? Summer End was also helpless. Good, we will now give out the first mission card to you. While saying that, the crew members then took that familiar mission card and distributed it to the 3 groups. Buy snacks from the Hiroso market and eat them to complete bingo. Without eating a snack you can fill the corresponding each with your team's color, and completing 5 squares on a straight line horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines are all acceptable as a success. A few people were also slowly reading the task cards. Summer's End briefly looked at it, but did not pay too much attention to it. This round of the game, although it is competitive, but it is more of a chance for the artists to relax and savor the food. Oh my god, have you guys ever played bingo? Baby, on the other hand, said with a tangled face. While Xiao Mo patted Baby's shoulder and said, you snacker, what are you worried about? Hearing Xiaoma's words, Baby also turned into a woman for a second. Her head quickly turned around and opened a mouthful of small white teeth towards Xiaoma's hand to bite. Quickly retracted his hand, Xiaomo is also smiling at a fierce face of Baby, while Baby is gritting his teeth and said, this game for me is too simple. But although I am a foodie, but you are not allowed to say. Okay, Mordecai, you are not in a group with Baby right now. Chen Chi-chi also interjected in and said, not just eat? I am the pure foodie, look at me. Good, now let everyone take a close look. This 2-5 snacks in the end is what? As the director's voice fell, the screen placed on top of the table in front of them also lit up, and everyone was carefully memorizing. We only used to memorize the vertical second row. Xiaomu also whispered to the 2 people. For Xiaomu's words, Shen Chi-chi was basically obedient, while Wang Li Koan was also participating for the first time, without much experience, and wouldn't have any opinions. In addition to being in a group with Xiaomu, it was indeed a very secure feeling. In comparison, the chances of clashing with other groups this way were smaller. Not long after, the crowd was also all raising their heads, looking confident, because they had no idea how hard it really was. With 3 groups together, the chances of overlapping were too high. As long as they overlapped they would need to be reselected, and what's more, with the passage of time, it was too hard to completely memorize these types of things, and inadvertently they would forget them. Alright, it's finally time to go eat, let's set off. Chen Chi-chi also shouted with a face of excitement. The other 2 groups are likewise the same. This time it is necessary for the 3 teams to separate. Baby also stood up and whispered to Mordor. Which group are you guys remembering? It is Xiao Chao. Let you come to spy on the news, right? Summer's End, on the other hand, was a little speechless. Well, no. Baby is a mouthful of denial, but how to look like a lie, and then Baby is also a smile, Xiao Chao. That's a good name, didn't you become his big brother in the last installment? In that case, I should also call him Xiao Chao. Just after saying that, baby reacted to the wrong, bah. I didn't mean that. Chapter 85, The Role of Charm Value. Seeing Xia Mao's face smiling but not laughing, baby suddenly realized that she seemed to be getting more and more confused the more she explained. Viciously blanked Xia Mao and said, I don't care, anyway, he will be Xiao Chao from now on. After saying that, baby also walked towards the downstairs. Deng Chao and Lin Renewal also quickly followed, while Deng Chao's eyes were full of pleasure when he looked at Xia Mao. There was no need to think at all. Xia Mei knew what this bastard Deng Chao was thinking that baby had gotten a clue from his own mouth. He didn't know it all that before, and this time the two people were talking about their own topics, which didn't have anything to do with this at all. The end of Xia also waved his hand, and Shen Chi Wang Li Kuan together downstairs. At this time, the red team and the green team had long since disappeared, leaving only 3 people. Choosing a good place, the 3 people also began to look up. Xia Mao, while observing the various foods around, has also opened his mouth and said, You guys found no, this Korean and Chinese also have a lot in common. The beginning of the Guangdong Shitsong corresponds to the Guangzhang market. Mordor is right, it looks like this time it is going to be much simpler, ha. And Wang Likuan shook her head and said, That can only be encountered occasionally, but it is not a bad idea, so that we can greatly shorten the time of our mission. Xia Mo is also seriously look at Wang Likuan. This vegetarian beauty's IQ seems to be very high. Smiled. Xia Mo has also said, We must seize the time. We remember the second vertical row is only 5, then it must be faster than others to ensure success. Ha, or my end brother is smart, this time it all depends on you. Chen Chi also said with an excited face. First search the bottom and top 2, first break the possibility of their horizontal row. Xia Mao also had a decision, and then also asked again, Do you remember? I remembered, superior feed. After saying that, is also a face of relaxation. Obviously this 2-bit I'm afraid to remember 1 or 2. First search what he remembered is also favorable to their own group. And Wan Likuan is also out of the voice said, My yakin hold. Excellent feed? Summer's End could only guess to himself. Obviously these two are different from the previous Hiroso market, and Summer's End is also a little helpless. For this kind of thing, Summer End but did not want to use the system. He himself does not know a bit of Korean, or else he would not have conversed with Kim Jong-kook in English last time. If he converted this time and spoke fluent Korean, he would not have been pressed on the table to slice and study. In addition, although Xiaomo's omnipotence points have gradually increased, but there are too many things that need to be exchanged within a short period of time. Xiaomo also has no intention to spend more omnipotence points on such a remote ability. First find these 2 things, go, see people ask well, there will always be someone who knows. The 3 people also accelerated their speed. This was the only way for now. The way Summer End chose was to go for broke and find this vertical row of food at the fastest possible speed. Of course this would require a certain amount of risk. If one of them was found by the other 2 teams, it would be considered a failure. After walking around a few stalls, Summer's End's group finally found a clue. May I ask? What's a U-feed? Not knowing anything about Korean, Summer End had no choice but to use this method, replacing all but the word U-feed with English, which made it easier to communicate. U-feed? The middle-aged lady was stunned when she heard it, and then she pointed to the side. Thank you. After turning back to give the 2 people a look, Xia Mei also quickly walked in the direction indicated. A glass counter appeared in front of the 3 people, the most conspicuous on a mountain of red meat, raw beef, sprinkled with a large number of sesame seeds. It looks very appetizing, and this kind of beef is also after a special treatment, eaten raw will not have any problems. And the end of the summer is also pointed to the raw beef, and the stall owner said, You feed? It seems to hear that Shamu's Korean is particularly broken. The stall owner also chose to answer in English. Ah. The raw Wang Likuan was a bit surprised when he saw it. And Chen Shichichi obviously will not be afraid. See the food he has long been 2 eyes. Do not worry, there is me and the end of the brother it. After a pause, Chen Shichi also shouted, Quickly give us a copy, not bad. While saying that, Chen Shichi is also holding the money in the hand, want a hand to the boss. And see the scene of Summer End, 4 head above is also the vein straight jump. This director's team gave a total of so little money. Do not save a bit of money. If there is a moment what special circumstances how to do? A hand from the hands of Chen Chi grabbed the cash. Xia Mao is also exported said, Boss, I just a little bit. A little bit? For Shamu's request, this stall owner is obviously not very happy. However, if you do Chen Chi I'm afraid you can't do it, but at this time, Xiamu is a person with 5 points of charisma value in the body. The owner of the stall just hesitated for a moment, nodded his head and agreed, and then picked up the plate and clamped a little bit of raw beef on it, and then handed it over to Xiamu, and then stretched out a finger. Phew! Xiamu also gently let out a sigh of relief, immediately handed the owner 1,001, which is already very cheap. After all, meat is more expensive than rice crackers and the like. Just no to eat. The money is all spent. When we go to the next scene, do we have to run over there? Hearing the words of the end of Xia, Chen Chi is also a second to become bitter, eyes grudging incomparable, said, This boss or you not know I'm all brother, by so little can be. You're really my brother. Chen Chi also chose to slip up at this time, and Wang Likuan also looked at Xiamu with a hint of surprise, of which more is curiosity. Chapter 86 Red Team's Scheme. After taking care of one, Summer's End was also a lot more relaxed. At the very least, there was no one left to finish the row below. Summer's End, are we going back to eat now, or are we looking for it? Lee Cohen also asked out loud at this time. Slightly thought about it, Summer's End also opened his mouth and said, continue to look for, after finding the first one and then go back. The rest of this so-called Mayakin hold also can only slowly search, but to the end of Xia's intuition, this thing should not be seafood, then here should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Summer End also asked the stall owner again, may I ask what is a makuin hug? Makuin hug? Although the pronunciation of the Korean language is indeed so, but do not forget, that is to use the Chinese harmonic characters to describe, in addition to the end of Xia's pronunciation was originally inaccurate, as if the Americans say Chinese is the same effect. I think you're talking about packaged rice, right? The boss's words, so that the end of Xia and other three people's eyes suddenly light up, and Chen Chi this dish a bag is full of excitement, the end of the brother, you're too bull, ha. Then where can I buy it? Summer End is also a lot of relaxation, this boss will be English would be the best thing. And the boss is also patient and Xiamo 3 people explained. According to what he said. Should be here. After a series of searching, Summer End also found the stall of the packaged rice. It's Summer End, finally found them, let's hurry over. Before Xiamo and the other three people could take care of the items this time, an unusually excited voice came over. Hearing this voice, the expressions of Summer's End and the other three people changed. This voice was very familiar, it was that hilarious and nonsensical OD. Turning their heads to look over, the three people from the red team were running over towards this side with a happy face. Boss, just help me load a little bit, thanks. Summer's End also turned back and said to the stall owner. No. And the stall owner was shaking his head continuously, obviously that a little bit made him seem a little hard to accept. This charisma value is very good, but only 5 points only, in addition to such a low number of points, is not good for everyone, obviously this person does not seem to buy a. Then the normal amount was fine. Summer's End was also too lazy to count these things, now time was tighter. What are you guys buying? Bao Chang also walked over with a smile on his face, that expression as if he had succeeded in some plot. And then Li Chen and OD also poked their heads over and shouted almost in unison, boss, give us one too. Holy, you guys are also too shameless, this is obviously intentional. Chen Chi was a little helpless at this point. Chen Chi, don't say that. Li Chen, on the other hand, is a serious look, said, we are a chance encounter, you say such a big market, we can meet, really fate off. Fate you sister. Obviously because of the emergence of the end of Xia, this original Chen mother has already abandoned the Chi baby. At this time belongs to the end of the summer that has been loaded, the end of the summer gave the money, the corner of the mouth is also flooded with smiles, to Chen Chi and Li Kuan said, we now go back. After saying that, the end of the summer is also a horse first towards the stronghold ran, Chen Chi and Li Kuan is also closely followed. Boss, quickly give me load ah, we also want to share. At this time, Bao Chang also couldn't help but yell out. What are you talking about? Air. I said give me a copy. Bao Chang, are you kidding me, can he understand you when you speak Mandarin? In fact, just now, Xiaomo had already held back the maniacal laughter in his heart, they were really using Mandarin to communicate, which was obviously a bit anxious, and among them, only Li Chen and OD would still know a little bit of English, and had to think about the utterance before they could say it, and that broken English, the boss still needed to understand it. Not long after, Xiaomo also brought Chen Chi and Li Kuan back to the restaurant, this time above is still empty. Ha, great, brother Mao, let's hurry up. At this time, the end of the summer is also lowered the volume, said, first eat that packet of rice, that raw mixed beef first hide. Hearing Shama's words, the two people were also stunned, and then immediately revealed a look of understanding. Then Chen Chi also hid that small box of raw mixed beef under the table, and then opened the packet of rice in his hand, and placed it in front of the three people. Similar to the appearance of stone pot bibimbap, a fried golden egg was placed on top, along with a small amount of green vegetables and grainy rice looked very appetizing. Gulp! One could clearly hear Chen Chi, the foodie, had already begun to gulp. But Xiame cannot dare to be so optimistic, this is indeed a very good food, but this amount of is indeed a little too much, this boss person is also too affordable. Three people picked up chopsticks, also quickly began to eat up. At this time Li Kuan this face goddess is also not to care about the image, small, the mouth has been completely stuffed, that look is some playful and cute, and Chen Chi is even worse, the mouth of the has not been swallowed, the hand is once again have a movement. And the end of the summer is also leisurely eating, this kind of link has Chen Chi, this kind of teammate is really let a person comfort ah. Magic song. Even. Caspian Sea. Put. Chen Chi also looked at Summer End with a smug face, but the words were already inaudible. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Xiao Mao said helplessly, it's quite impressive, so hurry up and eat it all. Stump. At the same time, the stairs also issued a dull sound, the footsteps were unusually chaotic, I'm afraid that the two teams of people have returned. Hurry up, don't let them eat it all first, hurry up ah! Chapter 87 Tears Fall Down. When he just started to eat, Xiao Mao also read once according to the name on the sign. After all, now there is only Xiao Mao this group of people, the director is also considered to be lenient. As the sound of footsteps approached, the two teams also rushed back together. Bao Chang, Li Chen, quickly. Odi, who had just come up, was dumbfounded when he saw that Xiao Mao's group had already eliminated half of the packets of rice. His speech was a bit incoherent, and he frantically ran towards his seat with the packets of rice in his hands. And Bao Qiang and Li Chen were also surprised, also hastily accelerated, and Li Chen also did not forget to shout a sentence, "Summer end. You pervert, eating also need to be so fast." Chen ah. You but see clearly, this can be completely all Chen Shichihui's credit, this time I just lie to win. Hearing Xiaoma's explanation, Li Chen also looked at Chen Shishi and found that this at this time is still constantly eating, while the face is a smug expression, and Li Chen instantly embarrassed. Li Chen, it's okay, we are 3 men, just eat it up quickly. The green team in the back also returned to the seat above. Baby looked at the other 2 pairs of food after, is also a little surprised, said, end. What's going on here? Why do you 2 teams have the same food? Xiao Mao also couldn't help but spit out, they followed us and saw that we bought a copy of the same. Puffing. Baby directly burst out laughing, while Deng Chao looked at the red team with an expression of "You guys are strong. Don't eat it first, read out the names of all the things you bought this." At the time when the 3 people of the red team were about to start, the director's words also suddenly rang out, which also made them freeze, and their originally strong aura was also dispersed quite a bit, while OD quickly turned back, while asking in a somewhat whispered voice, "What is the name of this thing?" "How do I know?" Bao Chang had an exaggerated expression. "Wasn't it you who said you would follow Xiao Mu to buy it? Did you not hear what he said just now?" At this time fortunately there is a calm Li Chen, "I seem to remember what it is called, sound embrace. That boss seems to have said. Then quickly find." At this the other 2 groups were also helpless. Whose idea was this? If it wasn't for Li Chen, even if they bought it over, it would still be useless, they wouldn't even know the name. In this moment's work, only 1/3 of the packaged rice of Xiao Mu's group was already left, and it was continuing to dwindle. Looking at Chen Shichi who was still eating fiercely, Xiao Mao also whispered, "Chen Shichi, eat slowly, wait for them for a while." Wait for them for a while? Chen Chi was also stunned. "Of course, we have to wait for them for a while, they want to eat us, of course we have to retaliate, let them eat almost, you in the end, see how they are going to eat the following things." The end of summer is also a face of bad smile. Oh. Ha. Smile online, Chen Chi is also slowed down, at the same time whispered, "And brother this trick is really good." And Baby at this time also did not chat with Xiao, but took the sea squirt in his hand and kept shouting, "Clueless give. Clueless give." While shouting, Deng Chao and Lin Renewal ate it, which had been cut into small pieces, just into the mouth. The 2 people's faces suddenly changed, the feeling was like eating beetle, laboriously biting, it looked like it made people feel sore teeth. Baby obviously didn't notice this either, picking it up and trying to put it inside his mouth. While Xiao Mao saw this scene, and quickly reached out to pull Baby back. "What are you doing?" Baby then gave Xiao Mao a blank stare, said, "Don't stop me I still have to finish the task." In this regard, Xiao Mao is also helpless, then whispered, "Baby, this is sea squirt, that skin cannot be eaten." Can't eat the skin? Baby first stunned, then looked at his hands, a small piece of sea squirt, that outer skin really feel very hard, and then by the end of the summer so said, Baby is also how to feel or not able to swallow, then Baby is also looked at Deng Chao and Lin update, found that the 2 of them are struggling to chew the. For the words of Xiao, of course, Baby will not doubt, small hand is also began to pull off the outer skin a little bit. At this time, the 2 people who are eating hard to see Baby's action is also dumbfounded. Deng Chao some idiotic asked, "Baby, what are you doing? You have to eat all of it before you can count it." "Yes baby, this kind of thing although not too delicious. But we can help you." Lin Renewal also picked up. Hearing the words of the 2 Dudan Moncler Pasher, Xiaomei felt 10,000 grass mud horses stepped over. This is also too nonsensical. Baby and their team, this prospect is worrying That skin is not edible. At this time, the director's team also exited and said, "What did you say?" Deng Chao and Lin Renewal instantly turned into stone statues, and the ones they had eaten before had been chewed almost to death. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Deng Chao then shouted with a bitter face, and at the same time also opened his mouth and said, "Baby, why didn't you tell us too?" And Baby at this time, while laughing, he also opened his mouth and said, "Xiao Chao, this can't be blamed on me. Summer's end just told me." "Xiao Mao." Deng Chao's tears were coming out. "No big or small, you have to call Mao no? Xiao Chao." In the face of Xiaomao's complimentary fight, Deng Chao felt his tears have flowed out, that is an indescribable pain while the side of Lin update is patting Deng Chao's shoulder, that means obviously say again, "Brother don't be afraid, you are not alone in eating skin, there is me with you." A pair of difficult brother looks unusually unlucky, while Baby is spitting out the clove, squinting to enjoy up in the hand has been peeled sea squirt. 88 Chapter Vegetarian Goddess of Good Feeling. Originally came to South Korea in a good mood. Deng Chao, instantly not beautiful, not only because of this sea squirt thing, and by the end of the summer Baby called Xiao Chao, think about it, he feels that he is a tease. Hurry up and eat. In hurry up, summer end they still have some left, it looks like they can no longer eat. At this time, the people of the red team began to frantically sweep up. What makes people more speechless is that it seems that they have made up their minds and want to intercept Xiaome's team, and they have not bought anything other than a packet of rice, which can only compete with the speed. Good, hurry up. Eat. Li Chen and Bao Chang frantically started sweeping up with chopsticks, while OD was even more direct. Did he think this was handheld rice? He grabbed it with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth a few times, and it was stuffed to the brim, and his expression turned green in an instant. After Xiaome saw it, she also pinched a sweat for him. This guy won't choke to death just like that? Chen Chi can start. After seeing that the red team had already eaten almost half of it, Summer's End also said softly, "Ha! Just waiting for this sentence from Brother Mao." Chen Shichu, who had rested for a while, once again ate furiously. Both sides of the packets of rice quickly reduced this, but obviously still Xiao Mao's side is ahead. Mordor. You are too insidious. Baby, who had been sitting beside Xiao Mao, of course heard Xiao Mao's words. In response, Xiaoyan shook his head and said, "Baby, this can't be blamed on me, but they have been planning to prevent us from succeeding since a long time ago. It's best if you guys fight, let's go." The sea squirt was already taken care of. Baby also made a wink with the two people, and then the three people also walked towards the downstairs. Turning back to look at the display screen, Summer's End also nodded slightly. In the wait, at the end of the time to destroy Baby and their group's plan can be. It's only just started now. Summer's End doesn't want to delay the progress of his group because of this kind of thing. LOL. With Chen Chi letting out a loud burp, she also quickly picked up her plate and said, "We're done eating." Success! Behind the back of the box that is in the packet of rice has turned orange, and the red team at this time is also dumbfounded, looking at the front of the packet of rice that is still left a little bit. Some want to cry. Bao Qiang. You eat too slowly, in a little faster, we will succeed. Li Chen shook his head somewhat helplessly, and the big black cow had rice grains hanging from the corners of his mouth at this time. How about it? Still want to come with us, ah? Summer End also said with a slight flirtation. And heard the words of the end of Xia, OD, and Li Chen immediately bit her face, completely did not want to answer. The meaning of this inevitably is also too humiliating, but at this moment there is another thing more upset than Baoqiang. It's all over, what are you still eating? Baoqiang's answer is more thunder to a piece of people, waste is shameful, and I have not eaten enough. Just now the packet of rice Summer End also did not eat less, at this time heard the words of Baoqiang, almost did not spit out. This is also too nonsensical. The stuff will be put here and eat it at the end. I scanned the raw mixed beef under the table. Xiaomo also whispered, "Go, we now set off, strive to find 3 at once, be the first to end." The two people instantly understood what Xiaomo was playing at. Chen Shishi with a grin, while Wang Likuan's gaze towards Xiaomo was also full of smiles, while this veiled goddess's character was rather polite, and this kind of thing rarely made remarks or anything. The three people once again walked towards the downstairs. Seeing this scene, the three people of the red team are drinking water, also discussed in a low voice. OD, Tetsu, I feel that this cannot go on. Now Shama, they have already succeeded once, we are following them is also too marvelous. Yes. Why don't we find a group that doesn't have a candidate and go match them up? Only OD shook his head and said, now there is no use to talk about this, the first row of their two teams won each, it is no longer useful, we can only make a strong effort in the last row, look for that superior feed, break the back of the end of Xia on their back, and then in the last row of the last one to find, Deng Chao, they are also finished. Hey! What a good idea, let's do it. OD's words made the two men instantly excited, since they were already behind, then by destroying the others, they could at worst get back to a starting line again, and then they could make other plans at that time. And on the other side, Summer's End was also looking for it again with the two people. 3 people just need to memorize 3 words, so in order to avoid mistakes, the 3 people also memorized 1 each. Ha, this time the victory is assured. Chen Chi also had a windy, flirty look on his face. Okay, let's wait until we find them all. The end of the summer is also helpless, this cargo seems to have no sense of urgency. Pause for a moment, the end of the summer is also once again said, that susu pugo rice also that glutinous do spelling stay rice last word are related to food, and the crew with this way to write out, it is not possible to have no connection at all. Summer End, you are smart It makes sense. Wang Likuan's eyes were also glowing. Which woman doesn't like a wise man? In addition to the end of the summer fame looks also very handsome, it adds a lot of points, this so-called love at first sight is unlikely, but the good feeling is certainly there, that charm value on the influence of women is the biggest. Congratulations to the host, Wang Likuan on the host's favorability increased, currently 15. Hearing this, Xia Duo was also slightly stunned, then he looked at the beautiful Wang Likuan, and a trace of self-satisfaction also rose in his heart, this goddess class character's favorability towards himself increased, anyone would be happy, right? Although 15 points is not enough to do something, but this day long, who can say what will happen in the future? Chapter 89 cannot be angry. This has a direction, things are much simpler. This Guangzhou market although very large, but all kinds of snacks are divided according to the area, such as seafood these, are separate in a designated stall. And these grain types were of course the same, the 3 people quickly searched. Susupugu rice. Nuata spelled dull rice. There is no good way, can only see a stall to ask one side. This matter will be handed over to Wang Likuan and Chen Shiqi, while the end of Xia is observing the surrounding. This time can be the most critical moment. The end of Xia does not want to come to a gutter to overturn the boat. Here. Asked a few stalls in the middle, Xia Ju finally found the target. The stall owner also pointed to the stall above the discharge of the two kinds of food. The end of Xia also looked over. Suddenly the corner of the mouth is also flooded with a smile. Mung bean pancakes and sorghum pancakes. Ha ha. Brother Mordecai, you are really great, too good, right? Chen Shiqi looked at the food in front of him with an exaggerated face, and he was already completely convinced of Xiaomao. And Wang Likuan also smiled, said, really awesome, all of a sudden found two kinds of food so that we only in need of one to complete the task it. Laughed, Summer End is also communicated with the vendor, this group of choice of food, most of the staple food, let Summer End is also a little helpless, if a whole portion, although the task is completed, I'm afraid that all three people are also to be propped up to not work. Relying on 5 points of charisma value, as well as a side of Wang Likuan cute, finally took care of the boss, each one only took a small portion. What in the world is that Zuzu Mu? Xiaomao can't do much about this, the previous one can be said to have a certain pattern to follow, but this one doesn't have a very good solution. Brother Mao, why don't we go back and eat them all first? Hearing Chen Shiqi's words, Xiaomu also shook his head, this time if we go back to eat them all, won't the other groups all know about their own plans for this pair? Instead, they all went to look for this so-called Zuzumu. At that time, it would be really pitiful, the possibility of wanting to succeed is very low, at that time, it would be much harder to win again first. Mordecai, hurry up and look for it. Dizzy, do you think I know everything? Summer's End rolled his eyes. Surprisingly, Chen Shiqi and Wang Likuan nodded their heads, apparently already treating Xiaomao as a great immortal who knows astronomy and geography, and knows the things before and after 500 years, this is too much bull. Forget it, separate search, you all remember, when you see the other team, travel not to say leakage. Summer's End thought about it and also decided to come down. 2 people also do not oppose, the 3 people are also at a fork in the road to spread out, this can also greatly improve the chances of discovering the mission items. Zhuamu. Zhuamu. Now Summer's End could only search aimlessly. Summer's End, this way. As she walked, Summer End suddenly heard Baby's sweet voice. Looking along with the voice, he saw Baby's group, but now apart from Baby's gaze towards Xiaomao, which was a surprise, Deng Chao and Lin Renewal had a bitter look on their faces after seeing Xiaomao. Fortunately, the mission items have a box, now in the hands of Xiaomao, the 2 kinds of pancakes are also placed in it, or else if it is found, it is still some trouble. Tell me what you found, okay? Baby is also walked over, in the second time to use out of the universe no one can beat the pampering method. And the end of the summer has now some small immunity, or barely hold up, said, you guess well, how do I feel you guys get something more than our group? You know we only have 1 success now. I don't believe it, if you are there, how can you only get 1? Baby is also the eyes to the iron box in the hands of the end of the summer, then said with a face of excitement, is not all in it, tell me la. Baby is good, hurry up to fix him. Deng Chao is now also honest, to the end of the summer can only use him this name, let him again call out the words of the end of the brother, I'm afraid it is a little difficult. Are you looking for Zuzumu? And this time has not waited for Xiaomao to speak, a few people in front of the stall boss is also exported said. Damn. Don't be so coincidental. Xiaomao suddenly froze, this boss speaks very good English, if it is before Xiaomao but will be very happy, but now it is different, Baby's English is afraid than their own even better it. Zhuamu? Baby also read out softly, and then quickly said to Deng Chao and Lin Renewal, you guys quickly think about which row this is, and hurry to buy a copy. Give me a copy. Xiaomao also quickly said, this time the competition is time, as long as this current completed, then the other are not a problem, because they are already in the hands of Xiaomao. And heard to buy 2 copies, this boss also smiled, he will not bother about other things, as long as the business is good is okay. The quick-eyed Xiaomao also quickly handed over the money in his hand, and instantly brought over a copy of the already loaded Zhuamu, which is the Korean fish cake. Ah. Baby is also a low voice exclaimed, and then quickly said, you quickly take the things back, I will block him. In response to this, Xiaomei was also stunned, and immediately realized that Baby directly pounced towards himself, without the slightest hesitation into his arms, while his hands were also firmly wrapped around his waist. And Deng Chao and Lin Renewal immediately laughed, good job Baby, ha. The end of Xia they were bound to lose. The 2 people also took the fish cake in hand, quickly returned towards the original road, for them to first destroy the mission of Xiaomao's group is the most important. At this time Baby lying in the arms of the end of the summer is also with only 2 people can hear the voice said, end. It's just a game, you can't get angry. 90 chapters directly hold back. Feeling Baby's perfect curve, in addition to this kind of similar to the words of pampering, summer end even if you have the intention to be angry is not born. Slightly shook his head, the end of the summer is also to look at the camera, there is no reason in heaven, you do not care about it too? The answer to Xiaomu is also very simple, the camera constantly shaking. Baby also in Xiaomu's arms laughed, that looks very happy, and, you just admit it, this time the victory belongs to us. That's not necessarily so. What? Hearing Xiaomu's words, Baby was also stunned, then slightly raised her head and looked at Xiaomu with some doubts. In the middle of Xiaomu's line of sight, Chen Shiqi and Wang Likuan were also walking towards this side. The three of them had long ago settled on where to gather. Ha! Brother Mao, what is this situation? Chen Shiqi, this dish bag hasn't reacted yet, said with a cheap smile on his face. Do you want to confess in the program? I am very supportive of you. Rolling her eyes, Baby almost said it with a shout. Chen Shiqi, shut up. Okay, don't say it, time is going to run out. Chen Shiqi, you take this box, let's go back. Hearing the words of the end of the summer, Chen Shiqi also took the box in the hands of the end of the summer, then some surprise to look at the end of the summer, the end of the brother. Are you sure you can? I'm sure you can go back now? That last two words have reached the peak of skepticism, and Wang Likuan is the same. How to look at the end of Xia seems to break free, and they are also a little helpless. In order to deal with their own group, these people seem to do everything. Xiaomo also smiled and said, don't mind me, take the stuff and go back first, I'll be there soon, remember to eat that fish cake first. Deng Chao also bought a copy. Chen Shiqi is relying on you this time. Good. Chen Shiqi finally has a serious look this time. The sight is to be Xiaomo fancy some touch. This good's obviously already to Xiaomo worship to the point of no return. The two people just left with their front feet. Xiaomu also reached out and wrapped his arms around the baby in his arms. Feeling this scene, Baby is also shy and red face and. What do you want to do? This is a recording program. You still know it's a recording program, Xiaomao is also a little helpless. Of course it is to take you back. Take me back. Not yet waiting for Baby to finish his words, Baby realized that he had already been picked up by Xiaomu, and it is still a veritable princess hug. Baby's body slim, a bit of fat or not, in addition to the power of the end of the summer was originally very large, which hugged up it all without any impact. Looking at subconsciously wrapped around their necks of the baby, the end of the summer is also a smile, said, can be wrapped around the fall down I cannot be responsible for. At this time, the baby has long been blindfolded, heard the words of the end of the summer before reacting, the end of the end. You too. Cannot be so Since it has come to their hands, how would Xiaomu pay attention to her protests? Holding Baby, Xiaomo also quickly ran towards the destination. That speed is very fast, almost in an instant to catch up with the front of the Chen Shiqi and Wang Likuan. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. What's wrong with you? Chen Shiqi was instantly dumbfounded, with that dumbfounded look, looking very two-dimensional. Wang Likuan also looked at this scene with a shocked face, his eyes also carried a shock. This holding a person who ran so fast, this is also too exaggerated, right? Shock to shock, this time, or complete the task is the most important. The three people are also once again accelerated speed. Brother Chao, eat quickly, this time the plan is successful. The two people who had just come upstairs were also excited, and Lin Renewal was also a little anxious. Haha, victory this time. Deng Chao finally had the opportunity to raise his eyebrows, a face of triumph said, this time thanks to Baby, don't worry they can't catch up to come, we can slowly taste. After saying that, the two people also had a cheap smile on their faces, and it seemed that they were all infected by Chen Shiqi. Mordecai, put me down. This time the stairway is also came the voice of Baby, Xiao Chao, Lin update quickly eat quickly. The voice just came over also let the two dumbfounded, that cheap smile has not disappeared from the face, then the two people are also shocked, hands and feet from the box inside out the fish cake, and the same time, Chen Shichu is also the first to come to the upper floor, and then is the figure of Wang Likuan, and the last is the end of the Xiaomo who is holding the baby. Xiaomu, you are playing a rascal. Seeing Baby in Xiaoma's arms, Deng Chao jumped up, Director, I protest, he's restricting the personal freedom of our group members, he must be punished. Deng Chao, this fellow seems to be smart now, actually knows that the bad guy is the first to complain, and that face, that tone, all as if he is being persecuted how much. There is no such regulation. And the director's words also made Deng Chao turn into a dish bag for a second. Xiaomo also shook his head helplessly, and quickly returned to his seat before trying to put Baby on top of her own seat. But Baby is not this intention, hands are still wrapped around the neck of Xiaomu a little want to let go of the meaning or not, and the eyes are also with a hint of the appropriation, said, humph, the end of the want to embrace on the embrace, want to let go on the let go, how can it be so easy thing? Xiao Chao, you two eat quickly, I will watch over Xiaomu, I am a girl for a boy, we are still very advantageous. Baby's words also gave the two people motivation, picking up the fish cake on top of the table and quickly eating it. Now the situation instantly became, Chen Shishi and Wang Likuan battle Deng Chao and Lin Renewal, but how to look at it, Lin Renewal is not very fast. Chapter 91, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Xiaomei saw Baby playing such a rogue is also helpless, although this kind of posture himself is very enjoyable. If there is another place, Xiaomei is afraid to be transformed into a wolf, but now it seems a little bit inappropriate. Baby, who are we restricting whose freedom Hearing Xiaoma's words, Baby also laughed, of course it's me who is restricting you, you'd better wait honestly to see the result. This situation for Baby is not too much impact. Her character plus the problem of goodwill towards Xiaomu can make such a move is not unusual, in addition to this entertainment program, so it should also be considered entertainment, right? Looked at the situation, the end of the summer is a little depressed, some not too optimistic. Chen Chi-Chi's speed is very fast, but Deng Chao this douchebag is also not slow. He is definitely a foodie. It seems that he does not participate is not possible. Summer End also thought in his heart, at the same time, his hand was also toward the fish cake above the table. Although Baby was in his arms, only Baby had his arms around Xiaomao, while Xiaomao's hands were in a liberated state. Quickly picked up a fish cake, Summer End is also toward the mouth stuffed, this time a little advantage can determine the victory or defeat, although there is the kind of common possession of the grid, but this does not count, so this time must win, or have to start again. At the same time, Baby also saw this scene, suddenly dumbfounded. Moo moo. Baby looked at Xiaoma with an indignant face and said, "You can't afford to play. How can you do this, aren't we not allowed to eat anyone?" Xiaomo also had a black line, "Baby I didn't promise." In this regard, Baby is also a little dumb, that look instantly almost cute Xiaomu. Immediately Baby is also reveal a mouthful of small white teeth, towards Xiaomu hands of the fish cake ruthlessly bit over. "Baby don't, that's not ours." This scene, not only is Deng Chao and Lin Renewal dumbfounded, even if it is the end of the summer also speechless. Obviously in the midst of anger Baby hadn't realized, could she be playing a little game between a couple with Xiaomo? Deng Chao's shout also made Baby stop moving, the expression on his face was also crying and laughing, obviously he made himself angry and happy, then Baby also gave Xiaomo a fierce white glance, obviously he had already blamed Xiaomo for all the things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Summer End is also no longer hesitate, fish cake diameter stuffed into the mouth, quickly chewed up. "Ah. Mamoru, I'm not finished with you," Baby said while trying to get up from Natsumi's arms, because she realized that if she didn't join the battle, this plan would really fail. While Xiaomo with a smile on his face said, this is quite good, don't go down." While saying this Summer's End also paid action, then threw the bamboo stick to the table, and both hands also fixed Baby, not letting her move. Struggle 2 times Baby found no effect at all, is also shouted, "Xiao Chao, Lin update, quickly save me." This scene is too dramatic, even the director group of people did not think this file program can be all clinical play, what happens are possible, such as the scene in front of you, and the director at this time is the eyes light. Find the end of the summer to participate in this program is definitely the best choice I made, this period have highlights and to be a big fire. Deng Chao and Lin Renewal, who saw that their teammates could not move, also climbed over quickly. Have been paying attention to this side of the Chen Chi-Chi and Li Koen of course cannot let the end of the summer alone to resist 3 people, is also to join the fray. Oops. I do not know who pushed a little, Li Koen suddenly did not stand firm, diameter sat on the legs of Xiaomao, immediately a kind of beauty, wonderful touch came over, see this scene, Xiaomao is also some feelings, this happiness came too suddenly. I rely on. What are you guys up to? Wrestling game? Stomp. Accompanied by shocked words, the people from the red team also came back at this time. They saw a scene let them completely puzzled, 2 teams of 6 people almost sort of twisted together, and the mouth is still constantly eating, especially Baby in the arms of the end of the summer, and Li Koen is in the end of the summer's legs, Chen Chi-Chi is Deng Chao and Lin update pressure, on the ground, that picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to see Oh and oh. What did I see? What did I see? Oh a face stunned look, hands cover the eyes, but so big gap, he is fooling who? Paused for a moment also said quietly, the end of summer. You're awesome. Stop. This time the director has also had to come out to stop a bit, all back to their seats, or this round is counted as a failure. Hearing this, a group of people is also a face of depression let go of each other, and Li Koen at this time is the face of the red, from the end of the body down, quickly pick up the table above the fish cake eat up, obviously and cover just the embarrassment. Summer End also let go of Baby, 6 people suddenly once again bombarded the food, as if what just happened did not happen at all. You guys are so strong. This acting is so realistic. Baoqiang also transformed into a grey wolf in a second. Baby had long since given up her goddess-like demeanor and kept stuffing inside her little mouth without taking notes, her cheeks had bulged, unusually cute. Finished eating. With the participation of Summer's End, this speed is obviously so much faster than the opposite side. Oh my god. This all failed. Deng Chao and Lin Renewal were sad once again. And Baby while swallowing the food in his mouth, while looking at Xiaomo with a huff, obviously goddess Baby has already blamed the reason for this failure on Xiaomo's body, or because of just Li Koen's that's it, in the end, I'm afraid that only Baby himself is aware of it. 92 chapters to underestimate my end brother. The orange team won. The director also looked at the empty fish cake also announced the result. And at this time, the red team also sat down, seeing all the already depressed green team, they also took out a plate of food, Mei Wu and hit gram plate. After the director nodded his head, the 3 of them also frantically swept it up. Seeing this scene, Deng Chao also quickly took out a plate of chicken from inside the iron box. Baby, update, let's eat quickly, they also only gained 2 only. Now above the screen at the back, Summer's End's squad really only had 2 lit up.
This sentence also let Baby and Lin update instantly full of motivation, then also hastily sit upright began to quickly eat up.
And brother. Should we continue? At this time Chun Chi said with some breathlessness. That expression was very rich, obviously in front of this large amount of food, this foodie has also been completely unable to resist. The end of the summer also some satiety feeling, slightly shook his head, then said, no matter, we rest a while. Hearing the words of the end of the summer, Chen Chi only relaxed a lot, 3 people leisurely drinking water, watching the other 2 teams crazy eating, this is also a kind of enjoyment and Baby is one of the brightest that line of scenery. I don't know what Deng Chao this 2 goods is thinking, that a plate of chicken meat is very much, plus the block and very big, 3 people eat for a while still have a lot in it. Deng Chao and Lin Update's face seems to be a color with the clothes, has turned green.
Moo moo.
At this time Baby has picked up a piece of chicken meat handed to the front of the end of the summer, and then said, help me eat a piece, just a piece, okay?
Ah.
You guys cheated. The sharp-eyed Baoqiang also discovered this scene and jumped up. The red team at this time has eaten all of that spicy chicken claws, face red do not know whether it is tired or by that invincible chili made this way. OD is also gasping for breath while interfacing. I protest. I protest. If Summer's End agrees, it's okay. Once the director's words were said, the red team was dumbfounded, and the thoughts in the director's mind were simple, these are the things to watch. How about Baoqiang, you also have a piece? Hearing the director's words, Deng Chao also laughed. I'm not going to. Bao Chang looked at Xiao Mao in a serious manner and said, Xiao Mao, I believe in your character, you will not be charmed by women's colors. This is obviously cannot be stopped. Want to use the emotional card? To which Xiao Mao also nodded, said, Bao Chang, you are right, I am indeed a good man. Bao Chang immediately faced a happy, but the next moment his smile was frozen, because Xiao Mao directly bit the chicken handed over by Baby. A good man. Only should do this. Ha! Another laughter. Baoqiang once again became the laughingstock, while OD patted Baoqiang and whispered, Baoqiang, don't be afraid, the victory must be ours. Don't forget that we just found a few things. Right, right. Baoqiang was instantly beaming, and at this time Li Chen also took out a bowl, afraid to cook? Yes. Then the red team once again frantically ate. At this time Wang Likun also looked at the end of the summer, said, they hit another one, are we going to? And start it. After eating off the chicken, Xiao Mao also took out the green bean pancakes from inside the iron box, and after confirming with the director, Chen Chi also bitterly ate again. Fortunately there is Xiao Mao, the amount of these ingredients are not very large. Baby, quick, in letting Xiao Mao eat a piece. Tang Chao is still continuously advising, they are already 3, if they go on like this, won't they succeed? You guys don't worry, they will never succeed. Wah. Before Baby replied, OD on the side took out a plate of red food, their superior feed is here with us, ha. And Li Chen and Bao Chang also laughed out loud. That expression was as proud as it could be. Before, because of that packet of rice thing, the 3 of them were depressed for a long time, and now that they had blocked Summer's End's team, it instantly made them soothed. And the green team at this time has also relaxed a lot. Deng Chao suddenly thumbs up. Looks like this time it is our 2 pairs of winners and losers. Baby, on the other hand, is a little worried to look at the end of the summer, although they want to win, but see the end of the summer they were blocked. Baby found himself seems to be happy at, and let her puzzled is that the end of the summer's mouth with a hint of if not a smile, and Wang Likuan and Chen Chi did not have the slightest meaning of panic. End of Xia. You guys don't intentionally pretend to be calm, it's better to hurry up and find something else, maybe it's not too late. Baoqiang also said flirtatiously at this time. Oh hey. After the signature smile, Chen Chi said with a cocky face, you guys underestimate my end brother too much. What do you mean? Did you guys find it too? Baoqiang quickly eat, this is raw, small Kuan surely do not dare to eat. Li Chen is also a second to understand, who said that the big black bull only physical strength, this wisdom is also quite good. Subsequently, the end of the summer is also from under the table took out the previously hidden raw mixed beef, in front of the crowd shook, said, you better give up, I am very enough brother, did not wait for you to eat almost before taking out. LOL. Just stuffed his mouth full of Li Chen almost did not choke to death, that expression is if like eating a cockroach, eyes wide open, and a little bit of force do not know whether it will fall, and Baoqiang and OD is similarly so, except that they do not have Li Chen speed so fast, the mouth of the raw mixed beef in the mouth almost in an instant to change the flavor. Chapter 93 Arrogance has a price to pay. The smiles on Deng Chao and Lin Renewal's faces also disappeared, this scene was too dramatic. Compared to which group of Li Chen and their raw mixed beef, Xiao Mo's side is much too little, one only has a few strips, while one is full of a plate, this grade does not even need to go there. The end of summer. I'm wondering if that stall owner is a fan of yours, is it a woman? OD was a little incoherent in what he said. Aha. Chen Chi was laughing madly at this time, that smug look not to mention, which also made the other 2 pairs of people's faces green. Deng Chao said in a somewhat sour tone, Chen Chi, this is all due to Xiaomu, right? Why are you so excited? Because he is my brother. Chen Chi, on the other hand, said with a straight face, if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Likuan was sitting in the middle, I'm afraid that this goods would have directly softened to right now, and then put on a look, wanting to be here would have given people goosebumps. Well, quickly eat it. Saying that, Xiaomo also ate with Chun Shichu, and one person took care of the raw mixed beef in one bite. Although it looked a bit scary, the taste was still good, the beef was very tender with a fresh flavor, and it was really a treat.
Team Orange won. The director's team once again spoke out.
And the most embarrassing to be counted Li Chen, mouth stuff so much, spit out is not, eat the heart is very unbalanced, but there is no way, reluctantly swallowed after, Li Chen only a little wanna cry and look at OD and Bao Qiang.
Chen, I understand the pain in your heart.
Bao Qiang also had a look of understanding, then after looking at the screen he said again, Brother Chow, it looks like we have to join forces, they still have one left to get, as long as we get it, there is still a chance.
Bao Qiang is right, let's hurry up and get it.
In this situation, the two pairs did not hesitate to choose to cooperate, that did not have any meaning of opposition at all.
Ha! You guys don't need to go either. Hearing Chen Shichi clamor again, Summer's End is also ahead of Black Lines, this two pairs, does not know to lay low?
Once again demoralize these people, who knows if they will go crazy, but Chen Shichi this good simply do not understand the meaning of do not die, will not die.
And it looks like there's still the intention of pulling Xia Mao into the water. Brother Mao, take out whichever of the last ones you can, and after you eat it, we'll win. You all found it?
The scene was quiet, only Tang Chao looked at Xiaomu and the others with a face of disbelief, saying, this is impossible, how could it be so fast? As if he wanted to take credit, Chen Shishi saw that Xiaomao did not act first, but he himself climbed over and took out the last sorghum pancake from inside the iron box.
Ah! I will fight with you guys.
OD was the first to go crazy at this point. To Chun Shichihui rushed over, and Li Chen and Bao Qiang also followed. See this scene, Deng Chao and Lin Renewal also did not have any hesitation, the crowd anger is so capricious, and the douchebag Chen Shichihui still a self-satisfied look, intoxicated looking at the hands of the sorghum pancakes. Suddenly after hearing the sound, he looked up, suddenly his expression froze, and then.
There was no more then. Almost instantly, the crowd rushed up in a brain, Chen Shichi was instantly pressed to the ground, and Xiaomo early in the moment when OD rushed up to flash away, and then quickly picked up the mung bean pancakes from Chen Shichi's hands. At the same time, he also blocked OD's line of sight with his body, and this scene was only seen by the baby besides Xiaomo. Hell! Luckily, this was something that Chen Shichi had caused, and it didn't spread to Wang Likuan, and instantly the stacking of Luohan was complete, and Chen Shichi felt like he was going to vomit blood. Hurry up and snatch it from his hand, hurry up! Holy, Brother Chow, you're holding me down, how can I snatch it? Never let him eat it. Bite him. Bite him.
The scene is chaotic and incomparable, a few people keep yelling, and Chen Shichi has long been on the verge of hanging up the rhythm. Walked out of the end of the summer is a mouthful of sorghum pancakes, baby did not participate in the process, to see the end of the summer sneakily eat, baby is also a smile on the face came over.
What do you think will be the consequences if I tell them now? In response to this, Xiaomo also accelerated the speed, spitting words are a little unclear, baby. Tell. They are also useless. I'm going to finish eating. Humph. Don't you know to cooperate a little, baby is also white Xiaomo a glance. And at this time Chen Shichi this 2-bit finally reacted, quickly let go of me Things are not in my hands. And Chen Shichi's words also let the crowd reacted. Sharp-eyed Deng Chao found Chen Shichi's hands really no food, and then quickly turned back to look, found that Xiaomo was not far away leisurely eating, and the hand is only left with the last small piece. Something in the hands of Summer End. Ah, heavens, I have such a high IQ, I was actually fooled again. Xiaomu, are you my nemesis?
Deng Chao was speechless and asked the heavens, but this result seemed to have been predetermined a long time ago.
Reacting to the crowd also rolled and crawled down from Chen Shichi, and at this time Xiaomo looked at the crowd also spread his hands, you guys are too slow, I have finished eating. And the most underground Chen Shichi, at this time is a sad face lying on the ground, as if by more than 10 big men wheeled, that scene is too bloody, the end of the summer to see this scene, but also slightly flirtatious said, Chen Shichi next time you can be so pulled hate, they are under the dead hand. And brother. Save me. Stretching out of the hands of Chen Shichi a face of fear, he swore that the next time he must find a good opportunity, this feeling he did not want to try, his old waist simply cannot afford it. Chapter 94 Hanok Village. A few people looked at Summer's End with a grumpy face, it was not easy for everyone to riot as a group for once, but it still didn't work out, wanting to take advantage of the fire was impossible, the stuff Summer's End had already eaten all of it. Good, then the results of this round have come out. The director of course will not pay attention to these people's grievances, leisurely opened his mouth and said, so now you all each return to their own position above. Ah. Director, don't tell us there is another round. The director also laughed at this and said, it is unlikely that there will be a further round, and we don't have that much time, you guys are here to receive punitive measures. Punishment? Baby immediately bit her face, looked toward the end of the summer back to their side, said, end. Shouldn't you accept this punishment instead of me? This can't be done, and I think this punishment you will like it very much. Summer's End then laughed. Like? What do you mean? Boom. Before Baby could finish his words, a quick jet of cool air came out from where their two teams were. Ah. followed by the screams of baby, and so on. The fog dispersed. The scene in front of them is also to let Chen Shichi this haha laughed. At this time Odie's appearance is the most eye-catching. The original take care of the hairstyle at the moment has completely changed, as if the chicken nest, with that miserable expression, there is no longer a need to say more. The end of the end. Indeed it's okay, it's cool. Goddess baby also laughed delicately. Of course, I'm not going to lie to you. Baby of course will not care, that a head of black long straight simple combing already can be good, but OD even if, this time short hair seems to take advantage, at least Li Chen did not have too much influence. Second place goes to Team Green. Boom. The director's words had just fallen, the red team was once again devastated, and OD, who had originally reacted by wanting to simply comb his hair, was once again hit, this time. Completely messed up, I'm not playing. I want to go home. A voice crying, so that the end of summer is also almost laughing and spraying out. This cargo is indeed a little miserable, as the red team's think tank did not succeed once. Every time you want to block their own have been broken open, the last they get the least is also expected things. Okay, now to distribute the clues. After coming out from Guangzhong Market, the three groups of people also separated again and got into different taxis, heading to the next mission location, Hanok Village. Mordokai. What's the use of these few pieces of the puzzle? Behind the car, the three people were also fiddling with the clues they got this time. It was impossible to see anything right now. Xiaomei also nodded and said, but if you get some again in the next round, it should not be too much of a problem. Wang Likuan also laughed. Chen Shiji, you are still afraid of what? There is Xiaomu in our team. I feel that this is the most relaxing phase of the program I have participated in, and it is very interesting. Don't look at who that is, that's my Mao brother. Chen Shichi, that face of wind, Thai expression. People who do not know also thought that he was talking about himself, to which Xiaomo also did not stop. Otherwise who knows this very easy to draw the wind, will not be in the so-called end of the mother of the title once again on their own body. This time the money given by the director's group is really not a lot. Wang Likuan looked at the Korean currency in his hand and also said with some depression. Xiaomao, on the other hand, laughed and said, we are not bad yet, the most miserable are OD's group. How many things did they buy? It is estimated that there is some kind of activity in the following. They can't afford to ride in the car, but it is not bad for them. They eat so much, it is not bad to walk around. Puffing. Wang Likuan was also made to laugh petulantly by the words of Xiaomei, especially thinking of the red team that just teased the trio, wanted to laugh. This is a disease that has not been sent to cure. Because of the morning airplane rushed over, in addition to just in the Guangzhou market that Link used up a lot of time, when Xiaomo they rushed to Han Yuxian village when the setting sun has already hung in the sky. The dusky sunlight, together with a piece of Korean-style buildings, had such a mysterious and deep beauty. Wow! So beautiful. Summer's End and their group were also the first to reach it, and it seemed that women were more fond of such things. And Summer End also nodded and said, well, let's hurry up and go in, who knows what part is below, we have to hurry up and go in to see. The three of them also quickened their pace, and according to the guidance of the signboards that had been placed long ago, the three of them also entered into the hotel. Hello! Welcome to the hotel! Welcome to the hotel! Entering the courtyard, the three of them also saw the clue cards that people love to hate. At this time they are lying quietly on the table. Alright, Mordecai, I wonder what kind of strange link we're going to have this time. Shin Chi also couldn't help but whine. The big Korean sister who stood here to greet him also pointed at the three mission cards in front of her, and then she raised a finger, while also speaking in Korean. For the Korean language, Summer's End had basically filtered it out. The meaning of this had already been expressed clearly. It meant that one could be chosen. Were they the same, or was there some difference? The attentive Wang Likuan also inquired in English. But the result is to let her immediately dumbfounded. This Korean big sister site simply do not know English, once again spoke in Korean, while the finger is also has been gesticulating. Little Cohen, you choose, believe in your luck. The end of Xia is also smiling and the side of Wang Likuan said. 95 Chapter OD's invitation. And Likuan also smiled and picked up a card. A Chinese character for leave appeared on top of the cue card, and Chen Chi was dumbfounded when she saw it. Leave? Is it letting us go? With an idiotic expression on his face, he looked at the Korean elder sister, not letting us live? In response to the end of the summer, said this IQ was really worrying, but also claimed to be a genius. Really thanks to you can think out. Xiaomu also said, if you do not want to live can leave, but we are going to go in. After saying that, Xiaomu also gave Li Kuan a look, then the two people walked towards the inside, seems to completely ignore the Chen Chi, and Li Kuan's face also all the time with a smile, seems like this is very interesting. And brother. Don't leave me behind Chen Chi, this dish a bag, also reacted and chased after him in diameter. The crew had already distributed the rooms at this time, because Xiaomei's pair of people was the first place and could reside in the center, while the other two pairs were on the side. In response to this, compared to Li Kuan and Chen Chi who were somewhat happy, Xiaomo was not happy. Director, we want to live in the room on the far side. Xiaoma's words not only made the director freeze, but also Chen Shishi and Li Kuan, brother Mao, are you kidding, we're in first place. We have to change which room. For Chen Chi-chi's words, Summer's End really does not want to explain. Is it to say that the other two teams have a snoring god? One is like an electric drill and the other is deafening. If you go to the side, you can still suffer a little less. Xiaomei doesn't want to participate in the next session tomorrow with dark circles under her eyes. For the end of Summer's request, the director also did not refuse. You are the first, let you first pick good. At the same time, Baby's green team and Li Chen's red team also arrived successively, came to the courtyard. This recording is also temporarily stopped. A group of people is also a lot of relaxation. Around the courtyard, the people are also sitting down, this busy day, are also a little tired. Rarely come to Korea once, I have this hairstyle. You know I have a lot of fans, it is too embarrassing. At this time, OD is also a bit grumpy about his hairstyle. Ha ha. OD, you have to look for Summer's End for this. This dang Chow fellow did know that woe is me so much. In response, Xiaomao also smiled and said, OD, don't say that, your current hairstyle is actually very cool. Well, it's still Xiaomao who can talk. OD also had a narcissistic look on his face, and then said with a smile, Xiaomao ah, now that your song is so hot, I've heard that our program group has the idea of inviting you to participate. Hearing this, Xiaomao was also stunned. After all, he had not even set foot in this circle for a long time. Now he has been around the Running Man and the voice of this stage, not without thought to participate in other things, just this kind of thing needs a chance and time. Now suddenly heard that the daily pull-up has this meaning, Xiaomu has some expectations. The first time I saw this, I was afraid that you would have to push back a bit. Baby this time is also laughing and set up. While saying, Baby is also the diameter came to the end of the summer side sat down, a little have no scruples look, everything is very natural. How to say? Other people are also some puzzled to look at Baby, see the interest of the crowd mobilized. Baby is also some mysterious said, according to the news I got, I'm afraid that the crew has been communicated with the big camp crew, we have to be first on a period of fast book, this is very good for both sides. Oh my god. Again, they got the jump on us. You know the two main ratings of Mango Station, it's them these, both sides can also say in comparison, this is of course a little unacceptable to OD. What's the point of talking about this, does Mordecai want to go get something to eat? Second-rate Chen Chi-chi seems to be very uncomfortable with all of this. Eat something? Didn't you just eat that much? Thinking about the scene inside the Guangzhou market, Xiaomao was still a bit dumbfounded. When was that all? It's time for dinner now. While saying that, Chen Chi-chi also revealed a cheap smile. This foodie really wasn't self-appointed. Xiaomao now knew clearly that other people were simply weak when compared to Chen Chi-chi. As if to cooperate with Chen Chi-chi, the crew also notified that it was time for dinner. This a moment's effort the sky has darkened, Xiaomei but no a moment to record, cannot be imagined so easy. Simply eat some, a group of people are also back in the room, sitting around together, this time the cameraman is also once again began to work, the director's requirements are very simple, normal some can. It's time, I'm going to put on a mask. Looking at the clock above the wall, Baby also said to herself. And then also looked at the end of Xia, Baby also said with a smile, end. You also come over, give you also have one. In this regard, Xiaomao did not refuse, this Baby's character is so fun and active, very lively. God. Baby, we're the ones who are your teammates, okay? Deng Chao, on the other hand, shouted, me an update also want. Let your mother buy it for you. It's a tribute to the imperial court. Ha! Xiaomo's response caused everyone to burst into laughter once again, while Deng Chao looked utterly embarrassed. Mentioning the empress's words, this guy instantly deflated, completely losing his usual arrogance. This was exactly what his nemesis had said. At least after being struck down by Xia Mo so many times, Deng Chao had always remained steadfast, but when it came to the Empress, it was a different story. Soon, Xia Mo and Baby also transformed, with only their eyes visible through their black face masks. Xia Mo, are we the legendary duo of evil? Baby said, struggling to suppress her laughter. Chapter 96, Mo-go, I regret it. By now, everyone had already changed out of their team uniforms, and their casual attire gave them a different vibe. Baby's words also made Xia Mo unable to suppress a smile, but with the mask on, she could only endure it. Look at Xia Chao's expression. I can't help but laugh. Hearing Xia Mo's words, Baby also looked over. The moment she saw it, she almost burst out laughing, giving Xia Mo a sharp glance, clearly blaming her for making her laugh. At that moment, Deng Chao was sitting in the corner, looking utterly dejected. There was no need to describe the situation, it could be summed up in one word, wronged. Everyone was chatting and laughing. At that moment, the director came to the door and said, it's already very late. To ensure you all get a good night's sleep, we'll play a song for you. Oh. Everyone immediately stopped talking. This production crew was completely unpredictable. Who knew what would happen next? Xia Mo exchanged glances with Chun Chi-chi and Wang Likuan. The two immediately understood. The production team had already distributed the players to the three teams, and the once crowded living room suddenly became empty. In Xia Mo's room, the three of them gathered around. Brother Xia, what's going on? Why are we being made to listen to music? Is the director's team being so kind? Chen Chi-chi looked utterly dejected, this must be tomorrow's clue. Absolutely. Yeah, this song must have some hidden meaning. After hearing their comments, Xiaomo nodded and said, regardless of what it is, let's listen first. But if possible, try to remember the song. Before the music from Xiaomo's side had even started, Deng Chao's voice drifted over from the next room, 18 bends on the mountain road? Put. For some reason, Wang Likuan was tickled, and she burst into laughter. Xiaomo couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. The melody was clearly meant for a spicy girl, but Deng Chao's intelligence was just frustrating. However, there was one thing Xiaomo hadn't anticipated, apparently due to the program recording. These songs were actually stored in this space. At the same time, Xiaomo's music player also started playing, and the low-pitched music filled the air, instantly lifting the mood. Chen Shichi, the clueless one, kept shaking his head, clearly already immersed in the music. Leave the Earth's surface. Xiaomo was very familiar with this song, and immediately had an answer in his mind. He started listening as well. Oh my god. What on earth are these lyrics? After listening to a short segment, Wang Likuan was already at a loss. Compared to the other two songs, this one was indeed more challenging. Chen Shichi, however, looked excited and said, Xiaomo, it looks like there'll be a dance segment tomorrow. I'm good at that. Chen Shichi's words immediately brought to mind a vivid image, Chen Shichi's signature grass skirt dance. There shouldn't be any issues. I know this song. Xiaomo's answer also relieved Wang Liyun, and for once, she teased her playfully. Xiaomo, what's your relationship with baby? I just feel something's off. At that moment, the recording had stopped, and Wang Likuan finally asked. He. Little Koan, you don't know. And is baby's guardian knight. Chen Shichi chimed in. That's a nice title. Xiaomo smiled and said, it's exactly the kind of relationship you see. The ambiguous answer meant Xiaomo would have to wait for the goodwill to build up a bit more before things could progress naturally. The current ambiguous feelings were indeed quite pleasant. Forget it, I won't say anything. Wang Likuan sighed helplessly, I'm going back to my room to sleep. After saying that, Wang Likuan got up and left the room. Only Xiaomo and Chen Shichi were left inside. They lay down directly. After adjusting the blanket, Xiaomo closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Brother Mo, why are you going to sleep so early? Chen Shichi looked surprised. Let's chat a bit. If we chat, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Xiaomo knew that if something happened, he'd be in trouble if he didn't go to sleep early. However, the room was indeed quite uncomfortable. At Xiaomo's height, he couldn't even stretch his legs straight and had to sleep at an angle. Appa. Please don't. Chen Shichi once again adopted a mischievous expression. Shut up. At this point, Xiaomo couldn't take it anymore. With Chen Shichi acting like this, he was about to throw up. If you don't go to sleep now, you'll regret it later. Chen Shichi laughed, stood up, and walked toward the door. Xiaomo, don't worry. I'll get up early tomorrow. I'll go check what everyone else is doing. After a piercing alarm sounded, the director's voice came through. Wake up. Get up. Xiaomo was also startled awake, shook his head slightly, and felt much more alert. Thankfully, he had fallen asleep earlier, though he had still woken up briefly in the middle of the night. Oh my god. Stop shouting. Let me sleep a little longer. Chen Shichi's voice was weak. Xiaomo wasn't about to let him off the hook. She remembered that the first person to arrive on set seemed to get a special reward. She stood up and kicked the blanket aside, standing in front of Chen Shichi. Ah! Chen Shichi let out a piercing scream. It's so cold. Who is it? Who? Forcing his eyes open, Chen Shichi saw Xiaomo in front of him and immediately felt miserable. Brother Mo. You were right. I regret not going to sleep first. Chapter 97, Everyone's Resentment. At that moment, Chen Shichi's hair was a mess, but that wasn't the worst of it. The two black circles under his eyes were the most striking feature on his face. The color was so intense that Xiaomo couldn't even describe it. It was definitely worse than if someone had punched him twice. Stop wasting time. Let's get up and gather everyone. Xiaomo looked at the miserable Chen Shichi helplessly and said, I feel like we'll definitely be punished if we're late. Are you kidding me? I didn't fall asleep until 4 o'clock yesterday. Chen Shichi jumped up immediately, the cartoon pattern fabric contrasting sharply with his panda eyes, making him look unusually festive. Despite his words, Chen Shichi quickly changed into his clothes. Opening the door, they stepped into the courtyard as the first rays of sunlight hit them. At that moment, Bao Chang and Li Chen were already standing there, but like Chen Shichi, they all had panda eyes, though the darkness varied. The courtyard was filled with various fitness equipment, and Xiaomo knew the main event was about to begin. Xiaomo. Your spirits are really high. Li Chen, seeing Xiaomo's appearance, said enviously. I regret it. I regret it. Chen Shichi kept complaining. Bao Chang, however, looked dumbfounded and said, Chen Shichi, I didn't sleep well either. I swear I'll never sleep with them again. I'll go crazy. Clatter. As the sound of a door opening echoed, Xiaomo's gaze instinctively turned in that direction. The next moment, a flash of astonishment and beauty appeared in Xiaomo's eyes. The face that came into view was familiar yet breathtakingly beautiful. Even after knowing Baby for so long, Xiao couldn't help but be captivated. At that moment, Baby was completely makeup-free, her snow-white skin glowing under the sunlight, flawless and radiant. What was even more striking was the pure and innocent aura she exuded, like a stream of clear water flowing through the heart. You guys got up so early. Baby also came out barefoot, stretched lazily, and fully revealed her perfect curves. Ha! What's wrong with your eyes? As if answering the baby, OD also walked out, looking very energetic, as if he had slept very well last night. OD. Li Chen and Bao Chang glared at OD with clenched teeth, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. OD, seeing his teammates in such a state, was stunned and asked confusedly, "What happened?" OD, I want to duel you. Chen Shichi roared as he charged forward, "You snoring is bad enough, but why sound like a drill? The whole night was filled with construction noise. I won't let you off the hook. If you don't court death, you won't die." Xia Mo also chimed in. However, fortunately, after OD apologized, the three of them didn't make a big deal out of it. Wang Likuan also returned to the group leisurely, leaving only Deng Chao alone. "Where's Xiao Chao?" Xia Mo asked with some confusion. "I am here," a weak voice echoed, and Xia Mo looked in the direction of the sound, startled. Because Deng Chao had somehow made his way into the courtyard, but he was practically lying on the ground, especially his face. Xia Mo couldn't even describe it. If he had to find a similar person, it would be Bao Gong. But Deng Chao was even more striking than Bao Gong, as his eye circles were even darker. Xia Mo suppressed the urge to laugh and said, "Xiao Chao, did you get poisoned by snake venom last night? Are you poisoned? Brother Xia. I want to cry. I want to sleep. Damn you, OD. Why does your voice sound so unique?" Deng Chao suddenly shouted, his expression of grievance needing no further explanation. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's start our morning exercise." The director didn't care about Deng Chao's state, and after his voice faded, everyone turned their attention to the fitness equipment nearby. Each piece of equipment had a microphone. The director continued, "While you're working out, you need to sing along." What? Everyone was stunned. Xia Mo exchanged glances with Chen Shichi and Wang Liku responded with a thumbs up. Chen Shichi, the clueless one, got excited. With Xia Mo around, there was nothing to worry about. The songs have already been sent to you yesterday. The director concluded with a final summary. Ha ha! Chen Shichi burst into laughter. Deng Chao looked at Chen Shichi with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you sure you remembered it?" "Of course I didn't," Chen Shichi said arrogantly, "but I have my older brother. He remembered it. You're all doomed." Ha! This guy is beyond help. Xia Mo was completely speechless. He had just been beaten up yesterday, and now he doesn't even remember anything. He's still provoking others. Xia Mo didn't know if the few people who hadn't slept all night would beat him to death, but beating him up badly probably wouldn't be a problem. But this song is supposed to be sung in harmony. The director delivered another masterful blow. Chen Shichi's laughter suddenly stopped, and moments later, others burst into laughter. Xia Mo looked at the director. He had saved Chen Shichi's life. "Director, what are the criteria for evaluation?" Xia Mo also asked aloud. 80 points is passing. 80 points? Xia Mo was helpless. Wang Likuan might remember some, but Chen Shichi, that idiot, would be lucky to remember anything. But if the result had to be tested, this was a team game, not something Xia Mo could handle alone. Chapter 98, The Crazy Frogs. The choir thing can wait. Baby is also confused by the fitness equipment in front of her. What is this? Baby pointed at the equipment and said helplessly, "Why is the microphone here?" "Probably for handstands." Xia Mo also provided an answer. "Ah. It's even electric." Baby was slightly taken aback, then quickly shook her head, "I'm not doing this." "Xiao Chaozi, you go ahead." "Oh my god. Xia Mo, it's all your fault." Hearing Deng Chao's assignment, Xia Mo also felt helpless and shrugged his hands. "What does this have to do with me? If you didn't call him Xiao Chao, would Baby call him?" Deng Chao said with a hint of tears in his voice, "And now he's even called Xiao Chaozi. I'm not a eunuch, my wife is the empress." Everyone burst into laughter again. Deng Chao, the team leader, was truly suffering. However, despite his words, Deng Chao lay down on the ground, instantly flipping himself upside down. In just an instant, before even starting, Deng Chao began rolling his eyes. He hadn't slept well all night, and his dark complexion now had a hint of redness, not from embarrassment, but from the blood rushing back into his face. What made Xia Mo unable to hold back was that this guy quickly stood up, shook his head, and clearly looked dizzy. "I think I'll try someone else." The situation calmed down in front of him, and Deng Chao made his way to the nearby parallel bars. The damage from the inverted board had been too much for him. "Xiao Chao, are you sure you can do this?" "I feel like your legs are shaking," Xia Mo said with a smile. Deng Chao just gave Xia Mo a helpless look and didn't respond, because he realized he'd never won an argument with Xia Mo, plus he was really out of energy. Forget it. At that moment, the music started playing.
The unique, slightly humorous intro of the song by the Spicy Girl froze the expressions of the three of them. The lyrics seemed a bit challenging for all three of them. Baby's choice was easy. She tied a ribbon around her ankle, bent her waist slightly, and started singing. Meanwhile, Deng Chao was constantly twisting his body upward. His posture was indescribable, resembling a frog in every way, completely arching his back. If he added his distorted expression, he would have been a crazy frog. Lin Xinneng looked utterly miserable. Xia Mo noticed that while Lin Xinneng had a decent build, he lacked strength. His legs trembled slightly and swayed from side to side to maintain his balance. Ha ha. Mo, look at Lin Xingxin in Chao Gu. That's hilarious. Chen Qiqi also burst into a maniacal laugh. Xia Mo didn't object either, smiling and saying, Xiao Chao is really suffering. In their condition, it's a miracle they can even sing. Let's see how we do later. You and Xiao Kuan try to sing along with me. He. Alright. Chen Qiqi and Li Kuan also nodded. In this situation, everyone hoped to succeed on the first try. They hadn't even had breakfast yet, how could they have the energy to keep this up? Oh my god. Please spare me. Why is the intro so long? Lin Xinneng finally couldn't help but shout out loud. Deng Chao quickly nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he simply couldn't. If he spoke, he'd lose his breath and then he'd fall down. Finally, the moment of truth arrived, and Baby's soft voice echoed out. Though it lacked technical finesse to Xia Mo's ears, it was ethereal and captivating. At the same time as Baby's voice, Deng Chao's heart-wrenching scream echoed, instantly capturing the audience's attention. Spicy girl, spicy girl, spicy. Spicy girl, spicy girl, spicy. The lead singer was obviously the Baby, but she was clearly still dazed, or perhaps she wasn't very familiar with the song at all. She kept repeating the same line over and over, just changing the melody. Xia Mo was also a bit helpless. When would they ever pass this? Bang! Finally, after singing a few more lines, the air conditioner kicked in again, blowing cold air out. Ah! With Deng Chao's wolf-like howl, he fell to the ground, lying there in a mess. I'm really going to die. It's still morning. All I can say is, when I open my eyes, this world feels so unfamiliar. Xia Mo couldn't help but add with a smile. Director, why was the intro so long? By the time it finished, I had no energy left. Lin Xinneng couldn't help but protest. But the director didn't care about such things. This was what made it entertaining, wasn't it? The director said directly, next group, red team. Hearing this, Xia Mo also laughed. His group was the last one, which wasn't bad. He could watch their situation first and hope that Chen Qiqi, the idiot, wouldn't laugh himself out of strength, or else he'd be in trouble. Shaolin Baochang didn't hesitate at all, he immediately lay down on the inverted board. His relaxed posture already proved that his body's flexibility was truly extraordinary. No wonder he had trained so hard. Baoxiang, are you trying to go to sleep up there? After taking a short break, Deng Chao teased him again. This guy seemed like an indestructible little strongman. Baoxiang completely ignored him, supporting himself with both hands on the ground, and immediately tried to move closer to the microphone to test the sound. However, the result caused everyone to burst into laughter once again. In Xiaomo's line of sight, Bao Chang's mouth was at least 30 centimeters away from the microphone. How was he supposed to sing? As he forced himself downward, the result was that his feet, which had been securely fixed in place, suddenly slipped away, causing Bao Chang to slide down completely. Chapter 99 was completely chaotic. This scene felt eerily familiar. The situation unfolding before their eyes left everyone speechless. Xiaomo's words immediately brought to mind the first episode where Zhu Lan jumped the parallel bars, which was almost identical to the current situation. Almost instantly, everyone burst into uncontrollable laughter. The situation was too hilarious, and Bao Chang's face turned red. He stood up abruptly and said dumbfoundedly, "Stop laughing. I'm the same height as Zhu Lan. It's just that you're too tall." Such nonsensical words could only come from Bao Chang, and the laughter not only didn't stop but grew even louder. The ones who were the least considerate of Bao Chang were his own two teammates. OD was crouched on the ground laughing uncontrollably, while Li Chen was holding onto the parallel bars, as if that was the only way he could stay upright. To prove how amazing he was, Bao Chang also made his way to the center, easily straddling a fitness machine designed for splits. Wow! Everyone gasped in awe. This was clearly the result of practice. Even Xia Mo was impressed. Music, play. Wang Xinling's song began to play, and as the intro started, OD began to sway gently, his expression rivaling Chen Qiqi's. OD was highly anticipated, and that wouldn't change. When it came to singing, Li Chen and Bao Chang couldn't hold a candle to OD. However, this group had some advantages. Li Chen had great strength, and with Bao Chang's cooperation, they wouldn't be eliminated just because of the fitness equipment. You. As if to encourage himself, OD swayed back and forth while keeping the beat. Xia Mo couldn't help but tease him. OD, this is a love song, and you turned it into rap? Oh my god. But OD was clearly enjoying himself, moving even more energetically. Only I can shake like this.
He even showed off his mediocre beatboxing skills. Does he think he's the nightclub prince?
As the intro ended and the crucial moment arrived, OD seemed completely lost in his own world, completely ignoring everything else.
He was showing off like there was no tomorrow. Hey! OD, it started. Xia Mo also laughed and shouted, do you even know how to do this?
Li Chen and Bao Chang's faces had turned green, and their glances at OD were filled with murderous intent.
You snore like a drill, and we've tolerated that, but why aren't you singing? Aren't you the main singer? The depth of their resentment toward OD didn't need to be said.
After a few seconds, OD remained in the same position. There was no need to say more, this guy clearly couldn't sing.
Spit on him! Spit on him! Spit him to death! Deng Chao was shouting wildly from the side. Boom! This time, it was surprisingly well coordinated.
As the cold air erupted, it confirmed that the red team had lost. Li Chen, looking helpless, put down his equipment, while Bao Chang remained in the same position, his head on the ground.
Bao Chang, what's wrong with you? At this moment, OD also exclaimed in shock, are you okay?
Upon hearing OD's words, Bao Chang immediately looked up and stood up. You can sing, but you didn't sing.
The two of us can't sing, so it's understandable. What do you mean? After a pause, Bao Chang looked at the others and said with a hint of resentment, I want to be on Xiaomo's team.
Ha, Bao Chang, not just anyone can be on the same team as my brother Xiaomo. Chen Chichi also had a playful expression, shaking his hair vigorously with his panda eyes and said, only a genius like me can be on the same team as Xiaomo, that's the perfect match.
Nonsense. Xiaomo should have been on my team. Wah!
Baby also deliberately acted like she was about to cry, clearly upset by the cold air earlier.
Ba Chang's one sentence seemed to spark a summer-ending showdown.
Xiaomo, however, shrugged it off, saying that Chen Chichi and Ba Chang could have it, but Baby was still okay. It seemed like Chen Chichi had already been coasting along with him for 2 episodes.
I want coffee and a sandwich. I'm so tired. OD walked over to the side while complaining.
The few people who had suffered so much last night almost shouted in unison, get out! OD was stunned for a moment, then sat down with a look of grievance.
His snoring had already angered everyone. He had once had teammates, but now that he had betrayed them, wasn't he just a lone wolf? Alright, it's Orange Team's turn now. Get ready. Momo, go for it. Hearing Baby's encouragement, Deng Chao sighed, their songs must be pretty tough too. They're not that easy to remember.
Meanwhile, the 3 of them had also made their way to the center.
Cough. Momo, I'll do the handstand instead. That's my specialty, I'm better than Bao Chang. Xia Mo was helpless. Chen Chichi, just go up if you want to.
Why stir up trouble? As Xia Mo had expected, Bao Chang's gaze grew even more resentful, and Xia Mo nodded in agreement. At the same time, Wang Likuan also arrived at the spot where Bao Chang had been standing earlier. After a moment of adjustment, he spread his legs wide apart, making it look effortless.
This natural beauty truly wasn't just for show. Xia Mo could only comment, pure. No wonder she's a former dancer.
Chen Chichi was also a bit speechless. It seemed like this group was once again where he was least useful.
Xia Mo, however, chose weightlifting.
Without much effort, she lifted the weight, gave it a light shake, and found the weight to be manageable, posing no issues.
Wow! Everyone else also let out a gasp.
Baby and Deng Chao's eyes instinctively turned to Lin Xineng.
A stark contrast between the two.
Lin Xingxin felt embarrassed and started to laugh awkwardly.
Among the 3 weightlifters, Lin Xingxin was the worst off.
He couldn't even stand steadily, let alone sing. Li Chen was in much better shape, with minimal impact, but compared to Xia Mo, he was utterly weak. Xia Mo, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected, as if he wasn't holding anything in his hands.
Begin!
As the director's crew shouted the command, the music began to play. The 3 songs were similar in that their intros were quite long. Xia Mo and Wang Lijun were doing okay, but Chen Chichi had her eyes tightly closed, looking as though she might faint at any moment.
Xia Mo, keep it up. Wan Likuan also gave Xia Mo a thumbs up gesture. Hey, baby, look, Xiao Koen seems to be with Xia Mo. He.
During the break, Deng Chao was feeling a bit bored and started teasing everyone. Upon hearing his words, Baby rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Chaozi, you're so boring.
This is just ordinary encouragement, you know. Baby, I'm sorry. I'll treat you to dinner. Don't call me Zayaka Ozi anymore. That name is too ugly, right? Deng Chao instantly turned into a fool.
Before Baby could respond, Xia Mo started singing.
Throw away your watch, throw away your jacket.
After the first line was sung, the scene fell silent, with only Xia Mo's voice echoing through the air. Baby completely ignored Deng Chao, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xia Mo, her face glowing with a look of intoxication. Throw away your backpack, then your gloves. While singing, Xia Mo also gave Wang Liyun a glance. Our natural beauty goddess was clearly still in a daze, completely immersed in Xia Mo's singing. After catching Xia Mo's gaze, Wang Liken snapped back to reality a few seconds later, her face flushing slightly as she nodded and began humming softly. The influence of Xia Mo's singing need no further explanation.
Combined with Wang Lijun's soft, beautiful voice, it was quite harmonious. Forget your troubles. But there's always a spoilsport. Chen Chichi, the clumsy one, joined in as well. Though his voice was soft, it sounded incredibly jarring. With his hoarse, duck-like voice, he was immediately met with angry glances from everyone. Chen Chichi was speechless, and his voice grew even quieter. The crowd finally turned their attention back to Xiaomo's singing. A heart pounding wildly, all worries vanished in an instant. I will never, ever force myself to feel wronged again. As time passed, Xiaomo reached the climax of the song, and at that moment, the director's team announced, "Orange team, you've lost." As the director's words fell, a chill swept through the room, and Xiaomo felt a bone-chilling coldness. This was so intense, she couldn't stop feeling it. What's going on? Baby stood up, looking puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you continuing to sing?" Yeah, it was so beautiful. OD couldn't help but say, "This is even better than the original singer." Deng Chao, Li Chen, and the others didn't say anything, but their expressions spoke volumes. The director sighed helplessly, then pointed to Chen Chichi beside him and said, "This is a duet, and Chen Chichi didn't sing at all, so the orange team loses." Chen Chichi. You good for nothing. Deng Chao jumped in to add insult to injury, then said with a sly smile, "Director, I demand to switch places with Chen Chichi." However, this idea was clearly impossible to implement, and Xiaomo could only sigh and put down his equipment. Cough. Cough. It's not my fault, you sang too well. I was so captivated that I couldn't even think about singing. Chen Chichi also explained. This guy was still quite smooth with his words, making it hard to stay angry. Xiaomo also came over to Chen Chichi. "When they compare the two of you later, I'll sing it a few times. You and Xiao Kuan try to remember the lyrics. If we pass with 80%, we shouldn't need to memorize everything." At that moment, Wang Likuan, who had also come over to the two of them, said, "Yeah, that's right. Try to remember as much as possible." As they spoke, the three of them returned to their side, and the red team once again took on the challenge. Say more sweet words. The three of them seemed to have lost their minds. OD was on the handstand board, shouting weakly, while Bao Chang was even more exaggerated, flipping onto the parallel bars and shouting hoarsely. Li Chen was still doing weightlifting, but this time he could sing a bit. However, Xiaomo seemed to be repeating the same few phrases over and over again, but his momentum was impressive. Xiaomo also started singing softly, while Chen Chichi and Wang Likuan were quietly taking notes beside them. Although the scene was filled with loud, eerie cries, none of them looked at the others. They all gathered around Xiaomo, even Baby, Deng Chao, and Lin Yuchen were no exception. "Xiaomo. You're cheating," Deng Chao said reluctantly, "but keep cheating. I'll listen. Compared to you, they're weak." Baby nodded in agreement, and if she were any cuter, there might even be little stars in her eyes as she looked at Xiaomo. "Xiaomo. Please teach me how to sing Spicy Girl too." When Xiaomo stopped, Baby grabbed her arm and pleaded. Xiaomo was utterly exasperated. Singing Spicy Girls? What kind of scene would that be? Xiaomo couldn't even bear to imagine it. Red Team, 76 points. Failure. Chapter 101, Hidden Characters Affinity. Fortunately, the director came to Xiaomo's rescue at that moment. Since the red team was followed by the green team, Baby could only stand up and glance at Xiaomo, implying that they would discuss it later. Deng Chao, the meddler, chimed in, "Baby, don't worry. We'll get through this." Apparently taking a cue from Bao Chang, Deng Chao followed suit, while the unfortunate Lin Xinam chose to lift weights. Baby, however, went to the handstand board and said helplessly, "Xiao Chao, are you sure you can do this?" "Of course, I swear on the lamp." Hearing that Baby finally stopped calling him Xiao Chaozi, Deng Chao's face lit up with joy. But first, is there even a light in this courtyard? Spicy girls aren't afraid of spice when they're young, and they're not afraid of spice when they grow up. The three of them started singing together. Xiaomo listened and noticed it was much better than the first time. The weakest link was still Lin Xining, but at least he was humming along. The loudest voices were Baby and Deng Chao. Baby, standing on her head and singing, looked even cuter, especially her little expressions, instantly turning her into a healing goddess. Xiaomo, this. When did they memorize this? They won't pass, will they? Chen Chichi also looked a bit nervous. Xiaomo shook her head. The three of them had clearly slowed down their speaking pace and were now stumbling over their words, clearly reaching their limit. After a few more lines, the three of them were completely out of sync, singing completely different things. "Ha, mo go, we've won this time." Xiaomo said helplessly, "Are you sure you remembered it?" Cough. "Although I didn't remember everything, it's close enough." "You sang so well, Moj, of course I'll remember it carefully." Boom. After another chill, the director announced the scores. Baby's score was even lower than the red team's, only 73 points. "Alright, it's our turn." Xiaomo led the two others back to the center of the stage. Just as Xiaomo was about to bend down, Chen Chichi called him over. "Cough cough, Xiaomo, I want to try the horizontal bar this time. The handstand board makes me dizzy." "Alright, go ahead then."
After he finished speaking, Xiaomo noticed that Chen Shichi hadn't moved and was a bit confused. Chen Shichi, however, grinned mischievously and said, "Hey, Xiaomo, I can't get up there.
Help me out, will you?" Xiaomo was instantly exasperated.
Chen Shichi had come up with a clever idea. Shaking his head, Xiaomo walked over. Chen Shichi's back injury was indeed an issue, so Xiaomo helped him climb onto the horizontal bar before returning to his own position. As the music started again, Xiaomo and the other two began to sing. It seemed that after hearing it so many times, they had developed some immunity to Xiaomo's singing. At least they weren't zoning out anymore, humming along with Xiaomo. Surprisingly, they didn't mess up too much.
Oh my god. No way. I regret it.
Halfway through the song, the director hadn't said a word yet, and Deng Chao was completely dumbfounded. "Xiao Chao, it was you who told Momo to sing a few more times just now.
It's all your fault." Baby also blared at Deng Chao in a playful manner. Deng Chao was completely taking the blame.
He didn't get any of the benefits, and all the blame fell on him. If he were somewhere else, Deng Chao would have wanted to cover himself with a blanket and cry. This was too unfair. Finally, they reached a part where Chen Shichi and Wang Likuan didn't know the lyrics. There was no way they could memorize all the lyrics in such a short time. Seeing this, Xiaomo continued singing.
"Alright, you can stop now."
The director also stepped in to stop them.
"How many points?" Li Chen asked with a worried expression.
The orange team's score, 86 points, passed.
Yay! Wang Likuan jumped up instantly, looking like he might jump onto Xiaomo. "Congratulations, host. Consecutive victories. Reward 50 all-round points. Congratulations, host. Wang Likuan's favorability toward you has increased by 5, currently at 20.
The system paused for a moment before continuing. Since the two celebrities' favorability toward the host has reached 20, the hidden favorability has been unlocked.
Hidden affection points? Xiaomo was also a bit taken aback.
The system then provided the answer. Both of these women are celebrities, while the hidden ones are ordinary people.
Upon hearing this, Xiaomo understood.
It seemed that only celebrities could make the list, but now that the hidden ones were revealed, Xiaomo was curious to know who else might have a favorable impression of her.
Gao Yuan, affection level 30. Xiao Mei, affection level 50. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo was stunned.
Gao Yuan was understandable. After all, Zhang Wanyan had connected them, and she had a hint of admiration for him, so 30 points weren't surprising.
But Xiao Mei, that woman, had 50 points?
After all, Xiaomo had always believed that this girl had a grudge against her.
What kind of logic was this?
"Brother Xia," Chen Shichi noticed Xiaomo was spacing out and didn't come over to celebrate, so he asked.
Xiaomo snapped back to reality, shook his head, and then smiled.
Of course, this smile wasn't just because of the victory, it was also partly because of Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei probably didn't even realize how high her feelings for Xiaomo were. The director didn't waste any time. The entire day had to be spent filming.
He handed the task card directly to Xiaomo. "Go to Myeongdong on your own." Myeongdong? Is that a shopping district? Wang Likuan asked in surprise.
Xiaomo smiled and said, "Just go and see for yourself.
The money we saved from Guangzhong market earlier will come in handy now." Chapter 102, Myeongdong. Ha ha. Xiaomo was really something.
Chen Shichi didn't forget to flatter him. "I wonder how Bao Chang and the others are going to get there.
Are they going to run there? Ha ha."
Another victory made him feel on top of the world again, completely different from the desperate state he was in this morning. He really had forgotten the pain of his wounds.
"Alright, enough talk. Let's go." Xiaomo also nodded to the two of them and immediately headed toward the exit.
That so-called Myeongdong, Xiaomo also knew, was a bustling commercial center.
"Brother Xia, money talks. Let us take a taxi."
Chen Shichi looked lecherous, making one want to punch him.
Xiaomo could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Let's take the bus." "What? The bus?" Chen Shichi looked surprised. "Xiaomo, why are you saving so much money?"
Wang Lijun chimed in at this point. "Taking the bus is fine, or the subway would be faster."
Xiaomo nodded in agreement. Wang Likuan understood his thoughts, but Chen Shichi was just a fool. Myeongdong was crowded with people, and a taxi was much more convenient.
The bus, on the other hand, was a mainstream mode of transportation and had certain privileges, such as dedicated stops, so it wouldn't be as crowded. The three of them continued chatting as they walked toward the exit. After leaving the traditional Korean house village, they had already entered Seoul's commercial district. After walking down a simple street, the three of them spotted a bus stop sign.
"What the? This is a joke, right? Which one is Myeongdong?"
Looking at the large Korean characters on the bus stop sign, Chen Shichi was momentarily speechless.
"Didn't you see the English translation below?"
Xiaomo was also helpless and immediately started searching seriously. Chen Shichi, however, muttered to himself with a frustrated expression, "My English isn't very good."
Wang Likuan's English seemed decent, so the two of them crowded together to search.
Since the sign was small and poorly placed, they inevitably ended up close to each other, and Xiaomo could occasionally feel the softness of the other's body and a faint, lingering fragrance.
However, this situation didn't last long. Soon, the two of them almost simultaneously spotted the words Myeongdong. We found it.
Let's confirm it before getting on the bus, Xiaomo said with a smile to Wang Liken beside her.
Okay.
Wang Likuan responded obediently, and the sense of rapport between the two of them instantly grew stronger.
Behind them, Chen Shichi felt like an extra in a movie, completely ignored. Brother Xia, I wonder when they'll come out.
Chen Shichi seemed to be seeking attention.
Don't be so optimistic.
Xiaomo rolled her eyes and said, they should have figured out that song by now.
I doubt they'll take long. We have to keep this advantage. Follow Mogu, there's food and drink everywhere. I'm not afraid. Ha!
Xiaomo simply ignored him, waited a few minutes, and then the bus arrived.
Xiaomo boarded first, Myeongdong?
Fortunately, since Seoul is a major city with a thriving tourism industry, most public transportation drivers understand some English. After Xiaomo repeated the destination in broken Korean, the driver nodded. At that moment, the three of them finally relaxed and boarded the bus. Meanwhile, on the other side, the red team and green team left the traditional Korean village almost simultaneously. This time, there might be a different procedure.
Should we team up? Li Chen said while jogging.
Deng Chao, however, looked at Li Chen, who was getting excited, and said, Chen, give it up.
When have we ever been able to handle Xiaomo by teaming up? Brother Chao, don't underestimate yourself. It's because I wasn't there. Now that I'm here, we'll definitely win.
OD struck a pose like Bruce Lee, but with his build, he looked nothing like Bruce Lee.
You guys are actually conspiring against my Momo. Baby glared angrily at everyone.
Baby, stop causing trouble. Deng Chao sighed helplessly. It seems like you've been obstructing Xiaomo and the others from the very beginning, hasn't it?
It's just a game, isn't it? Alright, talking about this now is pointless. Li Chen summarized, let's discuss it at the next destination.
Bao Cheng chimed in, Li Chen, we'll probably have to take the subway.
We spent too much money yesterday.
Baby, Deng Chao, and Lin Xinning exchanged glances, saying nothing. They had little money left as well.
Welcome to Myeongdong, Seoul's iconic shopping district.
Following the sign set up by the production team, Xiaomo and the other two arrived at the designated location in the center of Myeongdong. At that moment, a young girl in uniform approached them. Here are your task cards.
Thank you.
Xiaomo casually took it, while Chen Shichi and Wan Liken were still struggling with their ice cream. The temperature here was extremely high, and after just a short run, the money they saved could certainly be used for a little indulgence. There was also a small side note. Because of this incident, Wang Liyun and Chen Shichi felt grateful toward Xiaomo. After all, it was an entertainment show. Draw a national flag from the same category, find a tourist from the corresponding country, and invite them to participate in a group game. Keep the shuttlecock in the air and kick it 10 times or more without letting it touch the ground to succeed. After watching, Xiaomo also noticed the bucket in front of him.
Chapter 103, Fans Assistance. Ah. This is so hard. I'm feeling a lot of pressure. Wang Likuan also looked a bit worried. This wasn't about anything else, it was about finding people. All three of them could see the barrel in front of them, but from the outside, all they could see was a wooden stick. As for the flag inside, not a single glimpse was visible. This was purely a matter of luck. If the production team had created a small country, even in such a large commercial district, it would be extremely difficult to find. Gulp. Chen Shichi swallowed hard and said, Brother Mo, why don't you draw? Your luck has always been pretty good. Even this fool was saying such things, clearly a bit nervous. If he went, who knew what would happen? The risk was too high. Xiaomo could only sigh in exasperation and walked up as well. At that moment, Baby's familiar voice could be heard from the distance. Mo. Why are you guys so fast? Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed Baby's green team. It seemed they had also chosen the bus, which was much faster than the subway. However, the three of them didn't seem to be in good shape. They had been running all the way and were already out of breath. Xiaomo casually picked up a national flag and waved it leisurely at Baby. The flag, which had been folded, unfolded instantly with the motion. Quick, look. Which country is that? Chen Shichi and Wang Likuan stared at the flag nervously, and the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Which country is that? It looks familiar. It's Russia's. Xiaomo provided the answer. What? Russia? Are there Russian tourists here? Chen Shichi asked in surprise. Xiaomo, your luck is too bad. Deng Chao and the others arrived at that moment. Upon seeing Xiaomo's flag, Deng Chao also laughed and said, Xiaomo, hurry up and look for it. I'm sure you can still find it. It sounded like words of comfort, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in them. You're too pessimistic. Russia is a big country, it should be easy to find. Xiaomo smiled at this. Baby, let's draw lots too. This wasn't the time for chatting. Baby glanced at Xiaomo and then went over to the barrel. Xiaomo nodded and said, let's go. This place was similar to a pedestrian street.
As soon as they stepped out of the task location, the three of them were engulfed by the crowd, and their eyes naturally fixated on the foreigners.
Where are you from?
Every time they saw someone, Xiaomo asked in English, but the results weren't great. They encountered an American and a Spaniard.
Brother Xia, your luck is really bad. I should have gone with you. Why didn't you go then? Xiaomo rolled her eyes.
Chen Shichi could only sigh and not say anything, but he looked pretty upset.
Look, it's Xiaomo. Yeah, and Wang Likuan too. I never thought we'd see Xiaomo here. Let us go get an autograph.
At that moment, a group of people were chatting nearby.
Glancing over, several Chinese girls were walking toward them with excited expressions, dressed in light, fresh outfits.
Their snow-white skin gave off a certain alluring charm.
Xiaomo, can you sign an autograph for us?
Being able to meet her fans here, Xiaomo naturally wouldn't refuse. It wouldn't take much time, so she nodded and smiled, saying, of course, but we need you to help us with something.
What kind of favor? We'll definitely help.
Seeing such enthusiastic fans, Chen Shichi stood by dumbfounded. Now he was left with nothing but envy and jealousy. While the fans' enthusiasm was a good thing, it had nothing to do with him.
They all knew Wang Likuan, but what about him? Where are the Russians? Xiaomo also said, you've seen it. We're filming a show and need to find a Russian person. I know.
Just as she finished speaking, one of the girls excitedly shouted out, that ice cream shop over there is owned by a Russian person.
I even chatted with her for a while. Thank you.
Let's go check out that shop. After dealing with the fans, Xiaomo said leisurely.
Chen Shichi also said resentfully, Xiaomo, your charm is too much.
Look at how those young girls are staring at you like they want to eat you up.
Chen Shichi, you're jealous, aren't you? Wang Likuan took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Who said that?
Chen Shichi responded excitedly, a genius like me would never be jealous.
That's absolutely impossible.
Ignoring the two arguing, Xiaomo walked toward the ice cream shop.
As soon as he entered the door, a slender figure appeared in his vision, a typical Russian beauty. Xiaomo walked over, excuse me, beautiful lady, could you help us with something? After a brief pause, Xiaomo spoke again, we need you to play a game with us. It won't take too long.
The beauty looked at them, seemed a bit surprised at first, then smiled and nodded, saying, of course, it would be my pleasure. Whether it was because they were filming, Xiaomo's charm had worked, or both, combined with the Russians' naturally generous nature, they didn't encounter much resistance.
However, what made Xiaomo feel a bit awkward was his own English, which wasn't very fluent. Chapter 104, I didn't mean to.
Currently, Xiaomo has accumulated 610 all-purpose points, all of which were earned through tasks over an extended period and rewards from each episode's conclusion.
Unlike the beginning, Xiaomo is now relatively well off.
Since upgrading a single skill like English doesn't require many universal points, Xiaomo plans to use these points to quickly upgrade acting life to the highest level. The effects of that upgrade are something to look forward to. Accompanied by a Russian beauty, the group of four headed toward the task location. This beauty is quite bold. After agreeing to join the activity, she temporarily closed her shop. Her figure is exceptionally curvaceous, with long legs, a slim waist, and full curves that create huge waves as she runs. Meanwhile, Xiaomo noticed something interesting out of the corner of his eye. Chen Shichi's gaze was completely fixated on the Russian beauty, as if he wanted to devour her. Finally, they arrived. After running such a long distance,
Wang Likuan was also out of breath as he spoke.
Upon seeing the four return, the production team handed the shuttlecocks to Xiaomo and the others.
Beautiful lady, have you ever played with this before? Xiaomo asked.
What made Xiaomo cringe was that the beauty laughed cheerfully, shook her head, and said, I've seen it before, but I've never played it.
Are we going to use this for a game?
Of course, but it doesn't matter.
Xiaomo also smiled and replied, don't worry about it, it's just a game. A beautiful woman, plus someone willing to help, of course, one couldn't be too demanding. Beautiful lady. I'll stand across from you. I can help you.
Chen Shichi said with a lecherous smile, but his poor English sounded incredibly awkward, and more importantly, his sentences were full of mistakes.
No. I'll be in his group. He's so charming. I like men like that.
The Russian beauty had no intention of holding back, her head almost shaking like a metronome, and the person she was pointing at was none other than Xiaomo. The gaze she cast at Xiaomo also carried a hint of teasing.
Brother Xia. How could this happen? Oh my god.
Chen Shichi pointed at Xiaomo, your behavior is appalling.
Why do all the beautiful women like you? I have no idea. Maybe you're just too ugly. Put. Wang Likuan also laughed.
Chen Shichi was indeed pitiful compared to Xiaomo, he was instantly outclassed. Russian women are naturally very open-minded, and such glances are perfectly normal. Xiaomo's appearance is already star quality, and combined with his charm, the effect is far from just 1+1.
Director, this beauty hasn't been used before. Can we try it once? Xiaomo also asked. No way.
The director didn't seem willing to give her a break and immediately added, there are only 3 chances in total. Hearing this, Xia Mo felt helpless, but fortunately, Wang Likuan should be able to help. Xia Mo remembered the rule, no one could be kicked twice in a row, so as long as someone helped her, it would be okay. Beautiful lady, there are only 3 chances in total. If you can succeed, I'll be very happy. Xia Mo explained to the other party. Alright, I'll do my best, handsome. The beautiful woman gave Xia Mo a seductive glance. The 4 of them formed a circle under Xia Mo's arrangement, standing close together. Xia Mo held the shuttlecock and counted softly, 1, 2, 3. As the sound faded, Xia Mo released the shuttlecock and kicked it upward. I'll go. Chen Shichi, the clumsy fool, didn't know where he got the courage, shouted loudly, and kicked forward. Damn it, this idiot. Xia Mo was speechless upon seeing this. Thud. The shuttlecock landed on the ground. The scene froze, and all 3 of their gazes were fixed on Chen Shichi. At that moment, the fool stood there with his mouth wide open, as if he had seen something he couldn't believe. This, no good, this is definitely a mistake. At such close range, this idiot didn't even touch the shuttlecock. First attempt, failure. The director announced the result, and Xia Mo, with a look of exasperation, said, Chen Shichi, you'd better just watch. Brother Mo. Brother Mo, I promise it won't happen again. Chen Shichi said earnestly. There seemed to be nothing else to do but sigh in resignation. Xia Mo picked up the shuttlecock again and prepared to start over. Baby, hurry up. Xia Mo's group has already started. From a distance, Deng Chao's anxious voice could be heard, followed by a commotion of footsteps. Don't mind them, be careful. After saying that, Xia Mo kicked the shuttlecock into the air. This time, Chen Shichi had learned her lesson and didn't move. Wang Likuan quickly caught it, and the shuttlecock flew back up. As it landed in the right direction, Xia Mo couldn't kick it, but the beautiful girl across from her understood and kicked it out, mimicking Wang Likuan's movements. Good. The shuttlecock flew up again, though a bit off center, but still impressive. Xia Mo spoke up. Brother Xia. Trust me. Chen Shichi finally couldn't hold back, and the shuttlecock was indeed heading toward him. This time, Chen Shichi didn't disappoint Xia Mo, catching it with ease. Was he really not intentionally missing it the first time? 5. Xia Mo also reached out to catch it, counting at the same time. 6. Wang Likuan takes over. 7. Chen Shichi took the relay. 8. The shuttlecock was kicked up again by Xia Mo. At that moment, the members of Baby's group also ran over. Deng Chao almost instinctively charged forward. He clearly intended to disrupt Xia Mo's group's activity. Chapter 105, Can I beat him to death? Ah. Xiao Gu, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Chen Shichi also looked shocked. At that moment, the shuttlecock was already in the air. Looking at the angle it was falling, everyone except Xia Mo had already caught it. Seeing Deng Chao's fearless expression, Xia Mo could only helplessly shout, Chen Shichi, stop him. Ya. Chen Shichi looked, but that so-called expression on his face was just ridiculous. After shouting, Chen Shichi quickly dodged away. This guy was scared of Deng Chao. This good-for-nothing guy. Xia Mo was too exhausted to even complain anymore. Deng Chao knew how to choose his target. He didn't go after Xia Mo, knowing his chances of success were slim, but instead charged toward the other 3. Since he had just been playing shuttlecock, Xia Mo didn't have time to stop him and could only rely on the 2 beauties. I won't let you succeed. While shouting, Deng Chao charged into the encirclement and shamelessly struck the shuttlecock with his hand. In this situation, even if the 2 beauties were here, they wouldn't stand a chance. Should Xia Mo break the rules? His foot wasn't fast enough, and kicking it that high wasn't easy either. Slap! The shuttlecock fell straight to the ground, and Deng Chao wore a victorious smile, with a pair of black eyes, looking utterly deserving of a beating. Well done, Xiao Gu. At that moment, Lin Xinning and Baby also walked over. Director, how should we handle this? Xia Mo turned to the director and said, Can I beat him up? Put. Hearing Xia Mo's words, Baby and Wang Lijun burst into laughter. Xiao Gu, you're so shameless. You're breaking the rules of the game. You must be punished. Chen Shichi also kept scolding him from the side. Shut up. You're the coward when it matters most. Xia Mo said with a dark expression. Chen Shichi had nothing to say except a look of resentment. That despicable attitude was beyond words. At least in Xia Mo's eyes, if someone had to be beaten to death, it wouldn't be Deng Chao, but Chen Shichi. This round doesn't count. You still have 2 more chances to challenge. At this point, the director announced the result. After all, Deng Chao's interference was too obvious. If it had been a minor infraction, the director might have overlooked it for the sake of entertainment. After a brief pause, the director continued, Due to Deng Chao's actions, the green team's challenge opportunities have been reduced to 2. Ah. That's not fair. Deng Chao was speechless for a moment before shouting, Director, you're breaking my heart. The director remained unfazed.
Seeing this, Xiaomo smiled, picked up the shuttlecock, and said, Xiao Chao, you have to pay the price for your mistakes. Cough. Brother Xia, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Deng Chao was also a bit embarrassed. He looked at the director again and said, Director, I ran too fast just now and couldn't stop. I only charged in by accident. This shouldn't be punished. You're lying to the ghosts. Xiaomo was speechless. To avoid punishment, this guy could tell such a blatant lie without blinking an eye. How thick-skinned does one have to be? The director simply ignored him. Xiaomo picked up the shuttlecock again and signaled to the other three. Brother Xia, will they come over to cause trouble again? Chen Shichi gathered everyone together and whispered. Glancing over, Baby and Deng Chao were huddled together, whispering about something. Their eyes kept darting over to their side, especially Deng Chao's malicious gaze. There was no way there was no problem. Be careful. We still have 2 more chances. If anything happens this time, Chen Shichi, you've got to hold them off. Don't worry, Brother Mo, I'm absolutely reliable. Although Chen Shichi spoke confidently, his expression hesitated the next moment. Brother Mo, if they sabotage us, they'll also be punished. This is completely harmful to both sides. They shouldn't do that, right? Xiaomo would be an idiot to trust him. Deng Chao is extremely cunning. He only charged forward after Xiaomo had already kicked him. A person can't be kicked twice in a row. As long as they avoid Xiaomo, they can sabotage us. Selfish? That's nonsense. They're harming others but benefiting themselves. Xiaomo's group has an absolute advantage, and they don't lose anything. At worst, they just go back to the starting line. The foreigners they brought over were also stunned, just standing there waiting helplessly. Alright, let's begin. Xiaomo didn't hesitate and kicked straight away. Having already gained experience from the previous 2 attempts, this time went smoothly as well. The 4 of them kicked in an orderly manner, allowing the Russian beauty to minimize the number of times she had to kick. Soon, the count reached 6. Xiaomo, who had been keeping an eye on Deng Chao and the others, noticed that the 3 of them had also gathered around. That's right, they were surrounding them. Since the 4 were gathered closely, the others were spreading out. Director, they're trying to cause trouble again. Chen Shichi exclaimed in panic. Deng Chao, however, wore an excited smile, shrugged his shoulders, and said, I'm not causing trouble, I'm just here to learn. Anyone with eyes could tell they were lying, but at that moment, they weren't doing anything, and there was nothing they could do about it. Standing behind Xiaomo was Baby, which seemed to be Deng Chao's deliberate arrangement. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaomo turned around. At that moment, Baby was looking at him with a mischievous smile, her expression exuding a touch of innocence that was utterly charming. Chapter 106, Everyone's Concerns. Despite this, Xiaomo didn't think Baby was simply there to watch. Clearly, Deng Chao knew he couldn't handle her, so he sent Baby over. After all, this was just a game, and in the Guangzhou market, Baby had said not to get angry. Plus, Xiaomo wasn't the type to hold a grudge. A game is a game, what's the fun in it without a little competition? 7. Li Ku also hurriedly took it. 8. While counting, Xiaomo also kicked the shuttlecock. At the same time, a sudden burst of fragrance came from behind, and there was no doubt it was Baby. Xiaomo also sped up again, and almost at the same time, the shuttlecock was kicked into the air by Xiaomo, while Xiaomo also felt herself being tightly hugged. Ah! Baby, you're too slow. Update faster. At that moment, Deng Chao shouted angrily with a look of resentment on his face. Glancing back slightly, Xiaomo saw Baby looking a bit dejected. Upon seeing Xiaomo turn around, Baby also gave a cute smile, looking exceptionally charming. Momo. I just couldn't stay steady. Xiaomo was instantly exasperated. What kind of logic was that? Had he learned it from Deng Chao? Xiao, Baby, good job. Destroy them. At the same time, the voice of the big black bull grew louder as he approached. Looking over, he saw the 3 members of the red team running toward them, accompanied by a foreign friend, clearly there to help. After all, even though this was abroad, there were still many Chinese compatriots here. Plus, these people were all very popular celebrities, so their fans would definitely come to help. With such speed, it wasn't surprising at all. Mo. Are they planning to team up against us? At this moment, Chen Shichi also wore an exaggerated expression, as if he had seen something he couldn't believe. Xiaomo sighed helplessly, enjoying Baby's embrace, and said softly, Is this your first time seeing something like this? Chen Shichi was speechless. Regardless, Baby's strategy was sound. At the very least, Xiaomo couldn't break free, or she might have hurt her arm. But it had to be said that this method left Xiaomo speechless. During the conversation, many things happened. Due to the way the shuttlecock landed, only Lin Xinning could reach it to disrupt the game. Despite his tall, slender build, Lin Xingning's movements looked clumsy. He instinctively charged forward but froze in place. Li Koan and the Russian beauty were standing side by side, completely blocking his path. He was somewhat shy by nature, and with this unexpected situation, he came to a halt. Was he supposed to charge through the 2 beauties? Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do that on live TV. This was clearly Liku's deliberate move. This makeup-free goddess knows how to play the game. Xiaokuan. Well done. Xia Emo couldn't help but shout out, but this remark came at a cost. At least Xia Emo noticed that the baby who had been hugging him tightly was now quietly pinching the flesh on his body and slowly tightening her grip. It seems like this little girl is jealous. It's better to address such things early on. Xia Emo thought to herself with a carefree smile. 9. One more to go, hold on, Mo, go for it. Chen Chichi shouted excitedly. Excitement was of no use to him, he had been watching the whole time and had no intention of going up. The last one, Xia Emo didn't want to drag it out, so he reached forward with his feet. Baby, hold him back. Deng Chao also shouted loudly. At this moment, OD and the others had also rushed over, all looking at the scene with anticipation. Xia Mo's sudden move caught Baby off guard, who had been punishing Xia Mo. The arms that had been hugging him tightly were suddenly broken free, and Baby let out a shriek before diving forward. Xia Mo's movements were now blocked, so he could only arch his upper body backward while extending his legs forward, thereby increasing the distance. Just as Xia Mo made this move, he saw Baby above him. Holy crap, this happiness came too suddenly. Xia Mo's sudden arching caused the baby, who had charged forward, to have no time to react, and she immediately ended up completely on top of Xia Mo due to this movement. The two were now facing completely opposite directions. Maintaining balance in this position was already extremely difficult, let alone with a baby on top. Xia Mo could only use both hands to hold onto the baby on her body, then release the leg she was standing on, crashing down onto the ground with a thud. In that instant, one of Xia Mo's feet also touched the falling shuttlecock. Cut. This scene left everyone speechless, and the director hurriedly shouted, "Quick, go check." Earlier, Xia Mo and the baby's combined weight had caused them to fall onto the ground, especially on the cement surface. If one person had been unlucky, a fracture would have been the least of their concerns. Additionally, since the show required insurance for the performers, this was no small matter. The director felt cold sweat running down his entire body. The rest of the brothers group rushed over. "Xia Mo, are you okay?" Deng Chao looked worriedly at Xia Mo, who was still lying on the ground. The others were equally concerned. Though they competed on the show, they had become close friends off camera. Baby was clearly stunned, never expecting such a thing to happen. With her waist held by Xia Mo, she couldn't move and could only manage to say with a trembling voice, "Mo, it's all my fault. Are you okay?" Chapter 107, What do you want to do? The crowd was packed tightly around them, but Xia Mo was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 107, What are you trying to do? Cough cough. I'm fine. Cough. I'm fine. Despite the sudden and thrilling turn of events, Xia Mo still spoke up. After all, Xia Mo was a young man in the prime of his life. Faced with such a situation, it was only natural for him to have other thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, if his body showed any signs of arousal, it would be a huge embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Mo also released his arms that had been holding the baby. Feeling no longer restrained and hearing Xia Mo's response, the baby finally cheered up and climbed down from Xia Mo's body. "Xia Mo, are you hurt anywhere?" Baby's eyes were still filled with concern, completely unaware of what had just happened. Not only the baby, but even the people around them hadn't reacted yet. After all, in such a situation, their first concern was always Xia Mo's condition. After the baby came down, Xia Mo also stood up, brushed off the dust on her body, and smiled, saying, "Nothing happened. Baby, you're so light, it's okay." Seeing this, everyone finally relaxed, and Baby also smiled. "Brother Mo, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay." "Damn it, Chinchichi, can't you speak properly?" Deng Chao rolled his eyes and said, "Xia Mo's body is in great shape. Otherwise, how could he make me, the wine god, vomit?" "Ah. Chao, did you say you threw up last time?" At this point, Li Chen also chimed in, "I thought I was the only one who threw up. Xia Mo was really something. It's a pity we didn't get to drink with Xia Mo last time." Bao Chang also chimed in, "But there's always next time. I hope you don't throw up before me." Although these words seemed unrelated to the matter at hand, one could clearly sense the concern in their words, albeit expressed in different ways. After spending several episodes together, the friendship between these people had gradually grown deeper. "Xia Mo, do you need to rest and check your body?" The director also walked over. Shaking her head, Xia Mo said helplessly, "No need to bother. I just fell down. It's not a big deal." The director can continue filming. After a pause, Xia Mo smiled and said, "Director, you can't be biased this time. When I just lay down, I kicked the shuttlecock." "What?" The four people who had been discussing drinking just moments ago were stunned. Deng Chao exclaimed dramatically, "Xia Mo, you're joking, right? How could you kick it in that situation?" "Exactly. I don't believe it." "I don't believe it either." Only Chen Chichi looked cool and said, "Compared to my brother, you guys are all weaklings. Admit defeat." "Wah aha.
The director was also taken aback, but quickly burst into laughter and said, "It's okay, we've already recorded it. Let's take a look." He then signaled the cameraman to replay the footage. Deng Chao, Li Chen, and the others, still in disbelief, rushed over.
Holy crap! Is that even allowed? He really kicked it. In just a moment, everyone was completely stunned. It was exactly as Xia Mo had said, his foot had indeed touched the shuttlecock, though with little force. But it had touched it, and that was that. Alright, let's start recording. Everyone got back into position, and the director announced, the winning team is the orange team. The green team, however, will lose another chance for violating the rules. It was a minor punishment, but since it was all Baby's fault, Xia Mo didn't say anything. However, Baby had rewarded herself, though she wasn't aware of it. That reward was truly enough to make anyone's blood boil. Yes. Wang Likuan and Chen Qiqi also ran over to high-five Xia Mo.
In the previous 2 rounds, Xia Mo's team had already collected 6 fragments.
Now the outline of the pattern was starting to take shape.
As long as they obtained the reward for this task, they should be able to pinpoint the exact location.
Let us go, Xiaomu.
Chen Qiqi looked at Xiaomu with eager anticipation. However, Xia Mo shook his head, looked at the green and red teams on stage preparing to kick shuttlecocks, and smiled, saying, although we won, it was too exhausting.
If we don't take revenge, we'll feel unsatisfied. Oh, right.
Chen Qiqi also gave a mischievous smile and said, you're right, Mo go.
We've already passed, and we haven't lost anything. It's fine to delay them a little. You too. You're so mean, but this idea isn't bad either.
The natural beauty also made a rare humorous remark. The 3 of them then walked straight toward the stage.
What? Xia Mo, didn't you already win?
At this point, Deng Chao no longer called him Mo gu.
This guy had some intermittent nervousness, and with a puzzled expression, he asked again, what are you trying to do? Chapter 108, Appa. We're not doing anything, we're here to learn from your experience. Xia Mo spoke casually while giving the 2 a glance.
Instantly, the 3 of them spread out, with Xia Mo moving behind Baby.
Looking at Baby's alluring curves, Xia Mo couldn't help but feel a bit mischievous. Just now it was 69, should we try the 96 style next?
Deng Chao, upon hearing this, was speechless for a moment, then awkwardly said, cough, cough.
Xia Mo, you guys have already succeeded. Let's hurry up and move on to the next part. Otherwise, if we get caught up by them, it'll be trouble. It's okay, we have plenty of time. We can wait for you.
Xia Mo shrugged his shoulders. Chen Qiqi chimed in with a sly smile, Xia Mo is right.
We've already succeeded.
It's not a bad idea to share some experience with you here. The 3 members of the green team were speechless.
They only had 1 chance left.
The red team, seeing this, wisely kept quiet. After all, although they hadn't interfered earlier, their intentions were clear, they just hadn't acted in time.
Speaking up now might give the others an excuse to target them. Let me handle this. At that moment, Baby spoke up and turned to look at Xia Mo.
She flung her long hair to the side, her face exuding allure, her eyes lingering on Xia Mo. Appa,
please don't do this. This scene left Xia Mo speechless.
This girl was truly tempting, and the electric vibe she gave off was something Xia Mo couldn't put into words. Damn it.
Should I find an opportunity to confess my feelings first?
Fortunately, they had been together for a long time, and Xia Mo still had some resistance. Baby, this has nothing to do with me. You know that Chen Qiqi has a lot of resentment.
Chen Qiqi?
Baby rolled her eyes and said, he doesn't count. He's useless.
Oh my god.
Baby, how could you say that?
It's so heartbreaking.
Chen Qiqi seemed to feel his world collapse in an instant. He knelt on the ground, hands covering his head, looking adorably cute.
Baby, if you don't want me to cause trouble, that's fine. Xia Mo said with a smile. Ha? Appa? You can't make any unreasonable demands, okay? Baby's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity.
Of course. Xia Mo also smiled and said, just add 1 more time to the original number.
Humph.
Baby was startled for a moment, then furrowed her delicate little nose and said, alright, once is fine. Hearing the 2 of them talk, everyone was confused, especially Deng Chao, who immediately said with a lecherous expression, Baby, what are you talking about with Xia Mo about adding 1 more time?
Could it be? Xiao Chaozi, shut your mouth. It's not what you're thinking. How would you know what I'm thinking?
Deng Chao, that guy, chose to stir up trouble again. The 3 members of the red team also looked ambiguous, as if they understood everything. After all, these words were easy to misinterpret.
Appa.
At that moment, a sickening voice rang out, leaving Xia Mo speechless. At that moment, OD looked seductive, pinching her fingers like a flower and said, Appa. We don't have any beauties like Baby here, but we have me. OD glanced at his 2 teammates and said helplessly, just let us off this time. This guy first added a bit of humor, then used this method to prevent Xia Mo from disrupting his plans. He was indeed quite clever.
Xia Mo felt helpless.
Baby was one thing, but OD was another story, he was just too much.
Xia Mo shook her head and said, it's really hot today. I want a glass of water. Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, OD's eyes lit up. Xiaomo, leave it to me. I'll go buy it for you right away. There are 3 of us here. Xiaomo pointed at Chen Shiqi and Wang Likuan and said, give us the money, we'll buy it ourselves. What? Li Chen and Bao Chang were stunned. Xiaomo, don't be like this. Is it because we don't have a baby? Xiaomo nodded matter-of-factly and said, that's exactly right. Meanwhile, the baby overheard the conversation and giggled, glancing at Xiaomo with a mix of playful scolding and a hint of shy embarrassment. Alright, we give in. How much do you want? Is 5,000 enough? OD exchanged a glance with the two before speaking. 5,000? That's just a few bucks. Xiaomo, we can't agree to that. Swoosh. Almost instantly, Li Chenbao and OD's murderous glances landed on Chen Shiqi, causing him to fall silent. 20,000 will do. We'll leave right now. How about that? Oh my god. Why did you do that the first time? Chao Ge, what are you doing? Don't zone out, okay? At the same time, Xiaomo's voice echoed, and from the green team's side, sounds could be heard. Looking over, the shuttlecock had already fallen to the ground, and Lin Xinning and Baby were glaring angrily at Deng Chao. The outcome was already clear. Xiaomo shrugged and said, you all saw it. It's your turn now, so make a decision quickly. The 3 of them were speechless. Bao Chang looked at Xiaomo with a pitiful expression and said, Brother Mo, please leave us 2,000 for the ride. Otherwise, we'll have to run to the next round. Put. Wang Likuan burst out laughing, running over. How could he come up with that? 2,000 yuan isn't much in Chinese money. Chapter 109, SBS TV Station. Xiaomo remained unfazed. Though the production team hadn't paid everyone much, 2,000 wasn't enough to cause serious hardship, just a bit of hardship. No negotiation, just take it. Bao Chang was speechless. He looked at Xiaomo and said resentfully, our crew wants a beautiful woman too. Though he said that, Bao Chang felt a pang of sadness as he counted out the 20,000 yuan and handed it to Xiaomo, looking as though she had taken something most precious to him. Cough, cough. Thanks to you, baby. Otherwise, Xiaomo and the others would have robbed us. Seeing the red team in such a pitiful state, Deng Chao felt a bit relieved. Little Chao, you better figure out how to kick the shuttlecock properly. Baby looked helpless, then smiled and replied, I didn't get to be on the same team as my Momo. Otherwise. Instantly, Lin Xingxin and Deng Chao's faces turned the same color as their clothes, completely green. Those words were too hurtful to their pride, but they didn't deny it. In truth, they also wanted to be on the same team as Xiaomo, but they just didn't have the opportunity. Baby, let's just draw the national flag. We need to hurry up. The 2 awkward individuals had no choice but to make that decision. Alright, the money's in hand. Let's go. Xiaomo also left the area with the 2 others. Chen, next time Deng Chao and the others go after Xiaomo, don't say a word. OD looked at the 3 leaving with a gloomy expression, feeling a bit depressed. Li Chen nodded and said, you're right, we can't say anything. Deng Chao and the others are complete scammers. Ha, that feels so good, Emogu. On the other side, the 3 walked leisurely. Chen Shiqi laughed wildly, the red team probably doesn't have much money left. They'll have to look to us for favors in the future. Xiaomo simply ignored him. This guy was useless in critical moments, neither useful nor reliable. Picking up the assembled photo, Xiaomo said, let's go. This is SBS TV station. We'll head there now. Xiaomo, but I heard that SBS TV station has many buildings? Wang Liken asked with some confusion. Waving the picture in his hand, Xiaomo smiled and said, we already have 9 pieces. Just ask the driver. This really depends on the number of pieces. At least the picture Xiaomo has in her hand already meets the conditions for finding the location. For a taxi driver, it's no problem at all. Having received a $2,000 reward, Xiaomo naturally wouldn't waste it. The 3 of them bought a few cups of iced water and ice cream, enjoying themselves leisurely while heading toward the outside of Myeongdong. The commercial pedestrian street here was impossible to hail a taxi. On the other side, the green team and red team were still struggling with the shuttlecock kicking game. At this pace, they had no idea how much time it would take to finish, and could only hope to draw a good flag. Tan County SBS building. Xiaomo also rushed in with 2 people. The production crew was already waiting there, following the usual routine, with task cards laid out on the table. Xiaomo, take a look quickly and act on it. This will give us a big advantage, Chen Shiqi analyzed. Nodding, Xiaomo also picked up the task card, and the 3 of them looked at it together. Passports were hidden in various corners of the building. Please find your own passport. The first team to find all 3 members of their team's passports and place them here wins. If you find a passport, you must attach it to your arm. You can steal passports from others' arms. After reading the instructions, Wang Likuan and Chen Shiqi immediately turned their gaze towards Xiaomo. Chen Shiqi said with a bitter expression, Brother Mo, I'm counting on you. You know I'm the worst at this kind of thing. I know that. Zulan isn't here, so you're the weakest. Xiaomo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chen Shichi also said with a hint of resentment, "Brother Mo, don't say that. I'm a man who wins with wisdom. What should we do?"
Wang Liyun also asked, as this was her first time participating in such an event and she had no experience.
"Let's split up and search separately. Be careful. If we gather together, it'll be hard to complete the task. I'll come find you guys later."
After thinking it over, Xia Mo made a decision.
This SBS building wasn't any smaller than the art academy we'd been to before it was even larger. Finding all the passports here was practically impossible, we'd have to rely on luck.
The best option was to try to steal them from others.
"Alright, since we finished looking, we can start in half an hour." Hearing the crew member's words, Xia Mo was taken aback. "Huh? Why wait half an hour?"
The crew members looked at Xia Mo awkwardly and explained, "Because you finished the previous round too quickly, we need to wait for them."
Hearing this, Xia Mo sighed in resignation.
But since it was a TV show, if only the three of them were left, the program wouldn't be able to air.
But it wasn't so bad.
After such a long time, Chen Shichi and Wang Likuan had already exhausted a lot of their energy. This was a good opportunity to rest. What was most frustrating for Xia Mo was that they had to wait half an hour for the other two teams. The red team was the worst off. The green team probably had money to take a taxi, but the red team would have to take the subway. How could they possibly get there quickly?
"Finally, we're here. Let's hurry inside."
The three of them, who had all taken a short nap, finally heard the familiar voices.
Chapter 110, The First Prey.
Chen Shichi, with a smug expression, looked at the green team walking in through the door and said, "You're finally here?
If you hadn't come, we were going to have dinner already."
Chen Shichi, shut up.
This round is about tearing off name tags, right?
Please don't let me encounter you.
Xiao Gu. I'm sorry.
This exchange left Xia Mo with no choice but to shake his head in exasperation. This guy had no backbone at all, yet he still loved to provoke others.
What kind of mindset was that?
As they spoke, the three members of the green team glanced at their task cards and then made eye contact with Xia Mo and the others.
"Momo. You won't tear mine, right?" Baby looked at Xia Mo with anticipation and said, "If you find my passport, you'll give it to me, right?" "Of course not. Baby, we're enemies, and there's no benefit in doing that."
Hearing Xia Mo's words, Baby's smile froze, and she snorted coldly, Then let's see who finds the other first."
"My luck has always been great. Alright, you can leave now. They'll be here soon."
At that moment, the production crew also issued a notice. After such a long time, the red team still hadn't arrived. Whether it was their own fault or Xia Mo had set them up, there was no need to dwell on it.
"Let's go according to the original plan."
After giving the two a glance, Xia Mo turned and ran upstairs. The green team did the same. Without passports, none of them could tear them up, especially with Xia Mo still around. They wouldn't do something that would only cause trouble for themselves. After walking for some time, Xia Mo also saw many actors dressed in traditional Korean attire. Clearly, the people here were also working, which undoubtedly added difficulty to their search for the passports. Unlike last time, when there was a password-protected box, which was much larger than the passport case, finding such a small object would take even more time. Xia Mo searched every corner and every possible hiding spot with meticulous care.
It wasn't entirely fruitless.
After searching roughly halfway through the second floor, Xia Mo did find 3 small boxes, but as expected, they all contained blank pieces of paper.
What a letdown. Never mind, let us keep going. If we don't find anything, we'll head downstairs.
Xia Mo said to the camera. From now on, everyone has a dedicated cameraman following them, so they can't just stay silent.
Besides, Xia Mo was indeed thinking the same thing.
The passport should be on the second floor, but the chances were extremely low, and there were definitely some areas he had missed during his search. This kind of thing is all about luck, and it seems like mine isn't very good. After walking a bit further, Xia Mo felt a bit helpless. She shook her head and headed upstairs. According to the previous agreement among the three of them, Wang Likuan should be searching the third floor at this time. Xia Mo decided to find her first and meet up with her, as this natural beauty goddess was somewhat weak and would likely be in trouble if she encountered anyone. In the meantime, if he was lucky, someone might have already found a passport. If he was extremely lucky, there might even be 2. He made his way directly to the third floor and began walking cautiously. Since he didn't have a passport himself, he could simply get it from anyone who had one, without worrying about his own situation. This was something he had learned from Jin Zhonghua earlier: bide his time and strike when the moment was right.
Found it! Found it! Ha, my luck is unbeatable.
While continuing to search carefully, Xia Mo suddenly heard an excited voice coming from the distance. After turning her head and making a shushing gesture to the cameraman, Xia Mo also tiptoed toward the sound. At that moment, Lin Xinning emerged from a room with an excited expression, his arm still holding the passport he had just obtained.
In his excitement, he didn't notice Xia Mo waiting nearby.
I need to find Xiao Ge and the others quickly. Lin Xingxin muttered to himself as he strolled leisurely. This inexperienced newcomer had no idea how dangerous this moment was.
Just as he rounded a corner, Lin Xingxing saw Xiao leaning against the wall, smiling at him. He froze instinctively, and then something unexpected happened. Oh my god! A deafening scream echoed through the air. Whether it was from Xiaomo's shock or someone suddenly appearing, Lin Xingxing's face turned pale. This guy is such a coward. Xiaomo couldn't help but mutter under her breath, but at the same time, she took action. With a big step, Xiaomo grabbed Lin Gugun before he could escape. Lin Xingxing's clothes instantly changed shape, looking as though they would tear completely with the slightest effort. He covered his passport with his hands. Xiaomo. Xiaomo. Don't do this, please stop. These words left Xiaomo speechless. Did this guy think he was some kind of beauty? Give me the passport, and I'll let you go. How about that? Lin Xingxing clutched the passport, and Xiaomo, momentarily at a loss, could only look for an opportunity. Lin Xingxing ran toward the side, but Xiaomo was holding him back. How could he run? He was practically sliding in place, looking utterly ridiculous, while he kept repeating, Xiaomo. Let me go this once, just this once. In this situation, Xiaomo could only laugh and say, Xian, this probably won't work. Give me your passport, and you won't be eliminated, right? You can always find another one. It seemed like that was the case. Lin Xingxing paused for a moment before cautiously asking, if I give it to you, you'll let me go, right? Xiaomo nodded in response. Why keep you around if you give me the passport? Chapter 1, The Game. At this moment, Lin Xingning could be described as wanting to cry but unable to. Just moments ago, he had obtained his passport and was feeling quite confident, marveling at his good fortune. But then, out of nowhere, love struck him. And this love came so suddenly that Lin Xingning could only vent his frustrations to Deng Chao and baby. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply can't. Alright, take it. I'll let you go now. Xiaomo also smiled and said, Xingxing, you know this situation. You can't escape, and Xia Chao and the others aren't here. As she spoke, Xiaomo also let go of Lin Xingxing. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Xingning also pulled off the passport from his arm, sighed helplessly, and said, Xiaomo, your strength is no joke. I hope we don't run into each other later. After saying that, Lin Xingxing turned and ran off in the opposite direction, his speed almost matching Bolt's, clearly wanting to leave Xiaomo as quickly as possible. It seemed like he already had a mental block. After Lin Xiuge left, Xiaomo opened the passport she had snatched from Lin Xiuge's hands. Ha! What a coincidence! Looking at the photo, Xiaomo smiled. A young girl with a pure and sweet appearance caught his eye. It was Wang Liken, the natural beauty of Xiaomo's group. Having found one, she decided to go find the others and join them. She would have to take someone else's passport. His luck today seemed to be pretty bad. Relying on himself to find the passport didn't seem very realistic. Xiaomo had been walking around the third floor for a while but hadn't noticed anything unusual. This made Xiaomo feel a bit strange. According to her plan, Wang Liken shouldn't have left. Since she hadn't encountered her yet, there was only one possibility: she must have encountered people from another group and been trapped in one of the rooms. Without hesitation, Xiaomo narrowed his search to the various rooms. Shao Kuan. Just hand over the passport. You can't escape in this situation. In the wardrobe room, Wang Likuan was crouched in the corner, clutching the passport tightly against his arm, his face twisted into a helpless smile. Across from Wang Likuan, Deng Chao stood there leisurely, as if he had already won, constantly undermining Wang Likuan's confidence. Meanwhile, Baby was crouched in front of Wang Likuan, her small hands constantly probing, trying to find an opportunity to snatch the passport from Wang Likuan. Deng Chao, baby, if I were you, I'd leave quickly. Wang Likuan showed no signs of giving in and said, Xiaomo will be here soon. Then it'll be your turn to suffer. Ha, ha, ha. Deng Chao burst into laughter, his laughter coming in fits and starts, clearly unconcerned. Shao Kuan, do you think Xiaomo is a god? He can just show up whenever he wants? Besides, we have Baby here. Xiaomo wouldn't dare touch her. Hee, just accept your fate. The baby couldn't help but roll his eyes, but despite what Deng Chao said, one could notice that he glanced briefly toward the door, as if afraid that Xiaomo might actually appear. Xiao Chao was right. Shao Kuan, just hand over your passport. The baby said with a smile. At this moment, Baby already had a passport in her arm, and Deng Chao had one as well. Clearly, within this short time, all three of them had made their moves. Compared to them, Xiaomo's luck was indeed pretty weak. As he spoke, Baby reached out and grabbed Wang Likuan's arm. Wang Likuan's small hands flailed about, trying to block Baby's attack, while also screaming, Xiaomo. Xiaomo. Come save me. Shao Kuan, you're too naive. Deng Chao approached Wang Likuan with a lecherous smile, saying excitedly, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Is that so? As soon as Deng Chao finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Almost instantly, Deng Chao's body froze, and his head slowly turned around. If there were some special effects, it would have sounded like click, click. Turning around, Deng Chao saw Xiaomo standing behind him with a smile on her face. Cough. Cough. Brother Xia. Deng Chao also smiled awkwardly and said, you saw it too. Xiao Koan doesn't have much experience, we're just teaching her. As he spoke, Deng Chao reached behind him and waved at Baby, clearly signaling for her to leave quickly. At that moment, Baby also noticed Xia Mo's arrival. She couldn't help but place her small hand on her forehead, looking dejected. She then stood up and said, "Mo. You wouldn't really tear this apart, would you?" The spoiled brat tactic was deployed once again. What could Xia Mo say? She could only give Wang Liken a meaningful glance.
Seeing Xia Mo arrive, Wang Likun also perked up, completely shedding his earlier demeanor. He stood up, nodded, and immediately rushed toward Baby.
Ah!
The two girls screamed in unison and immediately began struggling and twisting together.
Of course, Xia Mo couldn't bring herself to harm the baby, but Wang Liken could.
Plus, two beautiful women fighting so fiercely over a passport, this was a once-in-a-lifetime scene.
Xia Mo looked at the helpless Deng Chao and said, "Little Chao, why don't we join in too?"
Deng Chao also reached out his hands. At this point, Deng Chao had no choice but to fight. Compared to the other members of the Brotherhood, Deng Chao's strength was also quite impressive. Additionally, no one knew if he might slip up, as this kind of thing depended on timing and experience.
Deng Chao shouted with full force, "Xia Mo, come on." The production team wouldn't miss this opportunity. They would definitely add the game's music. This was a major highlight. Chapter 112, Green Team's Double Kill Mission. In response, Xia Mo also slightly bowed his head.
Since the passport was on his arm, unlike the name tag, there was no natural barrier. It all came down to quick reflexes and how well the protective measures were in place. The two began to constantly test each other, extending their hands only to have them slapped away by the other. However, the results were the opposite. Every time they slapped each other, Xia Mo was completely unaffected, as if it were just a tickle. Deng Chao, however, was a different story.
His face had already turned pale. "Xia Mo, you're being unfair. Why are you using so much force? It hurts so much."
While shouting, Deng Chao shook his hand. If this were a cartoon, Deng Chao's hand would have instantly turned into a bear paw, bright red. Even if that wasn't the case, it was clear that Deng Chao's hand had numerous red marks.
"Xia Mo, this isn't my fault. I didn't use that much force." Xia Mo was helpless. Deng Chao.
Snatch the passport from Deng Chao's hands, activate the Green Team Double Kill mission, and successfully reward 70 all-around points, including the cumulative reward from the previous round. At the same time, the system's voice also came through.
Xia Mo immediately became excited.
In the previous round, despite finishing first, he hadn't received any rewards. Since the start of the second phase, Xia Mo had noticed that the system's tasks were becoming increasingly difficult to trigger. At first, Xia Mo had planned to slowly drain Deng Chao's stamina and then finish him off with one strike, but it now seemed like he would have to act sooner. Glancing sideways at the situation with the two beauties, Xia Mo was speechless. The two women were now in a disheveled state, lying completely on the ground. Their long hair was scattered everywhere, covering most of their faces, and their hands were frantically striking each other's bodies. This so-called reaching out had nothing to do with attacking. Seeing the two of them scratching each other, Xia Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes.
What the hell were they doing? Tearing up their passports? He withdrew his gaze and looked back at Deng Chao. Deng Chao suddenly felt his body stiffen. The source of this was Xia Mo's gaze. This was completely different from before.
Deng Chao could tell that Xia Mo's gaze had changed, becoming sharp. He felt as though he was being stared at by a wild beast. Deng Chao even had the illusion that his breathing was becoming difficult, and that any slight movement on his part would result in the other party's merciless attack.
Gulp!
Deng Chao swallowed hard, his sweat flowing uncontrollably down his face. At the same time, Xia Mo charged forward like a cheetah. In Deng Chao's line of sight, Xia Mo seemed to appear out of nowhere, just a few steps away. Instinctively, Deng Chao reached out to push Xia Mo away. This speed was on a completely different level. Xia Mo sidestepped and came to Deng Chao's side, immediately grabbing his arm. Without giving Deng Chao any time to react, Xia Mo pulled him with great force. Under the immense pressure, Deng Chao felt like a ragdoll, being dragged toward Xia Mo. The next moment, Xia Mo's hand reached the passport, he had touched it. At the same time, Deng Chao struggled to maintain his balance while trying to cover his passport again with his hands. Due to the distance and his remaining awareness, the two of them touched the passport at the same time.
Damn it! How does this guy have so much strength?
The moment he made contact, Deng Chao was stunned, feeling like a child who had been completely overwhelmed. In the previous two instances, Deng Chao hadn't felt this deeply. The last time he and Li Qin had teamed up to deal with Xia Mo, they had been tricked by Xia Mo's feint. Now, this was a pure test of strength, and he felt utterly outmatched.
Tear! With the sound, the two instantly separated. Oh my god! I failed again.
Deng Chao sat on the ground with a face that looked like he wanted to cry, staring up at the ceiling.
His expression was truly pitiful. Xiao Chao. Thanks. Waving the passport in his hand, Xia Mo also laughed.
This wasn't just about the passport, there were also those 70 all-purpose points, which were what Xia Missouri valued most.
Judging by what he needed to exchange, those points wouldn't be enough. Whoa! Xia Mo. The update will avenge me.
As if hearing Deng Chao's tearful words, Baby on the other side also shouted, Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao.
This little girl and Wang Liyun had already reached a fever pitch. The two of them were acting like best friends having a big fight, with no signs of anger, yet they managed to make it seem so real.
Baby, Xia Chao, stop teasing him.
Xia Mo also sighed helplessly. The passport I have now was given to me by Lin Shoga.
Given to you?
Deng Chao was speechless, then shouted angrily, Lin Gugung, you have no backbone.
At least I stood up to Xia Mo.
You're such a traitor.
Xia Mo burst into laughter.
She didn't want to harm Baby. The little girl's flirting skills were too powerful.
Otherwise, if she had a triple kill with the green team, who knew if there would be any bonus effects? But if he helped Wang Likuan tear apart Baby, who knows if her goodwill would drop?
This little girl, Baby, is still quite jealous.
At least her goodwill isn't secure yet. Once it's boosted a bit more, she'll be completely subdued. Right now, it's not worth the risk.
Alright, you two stop it. Xia Mo also laughed and said, if you keep tearing each other apart like this, you won't be able to decide anything by tomorrow.
It's a good thing Xia Mo said that.
If it had been Deng Chao stopping them, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. The two of them stopped immediately and sat down on the ground to tidy up their disheveled clothes.
Chapter 13, Exchange.
At this moment, Baby also realized that her reliance on Deng Chao had already been rendered obsolete by Xia Mo.
Xiao Chaozi, you're so weak. You couldn't even last this long.
Baby shook her head helplessly. Hearing Baby's words, Deng Chao also said with a bitter expression, Baby, it's not my fault.
Xia Mo is too extreme. My arms still hurt a bit now.
Wang Likuan stood up with a delighted expression, and her expression seemed to be itching for more, probably because she hadn't had enough of her recent fight with Baby.
Xia Mo.
Baby looked at Xia Mo pitifully, as if she would cry if Xia Mo asked for her passport.
Wang Likuan immediately turned his gaze to Xia Mo. Xia Mo, this won't do. Chen Chichi probably won't find any passports. If we take hers, we'll have 3. Hearing Wang Likuan's words, Baby's expression grew even more pitiful. Xia Mo also felt helpless. Being caught between two beauties was indeed a tough spot.
Without responding, Xia Mo opened the passport in her hand. Odie's photo was clearly displayed, but it looked more like an artistic portrait.
Alright, Baby, let me see whose passport you have in your hands. Xia Mo also smiled and said, if we don't need it, I'll let you go. This. Baby's expression immediately became panicked.
Seeing this, Xia Mo also understood. It seemed that the passport she had obtained was either her own or Chen Chichi's, otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted this way.
He glanced at Deng Chao beside him.
The expression on his face also changed slightly, and his body moved as well, looking as if he wanted to challenge him to a duel. Even if the passports in your hands belong to our team, they're useless to you.
Xia Mo said casually, this one belongs to OD. If you agree, we can swap them now, and you'll still have one. Isn't that a good deal? Baby. Agree to him.
Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Deng Chao also sighed in relief. Xia Mo's guess was correct. The passport in Baby's hand was actually Xia Mo's. When they had obtained it, they were overjoyed, but now they couldn't muster any excitement. Moreover, keeping Xia Mo's passport was like holding a hot potato. Originally, Deng Chao had planned to team up with Li Chen and the others, then hand over Xia Mo's passport to them for safekeeping. But now that situation was clearly impossible. Xia Mo's words were the final push that made Deng Chao make up his mind. After all, one was better than none, and maybe they could use Odie's passport to trade for one from Li Chen's group.
Alright then. Baby reluctantly pulled the passport off her arm, then glared at Xia Mo with a frown and said, Xia Mo, give me that one first.
The little girl still seemed a bit upset, but Xia Mo smiled and handed the passport over directly. Taking it, Baby stuck it back on her arm, then reluctantly handed the previous passport to Xia Mo while saying, Momo.
I've given you the passport. You can't take it back from us now.
Of course. Baby, how could I take the passport from you? I couldn't bring myself to do that. Hearing Xia Mo say this, Baby finally smiled and gave Wang Likuan a meaningful glance, her eyes sparking with a touch of triumph, while Wang Likuan looked a bit pouty.
Women are like that.
In this little battle, Baby had the upper hand, and it had nothing to do with jealousy, but it was just as important to them. The deal was done, and Baby and Deng Chao headed toward the door. Deng Chao turned halfway around, keeping a close eye on Xia Mo.
Alright, Xiao Koan, we've obtained 2 passports, and both are ours.
Xia Mo shrugged and said, now let us go find Chen Chichi.
Once we get his passport, this mission will be complete. Wang Likuan nodded, looking a bit downcast.
That's true, but Deng Chao and the others will definitely go find Li Chen and his group to form an alliance.
It doesn't look good. Do you think that just because we didn't tee these 2 passports, they won't team up? Let's wait and see.
Xiao Chaozi, hurry up and find Lin Xingxin.
Otherwise, we won't be able to keep this passport.
Baby, who had just come out of the wardrobe room, said with a frown. Deng Chao's expression grew even more grim as he said helplessly, "Baby, this isn't my fault."
Could you please stop calling him Xiao Chaozi? Of course not.
Baby said with a smug expression, "When you can finally steal the passport from Momo, then you can change your nickname." Deng Chao rolled his eyes. Stealing the passport from Xia Mo was such a difficult task.
Let's go find Xingxin and Li Chen first and discuss what to do.
Deng Chao and Baby waved goodbye and quickly left the third floor.
They didn't want to run into Xia Mo again.
Meanwhile, Xia Mo was leisurely searching with Wang Likuan. After finding 2 copies, she felt much better.
Xiao Kuan, did you see Chen Qiqi earlier?
Wang Likuan shook his head and said, "He was still on the 3rd floor at first, but then we lost track of him."
Xia Mo was speechless again. Chen Qiqi seemed to never follow orders. What good was his brain here?
Plus, he always wanted to save the world, and every time he ended up getting beaten up badly.
Alright, let us find him quickly. I wonder what state he has been beaten into. Wang Liken couldn't help but giggle. Chapter 114, The Miserable Chen Qiqi. Haha, we run into each other again. Bao Chang, hand over your passport right now.
In a certain room, Chen Qiqi and Bao Chang suddenly came face to face.
Chen Qiqi, don't even think about it.
Bao Chang's expression also changed, and his eyes unconsciously glanced toward the room next door.
He then shouted randomly, Li Chen, Li Chen. What?
Chen Qiqi was startled by Bao Chang's words and immediately charged forward. If there was one person Chen Qiqi feared the most, it was Xia Mo, and the other was Li Chen. In front of these two, Chen Qiqi transformed from a sleazy guy into a well-behaved child, with no room for resistance. On the other hand, there were 2 people he wasn't afraid of at all, the shortest and smallest Bao Chang and Zulan.
Li Chen, come help.
Bao Chang was fending off Chen Qiqi's attacks while shouting loudly, but it seemed to have little effect. There was no response from the distance.
Ha ha. 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 Ha.
The 2 of them immediately got into a fierce struggle. Although Bao Chang had some training, his physical condition still limited him greatly. At the very least, Chen Qiqi, who was considered A, was actually gaining the upper hand in the fight against Bao Chang. Fortunately, Bao Chang had some skills. After a quick dodge, he temporarily escaped Chen Qiqi's pursuit and sprinted toward Li Chen's direction. Chen Qiqi saw this and shouted, "Don't run.
Give me the passport." Xia Mo, I think I heard Chen Qiqi's voice.
Xia Mo and Li Kuan, who had just arrived on the 4th floor, also stopped in their tracks.
Nodding, Xia Mo didn't need Li Kuan to say anything. He had also heard Chen Qiqi's voice.
However, no matter how he listened, it seemed like Chen Qiqi had gotten himself into a rather unpleasant situation.
Let's go quickly, this guy seems to be in trouble. Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Li Kuan also nodded, though she was clearly smiling secretly.
Chen Qiqi was indeed the weak link of the orange team, and even Li Kuan wasn't an exception. Only this guy was so vulnerable.
Li Chen. I'm sorry. Let me go. As Xia Mo and Li Kuan got closer, the voice grew clearer. Ah. My arm is going to break. Chen Qiqi, you're bullying me.
Bao Chang's familiar voice also rang out randomly, but this time, it carried a hint of resentment.
What the hell was going on?
As they walked through the corridor, Xia Mo and Li Kuan arrived at a spacious hall, where Bao Chang, Li Chen, and Chen Qiqi were standing before them.
The scene before them made Xia Mo unable to suppress a smile.
The pitiful Chen Qiqi was lying on the ground, his body curled up into a ball. Li Chen was half-mounted on Chen Qiqi, twisting his arms, while Chen Qiqi could only beg for mercy, looking as pitiful as could be. Bao Chang, standing nearby, kept talking, his expression more than enough to describe the scene.
The arrival of the 2 also caught Bao Chang's attention.
Upon seeing Xia Mo's figure, Bao Chang's gaze froze, and he stammered, "Chen.
Hurry up. Hurry up and leave." Go where?
Li Chen clearly had no idea what was happening. At that moment, he was enjoying tormenting Chen Qiqi and didn't care much. He said casually, "Let's put the passport matter on hold for now.
Let me deal with this guy first.
He thinks being on Xia Mo's team gives him free rein.
He needs a lesson."
These words left Bao Chang speechless. In his mind, Xia Mo was now standing there, smiling mockingly at him and Li Chen.
"Shun. Bao Chang, didn't I say to wait a moment?"
Li Chen was also a bit helpless.
"No, it's Xia Mo." Bao Chang's words became increasingly incoherent. "What?"
Almost instinctively, Li Chen jumped up from Chen Qiqi's body. Due to his previous posture, Li Chen's sudden leap also put immense pressure on Chen Qiqi, causing the poor guy to scream again. As Li Chen stood up, he quickly scanned the area and immediately spotted Li Chen and Li Kuan's figures. After his body stiffened slightly, Li Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "Bao Chang, I'll hold off Xia Mo.
You go grab Xiao Kuan's passport." "Shan Gu. Are you kidding me? Bao Chang said with a bitter expression. Can you stop Xia Mo? I can't stop him.
Li Chen was sometimes adorably naive.
This was one of those moments. He never seemed to know how to hide the truth, he always spoke his mind. If you can't stop him, what's the point of saying anything? Bao Chang said impatiently, hurry up and run. What about him?
Li Chen, that guy, is clearly up to something again, and it seems he doesn't want to let Chen Shichi off the hook.
And brother. Save me.
This phrase seemed to have become Chen Shichi's catchphrase, but at this moment, Chen Shichi was screaming so convincingly, as if Li Chen had done something unforgivable to him.
Xia Mo was also helpless.
Saving Chen Shichi was already a miracle. After all, there were two members of the other group here. Li Chen might not be his match, but he wasn't much weaker than Jin Zhonghua, and he could easily hold him off. As for Li Kuan, she wasn't a match for Bao Chang either.
Xia Mo didn't think Bao Chang would go easy on Li Kuan just because she was beautiful. He was the same as OD and the others, a reserved yet passionate type. Chapter 115, My Arm is Broken.
Under these circumstances, Li Chen was still reluctant to let go of Chen Shichi.
The extent of his resentment was easy to imagine.
Chen Shichi had been provoking everyone all along, and now karma had finally caught up with him.
Li Chen, don't bother with him.
Bao Chang grabbed Li Chen's arm and quickly said, when we encounter him later, you can vent your frustration on him.
We need to find OD immediately. Yeah, you're right.
Li Chen replied dumbly. The two then turned their gaze towards Xia Mo, cautiously backing away. Xia Mo, there's no need for us to fight.
We don't have the passport you need. As they backed away, Li Chen spoke up, and Xia Mo smiled in response. Li Chen, does that mean we can team up?
This. Of course. Before Li Chen could say anything, Bao Chang pulled him aside and kept giving him meaningful glances.
Bao Chang was really frustrating.
If he wanted to signal, he could have done it discreetly. Instead, he made it so obvious, his eyes darting around as if they were about to pop out of his head.
That wolf-like gaze who didn't know what he was up to? Xia Mo. We'll talk about this later. Let's go first. Bye.
Bao Chang took the hint and immediately pulled Li Chen along, speeding up until the two of them disappeared from Xia Mo's sight in a flash. After the two had left, Xia Mo exchanged a glance with Li Kuan. It seems they haven't encountered each other yet. That's right, but it seems highly likely they'll team up against us.
Oh my god. Are we even teammates? Hurry up and save me.
I swear, my arm must be broken. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other and ignoring him lying on the ground, Chen Shichi suddenly shouted out, his tone more aggrieved than Douyi's. What was even more ridiculous was that his claim of a broken arm was a complete lie. He was writhing on the ground, his short legs kicking wildly.
Did that even look like someone with a broken arm?
Xia Mo walked over to Chen Shichi and said, get up and go find your passport.
Stop pretending.
Otherwise, when Li Chen comes back, I won't help you. These words had an immediate effect. Chen Shichi seemed to have heard an order, rolled over, and sat up, then said with a mournful expression, Brother Xia.
You can't abandon me. Li Chen really hit me hard. My waist. Li Kuan was also giggling beside him. Once Chen Shichi stood up, Li Kuan asked, Chen Shichi, didn't Xia Mo tell you to wait on the third floor at the beginning? Why did you come here? This. Seeing Chen Shichi stammering like that, how could Xia Mo not understand? There was no point in saying anything now. Now Xiao Kuan and I have our passports. Only yours is left. Xia Mo's words made Chen Shichi's eyes widen in shock. What? Brother Mo, are you kidding me? How could it be so fast? Alright, hurry up and keep looking. There's another big battle coming up. Don't chicken out then. Xia Mo could only shrug helplessly. How could that be?
Chen Shichi exclaimed in disbelief.
When have I ever backed down? This guy not only lacks strength but also has a thick skin.
In this situation, he's still trying to save face.
Xia Mo didn't bother to expose him and turned to walk away.
Xia Mo vaguely remembered that Chen Shichi's passport was somewhere in this area, but due to his own involvement, some subtle changes had occurred, and such matters had likely already been altered. As for what to do next, Xia Mo was also at a loss. The three of them were now together, and logically speaking, they should act together for the best. This way, they could watch each other's backs. However, the key issue was that Chen Shichi and Li Kuan's combat strength wasn't high.
If anything happened, she would have to split her attention to protect them.
Leaving ahead of them wasn't an option either. They would face the same outcome if they encountered others alone. Let us go upstairs. Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Chen Shichi was momentarily stunned before quickly responding, Brother Mo, I just heard Bao Chang and Li Chen mention going upstairs. Who knows if the green team members are also up there? We should stay here and look around first.
Do you think we're safe here?
Xia Mo couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, the passports we have were taken from the green team.
Oh my god. Mo, how many people have you offended? Chen Shichi looked stunned, but I like it. Poof. Hearing Chen Shichi's signature sinister laugh, Xia Mo waved to Li Kuan, who nodded in understanding and immediately followed.
The two hurried up the stairs, ignoring Chen Shichi completely.
Meanwhile, on the first floor, a fierce and prolonged chase had begun. The two combatants were Lin Xingning and OD, who seemed to have locked horns, entangled in a fierce struggle with no intention of giving up. OD, don't run. Do you think I'm stupid? Catch me first. If Li Chen and Deng Chao, who had originally planned to team up, saw the scene, they would probably be so frustrated they'd want to tear their hair out. This was completely ruining their friendship, but maybe it was for the best. At least Xiaomo's team would have two fewer opponents for now. The situation suddenly became clear. The two were on the first floor, Xiaomo and his group were on the third floor, and everyone else was on the fourth floor. The situation seemed to have clarified instantly. Chapter 116, the scheme is too deep. Xiaomo, let us charge straight in. Once we see them, just tear them apart. As soon as they arrived on the fourth floor, Chun Chi-Chi looked restless, brimming with confidence. Are you saying you can take on Li Chen alone? Of course. Chen Chi-Chi raised his thumb confidently and said, I was just letting Li Chen have it before. Wait and see how I'll handle him. Xiaomo didn't bother to listen to this fool's words and instead quickened his pace. Compared to the first three floors, the fourth floor seemed much more spacious, with only a few corridors and mostly large open areas. This meant that if a fight broke out, they would have no choice but to fight head-on. The three of them walked slowly, with Xiaomo leading the way, occasionally glancing around to assess the situation. Shoo! After walking for a while, Xiaomo heard faint voices. Brother Xia, someone's here. Chen Chi-Chi shouted loudly. It's Chen Chi-Chi's voice. As soon as his voice faded, a response came from the other side, perfectly in sync. Xiaomo and Wang Liqua covered their foreheads, unable to describe this idiot. He must have forgotten to take his medicine before leaving. Cough. Cough. Hey, Brother Mo, I didn't mean to. Chen Chi-Chi looked at the two of them with an embarrassed expression. This kind of behavior had nothing to do with the word genius. At that moment, Xiaomo and the other two were in a slightly narrow corridor. They waved their hands, and Xiaomo said, Don't mention it. Let's get ready to fight. In this situation, Xiaomo wouldn't choose to leave either. They were bound to meet sooner or later. Ding! As a series of crisp footsteps approached, four figures entered Xiaomo and the others' line of sight. At the front were Li Chen and Deng Chao, followed by Baby and Bao Chang. The four of them looked intimidating. We've run into you again so soon, Xiaomo. Deng Chao said with a smile. In response, Xiaomo took a step forward, while Chen Chi-Chi instinctively hid behind Xiaomo, and Wang Liquan did the same. In an instant, the scene turned into a 1-on-4 situation with Xiaomo facing the others. Xiaomo, you see the situation, Li Chen said with a smile. Let's talk first, how about it? Talk about what? Xiaomo shrugged his hands and said, I don't have your passports. Actually, that's not the case. The two passports in Xiaomo's hands were indeed his team's, but Wang Liquan also had one. Xiaomo had seen it before it was Bao Chang's passport. I don't believe you. How about this? Just hand over our team's passports, and we'll let you go. Li Chen spoke while slowly approaching them. It seems there's no point in talking. Let's just tear them up. Xiaomo also bent down, and due to the terrain, he had that kind of one man against 1,000 aura. Ha! Xiaomo, I finally get to take my revenge. Deng Chao also looked excited and said, even if you're strong, you can't guarantee the safety of Chen Chi-Chi and Wang Liquan. Li Chen, go! Deng Chao had barely finished speaking when he charged forward first. He had nothing to fear, as he didn't have a passport on him. Xiaomo's gaze shifted to the baby, noticing that the little girl's arms were covered in passports. Whether she had just found them or if Li Chen had given them to her was unclear. At this point, Xiaomo couldn't retreat and could only struggle with Deng Chao. Xiao Chao, you're so shameless. As soon as he made contact, Xiaomo was speechless. Deng Chao had already wrapped his arms around him, his hands tightly gripping Xiaomo's clothes. From Xiaomo's perspective, all he could see was Deng Chao's back. This was clearly a move to sell himself. Meanwhile, Li Chen also grabbed Xiaomo's arm with one hand, moving extremely quickly. With Deng Chao and others behind him, Xiaomo couldn't dodge. She slightly shifted her body and grabbed Li Chen's arm with both hands. In this situation, there wasn't much she could do. The only way to avoid getting the short end of the stick was to switch positions. The two of them kept slapping each other's arms, and Xiaomo quickly found himself at a disadvantage. This wasn't because Xiaomo wasn't a match for Li Chen, but because Deng Chao kept looking for opportunities and randomly tearing at Xiaomo's arms. The two of them exerted all their strength to push Xiaomo to the side, creating a large opening. Bao Chang and Baby didn't hesitate for a moment, rushing over in a few steps. Chen Chi-Chi let out an agonizing scream and embraced Bao Chang. In this situation, Wang Liquan was completely dumbfounded. Ah! I'm coming! At that moment, Baby also darted in from the opposite direction, pushing her way through the crowd and charging towards Xiaomo. Seeing this, Xiaomo was also stunned. What was this girl up to? In that split second of hesitation, Baby had already reached Xiaomo's side, her expression tinged with helplessness, her small hands reaching out without hesitation. Xiaomo, despite his strength, had no good solution at this moment. 2 hands couldn't handle 4 hands, let alone 6 hands. While he could match Deng Chao and Li Chen in strength, could he do the same against Baby? Tear. As the sound echoed, everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. In Baby's hand was a passport, and with the one on her arm, she now had 3. Xia Mo's arms were empty, and he shook his head helplessly. Yes, Baby did well. Deng Chao didn't care how she did it. At this moment, he finally vented his frustration. He had been suppressed by Xia Mo for too long. Xia Mo. Baby could only look at Xia Mo with an apologetic expression and send her a flying kiss. Chapter 117, actually, it was still a win. Having lost her passport but gained a flying kiss, Xia Mo didn't know if it was appropriate or not. Congratulations, host. Baby's affection for you has increased by 5, currently at 70, reaching the highest tier. As Xia Mo was still pondering, the system's notification sound rang out. A smile immediately appeared on Xia Mo's lips. It was totally worth it. After all, increasing affection is extremely difficult. Xia Mo had been flirting with Baby on and off, constantly building their emotional connection, yet only managed to increase it by a little. If she had known that letting Baby tear it off once could achieve the same result, she would have done it long ago. Of course, this was only natural. Baby knew full well that Xia Mo had the means to prevent her from tearing it off, and out of fear of hurting herself, she chose not to resist. From the very beginning, Baby had been aware of this. The combination of guilt and gratitude made it no surprise that the affection level increased. Hey! Xia Mo, you're so happy even after being torn apart? Is Baby's flying kiss that good? Deng Chao, on the other hand, was staring at Xia Mo with a lecherous expression, his excitement evident. Baby, I want some too. Get lost. Deng Chao, who had been so excited, suddenly went silent, looking utterly dejected. Enough, stop watching. Let us finish them off in one go. Unlike Deng Chao's casual attitude, Li Chen spoke again, as Chen Shiqi and Bao Chang were still fighting. The battle was intense. Although Bao Chang had some training, it was all superficial, and he couldn't do much. Chen Shiqi, relying on his height, had gained a certain advantage and was now pinning Bao Chang to the ground. You two, hurry up and leave. Xia Mo also shouted urgently. The lost passport was Bao Chang's. Xia Mo didn't care much about it, but if Chen Shiqi and Li Kuan's were also taken, then they would truly be defeated. Oh no. Bao Chang, I'll fight you to the end. If one had observed Chen Shiqi closely at that moment, they would have noticed that when Xia Mo spoke, his ears twitched slightly. After shouting, Bao Chang had already prepared himself to withstand the next wave of attacks. However, something unexpected happened that left Bao Chang speechless. Chen Shiqi jumped directly off Bao Chang's body and sprinted in the opposite direction, while Li Kuan didn't hesitate either. Their execution seemed pretty solid. Xia Mo also cooperated by extending his arms to block any attempt to charge through. At this moment, everyone was left speechless, especially Li Chen, who looked at Chen Shiqi's retreating figure and said, I realize I've been completely defeated by him. I feel sorry for you, Xia Mo. You're Chen's mom, and he's Chi baby, okay? Xia Mo couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Enough, Xiao Chao, how long do you plan to keep holding him? Being held by Deng Chao the whole time, Xia Mo couldn't help but feel annoyed. Cough. Baby, don't worry. I don't have any feelings for Xia Mo. As he let go, Deng Chao couldn't help but tease him. Baby's face turned red, and she glared at Deng Chao angrily, saying, Xiao Chao, are you itching for a beating again? Did the Empress not use any of the 10 cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty on you recently? Deng Chao and Li Chen also gave up on their struggle with Xia Mo and chose the same approach as Xia Mo. The two of them stood in front, protecting Baby and Bao Chang, and looked at Xia Mo with some caution. With their two unreliable teammates gone, and Xia Mo without a passport, if they really tried to again, they would be in a real bind. In this situation, Xia Mo didn't plan to do anything either. Facing 4 people plus a baby who couldn't fight, Xia Mo also felt a lot of pressure. The 4 slowly retreated. Once they had created some distance from Xia Mo, Deng Chao finally smiled. Xia Mo, it's too late. Our passports are all accounted for. Damn it, Chao, weren't we supposed to exchange them? In response to Li Chen's accusation, Deng Chao smiled and said, of course. We're friends. I keep my word. Baby, give them Bao Chang's passport. After a brief pause, Deng Chao continued, go find Xingxin and Od. Chen, whoever gets there first wins. After saying that, Deng Chao exchanged a glance with Baby and quickly ran downstairs. Li Chen wasn't about to be outdone, and in the blink of an eye, only Xia Mo was left behind. Brother Mo. Cough, is it over? At that moment, Chen Shiqi's voice came from behind Xia Mo. The two of them ran a short distance away before stopping to observe the situation. After Deng Chao and the others had left, they walked over. What did you think? Xia Mo said irritably, let's go downstairs too. Their passports are already complete. What? Oh my god, Brother Mo, I'm going to fight them. Save your breath. Xia Mo was also frustrated. This Chen Shiqi was nothing but a troublemaker, but this time it wasn't too bad. Failing once wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a game for one person. Additionally, Xiaomo felt that his greatest gain was increasing Baby's favorability toward him, which was more important than anything else. When Xiaomo and the other three arrived downstairs, Baby and the others were already standing on the high platform. As the cold air from the air conditioner blew out, it signaled the end of this round of the game. "OD, what's going on with you?" Xiaomo saw OD looking dejected in the crowd and asked in surprise. OD looked at Xiaomo pitifully and said, "Xiaomo, it's all Lin Xingxin. He chased me for over 10 blocks. I feel like I'm going to die." Lin Xingning, standing beside him, looked exhausted but clearly delighted. He finally felt like he mattered. Chapter 118, The Goddess Who Asked for the Number. As the biggest contributor to the Green Team's victory, Baby also picked up the reward for this mission. After opening the mysterious box, a phone and a card appeared in everyone's line of sight. Baby whispered, "A name exchange voucher? What's this for? But it looks so cool. Who knows? But it must be something good." Deng Chao also smiled at Xiaomo and said, "It wasn't easy. Finally won once. The first time getting a reward. Ha ha." This was clearly a case of the underdog getting lucky, and Xiaomo could only sigh in resignation. Chen Shichi, however, sneered, "Deng Chao, we were almost killed just now." "What did you do?" "Stop it. You were the one who ran the fastest." Deng Chao was also helpless. Dealing with Chen Shichi's annoying personality, he was at a loss. Baby rolled her eyes, and at the same time, the phone inside the box rang. "Hello?" He turned on the speakerphone and spoke instinctively. "Hello, this is your secretary. Congratulations to everyone for finally retrieving your lost passports. The first team to gather all the passports has won a luxury brand exchange voucher. Please remember that this voucher will be of great use later, so make sure to keep it safe. Additionally, I have located Mr. Zhou's exact location. He is heading to Jeju Island. You will meet him at the Tongmenlo Resort at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please head to the airport immediately and board the flight to Jeju Island." "What flight?" Hearing Li Chen's confused voice, Xiaomo also heard Chen Shichi mutter under her breath, "Are we flying?" This guy seems to have a lot of resentment. But what was he doing earlier? If he had tried harder, the outcome might have been different. "It's the flight to Jeju Island." Xiaomo also spoke up, "This seems like we're moving directly to the next phase." After these 2 rounds of games, it was already late. By the time they arrived in Jeju Island, it would probably be evening. Fortunately, everything was arranged by the production team, so they wouldn't waste too much time. "Alright, let's get going." The group didn't hesitate, each grabbed their passports, and headed to the door. At that moment, Wang Likuan and OD stepped forward. They wouldn't participate in the next round of the game due to scheduling conflicts. Since Zhu Lan wasn't participating in this episode, Lin Xingnan would have to continue filling in for him. Everyone had a great time and hoped to meet again next time. OD also smiled and said, "Xiaomo, don't forget what I told you earlier." This matter was clearly about the invitation from the Everyday Upward production team. Xiaomo nodded and said, "Yes, I know. We'll meet again in Changsha next time." "Alright, everyone, goodbye. When you come to Changsha, I'll treat you all to stinky tofu." "OD, you're so cheap. Are you really only going to treat us to stinky tofu?" "Exactly, we have to have a big meal. You're the ones who are rich." OD looked miserable and said, "Alright, a big meal it is. I hope I don't go bankrupt." Everyone started teasing him, and Wang Lijun also came over to Xiaomo. At this point, the recording had stopped. Xiaomo was taken aback by Wang Lijun's actions, while the makeup-free goddess took out her phone and smiled, saying, "Xiaomo, give me your phone number." Of course, Xiaomo didn't refuse. She recited a string of numbers, and after noting them down, Wang Likuan waved goodbye to everyone and got into the car with OD. "Xiaomo, don't make us too jealous, okay?" Deng Chao immediately looked dejected. "I've known Xiao Kuan for so long, and I only just found out her number." "You got it so easily." Cough, cough. At that moment, Li Chen started coughing. He pulled Deng Chao, who was still confused, and followed his gaze to see Baby glaring at him. Deng Chao felt embarrassed again. Xiaomo also noticed this. The baby's gaze clearly held a sense of danger, which made Xiaomo feel a bit more at ease. At least her goodwill had increased again, and the jealousy had diminished significantly. Soon, the director announced that filming would resume, and everyone boarded the bus that the production team had already prepared. "Who is that old Joe?" Everyone on the bus started chatting. If there was one person everyone was most excited about, it was definitely this mysterious old Joe who had been seen only in glimpses. Old Joe, could it be Zhou Jieluan? Anyway, we'll find out tomorrow. Only Chen Shichi, the imaginative fool, could say that. Bao Chang looked at Chen Shichi with anticipation and said, "Chen Shichi, are you serious? I really like Zhou Jieluan." Everyone fell silent, and Deng Chao laughed and said, "Even if he's not, we have Xiaomo here. When it comes to singing, he's not afraid of anyone." Exactly. Baby, sitting at the back of the car, nodded in agreement with Deng Chao's words. Oh. Everyone started teasing again, while Baby felt a bit down, blushing and not saying a word.
It seems like this girl won't be taking the initiative for much longer. Xiaomo's heart was filled with anticipation.
What could be more thrilling than a goddess taking the initiative to confess her feelings? At least Xiaomo didn't think there was anything else.
Soon, everyone arrived at the airport, where the production team had already arranged the latest available flight.
After a quick adjustment, everyone boarded the passenger plane.
The flight to Jeju Island would take several hours, and the day's fatigue prompted everyone to choose to sleep through the journey.
Chapter 119. This is also acceptable. By the time they arrived at Jeju Island, it was already past 9 in the evening.
Since the production team had arranged accommodations for everyone at a resort on the same street for the next day's filming, the environment was quite nice.
After a simple meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms.
The fatigue from the day had not yet subsided, and with an early start the next day, getting some rest was clearly the best option. In the room, Xiaomo had just finished taking a shower, wrapped only in a towel, and was about to get into bed when a faint sound came from the door. The sound was as if someone was gently tapping on the door, but dared not knock loudly.
HM? At this hour? Who could it be? Xiaomo was also puzzled.
She walked straight to the door and opened it.
Oh!
With a soft gasp, Baby, dressed in casual attire, appeared before her.
Baby? Are you here to see me?
A faint smile appeared on Xiaomo's lips. At this time and place, Baby's appearance here might lead to something wonderful happening.
Baby blushed and looked at Xiaomo, momentarily speechless.
Her gaze kept darting away, but she couldn't help but sneak glances at Xiaomo. This was entirely due to Xiaomo's attire. Her upper body was completely exposed, revealing her defined abs.
Although Xiaomo was very strong, he didn't have the muscular build of a typical bodybuilder.
His muscles were well defined and streamlined, catching everyone's attention.
Noticing Baby's embarrassment, Xiaomo smiled and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Want to come in and sit down?"
Hearing Xiaomo's words, Baby shook her head vigorously. "Xiaomo is dressed like this, and you want me to go in?
How can I possibly say that?" Feeling extremely conflicted, Baby whispered, "Xiaomo, about today. It's just a game. Don't worry about it." Xiaomo responded with a smile.
"That's good." It seemed like she had gotten used to the situation, and Baby's mood improved slightly. She looked at Xiaomo and spoke again. "There's one more thing."
"What is it?"
"That." Baby's little hands instinctively tugged at the hem of her clothes, twisting them constantly, clearly feeling extremely uneasy inside. Xiaomo patiently waited, and as Baby's internal struggle ended, she seemed to gather her courage and quickly said, "I like you." As soon as she finished speaking, the baby turned and ran toward her room.
"Congratulations, host. Due to your response, the baby's affection for you has increased by 5, currently at 75. The notification sound made Xiaomo even happier.
The increase in affection points was significant, as it could bring about significant changes in the baby, who was a bit jealous. This was what Xiaomo valued most. Additionally, Xiaomo hadn't expected Baby to confess her feelings first. After all, Xiaomo had originally planned to do so herself, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. This situation also requires giving her some time. After all, girls have thinner skin, and it takes time to ease the tension.
Otherwise, it would seem too forward. However, since things have already reached this point, the next steps will be much simpler.
It's likely that as time goes on, this affection will grow even stronger, and things won't be as simple as they are now. And tonight, Baby probably won't sleep well either.
After making such a statement, will she return to her normal state in the coming days? That remains to be seen.
However, as a man, letting a woman feel this way seems a bit unfair. Although it's a beautiful woman saying this to me, the sense of accomplishment is indeed very high, but it also feels like something is missing. The night passed without incident.
The next morning, Xiaomo was woken up by the crew members.
The schedule was tight, assembly at 6, meaning he had to get up by 5:30 at the latest, plus some time for washing up.
Of course, this wasn't a big deal for Xiaomo.
Since her body had been enhanced, her mental state had improved significantly, making her completely different from ordinary people. Or rather, even if Xiaomo hadn't slept at all the previous night, his condition the next day would still be excellent, with no signs of dark circles or anything else.
After a quick wash, Xiaomo had already left the house.
Perhaps Xiaomo had a little bit of a mischievous side, such as checking on Baby's condition. However, if that woman had dark circles under her eyes, who knew if she would even come out?
However, what surprised Xiaomo was how strong Baby was.
She seemed to have slept well last night, and her face was radiant with a sweet smile. This was clearly due to last night's events, but regardless, it was a good thing.
Momo.
Even so, upon seeing Xiaomo, the baby still blushed slightly, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. However, her feelings for him were strong enough that it didn't affect her too much.
Last night's incident. Don't mention it.
It seemed like Xiaomo wanted to bring up last night's events, but the girl quickly interrupted her and dashed out the door.
As expected. It seems like I was overthinking it.
She is still so shy.
Glancing at the time, there wasn't much time left before the gathering. Shaking her head, Xiaomo headed outside.
Who knew what kind of task awaited today, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. But the weather was indeed nice, which would put anyone in a good mood.
Xia Mo was confident about the game segment. Chapter 120, Xia Mo is in high demand.
After a quick wash, Xia Mo put on the uniform provided by the production team and stepped out of the room.
Xia Mo.
As soon as she stepped out, Xia Mo saw Chun Chi-chi yawning. At the same time, others began to emerge one after another. Xia Mo also noticed Baby with her natural face, who seemed to still be half asleep. As if on the same wavelength, Baby also felt Xia Mo's gaze. Seeing Xia Mo's gaze, which seemed to carry a hint of teasing, Baby's face turned red, as if she had thought of last night's events.
The weather is really nice today.
Deng Chao, the usual troublemaker, perked up again. It seems like we don't have to split into teams this time.
Glancing around, everyone was wearing the same clothes.
Deng Chao said again, finally, I can be in the same group as Xiaomu.
Dang, are you kidding us? This should be all of us in the same group, right? Li Chen couldn't help but speak up.
I can finally experience what it's like to be in the same group as Xiaomo. Bao Chang also chimed in, while Lin Xinning stood aside, looking a bit miserable, without saying a word.
By the way, where's old Zhou? Didn't he say he'd be waiting here for us? Baby also asked with some confusion.
Everyone stood in a line, with a mysterious box in front of them, which clearly spoke volumes.
Let us just open it and see.
Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Baby obediently opened the box in front of her.
Inside was a scroll. Deng Chao looked wise and said, it seems old Zhou has left first.
This must be the clue he left for us. Brother Chao, everyone must know this already. Chen Chichi continued to stir up trouble, regardless of whether they were on the same team or not. Opening the scroll, Baby read aloud, Brothers, I have an urgent matter and must return to the country. However, before leaving, I hid the oil tank you all desire. If you can win the task I propose, you will obtain the item to unlock the passport's secret.
Using this item to decode the passport's password will lead you to the oil tank.
After a pause, Baby continued, Currently, your key code is 1100. Standing beside Baby,
Xia Mo was stunned and blurted out instinctively, Baby, shouldn't it be 1100? It's 1100, Baby. Haha, 1100?
You're so clever.
Deng Chao chimed in.
Everyone burst into laughter, while Baby looked embarrassed and gave Xia Mo a subtle glance, the underlying meaning of which didn't need further explanation.
It's okay, it's okay.
After hearing Xia Mo's comforting words, Baby continued reading, but if you can't find the oil can by 5 p.m., it will explode and disappear forever. First, I'll give you a task to improve your teamwork.
After completing the paper boat here.
At this point, Baby's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of surprise, but Deng Chao, who wasn't cooperating, corrected her again, build.
After building the paper boats. Xiao Chao. Don't interrupt Baby. Xia Mo said softly. Ha?
Deng Chao was startled for a moment, then broke into a lecherous smile. Xia Mo, why do I feel like you're so protective of the baby today? Hearing Deng Chao's words, Baby stopped thinking about the paper boat, her face flushing red. Fortunately, it was early morning, and the blush wasn't too noticeable. Seeming to want to escape this awkward situation, Baby hurriedly continued, after finishing the paper boat, please go to Sui Soga. What made everyone burst into laughter again was that Baby mispronounced another word.
Xia Mo was helpless.
This baby was perfect in every way, but her Chinese was a bit of a headache. The crew members chimed in with a summary, so the first task is to make paper boats. Xia Mo's gaze fell on Bao Chang, who swallowed hard, while Lin Yuchen shook his head, clearly believing it was impossible.
Deng Chao also looked dejected and said, are they making us cross Jeju Island? We have to cross a very beautiful bay on Jeju Island.
Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, as the bay didn't seem too difficult to navigate. Then, they would split into 3 teams and complete the task using the boats they had made.
What? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Deng Chao looked panicked and said, do we really need to split into groups?
Yes,
aren't our uniforms the same? Everyone was stunned. Dividing into teams to compete against each other? Just thinking about it was terrifying.
At least Deng Chao's excitement had completely vanished, while Chen Chichi, not far away, kept giving Xia Mo meaningful glances, clearly signaling for Xia Mo to take him along. Alright, choose your groups. 2, 2, 3. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Mo noticed that everyone was gathering around him, their eyes fixed firmly on him. What do you want?
Moo.
Brother. Chen Chichi dragged out his voice, sounding seductive as he ran towards Xia Mo. Seeing this, Xia Mo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly dodged out of the way, leaving Chen Chichi standing there with a dejected expression.
Xia Mo, let me say one thing.
At this moment, Deng Chao also raised a finger with a serious expression, but his tone immediately changed, almost begging, let me experience what it's like to be on the same team as you.
Put. You're all so weak. Xia Mo should be on my team.
Baby said, laughing seductively, while grabbing Xia Mo's arms and shaking them constantly.
Can Baby's allure compare to Chen Chichi's? Chapter 1, Shipbuilding.
Seeing that her chances were slim, Chen Chichi quickly changed her target and ran toward Li Chen with a sly grin. Li Chen was more than happy to oblige, and the next moment, the scene that met Xiaomo's eyes was Qin Shiqi lying on Li Chen's shoulder, the two of them hugging each other tightly. The feeling was so awkward it was almost painful. Weren't you two just fighting fiercely a moment ago? Deng Chao was completely stunned. Haven't you heard of a smile erases all past grievances? There's never been any conflict between us. Li Chen looked as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Chen Shiqi lifted his head, finally clinging to Li Chen's thigh, and his excitement grew. You don't understand. Being with him makes me feel safe, brother Chao. We have the strongest minds, and the strongest, no, the second strongest bodies. You're all weaklings. Are you pigs? With Big Black Bull as an opponent, Chen Shiqi grew even more arrogant. You're such a sycophant, I can't take it anymore. Deng Chao was so angry he could grind his teeth. He glanced at Xia Mo and Baby and said, Hey, Mo go, and Baby, you two are alone. Why not just take me in too? What about us? At this point, Bao Chang was speechless, pointing at himself and Lin Xinning and asking. Deng Chao replied confidently, You two can be a team. Are you pigs? This statement spread like a contagious disease, and Bao Chang was infected again. Xia Mo also nodded with a smile and said, If that's the case, then Xia Chao, the three of us will be a team. Yes. Deng Chao placed his arms on his waist and poked himself vigorously, his excitement was palpable. Xia Mo didn't pour cold water on the situation. Xiao Chao, don't get too optimistic. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. As Xia Mo said, this was indeed a niche skill, and for now, she wasn't going to waste her all-around talent on it. No problem, I'm an expert at this. Compared to Deng Chao's confidence and excitement, Bao Chang and Lin Xingxin looked at each other in disbelief, their expressions speechless. There was no need to say more, these two were definitely on the same team. Alright, let us get started. The director gave the order once more. At this moment, Xia Mo also extended his hand, and everyone else followed suit, leaning forward. No matter who's on which team, let's all hope everyone arrives safely. Good luck. Everyone looked confident, but Deng Chao shot Xia Mo a resentful glance and muttered, Oh my god. I'm the captain. Why did you get to say all the encouraging words? Xia Mo completely ignored Deng Chao's words. At this moment, the crew members had already prepared cardboard, tape, scissors, and other tools, piling them up thickly on the ground, creating a visually striking scene. The three groups went to their respective positions. Xia Mo and Baby crouched down, looking at the cardboard in front of them. Let's figure out how to do this first. The three of us can each draw one, and then we'll pick the best one, Baby suggested. Xia Mo nodded in agreement and said, Alright, let's start with that. Deng Chao, standing nearby, felt completely left out and looked frustrated. He could only chime in, the bottom of the paper boats must be reinforced. Nodding, Xia Mo began to think. At the same time, Baby had already sketched out the paper boat she had imagined. The front part must be pointed to cut through the water's resistance. Baby understood this point clearly, and Xia Mo could only add a few words. That's true, but this thing is made entirely of paper. If it's too sharp, there's a risk of it capsizing. After a pause, Xia Mo looked at Baby and Deng Chao, who were listening intently, and said again, This boat must have a frame or a central keel, and then the other parts can be constructed around it. Xia Mo, you're right. Deng Chao chimed in, but I don't understand. What is a keel? After making a decision, Xia Mo and the other two got to work, rolling up sheets of cardboard to form thick supports. This task, of course, fell to Xia Mo. Deng Chao managed to do a few before giving up, while Baby worked on smaller components. The sharp corners were prone to issues, so they decided to make two instead, one on each side of the hull, then add thick hull sections to accommodate three people, with several crossbeams at the bottom. This way, there would be enough power to move forward, and with the hull raised, it wouldn't be prone to leaks. Just wrap it tightly with more plastic wrap and tape. Occasionally, Xia Mo took a look at the other two groups' progress, but it was better not to look. Those two teams were making Xia Mo feel utterly frustrated. Li Chen and Chen Shiqi were slightly better off. Chen Shiqi was already lying on the cardboard resting, while Li Chen was working on his own, with the same idea in mind. First, they needed a keel, which was the same as Xia Mo's plan. The other group, Bao Chang and Lin Xingxin, were also working, but from Xia Mo's perspective, what they were making didn't look anything like a boat. A huge box was tightly bound with a lot of tape, and Xia Mo couldn't help but complain, Are you trying to learn Robinson Crusoe? Are you going to rely on luck to drift across the strait? Or do you want to find a delivery guy to help you? Haha, Xia Mo, did you see what Bao Chang and the others were working on? At that moment, Deng Chao was also laughing uncontrollably, clearly having just noticed it. Meanwhile, Baby, who was busy working, also looked over and burst into laughter instantly. Chapter 122 done, let's go. That scene was indeed too hilarious. Even Chen Shiqi, who was lying nearby, stood up. Bao Chang, update. Are you sure you're not delivery guys? Bao Chang, looking dejected, quietly defended himself. This has better buoyancy, so it won't sink. Besides, this is a water car. This confident response left Xia Mo helpless. Xia Mo knew that while the rankings mattered, they still had to arrive within the specified time for it to count.
Bao Chang, you can follow our plan. Trust me. Xia Mo also spoke up. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xingxin and Bao Chang stopped what they were doing and looked at Xia Mo with a look of resentment. You should have been on our team. Speechless, Xia Mo had no idea what to do. These two had no common sense at all. At that moment, Xia Mo didn't say anything either. If all else failed, she'd have to think of another plan. Clearly, they were only capable of complaining right now. However, Bao Chang was right about one thing: while the large box might not be movable, it certainly wouldn't sink, and it could withstand the pressure for a long time. Xia Mo. Look at what I've done. At that moment, Xia Mo had finished sharpening the corners of the baby as instructed, and was smiling proudly, eager to show off his work. Building a paper boat was no easy task. Even with the three of them, it took several hours to complete. Once the boat was suspended high in the air, the three teams finally finished their paper boats. Compared to the relatively relaxed Chen Shichi, Li Chen was completely exhausted, constantly shouting to Chen Shichi, let's have a fight. I promise I won't kill you. Ha! Don't joke around. I'm being serious. Chen Shichi, of course, wasn't afraid. With such a playful tone, it was unlikely that Li Chen would get angry. Haha, our spaceship is also complete. Bao Chang on the other side also said excitedly. Looking at their so-called ship, Xia Mo was speechless. It was a huge box with two smaller boxes hanging on the sides. This was their so-called spaceship? A space snail would be more appropriate. Momo. Our ship is the prettiest. Baby, on the other hand, looked utterly happy. Compared to the other two teams, Xia Mo's group's ship was indeed more elegant. After all, there was a girl like Baby in their group. According to Xia Mo's design, the ship hadn't encountered any major issues and had been completed smoothly. Alright, time's up. At this point, the director's crew also spoke up. The first to make a dazzling appearance was Chen Shichi and Li Chen's ship. What was the doryman drawn on the ship's bow all about? The two of them struck a cheeky pose, and Chen Shichi shouted, with our Chenhei ship, your boats are all weak. After a brief pause, Chen Shichi noticed Li Chen looking speechless nearby and added, why did we name it Chenha? Because I want to put Chen Ji's name first to show my respect for him. As for Chen Shichi's ridiculous reasoning, Xia Mo knew all too well it was completely nonsense. It was obviously because Chen He sounded similar to his own name that he had chosen it. We've weathered 30 years of storms and gained 30 years of experience. We've been building ships professionally for 30 years. Bao Chang also said with a smug expression, look at our Bao Jilin. Lin Xingxin also stood by and gave a thumbs up, don't just look at its funny appearance, it's filled with wisdom and scientific principles. I wonder what their faces will look like when they can't move it later. The name is also incredibly ridiculous. Do they think they're filming a wuxia drama? Lin Xingxin seems to have picked up Bao Chang's dry humor, but Xia Mo finds it utterly unfunny. What do we call ours? When introducing Bao Chang and Lin Xingxin, Xia Mo also glanced at Baby. Let us call it the Superman, powerful and majestic. As soon as Deng Chao finished speaking, he saw the murderous glances from Xia Mo and Baby, which sent a chill down his spine. He immediately fell silent, looking quite dejected, as if he'd have to go find his mother to comfort his wounded heart. Since we're here to find the oil tycoon, let us call it the oil tycoon ship. Xia Mo also spoke up. Yes, Xia Mo is right. Let's decide on that. It seemed that because of last night's confession and that deep kiss, Baby had also changed a little. Alright, my suggestion didn't matter anyway. Deng Chao could only vent his frustration. The camera was now focused on the three of them. After a brief introduction of the names, the director signaled that it was time to change locations. Of course, the production team would send someone to handle moving the boat, and everyone walked to the next location. Momo, how should we sit later? Alright, Baby, you go in front, I'll be in the middle, and Xiao Xiao will be at the back. Xia Mo thought for a moment and said, your job is to control the direction and make sure the boat doesn't veer off course. Baby, upon hearing this, looked relaxed and said, that's easy. Leave it to me. Xia Mo. With you here, do I even need to row? Deng Chao asked with a smile. Xiao Xiao, you're not getting away with that. Baby immediately refused, angrily saying, when we were building the boat, Momo worked the hardest. Now it's your turn. Baby. Why are you so protective of Xia Mo now? You've never been like this before. Deng Chao was speechless. Chapter 1, 2, 3, You should lose weight. Deng Chao's words also made Baby feel a bit embarrassed, as he was indeed right. But there is one thing to remember, a woman deeply in love is always incomprehensible, especially when it's just beginning. This is even more obvious, and many things are done unconsciously. Alright, Xiao Xiao, just focus on paddling hard. We have to compete for first place, right? Xia Mo also spoke up to ease Baby's awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Deng Chao felt invigorated. This guy didn't seem to dwell on things for long. Xia Mo had easily diverted his attention. Ha ha. Xia Mo, you're right. This time we'll definitely be first. Counting this time, it's already twice. I'm going to make it big. Deng Chao grew even more excited, then seemed to think of something and said, now the three of us are a team. Does that mean we'll stay together for the rest of the stages? It seemed like what he cared about most was being on the same team as Xia Mo, and his thoughts had already jumped ahead to the next stage. Who knows? Xia Mo shrugged helplessly. The bay where the production team had arranged the location was quite close to the resort and was also one of its attractions. After walking for a short while, everyone arrived there. At the entrance to the bay, there was a small makeshift pier, and everyone had to wait for the transport boats to arrive. If anyone was restless, it was Chen Shichi. Chenggu, are we definitely going to win this time? Chen Shichi said with a smug smile, although Amogo is skilled, they still have the baby. We have the advantage. His voice was quite loud, and though it seemed like he was talking to Li Chen, the others heard every word. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Are you sure you're not just dead weight? Of course. I'm confident. Chen Shichi also looked cocky. At least if we're tearing off name tags, the baby isn't my opponent. This guy is beyond help. How could he say something like that? Is he the second coming of Zuolan? Xia Mo was still complaining in her heart. She had long since become immune to Chen Shichi. This guy was a complete pain in the neck. No matter what you did to him, it had no effect. Soon, the crew members transported the 3 paper boats to the dock. Alright, everyone, please put on your life jackets according to your boat numbers and get your boats in position. We're about to begin. Everyone followed the director's instructions, dressing appropriately. The weather was still quite hot, and it was even worse on the boats. Meanwhile, filming resumed. Xiao Chao, slow down. Let us put it in the water first. Xia Mo saw Deng Chao's actions and hurriedly called out. What is this? Is it just a toy? He tried to pick it up casually, but it was only held together with tape and wasn't as sturdy as he had imagined. If it got damaged, there wouldn't be time to fix it, and Xia Mo would probably want to kill Deng Chao. Cough, cough. Don't worry, I'll be careful. This pier is quite spacious, large enough to accommodate 3 groups of people standing in a row. Once the boat was placed on the water, the director spoke again. Alright, everyone, please board the boat now. Baby, you go first. Standing by the side, Xia Mo directly grabbed Baby's soft little hand. With Xia Mo's support, Baby was the first to board the paper boat. As soon as she sat down, she couldn't help but laugh. This feels so good. The paper boat we made together looks perfect. Xia Mo also smiled as she stepped onto the paper boat, while Deng Chao behind her gave a look that said, what about me? But at that moment, neither of them paid him any attention. Poor Deng Chao could only grumble as he boarded the boat. Earlier, due to the 3 people in the group, the boat was relatively longer, so 3 people sitting inside wouldn't feel cramped. Chenggu, let me sit in front. I want to sit in front. Li Chen and Chen Shichi, who were beside Xia Mo, also began to board the boat. Chen Shichi, for some reason, insisted on being in front, but fortunately, Li Chen was more accommodating. Plop! The gaze shifted again, and Xia Mo and Baby burst into laughter instantly. The group with Lin Xining and Bao Chang was too bizarre. This so-called spaceship was extremely tall. Even when placed on the water, it towered above the pier. Lin Xining, being tall, didn't have much trouble, but Bao Chang was a different story. Renew. I can't get in. Bao Chang said softly. At the same time, his legs kept trying to climb, but he was always just a little short. Is that his so-called standard height? That's so unfair. Bao Chang, why don't you just jump in? Lin Xining's words caught Bao Chang's attention. As someone from the Shaolin Temple, he loved showing off his skills, but when Bao Chang saw the paper boat in front of him, he shook his head helplessly and said, I could jump in, but I'm afraid it'll break. Bao Chang, let Lin Xining carry you in. Xia Mo couldn't stand it anymore. How could they build a boat without considering their own body proportions? They were just making things difficult for themselves. Right, why didn't I think of that? Bao Chang suddenly realized, then smiled, and said, thanks, Xia Mo. Compared to Bao Chang's excitement, Lin Xingxin was speechless. His strength was probably only slightly stronger than Chen Shichi's. Could he really carry Bao Chang inside? But it was already too late to back out, so Lin Xining had no choice but to go through with it. The resulting scene was Bao Chang being dragged inside by Lin Xining, while the back of the paper boat had already started to collapse. Lin Xining kept complaining, Bao Chang, you really need to lose weight. What the hell does that have to do with this? Chapter 124, the 2 of them have gone mad. Bao Chang instantly turned into a hesitant man, his expression indescribable. Glancing around at the few people nearby, Bao Chang's expression grew even more helpless. Compared to the others, he was indeed the lightest, though Baby should be excluded from that comparison. After a lot of effort, the 2 of them finally managed to sit steadily. Xia Mo, witnessing the next scene, couldn't help but feel exasperated. The production team had already distributed the oars to the 3 teams. Lin Xining was still okay, relying on his height and long arms, plus the length of the oars, he could manage to paddle. However, Bao Chang was once again in a dire situation. Ha! This is hilarious. Chen Shichi was the first to speak up. Bao Chang, are you sure you can even touch the water? Chen Shichi, how could you say that?
Xiaomo also spoke up, but just a moment later, she added, this was crafted with the experience of 2 people over 30 years. You're insulting their hard work.
Yes. Brother Xia, I was wrong. I really made a huge mistake. Chen Qiqi also agreed.
Deng Chao shook his head helplessly. How could the two of you be so cruel? Lin Xingxin and Bao Chang, who had been feeling a bit down due to Xiaomo and Chen Qiqi's actions, heard Deng Chao's words and their expressions brightened. They looked at Deng Chao with the eyes of good brothers. Even if you're going to kick someone while they're down, you should do it to Lin Xingxin.
Bao Chang can't even reach him.
A divine finishing blow was nothing more than this, and Baby was already laughing so hard she could barely stand. Though the boat could easily fit 3 people, once they sat down, the distance between them wasn't very far. Baby's movement caused her to lean backward slightly, her entire back pressing against Xiaomo's chest.
Alright, let us get started. The director wouldn't bother with such things. This approach was far more entertaining, wasn't it? This is so scary.
Baby turned to Xiaomo and said, her expression playful and cute, not a trace of fear in her eyes.
Don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiaomo said with a smile.
Deng Chao, standing behind them, probably wanted to draw attention to himself. His voice echoed softly, I can see the water overflowing.
Xiaomo, I feel scared too. If you were a woman, Xia Chao. If you were a bit prettier, I might consider comforting you. Oh my god. This is unfair. Xiaomo, we're teammates.
Baby turned around with a proud expression and gave Deng Chao a disdainful glance, as if to say, there's no comparison between you and me.
Xiaomu's choice is obviously the right one.
In contrast to Xiaomo's group, who were chatting and laughing, Li Chun from the red team remained silent.
It seemed like the big black bull was about to make a move.
Only Chen Qiqi was still looking around restlessly, as if he had come here to sightsee instead of compete. As for Bao Chang and Lin Xining, there was no need to say more. The two of them were so miserable that it was even questionable whether they could row the boat at all.
Before we begin, I'll explain the rules.
The director also spoke up, within 7 minutes, you must cross the bay.
Each safe contains an item that can unlock the hidden clues in the passport. After a brief pause, the director repeated, alright, let's go. Good luck. Go. Go. The brothers group ramped up the energy to its peak.
With the staff's help, the 3 boats broke free from the dock's restraints and floated freely on the water.
Beep.
As the whistle sounded, the 3 teams sprang into action.
Ready, on my command, 1, 2.
Deng Chao was getting into the groove, but before he could finish his 3rd command, Baby interrupted him and said, Little Chao, listen to Momo's commands. If you take charge, we'll lose.
Mother! Save me! I have no rights at all. Deng Chao was wailing and crying, looking utterly pitiful. Xiaomo smiled and said, alright, Little Chao, our goal is to win the match.
Of course. Deng Chao didn't have any objections to Xiaomo's words. Gripping the oar in his hand, Xiaomo placed it on the left side and immediately spoke, Xiao Chao, follow the previous method. You row on the right. If there's any deviation, Baby will adjust the direction accordingly.
Got it.
The two nodded in agreement. Splash. The next moment, the oars swayed in the water, producing a series of pleasant sounds. However, Deng Chao's mood was far from pleasant. Xiaomo, slow down, stop. Just as they started, Xiaomo's team's boat shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. This was indeed a good thing, but the key lay in Xiaomo's strength and speed. After a few strokes, the boat did move forward, but most of it was drifting to the right.
Xiao Chao, you're no use. Paddle over here quickly. Hearing Baby's words, Deng Chao looked bitter. If you can, why don't you try? Of course, this was just his inner rant. As a man, he wouldn't admit defeat easily. Oh my god, you guys are so shameless. How could you do this? At that moment, Chen Qiqi's mocking voice came from behind. Shengo, let's charge at them, take them down, and capsize their boat. This voice made the 3 of them instinctively turn around. The scene before them left Xiaomo stunned, as the boat had shifted too severely, and Xiaomo and the others were now directly in front of Li Chen and Chen Qiqi. This situation left the 2 of them utterly frustrated, their expressions utterly ruthless. Chen Qiqi, speed up. Following Li Chen's loud shout, Chen Qiqi also began to paddle frantically. It must be said that this was indeed effective, but how long they could keep it up was unknown. Skip to chapter 125 and it'll be easier. The 3 of them turned around, and Xiaomo said leisurely, Xiao Chao, if you don't want Li Chen to beat you up, hurry up. Ah! With Deng Chao's angry shout, his hands also moved quickly, and the momentum looked quite impressive. Xiaomo also slowed down.
The paddle in his hands wasn't very long, and trying to paddle both sides at once was only possible if the boat was narrower. However, with 3 people on board, this method was clearly impractical. They had no choice but to work together with Deng Chao, and after all, this wasn't a game for one person. Baby, you paddle with Deng Chao on one side too.
Got it, Momo.
Baby was highly efficient.
Though paddling was a bit strenuous for her, it was a decent little boost, effectively alleviating Deng Chao's strain.
Plus, Xiaomo subconsciously slowed down the pace, and the boat immediately stabilized, moving steadily forward.
Damn it! Shen Gu, They three? This is so unfair.
Li Chen and Chen Shiqi, who were originally behind, were holding back their strength, eager to catch up quickly.
However, due to the coordination of Xia Mo and the other two, the distance between the two groups widened instantly.
Seeing this, Chen Shiqi, who had no perseverance, immediately started complaining, and his paddling speed slowed significantly.
Chen Shiqi, paddle faster. What are you doing? Feeling the boat sway slightly, Li Chen froze in shock.
He instinctively turned his head to look back, and his angry voice rang out immediately, Chen Shiqi.
Once we reach the finish line, I'm going to fight you. That Chen Gu. It's not my fault. Chen Shiqi said innocently, I'm out of strength. Come on, Chen Gu, you can do it. What else could Big Black Bull do but feel frustrated? He could only move his body forward again, reaching the bow of the boat, and began paddling left and right.
The boat slowly stabilized, but its speed had dropped significantly.
Xia Mo. Li Chen, wait for me and the update. Bao Chang's faint voice also drifted over. Xia Mo also looked over.
At this point, the two of them hadn't achieved anything, but at least they were several meters away from the pier. Whether they were drifting with the current or being pulled by Lin Xingxin's paddling was unclear. The reason for the faint voice was simple. Bao Chang had formed his hands into a megaphone shape and placed them near his mouth, clearly because of the distance.
Xia Mo, hurry up, don't stop. We must at least ensure we get a box.
In response, Li Chen was also shouting loudly at the same time.
Chen Gu, how could you do this? Chen Shiqi couldn't help but speak up. I'm determined to become a man who surpasses Mo Gu. How could I give up here?
Li Chen was furious, glaring at Chen Shiqi with a dark expression, as if he wanted to kill him.
Chen Shiqi dared not say another word for fear of dying there, though injury was inevitable. The exhausted Chen Shiqi crouched there, occasionally moving slightly. Don't worry, leave it to us. Xia Mo responded, we'll make sure we get both boxes.
Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally relaxed and continued with his work. Here's the reason. Although this round of the game was divided into 3 teams, whenever a ship successfully arrived at the end of the task time, the team would receive additional items to unlock the passport's secret. From this perspective, while the 3 teams are competitors in this round, they also need to support each other, as their uniforms are identical.
It makes sense when you think about it.
As for the rankings, that's naturally tied to that competitive spirit.
Momo. We need to get all 3 boxes. The baby, leisurely paddling in the water, said casually, with you here, it's completely possible. Xia Mo couldn't help but feel a bit helpless.
This girl had too much confidence in herself, with not a hint of doubt.
Shaking her head, Xia Mo replied, I'm not Superman. Li Chen's group is fine, but Bao Chang and Xian's group?
By the time we reach the finish line, they'll probably still be hanging around at the starting point.
These 2 troublemakers.
If we had known, we should have let the baby join our team from the start. The baby also said this instinctively. The most heartbreaking part was Deng Chao's presence, as if he didn't even exist. With tears welling up in his eyes, Deng Chao remained silent, but the bitterness in his heart could only be shared with his mother when he returned home.
Xiao Chao, you have to try harder. Xia Mo also spoke up.
Although the speed was decent now, Xia Mo hadn't even used his full strength yet, and this feeling was bound to be unsettling.
I'm already trying my hardest. Baby teased with a smile, Xiao Chao, give it your all. Baby, I'm using all my strength. Deng Chao responded pitifully, Xia Mo. Slow down a bit.
At this pace, I'll be exhausted before we even reach the finish line.
Xiao Chao, actually I have a way that will make it much easier for you.
Xia Mo's voice sounded a bit flat.
What idea?
Just jump down now and wait here for Bao Chang and the update.
That would be much easier, wouldn't it? Xia Mo, I was wrong.
I still have plenty of strength left. Deng Chao suddenly changed his tone, let out a loud shout, and his speed indeed picked up significantly, while the baby was secretly laughing in front.
Chapter 126, Who's What? If he really jumps down, Deng Chao will become the ultimate fool. At this distance, estimating roughly, the dock is at least several dozen meters away.
Lin Xingxin and Bao Chang are the most frustrating. The boat has indeed moved a bit, but it's still just a few meters away from the dock. This was easy to understand. The 2 of them had their boat completely wedged against the rock wall. Fortunately, it was made of cardboard and wrapped in numerous bandages. If it had been made of other materials, who knows what would have happened. If they have to wait, it'll probably take more than a day for them to get through.
Xia Mo has basically given up on their group. It's just too frustrating. They built it so high. Do they think it's an aircraft carrier?
Deng Chao's entry into action also caused the ship's speed to increase again.
In just a moment, they had completely pulled away from Li Chen.
At this point, Chen Shiqi had no thoughts left on the matter.
He couldn't help but wonder where this guy had gotten his initial determination from. Momo. There it is.
A few minutes later, the cliff face in front of them gradually disappeared, revealing a small dock in front of the 3 of them.
Xia Mo estimated that they were already very close. Compared to that, Xia Mo was more concerned about the time.
His group was definitely going to make it through, but Xiaomo needed to help Li Chan and the others complete their task within the specified time to receive the extra hint. Nodding, Xiaomo said, "Alright, let's hurry up." At this point, time was of the essence. The key to Li Chen's group lay with Chen Shiqi. There were no words to describe this guy. If they were in first place, he might have kept going and even gotten more excited. However, once Xiaomo overtook him, this fool lost all his fighting spirit. Relying solely on Li Chen, there was little chance of completing the task within 7 minutes. The three who saw the destination also sped up again. How long did it take us? While paddling furiously, Xiaomo asked. The crew members were very considerate. After checking the stopwatch, they said 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo nodded. This time was already quite good, considering that his group also had a baby. A few seconds later, the three of them docked the boat at the shore. They then boarded the pier one after another. 3 transparent boxes had already been neatly arranged, and Xiaomo made her way to the middle box. Success! Seeing Xiaomo retrieve the white phone from the box, the crew members announced the result. For Li Chen and the others, this time seemed insufficient. After securing first place, Deng Chao seemed in good spirits and began analyzing the situation. I estimate we have about 2.5 minutes left. We need to help them. Xiaomo responded. How can we help? Deng Chao was also taken aback. After all, the success of this mission was closely tied to the ship's structure, and now that 3 people had already arrived, how could they help? Momo. I'll go with you. Baby didn't ask any questions, she simply made her choice. Xiaomo smiled, shook his head, and said, I'll go alone. You two wait here for me. The two hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, this wasn't the time to waste. Picking up the paddle she had set aside earlier, Xiaomo returned to her homemade paper boat. This time, however, she chose to take 2 paddles. Splash! She alternated her hands continuously, and the boat moved steadily and quickly in the direction they had come from. The speed was noticeably faster than when they had arrived, like an arrow leaving the string. Ugh! Baby, I have to admit, the 2 of us seem a bit of a burden. Deng Chao said with a pained expression, but I'm such a genius. How could I be outdone by Xiaomo? As if confirming something, Deng Chao muttered to himself again, Xiaomo is indeed very skilled. Of course she is. Don't you know who her boyfriend is? Who's what? Hearing Baby's words, Deng Chao froze for a moment and blurted out the question. Baby's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, which she quickly hid, saying, Xiao Chao, you heard wrong. I meant, don't you look at who he is? The last word, man, made Baby realize what she had said, and she lowered her voice so much that even Deng Chao couldn't hear clearly. Baby's thoughts were simple. Since she and Xiaomo were both entertainers and their relationship had been confirmed, she needed to ask Xiaomo's opinion before making it public, rather than acting on her own. At that moment, Xiaomo had once again bypassed the previous cliff face, and Li Chen and Chen Shiqi's figures came into view. At this moment, Li Chen looked exhausted, with a hint of fatigue on his face. Chen Shiqi was even worse off, looking as though he was about to collapse. It seemed like he had just been through a brutal ordeal at Li Chen's hands, and now he was pushing himself to the limit once again. Xiaomo. How long did it take you? Li Chen, who had been eagerly waiting for them, immediately noticed Xiaomo's presence. Upon hearing the word Xiaomo, Chen Shiqi perked up, lifting his head and exclaiming, Brother Mo. Brother Mo. Please come help me. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. This guy seemed to have nothing else to do besides complaining to Xiaomo. There were only 2 minutes left, they had to speed up. Xiaomo responded with a word and started working hard again. Li Chen did the same, and both sides were quickly closing in on each other. Chapter 127, Who Will Save Me? As both sides moved forward, their speed increased significantly. In no time, the 2 paper boats came together. Xiaomo, what should we do? Li Chen asked, his voice filled with a hint of urgency. Chen Shiqi doesn't have much strength left. As if to confirm Li Chen's words, Chen Shiqi, the lazy one, dropped the paddle in his hand and said with a sorrowful expression, Chen Gu is right. Xiaomo Gu. Take me with you to show off and fly. Xiaomo could only sigh helplessly. Chen Shiqi was just being lazy, only Li Chen would believe him. This stretch of the bay wasn't very long, which is why it was specified to be completed within 7 minutes. If Chen Shiqi had taken it seriously, he would have been almost there by now. Li Chen, there's only one way now. Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, Li Chen's eyes lit up and he asked, what plan? Glancing at Chen Shiqi, Xiaomo said, have Chen Shiqi jump down. He's too heavy and slowing us down. What? Chen Shiqi sat up straight, completely dumbfounded. Brother Xia. What about the help you promised? Also, I just wanted to say. I'm actually pretty light, Chen's mom. You know what I mean. At this point, Chen Shiqi could only resort to this method of frustratingly clingy way of begging. Of course, Xiaomo completely ignored him, waiting to see how Li Chen would react. Based on his previous behavior, it seemed like Li Chen was easily swayed by such tactics. Chen Shiqi, what time is it now? Li Chen's words caught Xiao off guard, but when she saw Li Chen's expression, she was completely thrown off balance. At that moment, Li Chen seemed to be making a decision with gritted teeth, his face twisted in conflict, his eyes flickering with a hint of reluctance. Combined with Chun Chi-Chi's mischievous yet pleading gaze, oh my god. In this era of intense bromance, Xiao was at a loss for words.
Chen's mom. He bao bao. Xiao really wanted to turn around and leave this place.
This was way too ridiculous. At the very least, Xiao felt a chill run down her spine.
Yeah.
At that moment, Chen Chi-Chi also stood up, roared angrily, and then jumped down with a thud, grabbing the edge of the paper boat. With a ferocious expression on his face, he kicked his legs with all his might.
Li Chen, seeing this, nodded to Xiao and then lowered his head, sliding away.
From Xiao's perspective, it seemed like there was a glint of tears in the corners of Li Chen's eyes. What should have been a normal scene was portrayed so emotionally by the two of them that Xiao felt a lot of pressure. Adjusting his direction, Xiao also stopped the boat behind Li Chen and the others, then quickly slid forward, using the paddle in his hands to gently push the boat. Once the distance opened up, he repeated the process, chasing after them and pushing them forward.
Wow, haha.
Brother Xia, you almost baked me to death just now.
The water is so refreshing.
The boat's speed increased rapidly, and Chen Chi-Chi, that rascal, started grinning again. The intense, passionate feeling from earlier seemed to have never happened at all.
It's so cool. Why don't you just stay in there? Don't worry, it's free. Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Let's just forget about that.
With the three of them working together, they quickly maneuvered around the cliff and spotted their destination. Meanwhile, Baby and Deng Chao, whose faces were growing anxious as they checked the time, shouted loudly, "Hurry up!
There's only 1 minute left."
The urgency of time caused the boat's speed to surge once more.
Haha, brother Deng, don't worry.
With me, the genius Chen Chi-Chi here, Chen Gu and Mo Go are no match for me. Chen Chi-Chi in the water also had a smug expression and said, I'm the real hero here.
Genius? Deng Chao rolled his eyes and said, if it weren't for you, we'd probably already be there.
That's right, that's right.
If it weren't for Mo going to help, you'd still be playing in the water at the back. Baby also chimed in.
Chen Chi-Chi looked like he wanted to cry, burying his head and kicking his short, thick legs with all his might.
We're here. Hurry up and grab the phone.
As soon as they touched the dock, Deng Chao, who had been waiting there to assist, hurried over to pull Li Chen, while Xiao had already docked the paper boat and boarded the dock.
Hurry up and see if you can open it.
Hurry.
Li Chen also walked over quickly, gave it a hard pull, and the box opened with a click. Yes. Yay. Everyone immediately became excited, even Xiao was no exception.
This kind of team competition game could sometimes be so thrilling. There's competition, there's cooperation, and there's the joy of victory.
This show isn't just about entertainment. Xiao, you're the best. Without you, we wouldn't have succeeded. Li Chen also walked over, shook hands firmly with Xiao, and then gave him a hug. It seemed like the big black bull was exceptionally excited at that moment. Of course, Li Chen, Xiao is the biggest contributor. Baby said with a smile. Both teams had arrived on time, and Deng Chao felt a bit more relaxed. He teased, Chen, did you notice that Baby is more towards Xiao? What did you say? For a moment, the honest big black bull hadn't caught on yet.
Xiao Chaozi, you're asking for trouble.
Everyone burst into laughter and playful chaos.
However, at that moment, a pitiful and miserable voice drifted over,
don't chat. Who can save me?
The voice was filled with sorrow and despair, making those who heard it feel uneasy.
Chapter 128, Seaside Bathing Area. A few people glanced over and burst into laughter.
The scene was indeed too hilarious. The unfortunate Chen Chi-Chi was clinging to the steps of the pier with both hands, his entire body submerged in the water. He kept kicking his short legs, trying to climb out, but due to his recent swimming, he seemed to have completely exhausted himself. The result was that he tragically realized he couldn't get out on his own, yet these people ignored him, the one who had just saved them, and started celebrating instead.
Brother Mo. Quick, pull me up.
At this moment, Chen Chi-Chi no longer had any of his former swagger. His hair was soaked, and he looked like a drenched chicken. Xiao also walked over with a smile, grabbed Chen Chi-Chi's arm, and pulled him up with a firm tug. Chen Chi-Chi was pulled up effortlessly.
Li Chen, you really shouldn't have done that.
Look what you've done to Chen Chi-Chi.
I feel like I'm about to cry.
At this moment, Deng Chao also spoke with a hint of teasing in his voice.
Li Chen awkwardly smiled and walked over to Chen Chi-Chi, her baby. I'm sorry. Chen Chi-Chi could only feel like crying, unable to respond.
This was just too heartbreaking.
Alright, time's up.
I wonder how Bao Chang and Lin Xineng are doing over there. Looking at the time, the designated time had already passed, which meant only 2 groups had succeeded. Baby also spoke up, should we wait here for them?
Only the crew members could answer that.
They all had walkie-talkies, so they asked around. The crew members replied, their boat has sunk.
They're on their way now. Our people will bring them over.
What?
Deng Chao was speechless, turning to Li Chen and Chen Shiqi beside him. The two men, brimming with camaraderie, asked in unison, "Sunk?" After the two questions, the three of them looked at each other, then. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. What about their 30 years of professional shipbuilding experience? Exactly. What about wisdom and science? The three of them burst into wild laughter, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Xiaomo was left speechless, thinking to himself, these people have no sense of decency. At that moment, Baby whispered to Xiaomo, "Momo, don't you have anything to say about this? Opinion? Of course I have one." After a pause, Xiaomo looked at Baby, who was still confused, and said again, "I just know that their ship is an underwater spaceship." Put. Baby couldn't help but laugh either, and it seemed no one was willing to stand up for Bao Chang and the others. A few minutes later, the cruise boat picked up Bao Chang and Lin Xiuquan, and by this time, the two of them were in a pretty bad state. Lin Xinning wore a bitter smile, while Bao Chang remained completely expressionless, resembling Grey Wolf once again. Once the two of them boarded, everyone gathered together again. Chen Shiqi seemed to be holding back a smile, grinning mischievously and said, "Cough, cough, well, anyway, as long as you arrived safely." Chen Shiqi, shut up. That's my line. Deng Chao immediately objected, then smiled broadly at Bao Chang and Lin Xinning and said, "Being able to come back is already a blessing. Congratulations to you both. Brother Chao." The two of them looked helplessly at him. "Alright, let's take a look at this so-called clue." Xia Mo also spoke up. Bao Chang and Lin Xingxin also looked at Xia Mo with a hint of gratitude in their eyes. After all, this situation was truly frustrating. A spaceship that had been so confidently built had turned into a sinking ship. It was simply unacceptable. The two teams gathered around different positions and began to study the clues. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw the scanning option, which left Xia Mo feeling helpless. This production team was really trendy. Getting clues now required scanning a QR code. Xia Mo casually handed this task to Baby, and the three of them each took out their passports. A small hiccup arose when Baby and Deng Chao's passports showed nothing, while Xia Mo's displayed a line of text, "Please proceed to the Chinese seawater bathhouse. Exclude number 1120. Exclude? So there were still 90 numbers left. Let's see what Li Chen's group got. Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, the two nodded in agreement. Xia Mo, we've figured it out too. Ours is 110. At the same time, Li Chen's group also got their results. The situation suddenly became clear. The first 20 numbers were clearly not the target numbers. Chen Shiqi said with a hint of resentment, "If we had succeeded earlier, we could have eliminated some more." Ba Chang and Lin Xingxin felt even more resentful, but since Chen Shiqi had always been like this, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Having obtained the clues, everyone no longer hesitated and immediately boarded the vehicles the production team had already prepared. The next task location wasn't very far away, and it wouldn't take long to arrive. The seaside resort was also one of Jeju Island's famous attractions. Wow! Momo, look! It's so beautiful. After getting off the car, Baby was also captivated by the breathtaking scenery and unconsciously pulled Xia Mo's arm. Xia Mo nodded in agreement. The scenery was indeed breathtaking: turquoise seas, blue skies, and white sandy beaches, with no signs of pollution. It was truly a paradise for vacationers. Chapter 129, The tour guide is still a sea woman. Following the signs, everyone strolled leisurely, and the beautiful scenery truly made them feel refreshed. Xia Mo glanced at Baby walking beside her and whispered, "Baby, maybe we should start thinking about what we should do in the future?" Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Baby was startled for a moment. She quickly glanced at the person beside her and, upon realizing he hadn't noticed her, whispered back, "Mo. What do you mean?" At this, Xia Mo could only sigh in exasperation. Women seem to act this way at such moments. With no other choice, Xia Mo repeated, "I mean, shouldn't you consider moving in with me?" In an instant, Baby's face turned bright red. Not knowing where to put her hands, she blurted out almost instinctively, "I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet." But only she knew what she was thinking. Mei, how direct can you be? We're still recording the show. Can't you be more subtle? Will he misunderstand? But, how am I supposed to respond? As she spoke, the nervous young girl quickly took a few steps forward to create some distance between herself and Xia Mo. This little girl is actually being so coy. Xia Mo shook her head. There was no need to take those words seriously. It was simply because Xia Mo had spoken too bluntly, causing Baby to feel shy. After a few minutes' walk, everyone arrived at the beach. Wow! This is amazing! The seven of them stood side by side. The waves kept crashing against them, bringing a refreshingly cool sensation. You all saw it, right? Today we're going to play a very interesting game on this beautiful beach. As he spoke, the director waved the task card in front of Deng Chao. At that moment, Deng Chao finally got to experience the perks of being the team leader. He couldn't help but smile as he ran over to take the task card. When he returned, he looked at Xia Mo with a smug expression. Xia Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could he be so confident about something like this?
The challenge was to play rock paper scissors against the Jeju Island Sea women, and all 7 of them had to win to succeed. Everyone gathered around to watch. Rock paper scissors? I'm good at that. Ha! After a short rest, Chun Chi-chi regained his energy. Xia Mo couldn't help teasing him. Chun Chi-chi, you always say you're good at it, but look at the results. Cough, cough, brother Xia, that was all just a misunderstanding. But I really am good at rock paper scissors. Chen Chi-chi still refused to admit it. Perhaps it was true. At that moment, the director spoke again. Later, you'll be sitting on that board behind you. Upon hearing the director's words, everyone turned around and looked back, instantly stunned. The weather was hot, but the seawater at this time of year was still a bit chilly. Plus, the waves seemed pretty big, and the board kept getting submerged and resurfacing. It was easy to imagine what it would feel like to sit on it later. Can I not do this? My clothes are still wet. At this point, Chen Chi-chi couldn't help but shout out. Do you think it's possible? Deng Chao looked at Chun Chi-chi with excitement. Chen Chi-chi, you're a good guy. For the brothers, you have to keep going. Xia Mo added the final line, which was clearly meant to flatter Chen Chi-chi to the point of humiliation. Come on, Who's afraid? Chen Chi-chi suddenly went wild, his expression beyond description. If one loses, you'll all be punished. The director also interrupted the Chun Chi-chi, and Chen Chi-chi immediately calmed down. What kind of punishment is this? Baby asked with some concern. What are the odds of that? Who can tell me? Li Chen was also dumbfounded. Maybe his math teacher was the same as Deng Chao's, probably a PE teacher. The director didn't bother explaining what the punishment was, but instead said, the mermaid has arrived. Hello? As the stiff Chinese words echoed, everyone's attention shifted away. Xia Mo felt helpless. This so-called sea woman was dressed in an absurd outfit, carrying a large basket on her back. If she were a professional, it might be acceptable, but was that even possible? Xia Mo could only ask, are you sure you're a sea woman? Xia Mo, isn't that the tour guide? Chen Chi-chi has good eyes. The others also realized who she was and recognized her immediately, their expressions turning unfriendly. I am a sea woman from Jeju Island. No, you're the tour guide. You were the one who lost our passports last time. Deng Chao didn't even give her any face. I really am a sea woman. Xia Mo shook his head helplessly and said, just say what you are. Tell us what you want to do first. The others stopped teasing, as it was pointless. Rock, paper, scissors, I'm a pro. Xiao Jiang, who had transformed into a sea woman, spoke up, my mission is to prevent you from winning. I'll go prepare first. After saying that, Xiao Jiang turned and walked toward the director, while the remaining members of the Brotherhood gathered around. Deng Chao looked at everyone, raised his arm, and shouted, Brothers united, we can cut through gold. Let that so-called tour guide mermaid see the power of our brotherhood. The words were spoken with great momentum, but was it really that easy to handle? At the very least, Xia Mo himself wasn't very confident in rock, paper, scissors. Chapter 130, Human Fountain. After speaking, the few of them walked straight into the seawater. The earlier waves were manageable, just local splashes. But now, fully submerged in the seawater, the icy coldness sent a shiver down their spines. This was typical of September weather. Though it was still hot, the seawater had cooled significantly. Oh my god. It's so cold. If I can't pass this time, I'm going to die. Chen Chi-chi also complained loudly. Deng Chao rolled his eyes and said with a frustrated expression, stop complaining. You can talk about it if you win. Xia Mo smiled. At least the board wasn't placed too deeply. Xia Mo helped the baby beside him and let her sit on the board first. Xia Mo, why won't you let me help baby? Bao Chang couldn't help but speak up. Xia Mo rolled his eyes and said, do you think anyone can help baby? He then replied, Bao Chang, don't blame others. You can't do it either. That guy. Can you stop always bringing up height? That resentful gaze was enough to completely throw someone off balance. It was a wound in his heart that even drinking Yunnan Baiyao couldn't heal. The others also chuckled quietly, then quickly arranged their seats and sat down one after another. Just as they finished, a slightly larger wave came crashing in, causing baby to scream. The men could endure it, but she was a girl. Do you have a jacket? It's so cold. Give me one. Baby shouted to the film crew, who were quite considerate and accommodated the request. Xia Mo's gaze swept over the people around him. Li Chen was fine, but Deng Chao and Bao Chang were slightly affected. The worst off were Chen Chi-chi and Lin Xining, whose lips had turned slightly pale. Two crew members who had already put on their diving suits approached the group, holding a long white stick. They bent down and secured it in front of everyone's feet. What are you doing? Deng Chao, who was unaware of the situation, asked instinctively. The director ignored him completely and shouted loudly, the competition begins. At that moment, the sea maiden Xiao Jiang also approached the group and faced Bao Chang, who was in the first position. Are you ready? The positions of the few people were also quite interesting. Xiaomo and Baby sat in the middle, with Bao Chang and Lin Xinning in front, and Deng Chao and Chen Qiqi in the back.
Xiaomo's gaze also fell on the two of them. One was Bao Chang, the leader of the Brotherhood, and the other was the professional troublemaker, the mermaid Xiao Jiang. This seemed like an evenly matched showdown. Scissors, rock, paper. As the two shouted in unison, their hand gestures were clearly visible to everyone. Xiao Zhang's scissors and Bao Chang's cloth formed a stark contrast, and the winner was immediately clear. Oh. No, Bao Chang, you traitor. You should have let me, the genius, win. Chen Qiqi shouted, covering his head with both hands. At that moment, the waves crashed in again, catching Chen Qiqi off guard, and he screamed in pain. This seawater is really powerful. Even Xiaomo, whose physical endurance is twice that of an average person, felt a chill at that moment. Baby, are you feeling better? It wasn't that Xiaomo didn't care about the outcome, such a matter of probability did require luck, and besides, he was in the middle, so there was no point in rushing. Baby, who had already put on a jacket, nodded, I'm feeling a bit better. I wonder how long this will go on. Does this count as a loss? As the two spoke, Deng Chao asked in disbelief. That's right. The punishment begins. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the people standing on either side picked up the white sticks they had been holding and placed them in front of everyone, then pushed them forward. Before anyone could react, several people were left speechless. Xiaomo, however, had anticipated this and rushed forward to grab Baby's small hand. Be careful. Hearing Xiaomo's words and seeing the sudden situation in front of her, Baby also froze. With almost no room to resist, the 7 people fell backward into the sea. As soon as they hit the water, Xiaomo quickly flipped over to stabilize himself, then pulled Baby's soft body into his arms. However, Baby was clearly panicking, her feet sinking into the soft sand on the seabed. Xiaomo stood up as well. The baby in Xiaomo's arms was in the same state. After surfacing, Xiaomo released the baby. Not long after, the others also stood up, but their appearance was beyond description. Especially Deng Chao, who was beside Xiaomo. The moment he surfaced, he spat out a large amount of seawater, and his carefully styled hair was completely ruined, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Seeing this, Xiaomo couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiao Chao, are you the legendary human fountain? At that moment, Deng Chao was completely speechless. He didn't dare to argue with Xiaomo's teasing words. His eyes were filled with regret. Oh my god. Why didn't I close my mouth just now? I regret it so much. Standing in the water, Xiaomo also noticed that his hand had been gently grasped by a slippery, soft little hand. The gaze that met Xiaomo's was also filled with the happy expression of a baby. Xiaomo smiled knowingly. This level of affection was indeed easy to gauge, and there wouldn't be any absurd misunderstandings. Chapter 131, Deng Chao's Handsome Guy Strategy. Seeing Deng Chao's miserable expression, Xiaomo couldn't help but say, Xiao Chao, are you sure you're not just thirsty? You drank so much. Xiaomo. Can you drink seawater? For you, nothing seems impossible. Deng Chao sighed again, but fortunately, the others were in the same situation, which gave him a little comfort. Ah. Shen Gu. I can't take it anymore. Save me from this misery. Chen Qiqi shouted loudly, his voice filled with sorrow. Li Chen, unable to hold back his tears, had his hat completely soaked, looking pitiful beyond words. I can't either. Let's try again. Chen Qiqi went wild and immediately climbed onto the board. Bao Chang, can you do it or not? Looking at his former shipbuilding teammate Lin Xinning, Bao Chang nodded, but his expression seemed to betray a hint of uncertainty. He helped Baby back onto the board, and everyone else followed suit. In this seawater, adaptation was crucial. Once they gradually acclimatized to the temperature, it would become much more bearable. At least now, in late summer, the initial chill had already subsided significantly. The sea woman Xiao Jiang also stepped forward again, fixing her gaze on Bao Chang. Bao Chang, who had just nodded in agreement, suddenly froze, then turned to look at the others with a sorrowful expression and said, Why don't we switch? Do I have to start again? Bao Chang, believe in yourself. Winning isn't everything. Xiaomo also gave him ample encouragement. Bao Chang nodded again, but the confused expression on his face made it unclear what he was thinking. Last time it was scissors. Will it be scissors again this time? Bao Chang's inner monologue was powerful yet frustrating. However, this rock-paper-scissors game was largely about guessing the other person's mind, combined with some luck. Clearly, Bao Chang's luck was lacking. Rock, paper, scissors. Bao Chang clenched his fist tightly, his face brimming with confidence. Yay! Seeing Hainu Xiaozhang's scissors, Bao Chang almost shouted out in excitement, as if all the energy he had been holding back had finally been released. Oh my god, I need to adjust. As she spoke, the mermaid Xiao Jiang also approached Lin Xinning, hiding her arm behind her back. Immediately, the two of them threw punches again. This time, whether it was Lin Xinxin who guessed correctly or Xiao Jiang did it on purpose, the rock once again defeated the scissors. That's amazing. I'm so nervous, Momo. A smile also appeared on Baby's face, but as she had said, there was a hint of worry in it. I'm not afraid of you, why are you afraid? Xiaomo shook her head helplessly and said, Baby, I'm completely terrible at rock paper scissors. But I believe in you. Seeing how much Baby trusted her, Xiaomo was also very happy. Of course, Xiaomo wasn't yet a all-around champion, but that was just a matter of time. Hey! Hi Nu, hi Nu! Deng Chao shouted excitedly, but it looked more like a provocation. Sure enough, the next moment, Deng Chao stuck out his tongue, looking arrogant. Hey! Xiao Chao, what are you doing? Are you performing acrobatics? Xiaomo couldn't help but tease him. Deng Chao, however, replied with a helpless expression, Xiaomo, you just don't understand. I'm suppressing Hai Nu's momentum. Once I suppress her, she won't stand a chance against me. Just wait and see. Hai Nu Xiaojiang also approached Deng Chao, who immediately went wild again. You're going to lose. The winner will definitely be me. Scissors. Rock. Wait. Just as it was about to begin, Deng Chao suddenly shouted out, startling everyone. He then extended his hand with a smug smile and said, Hi Nu, nice to meet you. Xiao Chao. Are you trying to play the handsome guy card? Xiaomo was speechless. Baby burst into laughter. Deng Chao was indeed good looking, but after being soaked in seawater and with that ridiculous hairstyle, he was far from handsome. Baby laughed and said, Xiao Chao, aren't you afraid of your wife? And this kind of thing would be more effective if Momo did it, right? Wait, no, we can't let Momo do it. Baby's incoherent words left Xiaomo even more helpless. The revolution isn't over yet, comrades must continue to strive. The sea maiden Xiaojiang also stared blankly at Deng Chao, then pointed at Xiaomo and said, She's right. If you want to shake hands, you should do it with him. Oh. Everyone started to cheer, and Deng Chao instantly turned into a miserable loser. His earlier provocation wasn't without consequences, and now karma had come back to bite him. Deng Chao lost all face. Ha! Deng Chao! Chen Shichi was being as sarcastic as ever. Compared to my brother Xiaomo, you're so weak. Using the handsome guy tactic? Are you a pig? Ah! Chen Shichi, let's fight. Deng Chao put his lessons to good use. Chen Shichi was immediately excited because he wasn't sitting next to Deng Chao. What was he afraid of? He shouted arrogantly, Come on! Who's afraid of who? Let's start. I already know you're going to lose. Hearing Hai Nu Xiaojiang's words, Deng Chao felt a bit embarrassed. His legs, which were submerged in the water, kicked unnaturally a few times before he stretched out his hand and said, Come on. As the slogan was shouted, Deng Chao also stretched out his hand with force. Scissors, rock. Yeah. I don't even need to use my good looks, I'm invincible. Deng Chao almost jumped in. Chapter 132, The Miraculous 7-Game Winning Streak. Even Xiaomo couldn't help but envy Deng Chao's luck at this moment. This guy doesn't have a single serious bone in his body. He can win in this situation? The next one is Xiaomo's turn, and this is getting a bit nerve-wracking. 3 people have already guessed correctly, and Xiaomo doesn't want to lose at this stage. Handsome guy. Hello? When she approached Xiaomo, the mermaid Xiaojiang seemed a bit shy. Xiaomo smiled and replied, Hello, I'm not very good at rock paper scissors. Shouldn't you let me win? That's not fair. Xiaojiang clearly felt shy. Xiaomo was helpless. Since that's the case, let's just rely on luck. Her luck has always been pretty good, so if she can keep this going, it would be even more wonderful. Scissors, rock, paper. As Xiaomo shouted paper and opened her hand. Yes. Chen Shichi burst into laughter and exclaimed, Xiaomo, you're my idol. You're amazing. Xiaomo, you're the best. Baby also cheered excitedly, completely oblivious to what she had said, nearly throwing herself onto Xiaomo's body. Xiaomo also laughed, relieved that his luck hadn't run out. Xiaojiang, however, wore a wounded expression as he walked straight up to Baby. After all, the mermaid was a woman, and while Baby's attacks were powerful, they seemed to have little effect on her. Let's start with rock. Paper, scissors. Both of them made their moves at the same time. 2 scissors. The first round was a tie. Everyone else also fixed their gaze on them, their expressions tense. If they won this round, it would be 5 wins in a row, and victory was within reach. Rock. They threw their punches again, and surprisingly, they were perfectly synchronized. The 2 women's eyes also betrayed a hint of tension. As the chant was shouted again, Baby chose scissors once more, while Xiaojiang went with rock. Momo. I won. I won. Baby froze for a moment before raising both hands above her head and shouting with joy. This goddess is truly a goddess, she really has good luck. Compared to Baby's excitement, Chen Shichi's face looked a bit tense. Xiao. Jiang. It was easy to imagine Chen Shichi's smug expression, his body twisting slightly as he uttered those words. The scene was so vulgar that there were no other words to describe it. Punch me, I won't fall for it. Xiao Jiang completely ignored him. The key was that Chen Shichi and Xiaomo were on completely different levels. Would this tactic even work on him? Mo good. What should I do? Chen Shichi asked again, sounding a bit nervous. Xiaomo rolled his eyes and said, how should I know? Just do whatever you think is right. You're the genius, aren't you? Right, I am a genius. Chen Qiqi suddenly got a feeling, rock, paper, scissors. Scissors against paper, and Chen Qiqi actually chose scissors? That's way too lucky. Chen Qiqi, well done, good job. Deng Chao wasn't one to hold back on praise. He didn't want to end up in the sea again. The sourness was still affecting him, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. Of course, I'm a genius. Chen Qiqi said excitedly, as if he had done something extraordinary. And finally, Li Chen opted for a simple and brutal approach. Mermaid, let's fight. Xia Mo was speechless. This guy only knows how to fight. Chen Qiqi was like this, and now he is the same with the sea women. Come on, come on. Don't be nervous. Qingge, use your brain, don't always think about fighting. Everyone started encouraging him, and Li Chen's expression improved slightly. He then flipped over and stood on the board. Did he think that standing taller would make him more intimidating? Li Chen also started shouting, his voice hoarse and strained, clearly tense to the extreme. Stone. Scissors. The result appeared in the first round. Ah. Hainu Xiaojiang clutched her head in agony. It was indeed too tragic. She had lost 7 consecutive matches with no suspense at all. The members of the brothers group exchanged glances and quickly jumped down, cheering wildly. This miraculous 7-game winning streak was no easy feat. Bao Chang, Lin Xinning, and Deng Chao immediately embraced each other. Baby didn't hesitate either, diving straight into Xiaomo's arms. At this moment, celebrating was perfectly acceptable. Chen Qiqi saw this and his eyes lit up as he also rushed towards Xiaomo and Baby. Xiaomo looked over, and Chen Qiqi's movements came to an abrupt halt. He gave a sheepish smile, as if he had caught a glimpse of a murderous intent in Xiaomo's eyes. Ah! We won! To avoid the awkwardness, he quickly changed direction and rushed toward Deng Chao and the others. Xiaomo, that was so hard. We actually won. Xiaomo nodded and said, it was indeed tough. Baby, you did great. The goddess instantly transformed into a love-struck teenager, her face flushing with embarrassment. The lover's praise seemed more important than the victory itself. This win rate was indeed too high. Unless one was extremely lucky, a 7-game winning streak was simply impossible. At the beginning, Xiaomo had felt that the production team's arrangement was a bit unreliable. Soon, the celebration ended, and the brothers forgot the cold, splashing seawater excitedly while shouting loudly. Run, brothers! This sense of unity and victory was truly wonderful. Everyone had fully immersed themselves in the moment, as if they weren't part of a reality show but rather experiencing something truly special. Those moments were truly priceless. Chapter 133, Team Task. Soon, everyone made it ashore. The production crew had already prepared dry towels and blankets, and everyone began to wipe themselves down. At that moment, Xiao Jiang walked over to congratulate them, saying, you beat me. I'll give you a clue. As he spoke, Xiao Jiang handed his phone to Xiaomo. Oh my god. Why? Deng Chao was speechless. He was standing beside Xiaomo and had even reached out his hands to take it, but it was clear that Xiao Jiang had no intention of giving it to him. Holding the phone, Xiaomo smiled and said, Xiao Chao, are you trying to say you're the real captain? Deng Chao immediately looked resentful, his frustrated expression was beyond words. Xiaomo didn't seem to mind. Baby and the others gathered around him. Xiaomo took out his phone and began scanning the QR code on the passport. Got it. Got it. Please proceed to the Jeju Aerospace Museum, excluding number 3150. Got it, so that means only 51,100. Li Chen then showed off his intelligence. Baby shook her head and said, no, there's another number between 2130. Bao Chang and Lin Xinning felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they had been the ones holding everyone back in the previous round. Even if they were holding back, they should have at least been close. Instead, they sank to the bottom after only a few meters. How could they possibly save face? They boarded the car that the production team had already prepared and drove for over 20 minutes before arriving at their destination, the Aerospace Museum. Congratulations on reaching the final destination of your trip to Korea. We hope you'll find the oil tycoon you've been searching for all these days at this location. The final location? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chen Qiqi said with a hint of disappointment. The director ignored him and continued, you have earned a celebrity name tag exchange voucher, which allows you to swap the current name tag of a celebrity for a smaller one. The 7 of them exchanged glances. Now that they were all in the same group, the ownership of this item needed to be decided. Lin Xinning, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, give it to the girl. Give it to the girl? Deng Chao didn't hold back, saying, just give it to him. I think we shouldn't. Li Xingxin felt a bit uneasy. He didn't know whose fighting power was stronger between him and Baby. I think it's better to give it to Momo. What do you think? Baby also spoke up. Chen Qiqi's eyes lit up, and he shouted repeatedly, Mogu, give it to Mogu. His combat strength is higher, so my safety will be guaranteed. As for this brand name, Xia Mo didn't have any particular thoughts. Protect Chen Chi? Forget it. Unless this guy gets lucky and runs into me, once the fight breaks out, there won't be time to protect him. I agree. It's more reasonable to give it to Xia Mo. Dang Chao nodded in agreement. As for Bao Chang and Li Chan, they had no objections either, and the decision was made almost instantly. After the decision was made, the production team handed over the prepared name tags. Chen Shichi immediately grabbed one and walked over to Xia Mo with a smug expression, saying, "Brother Mo, let me help you." Xia Mo was speechless. Fortunately, Baby walked over at that moment and snatched the name tag from Chen Shichi's hand. "Chen Shichi, you're clumsy. Let me do it." As she spoke, Baby helped Xia Mo stick it on, while Deng Chao and the others stood by, chuckling to themselves, unsure whether they were laughing at Chen Shichi or something else. Just as they finished, Xia Mo noticed several men in black approaching the group. "What's going on?" The response came as the black-clad men pulled black eye masks over their faces from behind the crowd. "Oh no, not this again. Can't you guys come up with something new?" Chen Shichi was speechless. "Alright, listen up. Once we're separated, find an opportunity to regroup." After being blindfolded, Xia Mo spoke up. "Got it." The black-clad figures then led everyone away, each dispersing in different directions. "Momo, you have to come save me first." Baby couldn't help but shout out. Soon, Xia Mo felt that they had stopped. "You can take off the blindfold now." She took it off and looked around. The black-clad men had left immediately after speaking, and she found herself at a corner. Xia Mo took a few steps and looked through the passageway but didn't see any of her teammates. "Activate the team battle mission." The system's voice suddenly rang out, "The final showdown with Korea. For honor, the host must win. Victory grants 200 all-round points. For each enemy team member defeated, you gain 50 all-round points, which can be stacked. If a team member is eliminated, 30 all-round points will be deducted." Xia Mo froze in shock. The rewards for this mission were too generous. A guaranteed 200 all-purpose points, plus the ability to stack them by tearing off name tags. How much could this possibly amount to? However, things were far from as optimistic as he had imagined. If his team was eliminated, they would lose 30 points. Back and forth, they might only end up with 20 points. Xia Mo didn't think they wouldn't be eliminated. After all, these South Korean Running Man participants had years of experience. Meanwhile, a mysterious bus appeared outside the venue. "Hey, Zhonghua, is that Xia Mo you mentioned really that powerful?" "Of course, he's very strong. His strength surpasses mine." "Wow, there are people like that? I have to see him in action." Be careful. Try to eliminate the others first, then deal with him last. Chapter 134 is well hidden. Besides Xia Mo, no one else knows who the opponent is for this battle. Those scattered across various locations are also starting to feel tense. Such unknown factors often evoke such feelings. After a brief warm-up, Xia Mo adjusted his state to its best. The system had just said that victory was necessary for honor, but it didn't specify the consequences. Xia Mo wouldn't assume there would be no punishment for failure this time. Victory was the only option. Ji Xiao. Shijin Gu. At that moment, Xia Mo faintly heard shouts coming from the distance. Have they arrived already? Xia Mo didn't linger and headed toward the other side. The most urgent task now was to find her teammates. Running Man members, hello. At that moment, the voices of the production crew echoed throughout the museum, and they repeated the message in Korean once more. Xia Mo was certain that, aside from Bao Chang and Li Chen, two individuals whose intelligence wasn't particularly high, the others likely already knew who their opponent was. The third task is about to be announced. There was a brief pause, as if to heighten the tension, before the voice resumed. The third task is Run, Brothers. A name tag tearing showdown with the Korean RUNNANGMAN team. Tear each other's name tags off, and the last survivor's team wins. Oh my god. Kim Jong-kook? At that moment, Chen Shichi on the other side was completely stunned. He frantically looked around, as if enemies might appear at any moment, and then sprinted away. Brother Mo. Chan Mama. Please save me. 5 4 3 2 1, game on. The final countdown begins randomly. Xia Mo also speeds up, glances around briefly, and figures out the general situation. The museum only had a large hall on the first floor, with spiral corridors on the upper floors. Their current location was on the second floor. Through the glass by the stairs, Xia Mo could observe the situation below. Target spotted. A figure dressed in blue entered Xia Mo's field of vision. However, after just a glance, Xia Mo lost interest. The figure was exceptionally tall, and especially the full curves in certain areas spoke volumes. Song Ji Hyo. When it came to women, Xia Mo wouldn't resort to overly violent methods. Xia Mo. Xia Mo. At the same time, a faint cry could be heard from the distance. This puzzled Xia Mo, who followed the sound and saw a sign with Zhang Nala's name moving around. Xia Mo was stunned. Who was this person? Did they think no one would notice them? How obvious were their feet? Xia Mo was exasperated. What kind of teammates did she have? In this situation, could she really expect them to fight alongside her? The next second, Zhang Nala's sign moved slightly, and Deng Chao also appeared in Xia Mo's line of sight.
At that moment, Deng Chao looked at Xia Mo with a troubled expression. He was on the first floor in the lobby, while Xia Mo was on the second floor. Though it didn't seem that far, how big could this museum be? Plus, there were 14 people in both teams. If they tried to meet up, they'd definitely run into others. Sighing helplessly, Xia Mo spoke up, "Hide well and wait for me." Deng Chao wasn't like Chun Shichi and Lin Xinning, he still had some combat prowess.
Alright, Xia Mo, good brother, I'll wait for you.
Deng Chao immediately broke into a smile. Xia Mo turned around, took a quick look, and then ran toward the stairs. On the other side, another group of people unexpectedly crossed paths.
Li Chen. It's been a long time. Oh. No.
Seeing the person in front of him, Li Chen was also taken aback, but he still walked over. Jin Zhenghua, is this really a coincidence?
We met so quickly. It is a coincidence. Where is Xia Mo?
Jin Zhenghua smiled and shook hands with Li Chen.
Hearing Jin Zhenghua's words, Li Chen's eyes lit up and said, "She should be on this floor too, right? What do you think, should we go meet her first?" Both of them were speaking English, but Li Chen's was clearly much more awkward, though they could manage to communicate.
Jin Zhenghua nodded naturally and said, "Of course.
Last time we didn't have enough fun. But before that, let's start with this first."
Li Chen was instantly dumbfounded. He had originally planned to have Jin Zhenghua go find Xia Mo, so he could handle the others. After all, the little nameplate was on Xia Mo, giving him an advantage over Jin Zhenghua. But this was clearly unavoidable, so Li Chen could only bow his head and prepare for battle. At that moment, Xia Mo also made her way down the stairs to the first floor lobby. Upon arriving, she could clearly see the blue team members in the distance. It was evident that they had been gathering there for some time.
Angela. The atmosphere was too friendly.
In Xia Mo's eyes, it seemed like all the Running Man members were looking for Baby. Xia Mo also sped up and went straight to where Deng Chao had been standing.
"Xiao Chao, where are you?"
Upon arriving at the location, Xia Mo was stunned. The sign with Zhang Nala's name was already there, but Deng Chao was nowhere to be seen.
"Here." A faint voice echoed, leaving Xia Mo speechless. After taking a few steps, Xia Mo finally spotted Deng Chao, whose posture was truly amusing.
Behind a slightly larger chair, Deng Chao was crouched in a certain spot, carefully hiding inside.
"Come on, get out already." Xia Mo was helpless. Chapter 135, A Friendly Atmosphere.
Deng Chao felt a bit more relaxed and emerged from behind the chair.
"Xia Mo, this atmosphere is way too tense.
Besides Jin Zhenghua, everyone else seems to be meeting for the first time.
Why are you two tearing each other apart like this? What did you expect?"
Xia Mo rolled her eyes and said, "I'm going to find the others."
"You go upstairs. There are too many people on the first floor." "What?" "Xia Mo, let's go together,"
Deng Chao said with a sudden smile.
"Xiao Chaozi, are you teasing me?" Xia Mo was immediately annoyed. "You're one of the more capable members on our side, the main force, do you understand?" "Ha ha. You're right, Xia Mo." Deng Chao perked up. "I am the main force, but could you stop copying Baby? That name is really ugly." No matter how pitiful he looked, it was useless. Probably the entire national audience knew Deng Chao's nickname now. After all, this was a live broadcast. Could he really expect the production team to cut that part out?
For the production team, those were the highlights.
"Alright, let's leave it at that." Xia Mo also smiled and said, "You go ahead. I'll go check out the situation over there."
At that moment, Deng Chao nodded as well, and the two parted ways once more. Earlier, Xia Mo had noticed that the three members of the opposing team had already gathered together.
They needed to hurry up and find Baby first. "Angela."
The calls continued unabated, leaving Xia Mo feeling helpless. Baby was so popular in Korea.
The lobby on this floor was extremely spacious.
Xia Mo waved to the cameraman and quickly made her way toward the other side. Among the three people there, Song Ji-hyo posed no threat, and the remaining two were also no match for her.
Xia Mo's only opponent was Kim Jong-kook. Meanwhile, Baby's figure also appeared.
At that moment, Baby was hiding in the corner of the elevator, but her hiding spot was useless. The cameraman behind her had already revealed her location.
"Hi. Angela, you're so beautiful. It's nice to see you."
The three members of the blue team also spotted Baby, especially Lu Zhaishu and Ha, whose exaggerated expressions seemed to suggest they had seen something incredible. Meanwhile, Baby was also smiling, but her gaze wasn't on the three members of the blue team.
Instead, it was fixed on the area behind and to the side of them. "Ha? Jae-suk, what is Angela looking at? I feel like she's not looking at us." Ha also asked with some confusion. Lu Shaixing nodded in agreement. "Yeah, maybe we're not handsome enough?" "Ah.
Jae-suk, Ha, be careful." The two pranksters hadn't reacted yet, but Song Ji-hyo, who was behind them, noticed something was off and quickly shouted out. The two of them instantly turned around and noticed the figure that had suddenly appeared not far behind them.
At this moment, Baby no longer hid but came out directly, running over with a joyful expression. Momo, are you here to find me?
In this situation, being discovered by 3 people from the opposing side, Baby couldn't help but feel nervous. However, at that moment, Xiaomo appeared, and the huge contrast between the two situations was something that would be hard to forget. Plus, the two of them had already confirmed their relationship, making this an even more rare and precious moment.
Xiaomo also smiled. The timing seemed just right. Hello? Hello?
Both sides exchanged greetings, looking very friendly. Baby also came over to Xiaomo's side, instantly forming a 2 against 3 situation. Xiaomo also walked over and shook hands with Ha and Lu Zhaixing one by one.
Ah! He's Xiaomo.
At that moment, Song Ji-hyo covered her mouth with her hand, looking astonished, and said, he's the super-powered person Zhonghua mentioned.
Oh. No, our luck is really bad, J-Sick.
Ha exaggeratedly said while also communicating with Xiaomo in English, I didn't expect to meet you here.
You won't tear us apart, right? We're just here to say hello. Yeah, your real opponent should be Kim Jong-kook.
Lu Zhaixing also laughed and chimed in. It seemed like the members of Running Man were on the same level as their own side. These two were completely on par with Chen Qiqi and Lin Yuchen.
Xiaomo was speechless.
Of course, this was just a greeting.
Xiaomo nodded and said, the real show starts later.
As he spoke, Xiaomo walked over to Song Ji-hyo, took a good look at the Korean beauty, and extended his hand, saying, nice to meet you. Song Ji-hyo looked at Xiaomo with an exaggerated expression, then reached out her small hand. They don't know you, but I do. I have a Chinese friend who told me to listen to your songs.
They're very nice, and I really like them. Song Jixiao clearly wasn't the shy type. She had an outgoing personality and blurted out a string of words. That's a great honor.
After shaking her soft little hand, Xiaomo let go. Alright, let's head upstairs first. The show's about to start.
Go easy on me. Xiaomo said with a smile.
Lu Zhaixing and Haha both smiled at this situation.
The atmosphere was too friendly.
Their first impression of Xiaomo was that she didn't have the air of a celebrity. She had a special charm and was easy to approach.
Especially Lu Zhaixing, the most famous MC in South Korea. What kind of artists hadn't he seen? Xiaomo, see you later. Both parties nodded and quickly went their separate ways. That felt pretty good, didn't it?
As she walked with Baby, the girl whispered softly.
Xiaomo was speechless.
This girl was really jealous. He needed to win her over quickly. Once her feelings for him improved, the problem would be solved.
Otherwise, how could Xiaomo proceed with his plan? Chapter 136, Run, Grass Mud Horse.
Of course, he couldn't admit it now, but he couldn't deny that the feel was indeed nice.
Shaking his head, Xiaomo whispered back, Baby, are you jealous?
Regardless, your hands are still my favorite. After saying that, Xiaomo smiled and directly took Baby's small hand, then shouted loudly, we need to speed up.
Let's find them quickly.
This action felt completely natural. In the photographer's eyes, it was obvious that he was speeding up, pulling Baby, the slower girl, along. Baby's face turned slightly red, and she secretly shot Xiaomo a glance, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Since Xiaomo had already passed through before, she was now well versed in the route, leading Baby quickly up the stairs to the second floor.
Shan Gu. Come on, I'm leaving first. As soon as they arrived on the second floor, the scene in the distance left Xiaomo and Baby speechless.
3 figures stood there. Jin Zhonghua and Li Chen faced each other, while Chen Qiqi stood beside them, grinning lewdly as he shook hands with Jin Zhonghua.
Li Chen's eyes lit up with excitement.
This was clearly a 2-on-1 situation, giving him a glimmer of hope despite his initial uncertainty.
The combination of Chen Mom and He Bao was invincible, wasn't it? But then, a heartbreaking scene unfolded.
Chen Qiqi turned around and ran away quickly, creating a distance between himself and the two. He didn't even pause, completely disregarding Chen Chen's feelings.
Chen Chen must be heartbroken right now.
Are you sure he's your teammate? Jin Zhonghua, without a second thought, stepped forward to deliver the final blow, which was no different from stabbing Li Chen again. At that moment, Li Chen had no time to respond. His mind was filled with 1,000 curses. He even thought to himself, maybe they should rename the show Run, Horses.
Momo. I'm speechless about Chen Qiqi.
Baby was also completely dumbfounded, with a blank expression on her face.
Xiaomo nodded and said, if he doesn't leave, that would be abnormal. Have you only known him for a day?
Let's go over there, otherwise, Chen Qiqi's mother will really start crying. The two of them chatted as they hurried over. The second floor was just a small space with an open area in the middle, and below was the first floor lobby.
It was completely open.
The two of them ran over and bumped into Chen Qiqi coming towards them.
Oh, Brother Mo, you finally arrived. Hurry up, Li Chen and Kim Jong-guk have met. Chen Qiqi lit up upon seeing Xiaomo and Baby. Baby was speechless and said softly, why didn't you go help? What do you want to do?
This. Chen Qiqi was momentarily speechless, then quickly shifted his gaze and shouted, I'm looking for someone to help.
Mo, go help them.
You traitor.
We all saw what happened just now. Xia Mo didn't even spare you any face. Cough cough. Brother Xia, I'm innocent.
Chen Shichi also looked miserable and said, you know I hate this kind of rough game the most. We might as well sit down and chat, have a meal, or something. That would be better for building relationships.
Shut up.
Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, Chen Shichi stopped immediately, but he looked so wronged.
Let's hurry over there. Xia Mo didn't bother with Chen Shichi anymore.
At that moment, Jin Zhonghua had already started fighting with Li Chen. After just a few rounds, Li Chen was already at a disadvantage. Although Li Chen had some experience, he was still no match for Jin Zhonghua, and his strength was also relatively weaker. At this point, he was being forced to retreat constantly, which wasn't a good sign.
By the way, have you seen Xiao Chao?
While running, Xia Mo also asked aloud.
Chen Shichi was taken aback. You mean Chao Go? I didn't see him. Xia Mo was speechless. What kind of teammates were these?
If it weren't for the system's mission, Xia Mo wouldn't know if he should tear off their name tags first. This was ridiculous. On the other side of the stairs, the blue team that had also come upstairs noticed the situation. The next moment, the situation became somewhat tense. Everyone rushed toward the battlefield where Li Chen and Kim Jong-guk were fighting, unsure of what chaos would ensue. Soon, Xia Mo and the others also arrived at the battlefield. The footsteps were so loud that Jin Zhonghua and Li Chen temporarily halted their battle and backed away from each other.
Chen Shichi, that heartless bastard, grinned like a fool and said, Brother Chen, look who I brought. You have to thank me.
Li Chen was panting heavily. The recent rounds of combat had drained him of a significant amount of energy.
Chen Shichi. Wait for the show. We have to fight. Even though he was exhausted, Li Chen couldn't help but say.
In contrast to Chen Shichi's resentful expression, Kim Jong-kook took a slight breath and said, Hey, Xia Mo, it's been a while.
He walked straight over, and Xia Mo shook hands with Jin Zhonghua before giving him a hug. Heroes admire heroes. Jin Zhonghua's strength was indeed formidable. Without Xia Mo, the brothers' team losing the match would have been understandable. With a smile, Xia Mo patted Jin Zhonghua on the shoulder and said, It's been a while. How have you been lately?
Of course. After the show, I'll treat you to some grilled meat. Compared to the two of them chatting and laughing, the others, including Lu Zhaishu and Haha who had rushed over, were speechless.
What was going on?
This was way too friendly.
That's the best outcome. Xia Mo also smiled and pointed to the people behind them. Shall we start now? Chapter 137, The Peak Showdown Between China and Korea 1. Of course, but there are so many people here. How should we divide them up? Kim Jong-kook also laughed.
As a member of Running Man, he would never back down from a challenge. At that moment, on this small platform, Xia Mo's side had Baby Li Chen and Chen Shichi, while the opposing side had Kim Jong-kook, Lu Zhaishu, Ha, and Song Ji-hyo. It was a perfect 4-on-4 situation. As they spoke, Li Chen also came over to Xia Mo and said, Xia Mo, let me handle this. I can feel the blood boiling in my veins. Hearing this, Xia Mo rolled her eyes.
You're feeling the blood boil? Are you sure you're not a black bull instead of a rhinoceros? All right.
At that moment, a sound came from the distance. Soon after, there were loud footsteps, and the sound clearly belonged to Deng Chao. It was obvious that the two of them had already started fighting there.
Xia Mo smiled and said, My teammate wants to give it a try. Since that's the case, I'll leave him to you. Ha!
Jin Zhonghua also looked at Li Chen and smiled, saying, I see.
That's fine then.
Li Chen was clearly already fired up, but Xia Mo didn't care. As long as Li Chen could stall for time, he could handle the others on his own, giving him a much better chance of winning. Besides, those people were all mobile all-rounders, they had to be taken out.
Hey, Jong-guk, what should we do?
Lu Zhaishu asked at this moment. Jin Zhonghua turned to look at his teammates, then at Xia Mo, before saying, You all go to the first floor lobby immediately and find your opponents. If possible, try to keep Xia Mo occupied. Lu Zhaishu and the others nodded and turned to leave. Since they were communicating in Korean, Xia Mo and the others couldn't understand a word, but they could tell from their actions that they were clearly trying to leave.
Alright, let's go too.
Xia Mo also stepped back and said to Baby and Chen Shichi.
Haha, leave it to me. The remaining two are yours.
Xia Mo spoke while chasing after the three people across from him. Chen Shichi, Lu Zhaishu is yours.
He's basically the weakest one. What?
Chen Shichi looked surprised, then feigned a deceived expression and said, Xia Mo, you're lying to me.
The weakest one is clearly that beautiful woman, right? If you don't want to get beaten to death by Kim Jong-kook at the end of the match.
Alright, I'll take care of Lu Zhaishu. This genius is finally going to show his true colors.
Chen Shichi's expression changed instantly. This cowardly bully left Xia Mo with no choice but to sigh in exasperation.
At such a close distance, the three opponents had little chance of escaping. Xia Mo, carrying Baby, and Chen Shichi instantly gave chase and blocked their path.
Xia Mo walked up to Haha and bent down. Sorry, let's get started. This Haha had a very cheerful appearance. If one had to describe him, a mole would be more appropriate. At that moment, his expression was completely stunned. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Li Guangzhu is your real opponent. This guy looks a lot like Chen Shichi, but Xiamo shook her head and said, that will work. While speaking, Xiamo also reached out. After all, he had been streaming for 4 years, and Haha was very familiar with such moves. His arm naturally blocked Xiamo's path while his body quickly retreated. On the other side, Baby and Song Ji-hyo were also entangled, the two beauties screaming constantly, but neither of their arms were aimed at the name tags, creating a scene that was both exciting and a bit hard to watch. Chen Shichi and Lu Zhaixing were still chatting. Chen Shichi's awkward English and Lu Zhaixing's quirky accent made them seem more like they were here to perform an indoor sitcom rather than to tier name tags. With Li Chen on the other side, the 8 of them suddenly formed a tight cluster. The already cramped space felt even more crowded, and the constant shouts echoed throughout the museum. Oh my god. Your power is too strong. Haha was completely dumbfounded. He tried to test Xiamo's strength, only to discover that his arms were already in intense pain and he had only just made contact. Instinctively, Haha's confidence vanished completely, and now he was in a bind. Angela! And Leela! At the same time, a slightly infatuated voice drifted over. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. A tall, slender man rushed over from a distance. It was Li Guangzhu, the person Haha had mentioned earlier. At that moment, he had a completely infatuated expression on his face, looking extremely excited as he ran toward Baby and Song Ji-hyo. Guangzhu, come help quickly, quickly! Haha's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. But Li Guangzhu was completely oblivious to his words. He was completely mesmerized, and if he were a cartoon character, his eyes might have turned into hearts. At the same time, Baby and Song Ji-hyo also stopped. Seeing Li Guangzhu's expression, Baby smiled awkwardly and nodded. At that moment, Ha, who had already given up resisting, suddenly noticed that the abnormal psychic in front of him had suddenly abandoned him and was running toward Li Guangzhu. What's going on here? Someone tell me. Ha's mole-like face was filled with confusion. If there were some question marks added, it would have been even more expressive. Angela, you're so beautiful. Oh, my heart is about to melt. Li Guangzhu, the clueless guy, held his chest with both hands, looking like he couldn't take it anymore. But the next moment, he noticed someone had suddenly appeared in front of him and instinctively asked, Who are you? Momo. Baby also saw the person in front of her and a happy smile immediately appeared on her lips. Chapter 138, The Peak Showdown Between China and Korea 2. Even their teammates couldn't help but feel exasperated at Li Guangzhu's silly expression. Song Ji-hyo covered her forehead with her hands, looking helpless and said, Guangzhu, he's Xiamo. Xiamo? At that moment, Li Guangzhu's mind was still in a state of shock, completely unconscious. His eyes were fixated on Baby, but it was clearly impossible, as the person in front of him was completely blocking his view. I don't know him. I just want to see Angela. Xiamo was also exasperated. Where did this fanatic come from? Doesn't he know that Baby is his woman? But upon further thought, it was indeed the case. Although he had already labeled the baby as his, no one else seemed to know. This made Xiamo decide to reveal their relationship as soon as possible. However, the method required some consideration. It didn't need to be too grand, but it had to make the baby happy. Guangzhu, can you handle this? This is a name tag tearing contest, and Xiamo is almost killing me. Ha pointed at Li Guangzhu with a face full of sorrow and anger. The baby peeked out from behind Xiamo and said, If there's anything, just tell Mo. Oh. And oh, it's Xiamo again. Who are you? Li Guangzhu was speechless, then looked like he wanted to cry, especially his expression. It was so dramatic, at least as good as Chen Shichi's. You already know my name, why are you asking? Xiamo shook her head and adopted a defensive stance. This guy was too naive. It seemed like he needed to be dealt with first. Guangzhu. Be careful, he's the ability user Zhonghua mentioned. Lu Zhaixer, the senior, couldn't help but speak up to warn him. Li Guangzhu froze for a moment, muttering to himself, ability user? Instantly, the words Zhonghua had said on the bus flashed through his mind, and he felt his body stiffen. He looked at Xiamo and said slowly, almost one word at a time, I know. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Xiamo couldn't help but mutter to himself. He nodded and said, Since you know, let's get started. No need to be polite. Maybe not. Li Guangzhu looked dazed and said, I just ran into Deng Chao. I'll go find him. Guys, have fun. After saying that, he bolted away like a rabbit, his long legs moving wildly, as if he had encountered something terrifying. This scene left everyone speechless. This was too ridiculous. Xiamo also suddenly had a thought, this guy actually knows Deng Chao? With Deng Chao's English skills, can the two of them even communicate clearly? Is this the 10th greatest miracle in human history? Where? Are you sure he's your teammate? Xiamo couldn't help but ask. Song Ji-hyo and Haha looked helpless, shook their heads, and said, It's exactly what you saw. He's always been like this. As for Chen Shichi and Lu Zhaixing at that moment, they surprised Xiamo.
The two of them were already hugging each other tightly, tearing at each other with such force that it seemed like the sky was about to collapse, and the heat was intense. Their hands kept hitting each other's bodies. Chen Shichi finally acted like a man, having finally met someone of his own caliber. Xiaomo no longer paid attention, glancing over at Li Chen's side. The situation seemed to be getting dire. Li Chen had been cornered, and both of their clothes were in disarray, barely recognizable. It was a pure battle of strength. We need to speed things up. Xiaomo silently repeated to himself, then charged straight toward Haha. Stop. Xiaomo. Let's take a break, okay? Haha was completely taken aback. This was too fast, he couldn't react in time. Earlier, because of Li Guangzhu, he had felt a bit more relaxed. But now, facing that overwhelming force that made him feel like he couldn't breathe, he felt an intense panic. Squeak! The shoes scraped against the ground, emitting a series of piercing sounds. Xiaomo grabbed Haha with both hands. In this situation, Haha could only struggle fiercely, constantly twisting his body. The two of them flipped onto the wall beside them. With another powerful thrust, Xiaomo's hand reached directly behind Haha. Given the situation, Haha could only choose to switch positions, hoping that his speed would be faster. However, the crucial point was that Haha was short and stocky, and his arms couldn't reach. Even if they did, with Xiaomo's strength, a single flick would make him lose his grip. The outcome was already decided. Tear. The outcome was decided in an instant. Xiaomo held Haha's name tag in his hand and let go of the stunned Haha with a smile. Sorry. Regardless, this was their first meeting. Haha finally snapped out of it, gave a wry smile, raised his thumb, and said, "You're really amazing. At least I don't think Zhenghua could beat you." The two shook hands, and the outcome was decided. A friendly atmosphere once again filled the air. Haha, out. Haha, out. The broadcast sounded again. Besides the few who knew what was happening, everyone else was completely dumbfounded. In the corner where Xiaomo and the others couldn't see, Lin Xinning was already engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Shizhen. However, no matter how one looked at it, neither of them seemed particularly skilled, and they were evenly matched. It wasn't very entertaining to watch, not nearly as good as Baby and Song Ji-hyo. Yes. It looks like our team got the first point. Lin Xinxin was panting heavily, but his face was filled with excitement. On the other side, Qi Shizhen shook his head and said, "This is just the beginning." Hearing the heavy breathing, the two combatants are still going strong, maybe another minute? Chapter 139, The Critical Standoff in the China-Korea Showdown. Congratulations, host, you've earned 50 all-round points. After handling Xiaomo also received a notification. These all-purpose points are too easy to earn. Looking back again, Li Chen was still fighting desperately, his face red and flushed, making it painful to watch. Was he really challenging his own limits? On the opposite side, Kim Jong-guk wasn't exactly having an easy time either, but he had clearly gained the upper hand. Based on what Li Guangzhu had just said, Xiaomo guessed that he was probably already with Deng Chao. As for the outcome, it was still unclear at this point. On Xiaomo's side, only Bao Chang, who had a relatively low presence, remained. On the opposite side was Gary. Compared to the others, Xiaomo didn't have much faith in Bao Chang. Although he had taken care of one opponent, he was still at a disadvantage at the moment. Ah! The most frequent sound heard was Chen Chichi's furious shout. If one didn't know the situation, hearing this sound would make one think the battle was incredibly intense. However, upon seeing the scene, one wouldn't think so. From the outside, Chen Chichi's build is clearly much more muscular than Lu Zexie's, yet he is currently being overwhelmed by Lu Zexie. This is simply unacceptable. Walking over, Xiaomo also smiled and said, "Chen Chichi, can you handle this? Do you need help?" "Oh. No, brother Mo, I don't need it." Chen Chichi roared again, shouting with great determination, "I will definitely handle him. I'm a real man." Xiaomo was left speechless, and it reminded him of a hero from League of Legends. At this moment, the hero's catchphrase was perfectly suited, "Mundo thinks you're a sissy." Lu Zhaisher also heard the two of them talking, though he didn't understand what they were saying. As the MC, he could still guess a bit. "Xiaomo, you're the one with the skills. Don't get involved. Let the two of us settle this." Xiaomo didn't want to get involved either, at least the atmosphere was still pretty good. After taking a few more steps, Xiaomo arrived at Baby's side. By then, the two women were already rolling around on the ground, constantly flipping and tumbling. The scene was absolutely chaotic, accompanied by screams that were too intense to describe. It was truly breathtaking. Song Ji-hyo was also quite impressive. She and Baby were engaged in a friendly battle, intense, but ultimately meaningless. "Xiaomo. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on." Before Xiaomo could fully enjoy the sight of the beautiful women tearing each other apart, Li Chen's voice, which sounded slightly pained, drifted over. Xiaomo hurried over to the scene. With another flip, Kim Jong-kook reached for Li Chen's back, tearing part of his clothes up to his collar. Li Chen could only cling tightly to Kim Jong-kook's clothes, his body constantly retreating. Li Chen's words, combined with the approaching footsteps, caused Jin Zhonghua to quickly step back a few paces. For years of experience had taught him that if he tried to forcefully tear the other person's clothes off at this moment, he would also be in danger.
Huff, huff. Xia Mo. Are you going to take on 2 of them?
After gasping heavily for a moment, Jin Zhonghua smiled at Xia Mo, who had come to Li Chen's side.
1 against 2. Xia Mo shook her head and said, let's stick to 1-on-1. Li Chen, go rest for a while. I'll handle this.
Hearing Xia Mo's words, Li Chen nodded reluctantly.
Today, the big black bull finally experienced Jin Zhonghua's terrifying power.
After all, in the parallel dimension, it took Deng Chao and Li Chen fighting together to barely defeat Jin Zhonghua, and Deng Chao was torn apart. Now, fighting alone, Li Chen had already done remarkably well to last this long. After a brief pause, once Li Chen had left the area, Xia Mo smiled and said, your condition doesn't seem too good.
Why don't you rest for a while? If we're going to fight, let's fight to the end.
Xia Mo wouldn't take advantage of someone else's weakness, especially since Jin Zhonghua had been the one to lose in their last direct confrontation.
It's fine, Jin Zhonghua shook his head.
I've been training and practicing my skills all this time.
Xia Mo couldn't help but sigh, you're really a violent maniac. Do you know we'll have to face off again later? It's just a feeling. Bao Chang, out. Bao Chang, out.
Just as the two were talking, the intercom sounded again.
Xia Mo was taken aback for a moment. How much time had passed? This was way too unfair.
But an even more unfair thing happened next. For each person eliminated, 30 all-around points would be deducted.
Having just obtained 50 points, 30 were deducted. How could Xia Mo not be frustrated?
After all, it was something he had already obtained, and no one would want to give it up, especially something as valuable as all-around points that Xia Mo valued so highly. Noticing Xia Mo's expression, Kim Jong-guk smiled and said, it seems like your teammate isn't very helpful.
Don't get too happy too soon. You also lost a team member, didn't you? Xia Mo coldly replied.
Shaking his head, Kim Jong-guk didn't seem to care, that was your doing. You have the strength, and all I had to do was hold you back. Victory will be ours.
My teammates have 4 years of experience. Hearing this, Xia Mo understood what Kim Jong-guk was planning.
This was indeed the most dangerous period. Li Chen, the big black bull, had already exhausted most of his strength, and his combat power had plummeted. Although Kim Jong-guk was weaker than him, the difference wasn't significant. As long as he didn't engage in direct combat, delaying the battle was still possible. With enough time, the others could accomplish a lot.
The one who eliminated Bao Chang must be Gary. If that's the case, Deng Chao is in danger. Li Chen, hurry up and find Deng Chao. Don't let him get eliminated. Chapter 140, Ultimate Parkour, Take Down Jin Zhonghua. Alright. Li Chen nodded in agreement. Although he wanted to do so, Xia Mo wasn't very optimistic.
At this moment, Li Chen was walking unsteadily, having expended too much energy.
Even the big black bull was struggling to keep up. Xia Mo, that's useless. We're definitely going to win.
Kim Jong-guk saw Li Chen's movements and knew exactly what was happening without needing to guess.
Turning around, Xia Mo also reached out toward Jin Zhonghua. Can you hold on for a few more minutes on my hands? Why not give it a try?
Jin Zhonghua smiled and said, this is just a friendly match.
Go easy on me. To be honest, if it weren't for the system's assigned task, Xia Mo wouldn't have chosen to do this.
He could have waited for the others to decide the outcome and then act accordingly.
However, since it involved the all-around points, Xia Mo couldn't afford to take it lightly.
Without saying much more, Xia Mo glanced at the other two groups and then charged forward.
Slap, slap.
Kim Jong-guk had been watching Xia Mo's movements all along, swinging his arms constantly to block Xia Mo's attacks. After several collisions, Xia Mo was unable to gain the upper hand. Although he could push away Kim Jong-guk's arms, the follow-up force wasn't enough for him to do anything else.
This wasn't going to work. He needed to come up with a plan.
Seeing Jin Zhonghua's underhanded tactics, Xia Mo felt a bit helpless.
He quickly asked the system in his mind, System, what methods are available to quickly deal with the opponent? What can be exchanged? Xia Mo wasn't one to hesitate. If he dragged this out any longer, who knew how many people he'd end up facing alone?
Based on the host's current situation, there were 3 options that could help him, each with a specific purpose: exchanging for gene-enhancing serum to strengthen his physique, exchanging for wrestling techniques, or exchanging for parkour skills. As if aware of Xia Mo's current situation, the system paused before continuing. Wrestling techniques require the host to exchange for LV2 to meet the minimum standard, which requires 150 all-purpose points. Parkour techniques are top tier and require 500 all-purpose points. Hearing this, Xia Mo felt a bit discouraged. The requirements for all-around points were quite high.
Hey! Xia Mo, don't blame me for not being a good brother. I'm sorry.
Kim Jong-guk said this with a serious expression. Compared to their Running Man style, this was perfectly normal.
If they didn't strive to be first every time, what was the point? Xia Mo didn't bother to respond.
The gene serum required 200 all-around points, but Xiao could guess that continuous use of such a substance would inevitably develop resistance, and the increase wouldn't be that significant. Plus, his current physical condition was sufficient for now. Wrestling techniques need no further explanation. It was a combination of Mongolian wrestling and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Parkour was both exciting and frustrating for Xiao. While the skill looked stylish, the top-tier ability consumption was significant. After all, at the beginner level, in a strength-based confrontation, a wall running flip could easily be countered by brute force, potentially resulting in a hard landing. If he was going to switch, he might as well go for the best. 500 it is. Xiao clenched his teeth and said, "Exchange for the ultimate parkour skill." Exchange successful, consuming 500 all-purpose points. As the system's voice faded, Xiao felt his body grow more agile, with many parkour moves instantly embedding themselves into his memory. "Ha! Xiao, what are you doing?" At the same time, Kim Jong-kook noticed that Xiaomo's movements were off completely different from before. Due to Kim Jong-guk's surprise, the voice was slightly louder, causing Baby, Song Ji-hyo, and Chen Shichi, who was being held down by Lu Zixia, to all turn their gaze toward them. And then something that left all five of them completely speechless happened. Baby's small mouth opened wide in disbelief, as if she had witnessed something unimaginable. In her line of sight, Xiao, who had been standing opposite Kim Jong-guk, suddenly charged forward, grabbing Kim Jong-guk's arm in an instant, then kicked the wall beside him with all her strength, propelling herself into the air. Her hands let go in an instant, using the momentum from her feet to perform a perfect front flip, landing behind Kim Jong-kook in an instant. Chen Shichi was speechless. "Chen Mom, come quick. It's a superhero." Not only were Baby and the others stunned, even Jin Zhonghua was speechless. What was happening? He hadn't even had time to react, only feeling a flash of movement followed by a gust of wind before Xiao vanished from his sight. "Jong-guk, be careful!" At that moment, Lu Zixia shouted loudly, while Song Jixiao could only cover her mouth in shock, staring in disbelief. Kim Jong-kook finally reacted. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a hand suddenly appear on his back. "Oh my god, how did he get there?" Rip! All of this happened in an instant. This feeling was incredible. Looking at the name tag in his hand, Xiao was already thrilled to the extreme, not because he had outsmarted Kim Jong-guk, but because of the sensation of blending into the wind just now. It felt as though her entire body had lost its weight, allowing her to use any point of contact to perform actions she had never even dared to imagine before. Such top-tier ability meant she had reached a level unmatched in this field, with no flaws whatsoever, enough to make every parkour enthusiast sweat with admiration. "Xiao, are you sure you didn't train at the Shaolin Temple? This is definitely likeness kung fu, right?" Chen Shichi didn't care at all about being pinned down by Lu Zixia. With an excited expression, he said, "Xiao, teach me. I want to fly too. Momo, you're so cool." With that cartoon character design, Baby's eyes would definitely turn into two red hearts. Chapter 141, Parkour or Chinese Kung Fu? Not only were Chen Shichi and Baby surprised, but Song Ji-hyo and Lu Zixia were also completely speechless. As the person involved, Kim Jong-kook was even more surprised. Although his name tag was torn off, Kim Jong-kook still exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao, what's this move? I've never seen this before. Is it parkour or Chinese kung fu?" If it were any other foreigner, Kim Jong-kook wouldn't have doubted it, but Xiao is Chinese. Chinese martial arts are widely known around the world, so it's natural to associate it with that. Xiao was helpless, and of course, this explanation was also ambiguous. It was just a sudden whim. Success was simply luck. Having just obtained this skill, Xiao could only respond in this manner. The ultimate parkour skill, those 500 all-purpose points weren't spent in vain. With the right terrain, Xiao could do things others couldn't even dream of. Deng Chao, out. Deng Chao, out. Li Chen, out. Li Chen, out. 2 consecutive beeps startled everyone. Xiao was also speechless. This was too unfair. He had just dealt with Jin Zhonghua, and now 2 of his main generals had been eliminated. Now Xiao was wondering if sending Li Chen to support Deng Chao had been a mistake. Li Chen didn't have enough time to recover his stamina. Apart from the few people on the second floor, only Deng Chao, Li Chen, and Lin Xingxin remained. The opposing team also had 3 people, which seemed like a reasonable distribution. Yet they were eliminated so quickly. This was utterly absurd. Following closely behind, Xiaomo's efforts finally paid off. Kim Jong-guk, out. Kim Jong-guk, out. A series of beeps sounded, as if there was no intention to stop. Within just 1 minute, 3 people from both sides had been eliminated. With a 2-to-1 advantage, losing a super-powered contestant didn't give the Running Man team a significant edge. "Xiao, please go easy on them." Kim Jong-guk was also grabbed by a black-clad man who had rushed over, smiling and saying, "I don't know if that was Chinese martial arts or parkour, but it was really cool." Shrugging helplessly, Xiao also smiled and said, "You'd better wait. I'm waiting for you to treat me to grilled meat. Don't back out."
Oh no, brother, I'm not that kind of person, Kim Jong-guk said while being led away by the black-clad man. At that moment, Chen Shichi shouted loudly, "Xiamo! Come help me quickly! I can't hold on anymore." This wasn't Chen Shichi lying at that moment, he had already been completely overwhelmed by Lu Zhaishir, pinned down beneath him, barely able to move, looking utterly helpless and pitiable. Baby was faring slightly better, but Song Ji-hyo, who was roughly her equal in strength, couldn't possibly defeat Baby so quickly. "Don't use Chinese martial arts against me," Lu Zhaishir hurriedly said. What had just happened was too shocking for everyone. To put it simply, it was a forward roll, but if you wanted to make it sound more fantastical, it was on the level of lightness kung fu. What else could Xia Mo do but sigh in resignation? He walked straight over and said, "I'm sorry, but we have to win. I'll have to wait until you come to China to give you a proper welcome." Hearing Xia Mo's words, Lu Zhaishir was speechless. He immediately ignored Chen Shichi, who was still being held down, and rushed toward the stairs, prioritizing preserving his strength. Seeing this, Xia Mo couldn't help but smile. With a few quick steps, Xia Mo directly reached the nearby railing. With a strong push from his arms, Xiaomo's body soared into the air, his entire body resembling a large bird as he flew over the railing. The terrain here was quite complex, shaped like a scaffold with handrails on both sides. The angle between them looked exceptionally dangerous. The distance between the second floor and the first floor of this museum was at least 5 meters, and looking down from here was enough to make one's heart race. Xiaomo flew straight across, releasing the handrail as he moved forward. After gliding for a short distance, he grabbed the opposite handrail and landed on the ground with ease. The distance in between seemed to vanish entirely, creating a visual impact that defies description. Due to this method, Xiaomo almost instantly blocked Lu Zhaishir, who was sprinting madly toward him. Seeing Xiaomo suddenly appear in front of him, Lu Zhaishir came to an abrupt halt, his expression blank, then stiffly turned his head to look at the spot where Xiaomo had just passed, and asked in a dazed voice, "Xiaomo, can you fly?" After obtaining the ultimate parkour ability, Xiaomo underwent a complete transformation. While the previous physical enhancements had significantly boosted Xiaomu's strength and speed, fully utilizing them was still unlikely, they were merely latent abilities. However, the parkour skills allowed Xiaomu to fully leverage his advantages. "Sure, good, give me the nameplate." Xiaomo smiled. Lu Zhaishir, judging by his age, was at least in his 40s, and with his excellent interpersonal skills, Xiaomo also held him in high regard. Cough. "Xiaomo, I'll treat you to grilled meat. Let me go, okay?" This guy must have been around for the past 4 years, he actually knows how to use bribery. However, Xiaomo clearly wouldn't agree. With Deng Chao and Li Chen eliminated, Xiaomo suddenly lost 60 all-around points. Although he had dealt with Jin Zhonghua, he was still 10 points in the red. Plus the 500 all-around points he had just exchanged for the ultimate parkour, Xiaomo was now back to square one. "Well, sorry about that. You're the ones with the advantage now," Xiaomo said helplessly, while also taking action. Chapter 142, "This guy isn't our teammate." Xiaomo's words left Lu Zhaishir speechless. Who is this person they've encountered? The ability users Jin Zhonghua had mentioned earlier weren't taken seriously, but now they realized Jin Zhonghua was far below Xiaomo. Not only was he physically strong enough to overpower Kim Jong-guk, but he also knew the legendary Chinese martial arts. After a brief pause, Lu Zhaishir turned around and presented his name tag to Xiaomo, saying, "Alright, I don't want to fight you. My frail body might get crushed. Come on." Seeing this, Xiaomo also smiled and walked forward. This was the perfect situation. RIP. He casually tore off Lu Zhaishir's name tag, securing the 50 all-around points once again. Finally, he had made up for the all-around points he had lost to Deng Chao and Li Chen. Lu Zhaishir shook hands with Xiaomo, then gave him a brief hug and whispered, "Hey, Xiaomo, when this is over, count me in for dinner. Zhonggui isn't very generous usually, and I know a lot of beautiful girls. Want me to introduce you to a few?" If anyone else had said that, Xiaomo would have scoffed, but Lu Zhaishir was different. In South Korea, the two giants of MCs are him and Kong Ho-dong. With so many shows, it would be strange if he didn't know any beautiful women. Let us hope they're not fake beauties, Xiaomo muttered under her breath. Lu Zhaixing was also taken aback, because Xiaomo had just spoken in Chinese. "Xiaomo, what did you say?" "Nothing, I'll definitely invite you to eat." Lu Zhaixing gave Xiaomo a look that only men would understand. Their whispered conversation went unnoticed by others. Lu Zhaixing, out. Lu Zhaishir, out. As the broadcast sounded, Lu Zhaishir was taken away by the black-clad man. As he left, he couldn't resist taking a dig. "Hey, Xiaomo, go easy on him. I'm worried about whether Ji Shizhen's old bones can take it." Xiaomo could only sigh in exasperation. This guy wasn't exactly a model citizen, he sure knew how to take a dig at his own teammates. At this point, Chen Shichi had already been freed and was sitting there looking exhausted. This guy's stamina was beyond belief, he kept collapsing from exhaustion. Baby and Song Ji-hyo had also stopped. On the second floor, it was now 3 against 1, with only Song Ji-hyo left on the running man side. Mo. Baby, can I leave? Song Ji-hyo hesitated, asking with a hint of hesitation.
Baby also looked at Mo, who smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course you can."
Yay, Mo, you're the best. Song Ji-hyo didn't care about anything else, smiling broadly at Mo, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Baby had a sudden thought, should I eliminate her first? The way she looked at Mo was a bit.
Currently, 3 people had already been eliminated on Mo's side, leaving only 3 people on the second floor, plus Lin Xinning, who was still fighting somewhere. The opposite side was the same, with 3 people eliminated, instantly balancing the numbers again.
Mo, what should we do now?
Baby also came over to Mo and asked, they must have all gathered together.
Should we go find Lin Xinning to join them?
Nodding, Mo pointed to the side and said, they should all be on the first floor.
Let's go check out the situation.
As they spoke, the two approached the railing, from where they could clearly see the situation on the first floor. On an open area, Lin Gengxin's figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight, and across from him was Qi Shizhen. The two were currently locked in a fierce struggle, but it looked no different from the battle between Chen Qiqi and the others.
Evenly matched.
Perhaps that was the most appropriate description. The other Running Man members were also nearby, with Gary, Li Guangzhu, and Song Ji-hyo, who had just come down, standing beside them.
Shizhen, let's team up and take him out quickly. Mo and the others are coming over. Song Ji-hyo said anxiously. Ha! But we agreed it would be one-on-one.
Lin Xinnan, though he couldn't understand what was being said, was already sweating profusely. After all, there were so many people around, and he was already at a disadvantage. This only made things worse.
Of course, I keep my word.
Shizhen shook his head seriously and said, don't interfere.
This is between the two of us.
After saying that, the two of them started fighting again.
After just 2 rounds, Lin Xinning asked, should we take a break? Have some water? The moment those words left his mouth, Song Jixiao and the others froze.
On the second floor, Mo and Baby, along with Chen Qiqi who had just walked over, heard everything clearly. After all, the museum was empty and spacious, and the sound carried clearly.
Brother Mo. Is Lin Xinning teasing me? Chen Qiqi looked dumbfounded and said, does he think this is a class reunion or a spring outing? I want to drink water too.
Mo was also speechless. Not only was Chen Qiqi nonsensical, but Lin Shoga was also a real piece of work. What kind of teammates were these? The next moment, Qi Shizhen's response left everyone speechless, though this was, of course, a cartoon effect.
Great, I was just getting thirsty. But that wasn't the best part.
While speaking, Qi Shizhen walked over to a corner. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he bent down and pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water from somewhere. He casually tossed one to Lin Xinning and exclaimed excitedly, your strength is truly impressive. I haven't faced such a worthy opponent in ages.
Let's do this again later. Of course, I feel the same. What brand is this water?
It tastes good. Lin Xingxin replied.
Momo.
This guy isn't our teammate, really he isn't. Baby shook her little head repeatedly.
Chapter 143, All Oddballs. Mo was speechless.
Lin Xingxin was indeed odd, but even more odd was Qi Shizhen.
No wonder these two got together.
They're so in sync, it's no wonder they don't get along.
Song Ji-hyo and the other 3 were completely speechless. Song Ji-hyo covered her forehead, clearly frustrated by such teammates. Angela.
Li Guangzhu, that guy, is still obsessed. At this moment, he also noticed the 3 people on the second floor. Seeing Li Guangzhu with that starstruck expression, Baby felt a bit awkward and waved her hand. Seeing this, Mo sighed helplessly and said, looks like we need to deal with him first.
Ha!
Chen Qiqi was startled for a moment, then glanced at Mo and Baby with a hint of innuendo, oomph. This lecherous smile made Baby even more embarrassed. She glared at Chen Qiqi fiercely, but a hint of joy still flashed in her eyes.
Let's go downstairs. It's time to settle this.
After exchanging a glance with the two, Mo led the way downstairs, and the two quickly followed.
Hey, Guangzhu, stop daydreaming. They're coming down. Get ready. At that moment, Gary nudged the dazed Li Guangzhu and said helplessly. Ah. I know, don't worry. I'm really good at this. In response, Gary shook his head helplessly and said, don't you know that Zhongguo was just eliminated?
This. You must be careful.
Mo knows Chinese martial arts.
At this point, Song Ji-hyo also hurriedly added, vividly recounting the recent situation. This caused Gary and Li Guangzhu to exclaim in astonishment repeatedly, as Chinese martial arts were too mysterious to them. In a way, parkour and Chinese martial arts do share some similarities, and given Mo's background, such speculation isn't entirely unfounded. Soon, Mo and the other two arrived on the first floor and walked straight over here.
Hi. Mo, nice to meet you for the first time. Gary also walked over and shook hands with Mo.
Among the members of Running Man, only his expression was completely serious, showing no emotion whatsoever, always maintaining the same expression. As for his appearance, well, it could only be described as rugged and determined.
Likewise, nice to meet you. At that moment, Li Guangzhu couldn't help but stare, and Baby instinctively stood behind Xiaomo. Xiaomo didn't hesitate and said, "Alright, enough formalities. We can start now. Can I be your opponent?" Gary paused for a moment before asking with a hint of confusion. "No." Xiaomo shook her head and pointed at Li Guangzhu, saying, "I'll choose him as my opponent." Ah!
At this moment, Li Guangzhu was also stunned.
He looked at Xiaomo, who was pointing at him, then pointed at himself and asked in disbelief, "Why me?" Xiaomo smiled and replied, "You're the tallest here, so of course I'll choose the hardest one." Put.
Baby also giggled secretly, fully understanding Xiaomo's actions. Of course, this had little to do with jealousy.
Gary could be left to Chen Qiqi.
Compared to him, Li Guangzhu was weaker, so Xiaomo needed to deal with him quickly and then face Gary in a duel, making sure Chen Qiqi wasn't torn apart. This way, she could save 30 all-around points.
Gary, who just tore off Li Chen's name tag? Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, Gary was taken aback for a moment before laughing and saying, "You mean that burly guy, right?"
Thankfully he wasn't very strong, otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle for me to tear it off.
Xiaomo nodded and patted Chen Qiqi beside him. "Ha? Brother Xia, what's going on?" Chen Qiqi looked at Xiaomo with caution.
His English wasn't great, and he had only caught a small part of their conversation, giving him a bad feeling.
It was him who tore off Li Chen. Xiaomo also said seriously, as is her baby, "Shouldn't you avenge your Chen mom?"
Hearing this, Chen Qiqi immediately felt miserable, his expression completely stiffening, his mouth wide open.
Brother Mo. This guy is so strong. Maybe you should handle him. Then who do you want to take on? Xiaomo asked with a smile. Him.
Chen Qiqi shouted with all his might, his voice full of energy.
Following the direction Chen Qiqi pointed, the figure of Qi Shizhen suddenly appeared in Xiaomo's field of vision. Xiaomo was immediately filled with exasperation. While it was true that one should pick the softest target, there was no need to be this reckless, was there? "Gary, let's begin."
Xiaomo pointed at Chen Qiqi and said, "He's your opponent."
"Okay. No problem. Brother Xia, what are you talking about?"
Before Chen Qiqi could finish speaking, the burly man Gary from across the way charged toward him. "Oh my god.
Help me."
A piercing scream echoed through the air, and Chen Qiqi turned and ran away.
Gary was taken aback for a moment, then immediately gave chase.
Clearly, he hadn't expected this to happen.
This was way too absurd. "Let's get started too." Xiaomo slightly bent down and then moved toward Li Guangzhu. Li Guangzhu waved his hands while backing up, repeatedly saying, No, this must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Just as he finished speaking, something that made Xiaomo cringe happened. The guy turned around, spread his long legs, and started running wildly, choosing the same method as Chen Qiqi. Was this a name tag tearing contest or a track and field competition? Chapter 144, Another One Down.
At this point, Xiaomo also charged straight after him. This situation was completely different.
Unlike Li Guangzhu, Chen Qiqi was also running, but what was his height? What was Li Guangzhu's height?
Let me describe it. Li Guangzhu is all long legs, while Chen Qiqi is short, stocky, and fat.
Can these two even be compared? To completely resolve this issue, they had to deal with Li Guangzhu as soon as possible. Xiaomo also sped up.
Although the first floor lobby was spacious, it was filled with obstacles. On a larger scale, there were things like airplane models, and on a smaller scale, flower pots and sofas were scattered everywhere, and they weren't arranged neatly at all, creating an extremely chaotic mess.
Li Guangzhu chose to flee, and he certainly had the advantage. With each stride, he quickly ran a considerable distance ahead. Seeing this, Xiaomo slowed down.
Chasing after him was impossible. After briefly surveying the surroundings, Xiaomo came up with a plan.
Li Guangzhu needed to dodge the obstacles, but Xiaomo didn't have to. Was ultimate parkour just for show?
Without hesitation, Xiaomo randomly changed his route and ran straight toward Li Guangzhu.
Just a few steps away, Xiaomo encountered a flower pot.
Without slowing down, he leaped straight up, flipped in midair, and landed with a roll, reducing the impact. He got back up and continued the chase. Li Guangzhu, while running, kept an eye on Xiaomo out of the corner of his eye and was momentarily stunned. In his line of sight, Xiaomo leaped over a sofa, pushed off with his hands, and flew through the air with ease, landing effortlessly. His speed hadn't slowed at all, and he was about to catch up.
"Oh, Gary, save me. I've encountered a monster." Li Guangzhu shouted loudly with a hint of tears in his voice. At that moment, Gary had no time to pay attention to him.
Chen Qiqi, though not particularly skilled in other areas, was surprisingly fast when it came to running. If it were Li Guangzhu, he might have caught up quickly, but Gary, well, let's just say he was also part of the short, stocky, and overweight crowd. Chen Qiqi, however, had a touch of genius. He knew to run around obstacles and even stopped occasionally to perform a reverse maneuver.
For a moment, Gary had no idea what to do.
The next moment, Chen Qiqi also arrived at the battlefield between Qi Shizhen and Lin Xingxin, running around the two of them non-stop, instantly turning the scene into chaos. Shi Shijin and Lin Xingxin swung their arms wildly, while Chen Qiqi and Gary either circled around them or darted under their arms. If someone unaware of the situation saw this, they'd think it was a group of kindergarten kids playing a game. It was utterly ridiculous. As for Baby and Song Ji Hyo, they were once again locked in a fierce struggle, screaming non-stop, but their efforts seemed to have little effect. In an instant, the first-floor lobby erupted into chaos. The screams of the goddess, Chen Qiqi's pitiful cries, and Li Guangzhu's helpless complaints blended together into a symphony of chaos. Meanwhile, Xia Mo had already caught up with Li Guangzhu in a few steps. Having anticipated this scene, Li Guangzhu stopped in his tracks, and the two of them found themselves cornered against the wall. Li Guangzhu leaned against the wall, shielding his name tag tightly, and smiled awkwardly. Xia Mo, right? Can we have a friendly chat? After a brief pause, Li Guangzhu observed Xia Mo's expression and asked, for example, how did you manage the leap just now? Of course, Xia Mo replied with a smile. Give me your name tag first, and I'll tell you. We can even sit down and eat while we talk. That would be better, wouldn't it? This. Li Guangzhu didn't expect Xia Mo to respond like that, and he was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to utter the prepared response he had rehearsed in his mind. Xia Mo shook her head. She preferred to be polite first and firm later. She didn't want to waste time. She wasn't sure how long Chen Qiqi could hold out. Xia Mo's hands reached out directly. Oh. No, don't do that. Li Guangzhu's hands were also flailing wildly, looking as pitiful as could be. Xia Mo was also exasperated. Did he think she was forcing him? That was ridiculous. This guy's appearance was on par with Chen Qiqi's. He quickly grabbed Li Guangzhu's arm and pulled him forcefully. Oh my god. He really is a monster. Li Guangzhu was stunned. His body was completely out of his control. He was pulled out, and even though he used all his strength, it was useless. He had no ability to resist at all. Why is my fate so tragic? I haven't even talked to Angela yet. Xia Mo's grip changed again, pulling horizontally, and Li Guangzhu's body was suddenly pulled sideways. Seeing the prestigious brand just inches away, Xia Mo didn't hesitate. He quickly reached out and tore it off with all his strength. Rip! Li Guangzhu, out. Li Guangzhu, out. Li Guangzhu, whose name tag had been torn off by Xia Mo, was now crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The scene was too distressing to behold. Ignoring Li Guangzhu, Xia Mo walked off in another direction. At this point, the four of them were already locked in a fierce battle, completely entangled with one another. Lin Xining and Shi Shijin kept shouting at Chen Qiqi and Gary to leave, but it was all in vain. Chen Qiqi, that scoundrel, wouldn't listen even if he could hear them. He was only getting more excited as he stirred up the chaos. It must be said that while Chen Qiqi was indeed despicable, his self-preservation skills were quite impressive. Shijin, brother. Guangzhu is already out of the fight. Quick, take one of them down. Hurry. Chapters 1, 4, and 5 were eliminated one after another. At this moment, Shi Shijin also looked displeased upon hearing Gary's words. He and Lin Xining had fought so fiercely that the ground shook, but it had completely disrupted their plans. The sense of mutual admiration hadn't reached its peak yet, so he couldn't be happy. Plus, it was time for him and Lin Xingxin to rest, and he hadn't even finished his mineral water yet. But under these circumstances, he had no choice but to nod reluctantly. He then pointed at Chen Qiqi and said, let's take him out first. Seeing Shi Shijin's finger, Chen Qiqi was speechless. What the hell? Chen Qiqi immediately wore an expression of innocence. Though he didn't understand, how could he not get it? He blurted out instinctively, oh my god. Why me again? I didn't do anything to you. But this had no effect at all. It wasn't that Shi Shijin and Gary were heartless, it was because they couldn't understand each other at all, which led to this situation. Lin Xining's English was decent, but when the two were communicating in Korean, he was completely lost. The battle with Shi Shijin had left him exhilarated, and he was still immersed in it. Seeing Shi Shijin's actions, he instinctively thought that he wanted to drive Chen Qiqi away and then duel with him. Thinking this, Lin Xingxin couldn't help but smile and spoke directly, Chen Qiqi, go play elsewhere. This is my battlefield. The tone and the look in his eyes were completely confident. Gung Xin. Are you sure you're on my team? Upon hearing Chen Qiqi's words, Lin Xingxin was taken aback, clearly not having processed the situation yet. The next moment, Shi Shijin and Gary provided the answer. As Chen Qiqi tried to run past the two of them again, Shi Shijin grabbed him by the arm. Update. Hurry up, save me. Chen Qiqi was completely dumbfounded and started screaming wildly, while Lin Xingxin still looked dazed and confused. This guy was beyond saving. Xia Mo, who had just dealt with Li Guangzhu, rushed over at this moment, but it was clearly too late. The scene before him made Xia Mo cover his forehead in disbelief. At least he had used his parkour skills to take out Jin Zhonghua, otherwise, he would probably be facing a 1-on-7 situation right now. Shi Shijin, who had grabbed Chen Qiqi, felt a bit relieved. Gary, who had already planned his battle strategy, immediately pounced forward.
Chen Chichi didn't even try to resist. Did he think he was some kind of girl? Oh my god. This guy is beyond saving. 30 points in all stats. Gone. The scene was too intense, Xiaomo couldn't bear to watch. Swoosh. That sound was so jarring at that moment. Chen Chichi, out. Chen Chichi, out. Meanwhile, the crowd waiting in the rest area was also stunned. Zhao, what's going on? Isn't Xiaomo still here? Li Chen was completely dumbfounded. How did he get eliminated? Deng Chao, who had been eliminated earlier, also looked miserable. Chen, did you just meet Chen Chichi today? Oh, you're right. This is normal. If Chen Chichi finds out, this guy will definitely not be heartbroken. He'll probably come over with a smirk and call Chen mom. At this level, no one can match him. Shurjin, there's one more. Gary said while rushing toward Lin Xineng. Lin Xingxin was startled for a moment, then quickly backed away. What are you doing? The two of us are supposed to fight one-on-one. One mountain is higher than another. At this point, Lin Xineng still thought he could fight one-on-one, but Xiaomo was already fed up and hurriedly sped up. Lin Xingxin was no different from Chen Chichi. They were both the kind of people who could decide the outcome in an instant, and of course, he was the one who would lose. Qi Shizhen also charged forward, instantly making it 2 against 1. The outcome was obvious. Lin Xingxin, out. Lin Xingxin, out. Lin Xingxin isn't even as good as Zhu Lan. After all, Zhu Lan has an unbeatable move where he falls to the ground, and aside from Jin Zhonghua, everyone else would have a hard time breaking it. Xiaomo was feeling really frustrated and annoyed. He just chased after Li Guangzhu, and both of his idiotic teammates were knocked out. It was completely not worth it. After dealing with Lin Xingxin, Xiaomo also arrived here. Gary and Qi Shizhen stood on either side of Xiaomo, focusing intently on him. This was the final showdown, while Baby and Song Jihyo could be completely ignored. The two goddesses could play around as they pleased, it wouldn't matter anyway. Shizhen, be careful. He's very powerful. Got it, let's go together. The two of them whispered in Korean while slowly closing in. Constantly moving, Xiaomo was also looking for an opportunity. With just a small mistake, Xiaomo could easily take down one person, and the rest would be much simpler. Squeak! Gary was the first to strike, lunging from the side and grabbing Xiaomo's name tag with all his strength. Ji Shijin quickly followed suit. Neither of them had much confidence. First, Xiaomo was extremely powerful, and under normal circumstances, their chances of success were low. Additionally, the name tag on Xiaomo's back was noticeably smaller, which only added to their frustration. It was like adding insult to injury. With a single slap, Xiaomo knocked Gary's arm away and charged toward Qi Shizhen. Before he could feel the pain on his arm, Gary threw himself forward. Without Qi Shizhen, he would have been completely overwhelmed by Xiaomo. He had only a sliver of a chance. Seeing Xiaomo charging toward him, Qi Shizhen was momentarily stunned. The aura and gaze emanating from Xiaomo made Qi Shizhen feel as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Chapter 146 concludes. Qi Shizhen was no match for Gary. If it had been Gary, he might have had some chance to fight back under Xiaomo's lockdown. But he was different. The battle with Lin Xingxin had already drained his stamina, and at his age, that was only natural. With a sideways sidestep, Xiaomo easily dodged Gary beside him and immediately leaped into the air. With his parkour skills, many things could no longer restrict Xiaomo, such as obstacles or even the human wall. As he jumped, Xiaomo's arm darted out and swiftly grabbed Qi Shizhen's arm. Oh my god! This is truly Chinese martial arts. Qi Shizhen was instantly stunned, unable to do anything but watch Xiaomo fly around in front of him. This wasn't just lightness, kung fu parkour required momentum. Qi Shizhen's arm was clearly providing that momentum, and Xiaomo used it to effortlessly dodge the two attackers. Now, the only person in front of him was Qi Shizhen, who was still facing away from him. Even Kim Jong-kook wouldn't have reacted in time, let alone him. He reached out his arm, gave it a quick tug, and the sound of tearing echoed instantly. By the time Gary reacted, it was already too late to rescue his teammate. He could only watch helplessly as his teammate was eliminated. This is too. I feel like there's no way to continue. Gary checked his hands, his expression helpless. He had indeed done his best, but it was clear that the only chance had already been lost. Ji Shijin, out. Ji Shijin, out. Qi Shizhen shook his head helplessly and rubbed hands with Xiaomo, asking, "Can you tell me how to learn that Chinese martial art? I want to try it too." That's parkour. Xiaomo could only explain weakly, but these guys seemed to not believe him at all. However, what puzzled Xiaomo was that while the system could exchange various abilities, it shouldn't lack the ability to learn Chinese martial arts. Could there be some other reason? Oh, okay, bro. You're not being honest. Qi Shizhen said with a hint of frustration, but his tone clearly didn't carry any anger, just a touch of teasing. If it were a foreigner, they would definitely think it was parkour. But with China's 5,000 years of history, everything about it is mysterious to them. They wouldn't believe it even if they tried.
Xiao could only hope they wouldn't come up with something like Kung Fu is Korean or claim he was of Korean descent.
After saying that, Ji Shizhen gave Gary a resentful look and said, "Why not let me duel with Lin Shineng? It's a rare opportunity." Gary had no response to this. Seeing his senior so sad, what could he do? Xiao was left speechless. What was going on here?
Actually, Ji Shizhen's best teammate should have been Chen Shiqi. Then it wouldn't be an even match, and he could enjoy the thrill of tearing off someone else's name tag.
That would be even more delightful.
After the black-clad men took Ji Shizhen away, only 4 people remained. Baby and Song Ji-hyo didn't need to be mentioned, they were already too exhausted to move.
The 2 goddesses lay on the ground, their hands intertwined. "Hey! Xiao, even though I know I'm no match for you, I still want to give it a try." Gary looked at Xiao seriously. Of course. Such an opponent is still worthy of respect.
At least compared to Chen Shiqi, Xiao felt much more at ease.
It seems like the outcome is almost decided, right?
In the rest area, everyone was already seated, and Deng Chao couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Having been eliminated early on, he was feeling quite down, and Li Chen was in the same boat. "Don't worry, Chao. With Xiao around, we shouldn't lose, and the numbers are even now."
Gary, out. Gary, out. Just as the 2 were talking, the announcement sounded again. "Yes. Good. Good job, you're my idol."
Chen Shiqi jumped up immediately. Ba Chang, however, said with a sour tone, "Chen Shiqi, sit down.
It's not you, why are you so excited?"
Compared to the members of the brothers group, the Running Man crew was speechless.
What? Gary was eliminated too? Oh my god, does that mean only Ji-hyo is left?
Lu Zhaishu said awkwardly with his mouth open. Kim Jong-kook nodded and said, "It seems that way, but Xiao is indeed very skilled. This loss was well deserved."
Everyone sat together, and the atmosphere was pretty good.
Deng Chao also occasionally used his broken English to chat with others, and naturally, conversations began.
"Hey, Jong-kook. Xiao. Beauty.
We're the lumberjacks." Upon hearing Deng Chao's words, Bao Chang and Chen Shiqi burst into laughter. Even Lin Shineng, who was already exhausted, couldn't help but laugh.
It seemed like Deng Chao actually wanted to say that Xiao would go easy on the beautiful women, but could he say it?
Jin Zhonghua, upon hearing this, also looked peculiar and said, "Xiao is a gentleman." Everyone continued chatting for a while before 4 figures finally appeared at the door. Xiao and Baby stood on one side, while Song Ji-hyo was with Gary.
"Is it finally over?"
Everyone stood up, and Deng Chao said excitedly, "The result is already clear.
Turn around and let us see."
Xiao and Baby exchanged glances, feeling helpless toward Deng Chao. He was just here to make a cameo appearance. This team leader was too unreliable.
1, 2, 3. The 4 turned around simultaneously. Chapter 147, 10-minute countdown.
Xiao and Baby's nameplates remained unchanged, while Gary and Song Ji-hyo's nameplates had disappeared.
Oh. I knew it would be like this. Kim Jong-kook also sighed helplessly.
He then stood up and walked over to Xiao, saying, "I thought I could delay you for a long time this time, but I didn't expect. Your backflip was really cool."
The 2 hugged again. Kim Jong-kook is really a nice guy.
As they spoke, the other Running Man members gathered around, exchanging greetings with the brothers group, and the atmosphere became unusually harmonious. "Today, playing the name tag game with the members of China's Running Man was a lot of fun," said Lu Zhaixing with a sigh.
"We haven't decided the winner yet." Chen Shiqi couldn't help but interrupt. Xiao was helpless.
If it hadn't been for him earlier, Chen Shiqi would have been taken out by Lu Zhaixing long ago.
How could he still want to decide the winner? This is too unfair.
Actually, we started tearing name tags without even meeting each other first.
That was indeed a pretty awkward situation. Xiao also laughed and said to everyone, Right. Especially Xiao's moves, they're too unbelievable. Alright, let's come up with a slogan. Since we're all here together, China, Korea, alliance would be fitting for this spirit, wouldn't it? Ji Suk Jin said seriously.
This suggestion was agreed upon by everyone, and they nodded in agreement.
Immediately, the 2 groups stood on opposite sides.
Raising their fists, everyone shouted in different languages, "China, Korea, alliance." Of course, this was also for the show's special effects. This kind of atmosphere is the most infectious. After that, the South Korean group had nothing else to do. Kim Jong-kook approached Xiao. "I'll wait for you outside within sick." After a pause, Kim Jong-kook glanced sideways at Baby and whispered again, "It's okay, right? Zaisher has arranged for some beauties to come over." Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. It seemed like Kim Jong-kook was the type who kept his feelings bottled up. After saying that, Kim Jong-guk gave Xiao a knowing look, then turned and left with his teammates. As for Xiao and the others, they still had a task to complete. The oil tycoon hadn't been secured yet. "Let's go." At that moment, the director spoke again. According to the director's instructions, they needed to find a warehouse to locate the so-called oil tycoon. At this point, Deng Chao and Bao Chang were unusually excited. They had been eliminated early during the name tag tearing game, leaving them feeling frustrated. Now, they finally had a chance to prove themselves. Everyone quickly began searching. Tearing off name tags was the final showdown, but the production team didn't make it too difficult for everyone to find the oil tycoon. They walked straight to the end of the hallway and discovered the so-called warehouse. Pushing it open, a large glass sealed box appeared before them. In Xiaomo's line of sight, several red numbers were flashing rapidly on the front of the box. A 10-minute countdown had already begun, and when Xiaomo noticed it, nearly 10 seconds had already passed. Clearly, the time left for everyone was limited. Oh my god. There are still over 60 keys left. Deng Chao was also helpless, so many keys, but only 2 locks? As he spoke, Deng Chao picked up the keyring in his hand and began testing them one by one. Seeing this, Xiaomo shook his head. Trying like this would never be possible within 10 minutes. Xiao Chao, separate the keys. Xiaomo also spoke up, don't forget to try the ones on top, and the ones below as well. I understand. This idea was indeed good, and Deng Chao didn't hesitate. Everyone immediately divided up the tasks and started working together. They kept trying, and time slipped away unnoticed. Xiaomo glanced over and saw that 2 minutes had already passed. He hurriedly shouted, don't rush. As long as we open one first, the rest will be much easier. As if in response to Xiaomo, the lock in baby's hand suddenly turned a few times. Click. Ah. It's open. It's open. It's open. That's amazing. Okay. The group of people who had been tense relaxed a bit, and smiles appeared on their faces. This kind of thing was like a timed bomb. It gave you a set amount of time, and it always made you feel tense without even realizing it. However, luck seemed to have run out at that moment. In the following 6 minutes, the group of friends tried countless times but failed every single time. Even Xiaomo felt helpless. This was indeed unlucky. Don't rush. Try one at a time. We still have a chance. Friends, if we don't succeed, let's all go down together. Deng Chao, on the other hand, had a blank expression, and his words made people want to punch him. But he clearly hadn't realized it, still rambling on, brothers are like this, we don't ask to be born in the same year or month, but we do ask to die in the same year or month. But if we can avoid dying, we'll avoid it. This guy is definitely here to cause trouble. Can't he see that Bao Chang's face is already covered in sweat? Watching Baby still experimenting, Xiaomo reached out and said, let me try. Baby was startled for a moment before handing the key to Xiaomo. Crouching down, Xiaomo thought for a moment before trying again. During Baby's previous attempt, Xiaomo had been observing closely. Due to nervousness, Baby sometimes mixed up the keys, leading to repetition. However, Xiaomo's eyes and memory were superior, giving him an absolute advantage in this phase. Xiaomo. There's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. At this point, Baby couldn't help but whisper a reminder, her voice filled with concern. Chapter 148, Kim Jong-guk, are you a pimp? How could Xiaomo not know the baby's concerns? After several attempts, there were only a few keys left. Xiaomo was confident she could open the lock within 1 minute and 30 seconds, but she had to admit her luck was running out. Time was slipping away unnoticed, and before she knew it, only 30 seconds remained. Picking up another key, Xiaomo turned it slightly. This time, it felt completely different from before. Click. A crisp sound echoed, and the thick glass door swung open. Yay! Everyone froze for a moment before erupting into wild cheers. The excitement and joy were evident on their faces. Xiaomo let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed thrilling. Opening the door, everyone rushed inside one after another. Looking at the oil cauldron still bubbling vigorously before them, everyone exchanged glances. Look! The oil tank is leaking. At that moment, Bao Chang observed carefully and exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, as he had said, the liquid inside was rapidly decreasing, and in just a short while, half of it had already disappeared. The originally transparent bottle, now devoid of oil, revealed small badges arranged in a neat vertical row. Our badges. Baby's eyes lit up. Yeah, good job, guys. Everyone clapped each other on the back. Xiaomo and Baby were the first to react, while Chen Shichi, the jerk, also came over to Xiaomo, clearly wanting to celebrate as well. However, Xiaomo completely ignored him. This name tag tearing segment had really frustrated Xiaomo. Finally, the recording for this episode in Korea came to an end, and Xiaomo couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. During the name tag tearing, after taking care of Gary, Song Ji-hyo's name tag was also torn off by Xiaomo, of course without any resistance. Otherwise, Xiaomo wouldn't have been able to bring himself to do it. After tearing off 7 name tags, Xiaomo earned 350 all-around points. However, his team lost 5 members and 150 points. With the additional 200 points from the task reward, Xiaomo was thrilled. These 400 points were enough to upgrade his acting life skill by 2 levels. 1, 2, 3. In the end, everyone's hands were clasped together. Run, brothers. The chant marked the end of the recording, and everyone returned to the hall. Everyone had their own team, such as assistants, who had already prepared their return tickets. After exchanging greetings, everyone went their separate ways. After everyone had left, Xiaomo finally turned to Baby, who had been waiting for her all along. At that moment, no one knew how Baby had managed to shake off her agent, but she came straight to Xiaomo and said, "Mo, I heard that Kim Jong-kook wants to take you out to dinner." Upon hearing this, Xiaomo was taken aback for a moment before nodding and saying, "Of course.
Do you have time?
I'll take you with me." Baby also smiled slightly, clearly satisfied with Xiaomo's response.
Next time. I have a press conference tomorrow.
Baby looked at Xiaomo with a hint of regret. From her expression, it was clear she really wanted to stay with Xiaomo. There was no one else around, and since they were in Korea, they weren't too worried about paparazzi. After all, this wasn't like back home, and with only the two of them there, Xiaomo smiled and said, "Alright, but there's one thing you need to consider."
What thing?
Seeing Baby's knowing expression, Xiaomo smiled and said, "Of course, you should move in with me.
I'll handle the housing arrangements."
Lately, Xiaomo had been staying in the house Xiao Su had prepared for her, which was a bit inconvenient. Plus, Xiaomo had already planned to start her own company in the future, so she needed to properly prepare her own residence.
You think so?
Baby rolled her eyes at Xiaomo, her alluring gaze making one unable to resist feeling a hint of desire. Baby felt a little shy.
How could she answer such a question directly?
After all, they had only confessed their feelings to each other for such a short time. After a brief pause, Baby observed Xiaomo's expression, seemingly afraid he might misunderstand, and said again, "There are some things I need to handle. If possible,
I'll come find you."
all right. Xiaomo nodded and leaned in, kissing Baby's soft, pink lips before she could react. With a soft peck, the two parted. Baby's face flushed red, and her hesitant, teasing expression made Xiaomo even more excited. Glancing at her watch, Baby lowered her head and said, "Momo, we don't have much time left. I have to go back first."
Xiaomo nodded.
After spending some time with the baby, he probably thought that Jin Zhonghua and Lu Zhaixing, those two reserved men, must be waiting impatiently. After watching the baby get into the car, Xiaomo slowly walked toward the exit. "Hey, Xiaomo, why are you so slow?" As soon as she stepped out, Xiaomo saw Kim Jong-kook and Lu Zhaixing, who had already changed into their regular clothes. The two men, having taken off their teen uniforms, looked completely different. Kim Jong-kook's clothes were somewhat plain, giving him a quiet and steady appearance. However, Yoo Jae-suk was a different story. His colorful outfit looked flashy and provocative, paired with his glasses and a slightly lecherous smile.
This combination. Xiaomo couldn't even describe it.
"Hey, Xiaomo, don't be shy today." Kim Jong-kook hurried over, wrapped his arm around Xiaomo's shoulder, and said, "Baby's gone, so you're free now. In-sik is a big shot, and the beautiful women he brought today will definitely be to your liking."
Hearing this, Xiaomo was speechless.
What was supposed to be a simple meal had been turned into something that sounded like he was pimping someone out.
Chapter 149, Linuer.
But that wasn't the most important part.
Lu Zhaixing nodded in agreement after hearing Jin Zhonghua's words.
"Xiaomo, this is someone I went to great lengths to get out on a date with."
Lu Zhaixing also smiled and said, "She's currently on vacation in Jeju Island. You know she's not someone who's easy to get out on a date with."
Hearing this, Xiaomo was also taken aback. From what Lu Zhaixing said, it seemed like the person he had brought out must be someone important. However, Xiaomo didn't know much about Korean female celebrities, which piqued her curiosity. "Jaishir Gu, who is this person you're talking about?" Xiaomo's question made Lu Zhaixir smile mysteriously, though it looked more like a sly grin. "You'll see when you meet her, and she actually knows you."
"She knows me?"
Seeing Xiaomo's confused expression, Kim Jong-kook chimed in, "Of course. A lot of people in Korea listen to your songs, and I'm no exception. They're really good. Let's go, we'll talk on the way." Xiaomo nodded and quickly got into the car that had been prepared for the two of them. As for Xiaomo's entourage, everything had already been arranged. Due to company matters, Xiaomei hadn't come along this time, which left Xiaomo feeling a bit more at ease. South Korea isn't a very large country, and the income is relatively high, especially for entertainers like them. Jeju Island is a famous tourist destination, and they almost all have their own cars and houses there. Under Lu Zhaixing's guidance, the three drove to a relatively secluded barbecue restaurant in the city center.
Glancing at the unassuming shop, Xiaomo nodded.
Kim Jong-kook smiled and explained, "Xiaomo, you know how it is for us entertainers. This restaurant may not look great, but the food is authentic. Most importantly, no one will steal or take photos of us here." As Kim Jong-kook said, this indeed made things much more relaxed. Having people follow you around every day, stealing and taking photos, was indeed unpleasant. Perhaps because they were regulars, or maybe because Lu Zhaixing had already made a reservation. The moment the three of them walked in, the waiter led them to a private room. "Mr. Jang, you're here." As soon as the door opened, a sweet voice rang out, "I finally got a chance to take a break, and you dragged me out.
If there's nothing important, I'll be upset."
Her voice was sweet yet tinged with a hint of playfulness.
Xiaomo shook her head helplessly, not because of anything else, but because the beautiful voice was speaking Korean, and Xiaomo couldn't help but wish she could switch to a foreign language skill. Yuna, let's talk in English. There's someone here you wouldn't expect to see, Lu Zexi responded. As Lu Zhaisher's voice faded, Xiaomo also got a clear view of the situation inside the private room. A slender figure caught her eye. Under the slightly dim lighting, she was exceptionally captivating. At that moment, she was kneeling on the ground, though partially covered by her clothes, her perfect curves were still clearly visible. Her long, black hair, with subtle waves, flowed smoothly behind her. Lu Zhaisher's voice caused her to turn around, and this movement sent her beautiful hair flowing freely. A stunningly beautiful face then came into Xiaomo's line of sight, though her expression carried a hint of playful reproach. In English. Her words were cut off mid-sentence as her eyes froze. Xiaomo was equally startled. That charming face, capable of both scolding and smiling, was all too familiar. Isn't that Lin Yueru? Xiaomo immediately had the answer in her heart. Although he didn't know many Korean actresses, he certainly recognized the members of Girls' Generation, and Lin Yuer was one of the most charismatic among them. And the reason Lin Yuer had that expression earlier was entirely because of Xiaomo. Her beautiful eyes flashed a hint of panic before she quickly stood up, revealing her long, slender legs. Lin Yuer said with a touch of anger, "Insuk, why didn't you tell me Xiaomo was coming with you?" This sentence was spoken in English, and Xiaomo understood its meaning. Post the strategy guide task. Before Xiaomo could admire the beauty, the system's voice sounded randomly. Without giving Xiaomo a chance to ask questions, the system continued, conditions triggered. You need to increase Lin Yuer's affection for the host to 60 to complete the task. Reward, 300 all-purpose points. Hearing this, Xiaomo felt both excited and helpless. Those 300 all-purpose points were truly tempting, but wasn't the system blatantly telling him to pursue Lin Yuer? Although Xiaomo did have that intention, he doubted any man would refuse a beauty of her caliber. Ha, isn't this just a surprise for you? Lu Zhaisher also entered the private room and looked over, saying, Xiaomo, let me introduce you. There's no need for that. I already know her. Xiaomo smiled and interrupted Lu Zhaishen. Ha? I didn't realize our Yuna was already so famous. Lu Zhaishen teased with a smile. Xiaomo's gaze fell on Lin Yuer, whose face flushed red. After all, at her age, she couldn't escape the label of a shy young girl. After speaking, Lu Zhaisher made a hand gesture, and the group sat down. Jin Zhonghua, the reserved yet flirtatious one, didn't say much at this moment, but his small eyes kept glancing at Xiaomo. Calling him a pimp would be an understatement. I didn't expect you to recognize me, Xiaomo. It's truly a pleasant surprise. The four of them were seated in an interesting arrangement, Xiaomo and Kim Jong-kook on one side, Lu Zhaisher and Lin Yuer on the other, with Lin Yuer and Xiaomo facing each other. This was likely Lu Zhaisher's deliberate arrangement. P.S. Cough, cough. A new month has begun. Please vote for me. I hope everyone will support me. Chapter 150, Xiaomo Appa. Looking at the delicate and alluring face of the young woman across from him, Xiaomo couldn't help but smile slightly. Lin Yuna was only slightly surprised and shy at first, but soon returned to her usual self. It seemed that her long career in the entertainment industry had taught her how to adjust her emotions effectively. Don't say that. Your fame seems greater than mine. This restaurant's tables weren't very large, and with two people sitting at each table, the distance between them felt even smaller. Compared to Xiaomo, the way Koreans eat didn't suit her at all, making them even closer. Enough, enough. Can you two talk about something more meaningful? Lu Zhaisher couldn't help but interrupt. I didn't invite you here to watch you two praise each other. Hearing Lu Zhaisher's words, Xiaomo was a bit speechless, while Lin Yueru was even more embarrassed, her face turning red again. Insik is right, Kim Jong-kook nodded in agreement, then smiled and said, I've already ordered all the specialty dishes. Yuna, you have to accompany Xiaomo and drink well today. Hearing Kim Jong-kook's words, Lin Yueru glanced at Xiaomo before nodding and saying, alright, Xiaomo is my idol. I really like his songs, even though I don't understand the lyrics very well. I really do. Her words were starting to sound a bit incoherent, but she was clearly trying to express something. Xiaomo was slightly taken aback by this. After all, celebrities were just ordinary people with their own hobbies and favorite stars completely within the realm of normalcy. Under the constant teasing of the two reserved men, Lu Zhaisher and Kim Jong-kook, the two gradually became more familiar with each other. The initial awkwardness faded away, and they chatted in English about various topics, seeming quite relaxed and at ease. As Lu Zhaishu and Kim Jong-kook had mentioned, the barbecue at this place was truly unique. Combined with the presence of this stunning beauty, it was indeed a delightful experience. Before they knew it, after a few drinks, Lin Yuer's charming face looked as ripe as an apple, making one want to take a bite. Perhaps because she was on vacation, her attire was not overly formal, and her casual outfit accentuated the innocence and hint of youthfulness that her age should possess. Hey, Xiaomo, the alcohol I ordered has a strong aftertaste. I plan to get you drunk to avenge today's insult. Kim Jong-kook whispered with a sly smile. In response, Xiaomo couldn't help but roll her eyes. This wine has a strong aftertaste? They're not even comparing it to those fiery liquors like Erguotu or Shaojiu. If they want to drink with me, they should ask Li Chen and Deng Chao first which one of them is their match. Zhenghua Gu. Don't steal my spot. I should be the one to accompany Xiaomo Gu. At this moment, Lin Yuer also chimed in.
Jin Zhenghua shook his head helplessly, while Lu Zhaixing laughed and said, Xiaomo, you have a lot of face.
You know, Yuna usually doesn't drink. We're just riding your coattails. In the blink of an eye, the way they addressed Xiaomo had changed from Xiaomo to Xiaomo Gu.
Lin Yuer, however, seemed to think that calling Xiaomo by his English name sounded a bit inappropriate, so she switched to Korean for the title and used English for the rest.
This made the term Appa sound a bit suggestive. A stunningly beautiful young woman, with dreamy eyes and a rosy complexion, looks at you and calls out Appa with a hint of vulnerability. What kind of scene is that? Appa. Let's have a drink. Now, even the name Xiaomo is omitted.
Xiaomo also smiled slightly, clinked glasses with Lin Yuer, and drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, Xiaomo suddenly noticed something soft and slightly slippery on the table, touching her. Shifting her gaze, Xiaomo saw a delicate, white-socked foot, small and adorable, without a single flaw. As if sensing Xiaomo's gaze, the foot retracted quickly, like a startled little rabbit.
At that moment, Lin Yuer also lowered her head.
From Xiaomo's perspective, her crystal-clear ears were an unusually vivid shade of red.
Sorry, I need to use the restroom.
Lin Yueru also hurriedly stood up, said those words, and walked toward the exit, but her body seemed to sway slightly.
Ha? Are you okay, Yuna?
Lu Zhaixer was also startled.
I'll go check on her. Xiaomo also stood up and followed after her.
That scene, Xiaomo knew it wasn't intentional on the girl's part. The table was a bit low, and after drinking for so long, even Xiaomo's legs were numb.
However, that accidental touch added a hint of intimacy between the two.
As soon as she stepped out the door, Xiaomo noticed that Lin Yuna was leaning against the wall and moving slowly. For a woman, drinking that much was still a bit much. After all, she wasn't one of those tough girls.
Are you okay?
Xiaomu walked over to help her. Hearing Xiaomo's voice and feeling supported, Lin Yuer let go of the wall and leaned against Xiaomo, her voice already sounding a bit slurred. Appa.
I think I've had too much to drink.
If it were someone experienced in such matters, they would have already started taking advantage of the situation.
However, Xiaomo knew that this wasn't Lin Yuer being promiscuous, she simply didn't understand these things.
She was young, had entered this world early, and had always had others handle everything for her. She could be described as a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse. And Xiaomo also needed to complete that frustrating task. Reaching 60% affection required a lot of time and effort.
This was a daunting yet noble mission.
Feeling the softness of the young girl's body and the delicate fragrance, Xiaomo claiming he had no reaction was pure nonsense.
Chapter 151, Everyone was drunk. Supporting Yoon Yule's soft body, Xiaomo led her to the poolside. He then let go of the water and smiled, saying, "Wash your face. It'll feel better."
Lin Yuer nodded and softly said, "Appa, you're so good at taking care of people." Hearing this, Xiaomu was a bit speechless.
This young girl seemed too innocent. Was this really taking care of someone?
Perhaps it was because she didn't interact with many people in her daily life. As she spoke, Lin Yueru reluctantly let go of Xiaomo's support and placed her small hands on the edge of the pool.
Splash!
The sound of running water echoed continuously, and Lin Yuer's bent posture was exceptionally alluring. This girl had a figure that was incredibly tempting, not the voluptuous type, but slender and graceful, especially her pair of legs. Combined with the curve created by her bent posture, it was enough to make any man's blood boil. After a moment, Lin Yuer finally stood up, and under the stimulation of the water, she seemed to feel much better.
Appa. Thank you.
Lin Yuer looked at Xiaomo with a hint of a shy smile. Xiaomo was also momentarily stunned, as the Lin Yuer before him was completely different from the one moments ago. Her face still had droplets of water, clearly indicating that she was makeup-free today, not even wearing light makeup. The bangs on her forehead were slightly damp, gently clinging to her skin, adding a touch of delicate charm. Shaking her head, Xiaomo smiled and said, "Alright, it's been a long time. Let's go back. Otherwise, the two of them might start thinking too much." After speaking, Xiaomo once again helped Lin Yuer toward the private room.
Even though she felt slightly better, Lin Yuer still didn't refuse Xiaomo's help.
Most of her weight rested on Xiaomo's body, and her youthful aura was irresistible.
"Hey! Xiaomo, where did you go for so long?"
As soon as he entered the room, Lu Zhaixer saw Xiaomo half-hugging Lin Yuer and asked aloud, his face also flashing a lecherous smile, his eyes darting around, clearly asking what had just happened.
Xiaomo was helpless and could only respond, "Yuner, you've had too much to drink. Let's call it a night." "No way, Appa, let's keep drinking."
Before Lu Zhaixer could respond, Yoon Yul was the first to object, turning to look at Xiaomo. The two were already close to each other, and as Lin Yuer spoke, a stronger fragrance wafted towards Xiaomo, mingled with a faint scent of alcohol. However, this did not diminish the beautiful feeling, instead, it added a touch of sensuality. In this situation, Xia Mo couldn't continue speaking. After helping Lin Yuna sit down at her own seat, Xia Mo also returned to her seat. At that moment, Kim Jong-guk quietly tapped Xia Mo on the table. When Xia Mo looked over, he saw Kim Jong-guk with an expression of admiration, accompanied by a thumbs-up gesture. However, there was a hint of envy in that expression of admiration. Due to what had just happened, Lin Yue and Xia Mo felt more at ease with each other, frequently toasting Xia Mo. The entire room echoed with the sound of appa, appa, while Lu Zhaishu and Kim Jong-guk had clearly become mere bystanders. Their eyes were filled with resentment, and Lu Zhaishu even regretted having called Lin Yue over. With Xia Mo there, his own charm had long since vanished. After an unknown amount of time, the table was littered with empty wine bottles. Lu Zhaishu finally staggered to his feet and said, Xia Mo, could you please take Yun Ah home? I can't go on. I still have to take this guy home. Lu Zhaishu also pointed at Kim Jong-guk across from him. Kim Jong-guk was even more exaggerated, sitting there with his head down, his large head swaying back and forth, yet refusing to fall, like a weeble-wobble toy. Lin Yuna was in the same state, her beautiful big eyes already glassy with intoxication. Only Xia Mo remained lucid. Korean alcohol was no match for Chinese baijiu. Their tolerance was probably no better than that of Deng Chao and Li Chen. Nodding, Xia Mo also stood up and walked over to Lin Yue, casually wrapping his arm around her waist. As if she knew it was Xia Mo, Lin Yue raised her hands and tightly embraced Xia Mo's neck, appa. This scene was incredibly provocative, resembling a lover's embrace, especially the prominent position that was tightly pressed against Xia Mo. Shaking his head, Xia Mo knew he had to rely on himself. He bent down, slipped one hand around her slender legs, and lifted her up in a princess carry. Let's do this for now. I'll head back first. I have to leave tomorrow. By the way, where does she live? In response to Xia Mo's question, Lu Zhaishu, that guy, didn't react at all, just muttered absent-mindedly, just ask her, isn't that enough? Xia Mo was instantly exasperated. Lin Yue had already lost consciousness, how could he ask her? In the hotel room belonging to Xia Mo. Looking at Lin Yue, who was still clinging tightly to him, Xia Mo felt a headache coming on. This girl was indeed stunningly beautiful, and Xia Mo wasn't exactly a saint, but she was completely unconscious. What was there to feel? Plus, he still had to complete that damn task. Xia Mo still remembered the lecherous expression of the receptionist downstairs earlier. Luckily, he had instinctively covered Lin Yue's face when he arrived, otherwise if someone had recognized her, things would have gotten complicated. It wouldn't just be her problem if baby, that little jealous little thing, had seen it, who knew what would happen. Chapter 152, Remember to Call Me. Holding Lin Yue in her arms, Xia Mo had no idea what to do. This girl seemed to be hugging him tightly in her sleep, her grip so strong that he couldn't move her. Xia Mo could say he was both in pain and pleasure. This feeling was indeed beautiful and wonderful, but it also made him feel utterly frustrated. With no other choice, Xia Mo could only lie down with her. It seemed like she felt the softness beneath her, and Lin Yue moved slightly, completely lying on top of Xia Mo before finally stopping. The first rays of morning sunlight gently opened Lin Yue's sleeping eyes. It hurts. The pain in her head caused her delicate eyebrows to furrow slightly, and her beautiful eyes were still dazed as she surveyed her surroundings. Where am I? Ah! No sooner had the words left her mouth than a piercing scream echoed through the air. Xia Mo was also awakened by the noise. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Yue staring at him with an expression and said, You're awake. You drank too much yesterday. Lin Yue, however, didn't have time to think about anything else. She quickly checked her body and found nothing had changed, then sighed in relief, Appa. How did I end up here? You lost consciousness yesterday. Xia Mo sat up halfway, and upon hearing Xia Mo's words, Lin Yue blushed slightly. She shook her arms, which had gone numb from being pressed all night, and said, I couldn't wake you up, so I had to bring you here. Appa. I'm sorry. Since nothing had happened, Lin Yue suddenly calmed down, her gaze toward Xia Mo growing increasingly gentle. She even adopted a pitiful expression, its charm was undeniable. Congratulations, host. Lin Yue's affection for you has increased by 15, currently at 35. Hearing this, Xia Mo was also startled, then his heart filled with excitement. He was right not to transform into a beast last night. Usually, affection points increase by 5 points at a time, but this time it jumped by 15 points. It was like riding a rocket. Xia Mo sat up and said, Let's hurry up and get ready. I'll go order breakfast. Appa. Lin Yue hurriedly interrupted, This vacation was with my friends. I didn't go back last night. They'll be worried. I need to go back first. Alright, I'm also heading back to the country today. What? So soon? Lin Yue suddenly looked at Xia Mo with some reluctance, then quickly walked to the side, picked up the paper and pen on the table, and started writing quickly. After a moment, she came back to Xia Mo and handed it to him, saying, Appa. This is my phone number. Remember to call me. After saying that, Lin Yuaru blushed and ran out, seeming a bit embarrassed to stay there. A 30% goodwill rating was already considered a decent level of affection. Combined with Lin Yuer's existing admiration for Xia Mo, it wasn't surprising at all. Looking at the phone number in his hand, Xia Mo also smiled. The first step of the task had been completed successfully. That afternoon, Xia Mo returned to Hangzhou. As soon as she stepped off the plane, Xia Mo received a call from Baby. They chatted briefly, but there was a hint of checking up on her, which left Xia Mo feeling a bit helpless. Her current goodwill level was still insufficient. Upon returning to Crying Dog Company, Xia Mo immediately spotted Xiao Mei, who had been waiting there all along. The show was already recorded yesterday, wasn't it? Today, Xiao Mei was dressed in a professional outfit, staring at Xia Mo with a serious expression. Xia Mo couldn't help but feel exasperated. This girl was really putting on an act. If it weren't for the system, Xia Mo wouldn't even know that her feelings for him had already reached 50%. Let us get down to business. However, the other party's tone seemed unfriendly, so Xia Mo also spoke seriously. This woman couldn't be spoiled. You. Xiao Mei's full figure kept rising and falling, then she coldly said, the song is already prepared. Combine the two songs you sang earlier and record them as soon as possible. According to the show's schedule, you need to finish recording before you participate in Happy Camp, and you also need to promote it on the show. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo nodded. After all, this was her first album, and it was quite important. A singer's success was closely tied to such things, and Xiaomu needed money right now. If the album sold well, that problem would be solved. Got it. Xia Mo walked inside while thinking to herself. The first album was the most important, so the songs couldn't be taken lightly. These had all been arranged by Xiao Mei, and Xia Mo needed to confirm them. Upon arriving at the recording studio, the staff were already in place, waiting for Xia Mo. A middle-aged man with an artistic vibe stood there, looking impatient. Upon seeing Xia Mo arrive, he spoke up, "It's just 2 songs, right? Such a big deal. Making me wait this long. Xiao Mei, if it weren't for your father's face, I wouldn't have come here." Xiao Mei, who had accompanied Xia Mo inside, heard the man's words and said, "Andy, I'm so sorry. Some things came up." Xia Mo's brows furrowed, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 153, A Verbal Showdown from Afar. Delayed? The middle-aged man called Andy also looked displeased and said, "Don't you know how valuable my time is?" Xiao Mei's face also turned pale. She hadn't expected the other party to be so disrespectful. Seeing that Xiao Mei didn't respond, Andy spoke again, "After waiting this long, I should go eat. We'll talk when I get back." "What? The recording is about to start, you. What about me?" Andy looked at Xia with a smug expression and said, "You really think you're a big star, don't you?" Hearing this, Xia walked straight over. Compared to Xiaomo's figure, Andy was in a completely different league. Seeing Xiaomo's well-proportioned figure in front of him, Andy was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Don't think that just because you came over to apologize, I'll forgive you. I'm leaving now. We'll see when the recording starts, depending on my mood." "Andy. Don't. Go ahead, but you don't need to come back." Xiao Mei looked anxious and tried to stop him, but Xia spoke coldly. As soon as Xia finished speaking, the entire recording studio fell silent, with almost everyone staring at Xia in disbelief. Others might not know, but those in the recording industry recognized Andy. He was indeed very famous in this field, much like a celebrity in the entertainment industry. So, in their eyes, it wasn't surprising that someone like him had a temper. "You? What did you say?" Andy, who had just turned around, heard this and couldn't believe it, turning back. The voice sounded sharp, and if paired with a delicate finger gesture, it would have been the perfect image of a eunuch. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Xia shrugged indifferently. "Are you deaf, or do you want me to repeat it?" "You. Fine." Andy was so angry he stammered, speaking slowly and deliberately, "I'm leaving. I'll see how you manage without me, and you'll find out what happens when you cross me." "Andy, don't go." Seeing Andy quickly walking toward the exit, Xiao Mei also shouted repeatedly, but it was clearly useless. The situation was beyond repair, and Xiao Mei could only approach Xia and say, "You were too impulsive." "Impulsive?" Xia sneered, "I've never been impulsive. Some people need to be treated differently. Remember, you can't treat everyone with kindness." After a pause, Xia ignored Xiao Mei and shouted to the staff, "Start recording now. You're all experienced, I don't need to tell you what to do." Xiao Mei watched Xia in silence for a long time, her expression constantly changing, unsure of what she was thinking. By evening, the day's recording had finally come to an end. The people she had gathered, aside from the enigmatic Andy, were quite competent, and the work progressed swiftly. Xia selected a few songs she deemed suitable and filled in the rest with her own compositions. Xia had countless good songs in her memory, enough to make an album at any time, but she didn't want to do something so shocking. After a day of hard work, the album was already halfway recorded, and it should be finished tomorrow. Of course, this is just Xia part of the work. The post-production and revisions are none of his concern.
Ring. Seeing the sudden call, Xiaomo was startled. Looking at the caller ID, Xiaomo smiled slightly. It's only been a day since we last saw each other. What's up? Missing me already? On the other end, baby's sweet voice came through. You still have the nerve to smile? Hurry up and open the computer and take a look. Ha? Xiaomo was also a bit puzzled, then stood up and went to the computer. On the largest forum on the internet, a post had been prominently featured, Xiaomo, arrogant and self-important. Upon seeing this, Xiaomo's expression turned cold. She clicked on the post and read it, a cold smile curling the corners of her mouth. The post was written by Andy, who had left earlier that afternoon, and the content was completely twisted and distorted. It claimed that Xiaomo had acted like a diva, bullied the staff, and turned white into black, yet it was written in such a convincing manner. The comments below had been flooded with countless posts. How could that be? My Xiaomu wouldn't do such a thing. Yeah, but that's normal. Xiaomo is famous, so there will always be people trying to smear her. It's all just hype. The person above is spot on. Xiaomo wouldn't act like that. These are obviously positive comments, but negative ones exist as well. Aren't all celebrities like this? This kind of thing isn't necessarily baseless. I think there's a certain possibility. As I scroll down, it seems like the netizens have lost patience. The discussion has escalated from exchanging opinions to a heated online argument. Momo. Did you see that? What's going on? Baby's voice came again. There's nothing to worry about, trust me. Xiaomo also smiled reassuringly. Xiaomo had seen people like this before, but this was her first time being directly involved. Many people loved Xiaomo's songs, but while they might admire her, that didn't mean they would act out of envy or jealousy. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Andy was smirking at the computer. This is just the beginning. When your album doesn't sell, you'll see what happens when you cross me. Chapter 154, Good Things Ruined. Xiaomo didn't respond to such things. Before the matter was fully clarified, any explanations were pointless. The next day, Xiaomo started her day as usual. Among the songs prepared by Xiaomei, only 4 remained, the rest were all replaced by Xiaomo. This left Xiaomei and the songwriter completely speechless. Upon seeing the songs Xiaomo had written, the songwriter, who had previously been skeptical, was immediately convinced. This also surprised Xiaomei even more, as the songwriter had a considerable reputation within the industry. Actually, you shouldn't have been so impulsive that day. That evening, after finishing work, Xiaomo and Xiaomei walked side by side toward the company exit. Xiaomei spoke up. These past 2 nights, because of this topic, things are almost boiling over. How can you act like nothing happened? Would explaining it make a difference? Xiaomo shook her head slightly and asked, when will the album be ready? Hearing Xiaomo change the subject, Xiaomei was taken aback for a moment before saying, the post-production is already underway. I've had them work through the night. After all, it's just an album, so it won't take too long. We'll ensure the sound quality is the best it can be. It should be ready by the day after tomorrow. Nodding, she acknowledged that the pace was indeed quick. The day after tomorrow was when Xiaomo was scheduled to attend the main event. A day later, Xiaomo arrived in Changsha. The crew members who had been waiting at the airport rushed over to greet her. Mr. Xia, the recording is scheduled for tonight. We've arranged a hotel for you. Why don't you rest first? He nodded and smiled, saying, thank you for your trouble. These words immediately brought a smile to the faces of the crew members. After all, they had seen their fair share of big-name celebrities, and none of them were without their quirks. Plus, with the recent online buzz surrounding the Xiaomo incident, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They drove straight to the hotel next to Mango TV. The production team from the main studio handed Xiaomo a schedule, as these still needed to be reviewed. After that, everyone left the room, leaving Xiaomo alone to rest. Just as she sat down, the door knocked. Xiaomo opened it with some curiosity, and a familiar figure came into view. Xiaomo smiled slightly, quickly grabbed the other person's small hand, and pulled her into the room. Xiaomo, are you surprised? There was no need to explain her identity. Baby smiled at Xiaomo. Of course, you didn't say you'd only be able to come over tonight, did you? As she spoke, Xiaomo also pulled Baby over to the sofa and sat down. Baby, however, looked at Xiaomo with a hint of worry, then snuggled tightly against Xiaomo's body, leaving no space between them, and whispered, I was just worried about you, so I cancelled my plans. In response, Xiaomo wrapped her arms around Baby's soft waist. It's nothing. I'm not that fragile, Xiaomo said with a smile. As for that Andy, he's just a grasshopper in autumn, he won't last long. Once the album is released, Xiaomo was confident he'll give him a big slap in the face, and all the rumors will be debunked. I'm just worried that your album might be affected. After all, this is your first album, and it's very important. Lying in Xiaomo's arms, Baby's body was slightly stiff. After expressing their love for each other, although things were different from before, this was still their first time in this state. If it weren't for her concern for Xiaomo, Baby might not have been able to do this just yet. Do you remember what you should do? Xiaomo smiled slightly and asked in return. I remember.
Baby whispered softly, I believe in you. Nodding, Xiaomo looked at Baby, who was just inches away, and at those lips that brought back so many memories, unable to resist leaning in slightly and saying, let's do something meaningful now. As if sensing Xiaomo's movement, Baby's face flushed slightly, and she closed her beautiful eyes gently, as if everything were perfectly natural.
Dawn.
Just as Xiaomo was about to experience that exquisite sensation, the door was knocked again.
Ah!
The baby, blushing, jumped out of Xiaomo's arms, leaving him feeling utterly helpless.
Isn't this just asking for trouble? Why knock on the door at such a crucial moment? This left Xiaomo with a headache. Momo. Go see who it is. I'm in your room.
What if? It's okay, I'll go check. Baby naturally had her concerns. Their relationship hadn't been made public yet, and now they were alone together in a room, even though it was daytime. This was enough to spark speculation among many people, especially since they were both celebrities and not ordinary people.
Who is it? Is it Xiaomo? It's He Jing.
Upon hearing this, Xiaomo was also startled. This was the rising star of Mango TV and the host of tonight's show. She looked at Baby, who still had a worried expression, shook her head, and then opened the door. Sure enough, the familiar face from her memories appeared before her. According to Xiaomo's estimation, He Jing was already in his 40s, but he looked unusually young and handsome. The only flaw, if there was one, was his height, a minor flaw.
Xiaomo, hello.
It's our first meeting, but I've been a big fan of your songs for a long time. The two shook hands, and Xiaomo smiled and said, Mr. He, you're too kind.
Come in, sit down. The baby is here with me.
Baby? He Jing was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes.
Chapter 155, Chaos Reigns.
He Jing was indeed an interesting person, at least he didn't put on airs and seemed easy to approach. After leading He Jing into the room, they sat down in the living room. Hey, baby, I didn't expect to see you here. He Jing also laughed and said, I heard from the grapevine that you and Xiaomo have a special relationship.
It seems like I was right.
Baby felt a bit awkward and laughed, saying, Mr. E, please don't tease us. He sat directly next to Baby, and Xiaomo nodded, saying, It's only noon. What brings you here, He teacher?
It's about the show.
You know, in the Running Man group, the online votes are showing that you and Baby are the most popular. This time, you two will naturally be the main characters.
After a pause, He Jing continued, You've already seen the program schedule, right? It's just a simple interactive segment. Also, Xiaomo, have you seen the comments online? The public opinion toward you is getting pretty intense. Do you need? That's not a problem.
My album will be released tomorrow, and everything will be resolved on its own. Hearing Xiaomo speak so confidently, He Jing nodded and glanced at the time before saying, This is your first time in Changsha.
Let's go. I'll take you to try some local snacks.
But, you should change your outfits. Otherwise, people might recognize you, and our fans in Changsha are pretty crazy. He Jing's words were amusing, and Xiaomo and Baby also smiled and nodded. He Jing was indeed very friendly, spending the entire afternoon accompanying the two of them. The various local snacks were also quite delicious. However, it's worth mentioning that Baby seemed to have a bit of a problem with spicy food. Even mildly spicy dishes left her needing to drink a lot of water to calm down. The way she stuck out her little tongue was simply too cute to resist. By evening, He Jing drove the two of them to the recording studio of Mango TV.
Hey! He teacher, you're not being fair.
As soon as they arrived backstage, a slightly cheerful female voice came from behind. You said you were going to meet Xiaomo, right? Why is Baby with you too, could it be? He Jing gave the two a glance and walked inside. Nana, this isn't my fault.
Alright, I'll forgive you this time.
At this point, Xiaomo also spotted a rather cute woman, none other than Nana, who was co-hosting with He Jing.
Upon seeing Xiaomo, Nana rushed over with a delighted expression and exclaimed, Xiaomo, I recognize you. Hearing this, Xiaomo was utterly baffled. What on earth was going on? After a pause, Nana said again, he has already taken you guys out to eat, right? I didn't get to join this time. Never mind, I'll treat you next time.
That's great. I really love the snacks in Changsha.
Xiaomo also smiled.
At least this atmosphere was quite relaxed. Alright, you and Baby should hurry up and go into the makeup room. All your friends are already there.
Nana also made a playful expression and said, Oh, and there's also a goddess-level guest tonight. She won't be any worse than Baby. You better step up your game.
While speaking, Nana gave Baby a meaningful look and said, Baby, we're old friends.
Don't say I'm being unkind. Xiaomo's charm is just too overwhelming.
Nana, you're trying to steal my thunder. Baby looked slightly helpless. The two women clearly knew each other beforehand, so such a small joke was harmless. After nodding to the two of them, Xiaomo led Baby to the backstage makeup room.
As soon as they entered, Xiaomo was taken aback. Were these people really here to participate in the show, or were they here for the Transformers show?
At that moment, Li Chen and Bao Chang were sitting on chairs, with stylists working on their hair. Li Chen, make my hair stand out more, otherwise I'll look too dumb.
He actually knows he looks dumb.
Bao Chang, make my hair stand up, preferably 10 centimeters tall.
That'll look much better. This guy has always thought he's the standard height, hasn't he? Zulan also rushed over, still wearing his usual headscarf, but what's with the red lips? Deng Chao looks like a ghost. What's a man doing with smoky makeup?
And now he's constantly spraying gel on his head.
What the hell is that?
Only Chen Chichi still looks somewhat normal, but that smug smile is still there. It's definitely not normal.
Ah. Finally, you're here. I've missed you so much.
As soon as Xia Mo walked in, Chen Chichi rushed over, his expression as flamboyant as ever.
Hey, Xia Mo, check out my look. Am I not handsome?
Deng Chao, with a shameless expression, said, I feel like I've surpassed you.
The audience today will definitely fall for me. Xia Mo was helpless and said, Xiao Chao, are you sure your mother won't beat you to death for this outfit? Don't worry, as long as I go home, she'll definitely not beat me to death. Put. Baby couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little Chaozha was really hilarious. Alright, he bao, come to mom.
At that moment, Li Chen also stood up and said, hurry up and get Xia Mo and baby ready.
We don't have much time left. Alright. Chen mom, I'm coming. His bouncing and jumping manner was identical to the legendary Xiao Shenyang. Chapter 156, Together. Together.
As Li Chen had said, everything was already prepared at this point.
Xia Mo and baby also sat down and applied some simple makeup. We are the happy family.
On the stage bathed in bright lights, the 5 hosts of the Happy Family also took the stage and began their opening dialogue.
Nana, do you know which reality TV show is the hottest right now?
He Jiong also started to build up the mood.
Nana looked adorably confused and said, reality TV show? I really have no idea. Do the audience know? Running Man.
The audience below was incredibly enthusiastic, their voices loud enough to shake the roof.
That's right.
He Jiong nodded and asked, among the stars in Running Man, who is your favorite?
Xia Mo. Baby. Deng Chao. Li Chen. The crowd below immediately erupted into chaos.
After all, everyone had their own idols, but the cheers for Xia Mo and baby were clearly the loudest.
Alright, let's welcome today's guests, the members of the Running Man Brothers team. Wow. At that moment, the atmosphere reached its peak. Let's go.
Xia Mo and the others backstage exchanged glances and then walked toward the stage.
Xia Mo. Baby. As soon as they appeared on stage, the atmosphere exploded.
Chen Chichi was a bit speechless, and with a touch of envy, he whispered, maybe we should change the name to Xia Mo Baby Group.
Welcome all members of the Brotherhood to our happy camp.
He Jiong also spoke with a smile on his face.
Everyone walked straight to the front of the stage and lined up in a row. The height difference was immediately noticeable.
Xia Mo, Li Chen, and Deng Chao were roughly the same height, with Xia Mo standing out like a crane among chickens. The next tier was Baby and Chen Chichi, followed by Bao Chang and Zulan. But today was different. Bao Chang's hairstyle suddenly made him appear 10 centimeters taller, instantly outshining Zulan's height.
Zulan looked dejected, not because he didn't want to, but because his hair wasn't that long.
Alright, we all know that the members of the Brothers Group have just returned from filming a show in Korea.
Let's hear about their experiences there first. Wei Jia also asked under the pretext of curiosity.
Before anyone else could react, Deng Chao grabbed the microphone and declared, the trip to Korea was a huge success. We successfully blocked the members of Running Man and emerged victorious. He Jiong, however, didn't want to miss out on the hidden highlights and asked again, so, Deng Chao, who do you think was the biggest contributor to this trip to Korea? This, of course it's me, the team leader. Deng Chao said through gritted teeth. But I feel like Xia Mo is the real hero here.
Wu Xian also looked surprised and said, I watched this episode. Xia Mo was amazing.
Deng Chao's expression turned bitter, as if to say, can you give the captain some face? Can you let me show off a little? But clearly, Wu Xian had no such intention.
Alright, let's not talk about that. I want to ask the audience, what part do you most want to see? Xia Mo and baby.
The crowd below also shouted loudly, the madness was beyond description.
Alright, please welcome Xia Mo and baby to the front.
Xia Mo glanced at baby and smiled slightly before the two of them walked out, leaving behind the rest of the brothers' entourage, including Bao Chang, Zulan, and Chen Chichi, who were just there for show, looking dejected. As for Li Chen, does he even care about this? Alright, for this segment, Summer will ask you and baby some questions.
We wouldn't dare refuse the audience's wishes.
Exactly. The audience was also stirred up by He Jiong. As far as we know, in the past few episodes, you've been very considerate of baby, and you two have an amazing chemistry.
Could you explain that to us? Don't tell us it's because baby is a goddess, we already know that.
He Jiong said with a hint of teasing.
Upon hearing He Jing's words, the baby's face turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes looked at Xiamo. She was also very curious to hear Xiamo's explanation. Holding the microphone, Xiamo spoke up. Chemistry is something that can't be forced. The chemistry between the two of us feels like it was meant to be. At this point, everyone's expressions changed. The audience couldn't take their eyes off the stage, eager to hear what Xiamo would say next. Even the members of the Brotherhood group and the hosts were all looking on with curiosity, as if they were about to reveal a big secret. And you have to understand, there was only one girl here, baby, and she was so beautiful. Who wouldn't he like her? Oh. Hee-jeong also laughed and said, Xiamo, I can't help but feel like you're trying to confess your feelings. Of course, this is just my personal suspicion, you don't have to answer. Together. 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 The audience didn't care about any of that. Seeing something to cheer about, they immediately got excited. And in the past few episodes, the ambiguous relationship between the two of them was obvious to everyone. Baby's face grew even redder, and her eyes carried a hint of inquiry. She had no idea what Xiamo was thinking or what he wanted to do. At that moment, her heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety, a mix of emotions that left her torn. It seemed like Xiamo noticed baby's gaze and returned a glance. Chapter 157, Fangu arrives. The audience always seemed to enjoy some gossip. Xiamo felt a bit helpless about this. Although her relationship with baby was completely different from before, she still needed some romantic atmosphere to be fair to baby. I'll reveal all of this at the end of the show. After all, you have to leave some suspense. Xiamo said with a smile. Hearing Xiamo's words, the audience erupted into a wave of friendly laughter. Alright, let us put these questions aside for now. Hee-jeong spoke again. As you all know, the incident circulating online is related to Xiamo. We trust Xiamo implicitly. What do you all think? Yes. The audience was very supportive. After all, everyone has their own opinions on such matters, and Xiamo has never forced anyone. However, this outcome was still somewhat surprising. He Lauscher, although I like this, today's main character isn't me. Xiamo also laughed humorously. Hee-jeong pretended to be helpless and shook his head, saying, Alright, if you put it that way, we'll support you. Now let's introduce our other goddess. Hee-jeong, who had apparently bonded with baby and Xiamo in the afternoon, didn't bother introducing the others and went straight to introducing the special guest. This was extremely hard to accept for Chen Chichi and Deng Chao, who loved to show off. Hey! Chao Go, what do you think Mo Go will say? Chen Chichi nudged Deng Chao beside him and asked with a gossipy expression. Deng Chao rolled his eyes and replied with a displeased expression, I have no idea. But I feel like there's something fishy going on. I've noticed something off about the two of them for a while now. What are you talking about? Li Chen overheard the two whispering and asked curiously. Chen Chichi. Deng Chao. It seemed as though they couldn't communicate with Li Chen at all. At that moment, the entrance music, which had been prepared long ago, began to play. Xiamo also looked over in confusion. The production crew of Happy Camp was indeed quite interesting. If Hee-jeong hadn't informed him beforehand, Xiamo wouldn't have known about this either. As the music played, a door appeared on the stage behind them. Moments later, a graceful figure came into view, her figure flawless beyond reproach. Wow! Amidst the audience's screams, the person's appearance was clearly visible under the spotlight. Upon seeing the person's face, Xiamo was also startled. Under the lights, an absolutely stunning face appeared before her eyes. The proportions of her features were so perfect that even the most critical person couldn't find fault. A faint smile revealed immense charm. And that familiar face made Xiamo pause. Isn't that Fan Bingbing? That cold and elegant aura needed no further explanation. This was the true rhythm that commanded the entire stage. Fan good, fan go. The audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, a testament to her immense influence. Today's lineup is truly unprecedentedly strong. Hee-jeong also smiled and said, I'm starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Upon hearing Hee-jing's words, Fan Bingbing covered her mouth and giggled. This woman truly wasn't one to shy away from the spotlight. He directly picked up the microphone and said with a smile, It's truly an honor to meet the members of Running Man today. I know they're very busy. Oh. No, Fangu. Nana also said exaggeratedly, Actually, your presence here is the biggest surprise for me. But I still have to ask, who is your favorite among them? For hosts like them, this was the question they cared about most. Such topics could also stir up the audience's emotions. Upon hearing Nana's words, Fan Yi was taken aback for a moment, then her gaze swept over the crowd. After a pause, she giggled and said, Of course it's Xiamo. I love his songs. During my free time at work, I always listen to his music. Plus, I've been watching Running Man all along. Xiamo is really talented. Oh. Baby, what do you think? Hee-jeong didn't hold back and asked directly. Baby's face turned red, but she still replied, Xiamo's songs are so popular, of course I'm happy. And as she said, Xiamo is indeed very talented.
Deng Chao and the others behind them immediately looked miserable, exchanging glances that seemed to say, next time, we'll never let Xia Mo steal the spotlight again. She completely ignored us. Nana and He Jing also smiled in unison, but they knew when to stop. He Jing then said, today's guests are the most we've ever had on the show. Our first segment is about to begin the high-altitude grilling. He Jing's so-called high-altitude grilling was actually quite simple. Two people formed a group, and the person behind would ask a question. If the answer was correct, they wouldn't be raised higher. If the answer was wrong, both people would be raised 1 meter higher. This segment also required the guests to wear special protective gear, and today's arrangement was quite clever. It seems that for the show's effect, Xia Mo and Baby were paired together, along with other members of the Brotherhood group. The Baolan brothers naturally formed one group, while Li Chen and Chen Chichi, the He Bao Bao and Chen Mama, would have to be in the same group to make sense. The only ones left are Deng Chao and the goddess Fan Bingbing, who will appear later. Chapter 158, The Painful Oath of Punishment. At that moment, Deng Chao was also wearing a lecherous smile, his expression brimming with excitement. After all, Fan Ye's charm was immense, at least in Xia Mo's opinion. This woman wasn't the traditional type of delicate beauty, she had a unique, full beauty. This so-called fullness wasn't about being overweight, just look at Yang Guifei from ancient times, who was similarly endowed. Combined with her cold and elegant appearance, every smile and frown exuded an astonishing charm. That teacher There's only the two of us left. Fan Gu is so beautiful, I'm afraid my own wife. Though she said that, Xia Mo could clearly see that Deng Chao was putting on an act. This guy must be thrilled inside, playing hard to get. However, He Jing's next words nearly made Xia Mo burst out laughing. I understand your dilemma, so I've already made up my mind. I'll be in your group. He Jing said with a smile. What? Deng Chao instantly turned sour, but still pretended not to care. Then who will she be in a group with? Of course, with me. Nana also jumped in at this point. Fan Yi also covered her mouth, finding it too funny. After a pause, she said, actually, if possible, I'd rather be in Xia Mo's group. That would make me feel safer, right? Of course, all of this was just joking around. Nana also put on a hurt expression, and the atmosphere quickly became lively again. Ignoring their playful banter, Baby whispered in Xia Mo's ear, Mo, what was the cliffhanger you mentioned? At that moment, the young girl's heart was both nervous and excited. Although Xia Mo's words were a bit ambiguous, anyone with eyes could tell that she was hinting at something. You'll find out soon enough. Xia Mo replied with a smile. Baby blushed and shot Xia Mo a shy glance before falling silent, as the event was about to begin. Alright, next up, please welcome our very own Zhu Lan and Bao Chang. As He Jing's voice faded, the two walked onto the stage, which had been prepared earlier. The ground was covered with soft mats, and the two were wearing specially made costumes, with several steel wires suspended above them. Alright, please take your oaths. This oath is pretty intense. As he spoke, Wei Jia handed the cards in his hands to the two of them. Including Xia Mo, everyone was curious about what kind of oath the production team had prepared. I, Bao Chang. I am Zhu Lan. Hereby swear that during that empty space interrogation segment, if I cheat, I will be punished by having my height reduced and my butt touching the ground. Heaven and earth are my witnesses, the sun and moon are my witnesses. Put. Everyone burst into laughter. Xia Mo was also speechless. This production team was way too prankish. Lowering someone's height was already enough to drive two people crazy, but what the heck was but hitting the ground? Could they even see each other while sitting on the ground? After speaking, Grey Wolf Bao Chang and the stylish headscarf dancer Zhu Lan exchanged glances, both looking miserable. Alright, let's start with Zhu Lan. What's the most touching thing you've done for Bao Chang? The most touching thing should be that I'm shorter than him today. That. Correct answer. The entire audience burst into laughter. Are these two here to make jokes? Is that really the most touching thing? And it just happened. That's ridiculous. Bao Chang and Zhu Lan are truly deserving of the title Bao Lan brothers. Their chemistry isn't just for show. After missing one question due to a single mistake, they were dragged to the top, and the two of them held hands with obvious affection. Zhu Lan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Just shout it out. Ah. Zhu Lan's scream sounded like a duck's quack, so you'll have to use your imagination. Because of the speed, his headscarf flew off, revealing his messy hair and a terrifying expression. The scene was too beautiful. I couldn't even look. Then it was Xia Mo and Baby's turn. After all, the show's planning needed some highlights, and with Xia Mo's earlier hints, it was even more anticipated. I, Xia Mo. I, Yang Ying, swear here that in the high-altitude interrogation segment, if I cheat, I will receive the punishment of my body shape changing and my appearance deteriorating. Heaven and earth are my witnesses, the sun and moon are my witnesses. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them locked eyes. When Bao Chang and Zhu Lan were speaking earlier, they didn't feel much, but now that they were in the same situation, Xia Mo and Baby had a different experience, as if they were in an ancient wedding, especially since their relationship was about to be revealed. Momo. I asked you a question, you should remember it, right? Baby put on a pitiful expression and said, I don't want to go up that high. Xia Emo rolled her eyes. Though they were already very familiar with each other, they hadn't spent much time together outside of the show, which was why Xia Emo wanted Baby to move in with her. Alright, Baby, I don't think you'll make it too hard for me, right? Seeing Xiaomo's helpless expression, Baby couldn't help but smile secretly, her beautiful eyes slightly curved, like a little fox who had succeeded in her scheme. Wei Jia then spoke up, alright, let's start with Xiaomo. Where did you first see Baby? As soon as the words left his mouth, Deng Chao and the others immediately protested, oh my god, that's too easy. Of course it was during the show recording. That's cheating. Aren't you afraid of getting punished? Chapter 159, Don't Let the Good Things Go to Strangers. Hee-jeom and Nana, along with the others, were also looking puzzled, as the question did indeed seem rather odd. Baby blushed and said, what do you know? Oh my god. Chen Chichi suddenly shouted, Baby, did you and Emoga know each other before? No wonder, no wonder. This guy was acting so serious, like he needed some Conan music playing in the background. Did he think he was solving a case? Alright, now let's hear from Xia Mo. Baby's words also gave Wei Jia a glimmer of hope, and he hurriedly asked. Xia Mo looked at Baby, smiled slightly, then picked up the microphone and said, in the recording studio. Hearing Xia Mo's answer, Baby nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, Xia Mo had already figured it out. This was a sign of their tacit understanding. Alright, let's see what answer Baby gives. Wei Jia deliberately paused for a moment, then looked at the card before exclaiming with surprise, Congratulations, Xia Mo. You got it right. Oh my god. That's possible? When did you two ever meet in a recording studio? I didn't know. Deng Chao seemed to be trying to draw attention to himself. Xia Mo and Baby exchanged a knowing glance at Deng Chao, leaving him speechless. He realized he was out of touch with the times and should go back in time to witness the history of the Qing Palace with his mother. Alright, Xia Mo and Baby answered the first question correctly. Hee-jeong also smiled and said, the audience must also want to know your next question, right? Yes, together. The audience couldn't care less about the details, they just wanted to see the highlights. The deafening chorus of Together left Hee-jeong and Nana speechless. After all, they hadn't been the first couple act to appear on the show, but this level of craziness was unprecedented. Hee-jing had a strong liking for Xia Mo and had been helping her all along, such as with the online incident. However, he could tell that the audience seemed completely unaffected. Had Xia Mo's personal charm reached such a level? Indeed, Xia Mo has a certain charm. Most of his fans have never seen him in person, so the things they see online naturally have some influence. But once they see Xia Mo in person, those claims fall apart on their own. That's the power of charm. Alright, now it's Baby's turn to answer. Wei Jia picked up the card again and read, Baby, when was your first intimate encounter? Wow! The audience erupted. This was too exciting to miss. Their relationship was already shrouded in mystery, and now this completely confirms it? This is like a collision between Mars and Earth. Oh, no! Chen Chichi immediately shouted out, Brother Chen, I admire you so much. When did you manage to win over our goddess? Chen Chichi, shut your mouth. Baby couldn't help but shout out as well, but her face was as red as a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Fan Gu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh, but her eyes kept glancing at Xia Mo. And there was a hint of regret in her gaze. What's going on here? Such things were quite normal. Xia Mo was well aware that confessing his feelings to Baby in this environment would inevitably cause some complications. But none of that mattered. As long as the connection was established, these beauties would eventually be conquered by him. With the reminders of their growing affection, he had no reason to fear any unexpected changes. Oh. Chen Chichi, did you hear that? Baby is angry. Li Chen, the big black bull, also chimed in, but this is a good thing. You know, don't let the water flow to the outsiders. We're all brothers. Zulan, upon hearing this, wore an innocent expression and also chimed in, Li Chen, that's not how you talk. I'm so charming, why didn't the baby choose me? Oh, my little heart, it's breaking. You call yourself elegant? Almost everyone was confused by Zhu Lan's words. Just now, the high-altitude fall, the flying headscarf, and that hairstyle that was so seductive. Is that what you call elegant? Actually, I think I'm the coolest. Xia Mo is just a little behind me. Bao Cheng said softly at this point. This is completely over. Have these people lost their minds? Xia Mo felt a headache coming on. No wonder they're Bao Lan brothers, they're just as thick-skinned. This joke isn't funny at all, it's pure cold humor. Or maybe he thinks he's handsome in Red Wolf's eyes? After all, he's the real-life version of Grey Wolf, right? His sense of aesthetics is also off. Please answer, baby. Baby blushed and shot Xia Mo a glance before saying, the first intimate moment should have been during the cookie-eating scene. The level of intimacy also needs to be examined. Simply holding hands isn't enough. Deng Chao's mouth dropped open in shock. I knew it. You two really did meet Xia Mo. I'm going to challenge you to a duel. Watch out, the Empress will beat you to death.
Xia Mo responded with a smile.
Deng Chao immediately deflated, looking dejected.
Correct answer.
Baby also sighed in relief. The two of them were now suspended in mid-air, a meter above the ground. Baby seemed to have a slight fear of heights, or perhaps it was a common trait among women.
This chemistry, no one could stop them now. Fango had better step up his game. Nana was also winking at Bingbing, her friend beside her.
Speaking of which, as a well-known host, Nana knew many people and was on good terms with Fangu. The two of them working together shouldn't be a problem, but she was worried that Nana might ask some awkward questions for the sake of entertainment.
Chapter 160, Brotherly Love. Fangu just smiled slightly. She had no way to deal with Nana and could only hope she wouldn't deviate from the script.
After answering correctly twice in a row, the two didn't advance. Baby's face turned red with embarrassment but also felt a bit relieved.
Wei Jia smiled again and said, "Alright, now it's time to ask Xia Mo. Which of your songs does Baby like the most?" Hearing this, Xia Mo felt a bit helpless.
The album was set to be released tomorrow, and she only had 2 original songs of her own.
This was too easy.
She glanced at Baby, who secretly stuck out her tongue.
This girl was clearly doing this on purpose. First time.
The result was exactly as expected. This song wasn't just featured in Baby's music video, Xia Mo had also sung it solo for her on the voice stage.
Though only Baby knew that. Correct answer.
He Jeong interjected at this point, saying, "Everyone knows that our Xia Mo is an exceptional singer.
I'm sure you've all heard her sing before?"
"We have." Seeing the audience's response, He Jeong spoke again. "Tomorrow, Xia Mo's first solo album will be officially released.
I'm really looking forward to it. It looks like there'll be something to do tomorrow." That's right. Momo's songs are so beautiful.
Even our Zhang Jia is deeply impressed.
At this point, Nana also chimed in repeatedly. "Hey, you guys are all members of the Brotherhood group. Momo is releasing an album, aren't you going to help her? And our Fangu too, you wouldn't just stand by and not help, would you? This show is actually better when it's more casual, as it better captures the vibe, and the audience prefers it that way. Nana has really mastered this aspect." Fan Yi also laughed and said, "That's great.
I've been listening to Xiamo's 2 songs for a long time.
Now that there are new songs, I must buy a copy. I really like them."
Those words had a hint of ambiguity, but there was no way to ask further. Among the members of the Brotherhood, Deng Chao was the first to object, hurriedly shouting, "No way.
I've already told my wife about this."
"She doesn't need me, she's already notified her close friends."
"It's probably not that she doesn't need him, it's just that he doesn't have any status." "That's right. I already told my friends when I came here."
Zulan also said seriously, "Xia Mo is our brother.
This album has to be a huge hit."
"That's right, especially with that incident circulating online. I know exactly what kind of person Imogu is.
How could such a thing happen? I just want to say that he'll pay the price for this." Chen Chichi also chimed in.
After speaking, the 3 of them turned their gaze toward Li Chen and Bao Chang, who hadn't spoken. Li Chen immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Don't look at me.
I've already posted on Weibo, asking my fans to support Xia Mo."
Finally, Bao Chang, with a dazed expression, said, "I'll tell my fellow monks at the Shaolin Temple."
Ha! Everyone, including the audience, burst into laughter. Xia Mo felt a bit helpless but also deeply moved.
From their initial chance encounter to their subsequent interactions, the friendship among the members had grown deeper. Xia Mo could hear the sincerity in their voices, free from any other emotions. "Thanks, brothers," Xia Mo said with a smile. Deng Chao waved his hand and said, "Hey, Xia Mo, why don't you ask Baby what question you have for her? We're all pretty nosy." As Deng Chao finished speaking, everyone shifted their attention back to the high-stakes question segment.
"Alright, this question is quite interesting." Wei Jia deliberately teased them. "Ah." Baby was momentarily speechless. "Xia Mo, what kind of question did you come up with? Baby, who is your best female friend?"
Upon hearing the question, Baby froze for a moment, then glanced at Xia Mo with a hint of reproach in her eyes. However, her expression was far from angry, it was more like she had been outwitted.
"Oh, my god, Momo, you're so beastly."
Chen Chichi looked completely stunned. "Our Baby is already so amazing, and you're even going after her best friend?" Chen Chichi was truly speechless at this point.
After a pause, she gave a sly smile. "That guy, Xia Mo. Would you mind introducing me to her? This is something you should talk to your mom about." Xia Mo was also speechless.
The 2 of their conversations made Wu Xian giggle. "Teacher He, now that they're here, our ratings are going to skyrocket again.
Of course, we'll get some of the spotlight too."
Ignoring everyone else, Baby shook her head helplessly and said, "Alright, I don't want my figure to go or my looks to fade.
My best friend is Xiaomei."
Hearing this, Xia Mo also wore a smug expression. She had known all along that the 2 of them were acquainted, including the earlier question.
In the recording studio, if one weren't on good terms with Xiaomei, how could one be there?
What left Xiaomu speechless was that these 2 women seemed to be intentionally keeping something from her.
What was going on? Correct answer. When adding the answer, Xiao was very confident.
This was just a confirmation, and besides, baby couldn't lie in this part.
Alright, this round is over.
Both of them passed.
As the results were announced, baby also let out a cheer. She was much happier without the high altitude fall. Given her current relationship with Xiao, if Xiao asked, she wouldn't hide anything anymore. Today was different from the past. Chapter 161, Xiaomo's Confession. This high-altitude interrogation was truly nerve-wracking. Fortunately, Xiao and the baby persevered and removed their equipment. They then moved on to another group of female participants, Nana and Fan Yi. After getting dressed, Fan Yi looked a bit worried. Nana, what questions did you come up with? They're not too difficult, are they?
Ha ha.
Fangu, just relax.
As long as you answer carefully, you shouldn't get it wrong. Fangu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Nana was great in every way, but she was just too playful.
This wasn't the first time she'd seen it.
Xiao was observing from the side. Bingbing was the type who grew on you. Her natural beauty was already off the charts, and the more you looked at her, the more beautiful she became.
Alright, then let's ask Fangu.
Wei Jia asked with a hint of teasing, who is your favorite singer? The first question was a bit sharp, considering that Fangu had just mentioned that her favorite song was by Xiao. It was obvious that Fan Ye's gaze immediately swept over Xiao, and he could only grit his teeth and say, alright, I admit it.
My favorite singer is Xiao. I don't want to be promoted.
That's right, I knew we were on the same page.
Nana also said with a hint of teasing. Correct answer. Alright, let's ask Nana next.
The subsequent questions were relatively straightforward, and neither of them put each other in a difficult position. However, there was one mistake that caused the two women to fall from the sky, and the screams were enough to pierce the eardrums. But with Fangu around, even that was something to look forward to. The subsequent segments were straightforward, with the classic trio of Baolan brothers, Chen Mama, and He Bao delivering non-stop laughs. This episode was primarily aimed at promoting Running Man and Xiaomo's album, so there were fewer game segments.
Alright, since that's the case, it's time for the final segment.
After everyone had answered their questions, He Jeong wouldn't miss this opportunity. Our Xiaomo has said that the suspense should be saved for last.
Now it seems like we can finally reveal it, right?
Oh. The audience immediately started cheering, with many wearing kind smiles. Baby was also flustered by the scene, her face turning bright red, looking exceptionally charming.
Xiao wasn't affected at all.
She had planned this all along. She picked up the microphone, walked up to Baby, looked at her, and spoke softly, Baby, from the moment I first saw you, my world was completely different.
I thought it was just me being one-sided.
At this point, Xiao paused for a moment. This pause was significant, as it caused Baby's onlookers to hold their breath in anticipation.
With a faint smile, Xiao continued, until that day. Now, all I want to say is, will you be my girlfriend?
As soon as Xiao finished speaking, Baby quickly covered her mouth with her small hands, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and her body trembled slightly.
Agree to him. Agree to him.
The audience had already risen to their feet, and a deafening roar erupted like a tidal wave. Even He Jeong and the other members of the Brotherhood joined in, creating a truly spectacular scene.
I'm willing.
Baby spoke with a trembling voice, tears streaming down her face. They were tears of pure happiness. She never expected Xiao to confess his feelings to her in such a situation. After all, she was the one who had broken the ice between them. How could she not understand that Xiao was doing this entirely because of her? In that moment, the overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her, and Baby suddenly felt that everything she had sacrificed was worth it.
Congratulations, host. Baby's affection for you has increased by 10, currently at 85.
The system's notification sound was the icing on the cake.
How lucky to witness this scene today.
He Laoshur also wiped the corners of his eyes, looking deeply moved.
Nana, however, spoke softly. Hey, He teacher, are you jealous?
Alright, then let's toast to Momo and Baby ending up together, and today's show comes to an end.
Backstage, everyone relaxed. Mo good. He Laoshur took you all out for snacks, but we didn't get any.
Chen Shichi said with a gloomy expression, this is my first time in Changsha. Not going to eat would be such a waste. I have to catch a flight tomorrow, and besides, you confirmed your relationship with Baby today. It wouldn't be right not to treat us.
That's right, you're absolutely right. I feel the same way.
If I don't go home tomorrow, I'll be in big trouble. Deng Chao also said with a sympathetic tone. Xiao sighed helplessly and said, alright, we've already spent so much time shopping this afternoon.
I know a lot of places now. Let's go.
That's great. But this time, you have to treat us big time.
Tomorrow's album release is going to be a huge success.
This is a win-win for both career and love.
Chen Chichi, the opportunist, chimed in.
Speaking of which, it's worth mentioning that the show had just ended, and Baby had already left because she had work the next day.
This left Xiao feeling helpless, and Baby also didn't want to leave.
After the confession, Baby had her heart completely set on Xiamo, but there were indeed many unavoidable circumstances. Before leaving, Baby hugged Xiamo for several minutes without letting go, and now Xiamo's clothes are still slightly damp. This only strengthened Xiamo's resolve to build her own entertainment empire. That way, she could bring Baby into her fold, and they'd have more time together. For now, that's all she could do. Chapter 162, Press Conference. Fan Yu was also packing her luggage nearby, seeming as though she wanted to leave as well. With a faint smile, Xiamo walked over and said, "Fango, why don't you join us for a late-night snack?" Everyone else had the same idea but were too shy to say it aloud. Finding Xiamo's words amusing, Fango giggled, then swept her beautiful eyes over the crowd before turning back to Xiamo and saying, "If you're treating, I wouldn't refuse." Of course, no problem. Xiamo didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After a moment of surprise, she hurriedly said, "If you go, they'll all be competing to pay the bill." Exactly. As soon as Xiamo finished speaking, Li Chen suddenly shouted out. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on the big black bull. After all, this was completely out of character for him, and Xiamo's gaze also carried a hint of deeper meaning. Remember, in the previous parallel universe, Li Chen seemed to have feelings for Fan Yi, but now he was here. Plus the way Fan Yi was acting, Li Chen clearly had no chance. Based on Xiamo's experience, Fan Yi probably only had a little bit of affection for him among all these people. "Alright, let's go. We don't want to be late," Xiamo said with a smile. They indulged in a feast with the group, and it wasn't until midnight that everyone finally dispersed. The next morning, Xiamo rushed back to Hangzhou. Today was the album release, and naturally, a press conference had to be held. Xiamo had to be there, and fortunately, the two cities weren't too far apart. Last night, Xiamo also managed to get Fango's phone number. While she had feelings for him, Fango wouldn't just hand over her phone number to Xiamo right after he confessed to Baby. Xiamo might be charming, but he wasn't a god. So taking the initiative was the best move, and Fango clearly didn't refuse. Alright, the press conference is about to begin. Let's go inside. At the entrance of the hotel where the press conference was being held, Xiaomei was also standing there. Seeing Xiao's business-like demeanor, she didn't show any signs of being affected. This little girl is still pretending. Never mind, let her keep pretending if she wants to. Xiamo couldn't help but complain to himself. As if sensing Xiao's inner thoughts, or perhaps she had intended to ask anyway, Xiaomei quietly asked as they walked side by side, "Did you already know about my relationship with Baby? Figure it out yourself." Xiamo didn't give any answer. This woman was too cold. Usually if she didn't teach her a lesson, who knows what she'd do. Sure enough, a flash of anger crossed Xiaomei's beautiful eyes. By this time, they had already entered the venue, where journalists were already prepared, their cameras of various lengths in hand. With so many people, the scene looked quite impressive. Xiamo walked directly to the stage and took his seat. Alright, the press conference will now begin. Please ask your questions. As the hostess' voice faded, a reporter quickly stood up, clearly having planned this in advance. Xiamo, as everyone knows, your album is set to be officially released at 10 a.m. today. We'd like to extend our best wishes for its success. The journalist's first question seemed quite polite, but things were likely not that simple. After a brief pause, the man continued, "Additionally, I would like to ask about the recent online controversy. This matter has caused quite a stir. I wonder if it will have any impact on the release of your album, or if you have a reasonable explanation for this?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and a flash of anger crossed Xiaomei's eyes. The topic was too sensitive, especially at the beginning of the press conference. Xiaomei's gaze turned coldly toward the host, who was responsible for the event. Typically, the first journalist is usually someone with connections and tends to ask favorable questions. But now, things had clearly gone off track. The host, who was being watched by Xiaomei, was sweating profusely, clearly unaware of the situation. Xiamo was well aware of the situation. This person either had no regard for her from the start or had been brought in by that Andy. With a faint smile, Xiamo said, "Regarding the matters online, I won't elaborate further. Sometimes, the results speak for themselves, and the results will be revealed today. We can wait and see." The journalist, upon hearing Xiamo's words, flashed a malicious glance. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he was intercepted by the host beside him. "Time is tight today, so each journalist can only ask one question." As soon as the words were spoken, the other person's expression darkened, but he didn't continue. He only regretted in his heart why he hadn't asked a sharper question first, which would have made it harder for the other party to save face. Xiamo's guess was correct. This person had been bribed by Andy to come here and make Xiamo look bad, but clearly his purpose had not been achieved. "Xiamo, you confessed your feelings to Baby on last night's show." A female journalist also asked a random question. "I'd like to ask, when did you start developing feelings for Baby?" When the question was asked, everyone smiled slightly, but these were all friendly smiles. However, in Xiamo's line of sight, he couldn't see the deep disappointment fleeting across Xiaomei's beautiful eyes. "This question, it really gave me a headache." Xiamo smiled and said, "It was just a week ago."
Chapter 163, Secret Weapon. The following questions were much simpler, and Xiao handled them with ease.
The press conference didn't last long and came to an end.
Xiao returned to the company, now only needing to wait for the results. Idiot. You can't even handle such a simple task. Don't even think about getting any benefits.
Andy's voice came through the phone, sounding unusually angry. The person on the other end, if Xiao had been there, would have recognized it as the journalist who had asked him questions earlier.
I've already done what I was supposed to do. The reporter responded, sounding a bit annoyed. But Andy didn't give him a chance to continue. Useless. You couldn't even handle the task, yet you want compensation? If you want compensation, you can do one more thing. If you do it well, I'll add to your compensation. What kind of task? The reporter perked up. It's simple. You need to write a few articles, of course related to the ones I've posted. Write whatever you want to smear them. I don't need to teach you, do I? But Xiao has so many fans. If I do this, what are you afraid of? Without me there, do you think his album will succeed? This isn't just about 1 or 2 songs. He'll definitely find out what happens when he angers me. Do you understand? Alright, I agree.
The reporter clenched his teeth and said. The online article was also being quietly prepared. CryDog Company has many employees who are constantly monitoring all aspects of the situation. By the end of summer, someone posted another article online attacking you. Xiaomei walked into the office with a gloomy expression and said, and this time, the person doesn't seem like an ordinary netizen.
The article is well written and makes a lot of sense. Is that so? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiao also gave a cold laugh.
From the morning press conference until now, if he hadn't noticed someone targeting him, he would truly be a fool. Opening the computer in front of her, Xiao began browsing through 3 articles. All of them were arguing that Xiao was just a clown who rose to fame through a reality TV show, and that his songs were completely plagiarized from others. They also kept analyzing Xiao's character, including the things Andy had posted online earlier, and connected everything together, making it all seem plausible. The comments below had also changed significantly. That's how the internet works. Rumors spread endlessly, and before you know it, they become the truth. Among these, there may not be many genuine comments. Most are likely just trying to discredit Xiao. Xiao's Weibo was flooded with comments, and it was clear that the comments had split into 2 camps. One was made up of Xiao's die-hard fans, and the other was made up of netizens who didn't know the content and so-called trolls. Let's go buy Xiao's albums to support him.
Have you never seen someone being targeted like this before? Yeah, you're right. I'll go right now. Only ignorant people like you would support him.
Those articles made it crystal clear.
I won't listen to his music anymore. After taking a quick look, Xiao also furrowed his brows. These people were clearly well prepared. What's the current situation? At this point, Xiao also looked at Xiaomei and asked.
Xiaomei nodded and said, it's going very well, within our estimated range. However, these matters will still have some impact on you. You must know that an artist values their reputation above all else.
Xiao nodded.
He knew all too well that if an artist's reputation was ruined, they were effectively blacklisted from the entertainment industry and had no chance of further development. However, passive defense was not Xiaomu's style. Now that they had him on the defensive, it was time to strike back hard. He casually pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into the computer. Seeing this, Xiaomei was startled for a moment before asking with a hint of confusion, "What are you doing?" As she spoke, Xiaomei walked around the desk to stand beside Xiao. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Xiao gently sniffed the air before clicking on the video file inside the USB drive. After waiting this long, I should go eat. Let's talk about it when I get back.
What? The recording is about to start, you. What about me? Do you really think you're a big star now? I'm leaving. Without me here, how are you going to finish this recording?
And I'll make sure you know what happens when you cross me.
The sound from the video also came through.
Xiaomei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiao and said, "This ISNT, where did you get this?"
With a faint smile, Xiao replied, "This is all thanks to the director Chi Peng you introduced me to. He recorded all of this. I originally thought we wouldn't need it. Phew."
Xiaomei gently tapped her chest, causing ripples to spread, an awe-inspiring sight. "You.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? You had me worried." This time, Xiaomei wasn't as cold as usual. Instead, she had a hint of innocence and playfulness.
This was something Xiao had never seen before, and he couldn't help but look at her in confusion. This sudden change in the woman was truly unsettling for him.
"What are you looking at?"
Noticing Xiao's strange gaze, Xiaomei's face flushed slightly, and she said with a hint of annoyance,
"This is more like the real you." Xiao nodded.
This girl seems to have returned to her normal state.
Chapter 164, Breaking the Record. With this recording, Xiao had nothing to worry about. He then opened his Weibo account, uploaded the recording online, and added a note.
I never expected things to turn out this way, but at least this recording can prove a lot of things.
With just 2 simple sentences, Xiao didn't continue.
Some things were better left for the fans to figure out on their own, saying too much might cause unnecessary trouble later.
Last night, Xiao waited patiently. Look, Xiaomo's Weibo has been updated.
Netizens who were previously engaged in heated debates and arguments quickly noticed this development.
Yeah, go check it out. What did Xiao say? Supporters of Xiao immediately posted comments. Meanwhile, those who had been criticizing Xiao continued to shout, "What's there to see? It's just an attempt to clarify things. He's already done what he needed to do. Now that the situation is looking bad, he's trying to shift the blame." Who would believe that?
Those who oppose Xiao, however, remain unfazed, showing no interest in paying attention. The reason behind the anti-Xiao camp is simple: they envy Xiaomo's success, and there's also Baby, the national goddess, who was stolen by Xiao.
If they didn't have any thoughts about it, would that be possible?
So they're eager to see Xiao suffer, as that would make them feel satisfied.
Soon, those supporting Xiao once again posted comments.
"You idiots, I'll see how you try to smear our Xiaomu this time."
That's right, this time the evidence is irrefutable.
You people are truly shameless, especially that Andy, who is a well-known figure in the industry, yet he dared to do such a thing. Such people deserve legal punishment.
It's despicable.
Upon hearing these comments, the group froze for a moment before instinctively opening Xiaomo's Weibo and seeing the post and the recorded message.
What the hell? No way? Almost everyone was speechless.
Many who witnessed the debate remained silent, wanting to see how the situation would unfold. At this point, the outcome was already clear. Someone snapped out of their silence, "I actually had some doubts about Xiao.
This isn't something a fan should do. I'm going to buy his album right now."
That's what a fan should do.
Exactly, I'll go too. Those haters aren't saying anything now. They've been humiliated. They should stop being opportunists in the future.
Those who had been slandering Xiao or driven by jealousy were now silent. This recording had completely shattered their pride.
The number of people. Oh my god, how did it grow so much?
Hurry up and notify Zhao's assistant. The staff members who had been observing the situation were now at a loss for words. Upon receiving the news, Xiaomei also relaxed considerably, her face brimming with a sweet smile.
"You're going to be a millionaire now. Any plans?"
Xiaomei asked with a rare smile.
Xiao nodded and said, "Of course I do. I plan to buy a house first, as it's quite inconvenient now. Is it for you and the baby?"
Seeing the fleeting sadness in Xiaomei's eyes, Xiao sighed helplessly.
It was best not to answer that question.
Meanwhile, Andy, who was still excitedly waiting for Xiao to get into trouble, was completely speechless.
How could that be? How could someone have been recording at that time?
Andy's expression froze, and his heart was filled with disappointment. At that moment, his phone rang. "Andy, I've been fired by the newspaper, and they're going to pursue criminal charges against me."
"What did you say? You idiot, how did they find out?"
Andy had no idea that the IP address and username used by that unlucky journalist had already been traced back to him. Among the vast online community, there were plenty of people with connections and influence. Hackers were nothing to them.
And he probably couldn't escape either. A journalist who didn't get any benefits, plus losing his job, wouldn't care about his employer anymore.
Of course, he'd turn him in to minimize his own losses. Their fates were already sealed. The next day, 24 hours before the album's release,
the front pages of major online news outlets were completely dominated by Xiao,
the rising star of the new generation, with unparalleled singing talent. The first album sold an astonishing 500,000 copies on its first day, breaking the record held by the legendary singer Zhang Xueo.
It's hard to imagine anyone surpassing him in the future.
The undisputed newcomer of the year. Major media outlets were also lavish in their praise for Xiao, focusing solely on the results and ignoring everything else. Overnight, every song on the album topped the streaming charts on major websites. Opening the charts, the top spots were almost entirely dominated by Xiao's songs, a feat that may never be matched in the past or future. At that moment, Xiao was leisurely resting at home while receiving numerous calls. Baby was the first to call. Their relationship had been confirmed, so they were naturally closer. She expressed her guilt, and Baby assured her she would handle the work as soon as possible and come to accompany Xiao. Next were the members of the Brotherhood, which was exactly what Xiao had expected. What surprised Xiao the most was that, besides these people, the first person to call in was Linuer, that girl.
"Appa, you're so amazing. The album sales are so high."
Linuer was also very excited, chatting animatedly with Xiao, occasionally using a few awkward Chinese phrases.
Chapter 165, Xiaoshan Island.
This girl, Linuer, seemed to have an unusual admiration for Xiao. She seemed reluctant to hang up, chatting with Xiao for about half an hour before finally ending the call. This was only because she had work to do, otherwise, who knows how long it would have gone on. Just as she hung up the phone, Xiao also received several messages. Among them were messages from Fan Gu and Gao Yuan, all of which were congratulatory in nature. In the days that followed, while the album sales weren't as explosive as the first day, they continued to grow steadily. Even so, this growth was enough to make any singer envious. Such a rapid increase had never been achieved before. A few days later, Xiao had to head to her next destination. The next episode's recording was about to begin, and Baby had also arrived in Hangzhou at that time. Baby had cancelled her own work and completely escaped, which made her agent even more displeased with Xiao. The matter of the house was also urgent, so Xiao entrusted it to Xiao Mei, who volunteered to take on the task. This girl seemed quite eager about it, which surprised Xiao a bit. With their relationship at this point, there's no awkwardness between them anymore, everything feels natural. I wonder what this episode will have in store. I hope it's not too over the top. On the plane, Baby also spoke with some concern. The past few episodes have been quite frustrating. Every episode has had unexpected twists, and Baby couldn't help but feel the same way. Xiao smiled, looked at Baby, who was completely makeup-free, and said, "You should also think about how we'll respond to them. These people probably won't let us off that easily." This group, led by Deng Chao and Chen Shiqi, especially since the two have confirmed their relationship, it would be strange if they didn't stir things up. The filming location this time was Xiushan Island, a beautiful little island that was quite promising. After several hours of flying, Xiao and the Baby arrived at their destination and followed the crew members who had already been waiting there to the location for the task. As soon as they arrived on the island, Xiao spotted Deng Chao and Chen Shiqi. Due to the weather, there were some small waves at the beach today. The two of them sat side by side, facing the sea. As for spring blossoms, forget about it, there was a strong hint of bromance in the air. The arrival of Xiao and Baby clearly gave the two of them something to talk about. "Hey, Xiao, have you had any fun with Baby these past few days?" Since the show wasn't being recorded, Deng Chao spoke without holding back, teasing freely. "Xiao Chaozi, do you know that speaking like this will come at a cost?" Baby gave a cold snort, but despite that, how could she explain the blush on her pretty face? Chen Shiqi wasn't about to be outdone. "Xiao, you're hiding it too well. You managed to win Baby over without even trying. Last time I didn't get a chance to ask you share some of your secrets with me. Chen Shiqi, you don't want to be on the show anymore, do you?" Xiao rolled her eyes. The others hadn't arrived yet, but these two were already so in sync, and both so shameless. What the hell was going on? It was too much of a coincidence to be called a coincidence. Could there really be something going on between them? Did the Empress know? That? Chen Shiqi panicked and said, "Brother Xia, I'm sorry. You're my big brother. If you don't look out for me, who will? If I'm the last one, my fans will be heartbroken." "You're so mean, do you even have fans?" Xiao couldn't help but think to himself. This guy may be a bit despicable, but he's great at livening up the atmosphere, and Deng Chao is the same. I wonder what this segment will be. Baby also said with a hint of worry, "Bringing us to this island can't be good news." "Baby, you're too pessimistic. This island is so beautiful. No matter what happens, your mood will be great." Deng Chao didn't show any signs of fear, instead, he looked full of anticipation. Does this guy not realize he is exactly the same as Chen Shiqi? The most similar thing about them is that they both hold everyone back and are completely useless. Alright, let's go see what the production team has to say. They should be arriving soon. Looking at the time, Xiao also spoke up. The specified time was almost up. Zhu Lanbao, Li Chen, and the guests for this episode were also about to arrive, which made Xiao a bit excited. Compared to the busy work, the Running Man show was refreshing, so even the occasional frustrating tasks didn't seem so bad. Upon arriving at the resting spot on the island, Xiao and the others spotted Zhu Lan and Bao Chang, whom they had just seen earlier. "You're already here? Where's Chen's mom?" "She shouldn't be here yet," Chen Shiqi asked with a puzzled expression. Zulan shook his head helplessly and said, "We arrived at the same time as Li Chen, but he went to the restroom. He probably ate something bad on the plane." Zulan's personality seemed to be shifting toward Bo Chang's, enjoying cold humor. "Eating something bad on the plane? Are you kidding me? That's impossible." The guest for this episode is still under wraps, but they've already arrived. The director spoke up at this point. "Xiao, congratulations. You actually managed to handle our baby princess. That's unexpected." The director was also unusually humorous. Over the past few days, Xiao had heard too many such comments and had long since become immune to them. Having secured the baby, he seemed to have become the enemy of all men, which was a bit of a bummer. Chapter 166, Over-the-Top Acting. Such things have their pros and cons. After confessing to the baby, there are indeed some inconveniences, but don't forget that this has increased the baby's goodwill towards Xiao, which has now reached an astonishing 85 points. You could say that baby's heart is completely tied to Xiao now. As for jealousy, that's already irrelevant. This is what truly matters. Oh my god. The director wouldn't go that far, would he? Xiao, in a good mood, asked casually, "The guest is still a secret?"
Is there some kind of twist? Of course there is. The director smiled and said, Li Chen should be coming out soon. Let's shoot a time travel short film. Time travel, short film? Thinking about Chen Chichi's expression with his mouth wide open, one could tell how chaotic his mind was. Director, are you sure you're not just messing with me? Of course, this time we're going to shoot at 2046. The director took the time to explain carefully. What 2046? Is it about money? At that moment, a voice that left everyone speechless came from nearby. Li Chen, that guy, was wiping his hands while looking at the director with a puzzled expression. His face was completely blank. If this were an anime, the director's forehead would definitely be covered in sweat. In the year 2046, solar flares erupted, and Earth faced extreme weather conditions. 2046, Escape from Shoshan Island. As the subtitles appeared, filming for this episode began. It must be said that the director's team was indeed very imaginative. Xia Mo and his group had already arrived at their designated spots along the coast, as arranged by the director, waiting for the shoot to begin. First scene, location, Shoshan Island, time, 7:30 a.m. Deng Chao was lying on the beach, his clothes looking dirty and disheveled, a state of disarray clearly orchestrated by the production team. Slowly opening his eyes, Deng Chao struggled to get to his feet. What on earth is that hole in his pants? Bao Chang. Xia. No. At this point, Deng Chao quickly shook his head and shouted again, Chen Shichi. This guy is really here to make a joke. Does he have no sense of decency at all? On the other side, Baby also woke up with a start, then stood up weakly. She looked around at her surroundings. Her completely makeup-free face was adorned with a touch of heartbreaking sorrow. Momo. Momo. It must be said that Baby's acting was indeed impressive. Combined with her feelings for Xia Mo, it was even more convincing, with no flaws at all. Add to that her stunning looks, and the impact was undeniable. At this point, Xia Mo hadn't even made an appearance yet. Xia Mo was watching Deng Chao giving it his all, and the scene shifted again. Deng Chao suddenly spotted an unfamiliar object in the distance and rushed over immediately. Xia Mo couldn't help but suppress a laugh inside. Chen Shichi was wearing a tattered outfit with holes everywhere, and a colorful life jacket was hanging from his body. Combined with his appearance, what the hell was this combination? Deng Chao quickly crouched down, grabbed Chen Shichi's shirt in front of his chest, and shook him violently while wearing a mournful expression. Chen Shichi. Chen Shichi. What's wrong with you? That exasperating and speechless voice, along with the force behind it. Are you sure you won't kill Chen Shichi? Xia Mo could only think, a performance so unforgettable at first glance, that's high, truly high. As if that wasn't enough, Deng Chao's hands were pressing against Chen Shichi's chest, rising and falling repeatedly. Was he performing CPR? Xia Mo was also at a loss for words. Was Deng Chao intentionally doing this to seek revenge? At least from Xia Mo's perspective, Chen Shichi was already in obvious pain. This was too cruel. Chen Shichi had been so arrogant and provoking all this time. This was karma coming back to bite him, wasn't it? The next moment, the most shocking scene unfolded. Deng Chao seemed to be deep in thought, his face filled with conflict. Suddenly, he shouted, For my brother, I'll give it my all. Watch my Deng-style artificial respiration. He puckered his lips and leaned toward Chen Shichi. At this point, Chen Shichi could no longer hold back and turned his head to the side. If it weren't for the show, he probably would have burst out laughing by now. Deng Chao clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. He grabbed Chen Shichi's head with both hands and leaned in again. What was even more shocking was that he actually went through with it. Ah. I'm awake. Chen Shichi sat up abruptly. Ah. Where am I? Why are there only the two of us? Help me. Just as Deng Chao was about to explode with anger, a faint voice drifted over. Under a small boat, Bao Chang appeared in their field of vision, weakly waving a wooden stick. His appearance was even more exaggerated than Chen Shichi's. Deng Chao, Chen Shichi, come save me. That desperate cry, oh my god. This over-the-top acting had Xia Mo completely baffled. The three-person scene was almost wrapped up, and Xia Mo caught the director's glance, then quickly walked off to the other side. At that moment, Xia Mo had also arrived at the side of the reef and immediately lay down on the rock. The scene shifted again, and Baby was also shouting, Mei Mei. At the same time, she looked around and spotted Xia Mo by the reef. Instantly, a delighted expression appeared on Baby's face. She takes light steps towards Xia Mo, her long hair flowing in the sea breeze, paired with her delighted face, creating a scene straight out of a beautiful romantic drama. But the next moment, everything changed completely. Momo. Why are you still sleeping? Chapter 167, A Woman's Heart. Baby giggled as she knelt down, peering at Xia Mo's face from the side. She then extended her slender fingers to gently touch Xia Mo. Mo. The sun is about to burn your butt. For the show's effect, a touch of humor was needed, but deep in Baby's eyes, there was a clear hint of affection. At this moment, Xia Mo naturally needed to cooperate, maintaining her original pose. The two of them were also dressed in a clever way, wearing matching outfits arranged by the production team. This left Xiaomo feeling helpless. The director really knew how to seize the opportunity, clearly aiming to boost ratings by capitalizing on their relationship. Suddenly, Baby also sensed something was off. A pair of hands reached out to support Xiaomo's shoulders, then began to shake her. Mo. What's wrong? Snap out of it. You're not really in trouble, are you? Meanwhile, the few people who had finished filming on the other side began nodding and commenting. Baby is very talented. Her skills are almost on par with mine. Deng Chao said with a satisfied expression. Deng Chao, don't joke with me. You call that acting? You almost killed me just now. Chen Shichi said with a sense of sympathy. Also, Deng Chao, you seem to have a bit of a... Shut up. Don't insult my image. Before he could finish the last word, Deng Chao suddenly pounced forward and grabbed Chen Shichi by the throat. Let's see how Xiaomo does. I remember watching his music video. His acting was great. Li Chen, who had nothing to do, could only comment on his own. At that moment, Xiaomo also came to his senses as Baby shook him awake. He looked around with a dazed expression, then quickly turned around. Baby's stunningly beautiful face appeared before him. Seeing the sand grains on Baby's clothes, Xiaomo didn't hesitate for a moment. He reached out his arms and hugged her tightly. Baby, are you okay? Thank goodness. Baby's face flushed slightly. This was an unscripted moment not planned by the production team and was all Xiaomo's own doing. Don't mention it. Xiaomo, you bastard, using such a method. How despicable. Deng Chao looked disgusted, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a touch of jealousy. Chen Shichi nodded in agreement and said, Deng Chao, that's a good move. Should we consider trying it too? Just as Deng Chao was about to respond with an approving glance, Li Chen's voice drifted over softly. If you don't want to be beaten to death by Xiaomo, don't try it. You'll really die. The two shook their heads vigorously, as if the words had never been spoken. Bao Chang and Zhu Lan were also whispering to each other, their faces adorned with lecherous grins, pure self-amusement. Xiaomo, holding the baby, felt the soft, fragrant body in her arms and spoke up. Where are we? Why is this happening? After speaking, Xiaomo let go of the baby. The two exchanged glances, and the baby looked around. Where are the others? Once again, it was breathtaking. All the members of the Brotherhood raised their hands, signaling that they were there but couldn't be in the frame. What are you getting so excited about? Oh. Xiao Chao, Bao Qian, Zulan, where are you? Xiaomo called out with a sad expression. Oh my god. Is this supposed to be so emotional? Deng Chao was speechless. Xiaomo's acting is pretty powerful. I feel a bit jealous, but why am I the only one called Xiao Chao? Xiaomo's acting is amazing. Does he also want to break into the film industry? Zhu Lan was also stunned. Xiaomo currently only possesses the basics of acting. After this period of growth, there will be even more surprising things to come. At that moment, a golden treasure chest floated toward the beach. As for how it got there, well, that goes without saying. What is that? Baby immediately looked at Xiaomo. Standing up, Xiaomo took Baby's small hand. Let's go take a look. Running along the soft sand, they left 2 clear footprints. The two of them arrived at the treasure chest, picked it up, and returned to a spot where the seawater couldn't reach. They immediately squatted down and opened the treasure chest. Upon opening the box, the two looked at each other in surprise. Inside the box were only 2 blue team uniforms belonging to the two of them and a car key. This was clearly a team division. The production team had already arranged it. During the previous recording, Bao Chang, Deng Chao, and Chen Shichi had also received team uniforms, but only Bao Chang was in the red team, while Deng Chao, Chen Shichi, and Xiaomo were in the blue team. Please follow the navigation prompts to the designated location. Xiaomo also picked up the car keys and looked at the task prompt. Meanwhile, the production team had already prepared the cars, which were parked nearby. Xiaomo and Baby exchanged a smile and walked over. Momo. I wonder what today's segment is. At least I'm in the same group as you. Baby in the car was also a little excited. Xiaomo shook her head helplessly and said, Baby, don't get too optimistic. We have Chen Shichi on our side. Oh my god. That's not something you can just say. Baby also laughed and said, I've always wondered why Chen Shichi looks so muscular but acts so feminine. He may have a man's body, but he definitely has a woman's heart. Xiaomo's answer made the baby burst out laughing. The two of them like this. Does Chen Shichi even exist? He might as well jump off a building. Chapter 168, Unfair Grouping. At that moment, Chen Shichi had no idea about Xiaomo and Baby's conversation. He was extremely excited because he was on the same team as Xiaomo. How could he not feel secure? Hey! Chen Shichi, why are you so excited? In the same car, Bao Chang, sitting in the back, saw Chen Shichi's expression and said softly. Chen Shichi turned around with a dreamy expression and said, Bao Chang, you just don't understand. If you were in the same group as Xiaomo, you'd be just as excited, ha! Chen Shichi, you better think about how hard you're going to work, or Xiaomo will probably kick you out. Deng Chao shook his head helplessly.
Chen Shichi was momentarily speechless, then said with a hint of resentment, "No way, she's my older sister."
MO. Look, there's a dam over there. That must be it. While checking the navigation, Baby also spoke up.
Baby was radiating a youthful energy, and the show could easily be mistaken for a honeymoon with Xiao. Nodding, they drove a short distance further before the production crew's sign came into view.
We're here. Let's go check it out. Xiao parked the car by the roadside. Perhaps because Xiao drove quickly, the two of them were the first to arrive. After getting out of the car, Baby noticed a figure lying by the dam. Who is that? Baby, it's actually easy to recognize. Xiao rolled her eyes, and the two walked straight over.
Baby was still a bit confused, and Xiao said again, "Look at the length of his body.
Can't you recognize him?" Put. Baby burst out laughing and stammered, "It's Zvolan." It was indeed very easy to recognize.
Not to mention that he had changed his hat today, but that length could only belong to Zulan. Although Bao Chang's hairstyle wasn't as exaggerated today, he still had a slight advantage. Zulan, lying on the ground, rolled his eyes.
"Zulan, what the heck is that?" Xiao asked with a smile. Zulan, however, seemed not to hear, his eyes vacant, and his fingers twitching slightly. "What is going on here? Is this a show effect?" Baby asked with a smile.
Shaking her head, Xiao sighed in exasperation. This guy was still pretending. She immediately bent down, reached out with both hands toward Zulan, and said, "You must have had too much to drink.
Let me help you sober up down there." Ah!
Before Xiaomo's arms could reach him, Zulan suddenly sat up, his face contorted in an exaggerated expression. "Where am I?"
He then turned around and pretended to just see Xiao, looking surprised. "Ah! Xiao, how did you end up here?" "That's great." The truly speechless moment was yet to come.
This guy lunged forward and hugged Xiaomo's legs.
"What the hell? It's not me." Xiao felt a chill run down his spine.
This guy was way too unexpected. Thinking about it, and recalling his bromance with Bao Chang, Xiao felt a wave of nausea.
Cough.
Bao Chang and the others were already approaching. While speaking, Xiao struggled to pull her leg away. Whether it was because of Xiaomo's actions or her words, Zulan quickly let go, flipped over, and stood up, gazing mournfully into the distance. "Is Bao Chang coming? I miss him so much." Xiao and Baby exchanged a glance, both filled with helplessness.
In this era of intense bromance, it was truly heartbreaking.
However, this episode also left Xiao a bit surprised. According to the original plot of that world, Li Chen wasn't supposed to participate in this episode, but this time was different. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that their side was one person short.
Zulan.
At that moment, Bao Chang's voice also drifted over. By now, it was already pitch black outside. Vaguely, the three of them were running toward this direction.
Zulan rushed over as well. Did they think this was the legendary meeting of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian on the broken bridge?
That's ridiculous.
Xiao and Baby also rushed over.
By this point, they had already changed into their team uniforms, and the difference was immediately apparent. Not to mention Bao Chang and Zulan's passionate and deep embrace, Chen Shichi saw Xiaomo's blue team uniform and his eyes lit up. He shouted, "Director, I love you so much.
I love this team arrangement. Keep it low-key."
Deng Chao shook his head helplessly, but his expression changed instantly. "Should I tell you I like it too?" For Deng Chao, this was likely the first time he had truly been on the same team as Xiaomo. The previous paper boat making task and the match against South Korea were group tasks, but this was different. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. At that moment, the distribution of team members left Bao Chang and Zulan feeling like lambs among wolves. Among the 4 blue-clad team members, only their 2 red uniforms stood out like sore thumbs.
"Director! This isn't fair."
Bao Chang glanced at Xiao and the others beside him with a hint of fear.
"The teams have already been divided.
You still have teammates, they'll be here soon." Hearing this, Bao Chang and Zulan suddenly grew bold, patting their chests, their expressions now looking quite confident. At that moment, a car pulled up nearby, and 3 people got out.
Why are there 3 people? Deng Chao asked in confusion, and their clothes are all red. This isn't fair. Chen Shichi nodded and said, "Deng Chao, are you a pig? There are guests here, you know?" Chapter 169, A Wild Young Girl.
Deng Chao immediately felt embarrassed, being called a pig by Chen Shichi.
How could he accept that?
Fortunately, Deng Chao had the composure of a team leader. He shook his head and looked at Xiao, saying, "Their lineup must be pretty strong this time.
There are 5 of them. What are you afraid of?
You're such a coward."
Chen Shichi immediately objected, "We have Mogu on our side."
Xiao was also helpless and said unhappily, "As long as you can take care of Zulan, I won't ask you to do anything else." Chen Shichi was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged indifferently, "Zulan and I are good friends.
There must be women on their side. Leave it to me.
I'll make sure she can't take care of herself."
"Chen Shichi, let's fight." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zulan, that guy, had actually learned that line too, and he dared to challenge Chen Shichi. It was clear that, aside from women, Chen Shichi was indeed the weakest. If Zulan wasn't afraid of him, who would be? Chen Shichi was also frustrated, glaring with wide eyes. This guy didn't even respond. His gaze was firmly locked on the three people running toward them. The first figure to emerge from the night was incredibly muscular. Big black bull, Li Chen. No wonder Chen Shichi, that shy guy, didn't respond. He's clearly afraid that Li Chen's mother will take it out on him. Now he's not on the same team as Li Chen anymore. Guess who it is? Our team is pretty strong this time, Li Chen said while running and laughing. Bao Chang walked over excitedly. Finally, you're here. I'm glad I didn't give up. As one might imagine, after being overwhelmed by the four members of the blue team, plus Xiaomo, the towering figure, Bao Chang and Zhu Lan must have been feeling pretty down. Their height difference, well, everyone knows what that means, making their situation even more pitiful. Li Chen was clearly their savior, coming to rescue them. Oh my god. Hai Quan. Deng Chao was also surprised, and soon everyone clapped to welcome the guests. In Xia Mo's line of sight, behind Hai Quan was a graceful figure. With Xia Mo's keen eyesight, he could already see clearly ahead of neat, shoulder-length black hair, paired with a bright smile, giving off an extremely approachable vibe. Her appearance wasn't exactly stunning, and she was still a bit behind Baby in terms of beauty, but she had a wild charm that easily aroused a desire to conquer her. That was Yi. Yi was a popular female host. How could these wolves not recognize her? Especially Chen Shichi, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement. Xia Mo also glanced at Bao Shang, but he hid it well. Though there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, it was easily masked by his innocent appearance, so no one noticed. Yes, our team is really strong this time. Li Chen also smiled excitedly. Hai Quan and Yi also clapped hands with Bao Chang and Zulan. At this moment, all team members were present. All the team members are here. You must win first place in the shortest possible time to have a chance to board the helicopter and leave the island. Wow. Everyone was a bit speechless, but more excited. The first place winner gets to leave by helicopter? That's so cool. Alright, let's rest first. The mission starts tomorrow morning. But remember, everyone must act quickly. Otherwise, unexpected things might happen. The director left a cliffhanger, and his tone was a bit terrifying. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly left the area. The accommodation wasn't too far away. Xia Mo looked up at the sky. Although it was night, the dense clouds were clearly visible. This was clearly the sign of an approaching typhoon. The production team really went all out. Hey, Xia Mo, nice to meet you. I've heard your songs, they're really great. At that moment, Hai Quan also came over to Xia Mo's side with a smile on his face. After shaking hands to show friendship, Xia Mo smiled and said, "Don't flatter me too much. You're the music prince, aren't you?" This mutual praise wasn't exaggerated, and Hai Quan was delighted, feeling that Xia Mo was easy to get along with. Hai Quan then glanced at Baby and said, "Bro, you're really quick. It's only been a few episodes, and you've already won her over?" Xia Mo rolled his eyes. Picking flowers. Do you really think you're some kind of flower thief? However, Hai Quan's humor was spot on, and paired with his goofy expressions, he definitely had the potential to be a comedian. What are you guys talking about? At that moment, a voice rang out, and Yi's figure came into view. Yi, with a smile on her face, curiously looked at the two of them, then walked over and said again, "This is my first time meeting Xia Mo too. I bought your album, so that makes me your customer. Customers are king, so don't make me look too bad tomorrow." What kind of logic is that? Xia Mo was speechless. This girl didn't seem easy to deal with. Moreover, her voice wasn't soft and gentle. Instead, it carried a hint of wildness, making one feel a bit tingly inside. If one had to describe it, it had a touch of exotic charm. At this point, the recording had paused, so Baby naturally joined Xia Mo. The four of them walked and chatted, the initial gradually fading away. Soon, they arrived at their accommodation for the day, a few old houses that looked like they had been around for a while. Though not luxurious, Xia Mo and the other members of the Brotherhood were content, as they wouldn't have to deal with OD and Lin Xinding, the two snorers, and could finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 170, Little Tiger Yi. The night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone arrived at the mission's gathering point. The weather had grown even more treacherous. Howling winds, dark clouds shrouding the sky, and the rapidly rising water levels were clear signs that a violent storm was on its way. "Brother Mo, I'm really counting on you this time." Chen Shichi immediately looked miserable and said, "This is clearly a typhoon. I don't want to be blown away by the wind. I'd be left with nothing but bones." Baby also clung tightly to Xia Mo. No need to say more. After all, women naturally feel afraid of such situations. Otherwise, what would men be here for? But Chen Shichi was on his own. He'd have to fend for himself. The others were no different, especially the red team, who had the numerical advantage. At least in Xiaomo's eyes, Zulan and Bao Chang looked excited, clearly believing they had the upper hand. Before the typhoon hit, they planned to leave by helicopter. That would be thrilling. Alright, let us go. The director didn't want to waste any time and issued the order.
The mission location was vast, a small village on an island, with houses densely packed together and narrow paths that were difficult to navigate.
The 9 people immediately began moving quickly.
Under the pressure of the typhoon and storm, they all sped up, almost as if they were racing against time. All the villagers have already evacuated. The 9 team members now faced their first challenge, a water gun battle. There were 200 water guns hidden in the village, but only 10 were functional. The team members had to find the functional water guns, change the color of the opponent's name tags, and eliminate all members of the opposing team first to win.
As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, the battle erupted.
Just as Xiaomo was about to charge in, he suddenly felt someone pulling him back.
Looking back, Xiaomo was also stunned.
At that moment, Yi's small hands were tightly gripping his clothes, her expression resembling that of a little tiger.
She kept shouting, "Hurry up and go inside."
Seeing this, Baby froze for a moment before rushing over to help Xiaomo.
However, Xiaomo shook his head and shouted, "Baby, you go in first.
Hurry up and find an effective water gun." Hearing this, Baby felt a bit frustrated but obediently nodded, then turned and ran inside. Li Chen and Bao Chang Zulan exchanged a smile, their expressions clearly hiding something.
These guys are pulling this trick on me again? This is way too unfair. Hey, Yi, how long do you plan to keep holding on to me?
Yi shook her slightly disheveled hair and said, "Of course I'll keep holding on to you.
Without you, we're sure to win." Hearing this, Xiaomo couldn't help but sigh.
The others had already left, leaving only the 2 of them behind.
If that's the case, then I won't hold back either. Xiaomo shook his head.
This delay wasn't going to work, and since the point was to liven up the atmosphere, he might as well go all out.
Ha! What are you planning to do? Yi froze in surprise, her body stiffening. Are you planning to use violence against me? Ah, Xiaomo, I must have misunderstood you. What on earth is going on? Xiaomo was completely baffled. This girl was the epitome of nonsensical behavior.
Without another word, Xiaomo reached out her arm. Yi couldn't react in time, and Xiaomo's arms tightly wrapped around her waist.
He tightened his grip once more. Ah! With a shriek, Yi was lifted off the ground and hoisted onto Xiaomo's shoulders. Put me down! Put me down! For this wild woman, how could she possibly accept such an outcome?
Her legs kicked wildly, trying to break free from Xiaomo's grip, but it was clearly useless. Xiaomo continued to carry Yi inside, his speed showing no signs of slowing down. Yi's upper body landed behind Xiaomo, and feeling the rapid pace, she was completely stunned. Her hands clung tightly to Xiaomo's back, fearing she might fall.
Yi's affection level activated, currently at 15. At that moment, the system prompt sounded.
This wasn't about an increase, it likely meant that the 15 points of affection had been there all along, and the current physical contact had triggered it.
This made Xiaomo better understand the system's mechanics.
It seems like they'll need to make contact first from now on.
This is a good thing.
The whistling wind in her ears left Yi completely speechless. She had originally planned to grit her teeth and hold on, but she panicked instantly. Xiaomo, let me down.
I'm not holding on anymore. You've got that wrong. I'm the one holding on to you now.
Xiaomo responded with a smile, don't worry.
Once I find the water gun, you're the first one I'll eliminate. Oh my god, what have I done?
Yi felt like her worldview had collapsed.
Chapter 171, Parkour Assistance. The Cat Sleep.
Though she said that, Xiaomo had no such plans for now. This girl was wild and untamed, a little lesson was enough. She needed to eliminate the others quickly to stay on track.
Hey, Yi, why are you so heavy?
While searching for the water gun, Xiaomo asked casually.
Ah. Yeah. Yi suddenly screamed, Xiaomo, I'm not done with you. Where am I heavy? I just weighed 100 pounds, okay? 100 pounds. Xiaomo nodded. Yi's face flushed red.
Her skin wasn't fair, but had a hint of wheat-like color, making her blush even more adorable.
However, Xiaomo couldn't see it now.
100 pounds isn't really that heavy, especially considering Yi's tall, slender figure. She had everything in the right places and was definitely in great shape. After walking a short distance, Xiaomo spotted a water gun placed on the high wall in the distance. Someone must have already passed this way before, otherwise there wouldn't be so few water guns. Estimating the distance to the wall, it was clear that without tools, it was impossible to reach it.
This production team is really pulling a fast one. Why place it so high?
If Zulan and Bao Chang saw it, they'd be green with envy. They'd have to stack themselves up to reach it.
He casually set down Yi and said leisurely, you can go now. Yi, who was suddenly let go, was startled for a moment.
She quickly scanned the area and spotted the water gun on the wall.
After estimating the height, she wrinkled her little nose and said, do you want to get that water gun? It's way too high. After a pause, Yi smiled and said, I don't want to leave yet.
You've been carrying me for so long, my waist hurts.
I want to see you get embarrassed. Xiaomo sighed helplessly.
This girl had returned to her true self. At that moment, Xia Mo no longer paid attention to her. He looked around and noticed that on the opposite side of the high wall was a relatively shorter wall. The distance between the two walls was approximately 1.5 meters of fairly wide gap. With just a glance, Xia Mo's body began to move. In just a few strides, Xia Mo's speed had reached an extremely high level. Seeing Xia Mo dash out like a whirlwind, Yi was stunned. What was he planning to do? Did he think he could fly? A normal person would either look for a tree nearby to climb up or bring a ladder. The water gun was placed so high that it was almost certain to be one of the 10 water guns, otherwise, why would it be so difficult? Xia Mo's method had a technical term in parkour, the running cat leap. In the blink of an eye, Xia Mo was in front of the low wall, then leaped high into the air, planting one foot firmly against the wall. Using the immense counterforce, Xia Mo's entire body suddenly moved in the opposite direction, his body rotating 180 degrees in mid-air, then executing a reverse cat leap, his hands firmly gripping the edge of the high wall. With another powerful push from his arms, Xia Mo effortlessly stood atop the high wall. Oh my god! What did I just see? Yi was completely speechless. That wall was at least 3 meters high, and he just climbed up so easily? Are you kidding me? It wasn't just Yi, even the cameramen behind him were equally stunned. This is parkour. A cameraman muttered to himself, that's amazing. I once had the opportunity to film a parkour master, but I feel he doesn't compare to Xia Mo. That distance. Yi heard these words and her mind went blank. Casually picking up a water gun, Xia Mo smiled slightly, then performed a standing jump, soaring into the air once more, landing precisely on the low wall. Without pausing, he executed a straight body flip, landing gracefully. Holding the water gun, Xia Mo walked toward Yi. Still immersed in astonishment, Yi snapped back to reality, her mouth wide open. Yeah. After a shriek, Yi snapped back to reality and began running frantically. That speed. Perhaps she could no longer be called a little tiger, but rather a little cheetah. Xia Mo was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. This girl was too unpredictable. Xia Mo didn't bother chasing after Yi, who had already run off. He held the water gun in his hand and walked toward another direction. Xia Mo was confident in his judgment. This water gun was definitely effective. Now he needed to find a target. The mission was to win as quickly as possible. Xia Mo didn't want to race against a typhoon, that would be too ridiculous. Meanwhile, not far ahead of Xia Mo, Zulan and Bao Chang were strolling leisurely with a bunch of water guns in their hands. Bao Chang, victory is within reach. Zulan was also excited, and the water guns in his hands, big and small, looked powerful. Bao Chang smiled and replied, "You're right. Yi really came through. Plus, we deliberately positioned ourselves in front of Xia Mo. Without a water gun, he can't do much." "Ah, that's right. But I'm so disappointed we didn't get that water gun that was aimed so high earlier," Zhu Lan said with a look of resentment. As his brother, Bao Chang patted Zhu Lan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about it. Even if you stood on my shoulders, it would still be very difficult to get that thing. Xia Mo wouldn't be able to get it either. A 3-meter high wall? Standing on Bao Chang's shoulders and still difficult? This is definitely just teasing me. But let's not rule out special circumstances, like Bao Chang couldn't handle Zuolan's weight. Zuolan may be short, but he's short in a unique way. Do you know what I mean?" Chapter 172, Deng Chao's SpongeBob. As they spoke, the two of them looked at the growing number of water guns in their hands, feeling a bit helpless. "Alright, Bao Chang, we've got so many now Xia Mo probably can't get any more. Let us split up." Zulan spoke with a hint of wisdom. "First, find Li Chen Haiquan and Yi, and deliver the ammunition to them." Upon hearing this, Bao Chang paused for a moment before nodding firmly and saying, "You're right. Let's decide this way." However, Zulan didn't notice Bao Chang's gaze. The latter was constantly glancing at the wall nearby, looking for a place to step on. It seemed like he was already used to climbing walls. At that moment, Xia Mo finally spotted the team members. His slightly standing hair and the lecherous smile on his face were all proof of his identity. "Haha, Xia Mo, what's going on? Only one water gun? Let me give you a few more. Xiao Chao, are you sure all those guns in your hands are usable?" Xia Mo looked at Deng Chao in front of him and was also speechless. At that moment, Deng Chao was fully armed, holding 3 water guns in both hands, one in each hand and another wedged between them. That wasn't the most exaggerated part, he also had one strapped to his back. His pockets were bulging, and it seemed like he had quite a few things inside. Especially these water guns, which came in various shapes and sizes, with only a few of them being normal. Deng Chao also had a few tucked at his waist, but the most obvious one made Xia Mo roll his eyes. The bright yellow color was none other than SpongeBob SquarePants, a character beloved by countless children. The placement was also exceptionally convenient, with only the head peeking out, right at the center. The intended effect was clear without needing further explanation. "Put!" Xia Mo burst into laughter. This was too exaggerated. Was Deng Chao here to make a joke?
Seeing Xiamo smile, Deng Chao's previously excited expression vanished, and he glared at Xiamo with a resentful look, asking, "Is it that funny?" "Xiao Chao, all I want to know now is whether the SpongeBob on your pants was intentional." Xiamo forced himself to calm down and asked without laughing out loud. "SpongeBob?" Deng Chao froze for a moment, then lowered his head, completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god. What's going on here?" Without hesitation, Deng Chao threw the water gun he was holding on the ground, quickly pulled out SpongeBob, his face as red as a beet, and awkwardly glanced at Xiamo, coughing. Xiamo. This wasn't supposed to be here. I must have been in a hurry earlier." This explanation was too flimsy, but Xiamo still believed him, because Deng Chao would never be so careless. "Alright. I don't even believe myself anymore." Seeing Xiamo's expressionless face, Deng Chao also looked miserable. Who would believe him in this situation? Luckily, it wasn't Chen Shichi who saw it. Otherwise, Deng Chao could imagine the other person laughing so hard their stomach would cramp. Xiamo returned to her usual self and said, "I believe you because you're not Chen Shichi." Hearing Xiamo's words, Deng Chao was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes welled up with tears. He looked as though he had been deeply moved. He grabbed 3 water guns and rushed over to Xiamo, shoving them all into his hands. "Xiamo, my brother, these guns are all yours. Go take them down. Don't look at these guns, they're all fake." "What?" Deng Chao widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "These are the ones I worked so hard to find. Don't dismiss them so quickly. Even though they're fake, they still have some use. I have a real one here." At that moment, Xiamo also had an idea. "My gun isn't fake. It's really not." Deng Chao continued to defend himself, but he probably didn't believe himself anymore. "Xiamo, how can you be sure yours is real?" Deng Chao asked in return. He casually picked up the water gun he had obtained earlier, walked behind Deng Chao, and raised it. "What are you doing?" "Of course, to test it out. Try it and see, right?" Xiamo said it as if it were obvious. "Stop, brother Xia, I was wrong. I'll do whatever you say." Deng Chao was speechless. If he were eliminated by Xiamo, he'd be the fool, and this was an internal conflict and he'd die so miserably. "Alright, no need for the rest. 2 each is enough." Xiamo also put the water gun he had obtained earlier into his pocket, casually picked up 2 large water guns, and felt a sense of uniqueness. Although Deng Chao was reluctant, he obeyed Xiamo's orders and followed suit. "Let's go. We'll eliminate those few first." As he spoke, Xiamo also headed toward the village. The village wasn't very flat, and as they walked, the area grew smaller. Since it was on high ground, it was hard to build such a large residential area, which greatly increased the chances of them running into each other. The 2 of them strolled leisurely, and before long, they happened to come across Zulan and Haiquan walking toward them. Both sides saw each other at the same time and froze instantly. They all raised their water guns. Xiamo whispered, "Don't be afraid their guns are fake. Just pretend to shoot, but make it look real." After observing for a moment, Xiamo noticed that Haiquan and Zulan were both holding large water guns. He knew immediately that if a large water gun was effective, they would be unstoppable. They could hold a lot of water, and with their long range, it was clearly cheating. Hey, Xiamo, are you sure? If I had known that, I wouldn't have thrown those guns away earlier." Deng Chao was still a bit nervous. Compared to the 2 fully armed people across from them, the 2 water guns Xiamo and he were holding looked pretty pathetic. Chapter 173, The Confident Zulan. Aha! Seeing Xiamo and Deng Chao whispering to each other, Zulan also smiled wildly, and that smile looked like he was being a jerk. It seemed to please him greatly. After laughing for a few breaths, Zulan stopped, then shook the numerous water guns on his body and said, "Xiamo, this time we need to switch positions." "That's right, your few water guns aren't a match for ours." Haiquan also smiled and agreed. Xiamo felt helpless at the 2's excitement. Where did they get the confidence? After all, there were 200 water guns here, and only 10 of them were real. That required a lot of luck. Even if there were real ones among them, they wouldn't know which ones they were. In that regard, they were far behind Xiamo. With a smile, Xiamo also spoke up, "Don't be so optimistic. Let's give it a try and see." Upon hearing Xiamo's words, Zulan and Haiquan were taken aback. Zulan whispered, "Kwang, look at Xiamo. He seems very confident. Could the guns they're holding be real?" "Zulan, didn't you just say that all the large water guns are fake?" Haichuan's words made Zulan nod. Zulan did have a certain aura about him. Earlier, he had done something that surprised everyone. He had picked up a large water gun and let Haiquan test it with his own nameplate, which proved that these large water guns were probably all fake. "Haha, Xiamo doesn't need to bluff anymore." As he spoke, Zulan and Haiquan shouted together, "Quan go, let's go. Take down Xiamo, and I'll be unstoppable." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zulan charged forward with the water gun. Oh my. Zulan was being too reckless. Did Xiamo and Deng Chao really think they would just stand there and let the 2 of them charge at them?
Especially with the big water gun in his hands, Xia Mo and Deng Chao immediately launched their attack. The water stream kept flying toward Zhu Lan, especially Xia Mo, who didn't hold back, aiming the water directly at Zhu Lan's face. Haiquan behind him also got caught in the crossfire. Who would bother to help them in this situation? Deng Chao was focused on dealing with Haiquan, as he didn't believe the water guns were real. Their range was clearly much shorter than Xia Mo and Deng Chao's. But I'm giving it my all. Put. Spitting out a mouthful of water, Zhu Lan also screamed wildly while speeding up. However, as soon as he spoke, Xia Mo's gun fired with pinpoint accuracy, hitting him directly in the mouth. He could only vomit uncontrollably once again. However, this reckless approach was quite effective. At least their water guns could now be used for attack. Instantly, Xia Mo and Deng Chao were also caught in the crossfire. For a moment, water sprayed everywhere, especially with the cool breeze blowing, making it quite uncomfortable. Charge forward. Xia Mo no longer hesitated. After exchanging a few words with Deng Chao, he also moved forward. Deng Chao was helpless, but there was nothing he could do at that moment. The four attackers' momentum weakened. Holding their water guns, they jumped around, searching for an opportunity to spray the opponent's name tags, hoping to determine if this tactic was effective. Zhu Lan was completely useless. Compared to Xia Mo and Deng Chao's height, jumping wasn't effective. Even if he tried to charge behind the two of them, Xia Mo and Deng Chao would have to give him an opening. Don't panic, I'm coming. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a voice came from behind Xia Mo and Deng Chao. That powerful, resonant voice with a touch of innocence could only belong to the big, burly Li Chen. The chances of meeting here were high, but encountering Li Chen meant Xia Mo and Deng Chao weren't exactly lucky. Xia Mo, let us retreat quickly. They outnumber us and have more guns. Deng Chao was also stunned. With Li Chen here, the two of them would be caught in a pincer movement. There must be over 30 water guns on these three. Who knows which one is the real one? Deng Chao panicked instantly. Xia Mo was also fending off Zhu Lan and Haiquan while shouting, "You hold off Li Chen, I'll handle them." With that, Xia Mo ignored Deng Chao, took a step forward, and positioned himself between Zhu Lan and Haiquan. In an instant, the battle shifted from long-range combat to close-quarters combat. A golden opportunity. Haiquan also saw his chance and immediately grabbed Xia Mo as he charged forward, aiming his water gun at Xia Mo's name tag. After all, it was just a water gun. It was much easier to use than tearing something apart, and it was also much harder to dodge. However, Xia Mo had no such intention. He let the water spray freely, thinking it was time to rely on luck. He casually discarded his nearly empty water gun and pulled out his long-prepared secret weapon. Ignoring Haiquan, he grabbed Zhu Lan and gave him a slight tug. Oh my god. With that one move, several water guns suddenly appeared in the sky. Under Xia Mo's strength, Zhu Lan was spun around like a little chick, and the water gun in his hand instinctively flew into the air. Holding the water gun, Xia Mo sprayed once, then sprinted forward with all his might. This force was far beyond what Haiquan could withstand. He immediately let go of Xia Mo's hand. Haiquan wasn't a pushover. One water gun wasn't enough, he'd definitely try something else. He couldn't let them have this opportunity. The chaotic situation temporarily returned to calm, and both sides came to a halt. Standing behind Zhu Lan, Haiquan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the space behind Zhu Lan, his mouth agape as if he had seen something unimaginable. Quan Gu. What's wrong? Did you take out Xia Mo just now? Zhu Lan turned around, saw Haiquan's expression, and asked with a puzzled look. Chapter 174, found another one. Zhu Lan. Your name tag. Haiquan stammered. After all, this was his first time participating in this program, and he had never seen such an effect before. Plus, it was too dramatic, and his confidence had been severely shaken. My name tag? Zhu Lan furrowed his brows. What's going on? Your name tag has changed color. This time, Haiquan finally spoke clearly, looking at Zhu Lan in a panic. Ah! Zhu Lan was completely speechless, his mouth wide open, as if it could fit a watermelon. Zhu Lan, you're out. Zhu Lan, you're out. As if to confirm it, the broadcast sounded again. Zhu Lan was completely speechless, his expression a mix of disappointment and disbelief. He then turned to Xia Mo with a sorrowful tone and said, Xia Mo, I was originally planning to settle this with you once and for all. I never thought I would fail. This is so frustrating. What kind of trick is this? Does he think this is some kind of final showdown at the Forbidden City? It's like he's some kind of martial arts master. As he spoke, Zhu Lan, with a sorrowful expression, was led away by the crew members. He glanced at Li Chen, who was still fighting with Deng Chao, and shouted loudly, Big Black Bull. Stop fighting. Run away quickly. Xia Mo's gun is real. Also, tell Bao Chang to avenge me. His voice grew fainter and fainter, and Zhu Lan's departing figure looked utterly desolate. Task activated, surprise attack, eliminate 3 members in this mission. Success rewards 50 all-purpose points. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo was slightly taken aback.
The tasks issued by the system seemed to grow increasingly difficult over time. Previously, victory alone was sufficient. While Xiaomo was pondering this, Li Chen, upon hearing Zhu Lan's voice, also stopped fighting with Deng Chao. He ran straight to Haichuan's side, and the two of them retreated in unison, of course facing Xiaomo. They dared not turn and run away. Li Chen knew how fast Xiaomo was, and that would be tantamount to suicide. Li Chen, is the gun in your hand real? While retreating, Haiquan whispered the question. Li Chen looked equally tense and didn't respond for several seconds before finally answering, I don't know. Haiquan was stunned. This teammate was indeed peculiar, but he would have done the same. The guns in their hands had no chance to be tested. In this situation, Xiaomo didn't pursue either. Dealing with two people was still quite challenging, especially since they didn't have Zhu Lan and Bao Chang on their side. They were already the highest-ranking members of the red team. Plus, the enemy knew they had real guns, making success even more unlikely. Xiaomo. Well done. Deng Chao was also excited, but no matter how he looked at this guy now, he seemed pretty pitiful. The previous battle was one thing, but in the subsequent clash with Li Chen, he was clearly at a disadvantage. His hair, which had stood on end, now lay limp and soft on his forehead, creating a look that was both cool and utterly ridiculous. Li Chen and Haiquan, seeing that they had created some distance, nodded to each other and turned to run wildly. Even Usain Bolt would be impressed. This guy could really unleash his potential in a crisis. Seeing their actions, Deng Chao burst into laughter and asked, Brother Mo, should we charge in and take them all down? We can't catch up, and they know we have real guns. Xiaomo shook his head and said, let's go find Baby and Chen Chichi instead. The current situation had returned to a stalemate. Zhu Lan had been eliminated, and both teams were now evenly matched at 4 versus 4. After a moment's pause, Xiaomo thought for a moment and said, you go find them and try to keep them together. I'll go look for other effective water guns. Alright, but Xiaomo, why is your luck always better than mine? Deng Chao nodded, but it seemed like he was still a bit upset. This guy's grudge runs deep. Shaking his head, Xiaomo turned and walked in the opposite direction. At first, due to Yi's interference, Xiaomo hadn't had many opportunities to find water guns. This time, he had to get a few more. Otherwise, if the enemy found them first, Baby and the others would be in danger. Water guns were much easier to use than tearing name tags. This seemed to require no skill at all. After walking for a while, Xiaomo found quite a few water guns. Using the simple method of elimination, Xiaomo ignored the water guns lying out in the open and instead kept searching in hidden corners. After about 5 minutes, Xiaomo found a can-shaped object in the narrow space between a low wall and a large tree. He picked it up, examined the small hole at the top, and sighed in frustration. This thing, which was as long as a can, was also a water gun. It seemed that the SpongeBob water gun Deng Chao had obtained wasn't that unusual after all. With a slight smile, Xiaomo said, this one should be the real deal. Let us give it a try. He picked up the water gun and sprayed it on his clothes. With such convenient conditions, he had to give it a try. The jackets the production team had given everyone were red and blue, but the sleeves had 2 white stripes. If the brand logo could change color, the fabric must be the same. It was a simple test. Let's see who among the group could figure out this method quickly. 2 seconds later, the white fabric strips turned a light purple, and Xiaomo's lips curled into a smile. That's right, it's real. Xiaomo then took out the water gun he had earlier, shook it slightly, and there was still a significant amount of liquid inside. Chapter 175, The Brutal Battle. After comparing the weights of the 2 water guns, Xiaomo smiled slightly and immediately had an idea. Of course, to put it into action, it wasn't enough yet. At least one more real water gun was needed. Xiaomo didn't hesitate and left the spot again to search for one. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer water guns in the village. According to Xiaomo's deduction, the red team must have a real water gun, while Baby and the others would have to rely on luck. During his search, Xiaomo also encountered Yi acting alone. Xiaomo had originally planned to chat with this girl, but he had no choice but to give up. Upon seeing Xiaomo, Yi didn't say a word and turned to run away. Her perfectly shaped buttocks swayed back and forth, creating a visually stunning effect. But what was truly baffling wasn't that. She had somehow obtained a water gun that was identical in shape to Angry Bird's, complete with 2 straps, which she had slung over her back. As she ran, the little bird swayed back and forth, its adorable expression adding to the bizarre combination. Xiaomo was utterly speechless. However, Yi's actions weren't entirely without purpose. At the very least, the water gun on her back was blocking her name tag, serving as a layer of protection. During this time, Xiaomo also managed to find another effective water gun. There were only 10 in total, and Xiaomo got 3 of them. It was truly a stroke of luck. Of course, this was also thanks to Xiaomo, who had been searching in hidden or hard-to-reach places the whole time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. It seemed like enough. Time to act. Having found another one, Xiaomo's plan could now be carried out. Returning to her previous position, Xiaomo casually picked up a high-pressure water gun and quickly found a corner.
He unscrewed the nozzle and emptied all the water from the water gun, then picked up the effective water gun again. The few people responsible for filming Mo were completely stunned at this point. That move was way too clever. Filling the large water gun with water from the effective one, both the power and range were incomparable. Plus, it was completely unexpected. If they had been facing Mo, they wouldn't have believed the large water gun was real. This method wouldn't work with just one effective water gun, as the water volume wouldn't be enough. Only someone like Mo, who had 3 real guns, could pull it off. After carefully filling it with water, Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a precious resource. The 3 effective water guns only filled the large one to about a third of its capacity. They had to be extra careful. Ah! Xiao Zhao. Be careful. Just as Mo had finished everything, he heard the familiar voice of Baby coming from the distance. Without hesitation, Mo grabbed the water gun and ran toward the direction of the voice. The sound also brought some information. The two sides had clearly met and were already engaged in battle, and it must be intense. Intense, really intense. Before Mo could reach the location, the broadcast came on. Shen Qiqi, out. Shen Qiqi, out. Bao Chang, out. Bao Chang, out. Mo, who had just heard the announcement, was startled. Bao Chang was also eliminated, and Mo finally relaxed a bit, relieved that he hadn't been eliminated. However, his relief didn't last long before the voice rang out again. Deng Chao, out. Deng Chao, out. What the hell is going on? Mo sped up again, leaving the cameraman behind struggling to keep up. 3 people eliminated in a row? This battle is too intense. But it also proves that Baby and his team have effective weapons. After a turn, Mo also spotted Baby surrounded by 3 people. Haikuan and Li Chen wore smug smiles, as if victory was already theirs, while Yi beside them also sported a bright grin. Baby looked like she wanted to cry, and the surroundings were quite unique: a narrow alley or a dead-end street. No wonder so many people had been eliminated in such a situation. There was no choice but to fight to the end. The guns in Li Chen and Haichuan's hands were very incompact, clearly water guns with a high degree of effectiveness. Otherwise, the outcome might not have been so decisive, especially with Chun Qiqi, who had no combat ability at all. Baby, let me eliminate you instead. It won't be painful at all, Yi said with a smile. Baby shook her head and said, you can't do this. Momo is coming soon. Haha, you mean Mo? This time we have 2 real guns. Even if he comes, he'll be eliminated too. Haikuan was now full of confidence. With Baby no longer a threat, eliminating her left only Mo. The 3 of them charged forward, and Mo would be no match for them. This scene, of course, was noticed by Mo. He didn't deny it. If they charged directly like that, the result would be eliminating 2 people, and then both he and Baby would be eliminated, resulting in mission failure. Glancing at the terrain beside him, Mo also had a plan. He slung the water gun over his shoulder. With a running start, she leaped against the wall, followed by a cat-like pounce, easily scaling the low wall. Crouching low, she slowly approached from the top of the wall, her speed forced to slow down. At this point, Mo didn't bother with the cameraman. Saving Baby and eliminating the others was the top priority. Soon, the distance was closing in. Mo made another move. A house was tightly connected to the low wall, but even so, the height between the two was astonishing. Mo jumped with all his strength and barely managed to grab the edge of the roof. The scene looked incredibly thrilling. Chapter 176, You're Cheating. The height was enough to make anyone dizzy, especially with Mo's current position, both feet completely off the ground. If she lost her balance, falling down would likely result in serious injury, even with the low wall nearby. Mo was grateful he had unlocked the parkour skill. It was incredibly useful, making many impossible tasks now a breeze. With a powerful push from his arms, Mo seemed weightless as he flipped onto the roof. Once on the roof, Mo felt much more at ease. Everything was in place. All that remained was to finish the job. On the roof, Mo moved swiftly. In a short time, he had entered the effective range of the water gun. He could almost peek down and see the 4 people below. Mo, don't come over. They have real guns in their hands. Apparently sensing that escape was impossible, Baby cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly. Hearing this, a flash of emotion crossed Mo's eyes. Though it was just a game, she still thought of herself at that moment. Haha, Baby is useless now. Said with a smile, but her expression quickly changed as she said, Mo actually called me heavy. Ha! As finished speaking, Li Chen, Haikuan, and even Baby all looked at in astonishment. Especially Haikuan, who looked at with a suggestive expression and said, Mo said you're heavy. What's going on? Haichuan's words immediately reminded of the time Mo had carried her on his shoulders earlier. Her face turned red unnaturally, and she shook her head quickly before pretending to look around. But this glance was no small matter. Was stunned and stammered, isn't that Mo's photographer? What are they doing? Haikwan, oblivious to the situation, thought Yi was changing the subject and casually said, "Don't change the subject.
Hurry up and tell me. I'm really interested."
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen also hurriedly shouted loudly, "Trouble!
Xia Mo is coming. He's going to post it online."
If anyone knew Xia Mo best, it was probably the members of this brotherhood. Xia Mo had demonstrated his parkour skills many times before, and they were well aware of it. Plus, Yi's words instantly made Li Chen realize what was happening. Their eyes were fixed on the cameraman, who were hesitating whether to climb over the low wall in front of them. At the same time, Haikwan and Li Chen suddenly felt something sprayed on their backs.
Though the force wasn't strong, they could still feel it.
Instinctively turning their heads, the two looked up and were immediately stunned. Several meters above them, on the roof, Xia Mo and the others were holding water guns, looking down at the two with a carefree expression.
"Oh my god. Xia Mo, how did you get up there?" Li Chen asked, his mind going blank. Haikwan nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same confusion.
If it was the low wall, the two of them could barely climb up, but the roof?
Forget it, that's impossible. Momo.
Baby also shouted out, her face slowly filling with joy.
You have to admit, Xia Mo, you're amazing. You're not human.
Haikwan was still stunned, but quickly changed his expression, pointing at the water gun in Xia Mo's hand and laughing. But what's going on here?
Does that water gun even work? Li Chen also relaxed immediately.
After all this time, their consensus was that those large water guns were completely useless, except for their decent power.
Haikwan, however, seemed to be provoking them.
He turned around, aimed the water gun at Xia Mo, and shook his hips slightly, saying, "Even if you spray, it won't do anything." Haikwan, who had turned around with an excited expression, suddenly noticed that the expressions of the three people in front of him had changed. Because of that turn, the three of them saw what was behind Haikwan, something they hadn't noticed before. At that moment, Li Chen and Yi both gaped in disbelief, while Baby slowly grew excited, with a hint of admiration. However, this wasn't directed at Haikwan, but at Xia Mo on the ceiling.
"Are you sure it didn't work? Brother Quan." Xia Mo also shrugged helplessly. "Haikwan, you're out. Haikwan, out. Li Chen, out. Li Chen, out." Xia Mo on the roof also exploded instantly, completing a double kill.
The three of them looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to believe what had just happened.
Li Chen and Haikwan also exchanged glances. Li Chen blurted out, "This can't be. Did Xia Mo cheat?"
This scene was too sudden. They had been so confident of victory, how could they possibly believe it, especially with that water gun? It left them speechless. At that moment, the director shouted from the side, "No cheating."
"Oh my god. Director, we need an explanation. This is so unfair."
Haikwan covered his head with both hands. However, it was clear that this guy was someone with a strong desire to win, unwilling to lose, even in a game. That big water gun wasn't an effective one, but Xia Mo had filled it with water from 3 effective ones.
What? Is that even allowed?
Both of them were stunned.
How had they not thought of this? It seemed so simple when said out loud.
Xia Mo stood up with a smile, returned to the low wall, jumped, and landed safely on the wall under Baby's worried gaze. He rolled over to reduce the impact.
The wall was narrow, but under Xia Mo's movements, it seemed as wide and smooth as a road. Chapter 177, Carrying the Little Kitten Again.
Xia Mo then used the momentum, placed both arms on the low wall, pushed off with all his strength, and leaped into the air again, landing on the ground with a graceful side flip. At this moment, Baby's eyes had already turned into heart shapes, and Yi beside her also wore an enchanted expression. Baby was fine, as she had a close relationship with Xia Mo. However, Yi was different after all. She had only just met Xia Mo, and the previous parkour stunt had already left a profound impression on her. This time, it only made that impression even more indelible.
Congratulations, host. Yi's affection has increased by 10, currently at 25. Xia Mo, who had just landed, smiled slightly. This was clearly something to be expected.
After all, Yi's affection for the host was still low, making it easier to increase now. Plus, parkour was indeed a legendary tool for flirting cool and impressive, something everyone had to try. Li Chen and Haikwan were also looking dumbfounded, but their expressions were even more awkward than usual, as they were simply too embarrassing.
Alright. Li Chen, what kind of monster are we facing? He must know Kung Fu. Hearing Haichuan's words, Li Chen shook his head helplessly and said, Brother Haikwan, that's parkour. I know.
After seeing it last time, I went home and watched a lot of videos, but why does it feel like Xia Mo is still better?
Did he learn it from the Shaolin Temple? Xia Mo was also speechless. What on earth was he talking about? Did Shaolin Temple teach parkour?
But it was too late to argue. The crew members had already taken Li Chen and Haikwan away from the original location.
Haikwan, still unwilling to give up, turned back and shouted loudly, keep going. If you can lose a few pounds now, maybe Xia Mo won't go easy on you. Get lost. The wild little cat went berserk. What does lose a few pounds mean? Am I fat? However, in this situation, EE couldn't be happy either. She looked at Xiao with a sheepish expression while keeping an eye on the baby beside her. At that moment, the baby also came over to Xiao. Instantly, the two faced off in battle, but the outcome? Cough. Xiao, maybe we should just have a friendly chat? EE awkwardly smiled and said, for example, this parkour thing, I'd like to try learning it too. Of course, no problem. I can teach you after the show ends. Xiao responded with a smile. Regardless of whether EE was being sincere, Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage. If she really wanted to learn, then with such a convenient opportunity, how could she refuse? Baby heard this and rolled her eyes at Xiao, but she didn't seem angry at all. This level of goodwill really does make a difference. He walked straight toward EE, and Xiao also smiled and said, alright, don't resist. It's no use. Baby also smiled and followed suit. After all, EE had just forced her like that, and now she finally had the chance to get revenge. EE no longer acted like a wild kitten, she retreated quickly like a startled rabbit, returning to Baby's previous position. Behind her was the wall, leaving her with no room to retreat. The angry little bird she had been carrying on her back was also casually taken down and aimed at the two of them. This girl seems to have an extraordinary determination. Even in this situation, she refuses to give up. Or perhaps holding the little bird gives her a sense of security? She casually handed the gun to Baby, and Xiao smiled and said, Baby, this one's all yours. Baby picked up the water gun, and an excited smile immediately spread across her face. This had been incredibly frustrating for her, and now she finally had the chance to eliminate someone. The feeling was exhilarating. After saying that, Xiao extended her arm. What are you doing? EE froze in place, her entire body tensing up. That scared expression wasn't her usual demeanor. Of course, to see if you're weak. Xiao shrugged indifferently. This depends on one's personality. EE wouldn't react much to such things, and Xiao was more than happy with that. Not only could it deepen their connection, but it also entertained the crowd. If it were someone like Fan Bingbing, Xiao would be seen as a pervert if she charged over like that. Her goodwill would plummet to zero in an instant. EE let out a shriek and was immediately lifted off the ground by Xiao again. The sudden movement caused the water gun in EE's hand to fly out, and the angry birds finally took flight. Baby also laughed while spraying the water gun, and EE had no ability to resist. After everything was settled, Xiao put EE down. At that moment, EE was on the verge of tears, constantly sniffling. But if you're going to act, you might as well go all out. Where are your tears? Alright, EE, you're so light. Standard build. Xiao said with a smile. Hearing this, EE finally took her hands off her face and rolled her eyes. Don't get too happy too soon. This is just the first round. We'll see. The outcome was already decided. The director signaled to the three of them to go to the other side, where the eliminated contestants were already waiting. On the way, Baby whispered, Xiao, you didn't even stand up to me like that. I want to try too. Hearing this, Xiao rolled her eyes, and Baby was as mischievous as ever. Though she no longer easily felt jealous, her competitive spirit remained unchanged. After all, this was human nature, and the two were confirmed as boyfriend and girlfriend. Soon, the group reunited. Chen Shichi, that guy, had already put on a big hat, looking rather comical. He laughed and said, Ha! Momo, I knew we'd win. Chapter 178, The Painful Task Reward. Upon hearing Chen Shichi's words, EE immediately grew displeased. Chen Shichi, what do you mean by that? EE said with a displeased expression, doesn't it count that the red team won? After all, in segments related to famous brands, the results are usually not announced over the loudspeaker. They always leave a cliffhanger, right? But this time it seemed unnecessary, and Chen Shichi gave a smug smile and said, EE, with my older brother here, do you really think you could have won? Chen Shichi, shut up. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. Deng Chao said with a resentful expression. The tone was filled with immense frustration. It seemed that while Xiao wasn't there, Chen Shichi had been selling out his teammates again. Xiao rolled his eyes, but this was a common occurrence. Taking it seriously was a losing game. Alright, the result is already known. The director also spoke up. Now, the blue team has won the first round, and the winning team will receive a reward. Yes. At this moment, Deng Chao and Chen Shichi also became excited. After all, there were 5 people on the opposing team. This time, they had actually helped Xiao by eliminating Bao Chang, and Baby had successfully diverted the attention of 3 others. Otherwise, Xiao wouldn't have been able to eliminate them all. Alright, the reward is on the table up front. Unlike before, this time the table was extremely long, with a long yellow cloth draped over it, giving it a mysterious vibe. Deng Chao and Chen Shichi immediately rushed over excitedly. Xiao couldn't help but sigh when there was a reward involved. They seemed more eager than anyone else. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 50 all-round points. Xiao also received a system notification.
In his view, no reward was as important as all-purpose points.
Glancing at his current all-purpose points, Xiao couldn't help but feel excited. He now had a total of 850 all-purpose points.
This was more than enough to upgrade the acting life skill to the top level, with 50 points remaining. However, there was no need to rush.
Xiao had his own plans.
He wouldn't be staying at Crying Dog Company much longer. He would save up the points and use them to exchange for a director's talent, then self-direct and act in a project, aiming to make a big splash in one go. Without further thought, Xiao walked straight to the table. The yellow cloth had already been lifted, revealing the items inside. Suddenly, a variety of items appeared before the four people, and the director spoke up. Each person can only choose one item.
Director, are you trying to screw us over?
Chen Shichi looked at the items in front of him and was speechless.
He picked one up and asked, "What's this wine for? Does drinking it make you able to fight like a drunk martial artist?" But even then, I wouldn't be a match for Brother Xia.
This guy really thinks he's a martial arts master.
His self-esteem is way too high.
Deng Chao also picked up a bag of snacks with a wry smile and said, "Xiao, why don't you choose these pistachios and wine?
They'll make a good snack to go with the wine."
These two are really beyond words.
Baby was also giggling beside them.
These items were truly too bizarre to accept. Xiao noticed that the items also included toothpaste and a toothbrush, but the most frustrating part was that there was also a charger.
Oh my god. Director, can they each pick one item, and we five can share one?
Zulan looked at the director with tears in his eyes, trying to look pitiful.
If it were a beautiful woman, maybe it would be okay, but Zulan? Forget it.
The director shook his head directly and said, "The red team gets nothing."
Oh my god. Director, I'll do anything for one item. You won't even give me one. Not even 100 yuan.
Seeing Zulan's miserable expression, Xiao also shook his head with a smile. There were still a few useful items on the table, which could be helpful for later stages, so Xiao also needed to choose carefully.
He picked a long pickaxe and a cycling helmet.
The pickaxe was indeed quite useful, so Xiao temporarily added it to the list of options.
The helmet could be discarded. At that moment, Bao Chang also came over to Xiao's side, picked up a battery, and said seriously, "Brother Mo, trust me, you'll definitely need this." This guy must have learned this trick from Zulan. But please be serious. Who would believe that? 3, 2. At this point, the director started the countdown, as there was a time limit for selecting props. Xiao, who had already prepared, quickly picked up the pickaxe and handed it to Baby, then took a small shovel for himself. On this island, who knows what might happen next?
These items are all useful for survival and escape, but Chen Shichi and Deng Chao didn't bother to take anything.
What the hell, you two?
After the director's countdown ended, Baby glared at Deng Chao and Chen Shichi with a displeased expression. Those two actually took the pistachios and cocktails.
Cough. Xiao and Baby, my choice was well thought out. Deng Chao smiled and said, "The next part will probably be even more terrifying.
If we don't have anything to eat, we'll starve to death."
This is completely mocking me. Can pistachios even fill you up? And if it were white wine, Xiao might have chosen it.
In many situations, white wine is quite useful, but this cocktail.
Chen Shichi, do you think you're flirting with a beauty? Alright, the items have been selected. Let's get ready to go.
At the director's command, everyone quickly left this frustrating place.
Chapter 179, I promise I won't beat him up.
Once again in the car, everyone headed toward the next destination. This time, there was no opportunity for Xiao and Baby to be alone together. Xiao was driving, with Baby sitting in the passenger seat, while Chen Shichi and Deng Chaoli were naturally placed in the back. At that moment, the expressions on both their faces were unusually gloomy.
"Brother Xia," Chen Shichi said with a pitiful expression, "can't you do something about Baby? This is too much. That little troublemaker was my snack." "Chen Shichi, you have the nerve to say that? I was the one who chose the happy little fruit, you know." Deng Chao also shouted back.
The situation was now quite amusing. Instead of holding the happy nuts and cocktails they had chosen earlier, Deng Chao and Chen Shichi were now holding a pickaxe and a small shovel, crossed over their chests. With their expressions and damp hair, they looked exactly like farmers. Meanwhile, Baby was munching on pistachios and taking occasional sips of her cocktail, her expression utterly intoxicated, and she was so beautiful it was hard to describe.
"I'm afraid I can't do anything about this." Xiao also laughed. "This is the price you pay for choosing those items. Here."
Baby obediently picked a pistachio, then held it to Xiao's lips.
Xiao could easily eat it while occasionally brushing against her smooth fingers.
The feeling was indeed quite pleasant.
"Oh my god. This can't be happening."
Deng Chao held his head, nearly losing his mind. Chen Shichi watched Baby and Xiao eating the pistachios, swallowing hard and saying, "Brother Mo.
I'm hungry too. You two get to choose these things? At least there's me and Mo.
Baby wrinkled her little nose with a hint of playfulness, clearly doing it on purpose. The two of them were helpless, exchanging a helpless glance and refusing to dwell on the topic as it was pointless.
Alright, let's see what we're going to do next. I'm not feeling relaxed at all. Xia Mo also spoke up.
The task prompt card was also vague and unclear, making it impossible to figure out what to do. It simply said to follow the map to the marked location, which was completely confusing.
Chen Chi-Chi's expression changed, and he exclaimed dramatically, "May go what s with the pickaxe and shovel? Are you going to make us work in the fields? Are we supposed to dig mud?"
It must be said that Chen Chi-Chi's idea was actually quite reasonable. While it might be a stretch to call him a genius, there was at least a sliver of possibility. However, Deng Chao just stared blankly, as if trying to figure out how this guy could possibly come up with something useful. It was completely impossible.
Digging mud?
Baby was also startled, then said angrily, "Chen Chi-Chi, you're such a pessimist, don't say that."
Clearly, for Baby, digging mud was a bit of a downer.
Not just her, even Deng Chao and Chen Chi-Chi felt the same way.
Alright, let's just be content with what we have.
Xia Mo also laughed, seeing no need to dwell on the matter, and added, "We have tools.
Think about what the red team should do."
Hearing Xia Mo's words, the three of them were also taken aback.
Ha!
Suddenly, laughter filled the car, especially from Deng Chao and Chen Chi-Chi, who were laughing so hard they couldn't stop.
It was a joyful sight. Xia Mo was right. Chowga, they don't have any tools.
They'll probably have to dig with their bare hands.
Ha!
That's right, dig with their hands. The scene would be quite spectacular.
These two are completely reckless.
If the red team hears this, I wonder if Li Chen and Haikuan will rush over to fight them.
At the very least, a fight is inevitable.
Xia Mo just smiled without saying a word.
If that were the case, wouldn't Bao Chang have to step up? Shaolin Temple isn't just talk. I wonder if he's practiced any techniques like Dragon Claw or Iron Sandpalm. Soon, they arrived at the designated location.
After all, it was just a small island, not that large. As soon as they got out of the car, a cold breeze hit them, bringing a chill to the air.
This confirmed that the storm was indeed approaching.
Following the signs, the group made their way to the entrance.
Slide Mud Theme Park? Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
Chen Chi-Chi was completely speechless.
You really are a harbinger of bad luck. Xia Mo delivered the final blow, leaving Chen Chi-Chi even more miserable.
He had been spot on, though not exactly about digging mud but clearly related to it. The 5 members of the red team who had caught up from behind were equally shocked, especially Zhu Lan, who once again opened his wide mouth in a comically exaggerated manner.
Of course, no matter what, it had to be done.
The group and the film crew entered through the main gate and headed inside. After the brief surprise, Chen Chi-Chi quickly returned to his normal state, regained his composure, and turned to look at the red team behind him, saying, "Zulan,
this mud pit seems pretty deep. Are you sure you can get to the bottom?"
Hearing Chen Chi-Chi's words, everyone burst into laughter. Only Bao Chang patted Zhu Lan on the shoulder, the meaning clear, "Don't be afraid, brother, we're here with you." Today, even if Bao Chang's hairstyle is as high as ever, it won't make a difference.
Apparently inspired by his brothers, Zhu Lan shouted angrily, "Xia Mo." Hearing Zhu Lan's words, Xia Mo rolled his eyes. "Zhu Lan, I didn't say that. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Mo, you can't just stand by and do nothing."
Seeing Xia Mo trying to stay out of it, Chen Chi-Chi was stunned.
"Xia Mo, let Chen Chi-Chi come over."
Zhu Lan pointed and shouted loudly, "I promise I won't beat him to a pulp."
"I promise. Xia Mo, believe me. What on earth is going on here?" Chapter 180, One scoundrel is better than another.
Compared to Zhu Lan's anger, the blue team was much happier. Especially Baby, who was laughing so happily by Xia Mo's side, which only made Zhu Lan even more annoyed.
"Zhu Lan, don't worry, I won't stop you." Xia Mo also smiled and replied, "Don't mention it, you must beat him up." Chen Chi-Chi.
This guy was speechless for a moment, then shouted with a smug expression, "Come on, who's afraid of who?
Zhu Lan, come on, you can't catch me.
This guy is beyond hope." Deng Chao also looked helpless, then pretended to be a bit melancholy and said, "Look at me, I never stir up trouble. I'm just a quiet, handsome guy."
Put. Xia Mo almost couldn't catch his breath.
This guy was even more powerful than Chen Chi-Chi.
And he's supposed to be a quiet, handsome guy?
As they walked on, a huge mud pit suddenly appeared before them, an awe-inspiring sight. The mud pit had already been divided into sections by the crew, marked off with small flags, looking quite organized.
On one side of the mud pit, there were small areas enclosed by gauze nets, where ducks were happily running around. "Oh my god. This is a fierce battle." Zhu Lan exclaimed dramatically, "Does this mean the segment is over, and we can celebrate by eating the ducks?" "Zhu Lan, you're so cruel." Yi couldn't help but speak up at this point.
Clearly, this girl really liked these little animals. Xia Mo also chimed in, saying, "Zhu Lan, you should take this opportunity to breathe in some fresh air while you can. Otherwise, there won't be any left later."
Put.
Xia Mo's words made Baby and Yi burst into laughter. This was clearly another dig at Zhu Lan's height, which was his eternal pain.
Sure enough, Zulan couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiaomo, I can swim.
You'll see how good I am later. Those words sounded pretty bold, but who would believe him?
Alright. I'll just wait and see.
Xiaomo also struggled to hold back her laughter and said, go check the task cards. After saying that, Baby and EE also walked up and received the task cards that the production team had already prepared. Within the specified time, they had to work together to catch the ducks and deliver them to the designated area.
The team with the most ducks would win. As the two announced the rules, everyone was stunned. We have to catch ducks? Ha! Catching ducks is my specialty. Let me go.
Chen Shichi was the first to jump forward. Bao Chang also chimed in with a smile. Chen Shichi, let's settle this once and for all.
I'm also pretty good at catching ducks.
The two who hadn't figured out the situation yet stepped forward. After all, catching ducks was the easiest part of this challenge.
Chen Shichi wanted to take the easy way out, but Bao Chang was also doing the same? When did he become so clever? But the director didn't give them a chance.
He said, each team will have the girls catch the ducks. Upon hearing this, Bao Chang and Chen Shichi were completely dumbfounded, filled with disappointment.
Baby and EE were equally perplexed, as catching ducks was also a huge challenge for them. I'll do it. I'm a girl too.
Zulan immediately raised his hand, looking very serious, as if he were explaining some profound truth.
Get lost.
This caused a stir. Even Li Chen and Haikuan were no exception.
Everyone's disdain left Zulan looking dejected, and Bao Chang didn't comfort him either.
It seemed that the so-called Bao Lan brothers weren't as close as they appeared. As for the boys, each of you must tie an elastic band around your waist. Within the specified time, the team that catches the most ducks wins. The winning team will also receive a crucial prop.
Let's all give it our best shot. Go for it. The atmosphere was instantly energized.
The red team members were clearly thrilled, while Xiaomo's side looked rather disheartened.
Xiaomo, this time it's up to the two of us.
Deng Chao looked deep in thought and said, they have Big Black Bull and Haikuan. Bao Chang and Zulan aren't very useful, but they're still better than Chen Shichi.
Deng Chao, what are you saying? You're underestimating me. Xiaomo nodded in agreement and said, you're right. We really have to rely on the two of us.
After saying that, Xiaomo turned to Chen Shichi and said, don't hold us back.
Oh my god.
Although the red team had one more person than their side, Xiaomo wasn't overly concerned. At the beginning, they might have an advantage, but by the end, their strength would be depleted, and their disadvantage would become apparent.
Big Black Bull was strong, but could he drag Bao Chang and Zulan along with him?
Therefore, having more people didn't necessarily give them an advantage in this round. After that, everyone put on the shoes prepared by the production team and wore special pants underneath.
They then entered the mud pit one by one.
This was quite deep. Be sure to conserve your strength. The bungee cords were already secured, and Xiaomo also mentioned this to Deng Chao and Chen Shichi beside him.
The two nodded and adjusted their balance.
This mud pit wasn't on the road. It was extremely easy to lose balance, and a single misstep could result in a fall. The red team was even more excited. Several people kept running back and forth, especially Zulan and Bao Chang, who were thrilled.
Zulan couldn't help but shout, Xiaomo, Chen Shichi, look, I didn't fall in. Xiaomo rolled his eyes.
This guy was too much. He was on the same level as Chen Shichi. Chen Shichi was equally stunned, not expecting there to be someone as shameless as him.
This was a dead heat. Chapter 181, The Consequences of Provoking Xiaomo.
Ignoring Zulan, Xiaomo turned his gaze to the opposite side. Baby and EE had also arrived at their designated positions, but both women had a hint of nervousness on their faces, and their movements were awkward. After all, they were women and naturally not skilled at such things.
Baby, keep going. EE, go for it.
Chen Shichi was the first to shout, raising his arms with an expression that was spot on. The red team, hearing this, didn't want to be outdone and shouted back loudly, especially Dahainyo and Hai Chuan, whose shouts were full of energy.
Xiaomo also smiled and shouted, Baby, keep going. You can do it. Momo, keep going. Baby responded in kind.
Chen Shichi suddenly looked hurt, clearly implying that he had also cheered, but received no response at all.
Deng Chao laughed and said, Chen Shichi, don't you get it? They're a couple. What are you meddling in?
Chen Shichi felt even more miserable, shook his head, and then gave a mischievous smile, saying, Brother Chao, look, Mo and Baby are a couple.
We're just the third wheel. That's not good. What do you mean? Deng Chao was also taken aback. What I mean is, well, you know what I mean.
His momentum returned, and after a pause, Chen Shichi spoke again, look, there's only the two of us left.
For the sake of appearances, let's just stick together for now. Xiaomo heard every word.
He felt like he was being blown around by the wind, almost losing his balance.
This was too absurd. The two of you just make do together? What the hell is that?
Deng Chao, with a disgusted expression, shouted loudly, Chen Shichi, I don't have that kind of interest.
I have my own wife.
Deng Chao was just trying to prove his loyalty.
Otherwise, if the show aired and the Empress heard Chen Shiqi's words without Deng Chao refuting them, Deng Chao's fate would be sealed. He'd be better off dead. After being firmly rejected, Chen Shiqi didn't get angry either, but kept squinting those little eyes, unsure of what he was trying to express. Alright, everyone get ready. Timing starts. The director also shouted at that moment. As the voice fell, several people bent over, ready to go, all seeming eager to make a strong first impression. Only Xia Mo remained calm. Remember what I said, don't go too fast. Save your energy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! As Xia Mo finished speaking, the countdown ended. Charge! Take down Xia Mo. Zulan, that guy, charged out like a madman. The few people from the red team weren't about to be outdone and followed suit, instantly overwhelming the blue team with their momentum. Meanwhile, Deng Chao and Chen Shiqi, who had heard Xia Mo's words, began to walk slowly. The two sides quickly separated, and Zulan didn't forget to turn back and shout, "Ha, did you see that, Xia Mo? We've got this in the bag." In response to Zulan's provocation, Xia Mo could only sigh, "Zulan, you better watch your step. Don't trip and fall, you won't be able to get up." "What did you say?" "I'll fall." "Zulan, be careful." "Oh no." A hilarious scene unfolded. Before Zulan could finish speaking, he slipped and fell straight into the muddy pit, his body thudding heavily as he landed, sending a spray of mud flying everywhere. The other three members of the red team were also caught in the splash, their once clean skin now covered in mud spots. Ha! This scene made the three people on Xia Mo's side burst into laughter, especially Xia Mo. This was too dramatic. He had just said it, and you had to be so cooperative? Actually, this wasn't entirely accidental. Zulan was too excited, turning around to provoke Xia Mo, which already slowed him down considerably. Additionally, since their team was running so fast, the bungee cord had been stretched taut. Under this force, the others naturally exerted even more effort, especially Big Black Bull. Given the tug of war, it was a miracle he managed to avoid getting hit. Plop! Zulan lay in the muddy pit, sinking almost instantly by half. His head and face were the worst off, with a jet of muddy water spraying out like a fountain. He had fallen backward, and the force was immense. His face was now almost completely covered in mud, with only his eyes and mouth visible. It was a case of too much of a good thing, as the saying goes. To enhance the effect, Baby and EE were also screaming non-stop. In the mud pit, the ducks were running swiftly, and the two were chasing after them with all their might, but clearly, it wasn't very effective. "Brother Mo, are you a fortune teller? You predicted this too accurately." Chen Shiqi also wore a sly smile. "Yeah, Xia Mo, why don't you make Li Chen fall down? That way, we'd win for sure." Deng Chao actually believed it. "Do you think that's possible?" The two nodded without hesitation. Believing in Mogu means eternal life. On the other side, Zulan was even more pitiful. He raised his head and shouted, "Help, gulp! Get up, spit!" The mud on his face was thick, and when he shouted, some of it flowed into his mouth. I wonder if he felt like crying now. This was indeed tragic. Zulan collapsed, and the three of them couldn't continue. Should they drag Zulan along? With Zulan in that state, they couldn't bear to do it. Da Hainyo didn't bother to wipe the mud off his face, he grabbed Zulan's arm directly. With a strong pull, Zulan's body did rise significantly, but under the tension of the spring rope, Li Chen's strength was instantly neutralized. This outcome was clearly not what Li Chen had anticipated. Plop! Chapter 182, Out of Strength, huh? Zulan once again landed spectacularly in the mud pit. This time, since Li Chen hadn't moved forward, Zulan was dragged and slid around in the mud by the elastic rope. Fortunately, this time the height wasn't as great, so it wasn't as embarrassing as before. However, the continuous submersion in the mud had completely driven Zulan mad. Cough, cough. Zulan, Zulan. Li Chen was stunned by the sight and quickly knelt down to help up the battered Zulan. "Li Chen, are you trying to kill me?" Zulan said with a bitter expression. His face was covered in mud, but there were two faint watermarks on it, and the mud there was much shallower. Had he been so defeated that he started crying? Ba Chang, seeing his brother in such a state, reached out his arm, and the two of them pulled Zulan up with all their strength. However, due to the two falls, the distance between them had shifted slightly backward. At that moment, Xia Mo and the other three slowly walked over to the red team. Seeing Zulan's pitiful state, Xia Mo shook his head helplessly and said, "Zulan, I warned you." "Oh my god. Xia Mo, I swear, I'll never provoke you again." Zulan shouted to the sky, as if trying to prove his words to himself. However, it was already too late for such words. Xia Mo continued moving forward with the two others. "Zulan, hurry up. We're being overtaken." Bao Chang couldn't help but shout. This time, Zulan was completely the scapegoat. Just moments ago, they had overtaken Xia Mo's group by a significant margin, but due to Zulan's mistake, they had now been overtaken again. The huge disparity was hard to accept. Zulan nodded, ignoring the mud on his body, and started running full speed ahead. "Ah!
Haikwan, despite his old age, was running as fast as he could. With the efforts of all four people, they quickly caught up with Xia Mo and then overtook him again. Despite this, Zhu Lan had learned his lesson and didn't provoke them. The distance between them was now like a taut spring rope, and the immense tension made it difficult to take even a single step. Both teams slowed down, and Chen Shichi, looking at the few people from the red team, whispered, "Xiaomo, I think they're running out of energy now."
That's right. Xiaomo's move was indeed clever. The last one standing will be us. Deng Chao nodded in agreement. Don't get too complacent. Who knows if Big Black Bull will go all out? Xiaomo also smiled and said, "We need to keep this pace." Chen Shichi, you're okay, right? This, of course I'm fine.
Chen Shichi said this, but no matter how one looked at him, he didn't seem very trustworthy. As they spoke, the three of them continued to advance step by step. When they were about 5 meters away from Baby, the red team had already arrived in front of EE. Although EE liked these ducks, she couldn't care less about them at that moment. Her little hands grabbed the duck's neck with such force that Xia Mo was worried the duck might die. "Here you go, keep it up,"
EE said while handing the duck to Li Chen, who was walking up.
At this point, the tension on the spring rope had reached its maximum. The force was evident from the pained expressions on the faces of the four people. After receiving the duck, Li Chen was also full of excitement and shouted, "Let's hurry back, quickly. This trip back would obviously be much easier.
Momo, hurry up, hurry."
Baby, seeing that her side was falling behind, also instinctively grew anxious.
EE, however, was laughing beside them and said, "Baby, that's no use. We're definitely going to win this time." After saying that, EE gave Xia Mo a provocative glance.
Although this girl's feelings for Xia Mo had improved, her personality was inherently strong, and she still seemed to hold a grudge over Xia Mo carrying her twice before. She was just a typical spoiled teenager. Sighing helplessly, Xia Mo hurried forward and reached out her hand.
"Go, Xia Mo."
After handing the duck to Xia Mo, Baby gave her an encouraging look. Against the backdrop of the mud, Baby's snow-white skin stood out even more, instantly boosting her charm. Xia Mo was momentarily startled before smiling and nodding. By the time Xia Mo and the others returned to the starting position with the duck, the red team had already set off again. However, this time, their speed had clearly slowed down significantly, and they no longer had the same momentum as before.
1, 2, 3. Come on. Come on. Li Chen was also encouraging his teammates. It was clear that only he was still full of energy. Balan and Haikwan, the older guy, looked exhausted. They had pushed too hard at the beginning, and this was the consequence. He casually placed the duck in the basket and glanced at Chen Shichi, who was panting heavily beside him. With a sigh, he said, "Chen Shichi, can you keep going?" Brother Mo, can I rest for a moment?" Chen Shichi didn't pretend this time. Deng Chao frowned and said, "Our pace isn't fast. If we don't hurry up, this could get dangerous." Nodding, Xia Mo said, "Let's go. We'll slow down a bit. If it's really too much, you can lie down in the mud, and Deng Chao and I will pull you along." Ah! Deng Chao was speechless, looking dumbfounded and said, "Hey, Mo go. Can I lie down too? What do you think?" "No way."
Deng Chao shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 183, The Two's Conspiracy.
The frustrated Deng Chao shouted, "Chen Shichi, hold on.
If you don't, I'll never forgive you."
Since he couldn't get any help, Deng Chao could only target the weakest, Chen Shichi. As long as he didn't lag too far behind, Deng Chao was Nemo Shama's best helper.
This. Brother Chao.
Interrupting Chen Shichi's words, Xia Mo also smiled and said, "Look at them.
Don't you have any confidence?"
Hearing Xia Mo's words, the two of them also turned their gaze toward the red team. The four of them once again stood at the straight distance of the spring rope. Suddenly, none of them looked good. Li Chen stood alone at the front, his face twisted into a ferocious expression, looking as if he needed to use the restroom.
Bao Chang and Zhu Lan were practically lying face down in the mud.
If their feet weren't deeply stuck in the mud, they would have been finished long ago.
Haikwan was even worse, looking utterly exhausted. No matter how hard Li Chen tried, it was useless.
He couldn't pull the three of them forward alone, so he could only inch forward bit by bit.
Ha! Nodding, the three of them started moving again.
At first, the rope didn't cause any problems, and soon the three of them reached the red team's side, where the pressure intensified.
Don't underestimate these tasks, they're actually quite challenging.
The first time requires a lot of effort, and the second time is even harder, especially for these entertainers who work every day and rarely have time to exercise.
Their stamina is naturally inferior to that of ordinary people. Hey, Zulan, your hairstyle is really unique.
With the support of Xia Mo and Deng Chao, Chen Shichi didn't feel as much pressure. Though slightly behind, he began his journey of provoking others.
However, Chen Shichi was right about one thing: Zulan's current hairstyle was indeed quite unique.
After 2 consecutive mud dives, Zulan's headscarf had long since disappeared, and his short hair was completely covered in mud.
Who knows what he was thinking? Was he trying to provoke his teammates?
His hair stood straight up, and the mud seemed to act like hair gel. As the wind blew, the damp mud dried out, and the hairstyle was beyond description.
Can you imagine the feeling of having a winter melon head covered in muddy straw? Chen Shichi, I've put up with you for a long time, ah. Zulan suddenly charged over with a crazed expression. Of course, he wasn't angry. This was all for the show's special effects. Plus, since only Zulan had fallen before, he felt a bit unfair. Seeing this, Chen Shichi was completely stunned and hurriedly tried to run to the side. At the critical moment, the first one to back down was definitely him. Zulan! Stop! Bao Chang couldn't help but shout out.
Zulan, who knows where he got the strength from, burst forward, dragging Li Chen and the other three directly toward him, completely off course. Especially Haikuan, who hadn't even had time to react, his body tilted sideways, and with a thud, he fell face first into the muddy pit. Mud and water flew everywhere, and suddenly, a second Zulan appeared. Zulan, who wanted Chen Shichi to experience this feeling, didn't he expect to end up betraying his own team first? Xiaomo stood in the middle, seeing Zulan charging wildly toward him, his head filled with black lines. He struggled to control himself and moved aside slightly, creating some distance.
Xiaomo didn't want to play a game of mutual destruction with Zulan.
In this terrain and situation, parkour was completely useless.
Ah! Don't come over. Gah!
Chen Shichi had already started babbling incoherently, not knowing what he was saying. Xiaomo,
save me.
Ah! Zulan, don't pull my pants down.
No!
The heart-wrenching screams were enough to bring tears to the eyes of anyone who heard them.
Zulan also held Chen Shichi tightly, completely disregarding his own situation.
The two rolled into a heap, and Zulan's hands flailed wildly. Clearly, he had succeeded in grabbing Chen Shichi's pants. With a slight tug, Chen Shichi was stunned.
He could clearly feel the muddy water seeping in. Ah! Zulan, I'll fight you to the death.
This desperate move was even more shocking coming from Chen Shichi, a grown man. The two of them immediately started fighting, but clearly, neither of them had much strength. It was more like a fight between women, just rolling around.
Did they think they were rolling around in bed?
This scene left everyone speechless, especially the members of the red team and blue team, who were all caught in the crossfire. The spring rope jerked back and forth, causing everyone to sway from side to side. Bao Chang and Dang Chao fell to the ground one after another, followed by Li Chen, who also ended up lying in the muddy pit, frustratedly shouting, "Stop fighting!
Come fight me instead!" Though he said that, he wasn't angry at all. The two were having a great time.
Chen Shichi and Zulan, with their faces covered in mud, were grinning like idiots.
Zulan was almost about to fall off. Should we? While rolling around, Chen Shichi also laughed. Zulan paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up.
He rolled over again, making sure no one noticed, and whispered, "Let's pull the rope together. He can't hold on much longer." This was clearly an attempt to drag everyone into the mud. On the other side, Baby and E held ducks in their hands, staring at the scene with disbelief.
Are you sure you're here to compete, not to wallow in the mud?
Baby also watched nervously, as Xiaomo was the only one still standing.
Chapter 184, Stealing a Chicken and Losing the Rice.
The two immediately reached an agreement. The next moment, Chen Shichi suddenly grabbed the spring rope behind him, and Zulan also made the same move at the same time, of course grabbing the rope behind Chen Shichi. At that moment, Xiaomo suddenly felt a force behind her, combined with the force of the spring rope. This was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. Xiaomo's body began to shift. Glancing sideways, Xiaomo spotted the two of them up to no good.
Xiaomo was utterly exasperated. Was this a competition? Or were they all just playing in the mud? At this level, Xiaomo didn't even bother to take them seriously. If it were Dang Chao and Li Chen, that would be a different story.
He tensed his legs, firmly anchoring his body, then quickly grabbed the ropes behind him with both hands and pulled them back with all his strength.
Ah! Put! Spit! Screams echoed, accompanied by the sound of spitting. Ha! You two are so funny. Dang Chao watched the scene in front of him and laughed hysterically.
Li Chen shook his head helplessly.
Why weren't these two assigned to the same team?
The two who had originally intended to ambush Xiaomo were quickly dragged away by Xiaomo, sliding swiftly across the mud as if their weight didn't exist, light as feathers. Zulan fared slightly better when he was pulled. He was on top of Chen Shichi, so while he got splashed with mud, it wasn't as bad as Chen Shichi. This guy was pinned under Zulan, already stuck in the mud, and after being pulled by Xiaomo, he was completely miserable.
Ha!
At this point, the other members of the mud-covered brotherhood were laughing uncontrollably. Of course, the targets were Zulan and Chen Shichi. This was a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice instead. When Xiaomo let go of the rope, Chen Shichi slowly climbed to his feet. His face, covered in mud, had already rendered him unrecognizable. Oh my god.
I'm not a genius? How come I feel like I'm just a fool now?
Chen Shichi could only regret his actions.
Why did he have to provoke Xiaomo? Now he was in trouble. Enough with the act, come over here and keep going. Xiaomo shook his head helplessly. Oh. Chen Shichi dared not say much either. He quickly walked over, and Deng Chao did the same. The spring rope tightened once more, and the immense pressure once again engulfed the three of them. Hurry up, we can't fall behind. Li Chen also hurriedly shouted. Now, in the muddy pit, aside from the two women, only Xiaomo's clothes could still be distinguished by color. Everything else was the color of muddy water. After taking just a few steps, Xiaomo's brows furrowed as she glanced sideways. Chen Qiqi gritted her teeth and struggled forward, and Deng Chao did the same. However, the force on the rope this time was clearly much greater than the first time, and both of their stamina was rapidly depleting. I'm in front, follow me, Xia Mo said as he hurried forward. At this point, he had to push himself harder, otherwise, there was no way they could succeed. Come on, Xia Mo. Seeing Xia Mo so close, Baby also shouted out loudly. Phew! By the bamboo basket, Xia Mo was also panting heavily. This was no easy task. This was several minutes later. Looking at the three ducks in the bamboo basket, Xia Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother! I think we won. I'm just too exhausted. At that moment, Chen Qiqi was lying flat on his back in the muddy pit, completely oblivious to everything else. Deng Chao was slightly better off, sitting on the ground and panting constantly, as his physical exertion had been too severe. The second time, Xia Mo and the others managed to get through without too much difficulty, but the third time was entirely thanks to Xia Mo, who basically dragged the other two along. When they returned, the three of them simply sat down on the ground and let the spring rope pull them back. As for the red team, they were currently in the third round, but it seemed like they had no hope of making it through. Haikuan and Chen Qiqi, whether they were brothers or not, lay there motionless, unwilling to move. The Balan brothers stared at each other, wide-eyed, but neither budged. Li Chen knelt halfway in the mud, gasping for breath. They were only a few meters away from Yi's position, but those few meters felt as difficult to traverse as climbing a mountain. Xia Mo nodded. Setting aside the situations of Deng Chao and Chen Qiqi, his own stamina was severely depleted, and attempting another push was out of the question. It seemed like victory was certain this time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xia Mo was left speechless. Li Chen, keep going. At that moment, Yi didn't know where she found the strength, but she threw herself onto the muddy ground, grabbing the duck and crawling toward Li Chen. Instantly, the little wild cat turned into a muddy kitten, and her beautiful face was no exception. She didn't stop until the tips of her toes finally touched the edge of the net. This completely gave Li Chen and the others a significant advantage, the height difference between Yi and them. This was truly remarkable. What the hell is going on? Yi is way too fierce. Chen Qiqi also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Deng Chao had already opened his mouth wide. Is that even possible? Yi was completely unexpected. Even Xia Mo, who knew her personality, hadn't anticipated her being so decisive. This unwilling to lose attitude was highly contagious, and at least in Xia Mo's eyes, the four members of the red team seemed to have their morale skyrocketed. Chapter 185, the song that drives people crazy. If this woman could go this far, they had to give it their all or risk losing all face. Ah! That same horse, duck-like scream echoed again. Zulan also stood up, charging forward like a madman, while Bao Chang and Haikuan refused to be outdone, all standing up as well. In an instant, the four of them seemed to have been fully revived, standing there with renewed energy. Xia Mo nodded to himself. This kind of plot was indeed easy to get into, and perhaps that was the most appealing aspect of this reality show. However, despite the momentum, almost the next moment, Bao Chang and Zulan fell again, followed by Haikuan. Li Chen could only use his hands to push himself forward. Suddenly, the running turned into swimming, and their strokes were quite different. Bao Chang was doing the dog paddle, Zulan was doing the backstroke, and as for Haikuan, he was probably just floating, because he wasn't moving at all. Last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the director's countdown, Yi was stunned. Oh my god, there's a countdown. Director, count slower. But even if he counted slower, they wouldn't have time. At this point, the duck hadn't been caught yet. Time's up. Hearing the director's words, the red team members finally relaxed their bodies. The four of them were dragged through the muddy pit, while Yi looked helpless, letting go of the duck in his hands. It immediately squawked and ran away, adding a touch of humor to the scene. Yes, we won. Deng Chao and Chen Qiqi were immediately filled with excitement. However, the director seemed to be there specifically to dampen their spirits, and announced again, the first round is over. The blue team wins. What first round? Zulan was stunned, then angrily said, Director, are you messing with me? Is there a second round? Deng Chao and Chen Qiqi were also stunned. Deng Chao stared at the director in disbelief, his mouth wide open, probably big enough to fit a fist. Xia Mo laughed and said, You should still have some energy left, right? Instantly, Deng Chao and Chen Qiqi shook their heads vigorously. The first round had already driven them crazy, another round might kill them. After the second round, the team with the highest total score wins. Compared to the stunned boys, Yi remained much calmer. She pointed at the duck and exclaimed in wonder, Hey, baby, look, there's duck poop. Put. Xia Mo and the others were speechless. Did this girl not know what modesty was? This was way too bold. Alright, let's start the second round. As the director's words fell, everyone returned to the starting point. In the short time that followed, Xiaomo's stamina had recovered somewhat. After all, with her superior physical fitness, her recovery was naturally faster. The production team hadn't even planned to give everyone a break. You're the best. Li Chen shouted loudly at that moment. Bao Chang wasn't about to be outdone. That's right, use your height like you did earlier. Bao Chang's words left everyone speechless. How dare he bring up height? Wasn't he asking for trouble? Deng Chao and Chun Chichi also glanced at Xiaomo and said, "Mo ge, they're all cheering each other on. Should we join in too?" Glancing at the expectant baby across from him, Xiaomo nodded. He immediately had an idea, placed his hands over his mouth, and sang, "Oh baby, you're the only one for me." Two worlds are distorted, and going back is no easy task. The moment the song began, everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. Even the director, who had been about to shout the countdown, stopped. Xiaomo's voice had proven its penetrating power countless times before. And this was a song sung solely for the baby? A couple showing off their love? Of course everyone had to support them. The baby across from her heard Xiaomo's voice and her face turned red instantly. However, even so, a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Oh my god. If someone ever sang this song to me, I would definitely marry him. Was also lost in a dreamlike state, envying baby with a look of admiration. At the same time, her peripheral vision kept glancing at Xiaomo, her eyes sparking with a hint of unusual brilliance. The members of the Brotherhood group had already developed some immunity to Xiaomo's singing and weren't as completely captivated as they were at first. After a moment, Deng Chao and Chen Chichi's expressions turned sour. "Brother Xia, weren't we supposed to cheer for baby together?" Chen Chichi asked accusingly. "How could you do this? Is this song new? It's not in your album, is it?" Deng Chao, with a lecherous expression, said, "You cheer for your baby, and I'll cheer for my empress. She'll definitely grant me strength." What the hell? Do you think the empress is Athena? Bestowing power on you? Xiaomo felt utterly exasperated. But what really sent everyone into a frenzy was when Deng Chao screamed at the top of his lungs, "Oh, my empress, you are my one and only." Deng Chao, shut up, I beg you. Zulan immediately knelt down in the mud, his face completely terrified. Oh my god. I don't know him. I really don't know this guy. Li Chen was equally. Bao Chang was slightly better off, his expression seemed to be the same as always. The veteran musician Haikuan covered his ears with both hands. The song's power was too overwhelming, and he felt all his strength draining away. Deng Chao suddenly stopped with a sullen expression, clearly wanting more. Chen Chichi beside him rolled his eyes, as if poisoned, his body swaying constantly, which made Deng Chao even more frustrated. Chapter 186, Stop him. Oh, sure, you're the only one for me. I'm alone, talking on the phone, saying I love you, I really love you. Xiaomo also chose to keep singing. And baby responded with a smile, Momo. I love you too. Oh. A member also started cheering again. 5, 4, 3, 1. At this point, the director saw that the effect had been achieved and decisively started the countdown. Charge. It seemed that with the start of the second round, everyone regained their strength, and with the experience from the first round, both teams safely made it to their respective female teammates. After taking the duck from baby's hands, baby smiled sweetly at Xiaomo and said, Mo, you look so cool just now, and I really love this song. Oh my god. Baby, the idea to cheer you on was mine. Chen Chichi immediately adopted a hurt expression. Deng Chao wasn't about to be outdone. Don't you know how hard it is for me to sing? You guys didn't even appreciate this opportunity. That's so heartbreaking. Alright, let's hurry up. Xiaomo had no choice but to give up on the two of them. At that moment, the red team also erupted, but this time it wasn't Li Chen. Bao Chang was practically on all fours, twisting his body wildly. His speed was indeed fast, almost overtaking the other three in an instant. Zulan, sitting in the muddy pit, opened his mouth wide. All he could think was, Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? The Shaolin Bao Chang wasn't much slower than Xiaomo's group. The first round had taught them how to quickly return, and this time their speed was noticeably faster. Both teams completed this round almost simultaneously. As soon as they returned to the bamboo basket, Chen Chichi and Deng Chao collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The red team, however, began moving forward again. At this point, Xiaomo's team was only leading by one duck, and the advantage wasn't that significant. Xiaomo couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Couldn't these two show a little more fighting spirit? Across the field, shouted loudly, Come on. You're the best. Even the little wildcat was throwing herself into it, but Bao Chang was acting strangely, sprinting wildly again. The three people behind him, including Li Chen, started swimming, though slower, at least they were moving forward. Xiaomo could only watch the scene before him in exasperation. Has this Shaolin Bao Chang learned some kind of martial art that allows him to surge ahead in the final stretch? Or has he just been injected with adrenaline?
Seeing this, excitedly threw herself into the muddy pit, completely losing her composure.
Hey! I said, they're all doing this. Should we start too? Xiaomo also smiled as she watched the two of them.
Deng Chao stood up and shrugged helplessly, saying, the team members are also energetic as the captain, I can't fall behind.
Deng Chao is right. What about me? Let's go find Zulan and have another fight. Chen Shichi said seriously. Alright, let's go. Don't let them outdo us. Xiaomo didn't expect that Yi's actions would also provoke these two. After all, men don't easily admit defeat.
After saying that, Xiaomo and the others quickly started running. In an instant, the atmosphere in the muddy pit changed completely.
There was only a competitive feeling, though it lacked the entertainment factor.
However, it was replaced by an intense, addictive competitive atmosphere that drew everyone in.
Plop! Plop! People kept falling, but every time they fell, they got back up and kept going.
Even Xiaomo was no exception. His clothes, which had been clean earlier, were now completely covered in mud. On the red team's side, the Bao Chang finally caught the duck in Yi's hand.
Quick!
Just one word, but it speaks volumes about Bao Chang's current state of mind. The sudden change in direction caught the four others off guard, and their bodies couldn't keep up with the rope's pull, causing them to fall repeatedly and slide across the ground.
Xiaomo's peripheral vision also noticed the director watching the clock from a distance. Xiaomo shook his head.
In this competitive game, some must win while others must lose. However, the good news was that most of the brothers' team members weren't new to this, and being inspired by Yi had ignited their fighting spirit.
It looked like the upcoming rounds would be even more exciting. Only 30 seconds left.
Hearing the director's words, Xiaomo estimated that at his current speed, he should be able to make it in time. Giving up wasn't Xiaomo's style, and a draw wasn't what he wanted either. With his stamina restored, Xiaomo started running again.
My goodness. Xiaomo, you're even more extreme than Bao Chang.
Slow down a bit, please.
Chen Shichi, who couldn't react in time, was suddenly pulled down and took another elegant sip of the mysterious muddy water.
Deng Chao also stumbled and fell, barely managing to control his body. Under Xiaomo's powerful force, he once again arrived in front of Baby, grabbed the duck, and Xiaomo saw Baby's bright eyes filled with admiration.
Alright, let's hurry back.
However, Xiaomo's words were almost like talking to himself. Chen Shichi was being dragged along like a lifeless corpse, his expression utterly content.
Deng Chao was in a similar state. Xiaomo could only sigh in frustration.
Time was of the essence now, but fortunately, they had the spring rope to help them on the way back. The two teams, one in front and one behind, made a beeline for the bamboo basket. Bao Chang was the first to place the duck inside, and the four members of the red team sighed in relief before shifting their attention back to Xiaomo.
5, 4. Hurry, Bao Chang, Li Chen, stop them. Zulan shouted loudly. Li Chen and Bao Chang also acted swiftly, flanking from left and right.
As long as they could block Xiaomo, no, just delay him for a moment, they could tie this round, and there would still be a chance.
Chapter 187, The Hero Chen Shichi.
After all, this was the big black bull and Shaolin Bao Chang blocking the way. It wasn't that easy to get through.
In the next moment, they completely blocked Xiaomo's path and continued to close in.
Seeing this, Xiaomo furrowed his brows. Breaking through under these circumstances was clearly no easy feat. On the other side, Baby watched the scene with concern. Yi's eyes also flashed with a complex expression. From a normal perspective, she naturally hoped her side would win, but if Xiaomo lost, there was also a hint of reluctance in her heart. At that moment, Chen Shichi, who had been blocking Xiaomo's path while retreating, suddenly stood up.
Seeing Li Chen and Bao Chang's intimidating demeanor, he was completely taken aback. What the hell is going on here?
Seeing Chen Shichi, Xiaomo also came up with a plan. Chen Shichi, get down. Startled by Xiaomo's loud shout, Chen Shichi panicked and instinctively threw herself face first into the muddy ground. Whether it was subconscious or the trust built up over time, Chen Shichi had never doubted Xiaomo's words. As soon as Chen Shichi hit the ground, Xiaomo charged forward. Suddenly, Chen Shichi felt a force on his buttocks. Oh my god! Chen Shichi sank deeply into the mud, and the others who had been with him also let out a startled cry. Haikuan and Zulan Dengchao sat on the ground, staring up at the sky in astonishment, while Baby and Yi covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the sky, Xiaomo performed a front flip, leaping high into the air and flying directly over Li Chen and Bao Chang's heads. The next moment, he landed with a thud, his legs sinking deeply into the mud.
But that didn't matter anymore.
In front of him was a bamboo basket, and Xiaomo reached out slightly, placing the duck inside.
Time's up.
At the same time, the director announced the end of the competition. At that moment, Chen Shichi also struggled to his feet, saying, "Brother Mo, my butt." His mournful expression spoke volumes.
This was unavoidable.
Xiaomo also knew that Chen Shichi had a back injury, so he had changed his target.
Moreover, the mud below was soft, so it wouldn't cause too much harm.
It would only mean Chen Shichi would have to take another mud bath. After all, parkour had reached the highest level, and Xiaomo only needed a place to gain momentum, a technique that shared some similarities with lightness kung fu.
Chen Shichi, you're a hero this time. Xia Mo smiled and raised his thumb. Chen Shichi, covered in mud, froze for a moment before bursting into a wild laugh. However, his expression looked rather smug. See? Even Brother Mo called me a hero. I'm not holding anyone back. Chen Shichi, you're really something. Deng Chao also gave him face. I could do that job too, and my butt is bigger than yours. Zhu Lan said softly, his tone tinged with resentment. Everyone burst out laughing. They were already used to Xia Mo doing such things. Yi also whispered, Xia Mo is so amazing. Of course. Baby also looked proud, this is my little Momo. How could she not be amazing? Got it. Yi also looked troubled, but there was something else in her eyes. The competition ended, and the blue team won. At that moment, the director announced the results. However, this time no one was happy or disappointed. The excitement from the match had left everyone with a smile on their faces. Upon returning to shore, a table covered in yellow cloth reappeared before everyone. But at this point, if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell who was who, especially Bao Chang and Zhu Lan. They were the same height, covered head to toe in mud. Could you really tell them apart? The others were in the same state, looking disheveled and messy. For dramatic effect, everyone started shaking violently, sending mud flying everywhere. The scene resembled a mud storm. Congratulations to everyone, this segment is over. Finally, it's over. Everyone is even more excited now. Does all this mud feel comfortable? Especially a few of them, their pants are probably already. You can imagine the rest. That feeling is something only those who've experienced it can understand. In this segment, the blue team emerged victorious. The director couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of everyone and said with a smile, the blue team can choose another item. Everyone returned to their playful mood. Zhu Lan said with a hint of resentment, they got items again. I wonder what the next phase will be, but I feel it's definitely related to this. Are we really going to have to dig with our hands? My iron sand palm isn't just for show. Bao Chang also pretended to make a few gestures, but whether it would work or not, only heaven knew. Alright, blue team, open this cloth. The director said again, you can once again obtain 4 tools that will help you escape this island. Dian lifted the yellow cloth, and the items inside appeared once more. Xia Mo noticed that these items seemed just as useless as the first time. The first things that caught his eye were pistachios and cocktails, though there were also some genuinely useful items like screwdrivers, hammers, and small shovels. Xia Mo, I think you guys should definitely take the alcohol. Hai Quan pushed his way forward, his expression unusually lecherous. Chen Shichi nodded in agreement and said, I think Quan Gu is right. Mo Gu, that bottle was just drunk by the baby. I want to drink it too. Chapter 188, You Can Tempt Xia Mo. After a pause, Chen Shichi, this guy, started playing the emotional card, and you stepped on my foot. You need to compensate for my wounded heart. Plus, Mo, think about it, once we escape, shouldn't we celebrate? So this bottle of wine is definitely the top choice. This guy didn't know where he came up with all these excuses, but they sounded pretty reasonable. Plus, he had indeed been a big help earlier, so Xia Mo could only shake his head helplessly and say, alright, take it, but save it for later. Haha, trust me, Moj. Chen Shichi was overjoyed, grabbing the cocktail and holding it tightly to his chest. At the same time, he glanced warily at Baby, but didn't this guy know he was covered in mud? The originally clean bottle turned into a mess in an instant, instantly making it unappealing. This should be good. Let's take it. Xia Mo also picked up the hammer in front of him. With the shovel and pickaxe in his hands, the tools were now complete, enough to handle any situation. As he spoke, Xia Mo handed the items to Baby, who, of course, didn't refuse, smiling as he took them in his hands. Xia Mo, aren't you going to eat the pistachios? Li Chen asked with a sheepish smile. You want us to take something useless? Why don't you use another method? This is such an obvious scam, who can't see through it? This big black bull is way too naive. Should we take it? Deng Chao also asked in a low voice. The entire bag of pistachios had almost all ended up in Baby and Xia Mo's stomachs. Deng Chao was also feeling a bit envious, while Chen Shichi, who was holding the bottle of alcohol, glared at Xia Mo with a resentful expression, his tiny eyes almost disappearing entirely. Xia Mo immediately felt a chill run down her spine. What the hell? These are such terrible teammates. Xia Mo was exasperated. Ignoring Deng Chao completely, Xia Mo picked up the compass and flashlight in front of her. Alright, time's up. The director shouted at that moment, and the two who hadn't gotten any pistachios were left flustered, their expressions truly priceless. The red team stood dejectedly to the side, as if giving them hope. The director spoke up, the next task requires tools. Since you didn't get any tools and can't use your hands, you can choose 2 items from the remaining tools. Upon hearing the director's words, the originally miserable red team suddenly widened their eyes, filled with surprise. Director, you're amazing. What a great guy. However, the director didn't seem to be finished. He smiled and continued, but there's a catch. Oh my god, this is so unfair. What kind of price? Bao Chang was completely dumbfounded. You'll find out in the next round. Go take a shower and get ready to go. The director left them hanging. Ha, Imoge, doesn't this mean they're already behind us before they even start? Chen Shichi said with a smile. Deng Chao was the same. Leading before even starting this was completely stress-free. Nodding, Xia Mo also felt a lot more relaxed. Who would want to stay here and race against a typhoon and storm? That's crazy. The filming wrapped up shortly after. Everyone went to the nearby room to clean up. The mud and water all over their bodies were indeed quite unpleasant. An hour later, everyone finally gathered together, looking refreshed. After all, there were girls, and Baby and EE took much longer to shower than the others. That was only natural. Alright, let's go. As the director spoke, everyone got back into the car. Once inside the car, Deng Chao and Chen Shichi started complaining again. Brother Mo, you should have trusted my choice of the happy pill. Chen Shichi said with a mischievous grin. Brother Mo, think about it. If this round has some crazy task, like making us hand over the happy pill or else we can't leave, what would we do? Deng Chao nodded in agreement and said, exactly. For example, if they tell us to eat the prop we chose within a minute, what would we do? The two of them made Baby pause for a moment, then she also felt a bit worried. This wasn't entirely unfounded. Everyone was already familiar with the production team's bizarre tasks, and nothing was impossible. Xia Mo was speechless, but these two had quite the imagination. The production team really wasted their talent by not asking them to write the show. Meanwhile, in another car, Zulan was speaking seriously. We're already behind before we even start. It's up to you. Deng Chao won't bully a girl, and you can seduce Xia Mo. That way, we're guaranteed to win. Even someone as weak as Zulan had already excluded Chen Shichi from the plan. If Chen Shichi heard about this, who knew what he would think? It's not that easy. Seemed completely unconcerned and said, besides, Xia Mo has a baby. Of course he'll protect the baby. Ha ha. The baby is our responsibility. You just need to stop Xia Mo, and that's all. Zulan said excitedly. But whether this can be achieved is really unclear. The journey didn't last too long. Both sides followed a narrow path and arrived at an open area inside, where a large platform had already been set up with crew members waiting. A sign was also erected nearby, clearly marking the starting point for the intermediate task prompt. What's going on? Are we supposed to find something? Li Chen, looking confused and adorable, asked. Chapter 189, I have the standard build. Is this about finding something? Xia Mo rolled her eyes. Li Chen was like this sometimes. His words were too nonsensical. Was this the legendary dry humor? At that moment, the text on the announcement board could also be clearly seen. Two teams enter the tunnel from different entrances. The first team to exit the tunnel will be able to escape via helicopter. Alright, I'll announce the rules. Upon hearing the director's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Bao Chang asked in a dazed manner, Director, isn't it just about going through the tunnel? Are there any other rules? Of course there are. The blue team won the previous round and can enter the tunnel directly. Upon hearing the director's words, Xia Mo and the others also looked relaxed, especially Chen Shichi and Deng Chao, who were the two laziest ones. After a brief pause, the director continued, the red team must go around the mountain to enter the tunnel, which will take approximately 15 minutes. The first team to pass through the tunnel can board the helicopter and escape directly. Zulan, in his classic pose, opened his mouth wide and shouted wildly, Director, do you know you're trying to kill me? Another 15 minutes of hiking? That's so unfair. Looking at Zulan's physique, Xia Mo smiled and said, Zulan, just think of it as a workout. It's for your own good. Xia Mo. Zulan shouted back, I'll say it again, I'm not fat, and my height is standard. I'm the most standard man. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. If he's the most standard, what about Xia Mo and the others? Are they too tall or too skinny? Are you kidding me? But Zulan's complaints were useless. Li Chen said softly, stop complaining. Let's hurry up. If we go fast, it probably won't take 15 minutes. Even the excited little kitten was speechless at this point. After all, girls naturally have less stamina than boys. Let's begin. As soon as the director finished speaking, Xia Mo led the three of them straight to the entrance. The tunnel was fairly wide, allowing three people to walk side by side, but it was completely dark inside. Fortunately, the director had already distributed safety helmets and flashlights to everyone, which left Xia Mo feeling a bit helpless. It seemed like the flashlights they had received earlier were useless. Baby also stood firmly by Xia Mo's side. In such an environment, women would probably react the same way. Be careful and follow me. Chen Shichi rushed straight to the back, while Deng Chao was quite considerate, walking side by side with Xia Mo. An uneasy atmosphere enveloped the four of them. The further they went inside, the darker it became. At first, there was still a faint glow outside, but since it was a cave and an island, the inside was unusually damp, giving it a eerie and terrifying feel. Brother Mo. Why? I keep hearing sounds. Chen Chichi stammered, unsure if her lips were already trembling. Ah. Chen Chichi, don't say anything. Baby spoke up suddenly. This only made Baby, who was already feeling uneasy, even more frustrated. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiaomo's arm, and those soft, round things tightly clung to Xiaomo's arm. The sudden sensation was both pleasant and awkward, and Xiaomo couldn't help but shake his head. However, the one enjoying this situation the most was Xiaomo herself. She smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm here." Xiaomo's words also made Baby feel better, and the four of them slowly continued on their way. "Xiao Qiao, Chen Chichi, shine your flashlights further ahead," Xiaomo directed them. Fortunately, the flashlight in her hand was a high-powered one, so it was still usable. Otherwise, who knew what lay ahead in the pitch-black darkness? Who wouldn't feel a sense of unknown fear? Upon hearing Xiaomo's instructions, the two followed suit. At the same time, Deng Chao spoke up. "I wonder what they want us to do up ahead, but it definitely won't be that easy for us to get through. There will definitely be obstacles, we'll find out soon enough." With ample light, Xiaomo also quickened his pace. A 15-minute advantage here wasn't much. Xiaomo didn't want to slip up and be overtaken by the red team. The helicopter had to be on their side. "Xiaomo, look ahead." After walking another few dozen meters, Deng Chao pointed ahead and said with a blank expression. Xiaomo also noticed that the path ahead had been completely blocked off, with a thick wall standing in their way. "Oh my god. Brother Xia, are they playing with us?" Chen Chichi was completely dumbfounded. Shaking the pickaxe in his hand, Xiaomo sighed helplessly. "We have tools, don't be surprised. Let's start chiseling it open." This. Chen Chichi was at a loss for words. With his limited strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to chip the wall before collapsing. Xiaomo couldn't even bother to criticize Chen Chichi anymore. He walked straight up to the wall, pulled off the outer plastic pipe, and tapped the wall lightly. After listening to the sound, he felt a bit more relieved. "Xiao Qiao, it's foam inside. Let's start." After saying that, Xiaomo swung the pickaxe in his hand with all his strength. With a dull thud, the pickaxe head embedded itself firmly into the wall. With a strong pull, a large chunk of foam was torn away. "Brother Mo. Your strength is terrifying. I don't even need this genius to help anymore." Chen Chichi, who wasn't helping, was just standing there gossiping. Baby shot Chen Chichi a disapproving glance and said, "Chen Chichi, are you even a man? Hurry up and help Xiaomo and the others." Cough, cough, "Okay, I'm coming." Ah. Chapter 190, Baby's Concerns. Chen Chichi isn't completely useless. At least he can clean up the foam that Xiaomo and Deng Chao have removed. "Xiaomo, let me go first. When I'm out of strength, you can take over." Deng Chao, holding his shovel, said seriously. Xiaomo couldn't help but laugh. Finally, she didn't have to do it alone. No need to make it so complicated. Xiaomo also said with a smile. "What? Brother Xia, do you want to handle this alone?" Chen Chichi interrupted, saying, "I admire you so much, Brother Xia. Alright, you go ahead." Xiaomo rolled his eyes, then tapped the wall repeatedly, testing the situation. "Xiaomo. What do you mean?" Hearing Deng Chao's slightly questioning tone, Xiaomo was about to compliment him, but Deng Chao's next words left Xiaomo speechless. "Xiaomo, you must want to break it open, right? You're stronger than Big Black Bull. You might actually succeed, and then it'll be much easier." This Deng Chao's intelligence, Xiaomo swore he'd never seen anyone dumber. "Listen to the sound here." Xiaomo didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore and directly tapped the edge of the wall. Thud. The sound was slightly crisp, completely different from the muffled sound earlier. "Momo, this side is hollow." Baby's face lit up with joy, and her reaction completely outshone Deng Chao and Chen Chichi. After Baby spoke, the two finally realized, glancing at each other with an air of profound mystery, as if saying, "I knew it all along, but I didn't say anything." Swinging the pickaxe again, Xiaomo struck down with all her might. With a slight, somewhat jarring scraping sound, the pickaxe head sank completely into the ground. "Fantastic. It's hollow after all. We've won for sure." Deng Chao's face lit up with a smile. Pulling again, a large piece of foam fell off, revealing the situation inside. Shining a flashlight, Xiaomo could clearly see what was inside. The production team must have intentionally designed it this way. Xiaomo had already created an opening, and the interior was no longer a secret. From the side of the wall all the way to the top, this section was significantly thinner and hollow inside. Only the front wall was the thickest, with an astonishing thickness. This was clearly designed to challenge the team members' ingenuity. If they were determined to break through from the front, even a typhoon might not be enough to get them out. Swiping again, Xiaomo widened the opening further, making it large enough for one person to pass through. Handing the pickaxe to Baby, Xiaomo said, "Wait here. I'll go in and check. It should be possible to push it open." "Xiaomo, be careful," Baby said with concern. "Don't worry, Baby. My older brother is capable of anything. This is just a small matter." Chen Chichi, that guy, was grinning like an idiot.
The three of them were speechless at Chun Shichi, even Deng Chao was the same. This guy was truly despicable beyond words. Xiaomo cautiously felt around the foam and then pushed herself inside with all her strength. The space inside was quite large, enough for Xiaomo to move around. After moving forward a short distance, Xiaomo cautiously pushed the wall above with her arms, and the wall trembled slightly. Everyone, step back. Upon hearing this, the three people and the cameraman all retreated simultaneously. Chen Shichi and Deng Chao were the fastest to run back, standing at the front, afraid of being hit. Boom! With a forceful strike, the wall crumbled like tofu, and Xiaomo pushed it open, sending debris scattering across the ground with a loud crash. Yay! Seeing this, the three of them also became excited. Xiaomo turned around and pushed the other side with equal force. With another loud bang, there was no resistance at all. Alright, come on up. We'll go through here. Xiaomo waved his hand. The wall could only be crossed at the top, while the thick wall below was completely impassable. One by one, the others followed through. Xiaomo also made it to the other side and embraced the second baby to arrive. In Xiaomo's arms, the baby whispered softly, "Mo, you're truly capable of anything. Compared to you, I feel so inadequate." Hearing this, Xiaomo smiled slightly. After such a long time, his status in her heart had risen so high that no one could shake it, and this also made the baby a little worried. Glancing aside, she saw they hadn't arrived yet. Xiaomo hugged the baby and said, "But you're my girlfriend, aren't you?" "Yes." Baby nodded vigorously, her expression brimming with joy. All she needed was a single word. "Haha, Mo, I think our team's power is too strong. We'll sweep them away." After everyone had passed through, Chun Shichi also said happily, "Are you really part of the team?" Xiaomo rolled her eyes. Chen Shichi, with a dazed expression, said, "Brother Mo, don't say that. Baby didn't even help, did she? I can give Momo all the love and support she needs." Baby said with a hint of resentment. I can do that too." Chen Shichi was also a bit speechless. "Alright, let's hurry up and leave. This wall should be easy to get through after testing it. They probably won't be able to stop us for long. Don't waste time. If you want to chat, let's talk after we're on the helicopter," Xiaomo said while leading the way forward. On the other side, the 5 members of the red team finally arrived at the tunnel entrance. However, their condition was far from good, they were all panting heavily. Chapter 191, The Dilemma of the Red Team. What Xiaomo and the others didn't know was that only 10 minutes had passed since they had set off. At that moment, Zulan and Hai Quan were already sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat. Yi was in a similar state, though Bao Chang and Li Chen were slightly better off. It had taken them 10 minutes to traverse the 15-minute mountain path. There was no other explanation besides running. "Let's go, let's hurry inside. Otherwise, we'll lose them. It's only 10 minutes. As long as we work together, we can definitely win." Baolan and his brothers also rallied everyone. "Look, I see the door." On the other side, Xiaomo and the others had also reached the end of the tunnel, where a massive metal door blocked their path. "Ah. Yeah, we won. Ha. Chen Shichi rushed straight over, looking thrilled, but as soon as he reached the door, his expression changed, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. He turned around and looked at Xiaomo and the others, saying with a sorrowful expression, "Brother Mo, this is a password lock." Xiaomo shook his head helplessly and walked straight past. The lock requires a password, and the 4 passwords are on the path you came from. There was also a task card belonging to the production team stuck on the door. "Oh no. It looks like we have to go back." At that moment, Deng Chao also looked miserable. Then, as if he had an idea, he glanced at the pickaxe in Xiaomo's hand and said excitedly, "Brother Mo, just break it open with that. Then we'll be done." Xiaomo was instantly exasperated. Does this guy think he's a demolition worker? With a smile, Xiaomo didn't take it seriously. This game was all about experiencing the fun, especially the part where you had to find clues that was the true test of one's intelligence. "Alright, let's go back and split up to search." The 4 nodded in agreement. Chen Shichi and Deng Chao turned and left immediately. "Let's go too," Xiaomo said with a smile to Baby before leaving the spot. Does this couple still count as a couple if they split up? This tunnel had always been a straight path, but after breaking through the foam wall, several branches and dead ends appeared. The passwords could be hidden anywhere, so Xiaomo didn't plan to miss any. As they walked on, a pile of wooden planks caught Xiaomo's attention. She walked straight over and bent down to start moving them. Baby didn't ask a single question or show any doubt, he simply bent down and helped Xiaomo carry the planks. Soon, a large number of wooden planks were moved aside, revealing the scene within. In the bright light, a treasure chest appeared in the 2 people's line of sight. "Treasure chest. Xiaomu, you're amazing," Baby exclaimed with a look of surprise. It's Baby's voice. "Let's go check it out." Before Xiaomo could respond, Li Chen's voice also echoed from the distance. Xiaomo's expression changed. They were moving quickly. Without hesitation, Xiaomo opened the treasure chest, took out the card inside, and stuffed it into his pocket. He then stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. As expected, the 5 members of the red team appeared before Xia Mo. Upon seeing Xia Mo and Baby, Li Chen was also startled and asked, "What are you doing here?" Clearly, they had just passed through the foam wall and hadn't reached the end of the tunnel yet, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked that question. "Li Chen, look! That's the treasure chest." Zulan, with his sharp eyes, also noticed the treasure chest at Xiaomo's feet, but by then, the chest was already empty. Bao Chang also smiled and said, "Xiaomo, you should explain where the items from the treasure chest went." Several people, including Yi, approached Xiaomo with malicious grins, clearly up to no good. Baby also grabbed Xiaomo's arm. In this situation, it was 2 against 5, or even 1 against 4, clearly at a disadvantage. Even Xiaomo himself knew that in this narrow space, being surrounded by 4 people would end badly, especially since violence wasn't an option. "Why don't you go check the mission prompt at the door? Blocking us here won't accomplish anything." Xiaomo shook his head helplessly. Hearing Xiaomo's words, the others paused, especially Li Chen, who seemed tempted. They hadn't even figured out the situation yet, and confronting Xiaomo now clearly wasn't the smartest move. Cough. "I think we should go check it out." Haikuan also spoke up. Haikuan had seen Xiaomo's capabilities in this episode, so he instinctively didn't want to do anything.